The man was a high-ranking general who had guarded the border for over a decade, returning home this time with the ashes of his fallen comrades. At the airport, the urn was kicked over by a wealthy young man named Zhou. When the red dragon flag was covered in ashes, Zhou not only refused to apologize but also spat on the box, cursing, "Ugh, what bad luck." Seeing this, you were instantly furious and shouted, "Stop!" The sunglasses-wearing Zhou glanced at you and asked, "Are you talking to me?" The people around immediately lowered their heads and hurried away, their eyes filled with concern. In the capital, no one dared to provoke the Zhou family. You blared at Zhou and said, "Do you know who this person was? He was a soldier who defended the border, a hero who protected our land. How dare you insult him like this? I'll give you one chance, kneel down and apologize." However, Zhou sneered disdainfully. "Me? Kneel to him? So what if he was a border soldier or a hero? In Jinghai, no one dares to touch the Zhou family." Suddenly, Zhou felt a choking sensation around his neck. His bodyguards were horrified, despite being over 10 meters apart. You had closed the distance in an instant, moving at an astonishing speed. The bodyguards hesitated, none daring to step forward. Zhou was flung like a ragdoll over 10 meters, coughing violently on the ground. It was the closest he had ever come to death, and he was utterly terrified. He quickly stammered, I'm sorry," while kowtowing repeatedly to the urn. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, "Who dares to be so bold?" Immediately, dozens of people flooded the passageway, led by an elderly man with a face full of rage, none other than Zhou Basong, the patriarch of the Zhou family. He had come to the airport to pick up his grandson but received a distress call from his bodyguards. Upon seeing his grandfather, Zhou, a grown man in his 20s, burst into tears and crawled toward Zhou Basong, wailing. Your sharp gaze locked onto Zhou, who pointed at you and shouted at his grandfather, "Grandpa, it's him! Kill him now!" Zhou Basong's expression darkened as he raised his hand and waved. Dozens of bodyguards charged at you. He sneered, "Kid, you've got guts, but you've messed with the wrong people." Calmly, you replied, "Aren't you going to ask why?" Zhou Basong scoffed, "Does an ant deserve an explanation? Just know this, crossing the Zhou family means death today. Take him down." In an instant, the bodyguards lunged at you, but then, a thunderous roar filled the air as dozens of Black Hawk helicopters descended from the sky, followed by armored vehicles. The helicopter doors opened, and 5 figures leaped from the heights. Thousands of black-clad warriors, armed with combat blades, marched in unison toward the airport. The Zhou family members instinctively stepped back. 1,000 warriors halted their steps 5 paces away from you. The 5 at the forefront suddenly dropped to one knee in unison, shouting, "Eastern Frontier Guardian Gu Baidian, Southern Frontier Protector Nangongyan, Western Frontier Defender Shangwu, Northern Frontier Guardian Luo Feng, and Central Plains Guardian Lu Zhongyuan, pay respects to the Hall Master." The 1,000-strong force echoed their cry, the sound shaking the heavens. Zhou Basong's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth involuntarily falling open. The scene before him was beyond belief. Having served as the family patriarch for many years, he had weathered countless storms, yet such a spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. He had never seen these 5 individuals before and knew nothing about you. At his level, he had no access to figures of such stature, but his 70 years of experience told him that today, he might have provoked someone truly formidable. Gu Baidian, Luo Feng, Shangwu, Nangongyan, and Lu Zhongyuan, these 5 were the supreme war gods standing at the pinnacle of Huaxia, commanding millions of troops. Each of their names alone could strike fear into the hearts of neighboring nations. Today was supposed to be the Hall Master's coronation day, yet you suddenly announced your resignation, determined to return. This left everyone in the hall both bewildered and reluctant to see you go. The 5 war gods had abandoned their posts to rush here. Though you wore ordinary clothes, your regal aura was unmistakable. They said, "We have committed a crime by leaving our posts without permission. According to the hall's laws, we deserve military punishment." You waved your hand and replied, "I have already resigned. Whether to punish or not is no longer within my authority." In the hearts of the 5 war gods, you were not only the master of the Slaughter God Hall but also their mentor and the faith of all its members. You coldly snapped, "Zhongyuan." Lu Zhongyuan stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Zhongyuan here. This man has insulted the martyrs of the Slayer Hall. He shall be dealt with according to Hall law." You had originally intended to handle Zhou yourself, but since Lu Zhongyuan and the others had arrived, such a petty matter was beneath your personal intervention. Zhou scrambled away in terror, utterly ignorant of the Slayer Hall and its laws, having never even set foot in a police station for his past misdeeds. He was now trembling uncontrollably as Lu Zhongyuan hauled him up and declared, "Insulting our hall's martyrs warrants execution under hall law, no pardon." Zhou wet himself in fear, whimpering to Zhou Basong, "Grandfather, save me." Zhou Basong's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his brow. As a mere family patriarch, He was powerless to rescue his grandson in the face of such authority. Eyes bulging with rage, he roared, "Who the hell are you people? If you lay a hand on my grandson, I'll spend every last ounce of my family's fortune to destroy you." The 5 war gods exchanged amused glances. The last time someone dared spew such insolence at the hallmaster was 3 years ago, when a fool provoked the 7 stars war god, with icy detachment. "You stated, the Zhou family shall cease to exist. Turning on your heel, you departed." At Lu Zhongyuan's signal, black-clad warriors swiftly subdued the Zhou entourage. From that day forth, Jinghai knew the Zhou name no more. Outside the airport, a Bentley was parked by the roadside. The driver, a man in his 50s, held an umbrella for the 2 passengers inside, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Having served the Su family for nearly 20 years, this was the first time he had seen the family patriarch, Su Wanshan, personally receive someone with such solemnity. Su Jianqi was a graceful young woman with stunning beauty, her delicate face now glistening with sweat as she pouted and said, "Grandpa, who is this person? Such a big deal that you have to come in person to greet them." The night before, she had received her grandfather's instructions to accompany him to the airport today. It was her first time witnessing such a grand reception. She added, "Grandpa, if you're not getting in the car, I'm going in." Su Wanshan raised his cane and thumped it firmly, saying, "You dare." Su Jianqi pouted again and complained, "We've been waiting for almost 40 minutes. Who is this important person anyway?" Su Wanshan replied firmly, "Even if it were a day or 3 days, we would wait." Though reluctant, Su Jianqi knew better than to disobey her grandfather. At that moment, Su Wanshan's voice trembled slightly as he said, "They're here." Su Jianqi turned to look and was instantly stunned. Normally, the airport exit was bustling with crowds, but now, 1,000 people dressed in uniform marched in perfect sync, each step resonating like a heavy hammer in her heart. She thought to herself, "Is this the person Grandpa came to receive today?" Lu Zhongyuan followed closely behind you and asked, "Does the hall master have any business to attend to upon returning? You can leave it to your subordinate." You waved your hand without responding. You left home at 18 and had spent 7 years on the frontier. Throughout those 7 years, one matter had always been like a thorn, deeply embedded in your heart, causing you constant pain. Now that the frontier was at peace, it was time to settle some scores. Certain people and matters that you had to handle personally. Lu Zhongyuan dared not ask further, and the other 4 also refrained from speaking. They vaguely understood that your return was to deal with private affairs. The group slowly walked out of the airport. Su Wanshan immediately recognized you at the front of the group, his hands trembling as he stepped forward. You hurried over and steadied him, affectionately calling out, "Grandpa Su." This ordinary address brought tears to Su Wanshan's eyes. Looking at your now robust figure, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Only he knew how much hardship you had endured on the frontier over those 7 years. Your eyes also reddened slightly. If not for Su Wanshan, you would have surely died that night 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, at your 18th birthday banquet, you were framed. Someone had secretly slipped a drug into your drink. In your dazed state, you ended up in a compromising situation with Gu Moli, the young heiress of the Gu family from Jinhai. The Gu family was a top-tier clan in Jinhai, and upon learning their heiress had been defiled, they flew into a rage, dispatching hundreds of bodyguards to surround the hotel lobby. Intent on wiping out the Yi family, the banquet instantly turned into a battlefield. Your parents desperately shielded you, allowing you to escape. That night, the rain poured relentlessly as you ran for your life, the pursuers hot on your heels. Exhausted, you collapsed by the roadside, where Su Wanshan happened to pass by in his car. Su Wanshan had a life-and-death bond with your grandfather. To protect you, he arranged for you to be sent to the frontier overnight. Su Wanshan choked up and said, "Xiao Bei, you've finally come back." Apart from your parents, Su Wanshan was the only one in the world who would call you that. You replied, "Grandpa Su, Xiao Bei is back. It's good to be back." Su Wanshan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, pulled his granddaughter forward a step, and said, "This is my granddaughter, Jian Shi." Su Jianqi looked at you, somewhat disappointed. She had thought her grandfather was picking up someone important, but it turned out to be just a young man. She couldn't help but think, how capable can someone so young be? You didn't pay attention to her attitude and simply said, "Just call me Yi Bei." Su Jianqi said, "Grandpa, we've picked him up. Let's get in the car." With that, she decisively opened the car door. By then, she was drenched in sweat and had long been feeling extremely uncomfortable. Su Wanshan was a bit embarrassed. Cough cough, "Xiao Bei, this granddaughter of mine has been spoiled by me, don't blame me." Night North laughed lightly. He naturally wouldn't blame. "Zheng Yuan stays behind, you few go back wherever you came from." Night North finished speaking and sat down in the car. The Bentley sped down the road, and behind the car, Zheng Yuan Lu followed in a paramount its predator. "Xiao Bei, since you're back, that. You and Jane Ruashi's marriage." Inside the car, Su Wanshan wanted to say something. He knew that, such as the strength of the Night North, can look at his granddaughter, that is the Night North, to pay attention to the old love. Marriage? What marriage? Without waiting for Night North to speak, Su Jianqi asked first. She had never heard her grandfather talk about it. Grandpa Su, since I promised you in my correspondence, I won't go back on my word, only, if Jianqi doesn't agree, I respect her choice. Night North heard from the tone of the words that this Su Jianqi simply didn't know about it yet. 3 years ago, in a letter, Su Wanshan intended to let Night North marry his granddaughter, and Night North replied with a promise. The reason why I agreed to do so was to repay the favor of saving my life back then, not to mention marrying the Su family's daughter. Even if I protect the Su family for 3 generations, it's still a matter of course. She dares. Su Wanshan let out a low roar. Su Wanshan, as the head of the Su family, amongst the Su family, no one dared to go against his words yet. More importantly, if the granddaughter didn't agree, this was obviously not looking at Night North, and if this was spread out, it would be Night North's face that would be hit. In today's world, who dares to humiliate the God Punisher Temple Master? If anyone dares, in less than half a day, not to mention the small Su family, even the entire Ginghai, also easily razed to the ground. Grandpa. Su Jianqi anxious straight stomping small feet, other things she can listen to Grandpa, but this is a marriage matter. Today is the first time she met the Night North, this is to talk about marriage, this is also too hasty. Alright, this is settled, if you don't agree, unless I die. Su residence has arrived. Su Wanshan took the lead to open the car door and walked down with the driver's assistance. Su Jianqi had tears in her eyes, this was the first time she had seen her grandfather so unreasonable. I will persuade Grandpa Su. Night North left these words and walked off the bus without looking back. Really? Su Jianqi saw a glimmer of hope, and this was the first time he felt that Night North didn't seem so annoying. At the entrance of the Su family garden, there had long been many people waiting there, hearing that they were going to pick up an important guest who was said to be able to bring the family back from the dead, and anticipation was written all over one's face. Seeing Night North step out of the car, one of them was instantly greatly disappointed. Who is this rumor that the old man is going to pick up a big shot? This is a waste of time and feelings. You are Night North? Su Chenyang's gaze was fixed on Night North's face with a stunned expression. He and Night North were of similar age and barely knew each other back then. In 7 years, a person's appearance doesn't change much and is still vaguely recognizable. What? Night North? The crowd exclaimed at the words. Chapter 4. These years the name of the Night North in the capital C, that is a taboo, Gu family's 7 years of hard search, but also put out a cruel word, who if you find the Night North, dead or alive, reward 5 million. $5 million is nothing to the sons and daughters of these big families, but to ordinary people, this is a lot of money, and naturally, there have been a lot of oops incidents. When the crowd saw Night North acquiesce without saying anything, they were even more disgusted. If it wasn't for him, why would the Su family fall to this level? Uncle, why did you bring him back? Don't you think our Su family isn't miserable enough? The speaker was Su Wanshan's nephew, Su Wanshu. Besides Su Wanshan, among the second generation, he was the only one who had the right to be in charge. Su Wanshu's words made the crowd unanimously agree that picking up the Night North back was asking for trouble if the Gu family knew about it. Yes? Su Wanshan's face was gloomy. Isn't it? Su Wanshu responded calmly, you are not unaware that the Gu family has been searching for Night North for so many years. Besides, back then, this Night North actually forced himself on the Gu family's daughter at his own coming-of-age banquet. The Night family perished and he was hunted down. This is all his fault. You shouldn't have saved his life back then, not to mention picking him up. Now. Boo. Shut up. The cane slammed down on the ground. Su Wanshan was furious. How other people say Night North, he Su old man cannot control, he never thought, Su family people actually is also so stupid and chaotic. Su Wanshan did not ask Night North a single word about this matter from beginning to end, because he firmly believed that Night North simply could not be such a person, and that there must be something fishy about it. Night North is a member of the Su family from now on. I betrothed Jane Ruwashi to him, and from today, if anyone has the slightest intention of bullying him, they'll be expelled from the Su family directly. As soon as Su Wanshan finished his words, the surrounding crowd immediately exploded, one by one exchanging whispered conversations. This old man is afraid of being senile. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy this Night North has given him, actually letting Jane Ruwashi marry such a bereaved dog. Su Wanshu faced gloomy. He has long been thinking of the position of the Su family executives. The arrival of the Night North will bring disaster to the Su family, their own hard work for many years of the foundation of the industry that will go up in flames. No, absolutely not. Su Wenxiu had a moment of calculation, soon had a plan, quietly took out his cell phone and walked to no one a place, pressed the number. Take him. Su Wanshan's abrupt sentence caused the crowd to freeze. The several bodyguards of the Su family were uncertain and confused, not knowing who the Su family master said he wanted to take down. The walking stick was raised and pointed at one place, which was Su Wenxiu. A few bodyguards looked at each other, not daring to make a move. What? Didn't hear me, did you? Take him down for me. Su Wanshan reiterated once again. This time, several bodyguards did not hesitate and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Su Wenxiu. What are you arresting me for? You guys don't want to do it anymore, but... Who gave you the bear heart and leopard guts? Su Wenxiu kept struggling. In the Su family, no one dared to treat him with such disrespect. The bodyguard didn't show any mercy, since it was the words sent by Elder Master Su. In the Su family, it was the highest command. Eldest uncle, what do you mean by this? Su Wenxiu was escorted in front of Su Wanshan with an innocent face. Pop! Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, Su Wanshan raised his right hand high and heavily slapped Su Wenxiu's face. Big! Uncle? Su Wenxiu's face instantly flamed. Su Wanshan reached out and snatched the cell phone from Su Wenxiu's hand and took a look at it, just as he expected. Are you preparing to tip off the Gu family? Su Wanshan was filled with anger. Su Wenxiu didn't answer, but instead looked incredulous. Eldest uncle, for this bereaved dog, you actually beat me? That's right, I'm calling the Gu family and handing him over to the Gu family, so that we can get the Gu family's understanding and reduce the suppression of our Su family. Pop! Another heavy slap. Old man Su, am not dead yet. It's not your turn to be the head of the family. Su Wanshan was trembling with anger, getting colder and colder. The Su family's male child was so devoid of commitment. Su Wenxiu had 10 bloody finger marks on his face, clenching his grooved teeth. His face was gloomy to the extreme, but in the end, he did not dare to contradict again. The surroundings were also silent. In all these years, it was the first time they had seen old Master Su so furious. Xiao Bei, follow me into the house. From now on you will live here, it's your home. Su Wanshan purposely emphasized the last 3 words with a heavier tone, saying it to the rest of the Su family. Night North smiled lightly and followed Su Wanshan towards the manor. It was not that he wanted to live here, he was just afraid of hurting Su Lao's heart, so for the time being, let's stay here for 2 days. LV Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, passing by Su Wenxiu's side with a deliberate violent flick of his hand. Seemingly a light blow, Su Wenxiu stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. You seek death. Swish. Su Wenxiu had just uttered 3 words, when Lu Zhangyuan drew his belt knife and it was already at the tip of his nose. Zhang Yuan. Without turning his head back, Night North let out a soft bellow, followed by, a lesson will suffice. Yes. Lu Zhangyuan sheathed his sword and fiercely stepped out. Put. Su Wenxiu immediately chest depression, at least 7 or 8 broken ribs, such as a broken kite flew out backwards, mouth sprayed a blood mist, heavily hit the wall, the residual wheezing, without a year and a half, afraid of not getting out of bed. Su family people are all shocked in place. This can still be called a lesson? It is also too ruthless. These Su family members do not know, if the Western Realm Guardian Ambassador Shang Hu here has long been outraged out of hand, will be broken into pieces, how can he be allowed to humiliate the Hall Master here half a sentence? Su Wanshan helplessly sighed lightly. He knew in his heart, this has been extraordinarily merciful, if not looking at his own thin surface. Su Wenxiu which can live? Since you want to inform the Gu families so badly. Night North stopped and looked at Su Wenxiu. Call the Gu family. Xiao Bei. Su Wanshan let out a cry of surprise, vaguely guessing Night North's intentions. It's been 7 years, and this blood debt should have been repaid by his Gu family a long time ago. Night North's gaze was deep, looking up at the sky. If the frontier hadn't always been at war in the past few years, and he hadn't had time to spare to return, would he have allowed the Gu family to survive for 7 years? Su Wanshan wanted to say something. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Kid, this is your own death. Su Wenxiu struggled a few times to sit up, but the stabbing pain in his chest made him unable to move at all, and the corners of his mouth were still flowing with blood. Eldest uncle, you heard him, it was his own request to call the Gu family, so don't blame me. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone without a second thought and dialed the number. Su Wenxiu heart for a while calculating, perhaps take this opportunity, the Gu family annexed the Su family in one fell swoop, then he can rightfully be the ruler, although in the future it is to work for the Gu family, that is also better than the current everywhere being suppressed, as a second best. Chapter 5, He's a Myth. Night North. Su Jianqi let out a petulant rebuke. Do you know what you're doing? Grandpa was trying to save you back then, and the Su family has been targeted and suppressed by the Gu family at every turn for so many years. You were doing fine out there, why did you have to come back? And actually took the initiative to contact the Gu family? You are sending yourself to death, you know? Not only are you sending yourself to death, but you're also completely dragging our Su family down with you. Su Jianqi uttered her heart's resentment in one breath, believing that it was simply incomprehensible for Night North to do so. Grandpa and I waited for you for half a day in the hot sun, and this is how you repay us? That's right, what's the point of pretending here if you're not capable? Don't bother with him, when the Gu family arrives later, this guy will know how to write the word death. Hey, I just don't know if the Gu family will even clean us up when they come later. It's all this Night North. There was a lot of talk, and the sound of a car roaring could already be heard outside the door. Looking for the sound, there were enough 10 Land Rovers parked outside the manor's gate. Snap! Snap! The car door opened and dozens of black-clad bodyguards got out of the car at the same time and stood outside. A bodyguard opened the door of one of the cars. A young man around 30 years old, combing a big back of the head wearing sunglasses, slowly walked out of the car, pulling out a cigar in his mouth. Next to a bodyguard quickly covered his hand and lit it. The young man's name was Gu Zihou, the eldest grandson of Gu Changfeng, the head of the Gu family, who was quite powerful in the Gu family and had the momentum of being the head of the family. Su Wanshan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the Gu family to come so quickly, and the one who came was still Gu Zihou. Hiss. Who? Ya. Su Lao. Gu Zihou exhaled a mouthful of smoke and walked towards Su Wanshan with a six-parent pace. Walking over to Su Wanshan, he said, "Your old man is still alive? How dare you?" Su Wanshan let out a deep roar. "Your father here doesn't even dare to speak to me like this. You, a junior, actually have no manners." Yes, Elder Su taught me a lesson. Gu Zihou had a gangly look on his face, but this evening is different from the past. Calling you Su Lao is already enough to give you face. What kind of your Su family has been in the past few years, don't you know in your own heart? If it wasn't for my grandfather's consideration of years of affection, would there still be a Su family within this Jinghai? After Gu Zihou finished speaking, a mouthful of smoke was spat directly onto Su Wanshan's face. But the next second, a sudden slap directly slapped the cigar into his mouth, and the powerful inertia rushed directly down his throat and into his belly. Ow! Gu Zihou just let out a miserable scream, followed by a straight punch to the jaw, causing his mouth to slam shut. All of his teeth were shattered and splashed in all directions with bloodstains. Well. Gu Zihou covered his mouth with one hand and his stomach with the other, bouncing in place in pain. Boss! The Gu family bodyguards were shocked, swarmed up and surrounded Gu Zihou in the middle. Just now it happened in a flash of lightning. They didn't have the slightest reaction at all, not to mention they didn't expect that in this Jinghai, there would be someone who would be so bold as to move the Gu family's people. Get lost! Gu Zihou's words leaked out, fiercely peeling away the bodyguard in front of him, staring viciously at Night North, who was the one who made the move just now. Night North. Sure enough, it's you. You actually dare to come back. Gu Zihou's gaze was chilly to the core. When the Gu family's daughter was forced on, although the Gu family's strict orders to block the news, but good things do not come out of the door, bad things spread thousands of miles, or become the talk of the streets and lanes of the Beijing Sea countless, so that the entire Gu family was disgraced for 7 years. Get him for me. Gu Zihou grimaced. Dozens of bodyguards moved at the sound. Who dares? Su Wanshan let out a roar, and the Su family bodyguards blocked in front of the two. The two sides confronted each other, and Gu Zihou took the lead by covering his leaky mouth. Old undead thing, did I give you face? Since that's the case, I'll destroy your Su family together today. Give it to me. The Gu family bodyguards drew out their throwing sticks and swung on. It's over. The faces of the Su family members were like ashes. What they feared the most had still happened. Today's Su family simply didn't have the ability to compete with the Gu family. Get out! Night North let out a low sound, accompanied by an invisible pressure that instantly swept out. The surrounding trees snapped as much as they could, and dozens of Gu family bodyguards flew out backwards, filling the sky with silhouettes for a while. The Su clan's crowd were all staring at each other in disbelief, shaking back dozens of people with just one word. What kind of power was this? What kind of power is this? Woo! Martial artist. Gu Zihou was stunned in place and couldn't stop trembling. Ordinary people didn't know about martial artists, but he couldn't be clearer. Because his grandfather was a martial artist, which was the main reason why the Gu family could be ranked as the #1 family in Jinghai. Martial artists, easily breaking stones and cracking monuments, ordinary mortals are simply unbeatable. You, what are you doing? No, don't kill me. Watching Night North approach step by step, Gu Ziho was paralyzed with fear. I'm sure my parents were just as desperate that night. A stabbing pain ran through Night North's heart. Drawing his battle sword from Lu Zhongyuan's waist, he looked up to the sky with grief. No, don't kill me. Gu Ziho saw the knight in the north of the hand holding a war knife, scared face white as paper, saw the knife fall, hurriedly shouted, Don't kill me, I know where your child is. The war knife came to a screeching halt. 7 years in the military, he had never had an affair with any woman, so where was the child? Seeing the other party's disbelief, Gu Ziho hastily added, saying, That night 7 years ago, after you and that, oh no, and Gu Mori, she became pregnant, and was later expelled from the Gu family, and later gave birth to a daughter. Night North was instantly struck by lightning and froze in place. That night, he did have skin-to-skin contact with Gu Mori. On top of that, he never touched a girl in those 7 years. Where are they now? Whether it was true or not, he wanted to ask them face to face. In a flower store on Minghai Road. Seeing that there was a hope of survival, Gu Ziho hurriedly replied. As soon as the words fell, Night North's figure flickered and disappeared. Gu Ziho was panting heavily, and his clothes had long been soaked with sweat. Ah! My leg! With a miserable scream, Gu Ziho realized that he did not know when his legs had been broken in unison, his bones and flesh were visible, and his body was physically askew and fell to the ground without any force. Such a bloody scene scared the crowd of Su family ladies to cover their faces with their hands and scream. Grandpa, who the hell is this person? Actually really dared to touch the Gu family. Su Jianqi covered her eyes tightly, scared out of her wits. Su Wanshan looked in the direction where Night North had disappeared for a long time. When he comes back, that's when the Gu family will perish. Not to mention a small Gu family, even if it's the entire Jinghai, a random person beside him can easily step on it. He is a myth. Su Jianqi was shocked. Was he really as powerful as Grandpa said? Chapter 6, Save My Daughter. Jinghai, Minghai Road Heartland Flower Shop. The florist was small and a woman was busy inside the store. The woman in the store has a city-like face, with eyes as bright and deep as the watery moon. Her demeanor is astonishing, and every action is as elegant as a hidden orchid. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A rude and overbearing voice rang out abruptly, breaking the calm. 7 or 8 strong men, full of fury, rushed into the flower store and, without saying a word, dropped everything in sight. Pop! Wow! Bottles and cans were smashed, flowers were thrown all over the place, and trampled into flower mud with their feet in an unusually arrogant manner. Don't smash my flowers, my flowers. Gu Mori was in a hurry. All the expenses were counting on this flower store, but now it was all smashed. What for? A menacing voice rang out as a bald man with beads on his hands and beeswax around his neck walked in. Mother-er! Seeing the mess all over the floor, the bald man cursed and raised his feet to kick furiously at a few strong men. Aya, Master Tiger, stop fighting. Ouch. I know it's wrong, I know it's wrong. Stop fighting. A few strong men screamed and dodged. No brainers, I asked you guys to help and you trash the store, you're all tired of living. Master Tiger glared at his men with fierce triangular eyes and cursed them, and when he looked at Gu Mori, he immediately changed his face and said with a smile. I am Miss Gu, the men really don't know what they're doing, tsk. Gu Mori bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Cootie! Both know it was intentional. Master Tiger, I'll try to make money to pay you back, just please give me a way out. The voice was full of pleading and seemed particularly humble. Ms. Gu, why didn't I give you a chance to live? As long as you obey me, this could sell for quite a bit of money, and when I drain her blood and sell the organs, our account will be settled. After Gu Mori heard this, she only felt her eyes go black and almost fainted. She didn't expect the other party to be so vicious, not even sparing her own daughter. Master Tiger, I beg you, let my daughter go, I'll promise you anything you say. Gu Mori begged hysterically. Her daughter was everything to her. If she had a daughter, then she wouldn't live. Yo, why are you still crying? Master Tiger looked distressed. Earlier promised me not on, now you make me very difficult. You also see, these brothers of mine, but it is not easy to manage that. But it's okay, if this one dies, we can have a few more as you say. After saying that, Master Tiger licked his tongue and stretched out his devilish claws towards Gu Mori. Master Tiger, please, let my daughter go, I beg you. Gumori was desperate to the core. She could agree to any request from the other party as long as she could get her daughter back. But even if he said yes, would the other man be able to return his daughter? Boo! Just then, the sound of heels colliding with the body rang out, and a 200-pound strongman flew straight up and hit the wall hard. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the strongman smashed to the ground and fainted. Boo! 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 In the blink of an eye, all 7 or 8 strong men were lying on the ground with blood spurting from their mouth, not knowing if they were dead. Ah! Heartbreaking screams came out of his mouth. You wait for me, see if I don't kill you. The bloodied Tiger Master pulled out his phone. All of you come here, I'm going to be killed. Hanging up the phone, he wiped a handful of blood from his face menacingly, showing his teeth to look particularly cruel. Haha, just you wait, you kid is finished. Night North kicked up the flower pot with his foot and rammed it straight into Master Tiger's mouth. Pop! The flower pot shattered, smashing all of his mouth full of yellow teeth, and he directly fainted. The raucous noise disappeared, and Night North turned to face Gumori, staring at him with 4 eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Night North? Looking at the magnificent figure in front of her, Gumori only felt a wave of dizziness, and Night North hurriedly stepped forward to put his arms around her. Please, please, save the heart language. Gumori clutched onto Night North's collar. Who's the heart language? Night North asked hurriedly. Daughter. She's in Master Tiger's hands, there's danger. Gumori could not care about the grudge at this time, and after forcing herself to finish, she could no longer hold on and fainted. Boom! Night North was struck by lightning, and even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but tremble when he learned from Gumori that he was sure he had a daughter. I, Night North, have a daughter. Looking at the fainting Tiger Master on the ground, it was obvious that he couldn't ask anything else, and Night North's eyes were bloodshot. Destroy his entire clan. Find out for me quickly. I want my daughter's location in 1 minute. Yes. Lu Zhongyuan hurriedly took out his satellite phone and dialed the number. As the number was broadcast, hundreds of people gathered around a computer in a tall building in Jinghai, desperately tapping on the keyboard and pulling up surveillance from all over the city. Weissen anxiously paced back and forth. He, as the director of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division, just now actually received a phone call from the Central China Security Envoy LV Zhongyuan. The importance of the incident can be seen urgently. Who is this little girl's? I don't know, I've never heard of it. Hurry up and check it out, it looks like it's coming from a lot of people. Several people murmured they had never seen their chief so nervous. Hurry up and check for me. If you can't find it within a minute, get the hell out of here. Weissen yelled, if Envoy is blamed, not to mention his 1 director, his 10 directors cannot afford. Chapter 7, Death to anyone who touches my daughter. Lu Zhongyuan used all his powers. He had to find out the whereabouts of the temple master's daughter within a minute. What? The temple master's daughter has. You a tiger then, the hall master did not order since there is his reason, you rash action, in case of bad hall master thing, if the princess has a what failure, you cannot resign from the blame of all death. Eastern Realm Zhenghua Envoy Lone Defiance words instantly calmed Shang Hu down. But calm as he was, the little princess was kidnapped and her life and death were uncertain. How could he tolerate this? The anger in his heart had ignited. Shang Hu slammed his fist against the fighter. Old me is in a very bad mood. Luo Feng. I heard that a dozen or so battleships from the Eastern Kingdom have been spotted hanging around there again near Goldfish Island in your northern realm, so I'm going to exterminate them sons of ES right now. After Shang Hu finished speaking, he activated the Black Eagle fighter, full speed ahead. Sonic booms exploded in the air, targeting the waters of Goldfish Island. A private hospital on the outskirts of Jinghai. Brother Tian, I didn't expect this girl to actually have rare panda blood. A young doctor had an excited look on his face as he looked at the bundles of $100 bills in front of him. Grass. The yellow hair next to him, called Tian, slapped him across the face. Look at your lack of talent. This girl's blood is only a small head, the organs in her body are the big ones. Hurry up and be numb, the next family has been contacted, just waiting for our organs. Once the organs arrive, we can have a crazy happy tonight. On the operating bed, a girl, pale as paper and unusually weak, struggled to squint open a single eye. She is Night North's daughter, Heartland. Mom, Heartfelt is sorry that I can't be by your side. Heartfelt murmured in her heart, only 6 years old, she was extraordinarily understanding. You will eat on time from now on, and when I die, you won't have to work so hard to earn money to pay for my medical care. Dad! I have not seen you yet. You must be alive? How Heartland wishes to see you. Tears kept dripping down the corners of her eyes. Not seeing her dad was her biggest regret. Watching the scalpel come a little closer, Heartfelt slowly closed her eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the room instantly exploded. The duo shivered at the sudden noise, and the scalpel shuddered, cutting through Heartland's skin, but no blood came out. Ah! The sight inside the house made Night North lose his mind instantly. With a long roar to the sky, a fist blasted out, and Yellow Hair's head directly shattered, his brains mixed with blood splattering all over the room. The young doctor was so scared that he sat on his butt on the floor. Even as a doctor, such a bloody scene made his stomach churn and he retched on the spot. How dare you touch my Night North's daughter? Night North's eyes were wide with anger, and his war god chi was released with a roar. How could the young doctor's ordinary body withstand it? He hit the wall hard and rebounded to his knees, spraying a mouthful of blood. Dear Lord, I just drew a little of her blood, all they made me do. Where is my daughter's blood? Night North forced back the anger in his heart. The immediate priority was to hurry up and save his daughter. The young doctor knelt on the ground and couldn't stop trembling. Sold, panda blood is unusually tight. Go die. Along with the two words uttered, the young doctor once again spewed out a large mouthful of blood and slowly collapsed on the ground and stopped moving. His internal organs had all been shattered. Night North hurriedly drew the vascular needle from the side, and stuck one end on the neck of Heart Speech's hand, and one end on top of his own artery. Hall Master! Lu Zhongyuan was startled. Night North had no time to care, looking at the blood in his veins slowly flowing into his daughter. Just now, I heard the young doctor say that her daughter is a rare panda blood, which is the same as her own blood type, and this is her Night North's daughter. Really like. Night North gazed into his arms, a rare smile on his face. After 10 minutes had passed, Heartfelt slowly opened her eyes. Dad, is that you? Heartfelt's weak voice came. She had fallen asleep countless times cradling her dad's picture. His likeness had long been ingrained in her mind. It's me, Heartland, it's Daddy. Night North wept with joy. It's really Daddy, I'm not dreaming, am I? Heartfelt struggled to raise his hand. Night North gently held his daughter's hand and brought it to his face. Wow, I'm not dreaming, yeah, it's really Daddy. Ahem. Feeling the temperature in her hands, Heartfelt shouted in delight. But she had lost too much blood and her body was too weak, so she coughed violently twice and fainted again. Heart language! Night North exclaimed, followed by holding his breath and luck, accelerating the flow of blood vessels. Hall Master! Lu Zhongyuan was anxious. According to his estimation, the Hall Master had already been transfused with 2,000 milliliters of blood at this point. How can the Night North not know? The heart is even more heartbreaking. This gang of scum, this is to draw all the blood of the daughter. Zhongyuan, find out for me. I'll let this group of people know what happens when they mess with my Night North's wife and children. Night North's tone was unusually calm. Yes. LV Zhongyuan was shaken. The calmer the tone of the Hall Master was, the more it meant that the Hall Master was really angered. This Kyukai sky, it's going to collapse. As time passed by, Night North's face gradually paled. He couldn't give himself luck to heal his wounds because the true chi would flow through his veins into his daughter's body, and her young body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Heart language. Gumori stumbled in and jumped to her daughter's side at once, crying and shouting non-stop. It's fine, don't worry, Xinyue is just temporarily unconscious from blood loss, she'll wake up in a while. Night North comforted. Looking at her daughter, who was still in a coma, Gumori covered her face and cried bitterly. Mizgu, I'm sorry that this apology came too late. From now on, all the harm you and your daughter have suffered in these 7 years, I, Night North, will double the compensation. Night North's gaze was sincere, and tears flashed vaguely in his eyes. After that night, he didn't expect Gumori to get pregnant, much less give birth to a daughter. Unmarried pregnancy, how much pressure would this bring to this mother and daughter in society, not to mention that Gumori was originally the daughter of the Gu family, and these big families pay more attention to face. He owed this mother and daughter so much. No need. Gumori's tone was cold to the core. You saved my daughter, so we're even. From now on, you're you, I'm me, we don't owe each other anything. Night North just wanted to say something, only to feel a wave of dizziness. Hastily biting the tip of his tongue hard, a wave of blood filled his mouth, which stabilized his body. It was only then that Gumori saw that their blood vessels were connected, and the blood was flowing bit by bit into her daughter's body. her heart was complicated. She hated the man in front of her. Hated him for destroying her innocence and ruining her life. And this man, whom she hated with a passion, was at that moment disregarding his own life and drawing his own blood to save her daughter. She had forgotten for a moment that the heart language, too, was his Night North's daughter, the daughter they shared. "Mom!" A weak voice came from the heart, and the heart language slowly opened his eyes. "Shinhwa, how are you doing?" Gumori asked hurriedly. Heart language feels much better, Mom, Dad is back. Heartfelt pointed at Night North with a sweet smile on her face. Gumori was stunned, her face suddenly chilled, and without a second thought, she snatched her daughter from Night North's arms and hugged her tightly in her arms. Heartfelt, he's not your dad, Dad's dead. Mommy lied, I've seen pictures of Daddy at home, he's Daddy. Sinyu cried out, her young age couldn't understand the grudges and feuds between adults. Sinyu, good boy, your body is still weak right now, Mom will take you to the hospital. Gumori held her daughter and got up towards the door. Mom, will Dad go? Heartfelt looked at Night North with reluctance in her eyes. Gumori was silent. Don't worry, Heartfelt, of course Daddy will be there, now you be good and listen to Mommy, Daddy will be there for you later. When Sinyu heard Night North say this, she then happily snuggled into her mom's arms and fell into a sweet sleep. Looking at the departing backs of the mother and daughter, so lonely and thin, Night North felt even more guilty. He understood Gumori's feelings at this time, and the 7-year-long injury could not be dissolved in a moment. Now he had only to make amends, double amends. Chapter 8, the Night family comes to celebrate their birthday. Inside a dilapidated manor, a lonely wind was blowing. Night North stood in the courtyard and stood for a long time. This is the old Night family mansion, but also the place where he lived with his parents back then. When the Night family was tragically destroyed, this place became what others call a murder house, and no one dared to buy it. Now that 7 years had passed, the large courtyard was in disrepair everywhere, and Night North's heart grew sadder and sadder. He is the hallowed lord of the punishing god palace, he can protect millions of Chinese territories and hundreds of millions of people, but he can't protect his parents. Wife and daughter were also almost persecuted. Hall Master. Lu Zhongyuan stood behind him, his eyes red on his rigid face. Checked it out? Without looking back, Night North gently stroked a pomegranate tree, which he had planted with his father. Yes. Lu Zhongyuan's fists were clenched tightly, his body couldn't suppress the slight trembling due to his anger, his body burst out a shocking murderous aura, and the surrounding trees were windless, and the leaves fell off. Night North was a little lost in thought as he looked at the falling leaves. Lu Zhongyuan was the most calm and collected in body nature among the 5 war gods, which was the reason why Night North had left him behind. At this time has always been calm Lu Zhongyuan but cannot control the release of the murderous spirit, good thing no one around, or else within a few hundred meters, has been a dead body everywhere. According to LV Zhongyuan's investigation, when the Night North drank pills but was framed, and the person who drugged him never thought was actually his own pro-uncle Sun Zhengming. Night North adult banquet that night, Night North father announced that he wanted to hand over the company to Night North management, and Night North's uncle is the company's vice president. The heart was jealous, in order to compete for the company, out of this trick. But what he couldn't control was that the Gu family was thunderstruck, but they went out to exterminate the Night North family. Gumori's family was also disliked by the Gu family to the extreme, believing that Gumori had brought shame to the entire Gu family, and the family of 3 was directly expelled from the house. When Gumori found out she was pregnant, she couldn't bear to abort the baby and gave birth to her daughter, Sinyu. This further enraged the Gu family, ordering that no company in the whole of Jinghai should receive the 3, leaving them to fend for themselves. Gumori only opened a small florist store to barely make ends meet, but did not expect the daughter was 3 years old when she was found to have a heart attack, and need to spend a lot of money every year to maintain, and wait for the age of 10 years old before the operation. Gumori had looked back to her family for help countless times and was directly scolded back. Gumori had no choice but to ask Master Tiger for a loan shark in order to save his daughter. The Gu family. What a Gu family! Night North's gaze erupted with 2 chilling lights. Your Highness, tomorrow night is the birthday banquet of Gu Changfeng, the head of the Gu family. My subordinate will bring people to kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Lu Zhongyuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Night North waved his hand. I will personally avenge my parents' death. The downtown area of Jinghai, which is bustling with traffic, is the CBD center of Jinghai. Only 1 street away, an area of more than 100 acres, tens of thousands of square feet of a manor house looks exceptionally majestic, parks, swimming pools, golf courses and everything, and the surrounding high-rise buildings in stark contrast. This is the residence of the Gu family, the #1 family in Beijing. At this time, the entrance to the manor is crowded with luxury cars, usually not seen in the global limited edition models can be seen everywhere.
Has Zhou made the arrangements?
Gu Changfeng was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, in his flowery years but without a trace of old age, his straight body was overbearing.
Yes, my lord, it has been settled and is being held in the room. The butler replied back.
Gu Changfeng's eyes were chilly, his own eldest grandson had his legs cut off by Night North, and in his anger, this was simply a strange shame for the Gu family. It was his birthday today, and nothing could be said to let outsiders know about it.
The general manager of Shida Trading has arrived to deliver a golden Buddha. The president of the Lingyun Group has arrived, presenting a Tang Dynasty Tang Sankai.
The president of Hong's Group has arrived, presenting a copy of Zhang Daqian's Jia Lin. Come to congratulate people. Gifts are expensive. No low 10 million, visible Gu family in the Beijing Sea Power.
Master, lend me 100,000, 50,000 will do, I really have no choice.
Gu Changfeng was sitting high up in the middle of the hall, just about to straighten his clothes and prepare to get up to greet him. When he heard the voice, his face instantly sank.
What are you doing here?
Who let her in? Kick her out. 2 bodyguards came quickly, picked up the woman and dragged her toward the door. Master, Xin Yue is ill and in urgent need of treatment. For the sake of her also being a descendant of the Gu family, please, save her.
Wang Huizhi cried out. She was Gu Mori's mother and Xin Yu's grandmother.
She had come to the Gu family countless times to seek help and had been rejected, thinking that it should be easier to take advantage of Gu Changfeng's birthday, but she didn't expect the other party to remain so desperate. Yo, second sister-in-law, there's no such thing as you. On the master's birthday, everyone else comes to give things away, but you're so good that you've actually come to ask for money.
A Gu family woman sneered and mocked.
That's right, if your family isn't ashamed, we're still ashamed, and you actually have the face to come.
Get your ass back in there and don't spoil our fun. The Gu family's crowd was filled with disgust.
Humph. You have been expelled from the family and removed from the family tree, and that sinful seed is naturally not a member of the Gu family. I'm warning you for the last time, don't come back to my place, or don't blame me for being merciless, blow me out. Gu Changfeng straightened his clothes and walked out without even looking at Wang Huizhi. At the entrance to the courtyard, there was a steady stream of people coming to congratulate him.
The Knight family has delivered a Maybach. What does this read? Oh, a Maybach Uranus.
The butler shouted. As the sound fell, a brand new Maybach parked in front of Gu's house.
What? Maybach Uranus?
A noble youth exclaimed.
What's wrong? Not just a Maybach.
The girl beside her snickered. She comes from a wealthy family, her family has countless luxury cars, Maybach naturally not lack of them.
The aristocratic youth gulped and said excitedly, what do you know, the Maybach Uranus is no ordinary car.
Maybach Uranus is translated as Uranus, only one limited edition in the world. I heard that it is specially built for one person. It is definitely a status symbol.
No amount of money can buy it. What? Who is this? I can't believe I'm giving away something so expensive.
The girl was shocked. I just heard the butler shouting like what?
Knight family? The Knight family.
The two of them exclaimed at the same time. There was only one Knight family within the Jinghai, and that was the Knight North family that was tragically exterminated 7 years ago. Not only the two of them, but the people around them were also talking and looking towards the door. To the puzzlement of the crowd, a large excavator slowly approached, extending its large arm across the fence to dig a large hole in the property. Immediately afterward, to add to the crowd's shock, the digger scooped up the Maybach and threw it into the pit.
Everyone was shocked. This is which loser, this car do not send me ah.
The youth pounded his chest and lamented, whoever owns this one and only car in the world, it is not something that can be measured with money. The Gu family members also sensed the abnormality, and a country-faced middle-aged man stepped to the doorway, his grim eyes looking around.
Who dares to make trouble? He was Gu Baosong, the second-generation ruler of the Gu family, and he was the one who had more authority in the Gu family besides the family head, Gu Changfeng. Seeing that no one responded, Gu Baosong picked up the gift book register. The Knight family. Chapter 9, This is your coffin. Looks like it's the bereaved one coming. I didn't go looking for him, and he came forward. Gu Baosong's face was gloomy. His own son had his legs chopped off by Night North. He had wanted to wait for his father's birthday banquet to end before he went to settle the matter, but this saved him a lot of trouble. I wonder if this gift is satisfactory to your Gu family. Outside the crowd, Night North slowly appeared, and the crowd instinctively made way. This is that son of the Knight family? Seeing the visitor, one person exclaimed in shock. That's right, it's him. I heard that night 7 years ago, he forced himself on the Gu family's daughter, and the Gu family exterminated his entire family? Hush. Don't want to die, talking about this matter in front of the Gu family. The crowd stirred and the people whispered. How dare you come back? A junior member of the Gu family pointed at Night North and cursed. There was no one in the Gu family who didn't hate Night North. Pop. As soon as the words fell, a loud slap, this junior was directly slapped several meters, blood spurted straight from his mouth, and he fell heavily on the ground and stopped moving. Is this how the Gu family, the #1 family in the capital C, welcomes guests? Night North wiped the blood stains from his hands. The corners of Gu Baosong's eyes twitched, forcing his heart to hold back his anger. There are many guests, if you make a move at this time, if you spread the word, it will inevitably fall into people's mouths. Since you're here, then you're a guest, please. Gu Baosong sidestepped to welcome him, sneering in his heart, as long as you, Night North, dare to step through the door of the Gu family, then you won't be able to walk out again. Gu Baosong let go, and no one in the Gu family stopped them. Night North stepped forward with faith, each step steady and powerful. It had been 7 years, and today the God Execution War King returned, only for revenge. Parents' blood feud. Night family Night North, come to congratulate us. Walking to the entrance of the hall, Gu Baosong deliberately let out a shout. One was to give a heads up inside, and the other was to let the visiting guests see how his Gu family, as the #1 family in the capital C, was a sea of acceptance. Night North must die tonight, at least on the surface. There was instant silence within the originally lively hall. Inside the hall were the Gu family's direct lineage and important guests, and generally visiting guests went directly to the banquet hall to wait. Night North's 7-foot body stepped in broadly. The crowd's eyes rolled back in unison as they looked toward the door. No one can believe that the Night North was hunted down like a lost dog back then, and was nowhere to be found these 7 years, but today he actually took the initiative to come to the door. Isn't this looking for death? Night North. How dare you take the initiative to deliver? A Gu family direct descendant was the first to speak. Night North, hands bent back, will not pay attention to, proudly stood up, eyes locked straight above the high seat Gu Changfeng. It had been 7 years, and Night North could never forget that night, when his parents had stalked Gu Changfeng to death. When Night North drew back to escape and glanced back, it was the scene where Gu Changfeng slapped his parents with both palms. Parents, blood flowing from the corners of the mouth, no longer able to cry out, for hands but tightly holding each other's legs, forced the last breath, gave the Night and the North of the mouth a fast go. For the birthday of the Gu family lord, there's no reason for my Night family not to come. Night North collected his thoughts and smiled frankly, his demeanor polite. Only the Gu family knew how much hatred was hidden behind that smile. I just don't know if the Gu family master likes this gift I'm giving. When Night North's words fell, a butler leaned over and explained in Gu Changfeng's ear, and the people in the hall still didn't know what kind of gift Night North had actually sent. Night North, if you're giving away a car, why are you digging a pit to put it in? One of the Gu family's first-generation juniors heard what the butler said and didn't know what Night North was trying to do. Night North raised his sword eyebrow and said blandly, thousands of years of Chinese culture has emphasized an earthly life, how can we enter the earth without digging a pit? I don't have the effort to order a coffin, this car, let it be the coffin of the Gu family head. The hall was instantly in an uproar. Night North, you've got big guts, come on, take them down for me. One of the first family members waved his big hand. The surrounding bodyguards quickly shot out, but when they were 5 steps away from Night North, they couldn't get 1 step closer, as if they were blocked by a layer of gas. Immediately after, several bodyguards only felt a rebound force instantly erupt. But one by one, they spat blood from their mouths and flew out backwards. The people of the Gu family were shocked, they simply could not imagine that the Night North who had fled like a lost dog back then was now this strong. Gu Changfeng stared grimly at Night Bei. He had heard from Changsun that Night Bei was a martial artist. He originally didn't believe it, but it seemed that what he had been told was not false. But even if Night North was a martial artist, he, Gu Changfeng, didn't care in the slightest. He was a martial artist himself, and there were martial artists within some of the major families in the Jinghai. And he had already reached the level of a level 9 martial artist. Ordinary martial artists were no match at all. This was the capital of his Gu family to sit at the top of the first family. Since you took the initiative to seek death, then don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Changfeng's true chi condensed into his palm and he sent it out. This palm, he used 10% of his strength, obviously wanted to kill Night North with one move. The banquet was about to start, there was no extra time to waste. The palm energy was like an arrow off the string, arriving in the blink of an eye. The Night North stood firm. There were already people around who laughed coldly. They knew the power of their own family head in their eyes. With this palm, Night Bay was simply unable to fight and would surely die. But just as the palm energy was about to strike Night North, it was easily blocked by one person. Elder Gu invited me, Wei, just to see this? Wei Sen, who had a stubble beard, had an angry face. Wei Sen, as the director of the Capital C Inspection Division, had the authority to deal with major and difficult cases in the entire Capital C, and manage all the martial artists within the Capital C. When a martial artist strikes, ordinary people are either killed or injured, and the division has a clear commandment that whenever a martial artist strikes and injures ordinary people, the members of the division have the right to put them on the spot. Wei, Director Wei. Gu Changfeng was horrified and hurriedly bent down to arch his hand. The inspection division is filled with martial artists, and the power is not comparable to that of a family. The precepts of the inspection division Gu Lao wouldn't be unaware of it. Wei Sin was already enraged. He had just been transferred to the Capital C for less than half a year, and this Gu Changfeng had violated the commandment and attacked someone, clearly not taking the inspection division seriously. I know, it's just that this person insulted my Gu family's juniors back then, and now he's speaking out of turn, so I couldn't stand it anymore, so I stepped in to teach him a lesson. Gu Changfeng cold sweat, offended the patrol division, not to mention the first family, his 10 families, also cannot protect. And he's not very human, he's also a martial artist. Gu Changfeng added. In order to improve the martial arts between the martial artists, there are often sparring, although not legal, but not create any consequences. The division also turned a blind eye. Oh? Wei Sin sniffed and showed a hint of surprise. Can become a martial artist is not an easy task, need to have innate genes, coupled with the latter part of the work constantly practicing, without 30 to 50 years, difficult to become a climate. And the person in front of me is already a martial artist at a young age? This old man Gu is also the head of the family. Why does he lie with his mouth open, not afraid of being laughed at? Chapter 10, There's no injustice in destroying your entire family. Although Wei Sin was the head of the inspection division, he didn't recognize Night North's appearance, and his level was still far from the level of the Hall Master. I say Gu Lao, do you think I, Wei, have never seen the world? Whoever wants to be a martial artist can become one? When you were his age, let alone a martial artist, you weren't even a martial apprentice, were you not? If it wasn't for your large family and getting a copy of the Kung Fu, I think you would still be stagnating on martial apprentice right now. Wei Sin laughed coldly. This was a ridiculous excuse in order to mitigate his sins. Gu Changfeng was dumbfounded. He also secretly wondered at this moment. Night North was still flat as usual when he was 18 years old at the adult banquet back then. How come 7 years had not been seen, and this came back to be a martial artist already? If Night North was a martial artist back then, Gu Changfeng wouldn't have dared to exterminate the Night family. A martial artist, that was a symbol of power and status, a target that every great family fought for. Some clans that did not have martial arts genes of their own would pay heavily to hire martial arts practitioners as offerings to maintain the status of the clan. It's my turn to strike. Night North's death-like voice suddenly came out, and with one hand transforming into a palm, he wanted to slash down. Night North's sudden sentence made Wei Sin surprised. Could this person really be a martial artist? But even if he was a martial artist, he could never be Gu Changfeng's opponent. Turned surprised into anger, this in their face on the hands, also too do not put the patrol division in the eyes. Unbridled. Wei Sin roared, rushed up, left hand out to block, right hand a fist blast. This fist, full of force, ready to put him on the ground. Gu Changfeng was overjoyed when he saw the scene in front of him. This Wei Sin is an expert who has broken through to the level of a martial artist and entered the level of a martial artist. If he is out, then the Night North will die on the spot, and also save their own hands to fall into the mouth of others. Just as the fist was about to strike in front of Night North, an invisible pressure shook out. Wei Sen's face changed drastically, his entire body flew up in the air uncontrollably and hit the wall heavily. The blood in his entire body instantly flowed backward, followed by a mouthful of fresh blood. War. Warlord. Wei Sen's eyes were covered in panic. As a martial exalt, he knew how powerful a war god level powerhouse was. When the god of war strikes, no one can live. This other party obviously showed mercy, otherwise, just now the pressure of his own would have long ago cracked his organs and died. How could Wei Sin know that 3 years ago, Night North had already broken through the bottleneck of the war god and was honored to be promoted to war king? If not, the 7-star war god of the Philippines that year would not have been able to shock the world with a single decapitation. Night North returned that day. This is the day of the coronation of the king. The Night North, since it does not care about these titles, sealing the return. The first to kill the person is this Gu Changfeng, with his blood, in order to sacrifice the parents in heaven. The Gu family's many juniors were shocked. They didn't know what a god of war meant and how powerful it was. Rather, they felt that Knight Bey was completely insane, actually daring to hit even the people from the Division of Inspection, or the director of the Division of Inspection. This Knight Bey had offended the Division of Inspection, and was already no different from a dead man. One is still there, gloating. God of War. Ha! Gu Changfeng sat paralyzed in the middle of the hall, giggling like a maniac. Ordinary people don't know he is a martial artist, since he understands that the God of War, that is the existence of the tip of the pyramid among martial artists. The war god alone could easily exterminate tens of thousands of martial artists. If he had made a mistake back then and allowed Knight North and his granddaughter to consummate their marriage due to that incident, a granddaughter-in-law at the level of a war god, then his Gu family would be above all families and become the top of the whole of China. He regretted destroying the Knight family back then and regretted letting Knight North go. If Knight North hadn't been hunted down and fled to the frontier back then, he wouldn't have accomplished a generation of war kings. Who could have predicted that? When you killed my parents, the people of the Gu family were all present, but no one came forward to stop them, and they were indeed accomplices. Today, there is no injustice in my exterminating your entire family. Knight North's hand blade swung down violently. No! Gu Changfeng's eyes glared round, his eyeballs protruding outward. He knew he was bound to die today, but he didn't expect that Knight North would want to exterminate his entire clan. The head and body slowly split, and finally rolled to the ground with a thud, his expression still retaining the horror of death. Ah! The Gu family screamed in fear, and some of the timid ones even peed their pants. Zhang Yuan! Knight North drank coldly. Zhang Yuan is here. LV Zhang Yuan mysteriously appeared like a ghost, arching his hand in response. He had been in the vicinity and knew that the hall master was dealing with a personal vendetta, and he wouldn't show himself without an order from the hall master. LV and Gua envoy. Wei Xin was terrified, the 5 war gods he recognized. Especially Central China and Gua envoy LV Zhongyuan, direct jurisdiction of the entire Central China 6 provinces 68 cities patrol division, so if you count, he is also considered LV and Gua envoy soldiers. The 5 war gods are located in the top of China like the existence of a person who can make them bow down to only one person, is it? Wei Xin sucked in a breath of cool air and had a heart palpitation. Gu Changfeng's corpse was thrown into the river. Gu family members were exiled to the north border as beggars. If anyone dared to escape, they were killed on the spot. Letting people from the Gu family, a large family, also taste what it was like to be homeless, not to mention the northern border suffering lands, was far more cruel than killing them. Subordinate receives orders. With a wave of LV Zhongyuan's hand, hundreds of black-clothed generals poured in from outside the courtyard. Only then did the guests notice the abnormality, and did not dare to stay for the slightest bit to leave one after another, for fear of getting into trouble. Where is Uncle going? Knight North's gaze swept towards the crowd seemingly unintentionally. One person in the panicked crowd stopped suddenly. It took a few seconds before he slowly turned around and looked at each other in all directions. Sun Zhangming was terrified inwardly. He had seen the scene in the hall just now. This nephew of his had long been different. Even Gu Changfeng could be easily killed. Aya, it's really you, Xiao Bei. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Where have you been these years? Uncle looked for you everywhere. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell Uncle, so Uncle could receive you and treat you to a meal? Sun Zhangming pretended as if nothing had happened and was the first to speak. Knight North laughed coldly in his heart and said, "How did Uncle appear here? Could it be to give a gift to the person who killed your sister for her birthday?" A hint of panic flashed in Sun Zhengming's eyes as he hurriedly said, "How could that be? I was just passing by. This old Gu family thief, I've wanted to kill him for a long time, but unfortunately, the Gu family is too powerful, and Uncle can't do anything about it." Hearing the other party say this, Knight North's gaze was cold and his killing intent intensified. According to LV Zhongyuan's investigation, after his parents were killed, this uncle clung to the Gu family's thighs. With the power of the Gu family, the past few years have been quite good, and the annual tribute to the Gu family is as much as $10 million. This time, on the birthday of the Gu family head, he even spent a lot of money to invite a Buddha-light relic. Seeing his nephew's eyes show killing intent, Sun Zhengming cold sweat, said, "Xiao Bei has not eaten it. Let's go home to eat. I let your aunt to fry a few specialties for you. We masters drink a cup, your aunt but in my ears countless times chanting want you it." In order to get out of it, Sun Zhengming only played the emotional card, hoping that his nephew will look at the sake of being a relative and spare himself. In the past few years he has been mixing like a fish in water in the business world, all because of a 3-inch tongue. Mouth kung fu was really good. Dinner? Ha! Knight North laughed coldly. "In case Uncle puts any more drugs in my drink, then nephew I'll make another mistake."
Sun Zhengming's heart thumped, forced himself to calm down and squeezed out a smile. Xiaobei, what are you talking about? I'm your own uncle. How could I possibly drug you or something like that, you child? Ned will make nonsense jokes. Night North smiled lightly on his face, but his heart ached like a knife. If it was someone else, Night North would have directly raised his hand. But the man in front of him was his own uncle. But it was this own uncle who, for the sake of profit, actually drugged himself, killing his parents and his own sister and brother-in-law. Someone so dear to him, he, surprisingly, had laid his hands on him. Yes, how could a pro-uncle poison his own?
Hallmaster, let's leave this person to our subordinates to dispose of. Lu Zhongyuan stood behind him, arching his hand inquiringly. He knew that Sun Zhengming was the temple master's own uncle, and the temple master must be in so much pain inside that he couldn't do anything about it. No need. Let him kneel here in repentance. No one shall save him, and violators shall be killed without pardon. Until his flesh and bones rot and he is ashes. After saying that, Night North left in large strides without looking back, leaving Sun Zhengming to beg for mercy and cry behind him. Chapter 11, Without surgery, you won't live for 3 days. A public hospital in Jinghai City. Gumori was anxious, and her daughter was already in a coma with a high fever at this time. After a female doctor finished her examination, she frowned with a furious expression and said, "Your daughter has a natural heart condition, don't you know that as a mother? To actually let her suffer such a serious injury." Gumori clenched her lips and didn't reply, tears instantly slipping down her face. How could she not know that her daughter had a heart condition, and she has always blamed herself for not giving her daughter a healthy body. Now her daughter suffered such a great injury, she has a mother's remorse, if not for his timely rescue, her daughter at this time I am afraid. Hurry up and check in, your daughter needs surgery urgently. The doctor spoke coldly. When Gumori heard that she needed surgery, she hurriedly returned, but my daughter can't be operated on until after she's 10 years old. My daughter was too young to bear the trauma of surgery and needed to be 10 years old before she could be operated on, which was the conclusion given by countless hospitals. That's fine, you wait until the child is 10 years old before you operate. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned around and left, turning back as he walked to the door and said coldly, in your daughter's current condition, not to mention being 10 years old, she won't even survive for 3 days. Buzz. When Gumori heard that her daughter could not live more than 3 days, she only felt that the sky was spinning, and she hurriedly held onto the wall next to her so that she did not fall down. Doctor, please, please, please save my daughter. Gumori rushed forward, grabbing the doctor's coat, crying. For so many years, she has fallen from a 1,000-year-old lady to this, she has never complained or regretted, the thought of having a daughter heart language, the heart will surge infinite motivation, no matter how hard and tired, everything is happy. Heartland is all she lives for. Oops, didn't I say that? The doctor looked disgusted and yanked his hand off his coat with force. The only way to keep your daughter alive is to operate immediately. Good, surgery, surgery. Gumori wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. As long as her daughter could be safe, she couldn't care too much. The doctor took out a slip from his pocket and wrote a few words with a swish, go pay the bill. $100,000. Looking at the number on the slip, Gumori Lee was dumbfounded. What? The female doctor rolled her eyes in disdain, 100,000 more? This is only the initial budget contribution, there will definitely be additional costs later on, heart surgery is not a small operation. Upon hearing that there were additional costs, Gumori's tears welled up again. In the past, when she was a young lady, this amount of money was only the cost of one of her dresses. In the past few years, she took her daughter to see all the big and small hospitals, the meager savings have long been spent, in order to give her daughter to see the doctor, only from Master Tiger that borrowed usurious loans. Doctor, I'll think of a way to get the money as soon as possible, can you arrange for my daughter's surgery first? Gumori begged. What a joke! The female doctor had a look of disgust on her face. Do you think the hospital is a charity organization? If you don't have money, then hurry up and go home. Hospitals have such patients every day who cannot afford to pay their bills, and it is their service to pay before seeing a doctor. Doctor, please, I'll find a way for the money. Gumori begged bitterly. Okay, I don't have time to nag you, I still have so many patients to see. If you have money, then see the patients, if you don't have money, then hurry back. After saying that, he turned around and left in big strides. Looking at the doctors departing back, Gumori Lee knelt on the ground and lost her voice. In the corridors, the faces of the passing doctors were all indifferent, this kind of thing is staged every day in the hospital, they have long been accustomed to it. At this time, Wang Huizhi rushed over and saw her daughter kneeling on the ground and crying in pain. She hurriedly went forward to help her up. "Morili, what's wrong?" "Mom!" Seeing her mother, Gumoli cried, "Shinin urgently needs surgery, but the surgery costs 100,000 yuan. Ooh. Wang Huizhi's heart snapped. The 100,000 figure could be considered astronomical for them. Since the three of them were expelled from the Gu family, they had lived in considerable poverty. The Gu family ordered that all business units were not allowed to give these three people jobs, leaving them to fend for themselves. So, no one dared to take them in. In order to make ends meet, Gumori has only opened a small flower store by herself to eke out a living. Her mother, Wang Huizhi, works as a dishwasher in a small restaurant, while her father, Gu Hai, finds a job as a security guard. The Gu family didn't bother to ask about these jobs at the lowest level of society. The three of them were barely getting by on their meager income until Heartland found out about her illness, adding to the already strained life. All the money was used up, and it was not enough to make ends meet. "I've also been to the Gu family, that old thing is really desperate." Wang Huizhi shook her head helplessly. No matter how hard she begged that day, she was still mercilessly blasted out. After contemplating for a long time, Gu Emoli looked at her daughter who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, and got up to walk outside. "Morili, where are you going?" Wang Huizhi looked at her daughter's swaying figure with a worried face. "Selling a flower store." Gumori's gaze froze. "What?" Wang Huizhi let out a cry of shock. The florist store is her daughter's labor of love and her only source of income. If she sells the store, how will she and Shinin survive in the future? Gumori cannot know, but right now, her daughter is in urgent need of surgical expenses. In addition to selling the flower store, there is indeed no other way. We all know that Wang Tianhao is a famous young master with a huge family fortune. At this time, a bodyguard walked up to Wang Tianhao and whispered something with his ear. Wang Tianhao's eyes lit up as he let out a cold laugh. "Let her in." Chapter 12, You Alone. The door to the box slowly opened. Gumori was stunned by the scene inside and stood in the doorway hesitantly, not daring to enter. KTV she had naturally been to, but only to sing with her girlfriends, which would have thought that there could be such a scene. Wang Tianhao was a famous playboy rich second generation. His father Wang Yaoxiang is the president of the famous Honda Group. Half of the city's real estate are built by him. The value ranked within the top 10 in the Beijing Sea. The former Gu family head of the family see him is also afraid of 3 times. Gumori cannot know, this Wang Tianhao relying on his father's money, and scrupulous and reckless, buy him with money under the body of the girl not 1,000 also have hundreds, full of lecherous stick A. But now, she really had no other way. Before Wang Tianhao had said that he wanted to buy his flower store, if not, she would never contact such a person halfway. But when I think of my daughter's child hospital waiting for money to save her life, I gritted my teeth and walked in. Miss Gu came to find me. What's the matter? Wang Tianhao put down the girl in his arms, straightened his clothes, and squeezed out a decent smile. I. Gumori Li clenched her lips, too shy to speak. Has Miss Gu encountered any difficulties? As long as I, Wang, can help, I will definitely help. Come on, sit down and talk. Wang Tianhao patted the seat beside him. Gumoli sat down at a slightly farther distance, and Wang Tianhao didn't think anything of it, saying to the little brother beside him, "Why don't you hurry up and go get Miss Gu a glass of water?" This little brother understood and turned to leave. You all go out too. Wang Tianhao said, pulling out several piles of red tickets and casually throwing them on the coffee table. Divide them among yourselves and hurry up. Thank you, Mr. Wang. A group of girls took the money and chanted in unison. They like this kind of rich young man the most, generous, one night earns 5 times as much as usual. At this time, Wang Tianhao's mind is all over Gumori, by him toying with a few girls, although Gumori was expelled from the Gu family, can be before after all, is a 1,000-year-old girl, this kind of missy, he has not tried. Miss Gu, drink a glass of water first. Wang Tianhao took the cup of water in his junior's hands and handed it to Gumori. Gumori did not take it. Water from strangers, she naturally wouldn't easily go and drink it, especially from someone like Wang Tianhao. Seeing this, Wang Tianhao slowly put down the teacup in his hand. It seems that Miss Gu has some misunderstanding about me. With that, he droned to the little brother beside him, Go, bring over a new bottle of pure water. The little brother sniffed and turned away. Look at you sweating, if anything happens, just give me a call. Wang Tianhao said, pulling out a tissue and wanting to wipe it for him. Gumori was like a startled bird, rising violently. The business card given by Wang Tianhao before she directly threw it into the trash, where there is still a phone. Mr. Wang, you said you wanted to buy my flower store before, do you still want it now? Gu Mo left his mouth to ask. Hey, I thought it was much of a big deal, I'll acquire it anytime if you want to sell it. Wang Tianhao said in an atmospheric tone, followed by, what kind of difficult thing has Miss Gu encountered? Tell me, perhaps I can help you. Thank you, I've been very grateful to acquire my flower store. Gu Mori secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, her daughter's operation fee is finally settled. At that moment, a junior walked over, an extra bottle of pure water in his hand, and put it on the coffee table. Ms. Gu, drink some water, it's brand new and unopened, now you can feel relieved. Aya, I'm actually very nice, it's just that those people in the outside world are deliberately creating rumors. As you know, there's a lot of right and wrong in people, and those people are just jealous that I have a bit of money. Only yesterday, I just sent $1 million to the children in the remote mountains to build a school. Wang Tianhao said, picking up the pure water and handing it over. Gu Mori took it with one hand and realized that it was indeed unopened. This way to inquire, only to inquire that Wang Tianhao is here, really unusually thirsty, unscrewed the bottle cap, drank a few mouthfuls. Looking at Gu Mori drink, Wang Tianhao heart steal joy, this water is added a lot of ecstasy, drug properties he is very clear, enough for him to play a night. Let's talk about the acquisition. Wang Tianhao changed his face and relit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa and crossing his legs. At this time, Gu Mori was already within his reach in his eyes, and now there was nothing to do but wait for the medicine to take effect. There are quite a few flowers in the flower store, and 3 years' rent, plus other things worth about $180,000, and I'll organize the list. 200,000. Wang Tianhao interrupted Gu Mori with a direct word. No, Mr. Wang, 180,000 will do. Before he finished his words, he was stopped by Wang Tianhao reaching out his hand. Ms. Gu, I have plenty of money, and I've thrown out more than that in tips in a night. In my case, anything that money can solve is not a matter, I guess Ms. Gu is in some kind of trouble, can you tell me about it? No, nothing. Gu Mori held her forehead lightly with one hand, feeling slightly dazed in consciousness. The corner of Wang Tianhao's mouth rose slightly and he smiled coldly, knowing that the medicine had slowly started to kick in. If Ms. Gu needed money, why would she need to sell her flower store? The words fell out of his mouth and he pulled out his wallet, casually pulling out a bank card. In this card, there's $1 million, maybe two, I can't remember, all you have to do is be good and make me comfortable, the money, it's all yours. Saying that, he extended his hand towards Gu Mori's arm. Gu Mori hurriedly dodged backwards to avoid it. Hearing the other party's words, how could she not be clear about what they meant? The instant humiliation made her unable to stop herself from trembling, tears fighting desperately in her eyes. Indignantly, he turned and prepared to leave. Since Ms. Gu is not giving me Wang Mao face like this, I will need to reconsider the acquisition. Wang Tianhao leaned on the sofa with a deep drink. In the past, girls with money were easy to get, but Gu Mori was naturally different, which made him rise up with a great desire to conquer. Waiting a little longer, if the drug kicked in, that kind of was passive and tasteless compared to actively throwing yourself at it. This sentence, let Gu Moli stop, her daughter is still waiting for money to save her life but where there is another way, she will not do the move to sell the flower store, not to mention that she will not come to him Wang Tianhao. Shameless. The two words were uttered, and Gu Mori walked toward the gate in anger. A junior brother in the distance directly blocked the way and pushed Gu Mori onto the sofa. Why bother? You've come and you want to leave? How can it be so easy? Wang Tianhao licked his tongue around his lips and couldn't wait to reach out to undo Gu Mori's clothes. Off! Gu Mori struggled, and her strength was not as strong as Wang Tianhao's. Between the tears, a button on the collar was torn open, instantly revealing a piece of snow white. Wang Tianhao swallowed his saliva. Gu Mori's posture in the eyes of the Beijing Sea, that is a great face, coupled with the identity of a 1,000-year-old girl, far from those who can be compared to the net red. Gu Mori was desperate to the extreme, but the thought of apologizing to Knight North instantly surged in her heart. Although she and the Knight in North two people were drugged and had a relationship, although she hated the Knight in North, but her body still belongs to each other, and the two have a baby daughter. If anyone can have their own, this life is only this Knight in North one person. Just as the second button was about to be ripped off, there was a loud bang and the door to the room suddenly exploded. Before Wang Tianhao could see the visitor, a wine bottle flew in sharply. Pop! There was a crunch, and glass splattered in all directions interspersed with blood. Ow! Wang Tianhao let out a miserable scream and covered his head with both hands, blood flowing out unceasingly along his fingers. Knight North! Gumori was pleasantly surprised. This was the second time she faced danger when Night North descended like a god of heaven. For some reason, seeing Night North gave her an inexplicable sense of security, as if the sky was falling and the other party's broad shoulders could hold it up for her. "It's you, bereaved dog." Wang Tianhao followed the gap between his fingers and saw the visitor. Back then, Night North was being hunted by the Gu family. This was something that ordinary people weren't aware of, but these powerful families couldn't be clearer. A trash that had been hiding for 7 long years actually dared to come back and injure himself, which made him furious. "Come on, man." With Wang Tianhao's roar, a group of bodyguards instantly surged in, led by a 2-meter man. This person's name was Sang Kuan, an envoy that Hongda Group had hired with tens of millions of dollars per year, a martial Zun-level expert, and Wang Tianhao's personal guard. "Sang Kuan, kill him for me." "Oh no." Wang Tianhao thought for a split second and said, "Break his limbs first, don't let him die, this girl is his woman, I want him to watch with his own eyes how I play with his woman, huh?" Sang Kuan is not interested in women's colors, the bodyguards are happy, this kind of scene is not easy to see, the other party is still such a beautiful woman, this can be a feast for the eyes. Seek death. Night North's eyes were chilly to the core, he had already taken Gumori as his woman. To insult the woman of the God Punisher Temple Master is to insult the Temple Master himself. You're the first one who can still be so calm in front of me. Sang Kuan moved his entire body's well-developed muscles, and his 2-meter-tall body stood in front of Night North like a tank. In the next second, he formed his hands into claws and whistled, targeting Night North's arms. "Night North, hurry up!" Gumori was filled with worry and shouted anxiously. In her opinion, Night North was not a match for the other party, and since the other party had a large number of people, staying here was bound to be disastrous. "Go!" "Oh. There is currently no one who can escape from Sang Kuan's hands." Wang Tianhao let out a cold laugh, his eyes were gloomy, he wanted to witness the scene of Night North having his limbs broken. Chapter 13, You Know Too Late. Sang Kuan was extremely fast, tens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Looking at the other party still standing idly in place, Sang Kuan sneered in his heart, it seems that the other party this is scared silly. Knock. With a muffled sound, the scene in front of them dazzled everyone. Only to see Sang Kuan's entire body fly out, spewing blood in the air non-stop, scattering it all over the place like a rain of blood. The Night North, on the other hand, was still standing in place, still maintaining the posture from earlier, and didn't seem to have made a move at all. There was instant dead silence in the arena, and each of them had their jaws dropped in disbelief of the scene in front of them. How is this possible? Wang Tianhao was stunned in place and couldn't care less about the blood clattering out of his head. Gumori covered her mouth, her eyes flashing as she almost screamed out in surprise. No one in the room knew Night North better than she did, and back then, when Night North was brutally murdered, how he escaped in a sorry state alone. 7 years in the making, he's back again, but so strong. The bodyguards seemed to be collectively petrified and dumbfounded. They couldn't be more clear about how powerful Sang Kuan was. Looking around, there were very few in the entire Jinghai that could beat Sang Kuan. The one who was most appalled was Sang Kuan himself. The scene just now, no one knew better than him, he didn't even touch the other party's body in the slightest, an indestructible and powerful force instantly enveloped him. He had fought countless experts, and this kind of death-like terrifying power he had never felt before. You are the god of war. Sang Kuan couldn't stop trembling, it was from a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. To be able to become a war god was the goal he had been striving for his entire life, and tending to an offering was all about that high reward to exchange for exotic medicines to aid in his accelerated cultivation. You know too late. In the next second, Night North blasted out a fist, and Sang Kuan sprayed a mouthful of blood violently, his eyes gradually darkening. Aiding and abetting the enemy, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be a martial artist at all. Once Sang Kuan died, Wang Tianhao instantly panicked. Even Sang Kuan, who was a martial Zun level, was not a match for Night North, and the remaining bodyguards were even less worthy of mention. Big brother, I was wrong. Miss Gu I didn't touch, you lead away. Alright, Ms. Gu, you need to use money, you take this card, no need to pay it back, if it's not enough, I still have it here. Saying that, he pulled out a few more bank cards from his pocket and respectfully put them in front of Gumori. What's all this money as long as we can save our lives? Night North, forget it, let's get out of here. Gumori didn't want to make a big deal out of it for fear of involving Night North, and persuaded. Night North's anger has not yet disappeared, this person is sure to die for what he has committed today, and now that Gu Mori has intervened to intercede, the death penalty can be waived, and it is difficult to escape from the living penalty. Knight North stepped in front of Wang Tianhao and stomped out.
Ah! My hand!
Wang Tianhao let out a pig-killing scream as his right hand drooped aside like a puddle of mud. Without stopping, Knight North made 3 kicks in a row, each one carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, and the remaining 3 limbs were all broken, like a puddle of mud.
Ah!
The sharp pain coming from his limbs one after another caused him to let out a hysterical howl. At this moment, he only wanted to faint, but unfortunately, there was no way that Knight North would give him this opportunity. Such people are given only the most brutal forms of torture. A few seconds later, Wang Tianhao could no longer make a sound, dying, about to faint. The Knight North afoot straight important harm. Wang Tianhao's eyes were wide open, and the severe pain in his limbs mixed with his vitals swept through his entire body once again, making it too late for him to roar, and he directly fainted to death. Even if he wakes up, he'll still be a useless invalid. For this kind of womanizer, abolishing it is often 10 or 100 times more cruel than killing him. Knight North, if you treat Wang Tianhao like this today, Wang Haoxiang won't let you go. His power is immense, plus the Gu family is still offering a reward for your capture, so go as far away as you can, and don't ever return to the capital C again. Gu Mori still didn't know that the Gu family had been destroyed, and coupled with Wang Haoxiang's massive power, her face was filled with worry. Knight North laughed lightly, followed by a gentle pull. A cry of delight, a beautiful woman in her arms. Gu Mori snuggled into Knight North's arms, feeling the temperature coming from the other side, making her unusually peaceful. At this moment, she actually came up with a thought that she just wanted to be held so tightly by Knight North. Charming eyes gradually lost, snow-like skin gradually flushed, and consciousness gradually drifted into a trance. Knight North was stunned, then his gaze revealed killing intent. This scene was more than familiar to Knight North. 7 years ago, Gu Mori was this appearance, which was obviously the effect of ecstasy. I wanted to spare your life, but you're really looking for death. A cold aura flashed in Knight Bei's eyes, and a ray of broken aura pointed straight at Wang Tianhao's heart. Wang Tianhao, who was already in a pool of mud, did not have the time to react in the slightest, and his heart was instantly penetrated and stopped beating. Knight North gently picked up Gu Mori. Downstairs, an unlisted business car parked at the door. Lu Zhongyuan has long been waiting in the car.
Go to the hospital.
After getting into the car, Knight North drank lightly.
Yes. LV Zhongyuan started the car and quickly drove towards the hospital.
In the car, Gu Mori was drowsy and her cheeks were scarlet.
The Knight North double palm luck, little by little forced out Gu Mori's body in the ecstasy. Until after the hospital entrance, the ecstasy in Gu Mori's body was not completely eliminated.
Only a little bit of the remnant is no longer enough to threaten to get lost, and a night's rest is all that's needed. Ward door, Wang Huiji corner of the eye tears have not dried, still waiting anxiously. The heart language is still unconscious, the daughter is late to return, she is worried. All the methods that can be thought of have been thought of, and all the money that can be borrowed have been borrowed. Since the Gu family has been expelled from the doorstep, all the relatives and friends in the past have withdrawn, fearing that the fire will be burned. All she could do now was to keep praying for her daughter's smooth selling of the flower store.
Get the money to save your granddaughter first and survive this.
Inside the corridor, silhouettes flickered, from far away to near.
Mori.
Seeing her daughter being held, Wang Huiji rushed forward to check.
Mori Li is fine, resting for one night will be fine. Oh, Guanyin Bodhisattva blessing, Buddha blessing, thank.
You. Only then did Wang Huiji look up to see the visitor.
Yes, Auntie, I'm Knight North. Knight North smiled. Knight North. How dare you come back? You death by 1,000 cuts, what did you do to my daughter? Wang Huiji was instantly enraged and opened her mouth to curse. Their family's current miserable situation was all due to the person in front of them.
Lu Zhongyuan's face was grim as he touched the battle sword at his waist. Mori Li was drugged, but don't worry, the drug has been mostly eliminated and won't cause any harm.
Knight North explained. Snap.
A loud slapping sound rang out as Wang Huiji slapped Knight North on the face.
Daring. You seek death.
Swish. Lu Zhongyuan instantly drew his battle sword and slashed down without a second thought.
Chapter 14 National Physician Knight North. Ah!
Wang Huiji let out a scream, her face instantly turning pale in fear. Just as the blade was about to slash her, Knight North pushed out a palm. Swish! The battle sword slashed above the wall, and instantly the wall was split in two.
Stand down!
Knight North roared, taking his battle sword and swinging the back of it violently. Lu Zhongyuan retreated several steps in a row, his internal organs shaking from the back of the blade. The battle sword is for dealing with enemies, is it for you to slash at innocents? Knight North was filled with anger. If it was Shanghu, the Knight North would not be so moved, and it is not surprising that he has always been guilty of such wrongdoing. But the always composed Lu Zhongyuan actually made such a low-end mistake. But the Hall Master is sacrosanct. You think that I, Knight North, can't dodge the slap, don't you? Knight North let out a deep bellow. Lu Zhongyuan was stunned, right, just now really rushed, this ordinary person's slap, how can the Hall Master not be able to avoid, this is obviously not prepared to avoid. Subordinate knows that I am wrong. Lu Zhongyuan snapped his head down, arching his hand in response. Stand down. Yes. LV Zhongyuan turned around and excused himself. Wang Huizhi looked at the wall flush with cracks and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If this knife were to cut on herself, wouldn't she be instantly halved? Such a terrifying power, is it something a normal person can do? This slap Knight North did not hide, not only because she was Gumori's mother. As far as Knight North knows, Wang Huizhi treats Xinyue with extra love, and since Xinyue fell ill, she not only paid out all her savings, but also went to Gu's house more than once to beg, and based on this, Knight North also regards her as a family member. Good on you, Knight North, no wonder you dared to come back, so you joined the triads. Wang Huizhi suddenly realized. Knight North laughed softly without saying anything, gently placing Gumori on the hospital bed, pulling out 3 silver needles and walking over to his daughter. You, what are you doing? Looking at Knight North with a silver needle in her hand, Wang Huizhi let out a cry of shock, her heart jumping in fear. Knight North did not pay attention, his right hand gently rested on his daughter's pulse, and with a few seconds of simple diagnosis, he already knew his daughter's illness. Doctor! Doctor! Wang Huizhi grabbed the door. As Wang Huizhi shouted, several doctors came. Looking at the 3 silver needles in Knight North's hands, the female doctor in the lead shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" This female doctor is the attending doctor of Shinin, and she is the one who asked Gumori to pay the 100,000 hospitalization fee in the morning. Healing. Knight North returned without lifting his head. Cure? The female doctor sneered, "Are you kidding? Are you a doctor? Do you know what's wrong with her? What's the point of pretending with a few broken needles? That's right, if this disease can be cured by sticking a needle in it, then what's the point of having a hospital, we'd all be laid off." A nurse agreed, she knew that the heart language is congenital heart disease, this kind of disease if you want a cure, in addition to surgery, there is no other way. Quick, doctor, stop him, don't let him hurt my granddaughter. Wang Huizhi had an anxious look on her face, deciding that Knight North had come to poison her granddaughter. But she doesn't also think about it, Xinyue is Knight North's daughter, and tiger poison doesn't eat the child. This gentleman, if you want to be cured, please go out, don't cure death in my hospital, causing me to take responsibility. The female doctor had a cold face, the people in this ward are really strange, the surgery fee is not paid, but they invited such a barefoot doctor, if those few broken needles can cure the disease, then my 20 years of medical skill is the god Hua Tua. Shut up. Chew on your tongue again, I won't rule out breaking my fast to beat a woman. Upon hearing the word death, Knight North was instantly enraged, if the other party was not a woman, he would have angrily slapped the other party. You! The female doctor was choked speechless, looking at the lanky-statured Knight North, she didn't dare to mess with it, a man with a broken needle threatening to cure heart disease was simply a madman. Forget it, let him be, if he wants to cure the disease, go ahead and cure it, healing the dead won't get him a reprimand, anyway, he has already done his duty to remind him. It's no different than murder. Just be a good boy and wait for jail time. The room was instantly quiet. Knight North deep breath, this disease is not difficult to cure, but the sick bed is lying on their own daughter, cannot tolerate a little difference. Immediately after, Knight North waved his right hand and 3 silver needles were suspended in his palm, each of which was wrapped in true qi. 2 fingers flicked out, and the 3 silver needles were stabbed into the 3 acupoints of Knight Sinyu's body, namely Naguan, Jiang, and Hatu. True qi harnessing needles, national medical grade. The female doctor was shocked and her eyes rolled back in her head. True qi harnessing needles, that could only be made by reaching the level of a national doctor. National medical grade, that was the supreme existence of the medical profession in China. As far as he knew, there were only 3 national medical grades in the whole of China. And they are all so mysterious that even the richest man in the country would find it difficult to meet them, not to mention ordinary people. I didn't expect to see it in front of my eyes at this time. Everyone was at a loss, only the female doctor knew the horror of the state medical grade. She had also heard her master talk about it. As she had said, there were only 3 national doctors known to the world, and if they wanted to reach the level of national doctor, they would first have to reach the level of war god. A national doctor is a war hero, and a war hero does not necessarily reach a national doctor. So, it's visibly tough to reach the state doctor. If she knew that there were 13 national doctors in the God Punisher's palace, she would not have dropped her jaw in shock. There were more than 100 war god level people in the Exorcist God Palace, and the Eastern Realm Jinguo envoy, Lone Defeat Sky, had even reached the 9th star of the war god, and was the person most expected to follow the Knight North and ascend to the War King level. A few minutes passed, the Knight in the North took out the silver needle. The daughter's age is still small, plus at this time, the body is weak, cannot be rushed. A few days of rest and recuperation and you will be cured. As the silver needle was removed, Heartfelt slowly opened her eyes. Dad! Seeing Knight North at the first glance, Heartfelt's eyes reddened and she opened her pink arms and tightly wrapped them around her father's neck as tears came to her eyes. Okay, Sinew, Daddy is here, good boy, don't cry anymore. Knight North gently patted his daughter's petite back and comforted. Heartwarming still clung to her dad's neck. Daddy, Heartwarming had a long dream that Daddy left again and didn't want Heartwarming and Mommy, oh. A stabbing pain ran through Knight North's heart, and he forced himself not to let the tears flow. My daughter is 6 years old and should be happy every day, but it is because of myself that she spends every day in her thoughts. Knight North could not wait to give himself a hard slap, hating why he did not come back earlier and accompany his daughter earlier. Xinyue, don't cry, don't worry, Daddy won't leave, never leave you and Mommy again, Daddy is with Xinyue every day. Knight North finally couldn't hold back, a tear dripped from the corner of his eye. For 7 years, he had bled and sweated I don't know how many times, but had never shed a single tear. At this moment, the tough man of steel on the battlefield became soft. If this scene were to be seen by the remaining few Great War God ambassadors, they would certainly be so surprised that they would bite their tongues. No one believed that the God Punisher Temple Master, who terrorized nations on the battlefield, would have such a tender side. The Exorcist God Palace Master was also a human being, with flesh and blood and feelings. Chapter 15. What more could a man want with a mother and daughter like this? At some point, Gumori, who was lying on the hospital bed next to her, had already awakened. Looking at the father and daughter, they hugged each other tightly and covered their mouths as they lost their voices. She had never asked for such a day, for her daughter to have a father, and for the past 7 years, no matter how hard it was, she had been left alone to bear the burden. It was her greatest wish to let her daughter spend every day safely and happily, and despite her constant companionship every day, there was always such a hint of melancholy in her daughter's gaze at her young age. Her daughter is well behaved and never says anything, but she knows how much her daughter longs for a father, and that childhood is crippled without him. Xinwu is hungry, Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. What does Xinwu want to eat? Knight North picked up his daughter. Can I have whatever Heartland wants? Heartfelt asked. Well, whatever Xinhua wants to eat, Daddy will take you to eat. Knight North nodded. With her head down and twisting the corner of her coat, Xinyue asked softly, Daddy, Xinyue wants to eat KFC, is it okay? Sinew hasn't eaten in 3 years. There was a violent gripping pain in Knight North's heart. Like my daughter's age, it's the age when she loves snacks, and the average child, at most, will clamor for KFC, McDonald's or something like that for a week. But my daughter, who is only 6 years old, has not had any for 3 whole years. Good. Daddy will take you to eat KFC, and from now on Daddy will take you there every day. Knight North choked. Yay! Did Mommy hear that? Daddy said he's going to take Heartland to KFC every day? Heartfelt danced on her hands and feet in delight. Something so simple was, in her mind, the happiest thing in the world. Gumori wiped the tears from her face and pouted, you'll spoil the child like this. Knight North light smile, even if the daughter said to want stars, he also fixed 9 days to pick a moon to give his daughter. His Knight North of the daughter will protect her life, let her become the world's happiest person. The family faded away as the crowd stared in amazement. Lord, Chief, just let them go? Is this girl still going to be operated on? This parents are too irresponsible, if they don't operate, this girl won't even survive for 3 days. A nurse looked at the departing back and asked. Shut up if you don't want to die. The female doctor chided at once. Of all the people, only she knew how terrifying Knight North was. It was a national doctor level. Was it a normal human-like existence? As long as a person still has a breath, it can be saved. That is a real healing of the dead to live white bones. If she angered this national doctor, not to mention her being a small director, even the dean would have to kneel down and ask for blame. Knight North had wanted to take his daughter to a better place to eat, and there were mountains of food within the city of Jinghai. But my daughter insisted on coming to KFC. With regards to eating, Knight North was never particular about it, and so were all the generals in the temple. They don't have the right to preach either. The chefs in the exorcist god's palace were all at the level of battle exalted, and the meals made with true qi not only tasted marvelous, but also replenished blood and qi, so it was not comparable to ordinary restaurants in the outside world. Knight North randomly ordered some burgers, chicken wings, and fries or something like that. As soon as the food was served, Heartland picked up a burger, drew out the beef patty inside, and handed it to Knight North. "Dad, you eat meat, you gave so much blood to Sinew, eat meat to have strength." After Sinew finished speaking, she picked up the slice of bread in her hand and took a beautiful bite, revealing a happy smile. Knight North looked at the meatloaf in his hands, but his heart was tingling. His daughter was so understanding, which made him feel even more guilty. At this meal, the daughter didn't eat a single bite of meat and gave it all to Knight North. After the meal, mother and daughter Gumori led Knight North back to their residence. It is a dilapidated old town with sewage flowing everywhere, mountains of garbage, and an unbearable stench. After 7 turns, in front of a semi-basement door, Gumori took out the key and opened the door. Once inside the door, a strong smell of mold came, cockroaches and tight insects crawling everywhere in the house. The whole house is just over 20 square feet with only one window and a large portion of it is still underground. Knight North couldn't help but frown, but Gumori mother and daughter didn't have any reaction. The two skillfully picked up the tools at the door to drive away the insects. The most horrible thing is that, on the wall above the stove, there is actually a 3-inch thick patterned snake coiled, eyes staring at the mother and daughter, with its bloodied mouth open, spitting out letters. If ordinary people women see, must be scared screaming soul. On the contrary, the two are not the slightest fear. Obviously this is not the first time to encounter. The heart language is holding a broom bravely waved. "Daddy, come in quickly." At night Heartwish wants to let Daddy snuggle and sleep. When the mosquitoes were pretty much chased away, Sinew pulled Knight North's hand and walked in. Lying on the bed, the bedding underneath him vaguely emitting dampness, Knight North's heart was dripping blood. The heart language was snuggled in Knight North's arms and kept pestering her father for a story. Knight North picked the interesting things in the past few years and told his daughter about them in a colorful voice. Soon, Sinew fell into a deep sleep with a sweet smile on her face, and Knight North gently kissed his daughter on the forehead, covered the quilt, and walked out. Outside the door, Gumori was sobbing softly, and when she saw Knight North coming, she hurriedly wiped away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Without saying a word, Knight North lightly embraced the other party from behind and said, "Morley, these years have been bitter for you mother and daughter." Feeling the temperature behind her, Gumori shivered, but did not struggle. She had hated Knight North for 7 years, and at this point, she couldn't bring up a trace of hatred. "You shouldn't have come back, you know that the Gu family won't let you go." Gumori's voice was filled with worry. Knight North did not say anything, but his hands were even more forcefully wrapped tightly around the petite body in his arms. What more could I ask for in this life than to have a mother and daughter like this? After a long time, Knight North said softly, "It's fine, the Gu family has been destroyed." "What?" Gumori struggled back and looked at Knight North with incomparable shock. "The Gu family is extinguished? How is this possible?" She had lived in the Gu family for many years. She was naturally clear about the strength of the Gu family. Without a certain ability, it was almost impossible to destroy the Gu family, especially her own grandfather, who was a martial artist level expert. How could it be possible that how many people had gone after the Gu family in the past had been easily solved by Grandpa and the Gu family had perished? "Yes, the Gu family is extinguished. I don't have to, and won't go." Knight North nodded heavily. Gumori still couldn't believe it, but her eyes were full of sincerity when she looked at Knight North. "This issue does not need to dwell too much. Wait for tomorrow to ask. We'll know. The Gu family in the capital see power extraordinary. If the destruction is sure to set off a small storm. Oh yes, you crippled Wang Tianhao that day. His father is a famous real estate developer in Beijing and Shanghai. He only has this one son at his knee. He will definitely not let you go. Even my grandfather didn't dare to offend you easily back then. You should hurry up and leave. Go as far away as possible. Don't." "Yes." Lu Zhongyuan glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Hallmaster, yesterday Shang Hu went to Goldfish Island and sank 4 warships of the Eastern Kingdom, killing 6 people of the War God class, and now the people are being detained." Knight North frowned. Shang Hu guarded the Western realm. Why did he run to the Northern realm? Lu Zhongyuan showed embarrassment and said, "On the day the princess was kidnapped, Shang Hu was furious to the extreme and wanted to lead his troops to the Jinghai. We stopped him. This guy had a belly full of anger with no place to take it out. and he ran to the Northland alone in his fighter, and blasted the other side's battleships with a frenzy. The Eastern Kingdom of Japan wanted to return fire, but at a glance it was a Black Hawk fighter, did not dare to open fire, turned around and ran. This Shang Hu continued to chase the other side, and chased them all the way to the Eastern Kingdom of Japan's military base, and still kept firing. The other party had no choice but to return fire. Your Highness, you know that there are only a total of 12 war gods in the Eastern Kingdom, and this time half of them were taken out by Shang Hu, and the other party also held on to the fish to death before they subdued Shang Hu. Knight North released this matter. If it was done by Shang Hu, it was not surprising. Pass on my order, let Luo Feng go and pick up the people, blow up the other party's 4 warships, we'll pay $1,000 as compensation. If the other party doesn't let go, you guys will lead the army and directly destroy them. Knight North coldly drank. The Eastern Kingdom has been hovering around the coastline of Goldfish Island for the past few years, and although the other side doesn't cross the line, it's there like a fly in the ointment. Knight North had the intention to conquer by force, but after all, there was no reasonable reason to do so, and if word got out, it would be said that the God Punisher Temple was actively causing trouble, stirring up trouble, and bullying the weak with the strong. For the East Ing country, Knight North does not have the slightest good feelings. Take this opportunity. If the other party is released, then, if not, just destroy them. Even if it goes to the international level, there is something to be said for blowing up your warships and killing your war gods. We pay for the money and still don't release the people, then we can't be blamed. Lu Zhongyuan stared at his rolling eyes. If not for the fact that he was driving at the moment, he could not wait to fall on the ground and throw himself on the ground. 4 warships, 6 warlords. $1,000. To call this a robbery would be an insult to the word. Security guards stop cars in front of the imposing sales department. What for? LV Zhongyuan pressed down the car window and raised his eyebrows. What can I do here? Of course it's to buy a house. The security guard swept a glance toward the car and said coldly, there's no parking space inside, park outside. Bull. LV Zhongyuan immediately cursed, there are so many empty spaces inside, and you're telling me that there's no parking space? In front of the large sales department, sparse a few cars, there are still many empty seats. If I say no, then no. If you want to park, park outside. If you don't, then drive away. The security guard glanced at Lu Zhongyuan. Lu Zhongyuan put it in gear and was about to rush in. Midland. Knight North stopped, just park outside. After saying this, he took Shinin's hand, opened the car door and walked down. LV Zhongyuan grumbled and pulled over to the side of the road. At that moment, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 drove over, and the security guard immediately bent forward with a smile. Boss, come to see the room? Inside please, I'll find you a good parking space. Come on, this way please. Good, left hit the wheel, good, reverse, reverse, stop, good Lu boss. A middle-aged man with a big belly came down from the Mercedes, wrapped his arms around a beautiful girl with heavy makeup, threw a $100 bill toward the security guard, and took off. The security guard immediately bent down to pick it up. Thank you boss, don't worry, I will take care of your vehicle. Saying that, he took a breath towards the car window and wiped it back and forth with his cuffs. This scene, Lu Zhongyuan can no longer hold back. A few healthy steps forward, a hand grabbed the collar of the security guard, holding up a large fist to swing down. Alright Zhongyuan, this is not a border battlefield, don't move your hands. Knight North laughed lightly. LV Zhongyuan's temper has always been calm and steady. How come it has now become almost the same as Shang Hu? One Shang Hu was already very good at stirring up trouble. If there is another one, it will not be a headache to death. LV Zhongyuan indignantly let go of his hand and glared viciously at the security guard. Just this one glance made the security guard's legs soften in fear and he fell to the ground. Ah shucks. And so on the night in the north and his entourage walked away, the security guard towards the back of a few people spit a mouthful, open a broken business in this pretend what pretend, there is no license plate, it is likely to be a stolen car, come here to buy a house, I see to buy a toilet it's almost the same. Several people have already entered into the hall, since they did not hear, otherwise, Lu Zhongyuan said anything today to beat this security guard. I have to say, this place is indeed very grand, the large showroom is richly decorated, and the sales ladies are all wearing black suits and skirts, youthful and beautiful. How many of you want to see a house? A sales lady saw Knight North's several people and went forward to ask. Knight North stared at the sandbox and nodded in acquiescence. At this time, a slightly older salesgirl said to her colleague beside her, a newcomer is a newcomer, no eyesight at all, will this kind of person come to buy a house? That's right, it looks like he's here to rub the air conditioner, the smallest set of houses we have here costs more than $10 million, how can this kind of person afford it? The female colleague next to him agreed with a sneer. The sales lady beside Knight North is named Qin Xiaoting, who just came to work here yesterday. and is now tirelessly making introductions to Night North. Sir, our Imperial Wuhan Mansion is a high-grade district. The nearby facilities are perfect. Elementary school, middle schools, high schools, hospitals and so on are just a few minutes walk away. Out of the district door to the left a few dozen meters is the subway entrance. Travel is very convenient. Night North nodded his head, indicating that he was more than satisfied, and said, "Is there any detailed information about it?" "Ah yes, please wait a moment." Sheen Shouting walked to the front desk and took a few graphic materials from the table, grabbing a few bottles of drinks and candies along the way. "I say Shouting, you're also too blind. Would this kind of person be here to buy a house? You don't mind being tired either." The older sales lady rolled her eyes and said, "That's right Shouting, they know at a glance that they're here to rub the air conditioning. We've seen this kind of people many times, and you're giving them information and drinks. If you're not tired, I'm tired for you." "Look," this sales lady said, pointing with her mouth to a pot-bellied man not far away. "Did you see the guy Wang Qin received? That kind of talent is possible to really buy a house, and came but drove a Mercedes-Benz came in. You just came, learn more later." Sheen Shouting smiled faintly and said, Sister Chen, I've just arrived, so consider this a refresher on the business taught in the training class. I'll leave first, don't let the customers wait in a hurry." Che, really unenlightened. Sister Chen finished speaking and continued to look in the mirror, organizing her makeup. This kind of customer she was simply too lazy to receive. Don't mind her, let her toss if she doesn't mind being tired. At the rate she's going, she won't be able to sell a house in a month, and then she'll be waiting to be fired. Chapter 17, Watching You Eat. Dad, this house is small, let's buy this one." Sheenin shouted as she pointed at a separate villa in the center of the sandbox. She knew that her dad was here to buy a house today, but after looking at the whole sandbox, all the high rises, this was the smallest house, so it must be the cheapest. So many years, the heart of the language know how hard it is for mom to earn money, so she understands that she never spends a penny indiscriminately. That is, if you want it again, you want to eat something, you never open your mouth. Night North smiled lightly, stroked his daughter's head, and said, "Sinu likes this house?" Heartfelt hesitated, looked carefully at the sandbox again, and nodded heavily. She was sure that this house was the smallest here, and she didn't want her dad to spend too much money. "This one then." Night North's chin lifted lightly and pointed to the little house in the center of the sandbox. "Ah." Sheen Shouting froze. One Air smiled. "So, this house is the only set of villa in the entire district, and the king of the building in the entire district. 2 floors on the ground and 1 on the ground floor. The yard is a gift, a total of 880 square feet, 250,000 a square foot. Are you sure you want to buy?" "Well, it's nice." The Mercedes man looked at the sandbox and nodded. "Aye boss, you really have a vision. This is our king of the building. The only independent villa in the whole neighborhood. Originally our boss is ready to keep their own. Luxury decoration, home appliances and furniture are all available, luxury and extraordinary. If he hadn't emigrated abroad, he wouldn't want to sell it." This salesgirl is Wang Qin, this time excitedly frothing at the mouth. "If you sell this king of the building single-family house, the commission alone will be more than $100,000. Sister Wang, this king of the building has already been sold." Sheen Shouting explained. "What?" Wang Qin's eyes instantly widened, and due to the excessive force, the foundation in the corners of her eyes was clattering off. "When was it sold? How come I don't know?" Wang Qin couldn't believe it. If the king of the building was sold, the entire sales office would set off quite a shock. Who could not know? "Just sold it, this gentleman said he wants to buy it." Sheen Shouting politely pointed to Night North in front of her. "Him." Wang Qin looked Night North up and down. "I say Sheen Shouting, if this man is crazy, are you following suit? You don't have the eyes to see that he's the kind of person who can afford the king of buildings?" She has been in this sales department for more than a year, not to say that she has seen countless people, but at least she can tell if there is money at a glance. Night Bay's outfit, his whole body is full of ground floor goods, and he still thinks that he wants to buy the king of the building. It is simply ridiculous. "Sister Wang, it's not right for you to say that." Sheen Shouting was a bit angry. It didn't matter if she said herself, but calling a customer crazy in front of them was a bit much. All right, you cool off on one side." Wang Qin lazily ignored Sheen Shouting, turned her face to Fawn and smiled, saying, "Boss, the king of this building is still in the house. This colleague of mine is new, she doesn't know anything. Do you think you can settle on it today? The main thing to decide if it's a good idea is to look at the price, and..." The Mercedes man carried his wife beside him and licked his tongue at Wang Qin. "Can sell houses here, naturally, are quite a bit of beauty. This Wang Qin is not the most beautiful here, but exudes a force of charm, coupled with thick makeup, quite a bit of flavor." Selling houses to bed, this kind of thing is already an open secret for their circle. Casually selling a house, the commission is also to exceed the salary. In order to be able to sell more houses, each salesgirl is also using all the tricks of the trade, money in the hands of the most affordable. Of course, there are also those who are out of the muck, like Qin Xiaoting, that basically only get dead wages every month, and compared to the rest of the people, they don't have any advantage at all. Wang Qin understood, but after all, there is still the other party's wife. She is not good too much explicit. Boss, if you buy, everything else is good to say. As for the price of this king of the building is 2.200 million. I'll go back to you to apply for a while to see if it can still be cheaper. The Mercedes man frowned slightly after hearing this. The price was already far beyond his budget. Wang Qin swept a glance, and with her heart in the right place, she continued, Boss, why don't I go apply for you and see if I can get it cheaper? Without waiting for the Mercedes-Benz man to reply, Night North's lips moved slightly. Did you guys not hear, or are you deaf? Didn't you hear Miss Qin say, this house, I've already bought it? A sentence that stunned several people around the room. The Mercedes-Benz man only noticed the Night North at this time, cold snort, said, not very old, the tone is quite crazy Blow powerful. You also do not first make a draft, really open mouth to also not afraid of flashing your tongue. If you buy this house, I will eat this sand table. Mercedes-Benz man snorted, 2.200 million this is not a joke, stacks of cash put here if, that is a full 2.5 tons of weight. Night North ignored it and pulled out a bank card and handed it to Qin Xiaoting, swiped the card, no password. Qin Xiaoting took it with a pair of dainty hands that trembled, and asked carefully, first, sir, I can try to apply the price for you, and perhaps it will still be cheaper. Night North waved his hand directly. It is difficult to buy money to buy a daughter like, as long as the daughter likes, more money Night and North will not care. That's a lot of money, and he wouldn't even care. Qin Xiaoting still couldn't believe that she was able to sell the king of the building, and took 3 steps back towards the finance office. Within the hall, whether it was the Mercedes-Benz man and his wife, or Sister Chen and Sister Li at the front desk, their eyes were all glued to the finance room, and they were all waiting to see how Qin Xiaoting walked out with a disappointed look on her face. Soon, Qin Xiaoting wobbled out of the finance room. Front desk 2 people are the first to see, the heart is a joy, really is not out of their expectations, this new is new, only she is stupid to believe that the other party is to buy the king of the building, how about it, this is stupid, with shaking point walking cannot walk steadily. Qin Xiaoting walked eastward to Night North, and only then did the crowd see that she was holding a set of keys and an invoice. Knight, Mr. Knight, this is your key and invoice. Qin Xiaoting was still in a trance up to this point, she actually did sell the king of the building. That's $160,000 in commission alone. Thanks. Night North reached out and took it, turning to his daughter, Xinyue, you're hungry, aren't you? Daddy will take you to dinner. Aha! Heartfelt nodded happily. Her dad had bought a small house, so she and her mom would no longer have to sleep in the damp basement every day, chasing away those bedbugs. Oh yeah, Nakahara, you stay and watch him devour the sandbox. After finishing his speech, Night North pulled Heartfelt's small hand and walked out of the sales office. Chapter 18, please start your show. Instant silence fell over the sales office. The front desk duo's mouths were wide open in exaggeration, and their eyes were glaring as their eyeballs were about to fall out. That person actually really bought away the king of the building, the commission is a full 160,000 The 2 were remorseful and could truly feel their hearts dripping blood. On Lu Zhongyuan's side, his palm stretched out, pointing straight at the sandbox, come on, show. Big brother, I was wrong, my dog's eyes didn't recognize him Tai. The Mercedes-Benz man changed his posture and desperately nodded his head. The person who could easily pull out more than $200 million was either the president of a group of companies or a young master in a big family, neither of which could be messed with by a thug like him. Lu Zhongyuan smiled evilly, pointed at the sand tray, and said, do you like this set, or this set? Oh yes, I forgot that you like this king of the building. Saying that, LV Zhongyuan grabbed the building king model in the sand tray with a big hand, and he directly grabbed it. Big brother, stop, this is no joke. The Mercedes-Benz man looked at the huge model in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. If they were ordinary models of some foam, he would have eaten them as soon as he gritted his teeth. But these models were made of solid wood and were exceptionally hard. Lu Zhongyuan let out a cold snort, who has the time to mess with you? After saying that, the palm of his hand snapped, and the model was shoved hard into the Mercedes-Benz man's mouth. The corner of the Mercedes man's mouth ripped open and blood gurgled out. Yikes! The hall was almost entirely female, and the bloody scene caused the crowd to instantly cover their faces and lose their voices as they screamed. The scene looks bloody, but LV Zhongyuan has a number in mind, he is not a bloodthirsty maniac, a slight punishment can be. Mercedes-Benz man is nothing more than a tear in the corner of the mouth, not a big problem, recuperate for a few months' time will be able to recover, but during this time, eating and talking but will be affected by the impact of not small. This time made him completely grow a lesson, and he would never dare to look at people with those doggy eyes again. The father-daughter duo ate lunch outside, and Night North took Heartland to play at the playground again for the whole afternoon. It was close to evening when they returned home. Gumori hadn't come back yet, and Shinyue was pestering her father again, wanting him to tell a story. Night North told his daughter a story for a while, then went into the kitchen and made dinner. Dinner time had passed and Gumori still hadn't come back. Night North looked at his daughter whose stomach was rumbling, and with a pang of heartache, told her to eat first. Heartland devoured the meal, calling it the best meal in the world. Night North laughed lightly. He had added a small amount of true chi to the meal, which would be of great help to his daughter's physical recovery. It was then that Gumori came back dragging her tired body. "Mom! Mom!" Seeing Gumori come back, Shinyue hurriedly put down her chopsticks, pulled her mother's hand, and said, "Quickly taste the food that Dad made. It's delicious." Gumori forced a smile on her face, stroked her daughter's hair, and said, "Has Shinyue been a good girl today?" "Aha!" Heartfelt nodded heavily, picking up a bite of rice and handing it to her mom's mouth. "Try it, Mom, try it." Gumori's small mouth slightly opened. The rice entrance instantly felt a burst of relaxation. A day down, the exhaustion instantly disappeared most of the way. "Well, not bad." Gumori revealed a sweet smile, originally exhausted and without a trace of appetite, but at this time, she had a big appetite, and clamped a few more mouthfuls of vegetables to chew carefully. Heartfelt smiled with satisfaction. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Heartfelt will eat Daddy's cooking every day from now on. Daddy's cooking is the best eating meal in the world. "Okay, Daddy will cook delicious meals for Shinyue every day." Night North looked at his daughter, full of love. "Daddy will cook good food for Sinyu in the little house later, that way, there won't be little bugs in the meals." Sinyu looked at Night North and revealed an innocent smile. Without waiting for Night North to reply, Gumori, not knowing what to expect, asked, "Sinyu, what little house are you talking about?" Shinin hurriedly chewed a few mouthfuls of rice and swallowed it, saying, "Dad's newly bought house. Today Dad took Shinin to see the house. Dad bought a small house, where it's not damp and there are no little bugs. It's beautiful." "What?" Gumori's face instantly sank, tongue stood up, his face unusually ugly. Sinyu was startled, thinking she said something wrong. She hurriedly explained, "Mom, don't be angry, that little house is what Sinyu wanted to buy. Don't blame Dad. If you want to blame it, blame Sinyu. It's all Sinyu's fault." Saying that, a drop of tears dripped down the little face. Gumori tried to suppress the anger in her heart, but the anger was clearly visible on her face as she looked at Night North and chided, "Who told you to buy a house?" Gumori knows the house prices within the capital C. The cheapest set of houses also want more than $1 million. She today for 100,000 yuan. "I do not know how many ways to run," lowly begged. "How many people?" "The most important thing right now is the daughter's surgery. 3 days have passed. 2 days. Tomorrow if she cannot borrow money, even if she sells a kidney, but also to get together the 100,000 yuan to give her daughter's surgery. A critical moment in your daughter's life and death, and you spend so much money on that house that doesn't make any sense." The more Gumori thought about it, the more angry she became, heavily putting down her dishes and walking out of the house. Night North was head over heels. Heartfelt also couldn't eat another bite of food, and her big eyes were tearful as she thought that she must have made her mom angry by buying that little house. Dad, can you go return that little house tomorrow?" Heartfelt kept choking back sobs, thinking that if she returned that little house, Mom would definitely not be angry. Heart language eat well, Dad go to ask Mom, maybe Mom is not angry because of the small house thing? Night North relieved. Heartfelt nodded obediently and choked while picking up the food in her mouth, but she felt that the food was not as good as it was just now. Walking to the door, he saw Gumori standing in front of the door looking at the night sky, her eyes red, not knowing what she was thinking. "You shouldn't have gotten angry in front of Shinyue." Night North walked over to Gumori, his tone laced with a hint of anger. In Night North's opinion, Xinu was the most well-behaved child in the whole world, not to mention that her daughter hadn't made any mistakes at all today. The doctor said that the heart language still has 3 days, and now 2 days have passed, and today I ran for a whole day and borrowed money for a day, but... Gumori choked for a while, feeling that she was too useless. "If you can't get the money to go to surgery tomorrow, heart language. Gumori could no longer hold back, squatting on the ground to cover her face and cry. Gumori had never thought of asking Night North to borrow money, but now that things had come to a head, she didn't want to hide it anymore. After all, Night North was Shinyue's father and had the right to know how serious things were. It was only then that Night North realized that when he had applied the needles to save his daughter that day, Gumori was still in a coma and didn't know that her daughter had already been cured. A pang of self-blame ran through Night North's mind as he leaned over and pulled Gumori into his arms. Due to his own negligence, these few days, foam away from the heart should bear how much pressure Don't worry Mori-lee, Shinyua's illness has been cured. Night North whispered in Gumori's ear. Chapter 19 Su Wanshan in trouble. Gumori-lee violently pushed Night North away, her pearly eyes full of anger. Night North, I never expected you to save Sinyu, but I didn't think that when it came down to it, you could actually make up this kind of lie. No one knows her daughter's illness better than she does, and she can't remember how many hospitals she's been to in the past few years, and the diagnosis is invariably surgery after the age of 10, and there's no other way. Heart language is already 6 years old, you have not accompanied her for a day in these 6 years, is no feelings, but after all, it is your night in north of the daughter. There's only one last day left, so it's fine if you don't save it, but now you can actually tell such a ridiculous lie to trick me. The more Gumori thought about it, the more angry she became, and her petite body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Night North smiled indifferently and said, tomorrow, you'll know if you bring your heart language for a checkup. He wanted to explain, but even if he did, the other party wouldn't necessarily believe him, so it was better to let her verify it herself. Gumori froze in place, the other party's look of such certainty almost made her believe it. He wanted to say something, but Night North had already turned around and walked into the house. Has Heartland eaten yet? Daddy give you a bath okay? No, I don't, Heartland is 6 years old, Daddy's shy. Really? The heart language is 6 years old becoming a big girl huh? Looking at the two, Gumori was in a trance. Wasn't such a happy scene in the house what he had always wanted? She does not have the ability to give her daughter a life of great wealth and prosperity, but only wants her daughter to be healthy and well, in the company of her parents every day, happy and healthy growth has been satisfied. A bitter smile followed, and he shook his head. What a time to be imagining things. Tomorrow, no matter what, I have to get together $100,000 for my daughter's surgery. As for Night North's claim that her daughter had been cured, she didn't believe it at all. The next morning, it was still light. On top of the roof, Night North sat cross-legged. This was the cultivation he had to do every day for many years. If someone had seen it they would not have believed it. At this moment a faint glow was emanating around Night North's entire body. As the sun had just risen, strands of golden, hair-thin light were slowly absorbed into the body by the pores of the entire body. As the sun rises and everything recovers, it's the perfect time to practice with half the effort every day. In the course of a tea, the golden light changed from strong to weak, and eventually slowly disappeared. Night North exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, moved his entire body, and prepared to make breakfast for his daughter. But the house was empty. The Night North concentrated on cultivation. The mother and daughter had long gone to the hospital. What is it? Night North's lips twitched slightly. Lu Zhongyuan ghostly appeared behind Night North, arched his hand, and said, Hallmaster, Shanghu has been retrieved. Aha! Night North nodded, as if it was expected. Lu Zhongyuan continued, the Eastern Ingsai didn't say anything and directly accepted the compensation of $1,000. When he was leaving, Shanghu cursed and injured another war god and more than 20 martial artists on the other side. Got it. Shanghu's temperament Night North knew well. Tell the East to retreat another 200 miles from their own coastline, have Luofeng's destroyers patrol the borderline of Goldfish Island just about every day, and if they can still be seen, attack them directly without reporting back to me. Night North had wanted to take advantage of this matter of Shanghu to directly destroy East Ing, since the other party this can be tolerated, then push again until the other party cannot stand, once the counterattack, destroy them. Yes. Lu Zhongyuan arched his hand and led the way. What else? Seeing the other party's desire to speak, Night North asked. Hallmaster, Shanghu from the Easting pick up after unwilling to return to the Western realm, non-crying to come to the Beijing Sea to see the little princess. Lu Zhongyuan a bitter smile, that guy is simply a shrewd, lying on the ground to spread the girl rolling, that scene, which has a trace of the guardian of the country envoy's appearance. Night North thought for a moment and said, let him come. Although these people are their own subordinates, but also follow their own life and death for many years brothers, they have a daughter such a big happy event, let a few of them stick to the joy is not bad. If you don't let him come, you may get yourself into trouble again. As soon as the words fell, Shanghu rushed in with a tiger leap. Princess, princess, where is my little princess? Night North is speechless, the sky has already come, what is there to report to me? My daughter is out, you'll see her later. Hearing the palace master say that the little princess was not there, Shang Hu instantly lost his mind. At that moment, Night North's cell phone rang. The incoming caller was an unfamiliar number, and Night North frowned slightly. There are only a handful of people in the whole world who know his private number. When the phone was connected, Su Jianqi's cries came from inside. Is it Night North? My grandpa he. Oh. Night North was instantly startled in his heart, feeling bad, and hurriedly asked, don't cry. What happened? Su Jianqi tried to suppress her sobs and choked. My grandfather seems to have been poisoned, he's in the Jinghai hospital, and the doctor has already issued a critical notice. After saying this, cries of pain once again came from the phone. Night North's eyes were instantly cold as ice. Su Wanshan is not his Night North of the relatives, can be far better than relatives, not to mention that year to save him, on the single for him to bury the parents of the Grace, this life cannot be repaid. If anyone touches Grandpa Su, he will exterminate his entire clan. Jinghai Hospital Intensive Care Unit, Su Wanshan lying on top of the hospital bed, body inserted with all kinds of tubes, breathing weakly, already dying. A silver-haired old man in his 60s shook his head helplessly after examining it. Grandpa Zhang, please, you must save my grandfather. By the hospital bed, Su Jianqi's crying red eyes were full of begging. Early this morning, Su Jianqi woke up and found that her grandfather, who should have been up early, had closed the door to his room. When she opened the door, she found her grandfather lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth, already in a critical condition. In the midst of her countless cries, Su Wanshan painstakingly pointed at the cell phone and shouted out the word Night North. Zhang Qinglan sighed heavily and said, Jianqi, I've been friends with your grandfather for many years, how could I not want to save him? But there is no antidote for this 10,000 grass killer under the heavens, just a small sip can be fatal, not to mention that your grandfather drank an entire bottle. Even the greatest immortals can't do anything about it. Zhang Qinglan felt a pang of regret. He had been practicing medicine for dozens of years, so he had a deep sense of the power of the 10,000 herb killer. No matter what your reasons are, once you drink Wangqiwaquan, you have been sentenced to death. Alas, in the future, this old man Su will no longer be able to play chess with himself. But he didn't understand why this old man Su had committed suicide when he was alive and well. Su Jianqi instantly lost her voice and cried, she is not an ignorant young lady, she has heard that there is no cure for this 10,000 grass wither. Moreover, she had heard her grandfather mention that Grandpa Zhan was a famous miracle doctor in the capital C, and had spent most of his life studying the art of healing, so if he couldn't save him, no one within the capital C would be able to save Grandpa. The door of the ward was violently pushed open. Before the two of them could see who was coming, Night North had already reached the side of the hospital bed with an arrow step, his right hand resting on Su Wanshan's wrist. You, what are you? Zhang Qinglan was stunned. Chapter 20 The 9 Secrets of the Xian Needle. Night North ignored it, and after briefly checking his pulse, he pulled out 9 silver needles. Zhang Qinglan drank coldly, if you want him to die faster, go ahead and use it. He studied Chinese medicine for dozens of years. If you use acupuncture at this time, it must stimulate the whole body to accelerate the flow of poisonous blood, itself can still hold on for a few more hours, acupuncture must be killed on the spot. Su Jianqi sniffed, anger in her eyes, and scolded, Night North. My grandfather saved your life back then, I don't need you to repay him, but you can't harm him like this. Su Jianqi was instantly remorseful. Had she known it was so, she shouldn't have given him this call. Shut up! Night North let out a cold shout. After the pulse diagnosis just now, at this time the toxin has spread to the whole body, all the organs have appeared to fail. If you can advance an incense stick of time, we'll be able to save. And right now, it only saves waking up, but not life. In itself, Su Lao was already old, and with such a fatal blow, he only had 7 days to live at most. Night North is filled with grief and anger. If Su Jianqi had notified earlier, Su Lao would have been cured. Su Jianqi had to know due to their own reasons and killed his grandfather. She was anxious, only want to save his grandfather. The first time to send his grandfather to the hospital, some resuscitation to the time of the call, has been over an hour long. Immediately, 9 silver needles rose up without wind, suspended above the palm, followed by a wave of the second finger. 5 silver needles quickly disappeared into 5 acupuncture points, the end of which was faintly visible in the silk of true qi. Put! Su Wanshan spewed out a large mouthful of black blood and kept on panting in a residual manner. Immediately after that, without stopping, Night North pushed his palm, and the remaining 4 needles quickly disappeared into the remaining 4 places. 9 silver needles entered his body, and all the pores in Su Wanshan's body slowly oozed out a dark brown liquid. This is the 9 Spectre Xian Needle. Zhang Qinglan was shocked. Just now when Night Bei had just applied the 5 needles, he had vaguely felt that there was some familiarity, and it was only now that it suddenly occurred to him that this was the 9 Spectre Xian needle that had been lost for many years. The 9 Secrets Xian needle was created by the ancient holy Dr. Huang Fuke, and he had heard his own master mention it a long time ago. 1 needle is Qin 1, 2 needle is Kuan 2, 3 needle is Jin 3, 4 needle is Sun 4, 5 needle is Zhong Gong, 6 needle is Jian 6, 7 needle is Tui 7, 8 needle is Burgundy 8, 9 needle is Li 9. A total of 9 needles, each needle has a different effect. 9 needles if applied at the same time, the legend will be able to heal the dead flesh and bones. This 9 needle mnemonic can be known, corresponding to the acupoints but the innate 8 trigrams, exceptionally difficult to solve, his master bitter solution for a lifetime but also to no avail. I didn't realize that at this point, the young man in front of me would not only be able to use it, but it would be so well executed. Along with an extremely weak voice, Su Wanshan slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa! Seeing her grandfather awaken, Su Jianqi cried with joy. Zhang Qinglan was shocked, drinking a whole bottle of 10,000 withered grass, and still be able to save over. This is simply from the hands of the king of hell to snatch people back. Elder Su. A trace of true qi floated in his palm as Night North gently helped Su Wanshan up. As the true qi entered his body, Su Wanshan felt much better. Leaning against the bed, he saw Night North and squeezed out a smile. Night North's eyes were slightly red and full of guilt as he said, "Elder Su, is there any unfinished wishes?" How could Su Wanshan not hear the implication, and put on a smile, saying, "There is a wish that has been troubling me for many years." At this point in time, the Sojourner's Garden. A number of people bowed their heads in silence, each with their own little calculations in their hearts. In the center of the hall, Su Wenshu was sitting in a wheelchair with his eyes closed. That blow by Lu Zhongyuan a few days ago had left him unable to walk at all. "Big brother, I heard that the eldest uncle committed suicide by drinking medicine?" The woman who spoke was named Su Min, a cousin of Su Wenshu. "This is still false?" Cough. Su Wenshu covered his chest, continued, "Jane Ruwashi found in the morning. Personally sent the eldest uncle to the hospital. I heard that when I was sent to the hospital has been unconscious. Alas, I do not know what the eldest uncle for what is so wanting to drink 10,000 Catlia wilts. Wanchu kukui." The crowd clamored. Everyone knew that as long as they drank the 10,000 clover killer, it was certain death, and there was no way back to heaven. Followed by groups of 3 or 5, one whispering. Su Wenshu closed his eyes again. The sound of a car came from the entrance of the manor, and the crowd looked for the sound, only to see Night North pushing Su Wanshan slowly. The crowd rushed out to meet them. "Eldest? Are you all right?" Su Wenshu fiercely pushed the wheelchair and walked in the forefront, taking the lead to ask. "Yes, Grandpa, are you all right?" The Su family's younger generations pursued the question. Su Wanshan's face was gloomy as he swept over the faces of all the people one by one, finally settling on Su Wenshu's face. "Su Wenshu, my old man is still alive, are you surprised?" Su Wanshan's chilly to the core gaze locked onto the other party. Su Wenshu lowered his head, his eyes dodging. Big uncle was able to come back safely. Wenshu was both happy and surprised. "Ha!" Su Wanshan let out a cold laugh. "Happy? You can't wait for my old man to hurry up and die. In that case, no one will know that my old man was poisoned by you." A word of caution. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at Su Wenshu. All know Su Wanshan is drinking 10,000 grass withered poisoned. Su Master's implication is very clear. This poison is you Su Wenshu under. Su Wenshu lowered his head, cold sweat kept coming straight out, and said stiffly, "Eldest uncle, what do you mean by that?" If Su Wanshan was not unable to move at this time, he could not wait to kill this clothed beast in front of him with his own hands. "Zhong Xiong." Su Wanshan let out a low voice. Everyone's heart was shocked. Zhong Xiong is the Su family's invited envoy, except for life and death matters. Usually Master Su seldom called out to him. Immediately after that, the earth shook with it, and a huge figure over 2 meters tall slowly appeared. Some of the juniors sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They had always heard that the Su family had a martial arts provider, and today was the first time they had seen it. "Elder Su." Zhong Xiong's muffled voice came out like explosive thunder, shaking the crowd to cover their ears. "Kill him." Su Wanshan raised his right hand with difficulty, pointing at Su Wenshu in front of him. Zhong Xiong moved his muscles, and his whole body's exploding muscles made a bursting sound. He did not need to inquire about the cause. As a Su family offering, he took money from others to eliminate disasters. Uncle, why are you killing me? I'm your nephew, what did I do wrong?" Su Wenshu was trembling. Not to mention that he was in a wheelchair at this time. Even if he was usually in perfect health, in front of Zhong Xiong, there was no possibility of survival at all. At this point, he could only harden his witticisms, and perhaps, there was a silver lining. Why kill you? Good. Since you asked, I'll answer you, lest the Su family and people from the outside world say that I, old man Su, am crazy and brutally kill my own people. Su Wanshan said, eyes misty, vaguely red, as if remembering the old pain. The voice has become slightly choked, said, 7 years ago, the car accident took the life of my son and daughter-in-law. I thought it was an ordinary car accident. I did not think that. You are the murderer. The crowd was astonished. Chapter 21, You're worthy of being a martial artist. 7 years ago the car accident. Su family is well known. Su family master's son Su Mingqi and daughter-in-law from the company back on the road, and a heavy truck collision. The two, even with the driver in the car accident, all killed without life. When they were ready to follow the daughter to go home together, Good and Su Jianqi at that time just in the remedial classes. If not, a family of 3 are dead in the car accident. Uncle, Mingqi and Chu Qing, that was an accident. No one wanted it. How can you falsely accuse me of killing them? Su Wenxiu swore that the accident traffic police department have been identified. The truck driver is not drunk driving nor drug driving, is an ordinary car accident only. HM. Yes, that's what you weaseled out of yesterday, and on the face of it did look like an ordinary automobile accident, and at one time I thought so too. But if you want people to know, you gave your great uncle $5 million to find a truck driver and fake it as a car accident. This is after all someone else's side of the story. I didn't believe it was you who did it, and looked for you to inquire, but you directly tried to kill me to silence me. Cough. Su Wanshan finished in one breath. A violent cough, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood that Su Wenxiu was going to say that killing Su Mingqi was indeed a motive to kill. Obviously, by killing him, there would be no one in the entire Su family to compete with him for the position of the Su family's head. Everyone, don't listen to him. This old thing drank the poison himself. He must be hallucinating. What he said is all his fantasies. Su Wenxiu's words were so strong that he couldn't admit this matter even in death. Zhong Xiong, do it. Su Wanshan staggered. He had to see this person who killed his son and daughter-in-law die in front of him. Don't come over. Looking at Zhong Xiong, who was approaching step by step, Su Wenxiu backed up. Su Min, save me, intercede for me. I didn't kill Ming Qi and Shu Cheng. Zishuan, Su Ran, help me. Axai Yin Tong. Su Hao. Su Wenxiu pushed the wheelchair and the Su family people shuttled back and forth to plead for mercy, but at this time no one stood out. Whether this matter was true or not, Elder Su had already ordered that no one could save him. Seeing that there was no hope, Su Wenxiu had a resigned face. Su Mingqi and Shu Qing's car accident was indeed arranged by him, and it was also him who personally forced a whole bottle of Wan Chao Kuei to Su Wanshan to drink. Certain death, outsiders still thought it was suicide. It was such a seamless ploy. He had done all this in order to wait for this old man Su to die so that he himself could take charge of the Su family. I was about to succeed, but I didn't expect such a turn of events. Zhong Xiong, don't kill me. I've paid your yearly offerings on time and on schedule. Oh yeah, I'll give you a raise, double, oh no, triple, quintuple. This old man Su but drank the 10,000 grass withered, the gods cannot save, will die. When he died, I will become the Su family head, then we are half, you 7 I 3 also can. Su Wenxiu's brain quickly flew around. Even if the entire Su family was given away, as long as he could live, he was willing to do everything. Zhong Xiong was baffled by his footsteps. Su Wenxiu was overjoyed in his heart, instantly seeing the hope of life, and continued, Zhong Xiong, when I become the head of the Su family, most of the money earned will be given to you, and also, as far as I know, your son is almost 30, and hasn't yet found an object, so I promise you that I will betroth Su Jianqi to your son as a wife. Bellbear stopped completely in his tracks. As an offering, money was important, but his son's marriage was his biggest headache. Although he is a martial artist, but his son is idle all day, and a group of gangsters in the blind together. Like him, more than 2 meters tall, strong like a cow, not to mention find a partner, girls see him scared to turn around and run. Sorry, Elder Su. Zhong Xiong stood beside Su Wenxiu and made his position clear. Bellbear. You. Su Wanshan never thought that this Zhong Xiong would actually defect, and said immediately after, Zhong Xiong, don't be confused, even if I die, my position will be handed over to Su Jianqi, not to him. Ha ha ha. Su Wenxiu laughed wildly, give it to Su Jianqi? She's a yellow-haired girl, she hasn't even graduated from college yet, can she hold up the entire Su family? Looking at the Su family, besides me, who else has this ability? Su Wenxiu had Zhong Xiong, instantly bottoming out, old thing, you haven't thought about having today, have you? So what if I arranged your son's car accident? What can you do about it? Does he deserve to be the successor of the Zhou family? I've been working in the Zhou family for so many years, and the achievements I've made are there for all to see, and you old bastard, you still want to give the position to Su Mingqi. Do you think he deserves to die? He deserves to die. Su Wenxiu spat out the unhappiness in his heart. But he forgot, Su Mingqi is Su Wanshan's own son, the son inherited his father's business as natural, you a side branch, actually jealousy, murder offside. You. But. Su Wanshan decided that Su Wenxiu was the murderer of his son, but when he heard him say it himself, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Night North hurriedly inputted a pumpful of true qi and realized that Elder Su was already at the end of his rope. It was you. You're the one who killed my mom and dad. I'm going to kill you. Su Jianqi cried out, wanting to rush over. She was 15 years old that year, and the loss of both her parents made her feel like the sky was falling. For so many years, she had thought that her parents' deaths were just an ordinary car accident, never realizing that they had been killed by someone, and that the killer was right next to her every day. Don't! Su Wanshan exerted all his strength to grab his granddaughter, Jianqi, don't go. Zhou Xiong defected, and Su Jianqi's past was naturally useless. Xiaobei, Su Wanshan's voice was weak, and he kept panting heavily. I only have one wish, that is to take care of Jane Ruoshi, if you can. Ha! Su Wanshan laughed bitterly twice. He knew that Night North had a daughter, that it was obviously impossible to remarry Jane Ruoshi. Take care of Jane Ruoshi, Su Wanshan choked for a moment, with a look of regret. Night North nodded heavily and said, don't worry, Elder Su, I'll treat Jane Ruoshi as my own sister. In addition, the Night North eyes not far away, killing intent, this person, I also give a solution together, the middle of the original. Behind Night North, LV Zhongyuan had just taken a step forward when Shang Hu sprang out and raised his huge fist to charge. Wah. This kind of snob deserves to be a martial artist. Zhou Xiong eyelids did not lift a bit. Within the Beijing Sea can beat him, a handful of fingers, which is the only reason why the Gu family had some scruples. Su family. Su Wenxiu laughed coldly in his heart, when this old thing is settled, it will be your turn, Night North. Chapter 22, I want an airplane. A punch without any pomp and circumstance whistled. Zhou Xiong finally felt a hint of abnormality, that death-like oppression he had never encountered before. He was just about to make a parry, but the fist had already landed. Boo! A muffled sound like a watermelon exploding. Zhou Xiong's head instantly split in pieces, and his huge body collapsed. Instant silence. Immediately afterward, a screaming, vomiting sound kept coming. Night North hurriedly wrapped his arms around Su Jianqi, not letting her see such a bloody scene. Shang Hu. Night Beiwen was furious. You tiger bee, can you stop blowing up other people's heads every time, making it dirty everywhere? Lu Zhongyuan also had a displeased look on his face. This guy, he liked to use this trick every time, causing a pungent smell of blood to fill the air. Sorry, get used to it. Why don't I change my move next time? How about this move, the black tiger pulling out the heart? Said Su Wenxiu, gesturing on Su Wenxiu's chest. Su Wenxiu was so scared that he fell off the wheelchair at once, lying on the ground, begging for mercy non-stop. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll give you money. It's fine if Su Wenxiu didn't say anything. Once he heard about giving money, Shang Hu was instantly furious with his veins and kicked Su Wenxiu in the chest. Do you think I'm an offering? Lu Zhongyuan smiled playfully. This Western realm Manhwa envoy is not bad to make an offering to someone else. I just don't know if the other party can handle this whoopee. Su Wenxiu was kicked out tens of meters and didn't stop until he hit the wall hard. Put! A large mouthful of blood mist was sprayed out, both eyes closed, his neck lolled, and he lost his breath. Ha! This is dead? Shang Hu felt very surprised. He himself make how vigorously he knows clearly, just now that kick is not to take his life off. But he didn't know that this Su Wenxiu had just been kicked by Lu Zhongyuan a few days ago. What a pity, I haven't practiced my black tiger hollowing yet. Shang Hu gestured again with a look of regret. At some point, Su Wanshan had already closed his eyes peacefully, but the corners of his mouth were filled with smiles. The murder of his son has been avenged, and he has the face to go and reunite with his son. After burying Su Lao, Night North supported Su Jianqi, who had cried herself into a coma a few times. At this time all the people of the Zhou family were behind them. Night North turned back to look around at the crowd and bellowed, "You guys take care of the Zhou family's industry normally, wait for Jane Ruoshi to come back and take over after she graduates from college, and whoever moves anything bad, Su Wenxiu is what you'll end up with." The Su family members all nodded their heads desperately. Zhong Xiong had his head blown off by one of this man's men, so how terrifying should this man be? It was simply not something they could afford to offend. After sending Su Jianxi back to the Su family and settling in, the three of them, Night North, returned home. Before he could approach, the sound of a girl's laughter came from inside the house. "Ah! My little princess, your Uncle Shang Hu is here." Shang Hu rushed into the house with a few healthy steps. "Who are you?" "Yikes!" Inside the house quickly came the mother and daughter's exclamation of surprise. Not only the two, there seems to be another person's voice. Night North a bitter smile. This Shang Hu, when can he be more peaceful? Seeing Night North come in, Xinyu cried with tears in her eyes, Daddy, there are hooligans, there are hooligans." "Huh? There are hooligans? Where?" "Little princess, don't be afraid, there's your Uncle Shang Hu." Shang Hu was holding Xinyu at this moment and kept looking around left and right. "You! It's you! Oh!" Xinyu's small hands kept slapping on Shang Hu's body, tears kept flowing down her face. Shang Hu was stunned. Seeing his daughter washed away a trace of grief in Night North's heart. Smiling lightly, he said to Xinyu, "Xinyu, don't be afraid, this is your Uncle Shang Hu, a good friend of Dad's." Dad! Once the heart language heard his father say so, stopped crying, but when he saw Shang Hu's appearance, he still did not dare to be sure. "Dad, are you telling the truth? This what tiger uncle looks so scary, full of beard, all Tai pain Xinyu." It was only then that Shang Hu noticed that his face full of stubble had zapped the heart language's face with a slight reddening. "Aya, I'm really sorry, it's all Uncle Shang Hu's fault." Shang Hu hurriedly put down his heart language with a face of self-reproach. Night North picked up Xinyu, gently kissed on her forehead, and tenderly said, "How could Dad lie to Xinyu? This is your Uncle Zhang Yuan, they are all Dad's good friends. Besides them, there are 3 other uncles who are also Dad's good friends, and I'll let you meet them some other day as well." LV Zhang Yuan changed his mind and squirmed, not knowing how to answer, and only smiled sardonically there. "Wow, Daddy is so awesome, he has so many friends, yeah." Heartfelt clapped her little hands, gradually her face covered with loss, and whispered, "Heartfelt doesn't even have one friend." Night North a burst of heartache. Heart language 6 years old age should have gone to school, but because of the physical reasons, cannot be like a normal child that happy backpack into the school. "It's okay Xinyu, tomorrow Dad will take you to school, and when you get there, you'll have lots and lots of good friends." Night North comforted. "Really? Yay! I can finally go to school." Heartfelt instantly screamed with joy. Being able to go to school like other children was something she always looked forward to. Whenever she asked her mom about it, she always replied that it would be soon. "Little princess, I can be your friend, ah?" Shang Hu rubbed his hands together and squirmed, and the scene caused Lu Zhongyuan's stomach to churn and he stifled a dry retch. "You?" Heartfelt blinked her big adorable eyes. "Right, I'm your father's good friend, naturally I'm also your good friend, your best friend. As your friend, say what you want, Uncle Shang Hu can satisfy you." Shang Hu patted his chest. Before he came, he wanted to prepare a meeting gift for Xinyue, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what to send. For so many years, other people had paid him a lot of tribute, and he had never sent a single thing to anyone. "You're lying, I want an airplane, can you give it to me?" Net bragging. After finishing her speech, Xinyue made a face at Shang Hu. In Heartland's mind, an airplane was the thing she had wanted most for so many years. When she was a little girl, she asked her mom where her dad was, and her mom replied that she was in a place far, far away, where cars and trains couldn't get to, and only airplanes flew for a long, long time to get there. At the time, Heartland didn't understand exactly where mom was talking about, only that the only way to reach dad was by airplane. She then dreamed of having an airplane and having a plane so she could go to her dad. "Want an airplane? No problem," Shang Hu said, pulling out his satellite phone and walking to the door. "Hurry up and get my Blackhawk over here, maximum horsepower, full speed ahead." Outside the door, came the hissing of Shang Hu. At this time, Gu Morili walked over to Night North, pulled on the corner of his shirt, and said quietly, "Night North, my parents are also here." Chapter 23, I'm thirsty. Night North was stunned. Inside the house, Gu Mori's parents walked out with somber faces. Gu Mori's father couldn't help but step forward and slap Night North. This scene was just in time to be seen by Shang Hu, who was returning. "Holy!" Shang Hu instantly became furious and swung his sandbag-sized fists and charged. "If you dare to touch the palace master, I'll kill your whole family." "Zhang Yuan, slap your mouth." Night North let out a cold shout. Lu Zhongyuan instantly crossed in front of Shang Hu and reached out to slap him heavily on the mouth. You LV nerd, what are you doing hitting me? Shang Hu was dumbfounded by the sudden blow. Lu Zhongyuan attached himself to his ear and whispered a few words, and Shang Hu immediately froze. So it's the in-laws of the temple master. Oops, that was hasty. Lu Zhongyuan laughed bitterly in his heart. You are only slapping your mouth. Compared to my day, the punishment is much lighter. What did you just say? Night North's low voice had a distinct anger in it. Gumori's parents are here, and he as the hall master doesn't even make the slightest offense, and you're actually cursing here. I'm thirsty. Shang Hu yelled. Night North casually picked up a whole bucket of pure water next to him. Drink water if you're thirsty, finish it for me. Yes. Shang Hu received with both hands, a tilt of the head, goo 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 goo, a fierce irrigation. Looking at the appearance of Shang Hu, Lu Zhongyuan forced a smile, and thought, only this Hubai can think of this word to cover. Soon, a bucket of water was dried up by Shang Hu. Burp. Before a burp could finish, Shang Hu hurriedly covered his mouth and almost sprayed out. Still thirsty? Night North asked. Shang Hu desperately shook his head. The water in his stomach was at least a week's worth of storage. Get out. Shang Hu walked out step by step with LV Zhongyuan's support. Wow. There was a sound like a water wave spitting out of the door. What? Young Master Knight, after not seeing you for a few years, you've joined the triads with a friend on the left and a friend on the right? Gu Hai sneered coldly. Their family's misery could all be attributed to the person in front of them, and they hated Night North to the bone. That's right, that day in the hospital, that friend of his held up a machete and wanted to cut me. Wang Huizhi hurriedly added. Uncle Gu, Auntie Wang, you've misunderstood. Night North was just about to explain when Gu Hai reached out and interrupted. I don't care if you're black or white, you stay away from my daughter. You've done a good job of not being heard from for the past 7 years, keep it up in the future. Night North was speechless. At this time, Gu Morili walked over to Night North and said, Dad, Mom, Night North is not what you think, he helped me several times, and he was the one who cured Shinua's illness. I said, daughter, why are you so confused? Gu Hai had a hateful face. Have you forgotten how Night North bullied you back then? To drug such a despicable tactic, what else can't he do? Dad, drugging that was someone else setting him up. Gu Mori hurriedly explained. I say Emily, you are again by this kid under what kind of ecstasy, how to say good words for him, this elbow turned outward. Wang Huizhi couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at her daughter's nose and accusing her. Gu Mori, one person is difficult to be two mouths, not to mention that the other party is still their own parents, aggrieved eyes red, tears dripping down. Grandma and Grandpa, I won't allow you to bully Mommy and Daddy. Heartfelt's words instantly woke up the crowd. The child was still here. XAN language is good. How can Grandma and Grandpa bully Mommy? We are talking to them about someone else's house. Oh yes, hasn't XAN language always wanted to play with that wooden horse on the street? Do, Grandma and Grandpa will take you to play. Wang Huizhi said, holding Shinua's hand and walking towards the door. The heart language is very wanna go play, but still a little uneasy. To the inside of the granddaddy shouted, Granddaddy, cannot bully Mom and Dad. Oh. Gu Hai squeezed out a smile at Heartfelt. Don't worry, it won't happen. Only then did Heartland follow her grandma towards the street with a bounce in her step. When Shinin walked a little farther away, Gu Hai's face sank violently as he said, I still say that, stay away from my daughter. Uncle Gu, even though I'm not married to Morili, I'm after all Shinua's real father. Night North tried to convince. And you know you're not married to Mori, so why did you drug her with it? Gu Hai once again reached out to stop him and said, you are Shinin's real father, I won't deny that, but why did you play disappear? Are you so afraid of taking responsibility? And you've been gone for 7 years. If you had taken this on back then, I would have reluctantly accepted you, but now, my old man strongly disagrees. Night North was silent. He himself also hated himself for not realizing earlier that he had a daughter. Heart language, if he knew that he had a daughter, not to mention the Gu family pursued, is the mountain of daggers and fire, he will certainly come back. Words have come to this point, I think you don't have anything more to say. Morili, you're also a mom now, this is something you can handle yourself, you will be taken back by us today, you take care of your business first. Gu Hai finished speaking, let out a sigh, put his hands behind his back and stepped out. There was a brief silence between the two. Gumori said softly, Night North, my parents' words you don't take it to heart, they are also living quite a bitter life in these years, the two of them every month that little meager salary, don't want to eat, don't want to wear, I'll take it to the heart of the language to see the doctor. Night North nodded, this was clear to him. It is also because of this, he Night North only respect Gumori's parents, if he found Gumori's parents to their mother and daughter have a hint of abuse, he has long been not this attitude. I understand, don't worry, I won't take it to heart, oh yeah, I went to check today, right, the heart language isn't sick anymore. Night North didn't want to dwell too much on this issue. Aha! Gumoli nodded heavily, instantly beaming with joy, involuntarily pulling up Night Bay's hand, she knew his illness is cured. Today went for a checkup, the doctor said that everything is normal for Shinin, just that her weight is a bit light, so just pay attention to strengthening her nutrition in the future. That's good. Night North smiled slightly. Night North, how did you cure the heart language? I've seen so many doctors, all of them said that surgery is needed? Gumori Lee never figured this out, this Night North is not a doctor, how could he cure his daughter's illness? Night North thought for a moment and asked, Mori Lee, have you ever heard of national medicine? State doctor. Gumori instantly covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. How could she not know the word national doctor, which was located in the peak-like existence of the medical profession? Not to mention ordinary people, even the richest man would find it hard as hell to meet with him, and I am afraid no one in the world is aware of this. Night North, you're a national doctor? She had seen the Night North with her own eyes, since she knew that it was a martial artist, but she never dared to think that the Night North would be a national doctor. Daughter's disease, no one can be clearer than her as a mother, can be cured in such a short period of time, I am afraid, only the national doctor can do. Night North didn't hide it and nodded gently. Gumori covered her red lips with both hands, the great shock caused her to take 2 steps back, and she almost fell down with a stagger. Only, the world knows that the state doctor possesses an amazing medical skill, but it is not known that in order to become a state doctor, one must first reach a war god. And the man in front of her was no longer just a war god. At that moment, a loud roar came from the sky, instantly attracting many people to gather around. Heartland at the street apparently heard it and shouted, Grandma and Grandpa look, it's an airplane, it's an airplane. Gu Hai Wang Huiji and the two of them were also shocked in their hearts, could it really be that what's-his-name tiger called the airplane just now? The Black Hawk fighter plane slowly approached, Gu Hai paid it a visit, after all, he was from a big family, the plane in front of him was obviously a fighter plane, it was not something that an ordinary person would just casually deploy. Due to the lack of landing environment, the Black Hawk fighter only hovered not far from the ground, the large propeller flying at high speed, scraping up the ground gusts of wind in all directions. The hatch opened and a man jumped down, drawing a gasp from the surrounding crowd. I just saw the man running while spraying water over and over. Little princess. Your plane is here. Chapter 24, I'm the Godfather. In the eastern city of Jinghai, a manor that covered a small area and looked ancient but revealed luxury everywhere. In the large tea room, Wang Yaoxiang's fists were clenched tightly, shaking vaguely due to excessive force, his veins rippled, and his face was chilly to the core. His only son was actually killed, always happy and angry in visible color at this time he can no longer hide the anger in his heart. After so many years of fighting in the business world of Beijing and Shanghai, he had firmly stabilized his foundation, and money was just a number to him. I had thought that at the end of the year, I would hand over the company to my son to take care of, and I would retire to the second line to enjoy the happiness. Now that my son has been killed, what's the point of having more wealth? Master, according to the people who came back, the young master was killed by Night North. The butler lowered his head at the side and whispered. Night North. Wang Yaoxiang's teeth clenched cackle, eyes wide open. This Night North he has also heard of, when the Night family was destroyed by the Gu family, and then issued a bounty, in the Beijing Sea within the noise is also boisterous. A bereaved dog being hunted everywhere, how dare he mess with my Wang Yaoxiang's head? If I don't break you into pieces, it'll be hard to ease my heart's hatred. Master, why don't we have Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan go and capture that Night North? The housekeeper asked tentatively. Wang Yaoxiang bowed his head and thought for a moment and said, Go contact Black Sticks and ask him to make a move. The butler was alarmed. He has been with Wang Yaoxiang for more than 30 years and is considered Wang Yaoxiang's confidant. He knew about the Black Sticks that Wang Yaoxiang had mentioned. This man is the head of the underground power organization in Jinghai, a guy who only recognizes money but not people. Back then, his own master had also extended an invitation to him, wanting him to become a Wang family offering. Although this person has reached the level of intermediate level of martial arts, but the price is too high, and unruly exceptionally arrogant, after the stop. Master, isn't it a bit trivial to let Black Hay take action? Killing just one knight north is just a matter of letting Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan go as sufficient. Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan were the other two martial Zun level offerings of the Wang family. Sang Kuan was responsible for protecting Wang Tianhao, and these two were responsible for Wang Yaoxiang's safety. With three martial Zun level envoys, it was evident that the Wang family's power was extraordinary, which was also the reason why the Gu family head didn't even dare to offend them in the first place. Wang Yaoxiang slammed the table and roared, "When is it your turn to make accusations? Do you want me to let you have this seat? Do whatever I tell you to do, get lost." This person has been on the run for 7 years, and after returning, he actually managed to kill even Sang Kuan. I don't know what this bereaved dog has gone through. In order to be on the safe side, let the black underworld make a move, and this knight in the north will definitely have no way to live. Yes, little man will go and make arrangements. The butler bent over and arched his hand and hurriedly answered, after so many years, this was the first time the master had gotten angry at himself. Tell the Black Hind that the price is whatever he wants, and make sure you catch this knight north for me. I want him alive. The person who killed his son, he had to personally skin down the other party with a single knife in order to solve the hatred in his heart. In the vast night sky, the Black Hawk fighter jet was flying at an extremely slow speed. Oh! Heartland is flying! Oh! Heartland shouted with excitement. Shang Hu tightened his arms around Shinin and slapped the soldier across the face, drive ing steady. It's scaring my little princess. Yes. The soldiers were on the verge of crying out. The usual daily training was all about super difficult flights, and this Black Hawk fighter was specially manufactured with huge horsepower. Speed, agility, and force value are all far ahead of the rest of the world. The only downside is the smoothness. Uncle Shanghu, Mom used to say that Dad is in a place far, far away, a place that only airplanes can get to. Now that I have an airplane, I want to go there to see it, can I? Xin Yu asked. She wondered where the far, far away place her mom was talking about was. Well, no problem. Shang Huai stripped around and said, but then, Uncle Shang Hu has a condition, as long as Xin Yuet agrees, I will take you there. What conditions? Heartland asked. You have to call me Godfather before you can do that. Shang Hu's big rugged face squinted and grinned, and he suddenly had a look that was quite comical. What's a Godfather? Heartfelt's big eyes were filled with question marks. It's that your father's best friend is a Godfather, and Uncle Shang Hu is your father's best friend, so what, Xin Yue has to call. The duo couldn't calm their minds for a long time. Knight North, where did that friend of yours take Heartfelt? Why hasn't he come back after so long? Gumori was getting a little worried, her daughter had never been on an airplane before. Knight North laughed lightly and returned, it's fine, don't worry. With Shang Hu around, his daughter's own safety was naturally not a problem. Lu Zhongyuan took out his satellite phone, and after 2 brief sentences walked beside Knight North and said quietly, Hall Master, that guy Shang Hu said that he wants to take the little princess and turn around the southeast, northwest, and northwestern realms. Knight North smiled helplessly, this Shang Hu, he's even more spoiled to his daughter than I am. Even if it was a Black Hawk fighter plane, it would take a day to turn around these 4 major borders, and he had planned to take his daughter to enroll in school tomorrow. Never mind, let's talk about it a day later then. It's time for my daughter to relax and unwind after her big illness. Looking at Gumori's incessant repelling of rats and insects at this time, Knight North's body quietly shook, and with him as the center, an invisible wave quickly spread. At that moment, countless rats and insects scurried around in a swarm, frantically fleeing, frightening Gumori with a cry of alarm. Moving tomorrow and having Foamy and Heartland here for 1 more day would be worse than killing him. Chapter 25, Today is the Day. The next morning, Lu Zhongyuan was unprecedentedly late. Your Highness forgive me, this broken down car broke down on the road, please punish your Highness. Lu Zhongyuan's hands were oily and he held his military stick high. As a general ambassador of the temple, he knew what time meant. But looking at the greasy-faced Lu Zhongyuan, Gumori Li couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. Knight North was also speechless for a while. It was indeed difficult to let a Huazhou Manhwa envoy to repair a car. Setting aside the military stick in front of him, Knight North said, this is not in the temple, no need for chastisement, you rest today, the 2 of us will take a taxi. In the cab, the driver talked eloquently to himself, Mr. and Miss, are you going to Imperial View Hanfu to look at houses? Gee, that's a famously rich neighborhood, isn't it? The house is not only big, but the price of the house is ridiculously high, so I advise you guys to stay away, there. The cab driver couldn't stop shaking his head when he saw that the duo didn't even have a private car and went there to look at houses. Gumori had a puzzled look on her face. Night North, didn't Sinyu say it was a small house? She had never cared about any property in these years, and she had never even heard of this neighborhood of Imperial View Hanfu, thinking that Night North was just buying a small house, but the driver was saying that it was a famous rich area, with big and expensive houses, which made her a bit puzzled. Night North smiled gently and didn't answer. It was true that the house was not very large, and compared to his lodgings on the border, it was not worth mentioning. At the entrance of the district, the two of them got out of the car, and the grand and extraordinary scene immediately made Gumori surprised and speechless. Under the imposing gate, the two stone lions on the left and right, which were more than 5 meters high, were exceptionally majestic. 4 uniformed security guards stood straight, and the round arched windows and stone masonry at the corners showed elegance and splendor everywhere. Night North, the small house that Sinyu said is here? Gumori couldn't believe it. It was obviously as that cab driver had said, this was the upscale neighborhood, and the house inside naturally might be cheaper. Night North nodded and gently pushed Gumori's waist. Let's go in and take a look, it's my first time here as well. The Knight in the North only looked at the sand disk on the general. The real small area is what it looks like is not yet known. If the condition is poor, then change again. The two of them walked slowly in the small area. Gumori was shocked. This place was not at all inferior to the Gu family's mansion back then. One must know that the Gu family was known as the #1 family in the capital C, and this was just a small neighborhood, yet it had the ability to rival it. A white Land Rover drove past the duo, braked, and eased back. The glass lowered to reveal a pretty girl wearing light makeup. Foamy? The girl in the car pulled off her sunglasses. Gumori sniffed and pondered. Hi, it's really you. The girl was all excited. I'm Qingyu. Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu. Oh, it's Qingyu, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize her for a moment. Gumori smiled back. Xia Qingyu opened the car door and stepped out of the car, pulling Gumori's hand very intimately and said with a smile, I didn't recognize you just now. How many years haven't we seen each other, huh? More than 7 years. Gumori lowered her head and stroked her hair, nodding her head. When they first graduated they were still in regular contact, but since Gumori was expelled from the Gu family, this Xia Qingyu never contacted her once. This one is? Xia Qingyu's gaze looked to Gumori's side. Oh, this is Night North, my. Well, you just call him Night North. Gumori instantly also do not know how to introduce, say it is a husband, but not married, cannot say it is the child's own father, this is too difficult to hear. Night North? Xia Qingyu frowned slightly, always feeling that she had heard this name somewhere before. Night North nodded in response. What are you guys doing here? Are you here to find friends? Xia Qingyu asked. Oh, Night North said that he bought a small house here and brought me here today to take a look. Gumori didn't think much about it and returned. A small house? Xia Qingyu rolled her eyes. Her house in this neighborhood is the smallest type of household, that also more than 200 square feet it, at that time she was spending close to 20 million it. She and Gumori were in the same class and in the same place in high school, and she had always been jealous of Gumori's status as the eldest miss of the Gu family, where she could be transported in a luxury car every day, carry brand name bags, and wear extravagant clothes. Instead, she came from a small city below to study in Beijing, an ordinary family with an ordinary income, and her monthly living expenses were not as much as a casual meal from Gumori. A few years ago at the party, she heard her classmates say that Gumori was kicked out of the Gu family, but she was so happy that she drank a bottle of white wine that night at the party alone. Let's go, get in the car, I'll drive you there. Xia Qingyu opened the door of the Land Rover with a haughty face. Oh, no, the two of us can just walk. Gumori hurriedly excused herself. Egu, this neighborhood is so big, how long does it take to walk? Come on, get in the car. Xia Qingyu could not help but push and pull Gumori into the car. Night North had no choice but to sit next to Gumori, and without following along, Gumori couldn't even find a house. The Land Rover drove slowly, with dynamic music playing in the car. Moroi, listen to the acoustics of this car, huh? The sudden sentence caused Gumori to freeze, not knowing how to reply. Xia Qingyu went on to say, hey, when I bought the car, my family said that the car's stereo was good, saying that it's some kind of British treasure, and the stereo alone is worth more than 100,000 yuan, and that's just how it sounds to me. You say I'm a girl's family, have to spend millions of dollars to buy me such a big one, say it's safe, but it's not convenient at all to turn the corner, I have to buy 2 parking spaces before I can park. Gumori smiled sarcastically, clearly hearing that this other party was showing herself off. I say Amoli, where exactly is your house? Xia Qingyu had turned the neighborhood around. It's my first time here too. Gumori said, looking towards Night North. Night North naturally came for the first time just like Gumori. There is still a considerable difference between what is seen on this sand table and the real neighborhood. Xie Qingyu laughed coldly in her heart. A person who was expelled from his home, how can he afford to buy a house in this upscale neighborhood? I'll see how much longer you two can pretend. Here it is. Night North pointed out the window. As Xie Qingyu looked along, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Who doesn't know in the whole neighborhood, this villa is the king of the building here. This Gumori actually said it was her house, not afraid of the wind flashing her tongue. Gumori was also stunned. This is not a small house, this is a large villa. And just now she circled around the neighborhood, knowing since then that this was the only villa in the neighborhood. Night North, are you sure this is the place? Gumori asked quietly. Night North laughed lightly. The only set of villas in the whole neighborhood, so unique in nature, which would be mistaken. Then thank you Qingyu, come and play with me some other day. Gumori said casually, opening the door and stepping out of the car. Don't change the day, just today. Saying this, Xie Qingyu parked the car and got out to lock the door. Chapter 26, You're the Bellboys. Xie Qingyu walked to Gumori's side, took her arm and said with a smile, Let's go Mori, show me around. Ah, this, Gumori facepalmed. She knew that the house that Night North bought would definitely not be this villa, which would reveal itself and be even more humiliating. Let's go, we're all at the doorstep yet we still don't invite our old classmates in for a cup of tea. Xie Qingyu said coyly. Qingyu, see. The words have been said to this point, Gumori can't push back any further, only to look at Night North with a look of help, but the other party still has such a calm demeanor. This fool, at this time, is still so calm, this is not intentionally make me lose face. But the next second left her completely stunned. Night North took out the key and slowly opened the door to the room. Xie Qingyu was also 3 times surprised, this guy actually had a key, could it be that this house was really bought by him? No way, this must be the house of some rich friend of his who had them in charge of taking care of it once in a while, or maybe the two of them were simply hourly workers who had been hired to clean it. Well, that had to be it. Just got in a go, which reinforces my own thoughts. All the furniture and appliances in the house were covered with thick cloths, and there was an even layer of dust everywhere, so it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. Ah, I'm sorry Qingyu, Night North just bought the house, it's my first time here and I didn't know it was so messy. Gumori gave a slightly apologetic smile. Xie Qingyu laughed coldly in his heart, still pretending with me up to now. Okay, in that case, I'll completely tear off your hypocritical mask. It's okay foam away, you will live here, we are neighbors, we can often contact, oh yes. Xie Qingyu cleared his throat, then said, in 2 days there is a class reunion, you must come to participate in a class reunion? I won't go. Gumori resisted from the bottom of her heart when she heard it was a class reunion. Ever since she was swept away by the Gu family, all of her previous classmates and friends hadn't reached out to her. Not only that, in order to give the heart language to see the doctor, she had previously contacted a number of classmates to ask them to borrow money, but none of them lent her. Aya, how can you not go? Every time when the party is held, one by one, the classmates say that they miss you. This time, you must not be absent again. Xie Qingyu said solemnly. Gumori scowled, I was absent? You've never informed me of your gatherings in all these years. It's a deal, I'll let you know when it's time, you guys hurry up and clean up, bye-bye. Xie Qingyu showed a sneer on his face and walked out without looking back. A couple of bells and whistles, and they blabbered to me that they bought it, but they can really fake it. After Xie Qingyu left, Gumori turned to stare at Night North and asked, Is this the little house you're talking about? Night North nodded, aha. Gumori bit her lips tightly and chided in exasperation, this is still small? Then how big is big? When did you? Night North also learned to pretend this is a problem. Night North was stunned. The hallowed exorcist temple master, in terms of power, had under his command 5 great war god ambassadors, 100 war gods, and millions of elite generals. In terms of wealth, it's rich. When has he ever pretended? Does he need to pretend? If he did pretend to be a bully, there was no one who could beat him. The two were busy for a whole afternoon before cleaning a layer. Night North said to hire someone to clean, but Gumori insisted on refusing, saying that it is their own house to clean themselves are happy. When it came to mealtime, after an afternoon of labor, Gumori felt especially hungry. The kitchen was empty and nothing was there, so we had to go out to eat. At this time the road in the neighborhood felt extraordinarily long, and for the first time in so many years, Gumori moved to want to buy a car. When my daughter got better, she was naturally less strapped for cash. And since my daughter is due to go to school in a few days, it's easy to pick her up and drop her off every day. You can take out a loan to buy it first, and when the flower store is open for business, it shouldn't be a big problem to pay back the interest every month. Night and North said that the car on the market casually let her choose, but Gumori insisted not to buy, said to buy a Fido Golf and other small cars on the line, driving convenient. The two had dinner, and Night North said he'd book a hotel for a few days and then move in when the place was cleaned up. He was criticized by Gumori for wasting money and not knowing how to live. These years of living on a shoestring have long since formed a habit of thrift and frugality in her. Night North no longer insisted, and the two returned to the semi-basement. Just walked to the doorway of the room, Gumori thought that he had gone to the wrong door of the house, and repeatedly confirmed, "Yes, this is the place, Only to see the house and outside the house, everywhere piled up full of all kinds of items, not even a foot gap. Heartfelt crouched next to him and kept crying. "What's wrong, Sinew?" Gumori asked as she hurried over and stroked her daughter's head. "Mom, oh." Sinew cried and jumped into Gumori's arms as soon as she saw her mom. Gumori gently stroked her daughter's back and asked softly, "What's wrong, Sinew? Tell mommy." "These boxes were given to me by Uncle Lone Defiant, these are from Uncle Nangong Yen, and these, from Uncle Luofeng." Xin pointed at one of the boxes and choked. "My mom taught me from a young age that I shouldn't just ask for anything else, and Heartland has said no countless times, but they don't listen at all, oh." Heartland said, and cried sadly again. Gumori listened in confusion. Lone Defiant? Nangong Yen? Luofeng? Who are all these people? Night North walked over to the boxes and opened one at random, and what was inside instantly made him cry and laugh. Just a small package of neatly arranged items in the box. Night North picked up one, and inside was an assortment of dress skirts with writing on them. "What a little princess wears when she's 7, what a little princess wears when she's 8, what a little princess wears when she's 9. All the way up to 18. In opening one, it was full of all kinds of stationery, pencils, erasers that were in the tens of thousands. Some boxes are countless puppet toys, rag dolls. There are also a handful of a variety of miniature version of the pistol, Night and North to see actually are real guns, filled with bullets, which left a note, written to leave the little princess used for self-defense. There are also antiques and paintings, and more exaggeratedly, there are swords, guns, swords and halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks and forks. Each of which is naturally not a mortal product. Little princess, the house really cannot put it. Shanghu unusually difficult to squeeze out from the house. Temple Lord, ma'am. Shanghu collected himself at once and shouted with an arch. Night North frowned. This is not the border, much less the temple, so don't call me temple master in the future. Yes, big brother, sister-in-law. Shanghu arched his hand and quickly changed his words. A sister-in-law, called Gumori pretty face red, only to lower her head and pretend not to hear. Chapter 27, The Will Old Po. Night North was truly speechless for a while. These people in their own will also spoil their daughters, is simply a spoiled daughter of the devil, to spoil all their own birth to go, this kind of spoil my daughter, that really want to be spoiled. Night North walked over to Heartfelt and asked gently, Heartfelt, what are you going to do with these gifts? Heartland wiped her tears, looked up at her father's face, and said earnestly, I'm going to return all these gifts to all the uncles, and Heartland has marked them all. Said, pointing to the boxes, each of which had crookedly written on top of it which uncle had given it to him. Night North lovingly touched his daughter's hair and said, well, Sinew is right, you can't just ask for other people's things, but these uncles are daddy's good friends, they are giving you so many gifts because they like you, if you return them, then they should be sad and upset. What then? Heartfelt said, her red eyes growing moist again. Night North thought for a moment and said, how about this, you take one gift from each of the gifts given by each uncle, and what about the rest, then return them so they won't be sad and upset. Aha! Heartfelt nodded repeatedly, that's a good idea from Daddy. Heartfelt said, bouncing around and carefully selecting among the many boxes. Soon, Heartland chose his gift. Night North looked at it, had no problems, and nodded in approval. Then the temple. Big brother, what to do with this remaining so many things? Shanghu looked at the densely packed boxes and kept scratching his head. All these toys, stationery and clothes are donated to the mountainous elementary schools. For the rest, return all of them, and tell them that whoever messes with the heart's tongue in the future will be made to wait for the army stick. The more the Night North thinks, the more angry. To give his daughter to send literature and paintings is barely past, but that guns and ammunition and 18 kinds of weapons is excessive. It is. Shang Hu cried a face, he was so hard to move over, and now he has to move back again as is. One more thing, call the Tianzhong group and ask them to build a sturdier little car for Oli. Night North suddenly thought of Gu Mori's need for a car. Yes, big brother, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Shang Hu cupped his fists and answered. Night North raised his eyebrows, these words always felt so unreliable coming out of his Shang Hu's mouth. Forget it, I'll contact them myself later. Night North was still uneasy after all. A big brother, on this small matter how can it be your turn to personally ask, hand over to me on the line? Shang Hu said, constantly beating his chest. It was also true that there was no need for him to personally contact them for this small matter. Right now, this half-basement can't be rested, it can only go to the hotel, which is just what Night North wants. The 126th floor of the Beijing Sea skyscraper, the entire first floor is full of floor-to-ceiling windows. The bustling night scene of Beijing Sea as far as the eye can see, inside the facilities have everything, is the most luxurious presidential suite in Beijing Sea. Wow! Heartfelt Tiny covered her mouth with both hands, so surprised that she didn't even know how to express it. Daddy, it's so beautiful here. Look Daddy, there's a super big pool here. Daddy, what's this? The heart language excitedly kept running inside the house, looking left and right. Since she was a child, she had never seen such a luxurious house. The drop from the semi-basement directly to the most luxurious presidential suite, the drop, as you can imagine. After all, Gu Mori was a young lady of a large family, and she naturally didn't find this kind of luxurious scene unusual, but only complained bitterly that Night North was spending money again. Night North smiled without saying anything. His most important task now was to make the two people in front of him live happily ever after, every day of their lives. On Shang Hu's side, at this time, he was tired and sweating profusely, moving one box after another back to the Black Eagle fighter. After the last box was moved, he sat down on his tired butt, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed the number. Soon after, the answer came through, and a woman's voice came through, speaking in pure will-o'-the-wisp. Damn, I don't understand, find me someone who knows Chinese. Shang Hu listened with a burst of annoyance. Sir, I'm Mr. Pulfer's private secretary, what can I do for you? The woman's broken Chinese language came from inside. Knowing multiple languages and being the president's personal secretary is fundamental. Hurry up and get that old thing Pulfer on the phone. Shang Hu didn't have time to talk nonsense with this woman. These CEOs are just pretentious, and it's a pain in the ass to always have some secretary answer their own calls. Sir, Mr. Pulfer is in a very important meeting, I can convey anything you need. The secretary said politely. Those who have the boss's private number are naturally powerful people, and she doesn't dare to offend them easily. Big night open, what important meeting, day by day, which has so much. Oh yes, Shang Hu suddenly thought, Huaxia, this will be the night, will country but daytime. You go now and tell old Pulfer that Shang Hu is looking for him, go now. Shang Hu yelled towards the phone. But I'll give you a minute, if old Pol hasn't answered the phone yet, then I'll kill him directly. Shang Hu completely lost his patience. Oh. Okay, I'll go now. The secretary's heart muttered for a while, what kind of god was on the other end of the phone? Actually so fierce, threatening to kill over? The secretary pushed her way into the conference room, stepped up next to Pulfer, and said in her ear, Sir, there's someone here to see you. Pulfer was speaking at a critical moment when he heard the secretary say that, and then his face darkened and growled, Jessica, you haven't been around me for a short time, don't you know that I never answer the phone when I'm in a meeting? But mister. What but what? You don't have to come to work tomorrow, get out. Pulfer pointed angrily toward the door. Jessica's eyes reddened in aggravation and she bowed her head, yes, sir, but I'll tell you that a Chinese-speaking man named Mr. Shang who said he wanted to see you. Whoever is looking for me will have to wait until after I adjourn. Out. Wait, did you just say who's looking for me? Pulfer stared in disbelief, a bit unable to believe his ears. A Mr. Shang Hu. Jessica rejoined. Wow. Pulfer slid right out of his chair, quick. Give me the phone quickly, adjourn the meeting, adjourn the meeting. Pulfer hurriedly climbed to his feet, grabbed the cell phone, and said in even more broken Chinese, Shang, Lord Shang Hu. Old Pol, you are getting more and more presidential now, it seems that in the future, I will have to make an appointment a few days in advance when I call you. Shang Hu's sneering voice came from the phone. Lord Shang Hu, I didn't know it was your call, if I knew it was your call, I would have definitely answered your call the first time. Pulfer said as he wiped the beads of sweat running down his temples. He knew this Lord Shang Hu's violent temper well. Chapter 28, Sentencing You to Death. 4 years ago, Pulfer went on an expedition to the Philippines, where their ship was besieged by a group of pirates in Philippine waters, and a distress signal was sent to no avail. Contacted the Philippine War Department, the other side said they could not search the location. Angry Pulfer cursed, "It is clear that they are either wearing the same pants as the pirates, or simply lazy." The pirates had already attacked the ship. It didn't matter if they lost some of their belongings, the key was that this group of murderous pirates would never leave them alive. At that moment, a roaring sound came from the sky, several warplanes rapidly approached, and above the sea, a warship broke the waves. When the poor crowd saw it, each one of them, as if rising from the dead, raised their hands in the air and shook and shouted. Because they saw that above the warplanes, it was clearly the flags of Huaxia. A man clad in black armor, like a god from the sky, without saying a word, a few fists blasted out, a pirate's head instantly exploded, the scene. The remaining pirates fled, when warplanes and warships from the Philippine War Ministry raced in. After the sky, the Philippine warplanes shouted, "This is Philippine territory, evacuate immediately or be killed." What shocked both even more was that the black-armored man actually fired directly with a command. 3 Philippine warplanes and 4 warships were instantly sunk at sea. He still remembers fondly what the other man said. "Damn, I care about your field or not, the old man came to save the people of Huaxia, God of heaven cannot control, you ing actually dare to threaten the old man." Pulfer was saved, and he knew well why, for one of those who accompanied him was a son of China. Hey, old Pol. Do you hear me?" Shanghu's growl came from the phone. "Ah," Pulfer snapped, snapping out of his memories. "Holy, have you old boar got weak kidneys lately, did you hear what I said?" Lord Shanghu, you said, I just now got a little carried away." Pulfer hurriedly explained. On the phone, Shanghu retold it again. Pulfer hastily grabbed a pen and paper. It's got to be sturdy. It's got to be high-powered. It's got to be bulletproof. It's got to be able to run in the mountains and swim in the water, and it's got to be a small model. Shanghu had to know what car construction, anyway, he put what he thought was the best a brain said. After recording the requirements that Shanghu said, Pulfer was a bit puzzled and asked, "Lord Shanghu, all of these are no problem, it's just that, the model won't be able to install too big of an engine if it's small, in addition to the fact that you won't be too comfortable to drive it, so I would suggest that it's better to use a bigger model." Pulfer offered his expert opinion that for high horsepower, it would have to be a 16-cylinder engine or more, and it certainly wouldn't fit in the smaller models. "Who said it's me using it? It's our hall master's wife who wants to use it." Shanghu returned. "What?" Pulfer let out a cry of surprise. He never thought that it was actually used by the temple master's wife. He knew how powerful Shanghu was, and even more so, he knew how terrifying the organization behind him was, an existence that made the entire world tremble. "Understood, Lord Shanghu, I'll go make arrangements." Pulfer hung up the phone and hurriedly shouted, Meeting. Call all the engineers in the entire company." Inside the presidential suite bathroom, the sound of foamy leaves and heartfelt laughter kept coming from inside. Night North sat on the living room couch, looking in the direction of the bathroom with sweetness in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes sank and his eyes swept to a spot. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a man, wrapped tightly in black, unable to see his face, hovered in the air. Immediately after that, the black-clothed man's index finger gently pointed, and the unusually strong tempered glass instantly cracked. Bang! With a crunch, it collapsed. "Night North, what's that noise?" The loud noise was obviously heard by Gumori and inquired. "Oh, nothing, I broke a vase." Night North casually coped. "Really, not careful at all, can a random thing here be cheap? It's not like we know how much money we're going to lose." In the bathroom, Guemo Lee muttered in dissatisfaction. "That's right, Daddy, be careful, oh don't break anything again." Heartfelt shouted loudly. Hearing the mother-daughter duo's voices, Night North's eyes grew even colder. This person had actually found this place. If he happened to be absent, then Mori Lee and Xinu would be in danger. The man in black stepped into the room, stepping on the broken glass with a creaking sound. "Don't worry, one of my Black Underworld's principles is that I never kill innocent people." Blackstick seemed to have seen through what Night North was thinking and took the lead. Night North let out a cold snort and said, "Is that so? Then you mean that I deserve to die?" Black Darkness slowly took a few steps forward and stopped 10 steps away from Night North, sneered a few times and said, 7 years ago, you forced yourself on a Gu family's daughter, and a few days ago, you killed the young master of Hongda Group. These 2 things are enough to kill you." As Black Underworld spoke, his right hand drew out a pitch-black battle knife from his waist, styled in a manner that had a few resemblances of the god exorcising knife. I hate those who abuse women the most in my life. I, the Black Hades, now pronounce judgment and sentence you to death, ready for execution. With that, the battle sword was raised high above his head and aimed at Knight North, slashing down. Dang! With an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, accompanied by splashes of sparks, Lu Zhongyuan appeared beside Knight North in a flash with his battle sword in hand. The two blades collided, and Black Underworld's battle blade instantly broke. LV Zhongyuan's sword is not ordinary knife, cannot be compared to the 5 generals to make each person's sword are used in the sky meteorite iron, by the temple and the casting of the sword master Emosia to the real gas made, to the name of the temple, its name is to wipe out the god knife. The Knight North's battle sword had even taken Mosia's 6 whole years of hard work to build. This knife in the black body of the hidden red light, soldiers without blood edges cut iron silent, once the sheath, the sharpness of no one can be defeated. Above the blade with the Knight North of the North character engraved cast above, its name North King Knife. Bold. Assassinating the temple master, his crime is punishable. Lu Zhongyuan said, his battle sword swung violently straight for the Black Underworld's head. Punish, punish God Blade. The Black Hind's heart and soul trembled as he let out a cry of alarm. The god execution blade stopped violently, and Lu Zhongyuan shouted coldly, who are you? Counting the hall master, there are only 6 god exorcising knives in the god exorcising temple, and the only people who can see this knife are people from outside the domain, and all of them have become ghosts of the knife, and this person can actually recognize the god exorcising knife at a glance? Put. Black darkness snapped to both knees, my lord, Black darkness. How did you recognize this as the god execution blade? Lu Zhongyuan pressed a step closer, his blade pointing, his eyes showing killing intent. My lord, a few years ago, I was working as an offering in the South Ridge, and when the family head's family was traveling, the family head's 2 young ladies were targeted by a group of extraterritorial forces, and I fought to the death to protect them, but the other party was outnumbered, and the family head was killed, and the 2 young ladies were brutally insulted. In the nick of time, it was Lord Nangongyan who saved us. Manhwa said, his eyes reddened, obviously having great affection with the previous family head. Chapter 29 Save Your Breath, Dad. Lu Zhongyuan pondered for a moment. The South Ridge was indeed Nangongyan's jurisdiction, and the sword he saw should be Nangongyan's god execution sword. Knight North took 2 steps forward and stared at Hey. His gaze was like a sword. The Misku clan you spoke of is in this room right now. She's the one I want to protect in this life, and that Wang Tianhao deserves to die for attempting to treat her with contempt. Knight North must make it clear that he is not a bloodthirsty maniac, much less a womanizer. You can't distinguish between right and wrong, and you presume to hold justice, so you really deserve to be killed. Knight North let out a shocking cry. With tears in his eyes and remorse, Black Hades picked up the broken war knife and held it to his neck, exerting a fierce force without saying a word. Swish! Boom! The broken battle sword flew up in the air and did not enter the wall. Black Underworld froze for a moment, and then cut out headlong, saying, I am foolish, so I have no choice but to cut myself to thank for my sins. His life was saved by the god execution temple, and the person he wanted to kill was his benefactor. What a disgraceful thing to do. What face is there to live in this world? You go. Knight North turned around. The man has some integrity. More to the point, yes, Fomi and his daughter would need to stay here for a few more days, and he didn't want the Black Sticks to die here. My lord. This life of Hey was given by Lord Nangon. I, Hey, am unable to repay you. For the rest of my life, I would like to follow you and go through fire without hesitation. Hey knelt on the ground and said solemnly, Daddy, what's that noise outside? Who are you talking to? Heartfelt's voice came, accompanied by the sound of the bathroom door opening. Move. Disappear all of you. Knight North lowered his voice with a roar. Without a moment's hesitation, the duo made a single leap through the broken floor-to-ceiling window. Heartland walked over in her baggy pajamas, toweling her wet hair. Yeah, why is this place so messy? Heartfelt asked in surprise as she looked at the mess on the ground. Heart language washed? Knight North smiled sarcastically and said, Dad just accidentally broke the glass. Heart language suddenly frowned, dissatisfied. Dad, why are you so careless? Just said broke a vase, this broke the glass. This we have to pay how much money? Why are you so careless? Yes, Xinhua is right in criticizing. Dad will be more careful in the future. Skyscraper first floor alleyway. Black Sticks knelt down on one knee. My lord, please let me follow you. I dream of being like you, punishing the evil and promoting the good, and being a useful person to Huaxia. Lu Zhongyuan raised his sword brows and swept a glance. The strength of an intermediate martial zone, this was considered a higher level within the Jinghai. Do not rely on the family in any organization, rely solely on the individual. Can reach this realm is also considered a martial arts training material. A little guidance to break through the bottleneck into the senior Wu zone is not possible. Alright, I know, I will naturally contact you if I need to use you in the future. Lu Zhongyuan said, turning around to leave. He was overjoyed in his heart. The implication of these words, that meant that it was possible for him to work for the God Execution Temple. Great, my lord, just now that man. Black Underworld wanted to speak. He was very curious to know the identity of the Night North. Can let the punishment of God Palace our protected people, that should be what kind of person? Lu Zhongyuan turned back violently, his eyes instantly chilled. Don't ask what you shouldn't. After saying that, he disappeared into the night with a single leap. Black Darkness was in a cold sweat of shock. Just now he felt the other party's strong killing intent. The person who can make the punishing God Palace care so much, could it be? At the thought of this, Black Sticks instantly went limp and couldn't stop trembling. Early in the morning, Gu Morili woke up early and dressed her daughter carefully, as Xinu was ready to enroll in school. Originally, Gu Mori was going to take Xinyue there, but her daughter insisted on having her father take her. Since the Night North came back, the heart language is unusually clinging to the Night North. Can't wait to stay by dad's side every moment. Gumoli angry one person went to clean up the new house. Before leaving, constantly petulantly scolded the heart language as a small heartless, their own pregnant October, hard work with 6 years, cannot withstand the night in the north to come back these days. Heartfelt also poked her tongue out toward her mom, dismissing it. The first elementary school in Jinghai, only 3 stops away from the newly purchased house in Night North, is said to be the best public elementary school in the whole of Jinghai. With Night North's strength, he could send his daughter to any noble school. However, Night North still hopes that his daughter will go to an ordinary public school and receive the same education as children, which is. In addition, our school will also coordinate with several nearby schools. You can go to Ms. Zhao to fill out the information, and she will coordinate the arrangements to ensure that all of our children can go to school on time, so please rest assured. As soon as the words left his mouth, a middle-aged female teacher called out, "Everyone, please follow me to the next classroom to register. Don't worry, the children will be able to go to school." As the female teacher's words fell, the crowd hurriedly rushed towards the next classroom in a swarm. Night North nodded. The teachers within the school's demeanor and speech satisfied him, which made him even more relieved to have Sinyu enrolled in this school. Teaching is a priority for many parents, and grades are seen as more important than anything else, as if everything else is fine as long as the grades are good. Actually, it's not. Night North thinks it should be nurturing and teaching. Nurture before you teach. Good or bad grades are secondary. Character and moral integrity must come first. This parent, please fill out the following registration form. The enrollment teacher handed Night North a registration form. Night North looked at it and filled it out carefully. At that moment a woman walked in leading a chubby boy, followed by a chihuahua puppy. "I'll sign up," the woman said, motioning to a nearby chair and crossing her legs. Chapter 30 I can call someone. The enrollment teacher hurriedly explained, "This parent, our school is full, you go to the next room to find Ms. Zhao, she will be responsible for coordinating your child into another school." What? It's full? What kind of Thai school are you guys? The woman rolled her eyes widely and pulled her cell phone out of her bag. "Hey, the school is full, I said let Debeo go to the noble school, you don't want to let it, saying that what will affect your career, is the child important or your career important? What do you think we should do now?" Inside the large office, Gao Bagua listened to his wife's disgruntled voice and piled on a smile. "Wife, don't be anxious, I'll call Director Lin of the Education Bureau right now, don't worry, I'll definitely let Debeo into the first elementary school." Gao Bagua hung up the phone and dialed Director Lin of the Education Bureau. Gao Bagua is a hand of the Security Bureau of the capital C. These years his gray income, not to mention the children sent to the noble school, is to hire a private tutor is more than enough. But he was afraid of people gossiping and dared not be so wild, for fear that the crown on his head would not be protected. As long as he is in this position, that gray income is naturally less, the white road and black road every year to give him filial piety. Soon the phone rang in the faculty office. "Hello faculty." The admissions teacher picked up the phone. "Oh, Chief Lin." Yes, the last spot parents are filling. It's not appropriate and it's out of order." Yes, you are the leader." "Okay." The admissions teacher hung up the phone, anger clearly forced on her face. "I'm sorry this parent, but I'm going to give up the last spot to this parent." The admissions teacher was apologetic and helpless. Night North had already understood that this was obviously looking for backstage. Although Sinew was young, she vaguely understood, and with a disappointed little face, she looked at Night North and asked, "Daddy, am I not going to be able to go to school here?" Night North touched his daughter's head and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Sinew, you'll definitely go to school here, and the last spot will be yours." Cut. The woman heard the Night and the North said so, revealing a face full of disdain, said to the enrollment teacher in a conspiratorial manner, "I say this teacher, you just said that it has been enrolled, and now my son can enroll all." The admissions teacher sighed heavily and handed the woman the registration form. "Wouldn't that have been nice, huh?" The woman snatched it up and gave the other a blank stare. "This parent, I'll personally take you next door, don't worry, I'll find a suitable school for your child." The admissions teacher was full of apologies and got up to say to Night North, "Officials are big, he is just a school at the bottom of the enrollment teacher, the other party is a hand of the Board of Education, personally ordered, he did not have any way. Moreover, this parent crossed over the principal and went directly to the secretary, so it can be seen that the power is also extraordinary." "No need." Night North responded with an expressionless face. The admissions teacher didn't understand what Night North meant. "I said this last spot is for my daughter," Night North solemnly declared. The admissions teacher shook his head in regret. This last spot was indeed Night North's, but Director Lin made it clear on the phone that it had to go to this lady, and there was nothing he could do about it. The woman who was filling out the registration form sniffed, put down her pen, let out a cold laugh, and said, "I say this parent, are you deaf or a cutie?" The other teacher said that the last place is for my big baby, so you, go next door and line up obediently. Boo! Night North slapped his palm heavily on the table instantly broke apart, and the various paper materials on the table scattered all over the sky. Yikes! The woman gave a cry of fright. Immediately afterward, he pinched his waist with both hands, and with the face of a shrew, yelled, "What, you still want to hit people? Come on, hit me. Let me tell you, my man is the director of the Capital C Security Bureau. If you dare to hit me, I'll make you suffer. So much strength, you sight-moving bricks, right you, hurry up and get back to your site, still here to fight with me." Women chatter and spit. At that moment, the chihuahua under her feet thought that its owner was arguing with someone, showing its teeth and growling lowly for a few moments, snapping out and taking a bite out of Heartfelt's calf. Ouch! Heartfelt let out a cry of pain and looked down to see several teeth marks on his calf, which were already oozing blood. This scene, Night North could no longer endure. Not hitting ordinary women had always been one of his principles, but his daughter's injury made him instantly lose his mind a little. The war god's chi was released with a roar, and the woman felt like she was hit by a truck, flying back through the air and hitting the wall behind her heavily. "Goo! You dare to hit me, you wait for me." The woman finished and pulled out her cell phone again. She did not know that the other side is still extraordinarily merciful, if not, would have been killed on the spot. "Come on, I'm going to be beaten to death." Woo! The woman beat her chest and bawled, a full-blown shrew. "What? Which one of those desperados dares to beat up my wife? You wait, I'll be right there." Gao Bagua put down the phone and yelled, "Emergency mobilization. Target the first elementary school." Although Gao Bagua is a hand of the security bureau, but full of a wife tube, the moment he heard that his wife was beaten, he was on fire. Inside the faculty office, the admissions teacher said quietly, "Get out of here, the man she called is the head of the sheriff's department, and he won't let you off easy if you beat up his wife." Night North sneered, calling out, "Oh, I would too." Saying this, he pulled out his satellite phone. "Nakahara, have the chief of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division come over here now. This kind of law and order small matter Night and North do not want to personally deal with, it seems a bit bullying, or let the local patrol division to deal with it is good." Hanging up the phone, the Night North leaned over and observed, the heart language ankle hidden with teeth marks, hidden blooding out, 2 fingers gently pointing at the wound, silk true chi swimming. Just in case you get the rabies virus, who knows if the dog is a rabid dog. Soon, a burst of sirens came from outside the door, and there were 7 police cars and 1 explosion-proof special police car. Gao Bagua was the first to jump out of the car in his uniform and rushed into the faculty office. "Damn, which one is tired of living and dares to hit my Gao Bagua's wife?" Gao Bagua stormed out. Bullying his wife within this capital C is slapping him in the face as the head of the security bureau. Night North glanced at him, only to see that the other party was less than 5'7" and weighed at least almost 200 pounds, the buttons on his uniform were tightly held up, and the fat on his stomach was squeezed piece by piece along the gaps in his clothes. This kind of person is not even qualified to be an ordinary staff member, not to mention being the head of the security bureau. Image aside, which criminal can you catch up with all this fat? Did you hit my wife? Gao Bagua noticed Night North. Night North was silent. It's him. Quickly catch him for me. Gu. Wife. Gao Bagua rushed to his wife's side and asked, how are you doing, wife? Gu. Pain, headache, waist pain, leg pain, I heard everywhere, you quickly catch him for me, send him to jail, sentence him to life imprisonment. Gao Bagua's wife kept yelling. You guys, hurry up and take him down for me. Gao Bagua gave an order. Yes. Several uniformed henchmen led the way. Chapter 31 Putting in more big stuff. That's when 10 Paramount marauders came roaring up. The surrounding sheriff's department dodged to the side. Drive the front of a Paramount marauder has not yet stopped. Wayson opened the door and jumped down directly. A few big steps rushed in. The rest of the vehicles came down with dozens of black-clothed, powerfully armored men, with combat knives at their waists, surrounding the place. Although the other party carries only cold weapons combat knives, the security bureau of the people are carrying guns, but they know clearly these people belong to where, the patrol division are all martial artists. Martial artists are not comparable to ordinary people like them. Ordinary hot weapons can't hurt them in the slightest. In their hands, cold weapons will give out the greatest power. Wei. Director Wei. Gao Bagua was shocked. How did this little matter startle him, the head of the inspection division? Although they are both law enforcement departments within the capital C, the patrol division is all about handling major tricky cases and managing the martial artists in the city, with powers far above the security bureau. Gao Bagua. How dare you? Wayson let out a roar. He dropped all his work and rushed over when he received the call from Ambassador Luan Gua, and there was only one possibility that could make Ambassador Luan so anxious. Temple. Wayson walked up to Night North and bent down to salute, and just as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Night North reaching out. Wayson instantly understood and stood waiting for instructions. Director Wei, Jinghai is under your jurisdiction, just handle it as you see fit. To have the hall master address himself as the head of the division made him a million times more terrified. Night North didn't care about this, it was just a name. Wayson, this person, you go to investigate his source of income, to see if there is some gray income, if there is, according to the law to deal with it seriously. And his wife, on the same charge of harboring. Yes. Wayson responded with an arch. The Gao Bagua duo instantly stopped wrestling, their eyes filled with fear. Gao Bagua himself knows that his gray income in the past few years is enough to spend a lifetime in prison. Every income is recorded by the wife, if the same crime is punished. It's all you. It's all you. Gao Bagua slapped his wife in the face one after another. And Gao Bagua's wife no longer resisted, now the end can be all of their own hands. If you don't go for that last spot, nothing will happen. But it's all too late. Check with the Secretary of Education again. Night North said. Such abuse of power must be favoritism, once favoritism, then must accept bribes, it is inevitable. Teacher, did we sign up? Night North handed the written registration form to the other party. The admissions teacher took it shakily, report. Most of my life has not been as exciting as this day. That's good. Night North gently took his daughter's hand and prepared to go home. Suddenly turning back as he walked to the door, he said, "Oh yeah, Wayson, stew that chihuahua for me, remember, put more big spices." After saying that, he took Heartland's hand and walked out of the school. Gao Bagua's wife froze for a moment, followed by a complete breakdown and cried in pain, "Who the hell is this person? Oh. Even my little treasure is not spared." Wayson let out a cold snort, "If you want to know, I can tell you, but when you know, that's when you lose your life." This sentence left Mr. and Mrs. Gao Bagua completely shocked and unable to say a word. On the way back, Sinyu was especially happy that she could finally go to school like the other children. It's something she's dreamed of. The father-daughter duo returned to the presidential suite, and Gu Mori had already returned. As soon as she saw her mom, Shinin was so happy that she flew over and jumped into her mother's arms and kept telling her about the scene that happened at school. The heart language spoke in a confused manner, and Gu Mori listened even more cloudily. Anyway, the last thing I heard was that my daughter had enrolled. But Gu Mori didn't have a trace of happiness on her face at this moment. What's wrong? Night North asked. Gu Mori had a sad face and sighed. Today I went to clean up the house, and that classmate of mine, Xie Qingyu, came to find me and said that she would have a class reunion tomorrow night.
Night North laughed lightly and said, "What's wrong with a classmate gathering, you just go and participate." Gumori shook her head, even more preoccupied. In the night in the north of the pursuit of the question, Gumori slowly said, "Class reunion hotel is scheduled in the western suburbs of the Green."
Gumoli's face slightly improved when she heard Night North say this, but she was still a bit worried. Night North comforted her a few more times, saying that he could accompany her tomorrow night, and in this way, Gumori revealed a hint of a smile. For some reason, as long as she stayed by Night North's side, her heart felt unusually peaceful and down to earth.
Chapter 32, This is a Piece of Car. Wang Family Manor.
Wang Yaoxiang hung up the phone, stunned.
Blacksticks actually took the initiative to abandon the mission, and clearly warned him that the other party was a character he was far from being able to offend. A bereaved dog who had been exterminated by the Gu family and had been on the run for 7 whole years could turn into something great. This black underworld must have been bribed by the other party, a guy who only recognizes money but not people. He can definitely do this kind of thing. Night North. Wang Yaoxiang cut his teeth in anger. "I won't stop until I've avenged my son's murder." The tea table violently overturned, and the tea set on the table was scattered all over the place. Old master." The butler was stunned in place. So many years, the master, what big storms have not experienced, never can be waves of joy and anger invisible in color. It seems that the death of the eldest young master was too great a blow to his lordship. The butler was also quite helpless towards this young master. Blessed with the wealth of his family, he has been a domineering bully since he was a child. The other party simply did not listen to his own repeated good advice. Thinking that as long as you have money, there is no girl you can't pick up and nothing you can't do. Therefore, it is better not to be too crazy, as the old saying goes, people are crazy and the sky accepts them, dogs are crazy and people accept them. A tall building not far from the skyscraper. 59th floor. Zhu Yuanshan was sitting in his wide boss chair, and was looking out the window in thought. He just received a call from Wang Yaoxiang, and the other party said that they would let him handle one person for him, promising to use 50% of the shares of all the Wang family group's industries as payment. Wang Yaoxiang's family is ranked 7th in the Beijing Sea, with a total asset of $78 billion, and this 50% of the shares is close to $40 billion. And it's not cash, it's shares, with a steady stream of marketing revenue well over $40 billion a year. Is this Wang Yaoxiang crazy, or is he designing a scheme to trap himself? And what kind of person is it? It is actually worth this Wang Yaoxiang to pay such a big price. Zhu Yuanshan was looking out of the window and pondering, when Black Meditation suddenly levitated out, blasted out a fist, shattered the glass, and stepped in. The bodyguard outside the door broke in at the sound, and after seeing the other party, he retreated very consciously. Zhu Yuanshan frowned slightly. "I say, can you take the elevator and come in through the front door next time? Every time you come to me, it's always this way. I've changed the glass here more than 10 times. Blacksticks' black robes were retracted and he sat down on his but on the boss's desk. Inside the large office, Zhu Yuanshan's white shirt, next to a black robe of Black Meditation into a sharp contrast. One of the richest man in Jinghai, one of the leading underground forces in Jinghai, one white and one black represents the strongest duo of forces in Jinghai. At the same time, above the skyscraper, the Black Hawk fighter pulled a container in the air and slowly landed, attracting countless crowds around them to stop and watch. This type of transportation with such bravado has never been seen before in the hustle and bustle of downtown. What's in the box? A helicopter? I don't know, huh? Must be some extremely valuable item. My goodness. This is no ordinary helicopter. This is a ING fighter jet. A man in the crowd screamed as he saw that not only did the helicopter have thick gun ports, but underneath, it actually had 2 huge missiles hanging from it. What exactly was in this box that was actually transported in a fighter plane, which aroused the curiosity of the crowd even more? Gusts of wind rose and the container slowly fell to the ground. Shang Hu untied the ropes and with a wave of his hand, the Black Eagle fighter quickly lifted off and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Immediately afterward, the container was opened in 3 tries and a white car came into view. Cut. The crowd around them let out a chorus of boos. The crowd thought it would be something valuable and good, and they all waited with bated breath, but in the box in front of them was a plain old Tianzhong golf. What the heck this is? I thought it was something good. A crappy golf ball and making such a big row. Just wasting my feelings and time. One had disdain written all over his face and quickly dispersed. Shang Hu also froze for a moment, turned his eyes to Storm, pulled out the phone and was ready to call Pulfer.
He hadn't studied cars, but he knew about this plain old Golf. This 1,000-kill-old ball, I let him build a car, he actually dared to casually get this broken car to fool me, damn, I have to go over to kill him. Reaching out to stop Shanghu, Night North walked over to the car and pressed his hand twice, nodding. The material that this car is made of is so much stronger than a normal car. With his Night North ability, what car can not get? This kind of car is quite good, ordinary, drive-out is not so eye-catching, as long as sturdy on the line. Shanghu how to know, this car looks ordinary, this is both gathered all the company's engineers carefully built. The highest strength explosion-proof level of the car body, armor-piercing bullets cannot be hit, 12-cylinder twin-turbocharged engine, air-lift suspension, the car touched all the top of the cowhide, in short, Bentley what the car is used. Arguably, this is the most luxurious Golf in the world. If the model hadn't been so small, Pulfar would have hated to cram in a 16-cylinder engine. And this car is also amphibious, almost pressing two wings to fly in the sky. As far as the shape of the car, there's really no way around that. Shanghu only gave Pulfar 1 day, which was simply not enough time to re-examine the assembly line, and could only be completed in 1 day using the existing production line. Like it? Night North asked softly. Gumori nodded happily. For the past 7 years, she's been squeezing buses and subways every day, and if she's late, she'd rather walk for miles than take a cab once in a while. Now she finally has a private car of her own. In the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to spend any more money. Gumori's mouth blamed, but her heart was unusually sweet. After 7 years, she finally realized what it was like to be spoiled. Come on, show me around. Night North opened the car door and sat on the passenger side. He needed to experience the safety of the vehicle, and more importantly, to see how Gumori's driving skills were. After all, she would have to bring her daughter around a lot in the future. Gumoli got into the car and sat in the driver's seat, starting the vehicle. Boom! The vehicle had just started and the muffled voice came quickly. Yeah, Night North, why is this car so noisy? Gumori was startled. How was she to know that under the tiny hood was a 12-cylinder engine that was pretty cranky? Night North didn't need to think about it to know that this must be the work of that Shanghu kid. The vehicle traveled through the city, and it had to be said that Gumori's driving skills were still okay. Combined with the thick body and bulletproof glass, the car was barely audible from the outside. This made Night North even more relieved. Suddenly, at the intersection ahead, a concrete mixer truck ran a red light and barreled left and right, making a mess wherever it passed. Chapter 33 Jiang Tianlong of the Western City. Yikes! Seeing that the mixer truck was about to crash over, Gumoli let out a shriek and instantly turned pale with fear. As soon as Night North grabbed the steering wheel, he pulled hard to the right, and the mixer truck scraped against the body with an ear-splitting scrape and whistled past. Gumori kept gasping for breath, drops of sweat already seeping out from her forehead, clearly in shock. The mixer truck dragged long brake marks and came to a stop a short distance away, the bald driver wobbling and jumping out of the car, obviously drunk. Hiccuping, the bald head shook his body all the way to Gumori's car. Ha! Bald face puzzled, around the Gumori's car repeatedly observed a few circles, which just obviously scratched to, how no trace at all. How would he have known that what looked like an ordinary car would be a special blast-proof grade body? The bald man scratched his head and muttered to himself, that's odd. Immediately after lying on the side of the car to look toward the car, instantly a lewd expression, yo, or so beautiful a lady ah. Oops, it's all my brother's fault, come on, get off the car and let my brother see where there is no injury. The bald man pulled on the handle of the car without pulling it away and pounded desperately on the window. Gumori was so scared that she had long been at a loss as to how to deal with it, and Night North's eyes were already chilly as he opened the car door and walked out. The bald man himself is faint and dizzy, just now only focus on looking at Gumoli, did not pay attention to the car there is a person, look at this time the car out of a male, instantly a stomach. Already 28 years old and still haven't found a date, this one good cabbage is getting ing pinched again. Drinking and driving, when it's really a death wish. Night North stared coldly at the other party. There was strict management of drinking and driving in society, and even more so in the God Execution Temple. Night North personally ordered that no one is allowed to drink alcohol while on duty in the temple, and violators will be killed without pardon. Not to mention the ordinary generals, even lone defiant Shanghu and the others never dared to drink alcohol when they had a mission again, this is an iron law. Drinking and driving? The bald guy let out a sneer, I drink when you say I drink? I also said you drink. Hey! Do you guys say that I've been drinking or not? Baldhead let out a shout towards the crowd of onlookers. The surrounding crowd instantly lowered their heads, all pretending not to hear. These days, more is better than less. The bald man snorted coldly, rather smugly. His name is Gu Fei. Zhang Tianlong, the big shot of the west side, that's his brother-in-law. The people on the road all know, but all want to do business in the west side, large to the development of the building, small to the fruit snacks, that have to pass Zhang Tianlong this pass first. If you start trading without paying your respects, you are looking for death. However, Zhang Tianlong, dissatisfied with their own fighting and killing the identity of the mob, feel not on the stage. In the past few years, in the gradual whitewash, set up the Tianlong group of companies, under the name of the KTV, bar, concrete mixing plant, chess and cards room. Countless. Don't underestimate these seemingly ordinary chess and cards room, every one of them is involved in gambling. A single family every night flow of gambling money or several million, from which he can make hundreds of thousands of profits by pumping water. Even a higher percentage of pumping these gamblers are willing. All know that as long as Zhang Tianlong opened the chess room, safe and reliable, no one dares to check. Recently, the shantytowns in Xicheng have been extensively remodeled, and Zhang Tianlong is not only responsible for the demolition work, but also for delivering concrete to the inside. The developer knows that the price of the concrete sent by this Zhang Tianlong is obviously high, but he also accepts it, because other people's homes simply cannot be sent in. Kid, I advise you to be sensible, take advantage of the fact that the old man is in a good mood right now. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Gu Fei finished, rolled up his sleeves on both sides, revealing his arms full of pitch-black tattoos, and continued to lie down in front of the car window, shouting non-stop. The beauty in the car with this kid, that's a waste. At that moment, 2 traffic policemen approached. This gentleman, your driver's license, please. Gu Fei shifted his head at the words, raised his eyebrows, and pointed to the mixer truck behind him, with the tank reading, Tianlong Commercial Concrete. The meaning is self-evident, this is the car of Zhang Tianlong Group. Sir, I suspect you've been drinking, please show us your driver's license and cooperate with us for a breathalyzer test. The traffic policeman obviously smelled the other party's breath of alcohol and took out the alcohol tester. In the past few days, the cars under this company called Tianlong Commercial Concrete Company have been constantly running red lights, and they have penalized several cases, seriously affecting the traffic security. Yesterday, the headquarters has given orders to strictly investigate the illegal behavior of this kind of engineering vehicles lately. I say, comrade traffic police, can't you see that this is Tianlong Commercial Concrete's car? Zhang Tianlong, that's my brother-in-law, he's familiar with your detachment commander. Gu Fei was unimpressed, with a haughty face. He did drink last night, a couple of buddies brought a couple of student girls and drank flowery wine until the wee hours of the morning. Besides, driving in the opposite direction, speeding, running red lights, this little traffic violation can be easily settled at my brother-in-law's place. I don't care who your brother-in-law is, I'm warning you again, show me your driver's license. A traffic police officer shouted coldly. Seeing the other side to really, Gu Fei instantly sobered up. Most of the wine, was punished. He was not afraid, even if he went in, brother-in-law will easily fish out. Just one sin, that is bound to sister knows, he Gu Fei who are not afraid of anyone, only afraid of him this pro-sister. Because their mother was killed by a drunk driver's vehicle, his sister has always hated the act of drunk driving. No, I can't let my sister know about this, no matter what I say. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei pretended to say, okay, I'll go to the car and get you a driver's license. Turned back just 2 steps, saw the sight of the onlookers of a person riding a motorcycle, fierce punched right each other to the ground, mounted the motorcycle and ran. At this time he understood, as long as the run away, turn back and wait for sobriety and then find brother-in-law to deal with, as long as the characterization is not drunk driving, nothing else does not matter. Stop. The 2 traffic policemen simply didn't expect the other party to suddenly escape and hurriedly chased after them. But the legs ultimately cannot catch up with the speed of the electric car. See, the other side is about to escape, the 2 only feel a cold wind blowing. Gu Fei is secretly pleased. Suddenly the upper body a burst of loss of control, even people with the car planted on the ground, 2 arms full of tattoos in the air flying several circles, mixed with blood fell not far away. Ah ha ha ha. The instantly sharp pain caused Gu Fei to let out a miserable howl. Looking at the arm not far away, the familiar tattoo, that was his own arm. Looking again at both arms, they were already empty. My arm. Ah! Severe pain mixed with fear instantly swept through his entire body. Such a brutal scene caused a palpitation in the surrounding crowd. 2 traffic police officers arrived quickly behind them and were shocked to see the scene in front of them. Looking back, there is nothing out of the ordinary on the street. Just a moment ago the golf has gone nowhere. Chapter 34 SKN Mall. On the way back, Night North was driving the vehicle, and Gumori was trembling slightly, not knowing whether she hadn't detached herself from the shock of the mixer just now, or whether she had been shocked by the final brutal scene of those arms splattering blood in the air. There were no words along the way, but Gumori had a vague feeling that the arms of that bald man just now must be related to Night North. But she watched from the rearview mirror. The Night North from the beginning to the end of the original position did not move. The car drove steadily along and stopped in front of them all. Gumori looked at it and was instantly a bit mesmerized. SKN Shopping Mall. The items sold inside are all the world's luxury brands. The annual sales amount of more than 20 billion. The most luxurious shopping mall in Beijing. Sea is not one of them. In the past, when she was still the Gu family's golden girl, often come here to shop. Girls, who doesn't like nice clothes and nice bags? Night North, what are you doing here? Gumori's puzzled eyes were filled with loss. Ever since she was expelled from the Gu family, for more than 7 years, she had never come back here half a dozen times, not even to pass by, and the spending here was far beyond what she could afford right now. Go pick out some clothes for your class reunion tonight. Night North laughed lightly. The clothes Gumori is wearing now, all of them won't be more than $200, a glance will show that all of them are bought at the stalls. Gumori was full of surprise, not that Night North had said to buy clothes here, but she had originally prepared to go to the wholesale market in a while to buy a dress. In all her years, she had never been so sweetened by any man, and for a moment it made her forget that this was far from a place she could afford to spend her money. Go ahead, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't accompany you. Night North said. Buy clothes. These things Night and North was not good at, in the temple so many years, their own clothes, whether it is summer clothes or winter clothes, all special, simply do not need to buy their own. Gumori was in a difficult situation. How could she afford to go and spend money in this place right now? Any one of the dresses in here is well over what she earns in a year. When he just hesitated and didn't know what to say to the other party, he only saw Night North pulling out a black card from his pocket and handing it to himself, saying, "Go ahead, buy whatever you want, and by the way, buy a few for your daughter as well." Gumori stared at the card in front of her, a living dragon head logo embossed on it, very much like a bank card, yet she had never seen it before. Gumori revealed a bitter smile. Here, even when he was Miss Gu family, he didn't have the ability to buy whatever he wanted with his pocket money every month. This Night North was obviously unaware that the spending here was ridiculously high. She was just about to say something when Night North had already driven off. Gumori stood at the entrance of the mall, looked at the early hour, and walked in. She hadn't prepared to buy anything here at all, since she was here. Let's take a look at the recent current fashionable clothes, so that when she went to the wholesale market in a while, she could buy them according to the approximate look. Unconsciously, she came to the door of a store that she liked so much back then, hesitated, and walked in. "Miss, may I ask what you want to purchase? Here are the latest styles that just arrived, these are all world premieres." A sales lady said courteously, wearing a black suit. It had to be said that this mall was indeed extravagant enough. Just the suit worn by this sales lady alone looked expensive. I'm just looking around." Gumori replied in a small voice with her head lowered. At that moment, a slightly older one of the sales at the front desk looked up, frowned, and waved his hand at the salesman from earlier. She recognized Gumori at once. Before the other party is their store's old customers, at least every month will come to patronize their stores, buy a piece of clothing, is considered a big customer. They will also go to send her mooncakes and rice dumplings and other gifts to show their appreciation during the New Year festivals. "Sister Chao Ying, what's the matter? I have customers here." This saleswoman walked over with a puzzled face. "This is Gumori," Chao Ying said with a sneer. The saleswoman froze, then covered her mouth and whispered, "Sister Chao, this is the Gumori you told me about, the one who was kicked out of the Gu family's home." Chao Ying nodded. "She is a late tracking service after sales. Gumori did not come to their store for a long time. This makes her a little puzzled, after many inquiries to understand, only to know, this Miss Gu family has long been driven out of the Gu family." Chao Ying straightened her clothes and walked over. "Miss Gu, long time no see." Chao Ying took a haughty step and walked up to Gumori. Gumori was stunned, looked at the other party and smiled back. "It's Miss Chao, I didn't see you when I entered just now, I thought you had changed places to work." Chao Ying smiled coldly and said, "Ms. Gu is joking, an ordinary person like us, how can we just say no, unlike you, who relies on a big family behind you?" "Oops, look at this brain of mine, if I remember correctly, several years ago, you were kicked out by the Gu family, right?" For such a big lady, when she could come to the store to spend money, she naturally bowed down and offered the other party as if she was a god of wealth. But now this Gumori, a person who was expelled from her family, what qualifications does she still have to come here to buy things? No wonder she disappeared for a few years without showing up. Gumori froze. She didn't expect the other party to actually say something like this out of the blue. Looking at the other party's expression, Zhao Ying became even more complacent. Miss Gu, you also know that the clothes in our store can be expensive items. If you do not buy it, it is best not to touch dirty, touch bad. I'm afraid you cannot afford to buy it. Oh yes, it is best not to look at it. Look at it, you do not have the money to buy it. The heart of the how hard it should be. You. Gumori Lee angry silver teeth clenched. No matter how to say that she used to be a regular customer here, the last few years she cannot afford to buy clothes here, but there is no need to be so realistic and speak so hard. What me? Miss Gu, what I said can be the truth. Look at you all over the ground, tsk. Or go there to buy it, there is the place that really suits you. Zhao Ying said, a haughty turn and walked towards the front desk, no longer paying attention. Gu Emoli was trembling with anger and turned toward the door. Reality is really cruel. You have the ability to come to spend when the other party is as sweet as possible. When you are down and out, the other party will be in your most painful wounds on the salt. It reminded her of the classmates and friends that surrounded her in the old days. When she was still the Gu family's young lady, this group of people always surrounded her. But since the moment she was expelled from the house, all these people seemed to have disappeared. Just walked to the door, suddenly thought of the bank card given by Night North, hesitated, and walked in again. Chapter 35, You're fired. What? Miss Gu, haven't I made myself clear enough? It's useless to like the clothes in our store anymore. If you can't afford them, you'd better hurry up and leave, lest you feel bad about yourself. Seeing Gu Emoli fold back again, Zhao Ying had a snicker on her face. Gumori took a deep breath, pointed to one of the skirts in the store, and said, this one, wrap it up for me. After saying that, she took out her bank card and handed it over. Such a simple action, but used her greatest courage. If there was money in this bank card given to her by Night North, then she could still find a trace of dignity. If not, then she would welcome more ridicule. Zhao Ying took the bank card, flipped it back and forth, and scoffed, Miss Gu, are you poor and crazy? I've been a salesman for so many years. What kind of bank card I haven't seen before? This bank card. In which snack did you eat out of the activity card? In her opinion, this Gumori must have gone crazy with excitement after being expelled from her home and came to buy something with such a card that she didn't know what the hell it was. Okay, since you're not afraid of losing face, I'll let you lose face to the end today. Zhao Ying took the card and swiped it through the POS. To her surprise, instead of the normal display on the POS, the words insufficient privileges appeared. This made Zhao Ying a little confused. Even if it wasn't a bank card, it should still show invalid. What did this insufficient authority mean? Zhao Ying was a little undeterred, and in a hurry, she took the card and headed towards the main desk not far away, which was the largest service center in the entire mall. Since you, Gumori, have to ask for embarrassment, I will fulfill you today. Just walked a few steps, head-on collision with a person, looked up, is the mall's Feng Huabin manager. Sorry Manager Feng. Zhao Ying hurriedly kept bending over to apologize. Although this Feng Huabin is not his boss, but he is the manager in charge of the entire shopping mall. His rights are far greater than his own boss. If this offends him, his own boss will follow and suffer. Xiao, you've always been steady, why are you so fussy today? Feng Huabin's face was furious. This Zhao Ying had been working in the mall for many years and he knew it. I'm sorry, there's a bit of a problem with the POS machine on my side. I wanted to take my card and go to the main desk to swipe it. I'm sorry Manager Feng. Zhao Ying kept apologizing and explaining, afraid that the other party would blame her. The main counter is so close to your store, what's your hurry? Feng Huabin said, absently glancing at the card in Zhao Ying's hand. Just that one look almost gave him away. Zhao Ying. Where did you get this card from? Feng Huabin didn't know whether it was shock or shock. His eyes were round, staring at the card, his voice was already trembling. Zhao Ying was dumbfounded by the other party's actions, and coyly returned, yes, it was from a customer in my store. Hurry! Quickly take me! Feng Huabin couldn't help but pull Zhao Ying and head towards the store. Zhao Ying was dragged all the way by Feng Huabin, feeling her entire arm go a little numb. She didn't understand what kind of medicine this Manager Feng had taken today. Hello miss, may I ask, is this card yours? Feng Huabin's hands trembled, his eyes filled with violent longing. Other people don't recognize this bank card, but as the manager of this SKN mall, he does. A black and gold dragon card made individually for one person by JP Morgan Hantun in Ray. This was highlighted by the lecturing professor during his training and learning at headquarters last year. This card has no overdraft limit and no repayment date, which alone gives the card supreme power. What's more, if you own this card, you are the super VIP of the Morgan Hantun Group, and you will be exempted from paying for all purchases in all of its properties. At the time of the introduction, Feng Huabin still do not think, can come here to receive training, are the most well-known domestic shopping mall elites, one by one feel that this professor is old and confused. How can there be such a prestigious bank card in the world? With such great power, what kind of terrifying person should the person who possessed this card be? But at this moment, the black gold dragon card was literally in his hand. What's wrong? Isn't there enough money in this card? Gumori had a worried look on her face. If there wasn't enough money, then what would come next would be more humiliation. No. You have too much money on this card. Feng Huabin scared out of cold sweat. This card which is not enough money, but there is no money in this card. No overdraft limit, no payoff date. Does the card still need to have money on it? Miss, I'm the manager of this mall. My name is Feng Huabin. You can just call me Xiao Feng. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Feng Huabin said, bending 90 degrees to salute. Xiao Yingying and another female salesperson directly froze. When and where did this manager Feng treat a customer like this? Even if it was a young master's daughter from a big family, Manager Feng had never been like this before. Feng, Manager Feng, what's wrong with you today? She's just an ordinary customer in my store, isn't she? Oh no, not even an ordinary customer. She was abandoned by her family and is now so poor that she can't even afford to buy a single piece of clothing. Why would you be so polite to such a person? Xiao Yingying was confused and really couldn't figure it out. What did you say? Feng Huabin glanced at Xiao Yingying, his face full of anger. I said she's just a thing no one wants, not to mention the clothes in my store. She can't afford any random thing in the entire mall. Xiao Yingying still thought that Feng Huabin was angry at learning the other party's true identity and explained with a haughty face. Pop. With a crunching sound, Xiao Yingying covered her face with a shocked expression. Feng manager? Xiao Yingying was instantly confused. She has been working in this shopping mall for almost 10 years. In these 10 years, Feng Huabin has only ever criticized the staff during meetings. Other than that, he has never accused anyone in front of the customers, and even less, he would not directly hit people like this. Feng Huabin was annoyed to the extreme. He didn't care if this bank card was the lady in front of him or not, and even more so, he didn't care what her current status was. Whoever spends with this card then has supreme power. Such an important bank card, no one can give it away at will. That is to say, whoever holds this bank card, even if it is not the real owner of this card, it is at least his closest relative. These are all things that he, Feng Huabin, is far from daring to offend. Xiao Yingying, you're fired. Feng Huabin said coldly. Offending such an important person, if she was to be blamed, not to mention this store of hers, even the entire mall could easily be closed. Not only were you fired, but your boss hired poorly, and all the brands he represented were taken off the shelves and the store closed. What? Manager Feng. Xiao Yingying stumbled and nearly fainted. She would never have dreamed that the punishment would be so severe. The owner of his own store closed and lost at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Having been fired from SKN herself, that meant that this was a line that she could never set foot in again, and no mall would take her. What kind of person is this Gumori? Chapter 36, I'll double the price. Walking out of the entrance of the mall, Gumori was still a bit panicked. Everything in the store just now made her feel like a dream. She was just as stupid as she was. She knew that it must be because of this bank card given by Night North. What kind of bank card is this? How much money is on it? Would that make the other side move like this? Forget it, hurry up and go to the wholesale market. It's better to shop there for a more down-to-earth experience. At the same time, inside a lavishly decorated office in the Green Vine Villa, Night North was sitting on a sofa right in the center, and a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting next to him with a shocked look on his face. Sir, you're here for a joke, aren't you, to acquire our Green Vine Villa? The middle-aged man's name was Zheng Chuan Shang, the general manager of the Green Vine Villa, and he was quite shocked by Night North's arrival. The Green Vine Villa was originally the Gu family's property, and since its demise it was acquired by Chu Yuanshan's Chu clan group. Sitting on nearly 1,000 acres and tens of thousands of square feet, it combines fishing, horse racing, hunting, and more. The interior of the lodge is also quite distinctive, with each room modeled after a representative building from around the country. If added up, the market value of this Green Vine Villa was estimated to be at least over $4 billion, bringing in as much as $300 million in pure profit every year. Not to mention whether or not this person can afford it, just the high annual profit alone, this Green Vine Villa is a money tree. How could it be sold? Night North took a sip of tea and slowly said, how much? Just make a direct offer. The other side of the graceful posture let Jing Chuansheng some palpitations. Wanna be angry but do not dare, afraid of the other side do not really have a big head. Hesitating, he said, I can't make that call, I need to ask my boss. When he finished, he pulled out his cell phone. General Manager Chu, there is a person in the mountain village who has opened his mouth to acquire our mountain village. Zheng Chuansheng said quietly. On the other end of the phone, Xu Yuanshen's face sank. Acquiring Green Vine Villa? The large Beijing Sea who does not know that this Green Vine Villa is Chu's industry. How dare you say that you want to acquire Chu's group as the largest industry in the Beijing Sea, reduced to the point of having to sell their industry? This is clearly against himself. Zheng Chuansheng, you still need to give me a report on this kind of thing? How did you become a manager? Do you still need to pay attention to this kind of person? Directly blow them out. Xu Yuanshen shouted sternly. Yes, Chuansheng understands. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Xu Yuanshen's voice came over the phone. Who is that person? What's the name? Xu Yuanshen was curious to know just who dared to be so bold as to openly provoke himself. Zheng Chuansheng thought for a moment and returned, Mr. Chu, the other party just seemed to say that he was called. What is his name? Night North. What? Xu Yuanshen stood up violently with a tang, and his hand holding the phone trembled involuntarily. The horrible and monstrous person that He had told him about that day was called Night North. Manhwa did not know who the Lord of the God Execution Temple was, but the person Wang Yaoxiang had asked him to kill was called Night North. The person who had forced himself on the Gu family's daughter 7 years ago was also called Night North, and the person Lu Zhongyuan was protecting that day was Night North. He could think with his heels that the God Execution Hall that made the entire world tremble, the hall master must be Night North. As the richest man in the capital C, who dares to provoke himself like this, except. As soon as he thought of this, Xu Yuanshen hurriedly said, Zheng Chuansheng, you entertain this lord for me, I'll be right there to bring out the pack of poor that I've been treasuring for many years for this lord to savor. After that, he threw down the phone, smashed a brand new piece of glass head-on, and raced down from the 59th floor. To be able to be the richest man in Jinghai, he himself was a martial artist, and it was the same as He, both were intermediate-level martial exalts. Inside the mountain villa, Zheng Chuansheng was still dumbfounded, holding the phone a little confused. What's wrong with Mr. Chu? The other guy comes to pick a fight, and Mr. Chu has to treat him with his precious poor? Within the capital C, there is still someone that Mr. Chu is afraid of? But after thinking about it, Zheng Chuansheng did not dare to easily offend the person in front of him, and in accordance with the instructions of General Manager Chu, he made a cup of aged pour for Night North. Night North took a sip, a little surprised, and then the very best tea he had drunk. Every year in the tribute, there are countless precious tea leaves. This pour is not as good as what he drank in the temple. In this Jinghai, can drink this grade, is also rare. Soon, a roar resounded through the estate as a private helicopter slowly landed. The rest of the people did not have any excessive reaction, knowing that this is the private airplane of General Manager Chu, and had occasionally come like this before, while Zheng Chuansheng was surprised. From Chu's office from the villa, driving is only a 15-minute drive. This point of the road actually directly take the airplane over. This house in the end is what kind of person surprisingly let Mr. Chu so anxious. Before the helicopter had even stopped, the hatch had opened, and Xu Yuanshen directly leapt down. The feet just hit the ground and ran all the way towards the office. Just running a few steps, he saw Zheng Chuansheng standing not far away to greet him, and hurriedly yelled, Who let you out? I told you to entertain inside, what the are you running out for? Zheng Chuansheng's surprised face of aggravation, even if the person in this house is powerful, it is not his own boss. Opening his mouth, he was just about to say something, only to see his boss not stopping at all in his footsteps, galloping all the way to the office door. Xu Yuanshen stood at the door, carefully organized his clothes up and down, and knocked on the door to enter. Knight, Lord Knight. After Xu Yuanshen entered the room, he fiercely knelt down with his hands clasped together. Night North's sword brows raised, and a hint of coldness surfaced in his eyes. 7 years on the frontier, his mind had long been like a demon. How did you know my identity? Night North's lips moved slightly, accompanied by a sharp drop in the temperature of the room. His identity was a top secret, and if some forces outside the domain knew that he appeared in the capital C at this time, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Xu Yuanshen had already felt a chill. As a martial artist, he knew that the other party had already moved to kill. Moreover, as an intermediate-level martial zun, he couldn't see through what cultivation the other party was at all, and only felt the other party's monstrous bloodthirsty aura, which further concluded what he thought. Night Lord, Xu Yuanshen cold sweat straight, small person Xu Yuanshen, Manhwa and I have known each other for many years, I heard it from him. Shu Yuanshan did not dare to have the slightest concealment. In front of him was the person who made the whole world afraid. If one intends to hide, one is afraid to die without knowing how to die. Black Underworld. Night North pondered for a moment and thought of that black-clothed Marshal Exalt from 2 days ago. You go back and tell the Black Hind that if the two of you divulge half of my information. Don't worry, Lord Knight, Black Underworld and I will not divulge a single piece of information about your excellency even if we die. Shu Yuanshan hurriedly replied. Night North nodded and threw a bank card casually onto the table, saying, I want to purchase this mountain villa, the price is whatever you want, take it and brush it yourself. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuanshan hurriedly said, Lord Knight, for you to take a fancy to this mountain villa, that would be a blessing for me. The mountain villa I would like to give to your lordship free of charge. Did you not hear what I said? I said purchase. Night North let out a low sound. How much is the mountain villa? You can estimate yourself. I'll offer double the price to buy it. Chapter 37, let's look at the wine in the cup. Shu Yuanshan was about to cry out, didn't want to accept the money, but didn't dare to not accept it, shivering, picked up the bank card on the table. Yes, little man understands. Shu Yuanshan held the bank card as if it was a hot potato. However, the heart is still secretly happy. If he can have even the slightest involvement with this lord in front of him, then he will be more than just the richest man in the capital C in the future. Oh yeah, one more thing. At your service, my lord. As far as I know, there's a security guard named Gu Hai and a dishwasher named Wang Huiji in your mountain villa. Night North said. Shu Yuanshan tried his best to think, but he still didn't have a trace of impression. As the president of Chu Clan Group, how would he usually pay attention to this lowest class of workers? My lord, forgive me, I am indeed unclear. Shu Yuanshan returned truthfully. Night North, since there is no blame, if not for this green vine villa to take in Gumori's parents, it is estimated that the two will not necessarily have a job until now. Although I have purchased this mountain villa, externally it is already your Chu family's property. I don't care what position you put those two in short, let the two of them familiarize themselves with the business of the mountain villa as soon as possible. Once the time is ripe, let Gu Hai become the largest shareholder of the mountain villa can be. Night North thought for a moment and said. Although Gu Hai Wang Huiji hated himself a lot, but after all, it is Gumori's parents, the most and most let the night in the north of the most grateful point is that it is very good for their own daughters. This green vine villa was originally the Gu family's property, and now that it was returned to Gu Hai, it was also considered to be a slight remedy for the harm he had brought to them over the past 7 years. The sun is slowly setting, the sky is getting dark, the manner of a large yurt, a dozen young men and women talk and laugh. A young man wearing a shirt and tie, at a glance is a successful white collar. At this time stood up, holding his wine glass high, looked around the week and said loudly, all students, it's really too happy to see you again, I'll drink first. When he finished, he tilted his neck and a glass of wine hit the bottom. His name was Zhang Yuan, and like everyone here, he was Gumori's classmate during her university days, the only difference being that he transferred abroad before he graduated, and only returned in the last few months. Egu Zhang Yuan, I heard that you came back this time but you got into Mingshi Company as a vice president. Xie Qingyu was wearing a low-cut dress, with a large portion of her snowy whites exposed. Zhang Yuan was her constant crush during her college days, but the other party didn't seem to be interested in her in the slightest, but kept pursuing Gumori. This was one of the reasons why he, Xie Qingyu, had always hated Gumori. Cough cough. What vice president, not vice president, just a mixed meal. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and glanced at Gumori, who was not far away. During the university, although he liked Gumori very much, the other party's status of being from a wealthy family made him feel inferior to himself. Now he is only a vice president, but after all, young, and then after 2 years, when the company president is also just around the corner. With such a status, there was always a chance to pursue Gumori. Zhang Yuan, you kid can do it, Mingshi Company is a company under the Chu Group. A male student had a face of envy, having a capable classmate would naturally make it much easier for him when he needed help in the future. Come on, I'll toast you. Come Zhang Yuan, I'll toast you too. Don't forget your classmates when Mr. Zhang is well mixed up. For a while, Zhang Yuan became the target of all the stars. Gumori sat on the sidelines looking a bit out of place. She herself had not participated in the reunion, had thought that many years of classmates had not seen each other. We talked and reminisced about the college days. But now. She then associated herself with her previous struggle to go out and borrow money, but could not borrow a single cent, and suddenly had the feeling to think of a phrase. Poor in the city no one asked, rich in the mountains have distant relatives, do not believe and look at the cup of wine, the cup first toast to the rich. After a few glasses of wine, Zhang Yuan's eyes were a bit mesmerized. He got up and walked over to Gu Mori, saying, "Mori, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Come on, I'll give you a toast." "Ha?" Gu Mori was a bit startled and picked up her glass of water and clinked it with the other party. "Mori-lee, we haven't seen each other for at least 7 years or so. How can you drink water when we haven't seen each other for so long?" Zhang Yuan said, pouring a glass of white wine for Gu Mori, and without any further ado, handed it to Gu Mori in front of him. Gu Mori blushed. In her years she had never drank alcohol, and when she was in college, she only drank fruit wine once or twice in a while. Zhang Yuan, people's foam away can't drink," Xie Qingyu said in a conspiratorial manner. "Why?" Zhang Yuan didn't understand. Xie Qingyu burst of cold laughter. "Oh, people foam away from home still have to take the child. You let people drink too much. People children how to do ah." Zhang Yuan was full of alcohol and shouted, "We haven't seen each other for so many years, we have to have a drink for any reason. What kind of reason is bringing a child? What? Bringing up a child?" Zhang Yuan froze in place for a moment, the wine glass in his hand suddenly falling. The person he's been in love with for years is actually having a baby? There were more than a dozen people at this table, and apart from Zhang Yuan, there were only a handful of people who showed expressions of surprise. Because most of her classmates, Gu Mori opened her mouth to borrow money. The fact that a rich girl wanted to borrow money, and the money she borrowed was not much, made them feel unusually strange, and they found out everything after a little inquiry. "That's right, Zhang Yuan, people's MOLI is really enviable. Most of our classmates are still not married, let alone have children. People have not even graduated from university, they are pregnant, counting, the child should be 6 years old. It is said that even the father of the child does not know who it is." Xie Qingyu sneered. Xie Qingyu had a sneer on her face. MOLI, this can't be true, right? Zhang Yuan couldn't believe it. Pregnant out of wedlock, not even knowing who the child's real father is? How could the goddess of his heart be so shameless? Zhang Yuan, this is a true story, many students in our class know about this. The Gu family was furious over this, and drove Gu Mori out of the house. A student said. "Ha? Really?" Another student wasn't sure about this. "This thing can still be false, don't believe you ask them. This Gu Mori was kicked out of the house. With the child even life is a problem. A few years ago even called to ask me to borrow money." "Well, yes, and asked me to borrow money too. Asked me to borrow it too." The surrounding students were talking. Gu Mori was biting her lips tightly, and the silk blood was already crimson out, and Zhang Yuan was in a trance, as if he heard the sound of his own heart breaking. "Classmates, I still have some things to do, I'll leave first." Gu Mori forced back the tears that were about to flow and got up to leave. "Mori-lee, don't go." Xie Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her back, then pretended to say to the rest of the students, all right, let's not bring this matter up again. After all, we are all in the same class, let's talk about something else." After saying that, he pulled Gu Mori back to his seat. She had other special arrangements today, and if Gu Mori left, the good show would be meaningless. Chapter 38, A Speech Stirs Up 1,000 Waves. After Gu Mori resumed her seat, the crowd indeed did not discuss the issue any further. After a few rounds of wine, except for Gu Mori, every one of them had a drunken look on their faces. Xie Qingyu picked up her wine glass and twisted to Zhang Yuan's side, her snow-white and proud peaks purposely pressed against the other party, and said in a coy voice, "Our general manager Zhang, you must help people more in the future." Zhang Yuanju raised his wine glass tremblingly, gently touched it with the other party, and dried it in one mouthful. His tongue was a bit straight as he asked, "Qingyu, look at what you're saying, if there's anything you need help with, you say." Zhang Yuan obviously hadn't gotten over that incident with Gu Mori, he just wanted to drink and get drunk today. "Mr. Zhang, you are now the vice president of Mingxi Company. My family's mouth now has some cooperation with a construction company under Mingxi Company, and I'm counting on you for more help in the future," Xie Qingyu said as she kept twisting her upper body. The crunchy and soft sensation caused Zhang Yuan to feel a wave of relief, and he almost couldn't hold back his humming. Although this Xie Qingyu was not as good as Gu Mori, she was also one of the top 10 beauties in the Beijing Sea at that time. Coupled with the exquisite dress and clothing, she was a living beauty. Zhang Yuan, a burst of heart, this Gu Mori have already had a child, they have already lost the opportunity, since there is no opportunity, in addition to marriage, the rest, that is to play. Right now, this Xie Qingyu is good. This is not a small matter. In the future, if there is anything that needs my help, just come to me directly," Zhang Yuan said, looking around, his palm gently grabbed on Xie Qingyu's arched buttocks. Xie Qingyu didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it, everyone was an adult, the meaning, obvious and easy to understand. My husband is away on a business trip, I'm the only one at home at night. Xie Qingyu finished quietly, with a coquettish face, and turned around to return to her seat. Chang licked his lips and gave the other man an I-get-it look in return. Seeing that her business was done, Xie Qingyu pulled out the phone and covered the microphone to quietly say a few words. Soon, a waiter walked in with the food. The surrounding people since did not have the slightest reaction. At this time Xie Qingyu shouted in a conspiratorial manner, "Waiter, come and pour me a glass of water." "Oh, yes ma'am." The waitress hurriedly picked up the teapot and walked over. Halfway through pouring the tea, Xie Qingyu intentionally touched it with her hand, and the teacup instantly fell down, spilling the hot tea all over her. Ouch! Xie Qingyu let out a cry of pain and stood up to heavily slap the other party in the face. The waitress covered her burning face and took a few steps back, a little alarmed. This scene naturally caught the attention of the students. "I say you're a very careless waitress." "That's right, such hot water, Qingyu, it didn't hurt anywhere, did it? Take a quick look, but don't leave a scar." A few female classmates around them were talking and checking around Xie Qingyu. Boo! Zhang Yuan slammed the table and roared, "Call the manager over, such a waiter is really a waste, can't pour water well, hurry up and give him the boot." "Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The waiter hurriedly apologized when he heard that he was going to call the manager. Being fined in this situation was small, it was very likely that he would be fired. At this time, Gu Mori inadvertently raised her head and was instantly shocked when she saw the other party. "Mom!" Gu Mori slowly stood up, unable to believe the scene in front of her. Foam away?" Wang Huizhi covered her face, surprised. She did not expect her daughter to be here. The originally noisy booth was instantly quiet. Xie Qingyu laughed coldly in his heart. Wang Huizhi was able to come here, this was specially arranged by her to greet an acquaintance in the mountain villa. "Mori, is this your mother?" Xie Qingyu pretended to be surprised and then said, "Egu, I'm really sorry, how could I have thought that your mother would be here? Besides, auntie, if you're not in the Gu family as a mansion wife, how did you end up here as a waitress?" Gu Mori stared at Xie Qingyu closely. Without thinking, she knew how her mother could have appeared here so coincidentally, it must be thanks to her. Xie Qingyu felt Gu Mori's gaze, her eyes did not avoid it in the slightest, and she locked eyes with Gu Mori with a haughty look on her face. The purpose of her arranging this class reunion was to ruthlessly humiliate Gu Mori in order to relieve her hatred. How could she let go of such a perfect opportunity? The surrounding students exchanged words, whispered, "The university know, this Gu Mori that is a famous family, now her mother actually in this hotel as a waitress. That's ironic." This also indirectly confirmed that this Gu Mori family was indeed expelled from the Gu family. Gu Moli's nails were ruthlessly embedded into her flesh, she could tolerate being humiliated, but this Xie Qingyu letting her mother come over, this wasn't humiliating her, it was humiliating her mother. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the entire booth. "This student, I'm really sorry, all of you eat and drink well, I can give you a 95% discount when checking out." After Wang Huizhi finished speaking, she held back her tears and walked towards the door. Over the past few years, she had suffered more grievances in this mountain village. She felt fine, but today, being humiliated in front of her daughter made her feel that she couldn't even lift her daughter's head. "Auntie, go slowly. 95% discount even, I have a platinum card here, I can get 20% discount." The corner of Xie Qingyu's mouth rose. After Wang Huizhi left, Zhang Yuan got up, smiled sarcastically, and said that everyone has pretty much eaten, so let's call it a day. It's come to this. The party must not be going on. One by one, the classmates rose and agreed, "This reunion is really wonderful. The former magnate fell to this topic is enough to talk about for a period of time." The group had just stepped out of the private room when a security guard outside the door immediately stood at attention and saluted. Gu Mori couldn't hold back any longer at this point and lost her voice. While the group was baffled, Xie Qingyu let out a cold laugh and said, "Hee, this is Miss Gu's father." The crowd was shocked. The fact that her parents had been humiliated today made Gu Mori's heart agonize. It was also because of her own stubbornness in giving birth to her daughter back then that she caused her parents to suffer together. Not far away, Nightbay heard Gu Mori's cries, sniffed and looked over, and was seeing Gu Hai in a security uniform, standing straight and saluting the crowd. "How dare you!" Night North let out a roar. The Chu Yuan Chen beside him only felt a burst of pressure, his knee snapped to the ground. If not for the fact that he was an intermediate-level martial Zun's strength, the pressure he had just felt would have already killed him on the spot. "Knight, Lord Knight." Chu Yuan Chen was confused, everything was fine just now, why did he suddenly get angry? "I told you to arrange Gu Hai to another position, why is he still a security guard now?" Knight North pointed not far away and drank. Shu Yuanshan sweated like a pig, hurriedly explained, Knight Lord, after you said I'll do it according to your intention, I'm going to let Gu Hai be the lobby manager tomorrow and Wang Huizhi be the assistant manager. Anyway, just for one night today. I don't think it's a matter of concern, it's just. You think it doesn't matter? Knight North was trying to lash out before it was too late. The commotion over there also caught the attention of this side. One of the students made an effort to look a few times towards a short distance away and was instantly dumbfounded, pointing over there, his fingers trembling. That person seems to be the richest man in the capital C, Shu Yuanshan. One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Zhang Yuan, with a drunken face and misty eyes, laughed, I say you can really talk nonsense, Mr. Chu, who is the president of our group company and the richest man in Jinghai, would kneel down for someone else? What international joke? Chapter 39, Living Sins. The crowd also felt that Zhang Yuan had a point. He, Zhang Yuan, was the person in Chu's company, since he was more recognizable than the others. A group of people came slowly this way. The distance is getting closer and closer. Gu Morili first saw the Knight North, can no longer hold back, running a few steps, a jump into his arms wantonly cried bitterly. In all these years, no matter how hard she had suffered, she had never been in as much pain as she was tonight. Knight North didn't say anything, just kept gently caressing Gu Mori in his arms, deeply understanding the suffering in her heart at this time. It is 1,000 times more painful to have one's parents humiliated than to have oneself humiliated. Knight North had also thought more than once that if time could be rewound, that night, he would rather die himself at the hands of the Gu family, but also let his parents live well. But time will not go backwards, even if it goes backwards, then the result must not be what Knight North thought, himself dead, parents alive. The pain of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person is something that no one who has not experienced it will ever know. That night, if Knight North was killed by the Gu family, his parents would not have survived. The result was that all 3 members of the family died at the hands of the Gu family. If not to avenge his parents this obsession support, these 7 years, he Knight North and cannot live alone. And now, Gu Mori in his daughter's heart language, is his Knight North of the closest relatives, who is moving his Knight North of the closest relatives, then he will let the other party pay 100 times the price of pain. A group of classmates watched Gu Emoli throw herself into a man's arms, and after a short period of surprise, each one of them showed a sneer. Xie Qingyu was the first to speak, saying, Yo! Look, this Miss Gu is just awesome the daughter has not yet found her own father, this first to find a stepfather, TSK. The voice was so loud that it didn't avoid anyone at all. The crowd roared with laughter. Gu Mori's hands hugged Knight North even harder, as if this way, the mocking voice could not be heard. Knight North's eyes narrowed slightly as killing intent surfaced on his calm face. Lord Knight, just let me handle such a small matter. Shu Yuanshan slowly got up and turned around violently. Pop! With a heavy slap, Xie Qingyu was directly slapped out, half of his cheeks instantly swelling up like the size of a fist. You! Xie Qingyu struggled to get up, and when she saw the other party, she was stunned on the spot at once. Just now that palm has also happened between the lightning and fire, the crowd simply did not have time to react, and so on reacted to the time, only to see Chu Yuanshan appear of an extremely gloomy face. That is to say, the one kneeling next to that person just now was indeed the richest man in the capital C, Chu Yuanshan. To be able to make the richest man in the capital C bow down and kneel on the ground, the man who had his arm around Gu Mori, what kind of horrible status should that be? Ma'am, it's all my fault, letting ma'am suffer this great humiliation on my territory, how these people are to be disposed of, Yuanshan will listen to ma'am and everything. Shu Yuanshan arched his hand at Gu Mori and asked. Gu Morili was already shocked at this time, just now she hadn't even noticed Chu Yuanshan, not to mention that she didn't think that the other party would be this polite to herself. For a moment she didn't know how to reply, and raised her head to look at Knight North. Knight North felt the gaze of help in his arms and said coldly, Yuanshan, kill them all, leave no one behind. Although the Knight in the North did not go to college, but in the border on the military school, know that the pure friendship between classmates. Military school is even more so, not only but classmates, or comrades in arms, that love, not to say that the 2 ribs, but also the liver and gall. It would not be like them. Such people do not deserve to be classmates, friends, or even alive. Yes. Yuanshan arched his hand and led the way. Xie Qingyu and his party were scared out of their wits, they were convinced that Chu Yuanshan's ability to kill a few of them was as easy as a slap in the face. Chu, Mr. Chu, I'm still your employee, please, don't kill me. Zhang Yuan was so scared that his legs went limp and he knelt down, he had just become the vice president, his future was bright, he was not willing to die like this. Mr. Chu, don't kill me, I'm wrong, I won't dare next time. Xia Yuqing said, her hands continuously slapped her ears, her face which was already red and swollen. At this time, blood was already coming out in earnest. The remaining few people were also kneeling on the ground, loud slaps resounding continuously, begging for mercy non-stop, hoping to extinguish the anger of this lord in front of them, just to survive. Shu Yuanchen's footsteps did not stop at all, and his entire body's true qi was released with a roar. It was no longer a secret that he was a martial artist, which was known throughout the city. When a martial artist strikes, mortals must not live. Mori, we are all your classmates, can you really bear to see us die? Xie Qingyu's heart felt despair. She never dreamed that during the university period, she, Gumori, had pressed herself head-on, and now, it was even more of a difference between the clouds and mud. Stop! Just at the moment Chu Yuanchen was about to strike, Gumori Li broke free from Night North's arms. Although the group of people in front of her just ruthlessly humiliated herself, although she hated it, but the crime is not to death, not to mention that it is still her classmates. Chu Yuanchen's hand containing true qi stopped in the air, glanced back at Gumori, and his gaze finally rested on Night North, waiting for instructions. Night North, don't kill them, okay? Gumori's eyes were red and swollen, and the tears in the corners of her eyes had yet to dry. Night North reached out with a heartbroken hand and gently wiped away the teardrops from the corner of Gumori's eyes. Thoughtfully, he nodded. Gu Yuanchen's hands returned to their positions, and his true qi gradually dissipated. Night North took a step forward, scrutinizing the several people in front of him like an emperor, saying, if not for Mori Lei's plea for mercy, several of you would have died today. Several people breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that they had escaped back from the ghost gate, kneeling on the ground and desperately kowtowing to Gumori. Thank you, Miss Gu, thank you, Miss Gu. Gumori turned her head to the side, former classmates to this scene. I'm afraid that after this party, these dozens of people will never see each other for life, which makes her heart mixed flavors are not the taste. The next sentence instantly brought the crowd back from the joy of rebirth to fear. You guys are Mo Lee's classmates, how dare you humiliate her like this, it's really abominable to the extreme, death penalty can be waived and living sins can't be escaped. After Night North finished speaking, his right arm was wrapped in layers of real qi that were as solid as substance, and he swung out violently. Dozens of people only felt a flutter in their bodies, all of them spewed out a mouthful of blood, feeling that their bodies seemed to have instantly aged 20 years that way. But after checking, there wasn't a single injury on the whole body again. Night North tightly wrapped his arm around Guemoli and turned to leave. You all remember well, Gumori is my Night North's wife, her child is naturally my Night North's child. If you all make any more wild suspicions and chew on words in the future, I will personally end your lives. The duo slowly disappeared from sight. It wasn't until it was completely out of sight that the crowd felt like they were being pardoned. Chu Yuanchen looked at the crowd and coldly grunted in his heart. Just now the night base down seemed to do little damage, but in reality, it had already destroyed the entire body essence of these people. Once a person has no essence, the disease will naturally haunt him, and if he lives less than 20 or 30 years, he will only live for 6 or 7 years. Moreover, at this age, it is no longer possible for one to procreate. Xie Qingyu was still complacent about her survival. If his husband knew she was infertile, I wonder if he would still keep her. Chapter 40, Are you really stupid or not? Early the next morning, Gumori apparently in a good mood, the family of 3 in the presidential suite after breakfast, Gumori said to go to the flower store to take a look, has not been open for business for several days. Knight had wanted to block it, with his ability, he didn't need Guemoli to run any flower store. Daddy lied, the bed that Sinyu and Mommy sleep in is so big enough for the 3 of us to sleep in, Daddy just doesn't like Mommy. Sinyu said, her big eyes gradually moist, tears flowed out. Night North leaned over and gently wiped away his daughter's tears. During these 7 years, the only thing that accompanied him every day was blood and tens of thousands of corpses, and he only knew how to kill, not love. What is love? Confusion flowed from Night North's eyes. At this moment, he only wants to accompany Gumori and his daughter, to make them happy, to protect them, not to let them suffer a little bit of harm. This is love? Perhaps, this is love. Sinyu, Daddy loves Mommy very much, and he loves you too, you guys are Daddy's everything. Night North tightly embraced his daughter into his arms. Well, Heartland loves and adores Mommy and Daddy too, we are the happiest family. Heartfelt shouted happily. Seeing his daughter bouncing into the school, Night North reached out and stopped a cab, heading towards the Emperor Jinghan house. He wanted to pack up the villa as soon as possible, so that mother and daughter could move in, so that it would be more convenient for Shinin to go to and from school. And at this moment, inside the flower store, Wang Huizhi was wearing a competent suit and was chattering with a condescending face. Emoli, your father and I have become the lobby manager of the lodge. Do you know how much a month's salary is now? Me and your dad's together, that's almost $20,000. Egu, after so many years of holding back, I've finally gotten over it. No, I'm going to call them and show those guys that we've raised our eyebrows as a family now. Wan Hueji looked excited and pulled out her cell phone. Mom, I don't think a phone call is necessary. Gumori knew who the gang her mother was talking about was. No, this call must be made. Moreover, I have to arrange one in the mountain villa. So many years, they don't help at all, not to mention that they look down on our family at every turn. They don't think about it. Back then when we were still in the Gu family, how did we help them? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Wang Hueji became more and more angry. Gumori didn't say anything else, she knew her mother's temper. However, she vaguely felt that her parents were suddenly able to be promoted to the position of lobby manager in the mountain villa, and this must have something to do with Night North. Since the Night North came back, everything the other party did, she felt strange, especially last night. The richest man in the capital C, Xu Yuan Chen, all obeyed his orders. This Night North in these 7 years in the end went through what? By the way, Fomaway, you and the Heart language also don't live with shabby basement again. I and your father are now the lobby manager of the Green Vine Villa. Spreading out is not enough to make us lose face. There are still vacant dormitories in the villa. You guys turn around and move to live there. Wang Hueji changed her usual weakness. At this time, she spoke with great bravado. She seemed to have forgotten that she had been humiliated last night. Mom, don't worry about the house. Night North has already bought a house. Gumori said in a small voice. What? Wang Hueji let out a cry of alarm. Why are you still hanging out with that bereaved dog? You've forgotten who caused our family to be like this. You. Wang Hueji's chest kept rising and falling in anger, only to feel a wave of dizziness, and with difficulty she sat down by holding the bench next to her. It's really pissing me off. Who? Looking at her mother, Gumori lit a face of helplessness. The reason why she did not say the house is that she knows, once said, is this situation, parents for the night in the north of the hate is not a day or 2 days, that can be really a whole 7 years, not overnight can be dissolved. Night North, that bereaved dog, the Gu family is gone, he dares to come back. What a waste, such a person, I will resolutely not agree to you being with him. The news of the Gu family's demise was tightly blocked by the Beijing Sea Patrol Division Group. Everyone was just guessing that this Gu family must have offended some powerful family to be exterminated. Wasn't it the Night North family that offended the Gu family before and were tragically exterminated? Mom, it's not like that. Alright, don't explain for that punk. Wang Hueji reached out to interrupt her daughter and then asked, you said that Night North bought a house, where did he buy it? Go, take me to see it. Wang Hueji couldn't help but pull her daughter towards the door. She wanted to see what this bereaved dog could have the ability to buy a house within this capital C. Inside the villa, Night North was sitting on a wide sofa, and he had just hired 20 professional cleaners to clean up the place. This kind of professional work should be left to the professionals, otherwise, in 3 more days this hygiene will not be cleaned well. Outside the door of the villa, Wang Hueji was stunned as she looked at the imposing villa. Emoli, you said that the house bought by that Night North is here? Wang Hueji was in disbelief. She can see from the moment she entered the district, this district is obviously a rich area, the house inside naturally will not be cheap, not to mention the large villa in front of the eyes, at least more than $100 million, were he Night North so much money? Seeing her daughter beside her nodding her head in acquiescence, Wang Hueji became even more furious. Mori, I say, are you really stupid or not? You believe him when he says he bought it? Have you seen the real estate license? Gumori shook her head. It was true that she hadn't seen the real estate license, but she had never had any doubts about Night Bay's comment about buying this house. Chapter 41, You're a Perjurer. At this time, Night North walked out and froze when he saw the mother-daughter duo standing outside the door. But she also politely called out Auntie Wang. Don't call me that, I can't afford it. Wang Hueji let out a cold snort and said immediately afterward, even young Master Knight can afford such a large villa, which is something we can climb up to. Night North frowned slightly, and Gumori was also helpless. Wang Hueji took a few steps forward and walked in. The level of luxury inside the house made Wang Hueji look mesmerized. It was when they were in the Gu family before, the house they lived in was not as luxurious as this. This further made her conclude that this house he, Night North, was not capable of purchasing at all. I say, Night young master, I heard Emoli say that you bought this house, where's the real estate license? Bring it to me. Wang Hueji rolled her eyes and extended her palm. Auntie Wang, this house was just bought, the real estate license is still in the process, it should come down soon. Night North explained. With Night North's ability, any document, not to mention the real estate license, could be completed in a day. But this kind of small things, naturally, do not have to make special arrangements. When you buy a house, it doesn't matter if the real estate license is issued one day earlier or later.
Oh, pretend, keep pretending for me. Wang Huiji sneered, even if this house is really bought by you, whose name is on the real estate license? Is it you, Night North, or Mori Lee? Night North was stunned. It was a question he had never considered. Seeing Night North's appearance, Wang Huiji was even more disgusted. Before, I always thought that you were a villain with drugging despicable and underhanded means, but I didn't realize that you were still a complete liar. Night North, I really underestimated you.
Mom, Mori couldn't listen anymore.
You shut up. Wang Huiji let out a cold shout. How did I give birth to such a worthless thing like you? Have you forgotten how you were humiliated by him back then? Have you forgotten how we were kicked out of the Gu family? Have you forgotten how we came through these 7 years? The life-threatening trifecta of questions left Mori speechless. Indeed, it was all because of Night North. Auntie Wang, it is true that I have dragged your family down, and I have come back now to make up for it. Make up for it. Wang Huiji interrupted sternly, how do you make up for it? Just lie to Emily that you bought this house to make up for it? The more Wang Huiji thought about it, the more angry she became, feeling that the person in front of her simply disgusted her to the point of nausea. Mom! I believe this house was bought by Night North alone. Mori's tone was tinged with a hint of anger, feeling that her mother had spoken a little too much. Why are you defending this liar at every turn? It doesn't matter what you believe. Everything has to be said with facts. There's no real estate license and I still say I bought this house. The fact that her daughter was so gullible infuriated her even more. Night North didn't say anything and took out his cell phone and pressed the number. After all that, it's just a real estate license. I'll do it for you in a minute. Nakahara, call the housing authority and tell them to send me the real estate license now. Cut. Wang Huiji heard the Night in the North of the phone said so, but also a face of contempt, which let you pretend, when the housing authority is your home, open it. Okay, I'll wait here, let's see how long you can pretend. Wang Huiji sat on her but on the sofa and crossed her legs. With a helpless look on her face, Mori walked over to Night North and said quietly, I'm sorry Night North, my mom went a little overboard today. The Night North lightly smiled, 7 years of frontier military, daily knife and blood together, this kind of real-life atmosphere he really have some forgotten, experience is also good. For Wang Huiji, Night North could not reveal his true identity at all. Night North's identity that was a top secret, if the news of his own presence in the capital sea was once spread to the border, he would not be able to deter the surrounding hostile countries. If this war, the dissemination of information will be severely punished by the temple law, the Night North even if the temple master, but also cannot protect, the temple law that is the iron law. Soon, there was a sound of brakes from outside the door, followed by a middle-aged man in his 50s jogging all the way towards the villa. Please, which one is Miss Mori Gu? The middle-aged man stepped through the door with one foot and gasped violently. He is the director of the Beijing Sea Housing Authority, Pan Yangshuo, just in the unit, received a call from the director of the inspection division Wei personally, which makes him not dare to have the slightest negligence. Should be 7 working days to be approved by the real estate license, he personally supervise, and immediately do a good fire scent. I am. Mori replied in response. The middle-aged man took a few steps forward, respectfully, presented a red book with both hands, and said, Hello Ms. Gu, this is your real estate license. What? Wang Huiji jumped up from the sofa, reached out and grabbed it, looked back and forth, it is indeed the real estate license, open a look, the owner of the house column behind the 3 words printed Mori. This. Wang Huiji was shocked. Immediately after that, she seemed to understand something, turned her face with a face of anger, roared, Could you Night North, if not for my experience, I almost got cheated by you again, say, where did you get this fake certificate? Without waiting for Night North to reply, Pan Yangshuo's face turned slightly angry and said, This lady, please pay attention to your words, this certificate was handled by me personally, if it's a fake certificate, it's a legal responsibility. Other certificates he cannot guarantee, in front of this one, but he personally handled, this is said to be a fake certificate, that is an insult to him. I said that you, the one who runs a fake license, actually knows that you are legally responsible? Wang Huiji let out a cold laugh, determining that what she was holding in her hand must be a fake certificate. Pan Yangshuo was angry face red neck thick, if it is usually have long been furious rage,
But this is the director of the Wei arrangements, he is not clear what the relationship between the other party and the director of the Wei, do not dare to get angry. Ma'am, if you don't believe me, just go to the internet to check. In addition, I, too, am not one to make fake certificates. There is my information on the official website of the Housing Authority of Beijing Sea. Saying that, he turned around and nodded slightly to Gu Mori. The certificate has been delivered, Ms. Gu, farewell. Looking at the suddenly departing figure, Wang Huizhi froze for a moment. Tell me, a fake license holder, are they all this hoity-toity now? There's also information about you on the official website, Mori Lei, look it up online. I'd like to see what kind of information a person who runs a fake license has. Gu Mori sniffed and pulled out her cell phone. Soon, Pan Yangshuo's profile was displayed on his cell phone. What? He's the director of the Beijing Sea Housing Authority? Wang Huizhi exclaimed as she looked at the information in her cell phone. How could she have imagined that a director, in person, would deliver the license? Mom, do you still need to check the authenticity of this real estate certificate? Gu Mori deliberately flirted. She had believed since the beginning that the house was bought by Night North. Wang Huizhi was speechless. The director of the housing authority personally sent over the real estate license, but also check there is more real than this? Chapter 42, I don't like that name. Wang Huizhi's face was a shade of red and white at this time, sweating without a place. At this moment, she didn't even dare to look at Night North squarely, feeling that she was simply disgraced. She never thought that Night North would have the ability to buy such a large villa here, and the real estate license only had her daughter's name written on it. The two of them are not married, and only their daughter's name is on the house, which naturally means that the house belongs exclusively to her. This neighborhood, this lavish villa, it must be over $100 million at least. Over $100 million, even when she was in the Gu family, the entire family of 3 could not reach this figure. Even if you buy this villa, what's the point of thinking I'll forgive you? I'm telling you, it's not that cheap. Wang Huizhi roared stiffly. In fact, she is clear in her own heart, at this time has not so much hate the Night North, willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a house for their own daughters, in this within the Beijing Sea, even if it is the second generation of rich people cannot do it, right? Auntie Wang, I know that I've brought too much harm to your family over the past few years, especially Emoli and Xinu. I'm coming back this time to make up for the mistakes I've made in the past, so don't worry, I'll make Emoli and Xinu the happiest people in the world. Night North said solemnly. Gu Moli's eyes were already moist at this time, and in the past few days since Night North came back, she had already deeply felt how much the other party cared about herself and her daughter. Looking at Night North's sincere expression, Wang Huizhi's heart was also shaken. How much humiliation and how much suffering her daughter has suffered in these years, she as a mother is more than clear. Right now if there is a Night North in the side to take care of, it is more than appropriate. After all, he is the real father of the heart language. At least, Xinhua will never be called a child without a father by other children outside in the future. I've arranged a table at the mountain villa for the evening, so you two can come over as well. Wang Huizhi said, rubbing her red eyes and turning her head towards the door. Why is there sand in the house? Looking at her mother's choked back, Gu Mori couldn't help but cover her face and sob. These were tears of joy. She knew that her mother, this was accepting Night North. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a large luxury private room in the Green Vine Villa, 3 big tables are almost full, which are full of Gu Mori's mother, the Wang family. If the Wang family hadn't heard that Wang Huizhi had become the assistant lobby manager of the Green Vine Villa, they wouldn't have come to dinner today at all. During these 7 years, the people of the Wang family were afraid that Wang Huizhi would come to them to borrow money, and they all avoided her from a distance. Everyone eat and drink well tonight. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat and drink, I'll treat you tonight. Wang Huizhi stood up and looked around the crowd with indescribable pride on her face. Tonight was the happiest day she'd had in 7 years, and she could finally raise her eyebrows for once. Che, just a hotel lobby manager, what a fool. A beautifully dressed girl had a contemptuous look on her face. Her name is Wang Roland, the daughter of Wang Huizhi's elder brother's family, and she works as an executive in a shopping mall. Carefully calculated, she can get into the company, or when her second aunt Wang Huizhi entrusted someone to speak to the favor. But ever since Wang Huizhi was expelled from the Gu family, all the Wang family members shunned her, and not only did they not help, but they also fell down to watch the jokes. Otherwise, Wang Huizhi and Gu Mori's family would not have spent 7 years so miserably. Roland, don't worry, I'll let them fool around in a while. I hate people fooling around in front of me in my life. A board-inch head youth said angrily. He is Wang Roland's husband, is a contractor in recent years to do engineering, earned a lot of money, the standard thugs. At this time, Gumori and Night North walked into the private room with Xinu, and the people in the room looked at them with disgust. Gumori ignored the crowd and pulled Night North and Xinu to sit down on the empty seats, her face cold and not saying a word. He knew what kind of people were coming today, so he didn't want to come at all, but his mother had said so today, and Night North had just gotten his mother's approval, so it wasn't appropriate not to come. She also has so much stubbornness in her heart, her daughter is cured, her parents' jobs have been promoted, and she will never look at your faces and beg any of you again.
The three had just sat down when Wang Wolin asked in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, Sister Mori, who is this person?" Gumori ignored it, she didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this cousin. When Wang Wolin had just graduated from college, she couldn't find a job, or she begged her mother to arrange for this cousin of hers to get into a company. Later, in order to raise money for her daughter's medical treatment, she looked for her cousin too. Anymore, the other person is their relative. What? Night North? The girl obviously heard Gumori just shouted, shocked, but also a burst of fear in her heart. This is the year forced on Gumori's people, this just now the other side of the terrible eyes, is fancying their own beauty, want to force on themselves? Once the crowd heard that it was Night North, there was another exchange of words. A face teasingly looked at Gumori, all did not expect, this Gumori actually will be entangled with the person who forced himself on her, really cheap. Wang Huizhiyan face gloomy, she set up a banquet today is not to continue to be angry, so many years, gossip than this 100 times harder words, she has long heard enough. Morley, when are you going to move to the villa that Night North bought for you in Imperial View Hanfu? Wang Huizhi deliberately asked loudly, fearing that someone wouldn't hear her. Chapter 43 I'll take this room. Hundreds of millions of a set of houses, enough to give themselves a long face, so many years, in the Wang family, she has never spoken like this bottom. This hasn't been thought of yet. Gumori lowered her head and whispered back. Wang Huizhi glared at her daughter, thinking, this stinky girl, what's the point of whispering about something so honorable? Gumori cannot know the mother's intention, this house is the Night North to buy, she does not want to use to prove anything, as long as the Night North can stay with their side, the daughter grows up healthy this line, other than that, what is not important? Che, isn't it just a villa? That can be worth a few dollars, the money my family heir has earned over the past few years is enough to buy at least 3 or 5 sets. Wang Wolin skimmed her mouth with a disdainful expression. But while her mouth said so, her heart was sour, and the house she was living in now was just a little over 100 square feet. That's right, it's just a villa, Wolin, turn around, don't look at the ones below 1,000 square feet, I can't afford to lose that person. Dong early I looked arrogant, then said, turn around when I buy a good villa, we will get together once a week at my place, barbecue at my place, all the expenses I paid. Upon hearing this, the Wang clan's crowd heaped praise on Dong early I. Wang Huizhi's lungs were about to explode with anger, originally today she was meant to have a long face in front of the Wang family, but at this moment she was actually stepped on by others. What the adults said, the heart language since she did not understand too much and not interested, at this time she stared at a plate of braised chicken legs in front of her, and kept swallowing her saliva. Does Xinwu want to eat? Night North asked with a light smile when he saw his daughter's look of gluttony. Heartland nodded heavily. Night North picked up his chopsticks and had just reached the edge of his plate when the table jerked around and the chicken leg spun in front of a young woman. The woman put 3 chicken thighs in a row into her own child's bowl, and gave one to each of the next few children. A plate of chicken thighs was split instantly. Heartland eyed the empty plate with a look of frustration. Without looking up, the woman said to her son, eat, eat. Mom, it's so much, I can't eat it. The woman's son cried as he looked at the 3 large chicken thighs in the bowl. What can't you eat? Can't you see that little sinner trying to eat? If you don't eat it, she'll eat it. As soon as his son heard his mom say that, he hurriedly grabbed a chicken leg in one hand and gnawed on it for 2 bites, looked up at heartwarming, wiggled his head and spit out his tongue, making a face. The remaining few children were also gnawing on their chicken legs, deliberately looking particularly delicious, and looking at heartwarming with a dejected expression. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Heart felt held back, trying to keep the tears from flowing with a stubborn face. Apparently, it wasn't the first time that a few of them had bullied Heartland. What did you just call my daughter? Night North's eyes were cold, staring at the woman. The woman seemed to not expect someone to ask her that, and briefly froze, followed by a sneer. What do you care what I call her? What's wrong with me calling her a little sinner? He doesn't even know who his real father is, doesn't he? Whoosh. Snap. A teacup slammed into her mouth with such precision that several incisors were instantly dislodged, containing blood that the woman swallowed them together. Well.
The woman covered her mouth and couldn't speak, the blood couldn't stop flowing out of her fingers and the pain made her eyes water. This scene happened in a flash of lightning, and the crowd didn't react at all.
After all these years, you're the first woman to make me make a move.
Night North's cold voice echoed in the private room. He knew that all the people here were Gu Mori's relatives, and if the other party hadn't touched his bottom line, he wouldn't have bothered to go out and hurt a woman.
Unbridled.
A balding middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Night North, how dare you!" He was Wang Wolin's father, Wang Hongrong, and also Wang Huiji's elder brother, and today, besides the Wang family's old man and old woman who were old and didn't come, within this private room, he was the one with the highest seniority. Night North glanced at Wang Hongrong and directly ignored it, taking out his cell phone and dialing the number.
I'm at the lodge and my daughter wants a chicken leg.
Hanging up the phone, Night North stroked his daughter's head and said gently, "Wait for a moment, Shinin, the chicken leg will be here soon." Wang Hongrong was directly ignored by Night North, and the corners of his eyes twitched in anger as he roared, "Night North, how dare you make a move to hurt someone?"
Night North raised his sword brows and said, "Hurt people?
If I hear half a word of disrespect to Morley and Xin again, I'll directly destroy him."
You?
Wang Hongrong was furious, but when he looked at Night North's biting gaze, he didn't dare to say anything else after all. What can a robust offender do?
Night North, you're also too arrogant.
Wang Wolin saw that Night North had such an arrogant attitude towards her father, and angrily pointed at Night North and got up violently. She was an executive in the company, and her husband was a big boss of engineering. Their family was a towering presence in the Wang family whenever they were there. How could it be someone else's turn to flaunt their power in front of them? Dong early I pulled Wang Wolin, signaling her to sit down, and just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, the door to the private room was violently pushed open, and a group of punks rushed in screaming. The crowd froze, and several children dug into their parents' arms in fear. Dong Erlei sneered in his heart. The person he had arranged for came. "We're using this private room, those who don't want to die hurry up and all get out." A black-clothed gangster with studs squinted his eyes around the crowd. Wang Huiji hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "This little brother, I'm the assistant lobby manager here, this private room is already occupied, I'll arrange another private room for you." With that, he pulled out his walkie-talkie, and before he could speak, he was violently pushed aside by the other party. "I want this private room."
Wang Huiji understood that this other party was here to pick a fight.
"Little brother, you should be clear that this mountain villa is owned by Mr. Chu, you guys are making trouble here, I'm afraid you're looking in the wrong place." Wang Huiji drank with a cold face.
Within the capital C, it was estimated that no one dared to cause trouble in Chu Yuanchen's territory yet. Don't scare me with Mr. Chu here, I'm a member of the Black Dragon Hall.
The earring man had a cocky face. The crowd was shocked at the words. Black Dragon Hall, that was a well-known hegemon of the underground forces in the capital C, and the ruler, Manhwa, was a character that was on par with Chu Yuanchen. And he was a peripheral disciple in the Black Dragon Hall, responsible for assisting the hall with miscellaneous matters. Wang Huiji shuddered, Black Dragon Hall, but she would never dare to offend.
Relatives, I'll change another private room for everyone. Wang Huiji had embarrassment written all over her face.
Yes, change the private room. Wang Hongrong was the first to get up, he didn't want to have anything to do with Black Dragon Hall. The Wang family members also hurriedly got up, all knowing that the people in this Black Dragon Hall were a bunch of killers.
If you offend this group of them, then will there be any peace in the future?
Seeing that the time was almost right, Dong Erlei slowly got up, arched his hand toward the studded man, and said, "Brother Gungpeng."
Chapter 44.
Just a moment ago, he gave Gungpeng a call and asked the other party to come to the Green Vine Villa to give himself a boost. This Gungpeng, as a supernumerary of the Black Dragon Hall, relying on himself as a member of the Black Dragon Hall, usually does some vandalism and robbery, collecting protection money. This Dong Erlei in the outside work of the project, not less to this Gungpeng contact. Of course, are to give each other favor fees in order to seek each other more care.
Gungpeng pretended to be surprised. "Yoho, Erlei, why are you here?"
Dong Erlei had a haughty look on his face as he said, "Brother Gungpeng, I'm having dinner here with my relatives today, so give me face as a brother, you take the crowd of brothers to another private room, my treat."
Hee, well said, since they are Erlei's relatives, then I won't say anything. Brothers, let's go to another private room.
Gungpeng waved his hand, and the group of people walked towards the door. Dong Erlei hurriedly followed, walking up to Gungpeng's side with a fawning face, saying in a low voice, "Many thanks to Brother Peng for giving my brother this face."
Gungpeng's face sank as he said, "Dong Erlei, I don't give face to anyone, this face today, you look after it."
Dong Er lay hurriedly back. Yes, brother no, pang brother and brothers first in this dinner, and so after a full meal, the golden diamond that I have arranged, I heard that a new batch of foreign chicks, all the S-level, brothers open play, all the costs of the younger brother out. How do the people know what Dong Early I said to this Gungpang? Wang Hongron looked at his son-in-law talking cordially with the other party, his face was full of pride, and he frankly resumed his seat. Wang Wolin is also a face of arrogance, thinking, or husband is great, actually know the people in the Black Dragon Hall, if not my husband, your family today that is to lose people. When a lobby assistant manager in this dejected, now see you still dejected not dejected. The rest of the crowd settled back into their seats. Everyone eat, it's fine, these are all our own people. Dong Early I resumed his seat and took the lead in taking a bite of food, and before he could put it in his mouth, he heard a cold shout. Stop! The Wang family was stunned. Gungpang had just stepped out the door with one foot, stopped in his tracks, turned back and looked around, his eyes resting on Night Bay, the only one in the private room who was staring at him with gloomy eyes at this moment. What did you kids say? Gungpang craned his neck as if he couldn't believe it. Dong Early I was overjoyed in his heart, this kid was simply taking the initiative to seek death. Brother Pang, this kid is arrogant nah, just now he even mouthed off saying that you all are trash, saying that he wants to exterminate you. Dong Erlay added some fuel to the fire, messing with this Gungpang, this night north will wait for death. I think your kid wants to die. Gungpang rolled up his sleeves and walked over. In Jinghai, there was actually someone who dared to defy their Black Dragon Hall. Pop! Without lifting his head, Night North backhanded him. Gungpang instantly flew up in the air and flew backwards with a spray of blood. The booth was silent. The people of the Wang family were all dumbfounded, not expecting this Night North, who actually dared to hit even the people in the Black Dragon Hall. Pang! A group of juniors rushed forward to check, they all followed Gungpang, they weren't even supernumeraries of the Black Dragon Hall. Get lost! Gungpang violently pushed aside a few juniors, after so many years of mixing in this area, no one had ever dared to touch him, and today he was actually beaten up in front of a group of juniors. Damn it, I'm a member of the Black Dragon Hall, how dare you hit me? Get him killed for me. Agu! Gungpang covered his swollen face with a cry of pain. Right, dare to hit brother Pang, get him killed. Dong Early I echoed. Off! Gungpang kicked at Dong Erlay, if it wasn't for this kid today, he wouldn't have gotten beaten up himself. Everyone in this booth, men, women, and children, give me a beating. Gungpang was infuriated, and this bad anger in his heart had to be spread out. Agu, brother Pang, this kid is not from our Wang family, if you want to hit him, don't hit us. Dong Erlay was on the ground, he knew that this Gungpang was a ruthless character with a murder case. The Wang family members were scared pale, and Wang Wolin hurriedly shouted, Night North. You hurry up and kneel down to apologize to brother Pang, you want to die, don't drag us into this. That's just it. The crowd unanimously agreed, each one staring angrily at Night North, if it wasn't for his bravado, he wouldn't have implicated himself. Night North ignored it and said indifferently, 3 minutes, have Black Underworld roll over and meet me. The crowd was once again shocked. This Night North can really talk a lot. Crazy, this guy is crazy. Dong Early I grabbed his hair, his eyes covered in fear. A few children instantly cried, in the capital C, black meditation that is synonymous with coaxing children, who children crying, a said again black meditation will come to you to take away, one immediately obediently do not cry, 100 times 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 100 times. Gu Mori. Is your wild man crazy? Wang Wolin completely lost her mind, this Night North is really crazy, letting Black Hay come over. This in case if he really came, no one in this private room would want to live. Night North. Gu Morili looked at Night North with a worried face. Black Styx's vicious reputation was a household name in the capital C. Here come the chicken legs. Right at this moment, a yell similar to that of a junior suddenly rang out, followed by a white and a black figure walking into the private room. The duo didn't linger at all, each placing a plate of chicken thighs in their hands in front of Night North. Lord Knight, let the little princess taste it, it's the braised chicken legs I made. Let the little princess try it, it's my fried chicken thighs. As soon as the words fell, the booth was as if time stood still, and one's jaw dropped as if they had been immobilized. Sinew, eat, it's all yours. Night North looked at his daughter with a face full of love. With some disbelief, Heartland looked up at his dad's confirming eyes before he happily reached out and grabbed a finger of chicken thigh and took a big bite out of it. Yummy. Heartland let out a sigh of approval. Zhu Yuanchen glanced at Hey Hey with a proud face. This braised chicken leg was made by him personally. Little princess, try this fried chicken leg and see if it's good. Black Darkness tried to squeeze out a smile, but this smile was a bit oozing and gruesome to anyone who looked at it. Without hesitation, Heartland reached for one and took a big bite. This one is even better. Ha ha. Black Darkness immediately laughed and made a face towards Zhu Yuanchen. After all these years, the two of them had made countless bets, and they had finally won one themselves. At that moment, Gumori gently touched her daughter, signaling her to hurry up and stop eating. Not understanding, Heartland asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" Gumori had an anxious look on her face as she whispered, "Shinin, quickly stop eating, he is Hey Hey." Every time the adults scare the children, they say that the Black Sticks is coming, but the children have never seen it before, they have no idea what the Black Sticks really looks like, and they even think that the Black Sticks is just a monster. Chapter 45, the only one of its kind in the world. Sinew froze, followed by a look of clinical fearlessness, said, "Even if he's Black Sticks I'm not afraid, with Dad there, I'm not afraid of anyone. Daddy's good friend Uncle Shanghu and Uncle Zhou Yuan, they are also powerful. There is also Uncle Lone Defeat Sky, Uncle Luophone, and Uncle Nangang Yan, they all specialize in fighting bad guys." Since Shanghu took Xin Yue around the frontier, the most words Xin Yue heard was that her dad was a most powerful man. So she became exceptionally brave, and as long as she was by her dad's side, she wasn't afraid of anything. You have seen Lord Nangang? Black Darkness' hands trembled with excitement. Sinew nodded and said, "Well, Uncle Nangang is very powerful, he has many soldiers under his hands, and many airplanes, and he also has a great knife that can easily cut even rocks. Uncle Nangang said that when I grow up, he will give me that knife. Punish God knife, my little princess, that is the Punish God knife." Hey Hey listened with tears in his eyes, since he had seen a glance of the God-punishing knife. Each of his knives were forged after Nangang Yan's God-punishing knife, naturally the power that was a world of difference. The God-punishing knife was the weapon that his heart yearned for the most. "Alright Sinew, quickly eat." Night North could tell that these chicken legs contained a large amount of true chi, so it was obvious that these two had put in some hard work. When Night North finished speaking, his face sank. "Black Underworld, your Black Dragon Society is truly majestic, when will you let me join in?" Buzz. Black Darkness only felt a roar in his head, so scared that his body shook and almost fainted, and his legs went limp, kneeling on the ground. "My lord, if there is anything that Black Darkness has done wrong, please punish me, my lord." The Punisher God Temple Master joining the Black Dragon Hall? He wouldn't dare to give him 10,000 guts. Not to mention, the millions of generals in the hall could drown him alive with a mouthful of spittle. You people in the Black Dragon Hall are really flaunting your power. If you had come one step later, I'm afraid that our private room would have already been filled with blood. Night North drank coldly. Black Underworld kneeling on the ground, cold sweat flowed. How can he not hear the words, turn back his gaze, only then noticed that there is a group of people at the door, one of them in black, apparently the Black Dragon Hall's peripheral disciples. "You're looking for death." Black Sticks took 2 steps forward and violently grabbed Gungpeng with one hand. Lord Black Underworld. After Zhu Yuanchen left, the Wang family members in the private room still maintained a posture and expression that hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. The heart language ate with gusto, and Gumori also had a big appetite, drinking 2 bowls of crab porridge in a row. In all these years, she had never been as happy as she was today. Wang Huizhi was also shocked. She had never imagined that today, in front of the Wang family, it would be such a raised eyebrow. The heart goes straight to the heart. Dinner, in the state of the Wang family's crowd as if they were chewing on wax, soon came to an end. Walking to the parking lot of the mountain village, Gumori Lee had just opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, and Night North was sitting in the back seat holding. Back then, when she learned that Gumori had been expelled from the Gu family, she had spent several nights buying drinks and celebrating. Over the years, the more miserable Gumori had been, the more she was relieved. Among the people of the Wang family, one by one, although they did not say anything, their faces were written with the color of mockery. This night, they watched Wang Huizhi's complacent color, and then their hearts were filled with anger. They don't know how the Night North knows the black meditation in Zhu Yuanchen, even if this Night North is a billionaire power through the sky, and you Wang Huizhi and have half a penny to do with it? Now, by relying on such a wild man that Gumori found back, or the one who forced himself on her 7 years ago, he wants to turn over? Oh. I guess it won't take more than a few days to be mercilessly abandoned again, and then, let's see how you family can still be proud of yourselves.
At this moment, amongst the Wang family's crowd, only one person showed a hint of shock in his eyes. His name was Wang Changrun, a sales manager in the Tianzhong group. This voice. Wang Changrun, a murmur, apparently contemplation, as a sales manager, for the vehicle that is exceptionally familiar. The mellow sound wouldn't be caused by a worn-out vehicle at all, nor does it sound like a late modification, but rather the sound of a 12. Wang Changrun simply ignored it, with only the Golf in front of him. To himself, he said, W12, that means this car is indeed a 12-cylinder engine. Looking around the world, 12-cylinder Golfs may be available, but they are all V12 constructed engines, and the engine has to be placed in the back. Only the W12 is built for the engine, that would barely fit in such a small car. The only one of its kind in the world. Chapter 46 Roadside Encounter. Wang Changrun continued, and will the headquarters personally issue to each company in the Tianzhong group a document, but all the staff in the group have to learn, and to keep in mind. The paperwork is that this car comes with free lifetime maintenance. What's wrong with that? What a fuss, repair and maintenance can cost a few dollars. Wang Roland looked at Wang Changrun's look of panic and became angry. What W12, and what 12-cylinder engine, these she did not understand. Even if it's better, it's still a crappy Golf. Can it be as honorable as her Mercedes-Benz Big G? Wang Changrun sniffed and glanced at Wang Roland. The look was like looking at an idiot, then said, the person who owns this car enjoys the highest specification of Tianzhong Group. Whether it is to purchase any of Tianzhong Group's vehicles, it will be given free of charge, no pennies will be charged. What? The crowd was shocked. I say, Wang Changrun, are you crazy? How is this possible? Dong early, I obviously didn't believe it. There were countless luxury cars under Tianzhong Group, and buying a car without money? Such a good thing, isn't this pure bragging without tax? You know. Wang Changrun changed his usual weakness and drank. This is a red-headed document issued by the headquarters with the handwritten signature of the president of both Global. The president of the Huaxia region personally gave us a video conference, saying that as long as we see this car, it's like seeing the president of both himself, and that the other party has the power to execute 100% of the equity on Tianzhong Group. Wang Changrun's eyes were bloodshot with excitement, and his mouth frothed. What does that mean? It shows that at this time Gu Mori is the highest leader of the global Tianzhong Group. Even if the president of the Chinese region is laid off, it is only a matter of a simple sentence. All of the Wang family members were frozen in place as if they were dumbfounded. What exactly is the origin of this Night North? Such great power, they just dare not even dream of it. On the way back, Gu Emoli drove the vehicle smoothly. Night North, what exactly have you been through these past few years? Gu Mori hesitated, but still opened her mouth to ask. Since Night North had returned, it had brought her too much shock, and her great curiosity drove her to figure it out. In the back seat, Heartfelt was also looking at her dad beside her with wide open eyes. Night North lowered his head and looked at Heartfelt with a loving face. Is Heartfelt also curious to know? Night North asked softly. Heartland let out a hem and nodded heavily. Night North laughed softly and said, Xinyue, Dad created a place called the Palace of God Punisher, and the people in it are all heroes who always defend the safety of Huaxia, so that Xinyue can grow up in peace and quiet. Well, I know, Heart Language heard Uncle Lone defiant and the others say that Daddy is a big hero, the most powerful big hero in the whole world. Sinew danced with her hands, her radiant eyes filled with pride. Night North gently nodded his head, then his eyes looked at Gu Mori. Mori, I'm not the same Night North as I was 7 years ago. The current me is enough to let you and Xinyue live a happy life. You and Xinyue have suffered too much in these 7 years. Next, let me take good care of you. Gu Mori's eyes moistened as she sniffed. He was just about to say something, but from the rearview mirror, he saw Night North's brow furrowed, his eyes gazing out the window. Foamy, stop the car. Night North let out a snappy cry. Gu Mori kicked the brakes. The vehicle had not yet stopped, the door had already opened, and Night North jumped out of the car in one long jump. You guys go ahead and go back. Without looking back, Night North stepped up his pace and walked forward. Gu Mori eyed the direction that Night North had gone. It was a bar, and at the entrance, a group of gangster-like people were surrounding a girl. Beauty, why are you drinking alone? Say something, brothers accompany you. A gangster youth had a lewd face. That's right, our brothers are not bad guys. Oh, go back in and drink a few more cups, brother, I'll treat you. Another gangster could not help but reach out to embrace the girl. Off. Su Jianqi shook her body, batting away the outstretched arm. Yo, still a little pepper, huh? I like it. The punk's arm was knocked to the side, not angry, but laughing, his eyes even more lustful.
These several punks are in the bar to watch the scene. In the bar, a few people notice Su Jianqi, from the beginning to the end of a person in the drink, until out of the door of the bar, still a person, and only then decided to do it.
Know who I am? Have you heard of the Su family?
Su Jianqi had obviously drunk a lot of wine, her body swaying as if she were stepping on cotton.
Su's family? The gangster froze, followed by a snort. What's wrong with the Su family?
I heard that the Su family's old man has hung up. Who else do you expect from the Su family to back you up?
You. Asshole.
Su Jianqi let out a cry, tears came out of her eyes, raised her delicate fingers. Before she could fan the other party, her arm was already grabbed by the other party. Today was her birthday, and every year in the past, her grandfather had celebrated it for her, and this year, not a single one celebrated her birthday. Since the death of Master Su, Su Jianqi has been in tears every day, and today's birthday in particular has made her miss her grandfather, which is why she ran to the bar alone, just wanting to get drunk.
Yo, the little pepper cried, it seems that old man Su is your relatives. In that case, you are the Su family's 1,000 gold miss, TSK.
1,000 gold miss, the old man hasn't played today can be a good taste to savor some. The gangster licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes became even hotter, rubbing his hands and approaching step by step.
You, what do you want?
Su Jianqi backed up step by step until she was right up against the corner.
What for?
Oh, you, of course, come on. The punk said, slamming his hands forward.
Don't.
Su Jianqi covered her eyes and curled down. But after about 10 seconds without a single movement, she slowly raised her head, and the scene in front of her was like a lightning strike. Only to see that the punk in front of him still retained his arms in the same position as earlier, but his hands were nowhere to be found. The punk froze in place, looking at his arm, obviously not reacting. The rest of the few people looked at their arms with the same horror, as if they were dreaming, unable to believe the scene in front of them.
Ah! My hand!
The punk howled murderously, and that's when the pain nerves reached his brain.
Go to the hospital at this time, maybe you can still connect.
Night North's voice came slowly, walking faithfully to Su Jianqi's side, gently pulling her up.
Night North?
Su Jianqi's eyes twinkled and she jumped into his arms at once. Not far from the car, Gu Emily looked at this scene, biting her lips tightly as tears flowed uncontrollably.
Mommy, who is that young lady?
Why is Daddy hugging her?
Heartfelt asked in disbelief as she lay on the back window.
Gu Mori hurriedly wiped her tears and looked at the two of them hugging each other tightly outside the car window, only to feel her heart suffocating.
She should be Dad's.
Friend, it's late, let's not wait for Dad, heart language, let's go home first. The words fell out of his mouth, stepped on the gas, and quickly disappeared down the street. The appearance of the Night North let her calm heart ripples, years of hate also slowly turned into love, and at this moment, witnessed the beloved man embracing other women anyone cannot bear. And at this moment, Su Jianqi tightly wrapped her arms around Night North. Not having a single person to accompany her on her birthday, the death of her grandfather, coupled with the fact that she was almost abused just now, this made her no longer be able to suppress the pain in her heart these past few days, and she cried uncontrollably and painfully in Night North's arms. The Night North heart also has a trace of guilt. If Su Jianqi has a lapse, he is ashamed of Su old dying entrusted.
Damn, who are you, kid? My boss is Zhang Tianlong, you kid dare to touch me. You wait to die.
The gangster's eyes were wide with anger. After saying that, he violently kicked the little brother beside him. Hurry up and find my hand, go to the hospital.
Hurry.
Night North had wanted to just teach the other party a lesson, but once he heard that it was Zhang Tianlong's people, his eyes instantly became chilly.
Chapter 47, Get Up on Him.
That day the mixer truck driver said that his brother-in-law is called Zhang Tianlong. It seems that this Zhang Tianlong is really a hegemon, and his men are all scourges. I'll give you 3 minutes to make Zhang Tianlong appear in front of me. Night North said, stomping on a hand that had fallen to the ground.
Who the hell are you? Yes, Mr. Zhang is something you can see just because you say so. The punk yelled towards Night North. Night North's face sank as he crushed a finger with his foot. Ah! My finger!
The broken-handed punk let out a hiss, as if he could actually feel the pain.
2 minutes to go.
Night North finished, moving one foot to the other finger.
Don't step on it.
I'll go in and call Mr. Jiang. The broken-hand gangster's eyes were full of fear. If this finger was all broken, what was the use of connecting it? Several people quickly rushed into the bar, and in less than 2 minutes, a black crowd quickly came in. A bald middle-aged man at the head had a loathsome face, especially a scar on his face, from his forehead until his chin, like a long centipede, which was intimidating. "Mr. Jiang, that's him. This kid came up and broke my hands." The broken-handed punk held up his bloody arms and almost cried out. Zhang Tianlong's eyes stared gloomily at Night North. "Kid, I think you are tired of living, daring to touch my Zhang Tianlong's people." Zhang Tianlong's eerie and hoarse voice came out. I don't know if his vocal cords were damaged or he was born this way, making people sound creepy. In the crowd, a bald man with thick bandages wrapped around his arms and instantly horrified eyes cried out, "Brother-in-law! It's him! It's this kid who broke both my arms." He was Gu Fei, the concrete driver that day. Among the dozens of people, only he and Zhang Tianlong had shiny heads. Was this baldness still contagious? "It's you, kid. Breaking two of Gu Fei's arms and chopping off my little brother's hands, you're enjoying this tune?" Zhang Tianlong's face was hideous. In this Xiqing district, no one had dared to bully his people. "Cut off his limbs for me." With Zhang Tianlong's order, dozens of minions swarmed up with machetes in their hands. "Ah, Night North, run!" Su Jianqi subconsciously shouted, her heart blaming herself for everything. If he hadn't come to the bar today, this wouldn't have happened, and Night North wouldn't have been dragged down by himself. "Yo, this chick looks good, leave it for me. When I've had enough fun for the night, I'll let her pick up customers in the bar tomorrow to make money." Zhang Tianlong noticed Su Jianqi in Night North's arms, and laughed coldly in his heart. Run? Where to run? No one I, Zhang Tianlong, have ever wanted to kill has ever escaped. Close your eyes and don't look. Night North wrapped his arms around Su Jianqi and let out a soft murmur, followed by his blouse rising without wind. Dozens of juniors only felt a cold wind blowing over them, their bodies involuntarily fixed in place, various postures as if they were fixed in place, unusually bizarre. Immediately afterward, one only felt a sharp pain coming from their lower body, and before they could look down, their bodies were already slowly separating and tilting uncontrollably. In front of the bar, there was instant wailing. Although the passers-by watching from afar could not see the situation here, they were deeply shocked by the sound of wailing that resounded through the night sky, and one by one, they stepped up their pace to leave, fearing that it would affect them. Woo! Martial artist. Gu Fei in the distance, trembling face white as paper, he finally understood, that day his arms exactly why instantly broken. Zhang Tianlong beside him instantly lost his soul, as he was a bully in the western city and a martial artist, he could better see the terror of his opponent. It was impossible for him to knock down dozens of people in an instant. And the means were so cruel and dry, it was obvious that he had experienced countless killings. Just now, the other party didn't seem to have any hands at all, so that means the other party is using. You're the god of war. Zhang Tianlong was horrified, no one other than the battle god's chi could do this. The war god level, amongst martial artists, it was a mythical existence, and within the capital C, it was something that had not been seen in 100 years. How did the god of war show up in Kyukai? Night North ignored it, sensing the strange movement in his arms, and let out a soft cry, "Close your eyes, don't look." Su Jianqi just wanted to open her eyes, and then immediately closed them, only to feel that the other party's arms were exceptionally warm, so that she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Growing up, she had never been this intimate with a man. My lord, I have eyes to recognize him, did I? Zhang Tianlong's knees snapped to the ground. At the war god level, killing oneself was as easy as stepping on an ant. Sister, brother-in-law? What are you doing? Get up and him. Gu Fei stared with wide eyes, not understanding how his brother-in-law suddenly fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Although he knew the Night North as a martial artist, but brother-in-law is also a martial artist. In the past there are also martial artists come to seek trouble, by brother-in-law a fist blast, of the whole body meridians broken, the force of the whole loss, this will be. Night North wrapped his arms around Su Jianqi, his eyes like swords. In this life, there aren't many people I have to protect, and she's the one. Before Night North could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a stern voice behind him. Release Mr. Jiang. One of the juniors raised a pistol, the blackened hole aimed at the Night North duo. He is Zhang Tianlong's personal bodyguard, named bodyguard actually Zhang Tianlong's killers. These years for Zhang Tianlong's domination of the West City hands do not know how much blood. Zhang Tianlong was overjoyed in his heart and called out, "Good job! Quickly shoot! Kill them!" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he suddenly thought of something and snapped, "Aim at the woman, hit the woman." This kind of ordinary thermal weapon couldn't even injure a martial artist, let alone the other party, a war god level demon. Lord War God, How about you let me go and I won't hurt the person in your arms? Zhang Tianlong calculated in his heart, right now, this was the only way for him to have any hope of surviving. As long as tonight alive to escape, directly out of the country to hide, they have a lot of money, even in foreign countries, still can live free, even if the god of war, it is impossible to search the globe so much ability it. You are the god of war, this pistol is not a threat to you, but the girl in your arms is an ordinary person, even if you were more capable, you can't possibly protect her. Chapter 48, Whoever receives this order will be executed. Zhang Tianlong already saw the hope of living. Night North's lips moved slightly. Who told you I'm just a war god? Zhang Tianlong sniffed and shivered. What? You're not a war god, are you? Could it be that you are? Zhang Tianlong was instantly creeped out. As a martial artist, he knew that above the god of war, that was the king of war. No way. You don't bluff me. I, Zhang Tianlong, am not scared. Zhang Tianlong didn't believe it at all. As far as he knew, within China, for hundreds of years, no one had been able to reach the level of Battle King at all. Battle King, that is overriding the top of the martial artists, invincible general existence, although in the war god only a word difference, but the difference is 1,000 miles, once the breakthrough of the war god bottleneck, that is the quality of the difference. A war god was as weak as an ant in front of a war king. Night North did not argue and said to the two behind him without looking back, do you know the consequences of moving her? The bodyguard's body trembled as he sniffed, a trace of fear from within instantly permeating his entire body. For so many years, he had killed like a man, and had never felt the feeling of death like he did today. Don't listen to him. As soon as he dares to move, you two will shoot. With a speed of 0.1 second, even the god of war won't be able to save her. Zhang Tianlong saw that the two of them were a bit shaken and shouted anxiously. Right now it was his last hope to survive. Although the bodyguard was fearful, there was no way back at the moment, so he could only harden his head, plus the pistol was in his hand, with a little bit of backbone. Let my boss go, or I'll shoot. The bodyguard summoned up all his courage, and it was unknown how many had died under his gun. I'm a person who dislikes being threatened. Night North's tone was frosty, your boss will die tonight. Jesus won't be able to keep him. Zhang Tianlong sniffed and slumped to the ground. There was no hope of surviving in front of the god of war. Shoot that chick. Since I can't live, it's a big deal to exchange one life for another. Zhang Tianlong let out a hiss. Even if he dies today, he will pull it back. Even if he went underground, at least he still had this girl with him, he would play this girl to death as a ghost. Bang! Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the bodyguard instantly pulled the trigger. 2 gunshots rang out, and Night North was still holding Su Jianxi tightly, maintaining the same position as just now, seemingly without moving. The crowd held their breath as countless pairs of eyes stared intently at the Night North duo. Clang, clang. 2 sounds of metal hitting the ground. Night North spread out his palms, and on the ground were 2 warheads rolling slowly. Zhang Tianlong was horrified, and the dozens of juniors each had their jaws dropped. Catching bullets with your bare hands? Is this a movie? How can this be done? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it at all. The crowd froze in place as Night North swung one hand violently and a card burst out. The bodyguard didn't even have time to react. A large part of the card had already disappeared into his body. A sharp pain came from his chest, but not enough to hurt his life. Night North turned around, wrapped his arm around Su Jianxi and slowly turned to leave. Zhang Tianlong looked at the duo's backs as if they were on the verge of amnesty, and had just taken a long breath when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. No! Zhang Tianlong hissed up to the sky, his eyes glazed over. Immediately after that, the pupils gradually laxed, the body was crooked and fell down, and all the organs had been broken. Zhang Tianlong, the West City overlord, was killed on the spot. For so many years, he has plagued one side, and I don't know how many people have died tragically at his hands. Night North reached out and stopped a cab, quickly drowning in the darkness. The bodyguard covered his chest, panting desperately. The boss is dead, the surrounding people are also limbs and broken arms. Compared to them, he is already lucky. Just want to leave. In the dark night, a person holding the waist of the sword, blocking the way. You, who are you? The bodyguard exclaimed in shock. Tonight's experience had already emboldened him and he couldn't withstand any excitement. You don't deserve to know. Lu Zhongyuan's palm stretched out, and the card broke out of his body and flew into his hand. The black card was hard and exceptionally sharp, with the logo of the god exorcising sword on the front and the word North on the back. With a miserable scream, The instantly sharp pain caused his eyes to go black and he was about to faint. Don't kill me, that lord has already spared me just now. The bodyguard was trembling. Lu Zhongyuan shook off the remnants of blood on his card and let out a cold laugh. Humph, I'm not killing you because I'm letting you know before you die that anyone who receives the order of God execution will be executed by the 3 clans. What? When the bodyguard sniffed, his body and mind trembled, and he went limp. He never thought that the price the other party had just mentioned would actually be so grievous. In the next moment, the God Punisher sword was sheathed. The bodyguard's eyes were wide open before he died, still maintaining 1,000,000 degrees of fear. In the cab, Su Jianqi snuggled in the arms of Night North. She drank a lot of wine in the evening, and by now she was sound asleep. Night North briefly pondered for a moment as the vehicle drove towards the Imperial Jinghan mansion. Just now Gumori didn't wait for him. It was obviously a misunderstanding. If they didn't go back together at this time, then they really couldn't say anything even if they had mouths to say. Returning to the villa, Night North had just opened the door when he saw Gumori sitting on the sofa, obviously waiting for himself. Seeing that Night North was holding the girl in his arms tightly, Gumori's face instantly paled. She never thought in a million years that Night North would blatantly go home with his arm around a girl. Trying to suppress her tears, she was just about to open her mouth to say something, only to see that Night North didn't have the slightest qualms about wrapping his arms around the girl and walking into the guest room. The scene in front of her made her unable to control it any longer, and tears dripped down like broken threads. Since the moment Night North came back, she had gone from hating to forgiving, and now, at some point, she couldn't stay away from Night North. But right now, it sent a chill down her spine. Inside the guest room, Night Bei placed Su Jianqi on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and walked out. Seeing Night North come out, Gumori hurriedly stopped crying and wiped her tears. Night North laughed lightly and said, "What's wrong? Jealous?" Gumori coldly returned, "Who is jealous? This house is bought by your knight young master. You love to bring back whoever you want to bring back. How do I have the right to ask? I and Shinin will move out tomorrow. Don't get in the way of your knight young master talking about love." Night North was dumbfounded and explained, "Her name is Su Jianqi, she's the granddaughter of Su Wanshan of the Su family, and if it wasn't for Elder Su saving me back then, I would have long since turned into white bones. Elder Su has passed away, and I promised him that I would treat her granddaughter as my own sister and keep her safe in this life." Gumori sniffed, and the jealousy in her heart receded slightly. "You don't have to explain it to me." Gumori lowered her head and murmured softly. Night North hands gently grabbed Gumori's soft and delicate arm, his eyes sincere, said, "Mori, now I just want to stay with you and Xinyue, take care of you, let you become the happiest people in the world. My heart is only you and Xinyue." The Night North will not sweet talk, the words spoken are all sincere. Gumori could truly feel Night North's sincerity, and a circle of redness instantly rose on her absolutely beautiful face as she pouted, "It's really needy." Night North smiled lightly, his palms slightly exerted force, and with a cry, his delicate body was wrapped into his arms. Chapter 49, This is a Monopoly. Early in the morning, as the last trace of golden true chi was slowly absorbed, Night Bei leapt down from a tall building with a single leap. He bought breakfast on the way, and when he returned to the entrance of the villa, he heard a sound of laughter coming from inside. "Auntie Jane Ruwashi, what other funny stories? Xinhua still wants to hear them." "Sinyu, didn't I say, just call me sister, I'm not that old." "Aha! Sister Jane Ruwashi." "That's right, Sister Jianqi will tell you another funny story, which is what Sister experienced herself." On the sofa, Su Jianqi sat cross-legged in a short skirt, her round and slender legs visible. Heartfelt sat next to him, listening with an attentive face. Gumori peeled an apple and handed it over, saying, "Sister Jianqi, have an apple, I saw you drink a lot of wine last night." Last night, Night Bei said that she treated Jane Ruwashi as her sister, so she would naturally treat the other as her sister as well. "Thank you, Sister Mori Lee." Su Jianqi reached out and took it, taking a light bite and smiling sweetly. "In the future, a person is not allowed to drink so much alcohol anymore, how dangerous." Gumori paused for a moment and then said, "I heard Night North say yesterday that you don't have a relative to take care of you alone in the Su family, so if you're willing, you can live here in the future." This was something Gumori had thought about last night. She could feel how much Night North cared about him as a sister. Anyway, there were still plenty of empty rooms in the villa. She and Heartfelt couldn't even finish living there, and an extra person wouldn't seem too cold. Moreover, from the morning until now, Shinin had been clinging to Su Jianqi, and obviously liked her very much as well. "Sister Jianqi, you'll live here from now on, so you can tell me funny stories every day." Sinyu was all excited. This. Su Jianqi blushed. It was a bit inappropriate for her, an outsider, to live with the sweet family of 3. "Listen to your sister Mori Lee, you can stay here." Night North walked in carrying breakfast. Su Jianqi lives here, safety and convenience is naturally not a problem, if not happened to pass by last night, the consequences are unimaginable. Night North, Sister Morley, thank you for your kindness, I have no problem staying at Su's house by myself. Su Jianqi politely refused, it was really inappropriate to live here. Sister Jane Ruoshi, Xin Yue was on the verge of tears. After spending the morning together, she really liked this big sister. For so many years, she hadn't even had a friend to talk to, and it was so hard to have someone who was willing to keep her company and tell her fun stories. Okay, Xinyu. Su Jianqi stroked Xinyue's head and continued, I promise you that whenever I have time in the future, I'll come and stay with you and tell you stories, okay? The heart language pouted her little mouth, although a million times unwilling, but only helplessly nodded. Night North and Gu Mori didn't insist anymore, since the other party really didn't want to, they couldn't force them. After a few people finished breakfast, Gu Mo left the car to take Xinhua to school. At the dinner table, Su Jianqi bowed her head, sorrow written all over her face. What's wrong? Night North asked softly. Su Jianqi contemplated for a moment, looked out the window and said, since Grandpa left, the Su family business has been in the doldrums, and although the family is trying to save it, there is no sign of a rise, and at this rate, not waiting for me to graduate, it is estimated that the Su family is going to go bankrupt. I'm really useless, the Su family industry is Grandpa's lifetime of desperate efforts to come, but right now, I can't help anything. After saying that, Su Jianqi's eyes gradually moistened. Since the Su family's old man left, the Su family's industry was instantly spied on by others, and similar products in the market kept depressing the price, causing the products under the Su family's industry to fall down, and the sales volume decreased greatly. If things go on like this, in less than 3 months, the Su family will surely end up bankrupt. Night North smiled faintly, it's all right Jianqi, I'll take care of it. The mall is like a battlefield, in fact, in the final analysis, strategy and tactics still have something in common. Su family industry is mainly operated by the scope of building materials, under the banner of a total of more than 20 enterprises, respectively, the production of a variety of civil building materials, large to capacity of thousands of tons of carbon fiber production line, small to sanitary ware ceramics, everything in building materials related to the Su family basic coverage. The history of Su Lao's fortune Night and North had heard his grandfather talk about it before. Su Wanshan standard from scratch, at the age of 14 when he was not forced to drop out of school, in the street sold tobacco, peddling fruit, pulling a plate truck, repairing bicycles, 4 years and years, 2 meals a day, not enough to eat, in the eyes of the discriminatory people struggling to make a living, tasted all the common people unimaginable hardships. At the age of 16, he was recruited to work as a laborer in a small cement factory, working 16 hours a day for 8 years. When he was 24 years old, the director of the cement factory ran away with the money because he owed a huge amount of gambling money. Su Wanshan alone led a few workers, every day to play life like dry, hard to carry down the cement factory facing closure. Then it kept growing and eventually had a place in the bustling capital C. Inside a lavishly decorated office, Chen Nanqing was seated high on a wide boss chair, and next to him, a middle-aged man was reporting the information in his hands. Mr. Chen, the Su family is already in a dying struggle. It is estimated that in less than 3 months, the Su family will go bankrupt. Shen Jun said with a fawning face, he was the sales director of Lingyun Group. Chen Nanqing sniffed, his face showed displeasure, and said in a deep voice, 3 months? That's too long, for all of our products, the price will be adjusted downward by another 10 points. Shen Jun was surprised, all the products were adjusted downward by 10 points? This period of time, all the products of the group, has been adjusted downward by nearly 30 points, and then adjusted downward by 10, that can be the cost price, and then remove the personnel wages, and the price fluctuations of raw materials, it is very likely that they are all selling at a loss. Mr. Chen, in that case, not only are we not making money, but we're also losing. Shin Jun said, quickly crackling on his calculator for a while and said, losing as much as $800 million a month. As a businessman, there is no such thing as losing money to sell something, let alone losing more than $800 million. Chen Nanqing let out a cold grunt. What do you know, this Su Wanshan has been riding on my head for so many years, now that he's dead, it's the perfect time to exterminate his Su family. Our current product prices are far lower than his Su's group, when Su's group cannot bear, once the bankruptcy, the price of all of our products directly up 100%, in this Beijing Sea, there is no competitor anyway, we sell things even more expensive, the customer must buy, and now only a few hundred million loss, to that time, we are the only one, the turnover of at least tripled, the turnover. Understand? Shin Jun came to a realization and gave a thumbs up, saying, hi, Mr. Chin, your move is really high. Shin Jun as a sales director cannot not understand, this is to manipulate the market, the formation of monopoly. Once monopolized, that brings more than high profits, that is simply profiteering. Chapter 50, What's the Big Deal? In front of Jinghai University, a cab stopped outside the main gate. Su Jianqi just stepped out of the car, a Mercedes S stopped next to it, the rear window glass was lowered, a young man with a disdainful face. What? Is Miss Su now reduced to taking cabs to and from school? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding group of students all looked contemptuous. The students in this Jinghai University are either geniuses or young masters from various big families, all of them have the capital to be arrogant. For daily trips to and from school, they are chauffeured by full-time drivers, each of which is $1 million plus car. There are also students who usually drive their own expensive sports cars, which can be seen everywhere in this Jinghai University. What do you care? Did I spend your money on a cab? Su Jianqi directly disliked back. For the man in the car, Su Jianqi didn't have an ounce of goodwill. His father was Chen Nansheng, his nemesis in the business world during his grandfather's lifetime. Although she was currently still in school and not involved in the family business, but at the moment, Su's group was at risk of bankruptcy and must have nothing to do with this Chen Jingrui's father. She majored in economics and management at the University of the Capital C, and she was no good for nothing young lady. Night North, go get busy, I'm going to school. Su Jianqi turned back toward the car and shouted. Only after the words fell did Chen Jingrui notice that there was also a youth sitting in the cab. It made him jealous. Su Jianqi is the top-ranked school flower at Jinghai University, with countless crushes on her, and he, Chen Jingrui, is naturally one of them. For so many years, he, Chen Jingrui, knew that his father had always had a competitive relationship with the Su group, which is why he hadn't openly pursued Su Jianqi. But recently at home, he overheard his father on the phone to say, this Su group has been the end of the line, his father is expected in. I'd be happy if my boyfriend was half as handsome as he is. A group of college girls around them whispered. Chen Jingrui's face grew more and more somber. Night North's lips twitched slightly. Jianqi, go in and take a lesson. Why did you come down? Su Jianqi saw Night Bei standing beside her with a worried look on her face. Last night, although she was drunk and groggy, she could still vaguely remember some fragments. Last night, the other party is a real triad. This night, and the North can also retreat. If he is annoyed, this Chen Jingrui can be bad luck. Get in the car, I'm going in for class. After Su Jianqi finished speaking, she walked into the campus without looking back. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, this Chen Jingrui would say something excessive again and anger Night North, then it would be troublesome. Looking at Su Jianqi's back, Night North turned around and prepared to get on the bus. Ordinary students, he wasn't angry yet. You'd better stay away from Su Jianqi. Night North was just about to get into the car when he heard such a sentence from the other party. Night North ignored it and got in the car and closed the door. Don't you just fancy her money? I'll tell you the truth, her family's that Su's group will soon go bankrupt, my father will directly acquire it over. At that time, not only will she not be the Su's family's golden girl, she will also owe a buttload of foreign debts. You follow her, just wait for your bad luck. Chen Jingrui had a haughty face. On that day, there was no need for me, Chen Jingrui, to go after her. She, Su Jianqi, would take the initiative to kneel down and beg me. Beijing C University top school flower, countless men crush object, the goddess of the heart, in my Chen Jingrui this, but also a good maid just, I want to play how to play. Go back and tell your father I'll play nice with him. The words drifted out of the car as the cab took off and drove away. Chen Jingrui froze for a moment, followed by a spit in the direction of the cab driving away. Oh shucks, what big-tail wolf to pretend with me here, my father that is in the top 3 of the rich list in the Beijing Sea, what qualifications do you have to play with him? In the Jinghai Economic Development Zone, a 33-story office building looked particularly imposing compared to some of the shorter buildings around it. This building is the headquarters of the Su Group. On the top floor of the 33rd floor, the crowd in the large conference room had an anxious look on their faces. Mr. Su, Ling Yun Group lowered the prices of all its products by 10% again today. Yeah, that's a price that's on par with cost right now. This Ling Yun Group is clearly trying to bring down our Su Group. Now that the other party's price, we, Su's Group, have no advantage at all in the market, and many suppliers have cancelled their cooperation with us and are buying from Ling Yun Group. What can we do about this? At the conference table, all the people are anxious, they are all the senior leaders of the Su Group. Right now it is the Su Group's life and death survival. Right in the center, Su Wenchao closed his eyes in deep thought and rubbed his temples vigorously with both hands. Since Su Wenxiu's death, as the second-generation direct line of the Su family, he naturally took over the position of president of Su Group. He had thought of letting Su's Group go to the top in his own hands, but never thought that Su's Group was facing the edge of bankruptcy in his own hands. Ling Yun Group's tricks he cannot know. This is clearly want to screw Su's group, want to monopolize this market in Beijing Sea. These ignorant dealers only see the cheap products, but do not know, once the Su Group bankruptcy, then he Ling Yun is bound to raise the price. At that time, no one within the Beijing Sea can fight with his Ling Yun. The other side set the factory price how much, that is how much. The ultimate benefit is his Ling Yun, the pitfalls, only dealers and countless consumers. Mr. Su, think of something. Yes, Mr. Su, if this continues, all of us will be out of a job. The people at the conference table could all be the patriarchs of the Su Group, all of whom had followed Su Wanshan step by step to lay claim to this market. Su's group was their life's work, and if it went bankrupt, that was the last thing they wanted to see. Su Wenchao smiled helplessly and bitterly. No one wants to save it more than him, but how? Going on sale for less than Ling Yun? That's selling at a loss, which is definitely speeding up the bankruptcy of the SOS even more. Chapter 51, There's a Third Way. Su Wenxiu's death, coupled with the departure of Su's old man, the previous long-term customers also left, and many banks no longer guarantee lending. Coupled with the recent withdrawal of countless dealers, Su's group was unable to make ends meet on a daily basis, and now it simply didn't have enough financial resources to play a price war with the other side. Right now, a day without bankruptcy is one more day of loss, and even if you scrape together all your assets, it's nothing more than delaying the arrival of bankruptcy. Thinking of this, Su Wenchao stood up, his eyes slightly red, and said, I declare that Su's group, starting today, is bankrupt. One day earlier bankruptcy, one day less loss, and you can leave a severance package for the employees in the company. The words were followed by a sob in the conference room. The Su Group, the life's work of countless people, will cease to exist on this day. Su Wenchao silently pulled out his cell phone, edited a message, and pressed the send button. Su Jianxi, as the future successor of the Su Group, had to be notified when the group declared bankruptcy. Inside the classroom, Su Jianxi looked at the message on her cell phone, tears came out of her eyes, and rushed out of the classroom under the astonished gazes of the students. Inside the campus, Su Jianxi desperately ran towards the outside of the school, tears scattered against the wind. A shot comes to mind. She clearly remembers that when she was small, her parents went out early and came home late every day, countless late nights. Her mother is still working, her father in order to socialize, get drunk and lie down on the toilet and keep vomiting, the two of them in order to Su's group to pay for how much hard work. Grandpa went from being a cement worker and suffered a lot to make it all the way to where he is today. She didn't care how much money Su Group could make, and she didn't care if she was the Su family's first lady. She didn't expect Su's group to be as brilliant as it was, she just wanted it to function normally. So that I can live up to my dead parents and grandfather. The door of the conference room was violently pushed open, and the overwhelming atmosphere in the room instantly enveloped her entire body. Looking at the sobbing crowd in the room, and right in the center of the room was a helpless cousin uncle. She thought about the company's current unusual difficulties and also thought about bankruptcy, but never thought that it would be so rapid. Jianxi, I'm sorry, Su Wenchao tried to suppress his tears. Is there no room for redemption? Even if there's a glimmer of hope, you have to try to fight for it. How can you declare bankruptcy so easily? Can you stand up to Grandpa? Su Jianxi cried out. Su Wenchao's face turned pale and he shook his head helplessly. Everything that could be thought of had been thought of, and there was no hope of bringing the dead back to life. Su Jianxi sat paralyzed. Su's group went bankrupt, and the life's work of his parents and grandfather went down the drain. Bankruptcy is a certainty, only it's not Su's group. An abrupt voice rang out in the conference room. Su Jianxi sniffed, looked up, and saw the warm and welcoming face of Night Bay. Everyone frowned slightly. Most of the Su Plan executives hadn't seen Night North before. Su Wenchao shuddered when he saw the visitor, while others had never seen it. He had seen the terrifying side of Night North. Your Excellency, you're here, sit here. Su Wenchao hurriedly got up and greeted him with an arch. Night North didn't push back and sat peacefully on top of the high seat. Mr. Su, who is this young man? How can he sit in this position? A middle-aged man showed displeasure. His name was Xia Yun. Although he was not a member of Su's family, he held a high position in the group company and was one of the shareholders. That position is not who want to sit can sit, although Su facing bankruptcy, but not before the formal bankruptcy. That position always represents the highest leader of the Su group. Su Wenchao was also embarrassed. How should this lord be introduced? Suddenly he thought of a sentence that Su Lao had said that day in the Su family garden and said, Everyone, this is Jane Ruoshi's fiancé, appointed by Elder Su himself back then. When the crowd heard this, although their faces showed astonishment, they no longer said anything. All know that the original Su group is sooner or later to be handed over to Su Jianqi. Since it is Su Jianqi's fiancé, it is barely qualified to sit in that position. Su Jianqi's small face instantly turned red, pouting, "Cousin uncle, what are you talking about? People like North has a wife and children, how to hear, become their fiancé. If this spreads out, how can I face the Fomaway sister and the heart of the language in the future?"
Did I say it wrong?
This is what Elder Su himself said. Su Wenchao was dumbfounded. He remembers clearly that day when Su Lao said in person at the Su family residence that Su Jianqi had been promised to Knight North.
All right, get down to business.
Knight North waved his big hand and stopped it in a deep voice. This was not the time to discuss these boring things. You briefly talk about the current situation of the Su group. Knight North pointed to the empty seat next to him, signaling Su Wenchao to sit down. Su Wenchao was terrified, and only dared to sit with half an ass on it, concisely reporting the recent detailed data of the Su group, as well as his own inferences one by one. Su Jianqi, shocked by what she heard, angrily said, "Healing Yun group is clearly trying to monopolize." Su Wenchao refused to deny it and smiled bitterly. "Jane Ruoshi, now our financial strength is not enough to fight, the other party wants to monopolize, then we only have two ways to go, 1, either be acquired, 2, or apply for bankruptcy." Su Jianqi heard, biting her lips tightly without saying anything back to defense. She herself is studying economic management. In today's capitalist society, that is the big fish eat small fish eat shrimp of this cruel competition.
Whoever is strong and well-funded is the ultimate winner. There is a third way to go.
Knight North's lips moved slightly. The crowd was shocked. Since the other party is engaging in a price war, let's lower the price of our products to always be 1 point lower than the other party. Knight North spoke his thoughts. The words were met with sighs all around. Su Wenchao was also embarrassed.
Can he not know this simplest reasoning?
But nowadays, the financial strength of the group companies is simply unable to support this practice.
There's only one consequence of doing that, and that's a worse death.
This method is not feasible. Su Wenchao sighed with a look of disappointment. It seems that the other party is just a martial artist, suitable for the battlefield but not for them all.
Just do as I say. Knight North's tone was resolute.
Boo! Shareholder Shurhang finally couldn't help himself and slapped the table, angrily rebuking, "Where's the brat from that's pointing fingers here? How did Elder Su let you be Jane Ruoshi's fiancé? Do you know the consequences of doing that? Even if you spell out all the funds in the group, you won't be able to stop the end of the bankruptcy. You might as well leave some funds to be distributed to those employees who work day and night for the company. I thought it was some kind of high-handed brilliant plan, so this is it. This move is something that everyone can think of, but you don't look at it, the company's current situation, whether it has the ability to fight against it or not."
Another senior coldly chimed in.
"That's right, it's better to keep some funds and distribute them to everyone, at least when people are leaving, they will still remember the company. There are still some funds in the group companies today, and according to the rank, each of these executives can share at least 1 million or more."
That's right, that's right. I agree.
The crowd raised their hands to vote, and none of them agreed with Knight North's approach. Even if the company doesn't go bankrupt today, it will go bankrupt sooner or later in the hands of such people. Hey, Su's old man has a reputation, but on his deathbed, he looked away and let such a talentless and incompetent person be Su Jianqi's fiancé. The crowd was in a state. Su Jianqi pondered for a moment, her face showing a look of determination, saying, "I've decided to lower the price to 1 point below Lingyun." It wasn't just because she believed in Knight North, but no matter what, she was unwilling to watch Su's group go into bankruptcy. She had decided to let go of her mind, and even if she didn't have the support of the Knight North, she would still be so decided. The life's work of her parents and grandfather could not end in her generation. Foolish. Foolish to the core.
Shurhang let out a furious cry.
He has been in this business world for dozens of years, what big winds and waves have not seen. Now if you take the initiative to reduce the price, undoubtedly is a moth to the flame. That's right, a yellow-haired girl who hasn't even graduated yet, how dare she dictate in front of us? Xia Yun had a cocky face, and swept a scornful look at Su Jianqi. There was also a murmur of conversation among the crowd, the vast majority of whom disagreed with Su Jianqi's decision. Negative voices endless. Su Jianqi looked around the circle, said loudly, "Everyone is Su's group of elders, are accompanied by Su's step-by-step to today's, which has the youth of the seat, there is blood, now can really bear to watch Su's to the demise?" The words fell, and in the conference room, no one responded. Xia Yun and Shurhang closed their eyes in deep thought, not knowing what they were thinking. Waiting for a few moments, still silent, Su Jianqi's face turned blue, turned back and asked, "Cousin uncle, how much money is left in the group now?" Su Wenchao didn't even think about it and immediately replied, "There is less than 2 billion left." In recent times, daily turnover has been plummeting off a cliff, and how much money is left is always on his mind. "Alright, the price will be adjusted downward. Even if we lose all our money, we will still fight Ling Yun." Su Jianqi let out a chorus. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Yun let out a snort. What the majority of the shareholders have raised their hands to reject, even if you are the successor personally recognized by Su Lao, it will not help. Su Wenchao looked embarrassed and whispered, "Jianqi, unless the vast majority of the shareholders agree, you personally don't have the right to make a decision." "Why? Could it be that you're not the biggest shareholder in the group right now?" Su Jianqi was a million times more puzzled. Grandpa created the company, would the share distribution be lower than the other shareholders? Not even the largest shareholder? How is this possible? Su Wenchao explained, "The largest shareholder is good, Su Group. Su Lao accounted for 76% of the shares. This is not on the line." Su Jianqi breathed a sigh of relief. The company law has a clear provision, 60% of the shares already have the right to make major decisions. But, Su Wenchao wanted to say. But what? Could it be that when Grandpa created the company, there was something in the articles of incorporation that said the number of shareholders needed to vote? Having studied economics and management herself, she is well aware of the provisions in the company law and the company's articles of association. Unless the legal person adds a clause on the number of shareholders in the articles of incorporation, the shareholders who account for more than 60% of the shares have the right to make decisions. That's not true, it's just that when Elder Su retired, he verbally said that when it comes to some major decisions, the shareholders need to vote by a show of hands. Su Wenchao returned. Not only did Su Wenchao know this, the senior management of the group company all knew that Elder Su had said this. This was announced by Su Wanshan himself when he attended the last group meeting. The purpose is that he is afraid that after he himself retires to the second line, people in his family will be arbitrary and dictatorial and choose wrongly in some decisions, thus affecting the interests of the group companies. That's all right then, Uncle Cousin, go and make the arrangements. Su Jianqi had just finished speaking when the conference room was instantly filled with people's voices. Shi Heng's face was gloomy, and he coldly shouted, "What a wanton! Su Lao personally said that we shareholders need to vote by a show of hands. Who are you to decide on your own?" Shi Heng's words were instantly agreed upon by the crowd. The company has reached an irreversible point. Is it not good to distribute the $2 billion to everyone? Have to make this egg on stone, Mantis blocking the car approach. In the end, the company was not saved and the money was as good as gone. Uncle Shi, Grandpa just said it verbally, that doesn't have legal effect. Now that it's a matter of life and death, I believe that if Grandpa was alive, he would still choose to do it. Su Jianqi said politely. She knew that this Shi Heng was following her grandfather to witness the Su group grow step by step, and was a standard patriarch in the Su group. If Elder Su was around, I believe that people wouldn't say anything, but you're a yellow-haired girl, what do you know? It's simply self-importance. Doing this will only accelerate the Su clan's bankruptcy and make the Su clan's demise even more tragic. Shi Heng's old face reddened with anger. He didn't expect the Su clan's juniors to be so stupid and ignorant. Su Jianqi smiled blandly, but this smile looked a little bleak. She naturally knows the consequences of her choice, but not to spell it out. She is ashamed of her parents, ashamed of her grandfather. Even if she spells it out to the end of the Su's group, empty pockets, she does not regret it. At least she tried to get it. Everyone, if any of you are willing to stay and live or die with the company, I, Su Jianqi, will keep your kindness in mind, and if the company gets through this difficult time, those who stay will have their wages doubled. Of course, if there are those who want to leave, I, Su Jianqi, will not retain them, and will give each person a fee by position. After Su Jianqi finished, she looked around at the crowd and waited for the results. There was a murmur in the conference room, each looking different. Xia Yun had been contemplating with his eyes closed, but at this moment, his eyes opened and he got up and droned, "I'll quit." Chapter 53. $10 billion is nothing. Xia Yun, as the third largest shareholder of the Su group of companies, knew exactly what kind of difficulties the company was facing now. Bankruptcy is inevitable, it's just a matter of time. At this point only the little cutie. Only then would you choose to stay and wait to die. It's better to take a painful amount of money to get a good deal. I'm also quitting. Shi Heng followed closely behind. His thoughts were the same as Xia Yun's. It was useless to stay. I quit. I quit. With Xia Yun and Shi Heng taking the lead, within the conference room, countless people chose to withdraw. Those who can participate in the meeting here are all the top management of the company. All of them are elites who have been in the business world for many years, so they will not be able to see what is at stake. Uncle Cousin, arrange the finances. Those who leave, whether they are senior or ordinary employees, all of them will each receive a settlement fee. Su Jianqi said softly without looking back. Su Wenchao's mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak. He finally sighed and pulled out his cell phone to make a call to the finance office. As a member of the Su family, he naturally hoped that the Su group could survive this calamity. He also tried hard, and all the banks, knowing that Su's group was facing the risk of bankruptcy at any time, none of them dared to lend them money. But right now, without the support of huge sums of money, even if it is a great god, it is not salvageable. For Su Jianqi to do so was like overrating a tree. At the end of the day, not only will this reserve of funds be squandered, but it is very likely that you will be saddled with a huge amount of debt. When the time comes, the court will seize all fixed assets and properties of the company for auctioning against debts. At that time, not only the company is no more, most likely even the Su family's manor cannot keep Su family people, even a place to live or not, that is called the real bankruptcy. Do you, Su Jianqi, really know the consequences? Can you afford it? Thinking of this, a fierce color appeared on Su Wenchao's face. Even with that lord's help, what's the point? What about more than $20 billion, how could he get it? As more and more people left, the originally noisy conference room gradually chilled out. You guys can also go to the finance to collect your money. Su Jianqi looked at the scattered dozen or so people still left and sat down powerlessly. She didn't expect these company patriarchs to actually choose to back down at this point. It's something they created step by step. I'm not leaving. At the conference table, a middle-aged man rose indignantly. Old me worked hard for 20 years to get Su's today, and I'm just going to be out of business so easily? It's not just Ling Yun, damn it. Adjust the price down to it. Right. I'm not leaving either. Even if I don't kill it in the end, I'll still break off 2 of its dog teeth. I'm not leaving either. The dozen or so people left behind had a look of determination on their faces. Thank you. If the company pulls through this time, each of you will have your salary tripled, and the base for dividends at the end of the year will be doubled. Su Jianqi couldn't help but cover her face and sob. At least, there are people willing to accompany her, not reduced to fighting alone. The rest of those who exited had a sneer on their faces. It's about time, cutie. Only willing to stay, the real favor to take a sum of money to settle it does not smell? Have to hang in there, in the end, tired half dead not to mention, but also not a penny, really brain into water. Ms. Su. At this time, the financial director's son Li Jie ran over holding a laptop, his face full of anxiety, and said, Ms. Su, just now, Mr. Su went to the finance room and allocated $1 billion from the group's accounts to a private account. I think there is something abnormal, it's necessary to report to you. Said the man, placing his computer on the table and opening the page. Su Jianqi looked at the page, her heart chilled with utter despair. On the remittance page, the name of the other party's account is clearly his illegitimate son who is out of the country. This illegitimate child is unknown to outsiders, but the entire Su family knows about it. A few years ago, a heavily made-up woman holding a child made a scene at the Su family home, saying that the child was born with Su Wenchao. Originally, the Su family did not believe it, but Su Wenchao not only did not show up from beginning to end, but also hid outside for several days before he dared to come back, which is invariably the default. Later, this cousin-uncle of his in the Su family also frankly admitted, and promised to give each other $2 million, from then on completely cut off relations, but also by the grandfather family law beat 30 sticks, which is only stopped. Unexpectedly, this cousin-uncle of hers not only did not break with each other, but also in this critical moment, from the company withdrew a huge amount of $1 billion deposited in the other account. Su Jianqi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and dialed the number. But the other side of the cell phone has been turned off. Director son, after removing the severance pay for the company's executives and employees, how much is left over? Su Jianqi's eyes were lax and she leaned helplessly on the back of her chair. Since this Su Wenchao chose to take this step, it is obvious that this billion is impossible to recover. $1 billion was inconsequential to the former Su, but now that was vital. Ling Yun Group does not know how much more Su's family, more of this billion, that can fight with the other side for some more days, naturally, one more point of victory. Ms. Su, preliminary estimates, after removing those expenses, there is still less than 300 million left in the company. Son Li Jie whispered back. Less than 300 million. Less than 300 million. Su Jianqi tilted her head and laughed bitterly.
All of you leave, superintendent's son, the settlement for these people will be paid at 3 times. Su Jianqi finished and plopped down on the conference table. With 300 million, it won't last more than a few days without any struggle. Ugh. One slammed his fist into the tabletop. The rest of the 10 or so people were also deploring the situation. The Su clan that they had single-handedly built up, the Su clan that had been glorious for decades in Jinghai, today, was completely bankrupt. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's me who's useless. Su Jianqi was also unable to restrain herself and lost her voice. Sun Lijia let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. Ding dong. Just a few steps away, a text message sounded from the laptop. Sun Lijia stopped and clicked on it, instantly surprised. Miss Su. Miss Su. Look. Sun hurriedly put the computer on. But those who chose to leave didn't regret leaving. They knew that this extra $10 billion was nothing more than letting Su go bankrupt sometime later. Fighting against a group as strong as Lingyun, without $20 billion at the moment, there would be no chance of winning. $10 billion and it's futile. Chapter 54, Assholes. Su Jianqi was ecstatic, with this $10 billion of capital injection, that the company's chances of winning are naturally much greater. Fine-tuning and careful planning, and victory is not hopeless. Miss Su. Su. Sun Lijie trembled and pointed at the computer, his eyes glaring round. This. It's $10 billion. Sun Lijie cried out in shock, and it was only then that he noticed that there was a small dollar sign next to the $10 billion figure. What? Su Jianqi let out a cry of delight, jerking up and looking at the computer. Really dollars, Su Jianqi cried with joy. $10 billion, that's 65 billion yuan. The conference room was instantly silent. Each and every one of them was unusually shocked. Over $60 billion. Who would be so ostentatious? Even if Elder Su was alive, it would be difficult to raise so much money in such a short period of time. Those who chose to leave all had a look of remorse, and with this amount of more than $60 billion, all problems would be solved. If you had chosen to stay just now, your salary and year-end bonus would have tripled. The 10 or so people left behind had a haughty look on their faces, and their loyalty brought great rewards at this point. The crowd of shareholders and executives stood hesitantly at the door. They regretted choosing to leave and were eager to stay on, even if their wages and year-end dividends didn't go up. After all, they had long been familiar with working at Su. One looked at Xia Yun and Shi Hong, the second and third largest shareholders, to see what the two of them would do next. Xia Yun and Shi Hong looked at each other, and both saw the word regret in the other's eyes. If they chose to stay, 3 times the salary to no matter, 3 times the dividends at the end of the year, that is definitely a lot of money. Since there's money in the company now, it's only right that I stay. Xia Yun said, putting out his old face and walking to the conference table without changing his color to sit down again. Shi Hong froze. He did not expect that this Xia Yun's skin was actually so thick. Just now this kind of insistence to leave, and now as if nothing had happened, he sat back down again. After a brief moment of thought, and a sharp clench of his teeth, he walked over and sat down as well. As the saying goes, a thick face eats a piece of meat, so what's the point of having an old face at this point? The rest of the group, seeing that the duo had gone back, moved their feet and re-entered the conference room through the doorway. The conference room, which had been filled in 3s and 2s, was full again. Su Jianqi didn't say anything either, just looked at these people coldly. The large conference room was silent as each one sat down peacefully. What? Didn't you guys just choose to leave? Su Jianqi looked around the crowd, her tone cold. The crowd kept their heads down and no one replied. Miss Su, since the company now has the support of more than $60 billion of capital, it is only right for the old man to advise the company to solve its problems. Xia Yun crossed his arms across his chest and leaned on the back of his chair with a posture of leaning on the old man. The crowd nodded in recognition. Cough cough, Miss Su, I think the next step, we should directly adjust the price downward by 3 points, since there are more than $60 billion, then let's take one step, give the other party a hard time, let the other party know the difficulty to back off. This matter you can rest assured that you can just leave it to me, I guarantee to let the other party to come to find us in a month to make peace. Shi Hong directly stated his thoughts. He cannot do Xia Yun that kind of thick skin, to come back, that naturally have to come up with a sincerity out. Oh, Uncle Shi, thank you for your advice, but you don't have to worry about these. Su Jianqi smiled bashfully. What do you mean? Shi Hong's heart thumped with a trace of ominous foreboding when he heard this. Didn't you just choose to leave?
Since you've left, there's naturally no need to ask about the company's affairs. Su Jianqi still said with a smile. I'm not leaving here. Shi Heng's old face blushed. Ms. Su, Shi Lao, and I that are the ones who fought with your grandfather to build the Su group, what? Are you preparing to sack us patriarchs? Xia Yin took the lead in applying pressure, this Su Jianqi's words just now, obviously not ready to leave Shi Heng behind, then naturally he couldn't be tolerated either. Uncle Xia, you and Uncle Shi founded Su's together with this grandfather, which I naturally know, but just because it's so, just now, even if everyone in the company chose to leave, you two shouldn't have chosen this way, shouldn't you? Xia Shi and the two of them were speechless. Su Jianqi continued, the company is facing bankruptcy, you do not hesitate to choose to leave, there is money in the company, and you want to come back, huh? Uncle Xia, Uncle Shi, the two old men please. With that, he turned back to Sun Lijie and said, Director Sun, according to their shareholding ratio in the company will be acquired. Yes, I'll go do it now. Sun Lijie immediately returned, just now these company patriarchs actually chose to leave without the slightest regard for the company's safety and security, which made him, the financial director, look down on him. Seeing Sun Lijie leave, the Xia Shi duo completely panicked. The company would be as good as fired if they acquired their stake. Su Jianqi, how dare you? Xia Yun rose indignantly. At this time he is not concerned about anything, right now Su has $60 billion of capital, obviously can resist this calamity, the company does not fall, he is a shareholder every year can be thundering to get the proportion of the dividends of not a lot of money. Hee, Uncle Xia, why wouldn't I dare? I'm the largest shareholder and have the right to acquire your equity. Su Jianqi didn't budge at all and locked eyes with the other party. No matter if you are patriarchs or what, when the company is facing a life and death situation and choose to leave such a person, the company will never stay. Since that's the case, then I won't say anything else, Ms. Su, there are more than $60 billion in the company right now, so let's buy out my and Shi Lao's shareholdings in that proportion. Xia Yun is the plan to play understand it, he accounted for 7% of the company's shares, according to the existing funds, he can share more than 4 billion as much. Shi Lao has 5% of the shares and can also share more than $3 billion. If you don't want to acquire equity, then get the money. Elder Xia, it's this time of the day and you can actually say such a request, it's simply too much. A senior left behind just couldn't stand it anymore and let out an angry cry. Choosing to leave and shamelessly coming back, and at this time actually having the face to say to share the $60 billion, is simply shameless to the extreme. This kind of person is simply a worm in the company, it is best to leave the company early. Chapter 55, People die for money, birds die for food. What the is your status, how dare you talk to me like that? Xia Yun directly burst into foul language. It's true that the tree fell and the people pushed, if it was usual, these little yakuza in the company, how dare they talk to him like this? You. This senior was dumbfounded by the dislike. Just now he was overwhelmed by anger, indeed, how could his own status be comparable to the other party? Elder Xia, you just said that you're treating me this politely because of Grandpa's face, and likewise, I'm treating you with respect because of Grandpa. Your shares have been acquired, you don't have any position in the company that exists now, and for those who just chose to stay, I'll allot 2% of the group company's shares to each of them, and they'll be the shareholders in the company, and you, nothing. Su Jianqi said coldly. Ha ha ha. Xia Yin raised the sky and laughed wildly, good. Su Jianqi, I really underestimated you, fine, you're the biggest shareholder, you can split it however you want, old me doesn't want to ask, and I'm too lazy to ask, you hurry up and give me my rightful share money, I'll leave myself. With over $4 billion in hand, I'm still staying in your Thai company? I'm going to buy a villa and spend the rest of my life in the mountains. Yes, there's also my 5% share, proportionally, with more than $3 billion from me. Shi Hong followed closely. Su Jianqi took a deep breath, forcing back the anger in her heart. She had truly never thought that these patriarchs who followed her grandfather were this shameless. But then again, his own cousin uncle, being a member of the Su family, had absconded with the money, not to mention these outsiders. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. Second old man, just don't move that $60 billion mind, it's not just the two of you, there's also you. Su Jianqi looked around at the people who had just left. There was no shortage of small shareholders, you guys also put away those small minds, this money, you don't want to be delusional. Hee, is that so? Xia Yin let out a cold laugh and said, Miss Su is still too young, once the money enters the company's account, it's public money, and as a shareholder, I have the right to share it. Xia Yin earliest that is the financial origin, for these accounts, that is as good as no. The rest of the group chimed in, all hoping to get a piece of the pie. More than 60 billion no matter how it was divided, it was too much more than that settling fee just now. I said, you guys just don't presume. Su Jianqi said in a deep voice, this expense is used by the other party for purchasing, and I, on the other hand, will supply at a price 1 point below the cost. The contract I'll dock with the other party to sign later. You are all shareholders and elites in the company. How to calculate this account? Consider it clearly yourselves. The room erupted at the sound of the words. Everyone understood in their hearts that this was obviously Su Jianqi's intentional rhetoric. But yet it makes sense and is more legitimate. The other party to call money over to Su Jianqi can completely say that the other party for procurement, Su supply, this is normal. And supplying it below cost is a losing proposition. As for the ultimate goal, it was obvious that it was still to go against Ling Yun. And they, the individual shareholders, the 60 billion or so, is not a penny to share, because they are all losing money in sales. How can we talk about profit? Everyone should think clearly. I may decide to go 10 points below cost to supply. By that time, the company loses money. Even to give you your settling and fee can be no more. Su Jianqi guffawed. As soon as these words came out, Shihang stood up, pointed at Su Jianqi, and said, Su Jianqi, don't go too far. Shihang clear, the Su Jianqi clearly want to die with Ling Yin fishnet, so that since the more than 60 billion, they cannot share a penny. Excessive? Su Jianqi's curved willow eyebrows raised. If you don't believe me, just wait, I'll arrange for a shipment below 10 points now. After that, he pulled out his cell phone and pressed the number. Director Sun, go to the warehouse and arrange for all products to be lowered to cost price by 10 points. Crazy. Really crazy. Without waiting for Su Jianqi to hang up the phone, Shihang turned around angrily and headed for the door without looking back. Leaving now, according to his shares and rank, at least he can still share more than $30 million of settlement, which is better than nothing. Xia Yun watched Shihang leave, a pair of angry eyes staring at Su Jianqi. The huge sum of money that was supposed to be in his hands was instantly dashed, which was unacceptable to him. Su Jianqi, if you do this, I will make you regret it. Xia Yun let out a cold snort and slowly got up, whisking his sleeves away. The dramatic scene reappeared as the crowd watched the two bigwigs leave and also quickly fled with their heads down, not even having the courage to look at Su Jianqi. Once again, a handful of dozens of people remained in the conference room. Su Jianqi took a long breath. These two old men were really difficult to deal with. Ms. Su, do you really want to sell at 10 points below cost? In that case, I'm afraid it would be unfavorable for us. The senior named Zhang Ziyang voiced out the concern. The remaining few people also nodded their heads, feeling that this approach was really undesirable. Don't worry, that call just now was a fake. Su Jianqi laughed quietly. She just couldn't be this intentional even if she was being silly. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If it was really adjusted downward by 10 points, even if it was more than $60 billion, it wouldn't be enough to support it for a month. By then, without waiting for Ling Yun Group to make a move, Su's own will not be able to hold out and end up in bankruptcy. First adjust downward by 1 point, so that Ling Yun can see our Su's attitude, see how Ling Yun handles it, and then we'll make countermeasures accordingly. Su Jianqi said to the crowd. Yes. The crowd chanted in unison. The rest of them saw Su Jianqi's demeanor today, and were worried that she was just a college student who hadn't graduated, but now, they all admired her. At this age, without any experience in the business world, actually have the guts and courage and tactics, really is Su Lao's granddaughter, impressive. On the first floor of Su Group, Xia Yun and Shihang walked out of the door side by side. Damn it, I just can't swallow this breath. Xia Yun kicked over the trash can at the door. The security guard thought there was a disturbance and rushed out of the security room. What? Even you want to bully old man? Xia Yun looked at the running security guard, his face grim as he did so. I'm sorry Mr. Xia, I didn't see that it was you. The security guard was obsequious. If he had seen it was Xia Yun, would he have dared to come out and accuse? Get out! Xia Yun kicked the guard in the stomach. The kick was obviously not light, and the security guard instantly covered his stomach and crouched on the ground in a cold sweat of pain. He didn't understand, although this general manager Xia was usually arrogant, but he wasn't so arrogant as to have a general understanding with a small security guard like him. Humph. Su! What a Su! Since you're driving me away, don't blame me for being impolite. Xia Yun looked at the tall building behind him and gritted his teeth. He was also involved in the construction of this building of Su's headquarters at the beginning, and in the end, he was the one who selected the design program. Now that he was swept away, it made him unable to swallow his breath no matter what. Chapter 56, The One Family's Offerings. What are you prepared to do? Hung sniffed and frowned, clearly seeing that the other party would not give up easily. What for? If Shisu Jianqi is unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Xiaoyan said, turning back to Hung. Old Shi, let's go to Lingyun together. With our abilities, since Su Jianqi is not long for the world, what else do we have to worry about? Hung didn't say anything. He didn't expect the other party to make this choice. If Xiaoyan were to go to Lingyun group, then Su would still be in a bad way this time. After all, he was in a high position and knew too many of Su's business secrets. Just this time alone, Su's $65 billion of financial support, if Lingyun knew about it, it would be devastating news for Su. Old Xia, I advise you to think twice. After all, we all fought for the Su clan together with Elder Su. It's really not right for you to do this. Hung shook his head. Xiaoyan let out a cold snort. Who in the company doesn't know that without the two of us, there could be Sus today? This is her Su Jianqi being ungrateful, not me Xiaoyan being treacherous. Just give me a quick word. Are you with me or not? Hung closed his eyes in contemplation and quickly shook his head, saying, Old Xia, I have no right to intervene in what you do, and I'll take that as you not saying anything today. I didn't hear anything. Although I hate Su Jianqi to drive himself out of the company, that's only for her Su Jianqi, can betray Su, this kind of touch the bottom line of things, he still cannot do. Hung said inside, I'm also old, since I've been kicked out, I'll simply take it as retirement, go home to my old partner, hug my grandchildren, and take care of my days. Old Xia, I advise you to think about it too. Hung patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, took 8 steps, and quietly left. Xiaoyan looked at Hang's back and angrily cursed in his heart, what a gutless wimp, this kind of gas, you can also swallow it. Xiaoyan glanced at Su's building one last time, turned around and got into the car, driving in the direction of Lingyun Group. The cab stopped at the entrance of the Imperial View Han House, and Night North had just gotten off when his cell phone rang. Night North, thank you. The call just connected, and Su Jianqi's voice came from the phone. She had just finished dealing with the company, and the first thing she thought of was thanking Night North. From the moment she first met Night North, she knew that Night North was by no means an ordinary person. There were no two people with such a great ability and selfless willingness to help the Su family, except for Night North. There's no need to thank me, this is what I should do. Night North didn't deny it, and there was no need to. If it wasn't for Elder Su saving his life back then, there would be nothing for him today. Although Elder Su had already left, as long as he was around, he would protect the Su family for 3 generations. This was his promise. Well, I was wondering if it would be okay if I asked you to dinner? There's no other meaning, I mainly want to ask you what I should do next. Su Jianqi's voice was getting smaller and smaller. It was the first time in her life that she had ever extended an invitation to a boy. Just decide for yourself what to do next. Night North said indifferently. The Su Jianqi sooner or later to take over Su, shopping malls such as the Battlefield Night and North naturally no, let her exercise, and strive to be able to take charge as soon as possible. You've done me such a great favor, I always have to thank you and would like to treat you. Jianqi, Morley is calling, hang up first. Night North said, switching the phone. Before Su Jianqi finished speaking, she heard a busy signal. Humph. The stinking Night North. Su Jianqi stomped her little feet in anger, her first invitation was brutally rejected. If those boys in Jinghai University knew, they would hate to eat Night North alive. Being actively invited by the school's flower girl, this was something they could only dream of. Moroi, what's wrong? Night North picked up the phone. Night North. Gumori's heartbreaking cries came from the phone. Night North stopped walking and hurriedly asked, Morley, don't cry, what happened? Night North, Heartland has been kidnapped. After school time, Gu Emoli went to the school to pick up the heart of the language, waiting left and right to not see the heart of the language out, until he received a phone call, only to know, his daughter was kidnapped. What? Boo! The war god's chi raged invisibly, the surrounding trees snapped, and the large wigwam was instantly torn apart, gradually turning into pieces. In front of the school, Gu Morley knelt on the ground, crying her heart out. The surrounding crowd, unaware of this, thought it was a madman and circled far away. An unlicensed business car came rushing in, and before it stopped, the door opened and Night North leapt down. Seeing Night North, Gu Morley struggled to get up and jumped into the other's arms. At the same time, an SUV drove into the Wang family manor. Heartfelt was carried out of the car by a burly middle-aged man. Looking at the unfamiliar place, Heartfelt shouted, "Who are you people? Why did you capture me here?" The lanky man ignored it and pushed Heartland forward. Behind the duo, a thin, hawk-nosed man with an expressionless face followed close behind. Arresting such a small child, Mr. Wang actually sent the two of us, this is too much of a fuss. The burly man's brows were furrowed. Arresting such a small child was a disgrace for him. If this was spread out, it would not be humiliating enough. Hawkish Nose glanced at the little girl beside the lanky man, who also had a gloomy look on her face. These two were Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan, two of the offerings by Wang Yaoxiang's side. After Wang Yaoxiang was warned by Hei Hei, his heart was still unwilling. His only son was killed by Night North. How could he swallow this breath? Even if the other party was someone he couldn't afford to mess with, then he was bound to avenge his dead son. There's nothing to be said about taking someone's money for someone's trouble. Gong Nanyan said coldly. As a Wang family provider, it was natural to follow the orders of the other party. Yes, that's right, but to such a small child to lay hands on. Gu Yao faced indignation. As a martial arts soon, on behalf of Wang Yaoxiang to kill people, that is a common thing, but this kidnap and threaten children, this inferior means, let him 10,000 despise. Above the living room, Wang Yaoxiang sat in the center. Seeing the heart language was brought in by the duo, the butler picked up the photo on the table and compared it, nodded. Master, yes, she is Night North's daughter. The kidnapping of Night North's daughter was his idea. Since that day, Manhwa said that Night North is someone that the master can't afford to mess with, then we will kidnap his daughter, and at that time, even if this Night North is a three-headed, six-armed man, it will be the same as obediently kneeling in front of the master and begging for forgiveness. You two did a good job, now just tie up this girl and wait for Night North to arrive. Wang Yaoxiang let out a cold laugh. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Night North kneeling at his feet and begging for mercy. Not only that, he had to bleed on the other side one by one to avenge the killing of his son. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Heartland looked at the approaching duo and took a step back. Chapter 57, There is only one person in the whole world. When they were in the car, Gu Yao Gong Nanyan and his duo didn't take any control measures at all against Xinu. For a little girl to escape from the hands of the two of them would be nothing short of a mirage. My dad won't let you go if you do this to me. My dad is super awesome, he'll beat you all up. Heartfelt said bravely. In her mind, her dad was her superhero. The two of them, Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan, looked at each other and smiled. Within the capital C, if the two of them joined forces, even Black Underworld would have to be afraid of 3 times. Don't you come here, Heartland cried out. Suddenly, she thought of something her dad had given him, saying to take it out in case of danger. At that thought, she hurriedly rummaged through her book bag. The two didn't stop them. In front of them, even if the other party took out a pistol, they were not threatening in the least. Soon after, Heartfelt pulled out a black card from her school bag that looked a bit similar to the God execution order. The word North is still on the back. Only instead of the Punisher's sword on top of the front, there was a golden dragon head symbol. There was a slight bump at the dragon's head, and Heartfelt reached out and pressed her finger without hesitation, as her father had told her. As the heart pressed down, the faucet instantly glowed faintly with a faint golden color. Once the order to protect the god was activated, all the people in the God Exorcist Temple who were at the level of martial honor or above received the information, and the nearest Beijing Sea Patrol Division was the first to move out. This scene finally aroused the duo's idea. Gong Nanyan grabbed in the air and the black card instantly flew into his hand. The black card, slightly cool in the hand, the glow of the dragon's head in the center of the card grew stronger. Gong Nanyan stared at the card in his hand in deep thought. What's wrong? Gu Yao sensed Gong Nanyan's abnormality. This sign. Gong Nanyan wanted to speak, only feeling that this sign seems to have seen it somewhere. Gu Yao reached out and took it, looked at it repeatedly, and said, Isn't this just an ordinary card? I guess it's a freebie from one of the snacks. These cards can be found everywhere, they're what's in the snacks, and kids usually like to collect them. Gong Nanyan didn't reply, thinking hard. What are you two dawdling about? Hurry up and tie up this child. According to Black Meditation, this Night North is very powerful, don't take it lightly. Wang Yaoxiang urged. He fought in this business world for many years. If it is not sophisticated, he also cannot do this Jinghai real estate tycoon. No matter what to do, must make sure that nothing is wrong. Night North. Gong Nanyan let out a murmur, looking at the word North in the card, and then taking a closer look at the dragon head on the front. Suddenly chilly little eyes snapped round. Could it be him? Gong Nanyan let out a cry of alarm, his eyes filled with fear. Who is it? What's wrong with you? Staggering. Gu Yao's face was disgusted. Today this Gong Nanyan is taking the wrong kind of medicine, usually gloomy, can't pop out a word for a day. What's going on here? Hurry up and release this little girl. Gong Nanyan hurriedly roared, his voice becoming slightly trembling. Gong Nanyan, what are you smoking? Gu Yao really couldn't stand it anymore. This little girl is the one that the Wang family had personally arranged to capture back, and he is right here. You actually said that you were going to let go. If you don't want to die, hurry up and release them. Gong Nanyan let out a cold shout and without any further ado, pulled Xinu towards the door. Gu Yao stood dumbfounded, the scene in front of him made him freeze. Quickly stop him. The butler was anxious, he didn't know what was wrong with this Gong Nanyan. He actually dared to defy the master's orders and wanted to let go without authorization. With one leap, Gu Yao blocked the doorway, blocking the path of the two. Get the hell out of my way, if you want to die, don't involve me. As the words fell, Gong Nanyan blasted out with a fist. Gu Yao hurriedly dodged, and with a loud bang, the wall behind him exploded. Looking at the mess behind him, Gu Yao was shocked. The force of this punch did not have the slightest reservation. This Gong Nanyan obviously used his full strength. You are crazy. Gu Yao changed his color vigorously. If that punch had hit him just now, serious injuries would have been inevitable. Wang Yaoxian was also astonished. This Gong Nanyan was really abnormal today. Not only did he disobey his own orders, he actually shot at Gu Yao. Catch this traitor for me! Wang Yaoxian let out a roar. At this time, he did not have time to think about why Gong Nanyan, who had followed him for decades, had mutinied, and the immediate priority was that he had to withhold Night North's daughter, which was his bargaining chip for victory. Gu Yao sniffed and stood in front of the two. Gong Nanyan's face was anxious. Gu Yao, but like himself, he was an intermediate level martial zone's strength. If he entangled himself, it would all be too late. Gu Yao, do you believe me or him? If you believe in me today, you still have a chance of survival. If you believe in him, you will surely die. Gu Yao shrugged his shoulders in disbelief and said, I believe in money, and I believe in whoever gives me money. As an offering, his purpose was naturally for money. And he had recently spent a huge amount of money to procure a large number of elixirs from outside the domain, preparing to intensify his cultivation, all of which required a large amount of money to maintain. Confused. This little girl's origin is by no means ordinary. Today we have already made a big mistake. If you stubbornly continue, even if you have more money, we'll never spend it tomorrow. Gong Nanyan said righteously, hoping that the other party can listen to persuasion. If you are blocking the way, then only waiting for death. At this time, he really didn't have time to explain, and even if he did, this Gu Yao wouldn't necessarily understand. At the first glance, he felt that the dragon head logo on the black card was somewhat familiar, and the word North on the back was even more shocking to him. A few years ago, he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and went to the frontier to ask his master for advice, and when he was chatting, his master mentioned one person to him with a face of worship. This person stepped into the war god in 3 years, and in 7 years, he broke through the bottleneck of the war god to become a war king. To this day, he still clearly remembered the look on his master's face when he mentioned this person. It was admiration from the bottom of his heart. There is only one person in the whole world who can put this dragon head symbol and the word North together. That was the God Punisher Temple Master who made the whole world tremble, the legendary person that the outside world called the North King. Stepping into the Battle King in 7 years, this was simply very human. Calling it a god was not too much to ask. He has not seen this card, just heard the master said, if you see the golden dragon head logo, the back of the word North card, do not hurt each other. A few years ago, his master's senior brother, his senior uncle, was directly exterminated in 3 clans for injuring one person carrying this card. Gong Nanyan, you and I are intermediate level martial zoons, who else can pose a threat to you and I within this Jinghai? Don't you force me to make a move and hurt our feelings. Gu Yao crossed his fists in front of his body, not believing what the other party said at all. You. Gong Nanyan was simply about to spit out blood from Gu Yao's anger. Even if he were to scatter his hands at this point and just run away, it wouldn't help. He knows that anyone who injures this card will be punished by the 3 clans, and even if he escapes, his family will not be spared. Boo! There was a muffled sound and a surprising scene suddenly appeared. Gong Nanyan fiercely knelt down on both knees. Gu Yao, count on me to beg you, don't stop me today. Gu Yao was stunned on the spot, his jaw dropping. Chapter 58, The 3 clans must be punished. Not only Gu Yao, within the hall, Wang Yaoxian was also dumbstruck. Black Sticks voluntarily gave up the high pay and threatened that Night North was a character he couldn't afford to mess with. And at this point Gong Nanyan is going to do whatever it takes to let go of Night North's daughter. This one thing had to make him suspicious. Who the hell is this Night North? Gu Yao! Tie up that girl for me. Wang Yaoxian was in a rage. This reinforces the decision to use Night North's daughter as blackmail. Even if Night North is the king of the heavens, Wang Yaoxian will get him killed to avenge his son. Gu Yao sniffed and didn't move. His heart was a little shaken besides being shocked. Having been with Gong Nanyan for decades, he knew that the other party had always been vicious and cunning, and never did things that were condescending. At this moment, to be able to make him beg for himself on bended knee, this girl's identity was definitely not simple. Gu Yao didn't know that what this Gong Nanyan was begging for wasn't just himself, it was the lives of the 3 clansmen. Gu Yao! Do not move! Wang Yaoxiang saw that the other party still did not move, anxious cold sweat. If it is really as Black Hay said, this Night North is a character that he cannot afford to mess with. If there is no daughter to do blackmail, it is bound to be a lost cause. Shut up! Gong Nanyan let out a cold shout, and the curved sword at his waist was thrown out. If it wasn't for this Wang Yaoxiang, today, how could it be such a situation? The scimitar spun rapidly in the air, growing larger and larger in Wang Yaoxiang's horrified pupils. Swish! The scimitar swept past, embedding itself deeply into the wall. Wang Yaoxiang did not move at all, still maintaining the same look and posture from earlier. After a few seconds, the body gradually tilted, and the body had broken in 2, dead beyond repair. Egu my ass! The butler was splattered with blood and sat on his butt in shock. Gong Nanyan! You! Gu Yao retreated 2 steps back, his eyes filled with shock. It's a big no-no for an offering to kill the Lord. Once this happens, no one will dare to hire again in the future. Moreover, the regicide corrupted the reputation of all the offerings and seriously affected the interests, and would be hunted down by the resentment of all the martial arts offerings, which was a disgrace among all the offerings. Gong Nanyan cannot know this. At the moment he is already a dead man, only to be able to not be put to death 3 clans. Besides, this Wang Yaoxiang is bound to die today, so if he makes a move himself, he might be able to get that lord's understanding. There was a roar from outside the manor. Gong Nanyan revealed a bitter smile and said without lifting his head, Gu Yao, you and I are brothers, I won't harm you, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, maybe the end will be better. Gu Yao was completely shocked. Outside the courtyard, the wind gusts, countless black-clothed silhouettes quickly assembled, looked at the satellite positioning, just about to rush in, only to see a flash in front of his eyes. A front and a back of the 2 silhouettes rushed in like a flash. Night North was just about to call out his daughter's name when he saw a bizarre scene in the room. Heartfelt's small face was filled with bewilderment as the 2 men knelt before them. Dad! When she saw Night North, Heartland rushed to her dad's side and jumped into her arms. Gong Nanyan kneeling on the ground like a thunderbolt, non-stop trembling, he guessed that the identity of this little girl is by no means simple, but never thought that it was the daughter of the King of the North. He himself had kidnapped the daughter of the God Punisher Temple Master. Oh! Gong Nanyan was all disheartened and had already seen his own downfall. Is there any injury? Night North asked anxiously, his eyes constantly sweeping over his daughter's body. Sinyu shook her head in Night North's arms and said with an excited expression, Daddy, the card you gave Sinyu was so powerful that they all obediently knelt down after seeing it. At those words, Night North's lingering gaze swept towards the kneeling duo. This was the capital C, not the frontier, and this duo clearly recognized the punishing God Protector order. Wei-sun led the members of the inspection division to quickly pour into the house, and seeing the little princess safe and sound in the arms of the palace master, he was instantly relieved. The order of execution of God is divided into 2 kinds of life and death, and apart from the Hall Master, each of the remaining 5 ambassadors also has this order. And the information he received just now was the Temple Master's God execution order, and the location was in the capital C, which clearly possessed this order, must be the Temple Master's closest relative. Lu Zhongyuan took out his satellite phone to report that he was safe. If not for that, the rest of those guys would have definitely bloodied the Jinghai in a day. Especially that Hubei, after receiving the message just now, he was the first one to jump into the Black Eagle fighter ready to go. Gu Yao looked at the crowd rushing in and instantly understood why Gong Nanyan was so insistent on releasing the girl just now. This other party was the inspection division. It was not something that martial artists like them could offend. Who are you people? Night North let out a cold cry. This is Wang Yaoxiang's manor. The other party grabbed the heart language, and Night North naturally knew the reason. It must be instructed by this Wang Yaoxiang, in order to avenge his son's death. To Night North's surprise, these 2 actually recognized the God execution order. Hallmaster, these 2 are Gu Yao and Gong Nanyan, 2 of the Wang family's offerings. Wei-sun took a step forward and said with an arch. He had been here in the capital C for several years, and his part was to manage every single martial artist, so he knew it well.
Lord North King, I am ignorant, I didn't know it was the little princess, I can only thank you with.
Returning archly, he replied, Hall Master, Wang Yaoshan's body is broken in two and confirmed dead. Knight North nodded his head. It's a good thing it was under the table. The heart language must not have seen such a bloody scene, otherwise, he would have nightmares sleeping at night. Knight North picked up Heartfelt and headed for the door. Please be gracious, King of the North. Seeing that Knight North had left, Gong Nanyan kept kowtowing violently in the direction that Knight North had left, his eyes red. Gong Nanyan, why are you so gutless? Are you so afraid of death? What a coward! Gu Yao angrily got up. Kill or die as you please, I won't beg you even if I die. As a martial artist, just have a proud bone, this kind of lowly begging to live, it is better to die painfully. Gu Yao! Gong Nanyan gritted his teeth, do you think I'm afraid of death? Do you know the consequences of this god execution order? That's the execution of 3 clans. Buzz. The last 3 words made Gu Yao dizzy for a while, and it was only then that he deeply realized why Gong Nanyan was so afraid. Dang! Gu Yao knelt on both knees, please be merciful, Your Excellency. Knight North stopped walking and said without looking back, if today was an ordinary family's child, would you let her off like this? Being a martial artist, I can't believe you don't even spare children. Knight North exuded a suffocating aura. Not only because Heart's speech was his daughter, but not hurting the old and weak children, this was the most basic bottom line of being a martial artist. After Knight North finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Heartfelt and walked out. There is no need to account for the order to kill God, and the 3 clans will be executed. Chapter 59, Enough to Protect You. In the car, Knight North called Gu Mori to report her safety and told her to go home first. Hall Master, is it possible to draw some war god levels from the hall to protect the lady and princess? Lu Zhongyuan asked as he drove the car and opened his mouth. No need, just have the Capital C Patrol Division arrange for some secret protection. The first priority of the generals in the palace is to guard the security of the borders, and in the Capital C, the people from the Patrol Division are enough to ensure the safety of Morili and Xinu. After all, the Division of Inspection is subordinate to the Palace of God Execution, and no one in China dares to go against the Division of Inspection. The car had just stopped at the door, and Gu Mori had already been waiting at the door. When she saw her daughter get out of the car, she cried out and rushed over to her, holding her tightly in her arms. Xinyue, it didn't hurt anywhere, did it? Gu Mori touched her daughter's small face with an anxious expression, watching from side to side. Heartfelt smiled back, don't worry mom, Heartfelt isn't hurt at all, thanks to this card from Dad. Heartfelt shook the Punisher's protection order in her hand. Looking at the card in her daughter's hand, Gu Mori briefly froze. A few days ago Knight North had similarly given her an identical card, but she had casually thrown it into a drawer. Ma'am, I have arranged for the people in the inspector's office to secretly protect you and the princess. This accident is a dereliction of duty on the part of my humble servant. Please rest assured that similar incidents will never happen in the future. LV Zhongyuan bowed and said, as an ambassador of Central China Manhwa, he was responsible for defending the 68 cities of the 6 provinces in Central China. If he let the family of the palace lord be harmed, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. Without waiting for him to plead his case himself, those 4 remaining guys could eat him alive. In addition, please ask your wife to carry the God Punisher protection order with you. If you encounter any incidents and trigger this order, I will be the first to arrive. Lu Zhongyuan added. Although there were enough people in the inspection division to protect the safety of the lady and the little princess, the order of the executioner of the gods was in his hand, like a talisman, ensuring even more safety. The order of the executioner? Gu Mori took it from her daughter's hands and looked back and forth. When she saw this card that day, she thought that Knight North was just playing a joke on her, and how this card looked like a child's toy. Yes mom, this card is awesome. Just as soon as Heartfelt took it out, those 2 people directly kneeled down. Heartfelt still had a look of excitement on her face when she thought of the scene just now. Gu Mori was a bit skeptical under her shocked look. Touching the 3-dimensional faucet, Gu Mori casually pressed it down. That day Knight North told her that as long as she pressed this faucet, it would protect her. Was it really that magical? As the faucet label was pressed, a faint golden light immediately surfaced, just as it had at the time of the heart speech. Above Lu Zhongyuan's wrist, a watch-like instrument instantly emitted a piercing beeping sound, and the word North emerged on it, along with the specific coordinate location. In less than a minute, dozens of black-clothed power suits surged out from around the villa, each one drawing a battle knife from their waist, their expressions serious and murderous. Under Gu Mori's stunned look, Lu Zhongyuan pressed the wrist instrument and said, "This is a test, danger discharged, this is a test, danger discharged." If we don't explain it in time, and the God-punishing protector order sends out an alarm twice in one day, those people will still kill over like crazy. Dozens of black-clothed power suits are all elites in the patrol division, and one by one, the words that LV Zhongyuan just said came from their wrists. After sheathing his battle sword and clasping his hands in an arch, he quickly disappeared into the surroundings. Gu Mori was completely stunned. With a haughty look on her face, Heartfelt said, "Now Mom should believe it." The scene she had just experienced was much more exciting than that. Night North, what the hell is going on? Gu Mori subconsciously knew that Night North's identity was no longer what it used to be when he came back this time, but he didn't expect it to be so sharp. The costumes of those black-clothed people just now were those of the inspection division, and they were actually following the orders of the Night North like this. Night North laughed lightly, gently stroking his daughter's hair, saying, "Morley, I can't tell you my true identity right now. This is a kind of protection for you and Shinin. You and Shinin only need to know that I am now enough to protect you, so that you won't be hurt a bit, and every day in the future, you will live in happiness." This part of the sky was filled with sweetness, while at the same time, dark clouds loomed under another part of the sky in Kyukai. "Mr. Chen, we've received news that Su Group has lowered all of its products to 1 point below cost price." Shinjun didn't dare to raise his head and whispered. As a sales manager, the other party's move was more than obvious. It was ready to die with Ling Yun. If two tigers fight, one will get hurt. Although there is no Su Wanshan town, but after all, in the Jinghai perseverance for many years, if really hard to hard words, that Ling Yun really have to weigh. Don't end up hurting yourself. Chen Nancheng exhaled smoke and fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, after Su Wanshan's death, Su's group's sales were much less than before, and even if there was some family money, there wouldn't be much. And none of the banks in Beijing dared to lend to the Su Group. Where did this Su Group get the courage to lower the price to give themselves a dead heat? Knock knock. With a brief knock on the door, a female secretary walked in and said, "Mr. Chen, someone wants to see you." Chen Nanching frowned, snuffed out his cigarette, and said coldly, "I won't see anyone." How could one have the heart to meet anyone at this time? Yes. The female secretary bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out, and just as she reached the door, she bumped into a person face to face and said hurriedly, "This sir, Mr. Chen said he doesn't see guests." The visitor ignored it and strutted in. Mr. Chen is really rejecting people. At those words, Chen Nancheng glanced at them. "Xia Yun? What are you doing here?" This Xia Yun is the major shareholder of Su Group. At this time, he is fighting against Su. What is he doing here at this time? Could it be that he's here to spy? Xia Yun ignored it and sat himself on the sofa, crossing his legs. The female secretary wanted to speak, but Chen Nancheng waved his hand and let him go out first. Then, "Mr. Chen, may I also recuse myself?" Shinjun knew this Xia Yun's identity since. At this time, the other party appeared rashly. There must be something to say to Mr. Chen. The matter between the top management, one is better not to listen to it. No need. Chen Nanching said indifferently, turning his head to look at Xia Yun. "Speak, the purpose of your coming here today." The two can be considered hostile to each other and have never had a positive encounter in all these years. "I want to join Ling Yun Group." Xia Yun opened the door. There was no need to beat around the bush when talking to someone like Chen Nancheng. When Chen Nanching heard this, he instantly froze, followed by a wild laugh up to the sky. It was one of the funniest things he had heard in recent years. The major shareholder of the Su Group, wanting to enter Ling Yun? And it was at this juncture, the spy's motives were just too obvious. "I say, major shareholder Xia, you're joking with me. At this time of the day, you said you wanted to come to Ling Yun. What? Su Wenchao sent you?" Chen Nanqing's face gradually turned gloomy. Xia Yun smiled, got up and pulled a cigar from Chen Nanqing's boss table, and then picked up a cigar cutter to cut off the end and put it in his mouth. Hiss. Who? Ignition took a deep breath and sat back down again. Chapter 60, like cheating at cards. Mr. Chen's cigars are really good, they are imported from Cuba, right? Xia Yun exhaled smoke and said this in a salty manner. Chen Nanqing did not reply and just stared at the other party gloomily. He wanted to see what this Xia Yun really wanted to do. Taking a few more deep breaths, Xia Yun said lightly, "Su Wenchao has already run away, so what's the point of instructing me to come to Ling Yun?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nanqing's face moved slightly. This Su Wenchao is now the current president of Su Clan. He ran away? Then who will lead the Su Clan now? Is this still a deliberately induced statement by the other side? With a sweep of his afterglow, Xia Yun already knew roughly what was on the other side's mind, and continued, "Now Su Group is headed by Su Wanshan's granddaughter, Su Jianxi. Chen Nancheng closed his eyes and thought for a moment. This Su Wanshan does have a granddaughter. I heard that she has not even graduated from university now. Old me came to find you today because I want to join Lingyun, defeat the Su Jianxi, and defeat the Su clan. Xia Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, his face gloomy. After living most of his life, today was actually fired by a yellow hair girl. This spread out, the old face is lost. Why should I trust you? You also know that this is a special time. Chen Nancheng directly stated the concerns in his heart. To speak with these old greaseballs, he had to go straight to the point. Xia Yun exhaled smoke, his face did not change, and said, I'm not talented, I was just dismissed by this Miss Su. Glancing at the other party's shocked expression, Xia Yun continued, this is not a secret, you can just send someone to check it out and you will know that along with me, there are also Shi Hang and a number of small shareholders who were dismissed. Chen Nancheng and Xin Jun were completely shocked. At this time, Su resigned so many shareholders, then be sure to acquire the equity of these people, which in itself is a considerable amount of money. And the other side even lowered the price to counteract it. How much money does this Su have in reserve? If the other side really has huge funds, then the monopoly method will never work. Does Mr. Chen want to know exactly how much capital Su is left in reserve right now? This sentence Xia Yun said lightly, but in the hearts of Chen Xin and the other two, like a huge stone falling into the water, rolled up shocking waves. If you know exactly how much capital Su has in reserve, that's undoubtedly knowing the other side's bottom card when playing poker. It's hard not to win when you can attack and defend. Why should I trust you? Chen Nancheng did not move. He had to be on guard. If the other party said the figures were false and inaccurate, the consequences would certainly be devastating. Xia Yun said blandly, the old man has been in the business world for half a lifetime, but on his deathbed, he has a reputation of being fired, huh? With a bitter laugh, Xia Yun's eyes gradually became vicious and said, I've already been banished from the Su clan. For the Su clan, I hate to make it go bankrupt instantly. Su Jianxi, that milquetoast yellow-haired girl, since she drove me away, if she's unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Chen Nancheng looked at the other party's sinister gaze and pondered in his heart. Mr. Chen, I think it's better to be careful. Xin Jun said quietly in Chen Nancheng's ear. None of these old guys, who have spent most of their lives in the business world, is a savior. Chen Nancheng knew this and got up and poured a cup of tea, handing it to Xia Yun, smoothly sitting on the sofa next to him with a slight smile, saying, Old Xia, I understand your mood very well, you said you want to join us at Lingyun, so you have to come up with some sincerity. Xia Yun let out a cold laugh. In total, words to this, we both also do not beat around the bush. I tell you Su group existing capital number, and assist you to bring down Su together, and you only need to be accomplished, so that I am responsible for taking over Su on the line, then, Su naturally belongs to the Lingyun group, and you give Su to the allocation of how many shares, that is all up to you to arrange. Xia Yun said the words, this is indeed his true purpose, as long as the possession of Su, regardless of whether it is surnamed Su or Ling. He just wanted to trample the Su clan under his feet, trample Su Jianxi under his feet, make the other party kneel on the ground and beg bitterly, make her watch with her own eyes as the Su clan group, which her grandfather Su Wanshan had worked so hard his whole life to create, was put under his control. Chen Nancheng did not reply immediately and lit a cigar and took a deep breath. According to what this Xia Yun said, there is indeed a motive to help himself, and the payment that the other party wants is also after the matter is accomplished, and once the funds of Su are known, then this monopoly is a must. No problem, Elder Xia, I hope we have a good cooperation. Chen Nancheng extended his palm. Xia Yun glanced at it, without the intention of reaching out, and said, Mr. Chen, let's make empty promises and talk without proof, it's safer to sign an agreement. Ha ha ha. Chen Nancheng laughed up to the sky and said, it's still Xia Lao who is thoughtful, Xin Jun, you go and draft an agreement now. Chen Nancheng on the surface of nothing, in his heart angrily cursed this Xia Yun is really a slippery old man, how can he go back on what he personally promised? But it's good to sign an agreement, so as to save this old smoothie from going back on his word, which would be a restriction on him. The agreement was quickly drafted and Chen Nancheng took the lead in signing his name and handing it over to Xia Yun. Xia Yun got it and repeatedly scrutinized it for fear of misreading a line. Chen Nancheng also did not urge, anyway, the agreement is normally drafted, constraints that are on both sides. After a few moments, Xia Yun made sure that there was nothing in the agreement that was unfavorable to him, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the last page. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. For hands clasped, smiling at each other. Elder Xia can now say exactly how much capital Su has in reserve right now. Chen Nancheng picked up a cigar, cut it himself and handed it to the other party. 65 billion. Xia Yun reached out and took it, speaking directly. At this time, the two of them are on the same boat, life and death are bound together. How much? Shinjun was the first to let out a gasp. Although he is not financial, but as a sales manager, according to the company's annual water flow, also known as rough, this Su since Su Wanshan died, sales fell to the ground. How can there be such a huge sum of money? The other party's move didn't surprise Xia Yun. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it himself. $10 billion, this is what a foreign company remitted to the company's account when I was attending a meeting at Su just now. Xia Yun took a sip of tea and said slowly. Chen Nancheng furrowed his brows and asked tentatively, why is Elder Xia so certain? Chen Nancheng expressed serious skepticism about the numbers that Xia Yun had said. When Xia Yun heard this, his face sank, the teacup in his hand placed heavily on the table, and he drank. Since Mr. Chen doesn't believe in it, then I have nothing to say. This agreement is torn up, when I have never been here, he said, picking up the agreement and about to tear it up. Chapter 61. Thank you, Night North. Don't. Chen Nancheng hurriedly reached out to stop it, accompanying a smiling face and said, "Say, old man misunderstood. What I mean is, this Su Wanshan died. Who else would offer such a large sum of money to help Su?" Xia Yun sniffed, his face improved, but still coldly returned, as for who helped, I don't know. The 65 billion is real in Su Group's account. This is what I have seen with my own eyes. Now that I know the bottom line of Su, Mr. Chen just need to calculate how to eat Su. Chen Nancheng nodded, no longer skeptical about the numbers that Xia Yun had said. But he never thought that the other side will have so much money. If you continue to want to take the monopoly this road, it is bound to do the preparation for a protracted price fight, and at least it is also the need for $6.5 billion to fight. Shinjun, notify all the shareholders of the group company to meet in an hour. Chen Nancheng's face was grave. 65 billion, that is, for the Ling Yun Group, is not a small amount, and this determines the survival of the group company. Now the arrow is on the string, is bound to make detailed plans. Inside the villa, Night Bay was busy in the kitchen, and Heartwish had ordered that as long as Dad was home, then he had to be the one to cook. The reason is, Dad's cooking is so much better than Mom's. As soon as the meal was served, Heartfelt couldn't wait to take a bite and chew it with a happy face. Slow down, don't choke. Gumori looked at her daughter's small mouth bulging and couldn't help but rant. Yummy, Mom, you try it too. Heartfelt kept shaking her little hand with an enraptured face. Gu Emoli had just picked up her chopsticks when the doorbell rang. Gumori opened the door, froze, and softly shouted, Dad, Mom. Upon hearing this, Sinya shouted happily, Grandma and Grandpa, come, try my dad's cooking, it's delicious. Gumori Lee's face showed embarrassment. She was still a little worried that her parents would treat Night Bay badly. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi walked in, and Night Bay got up accordingly and said, Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, I didn't know that you guys were coming, otherwise, I would have copied 2 more dishes. Gumori followed closely, Yes, Mom and Dad, we didn't know you guys were coming, you guys sit down first, I'll go fry up a few more dishes. She was genuinely worried that her parents would dislike Night North at any time. You don't have to be busy, your mom and I ate at the lodge. Gu Hai reached out and pulled his daughter. But the next scene made Gumori directly freeze. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi made an unprecedented nod and smile at Night North, a smile that made Gumori's heart flutter. What's with Mom and Dad today? That smile? What does it mean? Morley, Night North, you guys eat, your father and I have eaten. Wang Huizhi pulled her daughter back to her seat and gestured for Night North to sit down as well. Sin, you also eat quickly, let me see if the little face has grown a little fatter. Wang Huizhi rubbed Xinyue's little face. Dad. Mom. You. Guys. Gu Morley completely confused, today the 2 parents are also too abnormal. That, Morley, is this. Gu Hai swallowed, wanting to speak. Hey, it's better for me to talk. Wang Huizhi pushed aside her old partner, walked to her daughter's side, and said, Your father will be in charge of the general affairs in the mountain villa next month. General affairs? Gu Mori didn't understand. You silly girl, the general affairs are all the affairs in the mountain villa. Your father is going to be the general manager of the mountain villa, taking up 60% of the shares. Wang Huizhi said with an excited face. Without waiting for Gumori to react, Xinyue happily shouted, Grandpa, then if Xinyue goes there to eat in the future, does she still need money? Gu Hai gave a rare smile on his old face, gently pinched Xinyue's cheeks and said, Then what else is there to say? Shinin can eat whatever she wants when she goes to the mountain villa, as much as she wants, and not a penny more. Yay! Heartland danced with happy hands and feet, then Heartland is going to go there to eat chicken legs from now on, and to eat the chicken legs made by those 2 uncles, the black one and the white one, that day. Gu Hai listened in confusion. Wang Huiji's face, however, was instantly embarrassed. How could she not know who the one black and one white were that Shinin was talking about? Those were the two pinnacle figures that reigned supreme within the capital C. Dad, Mom, what the hell is going on here? Isn't the Green Vine Villa the property of Chu Yuan-chen, the richest man in the capital C? How could you suddenly be given 60% of the shares? Wouldn't you be the largest shareholder in the villa then? The remaining 40% can't be influenced by you? Gumori was shocked. Why does this sound so mysterious? Ahem. The remaining 40% is my share. Wan Huiji cleared her throat with a proud expression. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gumori was completely shocked. Father accounted for 60% of the shares, mother accounted for 40% of the shares. This lodge is already the parents' too. How could Chu Yuan-chen suddenly be so nice? Giving 100% of the shares of the mountain villa to the two parents? Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Night North. Night North was silent and continued to eat his meal with his head down. Gu Hai and Wang Huiji were also in disbelief and unusually shocked when they first heard the news, which was told to the two of them personally by Chu Yuan-chen, and was particularly respectful at the time. In the end, after the two of them kept asking, Chu Yuan-chen did not tell them the exact reason. Wang Huiji, although older, but the brain is not confused, first of all thought of the Night North. That day in the private room, Chu Yuan-chen and Black Meditation, two big giant in front of the Night North respectfully look, especially Black Meditation, actually kneeling in front of the Night North in public. Apart from Night North, how could such a good thing suddenly fall on the two of them? Chu Yuan-chen is unwilling to say, his daughter does not know, and Night North does not mention anything, but Gu Hai and Wang Huiji have guessed the answer in their hearts. That Morley, I see that your car is a bit small, devolve it to me and your mom and dad will pay for it and buy you a better one, so that Night North can drive it occasionally. Gu Hai looked at the small white car at the door and said. It was something he had discussed with his partner before he came. The duo is now considered wealthy, and it is obvious that the unmarried son-in-law is responsible for their current position. If he directly bought something for Night North, his two old men were really a bit unable to pull this old face. After all, the attitude of the two of them treating each other before was not a word that could be described as cold. Give your daughter a bigger car, and the Night North can drive it, indirectly even for the Night North. Dad, Mom, what the hell is wrong with you guys today? Gumori trembled as she put down her chopsticks. This happiness came too suddenly. It's fine, Mom and Dad became the manager of the mountain village, of course they are happy. In the future we will never live these years of poverty again. Wang Huiji said, her eyes reddened, wiping the tears from her eyes. Look at you, what's the point of crying over something so happy? So what? That's it. What about tomorrow? You guys go with Mom and Dad to buy a car. Gu Hai said, pushed his old partner beside him and walked towards the door. When she walked to the door, Wang Huiji stopped her footsteps and looked back at Night North, with teardrops still in the corners of her eyes, and said. Thank you, Night North. Chapter 62, The Three of Us. After her parents left, Gumori hadn't yet recovered from Night North's face of embarrassment. The heart of the language is a small adult look, a serious said, this is the right thing, this is the two should have the appearance of the family. Gumori sniffs and breaks into a smile, pointing a finger at her daughter's forehead and snapping, at a young age, what do you know? Heartfelt let out a cold snort, tilted her small face and said, I'm 6 years old this year, not small anymore. Yes, my daughter is 6 years old, a big girl. Night North wrapped his big hand around his daughter and took her into his arms. One large and one small clung to his arms. Night North placed a light kiss on Gumori's forehead, then on his daughter's forehead, and said tenderly, I'll make you all happy every day in the future. Gumori tilted her delicate face up to look at Night North and pouted, not us, but the three of us as a family must be happy every day. Right, Dad and Mom and me, it's the three of us. Heartfelt said quietly as she snuggled into Night North's arms. That's right, we're a family of three. Night North said, his palms slightly harder, hugging the mother-daughter duo a little more tightly. The next morning, it was just barely dawn. After absorbing the chi of the sun and moon, Night North quietly walked into Gumori's room. A closer look would reveal a golden gas floating vaguely in the palm of his hand. Within the room, Gumori and Xin were still asleep. Night North gently pulled back the covers, and instantly a shapely body came into view. At this time, Gumori was wearing a single thin pajamas, exuding a light fragrance, skin like gelatinous skin, long and slender legs slightly curled up, just the most charming posture. Gumori's eyelashes flickered slightly, already waking up from her sleep. Feeling the familiar smell, Gumori knew it was Night North even though she didn't open her eyes. At this time, she tried to restrain the rapid breathing, the heart angry, the stinking night north, the daughter is still next to it. If you want to, you have to wait until your daughter is gone. Just as she was thinking about it, she only felt a heat in her chest and couldn't help but let out a cry, her stunningly beautiful cheeks gradually turning scarlet. After about a minute or so, the slightly hot palms moved away from his chest. It was followed by a slight slamming of the door. Gumori opened her disoriented eyes and gasped for air, only to feel her heart thumping hard, and only then did she feel that her body was already dripping with fragrant sweat. Seeing the tightly closed room door, Gumori let out a pout. This night north, just like that? This side of the night north just came out of the room. Gu Hai and Wang Huiji walked in, saw the night north out of his daughter's room, smiled sarcastically, a look of understanding. Come, night north, come, quickly eat breakfast to replenish your body. Wang Huiji smiled, putting the breakfast in her hand on the table. Night north looked at Wang Huiji's odd smile, especially this phrase tonic body? Obviously, these two old men had misunderstood. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, you've misunderstood, I'm with Mori. It's fine, you don't need to explain, we're all from the past, understand, come and eat. Wang Huiji couldn't help but pull Night North to sit at the dining table. Night North a bitter smile, it seems that the explanation cannot be explained, just sat down, Gumori from the room out, see the same parents too meaningful smile. Mom and Dad? What's going on? Ever since she saw her parents last night, she always felt that they were weird now, and this sudden shift made her a little uncomfortable. It's fine, go wash up and tell Shinin to get up as well, let's eat breakfast and go buy a car. Wang Huiji had a smile on her face and urged. At the table, a few people were eating breakfast, and under the table, Wang Huiji kicked her old partner and gave him a look. Gu Hai understood, swallowed the bun in his mouth, cleared his throat, and said, that, Mori, your mom and I thought about it last night, the two of you are already living together, and Shin Yue is so old, so I think that the two of you should officially get married. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gumori choked and couldn't help but cough for a while. It didn't surprise her that someone else had said it, but it had come from her father's mouth, and it had been discussed between the two parents. It was clear that the two parents had completely accepted Night North. Oh! Heartland cheered as she clapped her little hands happily, Mommy and Daddy are getting married and Mommy is going to be a bride. Gumori's pretty face reddened as she lowered her head and chastised, little child, what do you know? Heartfelt's little mouth pouted, of course Heartfelt knows that on the day of the wedding, Mommy is the bride, and Daddy is the groom, and Heartfelt is the child of the groom and the bride. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed heartily, stroked his granddaughter's head, and said, Shinin is really smart. That goes without saying, my granddaughter is the smartest in the world. Wang Huiji said and gave Shin Yue a dunked soup dumpling with a doting face. These 7 years, the heart language, is their old couple of happy fruit, no matter how hard and tired, suffer much aggression, the thought of this granddaughter is full of energy. Heartfelt words are what sustains them as they try to live. Night North, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Night North, from the beginning to the end, this protagonist of the marriage hadn't said a word. In fact, marriage, Night and North came back to think of it, just at that time, foam away from their own is not too recognized, and this two old people's attitude is even more cold. Getting married is not only for two people, but the blessings of the elders are especially important. If Moroi's parents strongly disagreed, the marriage would naturally work, but it would just never be a happy one in the future, as there would be many problems. If the in-laws are not satisfied with the aunt, then the marriage is bound to be all kinds of snarky and cynical every day. At that time, Gumori was caught in the middle of a difficult situation, on the one hand is the beloved husband, on the other hand is the biological parents, how to choose? Chapter 63, Meeting You Here. It's fine if you two decide. Night North laughed lightly. Now that Gumori has cleared her suspicions and gotten back together, coupled with the consent of the two old men, then naturally everything will fall into place. Night North, Gumori let out a pout, her pretty face getting more and more flushed. Ah, good. Gu Hai was very satisfied, then said, your mom and I looked at the date last night, the 16th of next month, the 22nd of the lunar calendar is a good day, if you two don't have any opinions, then it will be set on that day. I'm fine with that. Night North was the first to state his position. Gu Hai and Wang Huiji sniffed and looked at their daughters at the same time. Gumori reddened her face, lowered her head, and only softly agreed, instantly feeling that her face was on fire. Then it settled, go set off and go buy a car. Gu Hai waved his hand, blowing. In all these years, he had never been as happy as he was today. On the road, Guemo left the car, and Night North sat on the passenger side. Gu Hai sat in the back seat with Wang Huiji holding Xinu. 5 people in a small car can't help but look a little cramped. Gu Hai nodded, looked around, and headed directly towards the Pentium S show car. The beautiful saleswoman followed a few people and introduced, "Sir, this show car in our store is the latest model of the S450 Zhou edition, priced at $1,180,000, and at the moment it is without any discounts. It's true that the Penske S, still new, is generally not discounted, and sometimes has a price increase." Gu Hai frowned slightly. This price, it was a bit beyond expectations. Although he was now the general manager of the lodge, he had only just taken office, and even if he had taken out a loan, that down payment would have to be paid now. Is there anything cheaper?" Gu Hai looked embarrassed. The beautiful saleswoman said back, "Yes sir, the S350, priced at $85,288, is currently the cheapest in the S series, the same as also no discount." The beautiful saleswoman's face did not move, but in her heart there was a sneer. Another one that doesn't have the money to fit, and if you're going to buy a Penske S, then you need to buy at least a 450 or more. Though identical in appearance, they are worlds apart on the inside. Aside from the engine being a different size, both the seat leather and many of the features, even the stereo, are not in the same league at all. It can be said that the Penske S350 is specifically for those who want to buy S to pretend to be, but do not have the money of the poor specifically prepared. Many customers buy a 350 and then specifically snap off the logo and stick a 450 or even a 600 on the back. She's seen a lot of people pretending like that. "Dad." Gumori pulled on her father's coat and whispered, "There's no need to buy such a nice car." She knew for herself that her parents hadn't had any savings at all in the past few years, and even if her salary had risen now, the million or so would still be astronomical for them. "Yeah, what if you don't have the money, you go somewhere else to look, and you actually come to Mercedes to look at cars, lol?" A guttural sneer came out. The crowd turned around in search of the sound. Wang Roland walked towards the side wearing a sexy dress, the material at a glance, it is known that the price is not expensive. She drove her Penske Big G in for maintenance today, and while waiting in the VIP lounge area, she caught a glimpse of this one in the lobby. "Ms. Wang." The beautiful saleswoman bowed slightly in greeting. Those who can spend more than $2 million on a Penske Big G and come in for regular maintenance are naturally considered to be big customers of the store. And the words the other party had just said were exactly what she had in mind. Wang Roland walked straight past the beautiful the sales, she didn't put it in her eyes at all. "Second auntie, it's a surprise for me to meet you here." The corners of Wang Roland's mouth were filled with sneers, and her words were self-evident. "What? I can't come here with your aunt to look at cars?" Wang Huiji's tone was cold. She didn't expect to meet this here. For this niece, Wang Huiji did not have a trace of goodwill, their own year, but to trust a lot of acquaintances, only to the freshly graduated she arranged into a company to work. Later, when their family was down and out, they went to look for this niece to help. They were so high and mighty that they didn't even bother, and in a few words, they directly rolled their eyes and closed the door. "Oh, second aunt, of course you can come to see the car. You wanna go where to see, just see not to buy is. Let's look at the car and do not spend money, you say is it?" Wang Roland teasing color undisguised. "Who says we won't buy it? Lao Gu, just buy this one." Wang Huiji immediately replied back, "Having suffered for so many years, now I can still be mocked by you guys like this?" Gu Hai is aware of the old partner's heart resentment, but the price of this one car is really beyond the ability to buy. "What's the down payment for a loan on this car?" Gu Hai looked at the sale and inquired. Sale sniffs, pulls out a calculator, and taps out the math. "Auntie, if you don't have any money, don't hold out, this face is not earned this way." Wang Wolin's face became even more mocking once she heard the other party say they wanted a loan. Gu Hai had a gloomy face, did not refute, waiting for the sale to report the price. If the down payment is enough then it is good, if not, indeed, cannot earn this face. "Sir, 30% down payment, that is 350,000, and you must purchase our decoration package and new car insurance. When added together, the down payment needs to be around 420,000. The beautiful saleswoman said as she looked at the numbers and the calculator in her hand. Gu Hai sniffed and showed embarrassment. Wang Huiji also stopped speaking. The two of them only have more than 300,000 in their card today. This car is indeed unable to afford that. Night North, Emoli, why don't we buy a 350? Gu Hai had just done some math, and a loan for a 350 was still affordable. Without waiting for the Night North duo to reply, the beautiful saleswoman opened her mouth and said, "Yes sir, after you buy it, change the rear car label, ordinary people can't tell." "Yeah auntie, feel free to post a 1,000 will do, lol." Wang Huiji's face is iron blue. "I did not expect to buy a Penske S today will still be ridiculed in the same way." Wang Ruolin has a haughty face, her own white Penske Big G is more than $2 million, enough to buy this S353. Being complacent, a thunderous sentence instantly rang out. S600, make that too. Chapter 64, Prying Clients from Me. Night North lightly clamped a bank card between his two fingers and handed it to the beautiful saleswoman. The beautiful saleswoman instantly froze, looking at the bank card in front of her, not knowing whether to take it or not. Wang Ruolin was also startled by Night North's words, and her lips, which were thickly coated with lipstick, involuntarily opened. Night North, today we agreed that I would be the one to buy you guys a car. How can I make you pay for it? Gu Hai took a step forward and stopped Night North. For Night North to say that he wanted to buy a dolly, he didn't doubt it in the slightest. A person who could make even the richest man in the capital C immediately give up his green vine villa, could he lack money? Yes, Night North, you can't be allowed to pay for this. Wang Huizhi said immediately after. To be able to own the mountain villa was all thanks to Night North, and their old couple was already grateful. Oh, you guys are doing group comedy? Don't say, the acting is really good. Wang Ruolin kept applauding. Oh right. Wang Ruolin suddenly thought of something, then said, the other day I heard Wang Changren say that you guys don't have to spend a penny if you go to Tianzhong to buy a car. Why don't you go to Tianzhong? Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi listened in confusion, even Gu Mori was at a loss. Looking at the expressions of the several people, Wang Ruolin let out a snort of laughter. That heavenly day when Changren said something, she didn't believe it at all. Now it seems that guy is purely full of nonsense. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and dialed Wang Changren's cell phone number. Anyway, Tianzhong 4S store is not far next door. I'd like to see how this Wang Changren will explain when he comes later. Wang Ruolin hadn't hung up the phone for long when an ear-splitting sound of brakes came from outside. Looking out from the showroom, I saw two men jumping out of their car and circling a small white car over and over. Soon the two men were trotting along towards the showroom. Here. Wang Ruolin saw the visitor and waved her hand lazily. Wang Changren hurriedly ran over, and when he saw Gu Mori's family, he bowed once, second aunt, auntie, sister Mori. He was the child of Wang Huizhi's younger brother's family and was a year younger than Gu Mori. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi some surprise, this nephew of their own family in the past few years, although not like Wang Ruolin that way, but also was relatively cold, how at this time so well behaved and understanding. Cut. Wang Ruolin directly rolled her eyes and said in a strange voice, Wang Changren, you said the other day that this Gu Mori left to buy a car from your Tianzhong group without having to spend any money, and now that the opportunity has come, people are here to buy a car today, so don't you hurry to give one to them. When Wang Changren heard this, he had an excited look on his face and asked, Sister Mori, you want to buy a car? The other party's overzealous behavior startled Gu Mori, and she hadn't had much interaction with this cousin for so many years. Well, sort of. Gu Moli whispered back. Yay! Great! Wang Changren jumped in place, unable to hide his excitement, let out a deep breath and said, Sister Morili, this is the chairman of our Jinghai Tianzhong 4S store, Zhu Song, General Manager Zhu. Hello, Ms. Gu. Zhu Song took a step forward and took the initiative to extend his palm, his face full of respect. Some time ago he had heard the store sales Wang Changren talk about this matter. Originally he did not believe that such an important person would appear in the Beijing Sea. But just now, when he saw the gulf outside the door, he was thoroughly convinced. He knew very well that the beautiful young lady in front of him, that was in existence equal in level to the rights of the global president, Pulfer. Himself and the other party, they were not on the same level at all. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Gu Mori's brain was a bit confused. She didn't understand how this chairman of Tianzhong came here. Don't, you mustn't call me that, just call me Zhu Song or Xiao Zhu. Zhu Song was terrified, letting the other party call himself Mr. Zhu, he would never dare. Once again, the crowd was stunned. Especially Wang Ruolin, the other party is the chairman of Tianzhong's 4S store, how can she be so groveling to cater to you Gu Mori? She was instantly skeptical about Chairman Zhu Song's identity. On second thought, and feel that does not meet the common sense, this Wang Changren made up this kind of lie, the purpose is actually for what? That's not doing himself any favors at all. Wang Ruolin didn't know the Zhu Song, but the beautiful saleswoman next to her was in this line. Naturally she recognized the identity of this Zhu Song. She hurriedly walked aside and quietly made a call to her boss. If Ms. Gu wants to buy a car, just leave it to me, I don't know what kind of car you are looking for? Zhu Song bowed and asked. Gu Mori didn't know how to answer for a moment. Without waiting for Gu Mori to reply, Zhu Song skillfully introduced, Ms. Gu, we have many brands under the Tianzhong group. If you want a sports car, then I recommend the Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini. if you want a performance car, then I recommend the Porsche, comfortable business, then naturally the Bentley, and Mr. Chu. Without waiting for Zhu Song to finish, a low voice came out with anger clearly mixed in its tone. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture. Gu Mori didn't know what to do, and looked to Night North for help. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, what do the two old men think? Night North asked. It was the two of them who had offered to come and buy the car today, so they still had to be consulted. Wang Huizhi frowned slightly, she didn't know much about vehicles themselves. Gu Hai is also a bitter face, he knows a little bit about vehicles, just listen to the other side of the introduction of those cars, can be a luxury car, especially the Bentley, he wants to buy, but the wallet in his pocket does not allow a. Night North, those cars are good, but they're just too expensive. Gu Hai directly stated the concerns in his heart. Night North laughed lightly, Uncle Gu, you don't have to worry about money. Yes, don't worry about the money. Shu Song hastily agreed. Don't even want the money, what are you worried about? Chapter 65, how is this possible? Gu Hai sniffed and was a little loosened up, if the price was right, the grade of those cars was far higher than this Mercedes-Benz S. Even if it's used, it's fine. The crowd followed Jusong towards the door. Stop. Yu Jun looked at the crowd with a cold shout. Taking a few steps over, he squeezed out a raw smile on his face and said to Gu Hai, this gentleman, if you fancy this car, I can give you the lowest price. If in his own store, by this Shu Song snatched away the customer, the loss of not only this business, that is like a slap in his face, which if the word is out, enough to lose his Yu Jun lost to the home. Yes sir, our chairman has spoken, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Beautiful sales can't not know what the chairman wants, as a sales, is in the want to improve performance, but also can't run to other 4S store to sell let alone a chairman, do so is too much. Gu Hai stopped sniffing and pointed at the car he had just looked at and asked, so how much is the minimum for this car? Yu Jun thought for a moment and was just about to reply when the beautiful saleswoman whispered something in his ear. Yu Jun nodded, thought briefly, clenched his teeth, and said, 850,000, one price with 350, how about it? When this statement came out, Wang Changren were shocked, he is the sales of Tianzhong, the price of other cars he is naturally clear. New car prices for this Benz are unusually firm, not only are there no discounts, but sometimes there are price increases. This price offered by this Yu Jun dropped by more than $300,000 all of a sudden, which really surprised him. Wang Roland heart is also sour, when she bought that big G, not to mention the discount, but also a price increase of 120,000 to mention the car. Gu Hai's heart was moved, so that he had enough money to pay for it now. Okay then, this one it is. For the price, he was still quite happy. Intentions reached, Yu Jun did not have a trace of joy on his face, instead he had a look of flesh pain. At this price, not only did he not earn a penny, but he also poured nearly $200,000. $200,000 was nothing to him, but as a businessman, when would he do a losing deal? Shu Song took a look and was instantly anxious. You haven't talked to me yet, old man. He did not come forward to just, this other party wants to buy what car, but he has come forward, if the other party still choose other family car, that is his responsibility. If this gets to the headquarters, he won't have to work as chairman anymore. When Gu Hai heard this, his face was a bit embarrassed and he said, I'll just buy it here, people are giving more than $300,000 in discounts. Although Yu Jun had a face of flesh pain, he still revealed a triumphant smile. You Shu Song fight with me, or to tender point, as a chairman, personally come to me to pry customers, not finally or not pry away, really asking for embarrassment. Ms. Gu, I take the liberty of asking, is this old man your? Shu Song could see that it was this old brother who wanted to buy a car today, and he had to clarify the relationship before he could make the next decision. This is my father. Gu Mori returned. Shu Song sniffed and had an answer in his heart, so it was Miss Gu's father, then it was no different from Miss Gu buying a car. So it's uncle. Shu Song said hurriedly. This uncle angry Gu Hai beard fly up, in front of the person cannot be younger than their own so a few years, actually call uncle? I have so old? You can still just call me old brother. Gu Hai grimaced and became even more determined not to buy on the other side there. Yes, how about you listen to the price I give first before making a decision, old brother? Shu Song bowed slightly and smiled sarcastically. How much is the Bentley? Gu Hai didn't want to waste time, if it wasn't for this person messing up here, he would have picked up the car by now. But on second thought, this car is at its current price thanks to this person. The thought gradually made the face look a little better. I wonder which model of Bentley the old man is talking about. The most expensive one. Well, the most expensive by far is Bentley's Mulsanne. What's the minimum? No money. The crowd froze. Anger instantly rose on Guhai's face as he said angrily, I say this one, after talking for half a day, you're playing me here? Shusong a bitter smile, how dare he fool the person in front of him but not to ask for money. This sentence, indeed makes people sound like fooling people. Old brother, how dare I joke with you, I really don't want money. Shusong's words were solid, not to mention no money, this Tianzhong group could be said to be Ms. Gu's. Guhai let out a sneer and said, that's fine, since you don't want money, give me 2 of them, one for me and one for my son-in-law. Well okay, then old brother, are there any special requirements for the color configuration of the vehicle? Shusong said, taking out a pen and paper, ready to record. Guhai was directly speechless. Is this man in front of you really the chairman of Tianzhong Group? I think it's a lunatic almost. Didn't ask for it. Well, so when is the old man going to pick up the car? Right now. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll arrange it now. After Shusong finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number. The crowd was head over heels in confusion. Yu Jun, in particular, didn't understand what kind of medicine this Shusong was selling in his gourd. 1 Mulsanne is close to $6 million, 2 is $12 million, for nothing? How can this be possible? Even if Shusong is crazy, he doesn't have the ability to transfer 2 Mulsanne immediately. At this time, Wang Roland's Big G has been maintained, and she is not in a hurry to leave, and she also wants to see what kind of drama this is singing. Older brother, Miss Gu, why don't you move over to my place and wait for a while? The car was raised from the warehouse and is now on its way, it's expected to arrive in half an hour. Shusong thought for a moment and said, this is after all Pencha's territory. Fortunately, the other party did not mention any requirements for the vehicle. It so happens that there are 2 existing cars in the warehouse, otherwise, it would take at least 2 months to pick up the car, because this level of cars are all handmade, taking a long time. Guhai waved his hand and said, no, just wait here. 2 Bentley for free? He simply does not believe that the guy in front of him does not know what the hell is fooling around. Anyway, just wait for half an hour, or hurry to pay money to buy this as $450. The crowd just stood in front of the 4S store, seeing that the time was almost up. Guhai let out a giggle, thinking that he was really stupid. Let's go pay the money. Guhai didn't want to waste a minute of time. Originally the family came to buy a car happily, such a happy thing, but was made to be not pleasant at all. Just as he turned to take 2 steps, Wang Changren's shout came from behind him. Coming. Guhai sniffed and turned around, and was stunned. A transporter with 2 brand new Bentleys, one brown and one black, came into view and slowly pulled up to the door. Chapter 66, How Dare You Hit Me? Aside from Night North, everyone present was stunned. 2 Bentleys is not surprising. The point is, really, no money, for nothing? Yu Jun jerked forward a few steps and walked to Shusong's side, his eyes glaring round, saying, Shusong, are you really prepared to give away these 2 Bentleys for nothing? Even if the 2 brand new Bentleys are really and truly here at this moment, he still doesn't believe for a million years that it's too big a price to pay just to grab a customer. This is still fake? Shusong let out a cold laugh. Wang Changren hurriedly ran over and cooperated with the driver of the transportation truck, moving the 2 vehicles down and driving them to Guhai. Auntie, the cars you asked for have arrived. Wang Changren parked the car and the keys to the 2 cars were handed over to Guhai. Holding the heavy key, Guhai froze on the spot. This really doesn't cost anything? It's like pie in the sky, and 2 big ones at that. Shusong smiled and said back, old brother, just put 100% of your mind at ease, how can you charge for your own family's car? Just ask Ms. Gu if you don't believe me. Me? Kumori heard the words, but also a head of fog. When they have such a great ability, if they really have this kind of ability, they in the heart language, and parents to suffer for 7 years. Shusong took out his business card and handed it to Guhai with both hands, saying, this is my business card, you can give me a call if you have any needs in the future, 24 hours on call. In addition, I've already arranged for someone to come and cooperate with the vehicle's license plate matters. Wang Roland heard, frozen like a wooden chicken stood, this kind of good thing how can not turn their own body this is a Bentley then her pride and joy of the big G is even better. Since you like giving them away so much, can you give me one? Wang Roland walked over to Shusong's side, her fingers quietly resting on the other's shoulder. Shusong squinted at Wang Roland and reached out to knock the other's hand away with a sneer. Who do you think you are, who am I to send you? Shusong's tone was chilly mixed with mockery. Are you kidding? A car costs $6 million. How can you just give it away? Why should she, Gumori, be able to deliver it and I can't? Wang Wolin clenched her hands around her waist. In terms of posture, I'm not much worse than her Gumori, and in terms of stature, my what's-his-name is a little bit bigger than hers. What kind of person are you for Ms. Gu? Shu Song's tone was slightly that much better. Without waiting for Wang Wolin to answer, Wang Changren came to Zhu Song's ear and whispered. So it's Miss Gu's cousin, that's naturally no problem. Shu Song changed his smile and continued, not to mention 1 unit, as long as Miss Gu gives the word, it's not a problem if it's 10 or 20 units. Really? When Wang Wolin heard this, she jumped up happily. If she drove this Bentley, then when she attended various parties in the future, it would be much more honorable than this Mercedes-Benz that she has now. And the other person just said that 10 or 20 of them would be no problem, so it would take 2, 1 for her and 1 for her husband. Let's make it 4, and then 1 for each of my parents, for nothing anyway. Ms. Gu, look. Shu Song bowed slightly, waiting for Gumori's response. Gumori didn't even think about it, the word cold came out. No sending. Shu Song instantly understand, can sit on the chairman of the Tianzhong group this position, observe the wind and ask the custom to observe the words and colors, this is the most basic. I understand. After saying that, he turned to Wang Wolin, go, stay wherever it's cool, what's the buzz here? Wang Wolin's joy as if she had won the jackpot instantly fell to the bottom. Gumori. Are you not stupid? People are giving it away for free, why don't you agree? Wang Wolin hissed. Bentley. It's a freebie. It didn't cost you a dime. Wang Wolin, please watch your words. Wang Changren's face was grim as he let out a stern cry. Gumori's status is comparable to the president of B of A. What is your status? What right do people have to give it to you? Good you Wang Changren? Now you don't even call me sister, how dare you call me by my name? Wang Wolin pinched her waist with one hand and pointed angrily at the other party with the full stance of a shrew. Have you forgotten which family you are? How dare you turn your elbows outward and speak in favor of this? As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud slap sounded. Wang Wolin covered her face and stared at Wang Changren with incredulous eyes. You! How dare you hit me? Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Wang Wolin instantly freaked out. I'll fight you, old lady. The two wrestled. Wang Changren, give her a hard beating, I'll take the blame if anything happens, let her mouth be cheap. Shu Song's face was full of anger, daring to scold Ms. Gu, when she really didn't want to live. Skinny Wang Wolin is not a big man's opponent, not to mention that there is also their own boss backing. Wang Changren's hands did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Soon, Wang Wolin's still delicate face swollen like a pig's head. Back on the road, a few mouths are still crowded in the small white car, 2 Bentleys still need to buy insurance and other follow-up matters, these Zhu Song can be arranged. Night North, are those 2 cars really for nothing? In the back seat, Wang Huizhi still couldn't believe it. Non-relative, people are fed up to send you 2 such expensive cars. Yeah, Night North, I always feel like this isn't reliable, let's just go back and buy that Pentium. Gu Hai also had an uneasy look on his face. He had lived most of his life, but he had never encountered such a good thing, this pie in the sky, either a trap or a trap-off. Uncle Gu, Auntie Wang, just don't worry, when the vehicle formalities are done, they will send it over. Night North laughed lightly. The 2 of them sniffed, still feeling unsure in their hearts. Gu Hai originally planned to wait for the car to be picked up and then arrange a table in the mountain villa to celebrate. Right now, the car was not mentioned, and there is no more mood, directly let her daughter to send them home. The 3 members of the Night North family had just returned to the entrance of the villa, and there was already a person waiting in front of the courtyard. Sister Jane Ruwashi. Shinin opened the car door and took the lead, running over and jumping into Su Jianqi's arms. Xinyue, did you miss your sister? Su Jianqi gently caressed Xinyue's little head and asked with a smile. Aha! Heartfelt nodded heavily, she really liked this big sister. Jianqi, why don't you make a call first, you're waiting in a hurry, come on in. Gumori took out her key and opened the door. It's okay Sister Morili, I also just arrived not long ago. Su Jianqi smiled sweetly and walked in with her arm around Shinin. Something? Night North walked straight past Su Jianqi, his lips moving slightly. Su Jianqi sniffed and pouted her small mouth, a trace of petulant anger rising on her face. Can't you come if there's nothing wrong? You don't answer even when I call you, young Master Knight has done me such a great favor, is it so hard to treat you to a meal? This guy, I've never invited anyone to dinner in my life, and I called him several times today, and none of them answered, which really pissed me off. The more Su Jianqi thought about it, the angrier she became. Chapter 67, You Can't Get In Without a Card. No need, I promised Elder Su to protect you for the rest of your life. Knight North said blandly. At those words, Su Jianqi grew angrier and angrier. What? If you didn't have this relationship with Grandpa, wouldn't you have helped me? Su Jianqi looked at Knight North, her eyes clearly containing a hint of anger. Exactly. Without the slightest consideration, Knight North blurted out. The reason why he came to the rescue is because of Su Lao. Even if there is no Su Jianqi, he will not look at Su's bankruptcy, that is, after all, Su Lao's life's blood. You. Su Jianqi didn't expect the other party to be so direct, biting her lip lightly, tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out that everything was because of Grandpa, and I'm afraid that I don't even have a single position in the other party's heart, and I can't even count myself as a friend. Daddy, don't bully Sister Jianqi. Cindy looked at the red eyes of this big sister beside her and wrapped her arms around her even harder. Gu Morili gently pulled Xinyue over and said, Come on Xinyue, Dad didn't bully your sister Jianqi. Adults talk, you don't understand. After this period of time together, Gu Morili senses clear about the temper of the Knight North, full of iron naive one, especially to women to speak. Let's go out to eat then, Heartfelt has been hungry for a long time. Heartfelt rubbed her small stomach. Gumori looked at the time, a face of self-reproach, running outside for a day, and not even a bite of food. But she didn't know what was wrong with her, she hadn't eaten a single bite of food today and yet she didn't feel hungry at all. How could she know that this was the result of a trace of golden true chi being inputted into her body by Knight North this morning? True chi, that can only be used by martial artists. Generally the true chi used by martial artists are transparent color. Only when one reached the level of a senior martial exalt could one make one's true chi turn slightly into an extremely light silver color. As for the golden true chi, that could only be used at the war god level. Therefore, the golden true chi, too, was a measure of a war god. And the Knight North this step into the battle king level of demon, the true chi made has long been pure, golden true chi, there is not a trace of impurities, and compared to the war god, the color on the color is also too much deeper. Golden true chi, that was nurtured by the sun and moon of heaven and earth. With just one strand, you can cultivate your energy and strengthen your body. Whether for ordinary people or martial artists, that was priceless. Knight North, Sinew is also hungry, let's just go out to eat. Although Gumorili wasn't hungry at all, her daughter always had to eat, not to mention that after running around all day today, she hadn't bought any food, so she still had to go out to eat. Not waiting for Knight North to reply, Su Jianqi walked over to Shinin and said, I touched Shinin's little stomach, oops, it's really hungry, go, sister will take you to eat something delicious without your dad. After saying that, without any further ado, he pulled Shinin towards the door, deliberately tilting his head when he passed by Knight North and letting out a hum. With a bitter smile, Knight North lightly wrapped his arm around Gumori and followed. Drunken High Rise. The most luxurious hotel in Jinghai. The floors were not high, only 7, but they were decorated in a golden splendor, like a palace. Especially at night, under the backdrop of countless lights, even more opulent, standing at the door without having to go in, you know that the consumption inside will never be low. Outside the hotel, Su Jianqi nodded with satisfaction, before she had no intention of hearing her grandfather talk about this place, saying that it was the most luxurious hotel in Jinghai, and today, it was true. Let's go Sinew, sister invited you here for dinner. Su Jianqi took Xinyue's small hand and took the lead. Outside the main door, a uniformed porter stood straight and gave a salute to the crowd, then with his right hand outstretched, he politely said, Please show me your membership card. Su Jianqi froze and returned, Sorry, I don't have a membership card. She hadn't heard her grandfather say anything about needing a membership card to eat here before. The doorman sniffed, his face turned cold, and he droned, Then please go back, without a membership card, you have no right to dine here. The porter gave a direct order of eviction. What membership card? I'll just get one now. Su Jianqi was also angry that a restaurant still had to have some kind of membership card to get in. Ha! The doorman let out a cold laugh, followed by a condescending face, If you want to apply for a membership card first recharge $10 million, and we also have to audit your identity, and only after you pass the audit will you be authorized to apply for a membership card. Su Jianqi was completely stunned, recharging $10 million? And it needs to be audited, just to come here for a meal? A Land Rover stopped at the door, the porter glanced at the license plate and hurried over, it was obvious that the person in the car was a regular customer here. The porter pulled open the door of the car and down came a slab-sided young man of about 30, wearing a large gold necklace the thickness of his thumb around his neck. Casually pulling out $100 bill, he threw it in the porter's face. "Park my car."
"Don't worry, Boss Chin."
The porter collected the banknotes with a fawning face and patted the dust on his body before getting into the car. The Land Rover had just pulled away, and the slab-sided young man saw Su Jianqi standing at the door with a glance, a pair of greedy eyes sweeping around her body with impunity.
Su Jianqi came out directly after school today, still wearing her school uniform.
I have to say, this Jinghai University uniform is indeed beautiful. White shirt, in combination with a short plaid skirt, coupled with Su Jianqi's stunningly beautiful face, more vigorous, youthful and beautiful. Su Jianqi, since she felt the other party's lewd gaze, frowned, turned around and said, "Let's go, let's eat somewhere else."
$10 million isn't a problem, it's a real pain in the ass to vet.
"What's up, sis? Don't have a membership card?"
"Brother here has one."
This Boss Chin pulled out a golden card and waved it in his hand. He had brought student girls here for dinner more than once, but they were nowhere near as good looking as the one in front of him. Boss Chin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The student girl in front of him was simply the best of the best. How could he let it go? Su Jianqi retched and walked straight to Gu Mori's side, saying, "Come on, Sister Mori, let's change places."
"Don't go, sister."
Boss Chin just wanted to reach out and pull, but suddenly his body was fixed, his stunned eyes staring straight at Gu Mori.
"My goodness, this woman is even more fascinating."
Boss Chin unabashedly licked his mouth and swallowed repeatedly.
Gu Mori's face was icy cold. This man was a complete pervert. "Was it good?" An abrupt voice came.
Boss Chin didn't turn his head back, his eyes simply couldn't leave the two beauties in front of him, subconsciously nodding his head desperately in recognition.
"Just one more second, then."
Boss Chin just nodded his head. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong and turned around to see that a handsome youth was looking at him with an expressionless face.
"Kid, there's nothing for you here, hurry up and get lost."
Boss Chin let out a bellow, then turned back, with a colorful smile, rubbing his hands together, saying, "Two beauties, brother, I'll invite you in for dinner? What do you want to eat? Just order, the things here can be like the two of you, they are all superb yo." As soon as the words left her mouth, Heartfelt tilted her head and shouted, "You'd better hurry up and leave, or else, my father will beat you all over the place, humph." Heartland had seen Dad's power firsthand. "Tisk, here's another little beauty, too bad it's too small for Uncle's liking, Uncle still likes these two big ones," the pro-boss said, a pair of colorful eyes staring at the duo's proud bosoms. His hands formed a grip and reached over.
Chapter 68, It's better not to open this kind of store.
Ow. The hand had just been extended, and a miserable scream like that of a killing pig resounded through the sky. The porter had just parked his car, and when he heard the screams he rushed to see a horrifying scene. Only to see Boss Chin's hands and arms at a creepy angle, hanging down helplessly.
"Ah! My hand! My hands!"
Boss Chin looked at his crippled hands and backed away, the intense pain causing him to stomp his feet, beads of sweat on his forehead. These hands are afraid to be completely ruined. The surrounding passers-by are also a burst of palpitations. I did not expect this person actually so ruthless. Out of the hand will directly break the other hands.
"Let's go." Night North took Heartfelt's small hand and turned to leave. Alas! Heartland looked back and shook his head, letting out a sigh. "You can't leave."
The doorman took a few steps to stop in front of Night North's group. For so many years, no one has dared to make trouble here, beating up their hotel's honored members, and today, I'm afraid this can end well.
"Kid, you're blind today, how dare you come to us to play rough, and you don't even inquire about who our boss is?"
The porter roared furiously. Sister Velvet, no one knows her real name, judging by her appearance, 30 at most. But whether it's a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, or an old man in his 70s or 80s, anyone who sees it will respectfully address Sister Velvet. Apart from knowing that Sister Ling is the boss of Drunken Mansion, no one knows her other identities, and only knows that she is good at both black and white, and her wrist is heavenly. Soon, dozens of people poured out of the hotel, all with metal throwing sticks in their hands. The leading captain's face was ferocious, especially a scar on his face, from his forehead until his chin, like a huge centipede, making people shudder. Without waiting for the leading captain to speak, the doorman pointed at Night North and his group and roared, "Brother Zhang, these people are not members of our store, and they even made a move to injure Boss Chin." Captain Zhang Dadong scanned a few people, and then locked his gloomy gaze on Night North. It seems that the person who attacked and injured is this person. "Kid, I think you are tired of living, dare to make trouble here, give me a beating, to the death." Zhang Dadong gave an order, dozens of security guards behind him were dumbfounded. Boss Chin smiled coldly. Kid, there's only one thing that can happen to you if you make trouble here, and that's death, and a bad one at that. Wait. An enchanting young woman slowly walked out from the hotel. Her long, flirty burgundy hair was tied up loosely with a black lace band, and there was only a blandness in her seductive eyes. A hot short skirt, colorful red short skirt can only cover up the firm buttocks, long and slender legs, high voluptuous, all make people's eyes hot, blood-chilled. This is the owner of the drunken high house, Sister Ling. Sister Velvet. Zhang Dadong and the others immediately stopped their movements, put away the throwing sticks in their hands, bowed slightly, and shouted in unison. Boss Qin's mouth couldn't help but open, his gaze fixed on the extremely charming and flaming red lips in front of him. He had come here to eat several times, and had always heard that the owner of this place, Sister Ling, was a woman of great splendor and beauty, but he had never seen her once. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its name. Compared to these two just now, there is less of a trace of youthfulness and more of a trace of flirtatiousness of a mature woman. Just like a ripe apple, a man will be moved. Dadong, you've been this security team for a long time and it's not short. How come you're still this hairy when it comes to doing things? Sister Ling's eyes were slightly angry. Zhang Dadong was lectured and bowed his head like a child, and the rest of the security guards did not dare to utter a word. Not only because Sister Velvet is the boss here, but everyone knows that this Sister Velvet's identity is by no means as simple as it seems. Even the leading underground force, Manhwa, came here to eat, and when he saw her, he was also polite and called Sister Velvet, which is visible to the horror. So many of you are being so rude at the door. Do we still want to open our doors for business? Take these few people to the backyard to deal with. Just this little thing still need me to teach you? Sister Ling's willow eyebrows slightly frowned, rubbed her temples, turned around and walked towards the store. The hotel had a lot of matters big and small, even the small matters still needed to be arranged by herself personally. It was really a headache. Dadong is reckless, it is still Sister Velvet who is considerate. Zhang Dadong arched his hand towards Sister Velvet's silhouette and responded. His forehead was already covered in beads of sweat after just 2 words. Kid, go by yourself. Zhang Dadong pointed his big finger towards a gate next to the hotel, which led to the backyard and was usually used exclusively for unloading goods. It was indeed his ill-considered decision to make a move here, and if it affected the store's business, then he wouldn't have to do his job as the head of security. It was this guy who started molesting us first, and instead of blaming him, you're blaming us? Su Jianqi let out a petulant rebuke. This hotel people are not only arrogant, and right and wrong, on this can still open down, become the most luxurious hotel in the capital C, is simply unimaginable. Zhang Dadong let out a cold laugh. I say this young lady, Boss Qin is an honored member of our drunken high house, while you are nothing. Who do you think I should be towards? On the one hand, an ordinary person with no status whatsoever, and on the other hand, an honored member of the store. It was clear which one was more important. Boss Qin's face instantly rose in arrogance. That's the beauty of having a membership card, where there is no right or wrong, only poor or rich. Money is all truth. That's why this place is standing. People who can come here, money is just a number to them. They need status and, more importantly, special treatment. Above all else, the law is right or wrong? That's for the poor. Night North directly ignored Zhang Dadong, swept a glance at the plaque above the front door, and his lips moved slightly. This kind of store, don't open it. At those words, Sister Ling, who had just walked through the gate, stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at the person who had spoken with interest. The drunken high house had been open for 10 whole years, and it was the first time she had ever heard someone have the audacity to say those words. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dadong looked up to the sky and laughed. Kid, you're a bit interesting. For the sake of your bad brain, I'll take extra care of you when I lay my hands on you later. To be able to say these words, in Zhang Dadong's opinion, the person in front of him must not be too bright in the head. Captain Zhang, don't bull with him, hurry up and arrest him. Boss Qin anxiously roared. He couldn't wait to see the scene of the other party kneeling down and begging for mercy. And those two beauties, he wouldn't let go tonight. When Zhang Dadong heard this, his face sank as he stepped forward and formed his right hand into a claw, aiming straight for Night North's shoulder. The main entrance is not convenient to do it. It's better to catch the backyard first in the slow torture. Night North. Gumori and Su Jianqi were worried. The person in front of them was obviously not a good person, and the other party had a large number of people. Night North alone, I'm afraid that they couldn't handle it. Daddy, hit him, hit him. Heartfelt shouted. A pair of tiny pink fists kept waving. Heartfelt words. Su Jianqi let out a rant. All this time, cannot be in words to stimulate. Chapter 69, Taken on the Spot. Zhang Dadong was a step away from Night North, and his right hand fiercely exerted force. Night North stood still, his body slightly sideways, a claw fell short, Night North backhanded a palm. Pop! Accompanied by a crunching sound, Zhang Dadong directly rose up in the air, and the teeth in his mouth directly came out. Dang! Zhang Dadong's body of close to 200 pounds fell heavily to the ground, only to feel that his eyes were dark and countless stars were flying and shining. Sister Velvet, the flirtatious eyes at the doorway, shook. This Zhang Dadong's body strength she knows well, last year's underground black boxing gold belt winner. You know, underground black boxing is far from those boxing sparring comparable. Once on the field, in addition to not being able to use a weapon, there are no rules, life and death on the winners and losers, brutal to the extreme. All those who came to the tournament were cold-blooded killing machines who knew that losing meant death. And Zhang Dadong, a gold belt winner, was easily slapped by his opponent. Zhang Dadong shook his head, spat out the blood foam in his mouth, and his face was instantly fierce. The people who can participate in the underground black boxing, there is no one who is good, all of them are life-threatening masters. Kid, I wanted to give you some face, since you don't want it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Dadong wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth, his body lashed out and threw a punch at Night North's head. The power of this punch could easily break the skull of a full-grown bull. It was also with this punch that he steadily sat in the position of the underground boxing world's supremacy, and he didn't know how many people had been killed by this punch's direct violent attack. You can see the power of it. The wind of the fist whistled, and Night North lightly lifted his left hand and extended it with a palm, easily catching it. What? Zhang Dadong was shocked and his mouth was open to a bizarre degree. The power of this punch is no one better than himself, but he has used 10% of his strength, actually by the other party this easy to catch. Without waiting for his own reaction, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Immediately afterward, his body once again flew out backwards, spraying blood mist in the air without stopping. Martial artist. Sister Velvet lost her voice and screamed. To be able to knock Zhang Dadong down with a single blow, other than a martial artist, would a mortal be able to do so? She never thought that someone so young in front of her would be a martial artist. Quickly call Mr. Tian and tell him that there are martial artists causing trouble here. Sister Ling said quietly towards the people around her. Drunken Mansion is able to stand steadily for 10 years within the capital C, and has its own power to rely on. Immediately afterward, she moved lightly with lotus steps, splitting flowers and brushing willows, her enchanting figure walking in a graceful manner. This little brother, as a martial artist, you even went out to injure ordinary people. I'm afraid that today, it will be difficult for you to escape the sanction of the Division of Inspection. Sister Ling's flaming red lips smiled faintly. The Jinghai Inspection Division had a clear commandment that any martial artist who struck out at an ordinary person, the members of the division had the right to put them on the spot. In the capital C, no martial artist dares to go against the Department of Inspection. All know where the Department of Inspection belongs to, and the power behind it is feared all over the world. Night North coldly swept his eyes towards the other party. Although the patrol division is a law enforcement department, it is likewise a place where the law is spoken. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen black-clothed power suits slowly walked in the distance, and the one walking in the forefront had a face that was grim to the core. Velvet's sister turned back to look, charming eyes flashed with essence. Shan style steps up to the front, pouting cherry mouth, aggrieved. Mr. Tian, you can come. If you come one step later, I hear can be unprotected. Velvet said, leaning her hand down to wipe the corner of her eye where there wasn't a single tear. Tian Zhongqiu changed his gloomy face and said softly and comfortingly, "Oh, Sister Shaoling is really good at joking. Who ate the bear heart and leopard's gall and dared to make trouble in your place?" Tian Zhongqiu is the capital C patrol division of a group leader. Drunken High building belongs to his jurisdiction. Just now he received a call, said some people in this trouble really let him surprised. So many years, no one dared to make trouble here. There are no two reasons for this, because apart from hosting local tycoons, this place mostly hosts VIPs from outside Hong Kong. The Beijing Coastal Inspection Division has also been instructed to keep a close eye on the security of this place to avoid any incidents that may harm the foreign dignitaries. Therefore, the members of the Department of Justice patrol around this area 24 hours a day, which the local martial artists are aware of, so no one dares to make trouble here. Mr. Tian still said that no one. Look, Sister Ling's white chin lifted. This martial artist not only caused trouble here, but also shot and injured my security chief. Tanaka Chiu sniffed and locked his gloomy gaze on Night North. What he did not expect is that the person in front of him is so young, this age as a martial artist, indeed surprising. For the identity of the Night North martial artist, Tanaka Chiu does not have the slightest doubt, and can beat Zhang Dadong. The underground boxing champion like this, is by no means an ordinary person. Swish! Tanaka Chiyo drew the war knife at his waist, the blade pointing towards the night north, and coldly shouted. Being a martial artist and striking out to injure ordinary people is a blatant violation of the precepts of the patrol division. Take them down on the spot. Behind them, more than 10 people drew out their waist combat knives, and their blades all pointed at night north. Boss Chin could not hide the joy in his heart, and for a while he forgot the pain in his hands. This person offended the patrol division. The result could be much more serious than being taught a lesson. Violation of the precepts of the Office of the Superintendent of Police is punishable by 10 years imprisonment at first, or life imprisonment or death on the spot in the case of a serious offense. Iron spicy methods made countless martial artists scared to death. Looking at the more than 10 black blades, Night North looked calm and collected, his lips moving slightly. As a law enforcement department, the inspection division doesn't ask for the reason? The reason? Oh. Tanaka Chu let out a cold laugh. Any cause is not your reason, as long as it hurts ordinary people, on the spot. When Night North heard this, his face gradually became gloomy and he coldly drank. This is the way the Capital C Patrol Division handles things? What is the difference between enforcing the law without asking for reasons, without distinguishing between right and wrong, and the way the hotel in front of us was handled? It's like aiding and abetting a tiger. The Law Enforcement Division of the Patrol Division, what right do you have to question? Take them down. Tian Zhongqiu gave an order. Without any hesitation, the 10 or so black-clothed power suits instantly rushed out with their combat knives in hand. The staff of the inspection division were all martial artists, and their black war knives arrived in the blink of an eye like a stringed arrow. Clang! Just as the battle sword was about to stab the Night North, a piercing sound of metal clashing accompanied by a burst of sparks. Dozens of people froze in place, and all of the war swords in their hands broke in unison. One by one, their eyes stared at the broken knife in front of them in horror. They knew that each of the war knives were specially manufactured, thousands of hammered and refined, tough and incomparable, and were by no means comparable to ordinary war knives. At this time was actually cut off, and more than a dozen war knives broke at the same time. Tanaka Chiyo was shocked in his heart, not only because of the heaven-defying power of this move, but the fact that someone dared to go against the inspection division. When he looked up, he saw a man wearing a black cloak and holding a black battle sword, with a lifelike silver dragon head moving without wind. Tanaka Chu was momentarily dumbfounded. As the head of the first group of the inspection division, this sign was clear to him, and the black battle knife in the other party's hand gave him even more chills. Chapter 70, Death by Knife. The unique dragon's head symbol belongs to only one place, that is, the God Execution Temple, which has made the whole world scared, and millions of generals are guarding the border. No one dares to fight against them. And there are only a handful of people who can drape this leading symbol on their body. Especially in the hands of the Black War Knife, in addition to the 5 War God Envoys, the rest of the people simply do not deserve to have. Each of the God exterminating war knife is full of drinking the blood of countless foreign enemies. The next scene shocked the crowd. Only Tanaka Chiyo was seen holding a battle sword and snapping to one knee. Tanaka Chiyo, head of Group 1 of the Kyokai Inspection Division, see the War God Envoy. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone froze in place. One twisted its head mechanically to look at one person. See the War God Envoy. The rest of the black-clothed power suits hurriedly kneeled on one knee and bellowed in unison. They knew exactly what the words War God Envoy meant. The Eastern Realms Jinguo Envoy, the Southern Realms Dingguo Envoy, the Western Realms Guardian Envoy, the Northern Realms Protector Envoy, and the Central China's Enguo Envoy. The 5 War God Ambassadors, who have been guarding the borders for several years with great achievements, are all existences that are above the pinnacle. Sister Ling's white jade fingers covered her stunned lips, her delicate eyes full of shock. The scene before her was unbelievable. As the head of Group 1 of the Inspection Division, Tanaka Chiyo governed martial artists within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, and his power was undoubtedly great. Even if the Wei Division Chief of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division came, there was no need to perform such a great salute at all. The God Execution War Sword was sheathed, and a handsome face of Luo Feng slowly lifted up. Luo Feng, the protector of the Northern Realm, guarding 3.6 million square kilometers of the Northern Realm, came today for one thing. Wow, it's Uncle Luo Feng. Uncle Luo Feng is so handsome. Uncle Luo Feng is so handsome. Xinyue clapped her hands in succession, jumping with joy. Before the crowd could react, they only saw the Lord War God Envoy toss his hair handsomely, walk over to the little girl, kneel on one knee, gently pick her up, and softly ask, "Didn't scare you, did I, my little princess?" Such a simple phrase left the crowd completely shocked. To be able to make Lord War God Envoy address the little princess, what exactly is the identity of this little girl? Shinin shook her head, pointed at one of the people frozen in the crowd, and said, "That's the person who just tried to bully Mom and Sister Jinshi." Boss Chin's legs softened in fear, almost peeing his pants as he backed away, looking towards Sister Ling. Sister Ling, I'm your member, I've been injured here in your place, so you have to do something for me. Velvet's sister was outright speechless. Even Tanaka Cho, whom she looked up to, was kneeling on the ground at this point, so how could she make a decision? The God of War ambassador, the God of War a figure that stood at the top of China, especially this young man behind her, exuding a sense of oppression from the beginning to the end, was even more frightening to her. Really looking for death. In a valiant gesture, Luo Feng drew the battle knife at his waist and pointed it at Boss Chin. Daring to bully the temple master's wife is enough to be killed on the spot. This time, Boss Chin could no longer hold back, his legs shook, and his crotch was instantly moist. Su Jianqi covered her mouth and smiled. This scared piss has always been just an adjective, but today, it actually turned into a verb. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Luo Feng was briefly lost in thought. After so many years, he had never seen such a youthful and beautiful girl. Alright Luo Feng, this person's hands are ruined, no need to ask. Night North's words caused Luo Feng to sheath his battle sword. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and with foamy and heartfelt both there, it wasn't appropriate to see a bloody scene. Boss Chin knelt on the ground, his hands drooping helplessly to the side, and kept kowtowing. Thank you, Your Honor, thank you. Luo Feng's lingering eyes glared at Boss Chin. If it wasn't for the palace master stopping it, he would have slaughtered this villain today. Immediately after that, he took a few steps forward and walked to the side of Night North, gently put down his heart language, looked solemn, knelt down on one knee and clasped his hands with a bellowing cry. Greetings, Your Highness. This kneeling was not just a rule, but a respect and admiration for the hall master from the bottom of his heart. Huge waves rose in Sister Ling's heart. The young man in front of her could make the war god's envoy bow down and call him the palace master. Who else in the whole world could do it except for that legendary figure? Over the past 10 years, there had been no shortage of martial artists traveling from the south to the north in this drunken high tower. But anyone who talked about this legend was filled with admiration. That was the person the outside world called the Northern King. 18 years old from the military frontier, only 3 years apart will step into the God of War, 22 years old that year, kill the Philippines guilty of my Chinese 7-star God of War, only one person to cross the border to kill the Philippines, killing hundreds of thousands of foreign enemies, dozens of war god leaders. It was a battle that stunned the world. Nothing is less than admirable. Night North laughed lightly, signaling Luo Feng to get up, saying, You're not in the Northern Realm, why are you here? Luo Feng glanced back at the drunken high tower and said quietly, Check one person. Night North sniffed and didn't pursue the question. This was not the place to talk. Sister Velvet straightened her appearance, took a deep breath, took a graceful step, walked to Night North, a standard woman's salute, smiled charmingly and said, Velvet really has eyes to see today, and has slowed down your lordship inside, please. Velvet personally poured wine for your lordship to make amends. These words completely shocked the crowd of security guards. As a security guard of the drunken high tower, he knew the rules inside. However, whenever anyone dared to speak out of turn and ask Sister Xiaoling to accompany them, no matter if they were rich or a martial artist, they would simply disappear that night, not seeing anyone alive or dead, which was exceptionally bizarre. The Judicial Inspectorate has also conducted a special investigation into the matter, but nothing has been found and the matter has been left unsettled in the end. So letting Sister Xiaoling accompany you to drink is definitely the #1 taboo in this drunken high house. And at this moment, Sister Xiaoling said something about taking the initiative to accompany the drinks. How could they not be shocked? They, the security guards, were just some ordinary people. How could they know what the word war god meant? Night North directly ignored it and walked over to Tanaka Chiyo, fiercely drawing the battle sword at his waist, frightening Tanaka Chiyo into a cold sweat. There is only one person in the whole world who can make the war god's ambassador make this great gift. Immediately after that, without looking back, Night North casually threw his hand, and the black battle knife left his hand, instantly inserting itself into the plaque of the 3 characters of Drunken High Floor. Then he turned around and put his arm around Gumori, and the group left directly. Looking at the line of people that slowly disappeared, Xiaoling was relieved and looked back at the battle sword in the middle of the plaque, somewhat lost in thought. Tanaka Chiyo knelt down, his body long soaked, and murmured in a low voice, Drunken High House can close its doors. Sister Ling's face instantly paled when she heard this. She vaguely remembered that the Lord had said this just now. Offended this lord, can still live, has been lucky, but stands in the Beijing Sea 10 years not fall drunk high building is not an ordinary hotel. Ling's sister tightly biting red lips, eyes are all helpless. 10 years of hard work ruined. Even if he survived at this point, would the forces behind him let himself go? Tanaka Chiyo looked at his own battle sword in the middle of the plaque, a bitter smile on his pale face. Others don't know, but he knows. As a staff member of the inspection division, no matter how high or low the position is, from the moment the sword is handed over to the hand, the sword has been firmly tied to oneself. The knife is in the man, the knife is destroyed. These are the words of the oath that any employee takes on his or her first day of employment. The war knife represents not only himself, but is on behalf of the justice and strength of the law enforcement of the division, on behalf of the authority of the division, but also on behalf of the back of the punishment of God's temple sworn to protect the determination of China. Now that his own battle sword stood in the plaque, it was obvious. He himself will fade away at the same time as the end of this drunken high rise. Chapter 71, Easterning Deadly Soldiers. An ancient mansion in Jinghai, the decoration style here was obviously different from that of China. Inside the tea room, the lights were dimmed, and a man and a woman were kneeling on the floor. The low tea mat was covered with various tea sets. A middle-aged man pours himself a drink, while the woman across the table kneels on the floor with her hands on the ground. "Akaimroko, you should know how important this drunken high floor is." The middle-aged man's low voice came out, speaking a skillful Easterning language. The woman sniffed, once again crouching low, and returned in the same skillful Eastern tongue, "Hi, please chastise Colonel Ito." Akaimroko, the owner of the drunken high house, Sister Ro. And the Ito Osamu she was talking about was named Ito Ino, and was part of the Toei Kokubu. The duo had been lurking in China for 10 long years, with the purpose of understanding the situation of Chinese martial artists, and more importantly, figuring out the specific deployment and force of the God Execution Temple. Ito Ino took a light sip of tea, a pair of triangular eyes filled with anger, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The drunken high house, the result of 10 years of painstaking work to hide their identities. Over the years, they had provided the War Ministry with countless useful information, and he himself had risen all the way from a major to a first sergeant, and one step further, he had stepped into the ranks of general officers. Now they are forced to close their doors, which has cost them so many years of hard work. If the War Ministry blamed him, he would only have to commit harakiri to make amends. "Osamu, I have one more important thing to report," Akaimroko said quietly. She knew since she had no use for herself if the drunken high floor was closed, what awaited her was only death, now only providing as much useful information as possible. Perhaps there was still a ray of hope for survival. "Say." Ito Ino's tone was filled with impatience. What information could be salvaged at this point? "I have discovered the whereabouts of the God Punisher Temple Master." "Nani?" At his words, Ito Ino rose with a start, his eyes glaring round. After so many years, any news about the God Execution Hall was most precious to them. Because the God Execution Hall was the only existence that jeopardized their Easterning War Department. Moreover, just a short while ago, the God Punisher Hall had blown up 4 of their warships and killed 6 war god-level general officers. How could they endure this bad anger? "Where is he?" Ito Inuyasha pressed. "If he learns about the whereabouts of the God Execution Temple Master, if this news is transmitted back to the War Ministry, not only will he not have to cut himself, but his own promotion to the rank of general is just around the corner." The Lord of the God Exorcist Temple was in the Eastern War Department, that was listed as the first person to be killed. As long as the God Exorcist Temple was not destroyed, they would not have a chance to conquer Huaxia. "He's right here in Kyokai." Immediately after that, Akaimroko told the original story of the scene that happened in front of the hotel today. Ito Inuyasha's heart trembled in fear as he listened. The appearance of this God Punisher Hall Master within the capital C had already shocked him, and he was actually accompanied by a war god envoy. Have they been discovered? Turning to shake his head, if they were discovered, the two of them would no longer be able to sit here peacefully at this point. By the way, where is Kamamura Shiki? Ito Ino suddenly thought. In this period of advanced information, whether it is the way of mail or satellite phone, there is the possibility of being discovered. The only way is manpower, which is the most primitive method, is the most secure. For so many years, they were extremely careful, changing the person who delivered the information every month. And this month is Kamuraki. Don't worry, Osamu, I've already settled him in a secret room in the hotel and told him to leave quietly after dark. Akaimruko returned. Upon hearing that, Ito Io's face improved, but even if Kamamura Shiki was discovered, he couldn't pose a threat to them. A samurai of the Eastern Empire, sworn to death, will never betray. Because their families are already under control, and if they betray them, the whole family will be disemboweled. The pair plotted nervously in the dimly lit tea room. There was only one purpose, to eradicate Night North at all costs. Meanwhile, in a tea house not far from Drunken High Building, Luo Feng sat at a table by the window, holding a cup of tea, his eyes glancing across the room from time to time. He came here to arrest a Class B wanted criminal. Class B wanted criminals are at most at the level of intermediate martial zone, and can generally be dealt with directly by the local inspectorates, and can't be used at the level of the war god, let alone by him, the protector of the northern realm. However, this Class B wanted criminal was different from previous people. His identity was an Eastern Japanese martial artist. Although this person had gone through careful camouflage and tried to suppress his martial artist's aura, and in the eyes of the onlookers, he was no different from an ordinary person, but he could not escape Luo Feng's eyes. The sky is getting dark, the original brightly lit drunken high-rise at this time the door is closed in dark. Passers-by were confused. Drunken high floor has reigned supreme in the capital C for 10 years, never stopping for a day. What's going on today? The scene stunned many when an attentive person discovered a pitch-black war knife stuck in the middle of the door plaque. Where the black war knife belongs to, no one within the capital C knows. In this era of hot weapons popularity, only the patrol division to use this cold weapon war knife. All know that the drunken high floor of the Ling sister risked through the sky, and at this time it is clear that this is the inspector's office closed store. There were many different opinions and it became the talk of the town. Until late at night, the drunken high-rise had been silent and silent. Suddenly, the side door flashed open a crack, and a dark figure looked around and scurried out quietly. With one foot on the road, the dark figure breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his clothes, and walked forward. Without taking a few steps, a figure crossed in front of him, his black robe dancing and his silver dragon head standing out. Kid, very capable of hiding, causing me to drink 3 pots of tea. Luo Feng let out a cold laugh and rubbed his bulging stomach. The black shadow was startled, his eyes involuntarily dodging as he said, "This gentleman, you've mistaken the wrong person." Luo Feng sniffed and refrained from talking nonsense. His battle knife was instantly sheathed, the blade pointing at the other party, saying, "Omoraji, Class B wanted criminal, do you think I'll recognize the wrong person?" Looking at the war knife in front of him, Kamoraishi was instantly stunned. Punish the god knife. You are a war god ambassador? He never expected that the person in front of him was actually a war god envoy. The 5 great war god ambassadors of Huaxia are all men at the top of their game. It made him just give up resisting. "Heh. Looks like you guys didn't put in a lot of effort. One glance and you can tell that this is the god execution sword and my identity." Luo Feng's eyes were instantly chilly. It seems that the East Japan side did make a move to spy on Huaxia. These little bastards, it seems that the lesson was still too light last time. With his teeth clenched, Kama Murashiki violently drew the katana at his waist, raised it high in the air, and stabbed it down. Clang! With a crunching sound, the katana flew up in the air, spun around several times, and landed more than 10 meters behind him. "I didn't wait for you for so long to see you perform harakiri." Luo Feng's words fell quietly. He knew for himself that all these warriors were dead soldiers. "Don't even think about getting anything out of me, I'm not going to say anything." With a determined look on his face, Kama Murashiki hissed up to the sky. He naturally understood that the day he was discovered was the day he died. In the face of death, no one is not afraid, but even if he cut himself, he would not dare to betray. If so, his own family will be washed in blood overnight. Luo Feng laughed lightly, his battle sword slowly sheathed. Chapter 72: A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luo Feng laughed lightly, his battle sword slowly sheathed. "You're not even afraid of death, so I'm not asking anything, but..." The evil smile sent a shiver down Kamamura Shiki's spine. "What do you think would happen to your family if you disappeared for no reason? For this kind of dead soldiers, such as no matter how tough approach is useless, only to attack the weakest heart of the other party, is the most direct and effective." Luo Feng was not in a hurry and continued, "If you disappear for a day, your family will be imprisoned for a day. If you disappear for a month, your family will be imprisoned for a month. I naturally have the ability to make you disappear for a lifetime, then naturally your family." Kamamura Shiki shuddered at his words. He is for the Ministry of War, that must be born to see people die to see the body, but if he disappeared for no reason, then the Ministry of War will always imprison family members to blackmail them to prevent them from betrayal. Kamamuraji's eyes stared fiercely at the person in front of him. His family was his fatal weakness, which, obviously, the other party was even more aware of. At this moment, his face was expressionless, while inwardly he was struggling fiercely. Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry and didn't rush, pulling out a black cloth and leisurely wiping his battle sword. Kamamura-ji looked at the pitch-black battle sword, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but it actually had no luster, especially in this dark night, which made it even more intimidating. In the time it took for a cigarette, Kamamura Shiki's face gradually grimaced, and his forehead had long been covered with dense beads of sweat. "Ha! Ha!" Kamamura Shiki looked up at the sky and smiled. Lord War God Envoy, I am an Easterning death soldier, death is no threat to me, it's just that. It's suffering my daughter, she's only 3 years old. There are still 3 days left, his mission will be completed, this time, and the last time to pass the intelligence. After going back, not only can he stay with his daughter every day, but also promoted 3 levels in a row. I didn't expect to be discovered, and the other party was still a war god envoy, so I had no possibility of escaping. Luo Feng sniffed and nodded, casually saying, well, I know, Minako, the little girl is very eloquent and cute. What? You know my daughter? Kamamura Shiki let out a cry of surprise, his eyes rounding. On the first day of accepting the mission this month, his parents, wife and daughter were imprisoned in their home, guarded exclusively by soldiers from the War Ministry, and he never expected that the other party would be able to tell his daughter's name so easily. Luo Feng still carelessly looked at the battle sword in his hand and said, hurry up and say it while I still have some patience, maybe I'll step in and save your family. At those words, Kamaraki snapped to both knees. After a fierce struggle within his heart, he completely gave up resistance at this time. He knew that he was bound to die at the moment. If his family regained their freedom, then he would not have any worries, and he could die peacefully. The moon was dark and the wind was high, and the ancient mansion was pitch black, making it seem extraordinarily peaceful. A loud bang instantly broke the silence of the place. Accompanied by the sound of breaking the door, dozens of people dressed in black power suits, holding the battle swords on their waists, instantly surged into the courtyard. A search was made, but no one was found. Touching the teacup that still had residual heat, Wei Sen's face was chilly. Obviously, the people here have fled. Just a moment ago, after he received the information in the first place, he personally led his team to rush here. I didn't realize it was still a punt. Hundreds of meters away from the ancient mansion on the roof of a house, Ito was lying on the eaves of the house with his eyes viciously looking into the distance, veins rippling on his face. Obviously, this little village idiot betrayed them. Baka. Notify the War Department, kill all his family members, no matter male or female, old or young, directly cut his stomach and intestines. Ito stormed out. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have been captured at this point. Such traitors must be severely punished as a warning to others. Beside her, Akaimuruko pulled out her satellite phone and just said a few words, but with a shocked face, she turned around and said, Major, the people from the War Department said that just now, a group of black-clothed men stormed into Kamamura Shiki's home and directly abducted his family. Baka. Ito was furious and kept smashing the tiles in anger. Osamu, be gentle, if we are discovered, none of us will survive. Akaimuruko lowered her head and said hurriedly. Ito angry 7 orifices of smoke, 10 years of hard work to build a drunken high-rise was sealed, and now betrayed. This China within the obvious no longer have a place for him to stay. The cause of all of this was due to the God Execution Temple Master, which further established his determination to eradicate the Night North. To the southwest, a stacked high mountain, dangerous peaks and jagged rocks, poisonous insects rampant in the mountains, everywhere, hundreds of miles around deserted and uninhabited. In the middle of the mountain peaks, a dilapidated temple-like building stood out. In the middle of the main hall, an old man with a blood-red face sat in the center. A skinny middle-aged man with a back bent like a bow stood beside him, his face full of acne and his large hawkish nose standing out. Sect Master, you're still in closed-door cultivation, so it's fine to leave such trivial matters to me. The skinny middle-aged man arched his hand and said, his bloodless lips smiling grimly. The old man sniffed and slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes, like his face, were all blood-red in color. He is the 9 Poisons old monster Hidaozi, the head of the 9 Poisons sect, who makes a good hand of poison. And they themselves were very dissatisfied with this name from the outside world, calling themselves the 9 Sacred Sect. One of the cults that the Temple of the Exorcist is trying to exterminate. 9 Poison sect originated from the 5 Poison sect, the original founding godfather for Itaewon, specializing in centipedes, toads, spiders, snakes, scorpions and 5 poisonous insects to refine a kind of poison people have no cure, are in abnormal pain and tortured to death. And this Hidaozi, as the 98th generation heir, added another 4 highly poisonous things in addition to the 5 poisonous insects, so it was renamed as the 9 Poison sect. The creation of the poison called 9 Incense Soul returned scattered, colorless and tasteless, known as the world's first poison, no one in the world can solve, even if it is the god of war level is also unable to fight, within an incense burn time must be killed. He, on the other hand, had just received a message from Ito, saying that he had to go out and help kill one person. The 9 Poison sect believes in only 2 principles. The first rule is that interests determine friends and foes, and as long as it is profitable, it can be used by people, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, good or evil. The other one was that whoever offended the 9 poison sect would die without a corpse, and anyone who made an enemy of the 9 poison sect would be left to die somehow. When Ito Ino first came to Kyokai, he was in a state of cooperation with the 9 poison sect. Ito Ino pays, and the 9 poison sect gets paid to kill. One gang, the person killed this time is not trivial. Hidaozi said slowly. In the past to kill people, Ito Ino never said the identity of the person to kill, and Hidaozi never asked. The two have reached a tacit understanding between them. And this time, Ito Io's first words stated that the person he wanted to kill was the current God Execution Temple Master. There were few people who wanted to kill Night North, and this Hidaozi was one of them. This time, even if Ito Ino doesn't come up with that $10 billion honorarium, he will still take the initiative. The Exorcist God Palace Master had left the frontier and unexpectedly appeared in the capital C. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 73 9 Incense Soul Restoring Powder. The sky had just dawned, and as usual, Night North landed on the ground in a dashing manner with the last strand of golden chi inside his body. Just as he pushed the door in, he smelled the aroma of a meal. Only the table was filled with dozens of delicacies. And Gumori was still swinging upwards. Heartfelt sat at the table, feasting on a chicken drumstick she was nibbling on. "Daddy, come and eat, there's a lot of delicious food." When Heartfelt saw her dad, she hurriedly greeted him. Night North frowned slightly. "This early in the morning, why are you making so much delicious food?" "It's not a new year, but I've got dozens of dishes this morning." "It's still not Jane Ruwashi, saying that she didn't invite you to dinner last night, and this early in the morning she brought so many delicious food." Gumori was also helpless. "This table of dishes, one day can't eat it all." "Dad, you eat it," Heartfelt said, picking up a chicken leg and handing it to Night North. Looking at his daughter's gnawing mouth full of oil, Night North laughed lightly, touched his daughter's head, and said, "Sin, you eat it." Daughter's favorite chicken legs, this Night North is aware of. This chicken legs obviously, this su jianchi is specially prepared for the heart language. "Aya, Dad, you eat it too, so much, Mom and I can't even finish it," Sinyu said, picking up the chicken leg in her father's hand and stuffing it into her mouth. "The chicken thighs were so bad they melted in your mouth." "Yummy." Watching her dad eat it, Heartland smiled sweetly. Night North had just chewed a mouthful when his face changed drastically. As soon as he snatched the uneaten chicken leg from Heartland's hand, he brought it under his nose and stood up in a prancing manner. With a wave of his right hand, dozens of meals on the table were scattered on the ground, with bowls and dishes splattered in all directions. This scene caused Xinu and Gumori to be instantly stunned. "Night North. If you don't eat it, why do you have to be like this?" Su Jianchi came out of the kitchen with the freshly washed fruit in her hands, her eyes slightly red with anger. "This table of food, is she so many years, ate in the capital C, think more delicious, she contacted these restaurants last night, let it processed, the day is not yet dawned from a family to fetch over." In all these years, she had never gotten up this early, much less been this attentive to anyone. "I didn't realize that the other party didn't appreciate it, but they even ruined all the meals directly." Night North. "Dad." Guamoli and Xinu were also at a loss. They had never seen Night North so angry like this before. As soon as Night North grabbed heart language, his golden true chi instantly condensed with his palm and slammed it against his daughter's back. "Vomit." The force of this palm was not light, and Heartfelt instantly opened her small mouth and vomited. "Night North. You're crazy." Gumori was completely stunned by the scene in front of her and stepped forward to snatch her daughter. Night North directly ignored. "At this time there is no time to explain." A second later, "The heart will be more dangerous." Night North was just about to swing his third palm when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and dark brown blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Strongly enduring the severe pain, Night North was calm, and slapped another palm at his daughter's back. At this point, Heartfelt was already weak all over, her face was as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth, the color even more intense than just now. The golden true chi in his palm gradually dimmed, and Night North only felt a counter-current in his body as a mouthful of black blood gushed out. The scene in front of them left the duo stunned in place. "Night North, I'll call an ambulance." Gumori was the first to react, picking up her cell phone and trying to press the number, but she found that her hands were trembling non-stop and she couldn't listen to her commands at all. "Don't call." Night North forced himself to endure the severe pain and squeezed out a few words. 9 fragrant soul returns scattered so poisonous, only Hidaozi one person refining, even his closed disciples do not know the refining recipe, ordinary martial artists are not entitled to get. Such a strong poison must have been poisoned by Hidaozi himself. If the ambulance comes, it will invariably let him know that he has already won. All the people in the house are unprotected. Then, what about? Gumori cried out. At this time she was completely scared. She had never seen Night North so this weak. Night North didn't reply, forcing his body. He pulled out 9 silver needles, and with a big wave of his hand, the 9 silver needles didn't go into the 9 acupoints of the heart language. Fortunately, the discovery is still early. The 9 ghosts of the mysterious needle is enough to force out the toxin in his daughter's body. As the 9 needles entered the body, blackened blood slowly seeped out of all 9 acupoints. Time passed by, and Heartfelt's face gradually improved. Dad! With a murmur, Heartfelt slowly raised his head. Night North squeezed out a smile. Shinue, it's fine, some of this food isn't fresh, you've just eaten a bad meal, you'll be fine after a bit of rest. Heartfelt nodded, but when she saw that the corner of her dad's mouth was covered in blood, she cried out at once and jumped into her dad's arms. Dad, it's all Heartfelt's fault. Heartfelt would have been better off if she hadn't let her dad eat the chicken leg. At this moment, Sinew blamed herself. If it wasn't for herself, Dad wouldn't have eaten a bad stomach. Night North wiped the teardrops from the corner of his daughter's eyes, looked at the time, and with both hands a strand of true chi quietly entered his daughter's body. The toxin had been removed, but her daughter was still unusually weak at this time, and the true chi could protect her unharmed. Immediately afterward, Night North looked up at Gumori and said, you quickly go and scrub Sinew's body, change your clothes, and send her to school normally, and Jianqi, you also hurry up and leave, and remember, when you guys go out pretend everything is normal, and don't let out any cracks. Today is not the weekend. If the daughter does not go to school, will certainly cause Hidaozi's suspicion. These cults hidden in China for hundreds of years standing, is not very human. Moreover, this Hidaozi's target was himself. The mother and daughter had people from the inspection division secretly guarding them, so the safety of several people was naturally not a problem. Even if Hidaozi was powerful, he only knew how to use poison, and was only an intermediate level martial exalt himself, and would never make a fool of himself by wasting time and experience to deal with this mother and daughter duo. Go! Seeing that a few people were still flabbergasted, Night North let out a cold shout, causing another mouthful of black blood to be sprayed out. Gumori didn't understand Night North's intentions, but instinctively trusted him unconditionally, and hurriedly picked up Shinue and walked into the shower. Su Jianqi was just about to say something when Night North reached out to stop her, pointing toward the door, saying, Go, remember what I told you. I'm not leaving, you're like this, how can I leave? Su Jianqi cried out, unwilling to leave. The symptoms of the heart language in the Night North, even if she was stupid, she could tell that it was obviously poisoned. Everything today was caused by her, but she couldn't understand how the food could be poisoned. Chapter 74 The 9 Poison Sect appears. Gumori hurriedly wiped the remnants of blood from her daughter's body and walked over, looking at Night North with eyes full of worry and tears dripping down her face. Move! Night North didn't have time to bull her. Seeing that the time for school had arrived, if he didn't go out, if the other side suspected and forced their way in, it would be too late. Also, dry your tears, put away the worry in your eyes, this will harm you in Shinin. Night North forcefully held back the blood that gushed out, his face grew paler and paler, his hands gently grasped his daughter's petite arm and softly said, Sinew, don't tell anyone about the breakfast matter. If a stranger asks, just say that you didn't eat breakfast. Also, the silver needle in your body will make you feel slightly uncomfortable, bear it for a while, when you come back at noon, Dad will take it out for you. At this time the silver needle cannot be taken out. There are 9 ghosts of the mysterious needle plus the true chi body protection. Even if the 9 incense soul restoration scattered is the world's first strange poison will not hurt the daughter half. After a few people left, Night North closed the door to the room and sat on the spot, his golden true chi quickly enveloping his entire body. The pores of the whole body are vaguely black. There is constantly black blood flowing out one after another. Instantly the whole body of the night and the north of the black, the visible head of the strange poison is really extraordinary. If it was the first time to detoxify, even if the first of the strange poisons, it couldn't help the Seal King level Night North, but at this time, half an hour had already passed since the poisoning, and a small amount of toxin still flowed into the heart. Above the roof of a building outside the villa, dark shadows were faintly gathering. Holy Lord, the toxin should have attacked the heart by now, let's do it. The person who spoke was Wang Gang, Hidaozi's only close disciple. Hidaozi stroked his long beard with a cautious expression. The person he killed was extraordinary. It was the head of the God Execution Temple, even if it was the 9 incense soul restoration scatter, which he was proud of, which was colorless and tasteless, he was not completely sure that he could hide it from the other side. If the other party was not poisoned, then rushing in would undoubtedly be a death sentence. The few people he observed out just now were very normal, and if they had eaten those meals, these ordinary people would have died instantly. Just as he was hesitating, two brand new Bentleys, one in front of the other, stopped in front of the villa. Knight North. Moroi. Come out and look. As soon as the car door opened, Wang Huizhi, with a face of excitement, shouted towards the villa. The door of one of the cars in the back opened and Gu Hai got out, complaining, "Aya, what are you shouting about?" Early this morning, Zhu Son, the president of Tianzhong Collective, personally delivered the two cars to Gu Hai's doorstep, which made them shocked and overjoyed. I also don't know who just shouted louder than me when they saw the car. Wang Huizhi muttered in dissatisfaction. Gu Hai smiled sarcastically and dismissed it. Wang Huizhi turned her head to look into the courtyard. The gate was closed. Could it be that both children were not at home? Whatever, since we're all here, let's wait here and make a nice meal to celebrate at noon. Wang Huizhi pressed the lock button and double-checked it a few more times before heading towards the courtyard. The door was violently pushed open, and Knight North, covered in black blood, was instantly reflected in his eyes. Egu my ass! Wang Huizhi screamed in fear and stumbled and nearly fell. Gu Hai rushed forward to support him and was also dumbfounded when he saw the scene inside the room. Knight North? What's wrong with you? Gu Hai asked hurriedly. This early in the morning, painted all over the black, even if it is a beauty treatment or first painted face where there is painted body. Close the door. Knight North squeezed out 3 words stiffly. As long as the other party didn't realize they were poisoned, they would never dare to rush in. If the news of this poisoning got out, not only within China, but even forces outside the country would take advantage of the situation. After all, there are too many people who want to spy on China. Oh. Wang Huizhi hurriedly closed the door. But even so, far above the roof of the building, Wang Gang let out a morose laugh. Sacred Lord, this Knight North is undoubtedly poisoned, but wherever one is hit by this 9 incense soul restoration scatter, it is the god of war, who is also bound to die. He Daozi's face revealed a smile. These years, countless disciples in the door died tragically at the hands of the God Execution Temple. This Knight North died. The God Execution Temple group of dragons without a leader will definitely disintegrate. Inside the house, Knight North had already heard the whistling wind outside. Dozens of black shadows quickly rushed towards the villa. Their speed was staggering. All of them were martial Zhou level experts. In order to kill Knight North in one fell swoop, all the disciples from the 9 poison sects martial Zhou and above had arrived. Knight North was just about to say something when a loud bang exploded the door of the room, scaring Wang Huizhi so much that she sat on her butt on the floor. Looking at the group of black shadows outside the door, Wang Huizhi trembled and shivered as she shouted, "Who are you people? To actually break into a house in broad daylight, I'm going to call the police." As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of laughs came from outside the door. Knight North is also a trace of a bitter smile. The people who came are all martial artists, and it is the 9 poison sect that makes the inspection division are quite afraid of. The security bureau are all mortal bodies, simply unable to fight. And Wang, Uncle Gu, you guys go inside, they are targeting me today. Knight North slowly got up and said softly. Wang Huizhi still wanted to say something, but was pulled inside by Gu Hai, who knew that staying here at this time would only add to the chaos. Wang Gang let the 2 of them leave, and apart from Knight North, the rest of them didn't need to be bothered at all. Lord North King, how have you been? Wang Gang bowed slightly, an intriguing smile on his face. The person in front of me is the mighty god exorcist. As long as he is there, there is peace within China. For so many years, countless cults have been wiped out one by one, and if they hadn't been living in seclusion in the mountains all year round, I'm afraid they would also have long since ceased to exist. Knight North's biting eyes looked towards the door. "Humph, the remaining members of the 9 poison sect, today you took the initiative to come and send yourselves to your deaths. It saves you from having to search for you. The 9 poison sect has long been infamous outside, in addition to the good poison they make. Especially the master of the door He Daozi, often drink human blood, and must be within 3 years of age. Such a move attracted the wrath of the world's martial artists. But no one dares to go against the 9 poison sect, but anyone who does, will surely disappear within a day. Only the exorcist temple, but any person who encounters the 9 poison sect will be killed. If it's a normal time, we naturally wouldn't dare to go against the king of the north, but right now you've been hit by the 9 incense soul restoration scatter." Wang Gang said and looked at the location of Knight North's heart, which was still blackened. "The toxin attacks the heart, Lord North King. I'm afraid you won't live through today without us having to do anything." The power of the 9 poison soul restoration scattering, Wang Gang knew it well. As long as one was hit by this poison, even the god of war would not be spared. What he didn't expect was that with such a strong poison, the North King had managed to hold out until now, and his strength was true to his name. "A mere poison, I haven't put it in my eyes. Night North let out a cold laugh, his golden true chi instantly emanated, and the black blood all over his body rapidly evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Gang was shocked. At this time luck will accelerate the flow of toxins, as suicide, plus at this time the poison has attacked the heart, the gods cannot save, this Night North will die. Chapter 75 The Northern King's Sword Descends. Wang Gang's eyes were covered with the color of madness. Ordinary people will not understand. 7 years ago, a mysterious organization called the Palace of God Execution rapidly rose in the frontier, so that outside of the 100 countries are not afraid of fear. At the same time, it completely crushes the heart of the peeping Tom. As long as Night North did not fall, no one from the surrounding 100 countries would dare to cross the borderline by half a step. But today, this mythical man is about to be put to an end. And the person who finished him off was him, Wang Gang. How could this not cheer him up? In the next moment, he let out a loud shout, his withered yellow palms heated up, and his black true chi instantly burned like a flame, obviously with a strong poison. A palm was swung out, and the black true chi was like a stringed arrow, aiming at Night North's heart and shooting explosively. The one he was facing was the God Punisher Hallmaster, so he had to use his full strength to try to kill him in one move. The highly poisonous true chi arrived in the blink of an eye, and Night North stood still. Wang Gang was overjoyed in his heart, and he couldn't help but let out a triumphant smile on his face. The true chi is mixed with dozens of poisonous insects and grasses, which he has carefully developed over many years of hard training. Although it is not as good as the Sacred Lord's 9 incense soul restoring scattering, it is enough to be fatal in the face of the Night North, who is already suffering from a severe poison at this time. When the black true chi was one step away, Night North raised one hand and grabbed it in the air. The black true chi was like fire seeing water, quickly extinguished and disappeared. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Gang's jaw dropped in stunned silence. His palm is poisonous, even if it is a war god level expert hard to catch, but also bound to corrode off the entire arm. On the contrary, the Night North, body poison still dare to catch this palm alive. Night North eyes biting cold, face expressionless, but the internal organs cannot help a fluttering, forcibly transport a breath, only hard to suppress the upward reverse flow of blood. You stand down. With a cold cry, Hidaozi slowly appeared. Holy Lord, give me another chance, I will definitely be able to kill him. Wang Gang's face was unwilling, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could kill the God Execution Temple Master with his own hands, he would become famous in one fell swoop, shocking the whole of China. If I tell you to stand down, then stand down. Why do you want to disobey orders? Hidaozi angrily shouted. He didn't have time to dwell on it. If the people from the inspection division arrived, they wouldn't be able to get out in one piece even if they killed Night North. Yes. Although Wang Gang was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey the Holy Lord's order and angrily retreated behind Hidaozi, his spiteful eyes staring viciously at Night North. Hidaozi has a fairy robe without wind, to really have a trace of immortal style. He called himself a saint, and if those who didn't know saw him, they would think that he was some kind of immortal who had descended to earth. But underneath this immortal skin, what was hidden was a full-blown murderous demon. Unlike Wang Gang, Hidaozi's true chi was blood-red in color, accompanied by a thick bloody aura that instantly filled the surroundings. Night and North eyes sinister, such a heavy atmosphere of blood, I do not know how many young children died tragically in his hands. The blood-colored true chi became thicker and thicker, and Hidaozi's eyes closed tightly as his face gradually became blood-red. Immediately after that, the eyes opened, as the true chi that was blood-red. Wang Gang's face changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated 100 meters away, knowing the viciousness of the Holy Lord's move. He never thought that he would actually use this technique to deal with a person who was suffering from the 9 incense soul restoration scattering. Bloodshed, Hidaozi's unique mastery. The cultivation method is exceptionally vicious and poisonous. Need to constantly suck the blood of 3-year-old children can be practiced. Once practiced, the power would be heaven-defying, and although he was at the level of a battle exalt, even a battle god would be able to battle with one. However, this gong method is too vicious. Against the way of heaven, once the spell is cast, the enemy is not distinguishable, as if crazy. A few disciples of the 9 poison sect around him were not sure, still shouting and cheering for the Sacred Lord, but in the next second, Hidaozi directly stabbed one of the people around him with a finger through the major artery in his neck, and blood instantly shot out from the wound. Hidaozi opened his blood-red mouth and drank directly from it with an outrageous gulp sound. This scene stunned the crowd. Near dozens of 9 poison sect disciples fled in all directions, fearing that they would be next. The flow of blood slowly became smaller and eventually stopped. This disciple of the 9 poison sect was like a dry corpse, retaining an unusually fearful look in his eyes before he died. Hidaozi raised his head to the sky and roared, his hoarse voice rising into the clouds. Inside the room, two people tightly embrace together, shivering, although cannot see what is happening outside, but only hear the sound, still let them heart jump. Hidaozi mechanically twisted his neck, his blood-red eyes staring at Night North. In the next second, he sent out both palms violently. The crimson blood-colored true chi mixed with a thick bloody aura pounced on his face. Night North's face was grave. At this time, the intense poison in his body simply didn't have time to detoxify all of it. With a sudden stroke of luck, he only felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his golden true chi enveloped his entire body. Buzz! True chi collided, emitting a deafening low sound. With Night North's feet as the center, an invisible fluctuation instantly spread out. But Night North could no longer suppress it, and a mouthful of black blood gushed out. Hidaozi's crimson eyes grew more and more excited. The punishing god temple master was about to perish, and no one within China would dare to fight against his 9-poison sect anymore. The golden true chi was gradually being eaten away by the blood-red chi, and Night North was just about to try his luck when he once again induced a sharp pain. After drinking your blood, I'm bound to break through the battle-exalted bottleneck, haha. Hidaozi let out a wild laugh. Hundreds of meters away, Ito Ino was filled with exhilaration. Osamu, this Night North is about to die. This Hidaozi has 2 tricks up his sleeve. Akaime Ruko was overjoyed. Originally, she was worried that this Hidaozi wasn't a match for Night North at all, but she didn't realize that this person actually had deep pockets. If I hadn't personally poisoned them, just with them, how could they be a match for Night North? Ito Inuyasha was very dissatisfied with this Autumn Eye Velociraptor's statement. If the god execution hall master was killed, the person who took the first credit had to be himself. Yes, Osamu is wise. Akaime Ruko hastily agreed. She didn't dare to compete for the credit. The drunken high house was sealed, and she was already satisfied if she could survive. Inside the villa, the two were still in a stalemate, but the golden true chi was obviously much dimmer than just now. Shoo! A sound of breaking air suddenly came, accompanied by a black residual shadow. Your Highness, catch the sword! Hundreds of meters away, there was a loud shout, only to see Luo Feng running madly this way. Night North grabbed in the air and held the black battle sword steadily in his hand. Familiarity quickly enveloped his entire body. Swish! The battle sword was violently sheathed, and the black light was instantly released, accompanied by the 10,000 souls' harsh screams, and the monstrous killing aura shot up to the sky. The god execution blade. Oh no, it's the Northern King's knife. Hidaozi was instantly alarmed, although the war knife in front of him and the god punishing knife had some resemblance, but a closer look would reveal that this knife was a whole circle larger than the god punishing knife, and was even thicker and heavier. As soon as the words fell, the black shadow of the blade raged past, and the head directly flew up more than 10 meters high, falling heavily to the ground a few seconds later. Wang Gang was directly stunned, frozen in place staring at the head on the ground. Holy Lord! A roar, full of despair. Chapter 76 Clearing the Battlefield. He was still waiting for the refining method of the Holy Lord's 9 fragrant soul restoring scatter, and the death of the Holy Lord meant that the 9 fragrant soul restoring scatter had completely disappeared from the world since then. Swish! A black residual shadow, Luo Feng, directly swept past. Wang Gang was still staring at the head of the Holy Lord on the ground, but in the next second, his head was also slowly separating from his body. With a thud, the two heads rolled together, both dead and staring at each other. Hall Master, is everything alright? Luo Feng rushed to Night North's side in an arrow step, followed closely by Lu Zhongyuan. Looking at the Hall Master's pale face, with residual black blood at the corners of his mouth, the duo's hearts instantly flared with anger. The Hall Master is obviously poisoned. Under the sky can hurt the Hall Master, only one kind of strange poison, and that is the 9 poison sect's 9 fragrance soul restoration scatter. Without waiting for Night North to speak, the two of them sheathed their battle swords and rushed out. All of a sudden, knives and shadows, screams and wails resounded throughout the neighborhood. Such a miserable scream naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Villa opposite a tall building, a big and thick bare-chested youth opened the window and yelled at the top of his voice, "Damn, early in the morning ghosts screaming what? It affects my sleep." The words just fell, just looking up towards the direction of the villa, only to see the blood flowing like a stream, and the heads of the people flying around in the sky, instantly scared the hell out of him, sitting on the ground. Ah! Murder! The youth sat paralyzed, unable to stop shaking. Usually fights and brawls were commonplace for him, but such a bloody scene gave him the creeps, and he couldn't help but feel his stomach turn and vomit all over the place. Sheriff's Department Response Center. The phone rang into a piece. All the residents of the district called, one by one. Their voices are trembling, saying that there are people in the district to kill, and to kill hundreds of people. The answering officer, Lee, hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in disbelief, but called the sheriff's department under his jurisdiction to respond. In just a few minutes, the corpses outside the courtyard turned into mountains, blood flowed into rivers, and none of the hundreds of 9 poison sect disciples survived. However, anyone who encountered those in the 9 poison sect would be killed on sight. This was the iron order given by Night North many years ago. The two of them sheathed their swords and walked over to Night North's side. Luo Feng anxiously asked, "Temple Master, how are you? Should we call the temple's Chinese doctor over?" The 13 Chinese doctors in the exorcist god's palace, especially Shui Zhongzi, although his temper is strange, but his medical skills are really outstanding, far beyond the remaining 12. Night North waved his hand, signaling that there was no need. Although the residual toxicity in the body was not enough to hurt him, it was only that the true qi in his body was exhausted and he needed to recuperate for a while. However, it was also thanks to this incident that the dantian in his body underwent a qualitative change, fully doubling in size from before, which meant that more true qi could be stored in his body, which was undoubtedly a huge gain for him. Wei Sin led the crowd from the inspection division to rush in at this time, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel his stomach twitch. A mouthful of overnight rice gushed into his mouth, which he swallowed raw. It would be too humiliating if he vomited in front of the hall master and the 2 great war god ambassadors. The rest of the staff of the Department of Justice, on the other hand, all bowed their backs into a shrimp, wow and vomit. The Northern King's sword was sheathed, and Night North's face was warm with anger. "Luo Feng, you actually brought out the Northern King's sword." The North King's knife stood on the border to deter foreign enemies, and over the years, it was only sheathed 3 times, and I didn't expect this Luo Feng to actually bring it out privately. Luo Feng smiled sarcastically, "Your Highness, you're not at the border. I'm afraid that this Northern King's knife will be in danger there. After all, the people who miss this knife are like a river. It's still safest for you to bring it with you." When Lu Zhongyuan heard this, he directly rolled his eyes. This guy had been showing off this Northern King's knife of the Temple Master everywhere in front of himself as soon as he arrived that day, obviously wanting to secretly play with it himself for a few days. Moreover, as far as he knew, after the Hall Master returned, it wasn't once or twice that this kid Luo Feng had stolen the Northern King's sword. Some time ago, this kid took the Northern King's sword and immediately clamored for a match with Lone Defender, and to his surprise, Lone Defender actually lost. It should be known that among the 5 great war god envoys, Lone Defiant is a 9-star war god with the highest strength, and is the most expected to break through the bottleneck and follow Night North to the throne of the War King. As for Luo Feng, he was the least powerful of the 5, yet with this Northern King's blade, he defeated Lone Defeat Sky, which shows how powerful the Northern King's blade is. Night North hung the Northern King's sword on his waist and didn't poke at this little thought of Luo Feng. When he was at the border, this Luo Feng often pestered him, wanting to borrow the Northern King's sword to play with for a few days. Night North cannot know, this guy among several people martial arts is the most vegetable also love to play handsome, as long as I get the North King knife, we'll go to find the rest of those who are competing, every time it is to those who beat the head scurrying. Seeing the Hall Master pin the sword to his waist, Luo Feng cried and begged, "Hall Master, lend me the Northern King's sword for 2 more days to play with." He had also made an appointment with Nangong Yan, waiting for a few days to go and find him to compete in a match, which if he didn't have the Northern King's sword, then it wasn't like taking the initiative to go over and look for a fight. "You'd better cultivate more and improve your strength." After Night North finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the house. "A few of you grab the door and clean it up." A cold shout came from inside the house. In a while Fomaway should pick up their daughters should be released from school. This bloody scene cannot let them see. "Let's go Luo War God, get to work." A teasing smile crossed Lu Zhongyuan's face. Without the Northern King's knife in his hand, let's see if you guys are still godly or not, a small dish, in front of the 4 of them, only to be bullied. Luo Feng looked at LV Zhongyuan's strange smile on his face and instantly had a bellyful of fire. "You LV nerd, what are you laughing at?" The words just fell, but it drew an even more teasing look on Lu Zhongyuan's face. Luo Feng let out an angry grunt and walked towards the door, yelling towards Wei Sin, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and clean up." "Yes, yes." Wei Sin hurriedly arched his hand and responded. He would never dare to offend any of the 5 war god ambassadors. Outside the courtyard, Wei Sin led the crowd to quickly clean up, and then transferred 3 heavy trucks, a body, limbs and arms, a head directly thrown on the car. "Hook up a fire hydrant and take a swipe at the ground." At that moment, a car from the security bureau stopped outside the courtyard with its lights flashing, and a man and a woman, 2 young police officers in uniform, came down. The female police officer was dressed in a tall, good-looking dress, and with a police uniform, she looked valiant. Senior, I heard that there was a murder here. I'm a bit scared. Lin Nan squirmed and murmured in a low voice. She had just graduated from the police academy and had never seen a dead person before, let alone a murder scene. The male police officer named Wang Dong, sniffing with a haughty face, returned, "It's fine, there is a senior brother me, besides, what's there to be afraid of in a dead person, I've seen a lot." This little sister Lin Nan but only yesterday assigned to their institute, this is the next but let the institute of singles a burst of excitement, Wang Dong nature is no exception, take advantage of this opportunity, he may wanna perform well. To give him this little sister left a good impression of valor and fearlessness, perhaps the relationship between the two can still be further in the further. Tidying up his waist-mounted gun, Wang Dong stepped towards the inside, and Lin Nan followed behind him, his face filled with tension. Chapter 77, This is not a prank. Hey, stop it. Seeing that a group of people dressed in black were cleaning up the scene, Wang Dong shouted. The people from the security bureau didn't arrive, but they dared to destroy the scene. As the words fell, no one in the courtyard paid any attention and continued to clean up. Wang Dong's face turned blue as he instantly pulled out his waist-mounted gun and pulled the trigger towards the sky. A gunshot rang out, startling Lin Nan with a cry of surprise. Wang Dong's face became even more smug as he raised his pistol high, aimed it at the crowd in front of him, and droned, "Stop it all. Or I'll shoot." Still unheeded, just as he was about to get angry, Wei Sin walked over and looked at him with a teasing face, saying, "New here, right?" Wang Dong heard, heart thumped, he only entered the security bureau for 3 months, still belongs to the internship period, how does this other party know? Don't talk about this useless thing, we received a report from the public about the murder that happened here, say, did you do it? Where is the body? Wang Dong said, the muzzle of his gun was directly aimed at Wei Sin. The crowd report is true, but some people say it is a triad firefight, some people say it is hundreds of people killed, but also said that the arms and legs and heads flying all over the sky, said God, which makes the people in the security bureau simply do not believe that decades within the Beijing Sea has not appeared in such a major case, otherwise, would not have been sent to the 2 rookie trainee police officers over. Looking at the blackened muzzle, Wei Sin's mouth smiled slightly and said, young man, but if you've been in the sheriff's department for a year, you'll know who I am. Within the capital C, the major difficult cases are the patrol division directly, as long as the police in the security bureau for more than a year, there is no one who does not know, in front of the 2 people are obviously newcomers. I don't care who you are, I'm asking you, answer honestly. Wang Dong said, and the muzzle of his gun pushed forward again. In the past 3 months, he has seen a lot of ruffians and scoundrels, which one of them shall not kneel down and beg for forgiveness when they see him in this outfit? Seeing the other party's serious look, Wei Sin directly laughed out loud and pointed to a few heavy trucks not far away, saying, the bodies are in the cars. Wang Dong sniffed and turned his head to look, there were indeed 3 heavy trucks parked side by side. Don't you go. Wang Dong threatened, turning to Lin Nan, senior sister, let's go identify the body. Ha? I'm not going. When Lin Nan heard that she was going to see the corpse, she immediately took 2 steps back with her small feet, her little face pale with fear. Wang Dong naturally knew that this little sister of his didn't dare to go, and this was what he said on purpose. That's fine, then you watch this person here, I'll go and take a look, alas, what's there to be afraid of in a dead person? After Wang Dong finished speaking, he faithfully stepped forward and walked towards the truck. Just as he walked to a truck, Wang Dong saw reddish blood flowing down from the compartment non-stop. Sure enough there is a body, Wang Dong cannot hide the excitement in his heart, to come before the colleagues said it was a false alarm call, it seems that this alarm call is true, there is indeed a murder. Human life actually let him meet, if it was solved on the spot, not envious of the death of that colleague. A promotion and a raise in salary, and chasing after Lin Nan's little sister, that's not just around the corner. At the thought of this, Wang Dong climbed onto the truck with his hands and feet, excitedly, and tumbled in with one leap. Silence, a full minute of silence. Ah! A heartbreaking scream. Wang Dong tumbled off the truck in a single bound, his ass fell directly to the ground, not caring about the pain, rolling and crawling toward the front of the crazy run. What's wrong, Shifu? Wang Dong was covered in blood, and his appearance at this time made Lin Nan even more scared, and his voice was slightly trembling. Wang Dong's face was white with cold sweat, his body could not stop trembling, and the horrible scene lingered in his mind. Just now he had just tumbled into the carriage when his foot tripped over something and he fell straight down. The limbs were embraced, and even more horrifying was a human head staring right back at him with crimson eyes. That scene was enough to give him nightmares for the rest of his life. Wei Sen's mouth was full of teasing. How could a newcomer to this sheriff's department endure a scene that he, the chief of the division of inspection, could not? Wang Dong was directly stunned, and froze for more than 3 minutes before he pressed the intercom with trembling hands.
Reinforcements, reinforcements, we need reinforcements here.
A truck full of corpses, this is more than a homicide, this is a case of the heavens.
Lin Nan was on the verge of crying from Wang Dong's appearance and anxiously asked, "Senior, what's going on? What did you see in the truck?"
It was fine if Lin Nan didn't say it, but once he did, it made Wang Dong remember the scene just now once again, and he opened his mouth and directly spit out all of last night's meal. There were no words to describe that horrifying scene.
A voice soon came from the walkie-talkie. "I'm Director Ding Lin, what's the situation on your side, Wang Dong? Is someone playing a prank and making a false alarm call?"
The Daijing Hanfu neighborhood is under his jurisdiction, and early in the morning the phones at his office are ringing off the hook with reports of hundreds of murders.
Hundreds of murders? This is an international joke.
"Show, Director, it's not a prank, there's a real murder, and it's a truck full of bodies." Wang Dong shuddered back, unable to hold back another bout of dry heaving.
"What?
A truckload of corpses."
"Wang Dong, do you know what you're talking about?" The director, Ding Lin, roared. "A truck can hold at least 50 or 60 bodies, how is this possible?"
He's been the director for over 30 years, and he's never encountered a case of this magnitude.
"It's 3 cars. Wei Sin let out a sneer and corrected. "Ah, Chief, it's 3 cars, what? 3 cars.
Wang Dong was so scared that he sat on the ground, his 2 feet stomped around and kept backing up, just short of shouting out the words, "Mom, I want to go home."
3 truckloads? Close to 200 bodies? Wang Dong, are you crazy?
Who was talking just now? Is he a rumor monger? Ask him what his name is, I'll see if he has any previous convictions, arrest him for me and punish him directly and severely.
Ding Lin roared angrily.
There are all sorts of false police calls every day, which gives him quite a headache, and he has to crack down on this kind of behavior as a warning to others.
"You, what's your name, what do you do?"
Wang Dong backed up a few more steps, trembling and holding up his gun. If the person in front of him was a murderer, then he was a standard homicidal maniac.
"Inspection Division," Wei Senior Wei Sin said coldly without any concealment.
It was impossible to hide what had happened, and he was still needed to deal with this mess.
The end of the walkie-talkie obviously heard Wei Sin's words, and without waiting for Wang Dong to open his mouth, he hurriedly roared, "Wang Dong, hurry back to me, this is not something that our security bureau can handle.
No department has the right to interfere in the work of the Judicial Inspection Division, and offenders will be killed. This is not a slogan, but any obstacle to the law enforcement of the division, on the ground to kill, Ding Lin has seen it with his own eyes. Not to mention the fact that it was a case handled personally by Wei Sin, the head of the inspection division. Not to mention that he is a small subdivisional director, even the city director does not have the right to ask questions."
Wang Dong sniffed, as if amnestied, hurriedly climbed up and ran toward the police car.
He didn't understand why the director said that, and at this point he was hell-bent on getting out of this place of wrongdoing. Without waiting for Lin Nan to get into the car, he started the vehicle and ran away in a puff of smoke. The great fear made him forget that there was still this little sister's existence. Behind the car, a young policewoman, crying her nose, was struggling to keep up.
Chapter 78, Enola Virus.
Outside the door of the villa, the blood washed clean and the bodies had been removed as if it hadn't happened. Inside the house, the family was sitting around the dining table, eating lunch. TV news channel is broadcasting a news, said a small area of the murder situation is not true. In fact, a film company in the filming of the movie, filming techniques particularly realistic, so that the public mistakenly think that there is a murder, the film company apologized to the public.
This is the usual tactic of the Judicial Inspectorate.
It is simply impossible to tell the truth to the public in some irregular cases to prevent panic from occurring. Hey, so it's a movie shoot, Night North, you didn't give us a word in advance, you scared me to death in the morning.
Wang Huizhi looked at the TV inside in relief. The two of them, she and her old partner, had stayed inside the house and hadn't dared to come out, so they had no idea what was going on outside. But Gumori obviously knew the truth, and looked at Night North with a worried face, and her parents were there, so she couldn't say anything. After lunch, Gu Hai wanted to switch cars with his daughter, which was rejected by Night North. The Bentley is not as sturdy as the Golf, and Gumori is still driving her daughter to and from school every day, so the little white car is more suitable for her. Gu Hai did not say anything. After all, there are now 2 Bentley. It happily took his old partner to drive away one. After her parents left, Gumori anxiously asked if Night North had been injured, and if the poison she had received had been cleaned up. Night North laughed lightly and casually found a reason to excuse himself. The toxins were not cleaned out,
but that was only a matter of time, and recuperating for a while would be good. Taking advantage of the heart language nap, the Night North gently took out the daughter's body 9 silver needles, and repeatedly checked, confirming that the daughter is fine, which is completely at ease. Early the next morning, Night North woke up normally early to cultivate. But no matter how much he tranquilized his mind, the true chi was always absorbed particularly slowly. If he wanted to force out the residual toxins in his body, he had to use his true chi, but right now, the absorption of true chi was so slow, so it seemed to be due to the influence of the residual toxins in his body. The Night North a bitter smile, this 9 incense to restore the soul scattered ranked the first of the 100 poison, really live up to its name. If he had detoxified the toxin at the first time, he would have been fine, but at that time, he had to eliminate the toxin in his daughter's body at the first time, and he couldn't care about detoxification himself, which led to the toxin attacking his heart. If the toxin of the 9 incense soul restoring powder flowed into the heart, even Lone Defiant would simply be powerless to return to life. War God and War King, although it is a word difference, but it is a difference of mud, that is a qualitative change. The sun had risen, and Night North rolled over and let down, practicing further was no longer necessary. Eating his breakfast, the morning news was on TV and a story caught his attention. A new type of virus, the Anora virus, has appeared in the city of Lulan, 600 miles away from the capital C, which spreads rapidly through the air as well as through human contact. The most headache is not such a rapid spread of speed, but the Enola virus incubation time of up to 14 days long. The 14 days, once someone in this virus, the initial no symptoms, but the virus will be in contact with the geometric growth of the person, which is the most horrifying. Once the virus strikes, symptoms of fever and respiratory distress will immediately appear, and organs throughout the body will gradually fail, eventually leading to death. There is currently no global response to this new virus. Lulan City has nearly 1,000 people have been infected with this virus overnight. The number of deaths is also more than 100 people, and the number is still rising sharply. According to this estimate, it is expected that tomorrow will be more than 10,000 people. The death rate will be close to the number of poisoned people, 10% of the horror of the number of figures. The nation has issued the highest level of warning, level 4, reminding crowds to go out less and stay out of contact, and that masks must be worn. As the news continued to broadcast, Gu Morili changed Xin Yue into her school uniform, brought 2 masks from the drawer, and put them on Xin Yue. Night North, you should also be careful when you go out lately. This what's it Anora virus sounds weirdly powerful. Gu Mori put on a mask with a worried face. This is undoubtedly fatal to the average citizen, and there is no way to deal with it. At this rate, it won't take long for the virus to ravage the country. Moreover, Jinghai is only 600 miles away from Lulan, so it will soon spread here. It's fine, you don't have to worry. Night North laughed lightly. Although this virus is powerful, it is also targeted at ordinary people, not to mention him, a Seal King level demon, or an ordinary martial artist, can use true chi to quench the blood of the whole body, and will never be hit by this virus. And even if Gumori and Xinu contracted this virus, it wouldn't be a problem for Night North to worry about. After the mother-daughter duo left, Night North's face gradually became grave. The sudden appearance of this new type of virus in the country was no coincidence. Even if he could cure this virus, how could he save hundreds of millions of people in China? Your Highness. Lu Zhongyuan stood with behind him. He had been waiting outside the door for a long time. It was just that the lady and the little princess were there and it was inconvenient for him to speak. Well, say. Night North gestured for the other to sit down. Lu Zhongyuan didn't dare and remained standing by his side, just about to speak when he was interrupted by Night North. I repeat, this is not the frontier. There is no need to focus on these etiquettes, and also, you tell a few of them that in the future, when they are outside, they don't need to call me Palace Master, they can just address me directly by my name. If it was on the frontier, the rules of the temple could not be transgressed, but this was not on the frontier, much less in the temple. Yes, Big Brother. Lu Zhongyuan, who dared to call the hall master by his name, sat down and then said, Big Brother, the news is watching, right? Night North nodded, signaling the other party to continue. As soon as this Anora virus first showed up, I felt that something was fishy, and I rushed to Lulan overnight yesterday to do a detailed investigation. Lu Zhongyuan said, handing the investigation report in his hand to Night North. Just seeing the first page, Night North's eyes flinched with a cold snort. As he expected, this Anora virus did not happen by chance, but someone did it on purpose. The Enola virus is named after one person, a man named Enola, who was the earliest carrier of the virus and outwardly identified as an out-of-state traveler. However, Lu Zhongyuan had done a detailed investigation on this person, and although there were people who deliberately tried to erase his identity, it was naturally no big deal for Lu Zhongyuan, an ambassador of Manhwa. This person's true identity was not that of an ordinary tourist, but was affiliated with the Rice War Department. Obviously, this was a deliberate move by the MiG to target China. However, this Honora had died the day before yesterday, and the Rice embassy had sent its people to remove the remains at the first opportunity, and it was expected that they would have long since turned to dust by now. It's useless to say anything when there's no proof of death. And there's no way Rice will ever admit that they did it. What is the domestic response now? Night North asked. It was now imperative that the virus must be contained first to prevent more people from being infected. Now all the major pharmaceutical companies in the country are trying to develop methods to target the virus, but the results are minimal. Lu Zhongyuan shook his head helplessly. The virus was unprecedented and had never been seen before on a global scale, and there was no way to deal with it. It's rumored that last night, Huang Chengjin's eldest son was also urgently summoned to the scientific research lab at the University of the Capital C, in the process of developing a method to deal with the situation. As soon as Lu Zhongyuan's words fell, a hint of surprise flashed across Night North's face. Chapter 79, Do I Look Like a College Student? Huang Chengjin Night North is known since, one of the 3 national doctors recognized in the country, is said to be the heir of the divine Dr. Huang Fujing. It was understandable that one would want to develop a countermeasure after all. At this time, whoever developed a countermeasure first would be a huge beneficiary. Not only is the country embraced, but the profits it brings are naturally extremely lucrative, so it can be said that it is 2 birds with 1 stone. However, this person is arrogant and abnormal and God, only concentrate on researching medical skills, people simply do not know where he is. I did not think that this Jinghai University can actually persuade him to go out. This point really let the Knight in the North feel surprised. Inside the scientific research room of Jinghai University, more than 10 people wearing heavy protective suits were nervously busy, and the table was filled with bottles, jars and various colored potions. Right in front of an experimental table, a young man is obviously different from the others, not wearing a protective suit, only wearing a white robe. He is the state doctor Huang Chengjin's eldest son Huang Zuoyan. And beside him, stood an old man, wearing a protective suit, looking on with a tense expression. Zuoyan's nephew, it shouldn't be difficult, right? The old man hesitated again and again, but still opened his mouth to ask. Speaker Su Luan, the president of the University of Beijing C, and Huang Chengjin has some friendship. This time it is his appearance, in order to invite the Emperor Zuoyan over. Huang Zuoyan stared at the reagents in front of him and ignored them. A young girl behind him had a haughty look on her face as she opened her mouth and said, I say, Principal Su, what do you mean by this question? Are you doubting my senior brother's skills? If my senior brother can't solve the problem, who else do you think can? Su Luan was disliked and held his old face red. Jinghai University is a first-class domestic university. Su Luan is the principal here. Usually who dares to talk to him like this, even if it is the patriarch of the great families to see, are courteous to shout a Su Lao. However, at this moment, he was disliked by such a young woman who didn't dare to retort, simply because the other party was the disciple of the national physician Huang Chengjin. Yes, that's extremely true. Su Luan hastily agreed and stood aside without further words. Huang Zuoyan's face was expressionless. His left hand picked up a test tube on the table, which was filled with a blue reagent. His right hand, a wisp of true qi floated in his palm, followed by the burning of the true qi. The blue reagent instantly tumbled. This scene watched Su Luan's heart palpitate for a while, his eyes staring round, his mouth involuntarily opening wide, stunned in place. The young girl let out a snort, then looked at her senior brother with an adoring expression and said, My senior brother is a martial artist, and has already reached the level of an intermediate-level martial exalt. Su Luan was shocked by what he heard. He could be the president of Jinghai University. Since he was erudite, he had naturally heard of martial artists, but as far as he knew, they were all old men who were similar to him in age, and the person in front of him was so young that he had reached the level of intermediate martial zone, which was truly horrifying. Worthy of being the son of a national doctor, at such an age, he had reached such a horrifying strength, and if he gave it time, he would certainly be able to improve one more layer. Huang Zuoyan is not moved, holding his breath, pouring a test tube of different colors carefully together. Success or failure is here. He had to be careful, or else he will lose his efforts. The research room was silent, a pair of eyes staring nervously at Huang Zuoyan's hands. The last of the reagents fell, and the large container tumbled and gradually subsided. It's done. Huang Zuoyan's face showed joy. The next step was just to process the reagents inside the container. As long as there are no problems with this step of the recipe, it can be produced in large quantities. The room instantly cheered as the whole night's hustle finally bore fruit. Zuoyan's nephew is really powerful. Su Luan bent over and arched his hand, his face full of admiration. This is the first drug in China and the world that can fight against the Ebola virus, which was developed in just one night and is bound to shock the world once it is released.
Don't forget our agreement, Elder Su.
Huang Zuoyan had a cold face as he walked straight past Su Luan. As a martial artist, he wasn't afraid of this virus, and if his father hadn't personally asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered to develop such a thing. And he went behind his father's back in Su Luan private agreement. The product, once a large number of production came out, the profits he wants to take 80%. 80% of the profit, minus the cost of the drug itself, leaving Su Luan even less than 10%. However, Su Luan still agreed. His status, money is not the most important, reputation and fame is the most important. Don't worry, Zuoyan Xian nephew, I will honor my word. Su Luan replied with a smile. Right now, Jinghai University is the first to develop a drug to fight against the Ebola virus. It is bound to be famous, naturally attracting the country's top students to compete to come, and it is possible that foreign students will come to the country. At that time, Jinghai University would certainly be renowned globally, which was far beyond what money could achieve. Drug development has become, Huang Zuoyan and his party are ready to leave, the next do not have to think to know, once put into production, this profit will be how huge, just sit and wait to collect money can be. Before he could reach the door of the research room was opened, and one person, dressed in ordinary clothes, was standing outside the door. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Night North walked straight in and was just about to pick up the container to check it out when he was stopped by someone.
What class are you in?
This is not a place where you can come, hurry up and get out. Su Luan's face was filled with anger. At this time, the research room had been sealed off by strict orders, but he didn't expect that someone would still barge in. If the method of preparation was leaked, the loss would be more than huge.
Do I look much like a college student?
Huang Chongjin life bitter research medical skills, for a variety of herbs is also to the degree of obsession. It is said that he always lived in the country's major deep mountains, specializing in looking for a variety of herbs. Just now that millennium of the spirit of the grass alone, kill the god's temple and the state doctor will not necessarily have.
Who are you? Huang Zuoyan's tone was eerie.
If the visitor wanted to spy on his formula, then today, he would make this person disappear.
After staying up all night to develop it, I can't let others enjoy it. You don't have to know who I am, but your father would have heard of me. Chapter 80. May I ask your name?
Upon hearing this, the young girl behind Huang Zuoyan, Yi Xian, took a step forward and chided, "What are you, worthy of mentioning my master's name?" Her master is standing at the top of China's national doctor. Even the richest man in the country want to find the master to see a doctor have to kneel, and also depends on the master has no time, the mood is good or not, often a kneeling is 2 or 3 days, and may not be able to see into.
You're so bold as to say that you actually know my master?
You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. As soon as the words fell, Yi Xian felt an invisible pressure that instantly left her breathless, and fear then covered her entire body.
But
Yi Xian couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood. Huang Zuoyan hurriedly slapped a palm of true qi into her body. Only then did she feel much better and looked at the other party with eyes filled with fear. She didn't expect the other party to be a martial artist at such a young age. Although she was the disciple of the state doctor, she had no chance of stepping into the door of a martial artist, and if it wasn't for her ability to recognize 100 herbs, she wouldn't have been seen by Huang Chongjin. The pressure gradually disappeared. Yi Xian's feet were soft, and if it wasn't for the support of her senior brother beside her, she would have already collapsed on the ground.
So it's a martial artist. I underestimated you just now. Huang Zuoyan let out a cold laugh.
From the pressure released by the other party just now, it could be seen that the other party was merely a martial artist. As an intermediate-level martial zune, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. If the other party dared to hit this drug idea, he would definitely let the other party die horizontally on the spot. If the other party hadn't just seen the efficacy of this drug at a glance, he would have struck out long ago. Huang Zuoyan did not know that the pressure released by Night North just now was only targeting his senior sister, an ordinary person. Once the pressure of the Battle King level came out, how could anyone in the room survive? Su Luan stayed like a wooden chicken. Look at the other party's age, thought it was a student in the school, did not know that it would be a martial artist. Immediately afterward, his mouth closed tightly and he honestly stood there without further words. A martial artist was not something an ordinary person like him could offend. Ignoring the crowd, Night North looked at the reagent in his hand and said, "Right now, detoxification is not a good strategy. Being able to suppress the virus is fundamental. Being able to detoxify does work, but being detoxified doesn't mean you're immune. You can still be infected and then detoxified and then infected again. Such a back and forth cycle, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, is indeed the next best thing." Huang Zuoyan cannot know, but the Honora virus has never appeared from ancient times. There is no way to check. Now can develop a good antidote is not easy, but also want to inhibit from the root cause, it is simply a fool's errand. Even his father couldn't have done it, and it could be said that no one in the universal heaven could do it. Taking a step back, even if he can do it, he will not do it, which invariably is to cut off their own way of life, and back and forth poisoning repeated detoxification, which can earn a lot of money. Kid, if my father or the rest of the 2 state doctors had said this, I wouldn't have objected, but you don't even have the ability to be able to detoxify the poison, and you're even mouthing off. Huang Zuoyan let out a cold laugh. A tiny martial artist who dared to question his own abilities, simply not knowing the heights of heaven. Night North ignored it, and with a stretch of his right hand, 9 silver needles floated in his palm without any wind. A silver needle was neatly arranged, all wrapped in true qi and flashing with a cold aura. Huang Zuoyan instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, true qi harnessing needles, that was something only a state doctor could make. For this, he knew better than anyone else, his own father had practiced hard for many years before he reached the realm of a national doctor, and the fact that the person in front of him was a national doctor at such a young age caused him a moment of horror. And behind her, Yixian had long been stunned. As far as she knew, there were only 3 national doctors in the country, and apart from her own master, she had seen the other 2. The master was so talented that he reached the state medical council in his prime, while the other 2 were already in their 80s and 90s. Sifu was also superbly talented, and is the most promising candidate to become the 4th national doctor of China. I didn't realize that there were more than 3 national doctors within China, and they were so young. Instantly, she felt that her senior brother wasn't all that great. Shoo! With a wave of Night North's second finger, there was a cracking sound, and 9 silver needles were nailed in unison on top of the wall. Huang Zuoyan stared at the wall and felt that although the 9 silver needles fell in a seemingly messy position, there was a great deal to it, and it was by no means random. Staring at the wall in meditation for a moment, his eyes grew alarmed, only to feel his legs go limp and his knees slam down. The 9 silver needles in the middle of the wall corresponded to the human meridians, and it was very likely that they were the long-lost 9 mysterious needles. The 9 secret Xian needle was created by his royal ancestor, Huang Fuke, healing the dead with white bones, and its power was heaven-defying. Unfortunately to his father's generation cultivation method has been crippled, his father bitter research life also did not study out, did not expect this person in front of him is not only a national doctor, and will be ancestors have lost the 9 ghosts Xian needle art. It had to be a million times more shocking to him. He knelt down on both knees and put away his arrogant capital, the other party's strength was far above his own, I'm afraid that even his father was beyond his reach. Villain Huang Zuoyan, I have eyes but do not recognize him I hope that Lord State Physician will forgive me. Huang Zuoyan said, knocking a head on the ground. The crowd froze for a few seconds before they woke up as if from a dream, and one by one, they hurriedly knelt down. Su Luan was trembling, he knew that the word national doctor meant something, and what kind of horrible strength. Night North lightly waved his right hand, signaling the crowd to get up, and said, I've come here to develop a method to suppress the virus. The first time the Night North will want to develop a good medicine to inhibit the virus, the reason why I chose to come here, that is because the medicine to inhibit the virus requires a large number of varieties of herbs, and there is no lack of 100 years and 1,000 years of spiritual herbs, such a huge amount, only the Huang Chong gene this medical maniac may have. Yes, with the help of Lord State Physician, an inhibiting antidote will definitely be developed. Huang Zuoyan arched his hand and responded. If the State Physician made a move, it could not be compared to him, an intermediate Marshal Zun. Inside the large research room, Night North only left Huang Zuoyan and Yixian, the rest of the people could not help at all. A strain of herbs was gradually quenched under the golden flame. Huang Zuoyan looked scared, no one understood what this golden flame represented better than him. As a national physician, one must first reach the level of a war god. And the golden true qi is the mark of the god of war. But the flame in front of him was much deeper and purer than his own father. Time passed minute by minute, without realizing it was getting dark, a bunch of herbs quenching was completed, Night North closed his hand and prepared to leave. The body's residual poison has not been eliminated, the storage of true qi within the dantian is not much, this large amount of refining, the body's true qi has been depleted, and so on tomorrow after cultivating and storing the true qi, then come back to the refining. Night North was just about to leave when Huang Zuoyan poofed his knees, folded his hands, and said, Dare I ask your name? Father Huang Chongjin's medical skills have called second, no one in the world dared to call first. In just a few hours of refining, Huang Zuoyan could clearly conclude that the other party's medical skills were far above his father's, such a horrible person, for so many years, he had never heard his father mention it. Night North. The two words were uttered, and Night North whisked his sleeve, turning to leave. Looking at the disappearing back, Huang Zuoyan's eyes were full of awe, kneeling on the ground for a long time. Just this name, he really is unfamiliar. Chapter 81, Discovery of Spirit Stones. Back to the neighborhood is already late at night. The villa compound is brightly lit, beautiful silhouette in carrying a flower pot. Why aren't you asleep yet? Night North walked into the courtyard and asked softly. Looking around at the countless flower pots of all sizes, Night North couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He told Gumori more than once to rest at home and just take care of his daughter. He was capable enough to keep her mother and daughter clothed and fed. But the other party always refused to listen and insisted on opening this flower store. Gumori patted the dust in her hands and smiled sweetly at the Night and North. You didn't come back. I couldn't sleep. Today a new batch of flowers came in. The store couldn't put them in, so they were stored in the house first, just in time to organize them. Recently, the price of flowers has gone down, so it's just as well that she's gotten more of them. If she had wanted to get more before, she simply wouldn't have had a place to store them. Night North gently pulled the delicate body into his arms, softly said, in the future, these jobs will be entrusted to me. Gumori lay in Night North's arms, revealing a happy smile. Embracing each other briefly, Night North said softly, you go and accompany Shinin to sleep. You still have to get up early tomorrow to send her to school. I'll do the rest. Aha! Gumori let out a murmur, and as she walked to the door, she said in a petulant voice, you also rest early. Although the two were not officially married, she had already taken Night North as the other half of her life. As for the 16th of next month, she was looking forward to it more than anyone else. After Gumori left, Night North arranged one flower pot after another neatly, and suddenly, a small pot of succulent in front of him caught his attention. The succulent was small, only the size of the palm of his hand, very ordinary. What made Night North notice was the pot underneath. The gray stone looked extremely ordinary, no different from an ordinary flower pot, but Night North sensed a hint of true chi fluctuation from it. Spirit stones. This was Night North's first reaction. Spirit stones were born from the nurturing of heaven and earth, and had existed since ancient times, although their external appearance was no different from ordinary stones, and they were of great benefit to both ordinary people and martial artists. An egg-sized spirit stone, if the gong method to collect the aura, applied to the body of ordinary people, can ignore the innate genetic conditions, directly into the door of the martial artist. If a martial artist absorbs it, they can accelerate their cultivation and break through bottlenecks. If there are enough spirit stones, even if the qualifications are mediocre, they can step into the ranks of the war god, which shows the power of the heaven-defying. However, from ancient times to the present, spirit stones are as rare as 10,000-year-old elixirs. It could be said to be even more difficult to find than spirit medicine, as the external appearance was like that of an ordinary stone, and even if it was a spirit stone, unless one was above the strength of a war god, one would not be able to distinguish it at all. Night North's palm stretched out and closed his eyes. White bright light gradually emerged around the flower pot, then turned into a strand of true chi and entered his palm. It was just that the flower pot was too small and contained very little aura, and soon the bright white light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Even so, Night North's eyes still showed surprise. There was no doubt that this flower pot was made of spirit stones. Although it was only a few seconds of absorption, Night North could clearly sense that the Dantian true chi was so much more than cultivating for 3 days. This was the powerful feature of the spirit stone. Consciousness was released with a bang, covering the entire compound, but the result disappointed Night North. Except for this pot in his hand, the rest of the flower plate did not have a trace of true chi. Early the next morning, amidst the roof of the building, Night North sat cross-legged, countless pores oozing out dark brown liquid, which was the residual toxins in his body. A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled, and Night North's eyes opened. At this point, half of the toxins in his body had already been eliminated, and he still had to save some of his true chi to develop an antidote to inhibit the virus. As long as the virus is not contained, the number of infected people will grow geometrically. After a brief rinse, Night North inquired about where Gumori had gotten into the flowers and hurried out the door. According to take care of the address that Emoli said, Night North came to a market, where flowers, birds, fish and insects, all kinds of flowers, antiques and paintings, as well as all kinds of strange stones and so on, is obviously a large-scale flower and bird market. In front of a store, the owner lounged leisurely in a recliner, fanning a bushel. Night North looked at the note with the address in his hand and walked in. Seeing a customer come to his door, the boss hurriedly got up to greet him, yelling, "What kind of flowers does this boss want to buy? I have everything here, and the price is guaranteed to be the lowest in the market. This is the largest flower and bird market in Jinghai, and the customers who come here are basically merchants who purchase in large quantities, and usually the casual customer will not come here. Night North did not reply, looked around. The large shed is full of all kinds of plants and flowers, a glance cannot be seen. In his heart, he was happy, so many plants and flowers, spirit stones will not be less. Immediately afterward, his eyes closed tightly and his consciousness spread rapidly like an invisible wave. The flower boss frowned and muttered in his heart when he saw the scene in front of him. This person is really strange, come here without saying what to buy, enter the door and close your eyes, what kind of operation is this? Less than a minute later, Night North's eyes widened in disappointment. He had just double-checked 3 times, yet he only found 2 flower pots with aura flow, and just like last night's, they were both tiny succulent flower pots. Ignoring the boss's strange gaze, Night North walked straight in and came out with 2 pots of succulents in his hand. How do I sell these 2 pots? Night North asked. The boss sniffed, his tone instantly icy cold. You want 2 pots? Not for sale. What a joke, their own so big store investment, come to buy the people are hundreds of bulk purchases, if all like you like casual customers, open a pot of 2 pots, not enough for me to trouble every day. The Night North is also a heavy face, open door to do business, which is like this. But a small merchant, Night and North since cannot go to count, cannot for 2 pots of succulent murder over goods? Night North never did this kind of thing, and the blood of innocent people was never stained in the God Execution Temple, which was an iron law issued by Night North himself. Say the price. Night North let out a low whistle. With the aid of these 2 spirit stones, not only would they be able to eliminate the residual toxins in their bodies today, they would also have enough true chi to refine the virus-inhibiting potion. Oops, not for sale. The boss had a look of impatience on his face. 2 pots of succulents together less than $20, this early in the morning the first shot of business encountered such a loose customer, really unlucky. Yo, Bossly, business is good, there are customers this early in the morning. The words just fell, a group of gangster youth walked over, the leader of a double sleeve empty, the breeze blew 4 fluttering. When Bosley heard this, he immediately piled up a smile, jogged a few steps, took out cigarettes from his pocket, lit them for the other party, and said, how is brother Peng free to come to my place today? The armless youth was Gung Peng, who had his arms chopped off by Hei Hei in the mountain village that day, and was directly kicked out of the Black Dragon Hall. However, people from the outside world did not know that he was still flaunting the Black Dragon Hall brand around. Gung Peng took a deep drag on his cigarette, and the little brother beside him rushed forward to take the cigarette out of his mouth, flicked the ash, and carefully put it back in his mouth. Being without his arms has greatly inconvenienced his life, and he has an even greater need for status and money to maintain his day-to-day life. Tomorrow my little brother gets married, I heard you have some Juliet's roses here, get me 99 of them. Gung Peng bit the filter and showed his mouth. What? When Bosley heard this, he almost didn't faint. It's not true that he has Juliet roses in his store, but this variety is not the usual price. This variety of rose made its debut in the Eagle Kingdom in the year 06 and fetched a whopping $27 million that day. Now although not so expensive, but due to the extremely harsh conditions required, cultivation is exceptionally difficult, survival rate is extremely low, today's price is still 300,000 apiece. This Gung Ping opened his mouth to ask for 99 flowers, that's close to $30 million. Chapter 82 Too light a punishment. Boss Lee wanted to cry. The store just arrived yesterday with 99 Juliet's roses, which were ordered 6 months ago by a rich young man who was preparing to propose to an actress and had already paid a 10%, $3 million deposit, and had already made an appointment to deliver them in the afternoon. Uniquely colored and very different from ordinary roses, these roses are not only exceptionally delicate and beautiful, but they are also recognized as a symbol of true love and are known as the most expensive roses in the world. Such a sky-high price of roses, very people can be consumed, if not someone booked, Healy boss simply will not buy goods, because the domestic weather is not suitable for cultivation, but where a dead one, that can be 300,000 ah. Brother Pine, this rose was ordered by someone, you need to look at something else, I still have a lot of varieties here. Bosley hurriedly said, secretly wondering in his heart, this kind of rose is exceptionally niche, unless the rich and powerful, general people are afraid that even heard of it, this Gung Peng, a gangster of the Black Dragon Hall actually know. Gung Peng where has heard of this Juliet's rose, this is a live chat he had with a netizen last night, brushed a lot of gifts, ready to run now, the other side mentioned the requirements. This female netizen actually said it on purpose, she naturally knew that this rose was extremely rare and had an unbelievable price, in order not to meet the problem on purpose. I didn't expect this Gung Peng to make a little inquiry and really let him find it. Old me wants this. Gung Peng's eyes glared with a gangly expression. In order to get this small netroots, last night he angrily smashed 88,000 brush to the list of 1, the eye is going to run now, Viagra are ready, do not ruthlessly toss her one night, or sorry for him to smash out of the money. Li boss are about to cry, this Gungpeng he did not dare to offend, the Black Dragon Hall can be some murderous ruthless people, if they are offended, they do not want to stay in this Jinghai. But now the other party depositor paid, if the default, according to the contract 3 times the compensation, that is 9 million and this Gungpeng want this rose, not to say that he can afford to buy, even if he can afford to buy, but also certainly will not pay him money. The 99 purchase price of 20 million, but he spent all his savings, and from relatives and friends that borrow money, plus loans from the bank to get enough. Originally, he thought that he had earned $10 million from this single business, which was enough for him to earn for 10 years. If it is taken by this Gungpeng, not only does it not earn a penny, but also lose close to $30 million inside and out. Brother Peng, this flower really can't be sold to you the customer is coming in the afternoon, what can I give them? I can't even afford to pay for the breach of contract, you're forcing me to die. Boss Li said, directly bending his legs, kneeling in front of Gungpeng. If Gungpeng took away the flowers today, he could really go jump off a building, relatives and friends plus bank loans, such a huge sum of money, he simply cannot afford to repay. Off. Gungpeng kicked out violently, a few broken flowers, what's the point of crying poor in my place? Gungpeng didn't know the price of this kind of rose at all, and thought that it was the same as ordinary roses, even if it was 100 apiece, it was only 10,000, just as if it was a protection fee. Brother Peng, I beg you, if you take away this flower, I really won't be able to live. Boss Li was kicked to the ground, not caring about the pain on his body, he hurriedly crawled on his knees to Gungpeng's feet, his hands clasping the other party's thighs, begging non-stop. Brush! A junior brother took out a machete and put it on his neck, yelling, Peng took you a couple of broken flowers, you're yakking here, one more word and I'll waste you now. Feeling the coldness in his neck, Boss Li was so scared that his hair shrugged in fear, he didn't doubt the other party's words of intimidation in the slightest, and obediently shut up, tears streaming down his face. Even if he wasn't hacked to death at this point, he wouldn't be able to survive on his own. Yo, this guy is actually crying. This little brother looked down with a face full of mockery. Gungpeng let out a sneer and said, I say Boss Li, take you this bit of crap flower you as far as? Even if it's a protection fee I'm too little, ho shucks, no talent stuff. Gungpeng spat towards Boss Li and stepped towards the store. Just walked to the door, saw a person in front of the door, casually glanced, followed by directly frozen in place. How could he not expect that this terrifying and mysterious lord would actually appear in this place early in the morning? After his arms were ruined, countless nights, the appearance of the person in front of him woke him up from his nightmares. He clearly remembered that even Lord Blackhearth was kneeling and talking in front of the other party. Within this Jinghai, the people that Lord Black Underworld couldn't even afford to mess with, he, a small punk, couldn't afford to offend even more. My lord. Gungpeng's knees snapped to the ground, and without the support of his arms, a ringing head hit the ground hard with a muffled thud. A few juniors beside him were stunned by the scene in front of them and exclaimed, Brother Peng, what's wrong with you? A few juniors are only recently followed Gungpeng next, have never seen the night north, and even more did not expect Peng to see this person actually directly kneel. All kneel down. Gungpeng let out a roar and screamed in his heart, not realizing that he could still encounter this great exalted character here. Several junior brothers panicked and knelt down, each burying their heads deep into the ground, not daring to raise their heads at all. It seems that the punishment for both arms is a bit light. Night North raised his sword brows, clearly recognizing the person in front of him. Gungpeng couldn't help but tremble at his words and hurriedly cried out, My lord, I came to buy flowers, but I didn't do anything wrong. Fortunately, at this time did not make any big mistakes, otherwise, it is difficult to protect their own lives. Is it buying or robbing? Night North's eyes sank. He had a good view of the scene just now, and the situation was more like a robbery. Buy, little man is here to buy. Gungpeng hurriedly replied in a cold sweat. Night North a cold laugh, lazy to listen to the other side of the defense, this person repeatedly unchanged stubborn, bullying is really a villain. With a slight movement of his feet, 2 residual shadows, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Gungpeng instantly fell limp to the ground. Ah. Looking at the deformed legs underneath him, Gungpeng let out a pig-killing scream. A few juniors in Boss Li's jaws dropped as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Who the hell is this? My lord, no money, I have more here, take as much as you want. Boss Li kept bowing in gratitude, itching to kneel and kowtow. If it wasn't for this person in front of him, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive today, this was simply his own lifesaver. Knight North threw $100 bill on the table and asked, "Where did you get this flower pot?" Chapter 83, The Ministry of War steps in. "My lord, this flower pot is processed from the waste material after cutting the stones from that gambling quarry in the market." Bosley pointed not far ahead and said truthfully, "The stone quarry business is very good, people come and go every day, cut down a lot of stone waste." He felt wasteful. They bought over at a low price to let people processed into flower pots, but also considered the utilization of waste. Knight North did not reply, turned to leave, passing by this gambling stone field, turned his head to look at, inside the bustling crowd unusually lively. Knight North didn't make a stop and walked out of the market. The immediate priority must be to urgently develop a virus-inhibiting antidote, and when there was time to come back here, see if he could come across spirit stones. Back to Beijing Sea University when close to noon, not yet into the research room, the door stood a man, upright posture, saw the Knight North 2 steps forward, open mouth asked, "You are the Knight North?" Knight North didn't reply. From the other party's posture he could already tell where the other party belonged. "My name is Fu Wei, I'm from North Summer Pharmaceutical, and I believe that Mr. Knight should know where North Summer Pharmaceutical is affiliated with." Fu Wei spoke in a calm tone and said directly. Knight North knew that North Summer Pharmaceuticals was under the Chinese War Department, and the purpose of Fu Wei coming at this time was self-evident. Now the whole of China virus ravaged people on tenterhooks, the Ministry of War the first time to issue a variety of preventive measures, but the effect is very little, and now only the development of inhibition of the antidote, in order to solve the problem from the root. And yesterday, when his chief heard that Qinghai University was on the verge of developing an antidote to the poison, he sent him there at the first opportunity. Seeing that Knight North didn't reply, Fu Wei continued, "Beixia Pharmaceuticals has the top medical experts in the country. If Mr. Knight agrees, they can arrive here before tonight to assist Mr. Knight in joint research and development. Of course, you don't have to worry about the cost." Fu Wei said, pulling out a bank card from his jacket pocket, "There's 100 million in this card as Mr. Knight's research and development costs. If it's not enough, there will be more to follow until Mr. Knight develops the antidote." Thousands of pharmaceutical groups across the country, the War Department has never intervened, and ran this time, but took the initiative to put forward manpower and financial resources of strong support, visible determination. Knight North turned around and walked into the research room without looking back. People don't need it, and neither does money. Fu Wei sniffed and froze outright. Instead of being shocked by his own identity, the other party didn't even want the money. "Mr. Knight, I want you to reconsider, this virus is extraordinary, the sooner the antidote is developed, do you know how many lives can be saved?" Fu Wei's tone was chilly. The other party's move was obviously to want to research and develop alone, and this was not the time to consider his own interests and honor. In just 3 days from the discovery of the virus, the number of people infected with the virus has grown to more than 100,000, and the number is still rising sharply, and at this rate, the whole country will be covered in a few days. Collaborative research and development is bound to yield twice the result with half the effort, and countless lives can be saved if the research and development is successful as soon as possible. Knight North stopped walking and said without looking back, "After the drug is successfully developed, I will deliver it to you at the first opportunity." The scientific researchers mentioned by the other party, he didn't need them, knowing that there were 13 Chinese doctors in the Punisher God's palace. If he needed them, he would arrange them himself. And no amount of money will work to develop a drug. After yesterday's development, Knight North realized that not only did he need spirit medicine, but he also needed the aura in the spirit stones, and these were not something that money could solve. Fu Wei froze, not understanding what the other party meant. "You're going to give it to them after you've developed it? How is that possible?" Nowadays, thousands of domestic pharmaceutical companies, countless scientific research members, night and day desperately research and development, who is the first time to develop the antidote, that will bring not only the noblest honor, naturally, there is also a huge amount of profit. This is such a good thing, and the other side actually said to give it to them directly? Fu Wei froze in place, not knowing what to say. The young man in front of him was really mysterious, and just now this brief few conversations, he obviously felt a hint of oppression. He came from the war ministry and was a martial artist himself, and to be able to make a martial artist feel a sense of oppression, could it be that the other party was also a martial artist? The strength was still above his own? A flash of panic surfaced in Fu Wei's eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he turned around and went downstairs, pulling out his cell phone and dialing the number. "Fu Wei, is it done?" The phone had just been connected, and a middle-aged man's calm voice came from the other end. "General Yu, the other party has not agreed to the assistance of our section personnel, and the money is not wanted." Fu Wei reported truthfully. "Oh?" Yu Shichang frowned. This result surprised him quite a bit, then asked, "You didn't tell him your identity?" Northern Xia Pharmaceutical for words on behalf of the Ministry of War. No one in China knows, the Ministry of War, the other party even directly rejected, it is clear that the Ministry of War against. And at this particular time. I said that, but the other party doesn't seem to have any reaction, but there's one thing I haven't figured out, the other party doesn't accept personnel and financial support, but says that after the drug is successfully developed, it will be handed over to us at the first opportunity. Fu Wei was also confused and puzzled. On the other end of the phone, after a moment of silence, he said, "Come back first, I'll investigate the identity of that kid now." The phone then hung up. Yu Shichang stroked his chin and closed his eyes in contemplation, a flower of 3 stars on his shoulder, showing that he was already an admiral. The fact that the other side doesn't want any funding, yet agrees to surrender the results of their research and development to the War Department is mind-boggling. And the identity of the other party aroused his interest even more. Inside the research room, Night Bei walked in holding 2 pots of succulents. Huang Zuoyan and Yi Xian had already prepared the preliminary work. "My lord, you are here." Yi Xian stepped forward and took the 2 pots of succulents in the hands of Night North. Her face did not change color in her heart, but she was angry. This adult can be really elegant, actually have to get 2 pots of flowers. "Just call me by my name." Night North casually took a spirit grass, his tone was icy cold, this name calling was something he disliked. "Yes, Mr. Knight." Yi Xian wouldn't dare to call him by his name, she still saw the other party's terrifying strength yesterday. Both in ancient times and now, the strong are revered. Men admire the strong because they want to be as strong as each other one day, while girls want to be conquered and guarded by the strong. Su Wan stood aside, rubbing his hands back and forth, wanting to speak. If Principal Su has something to say, just say it. Night North didn't raise his head and continued to organize the herbs in front of him. Su Wan sniffed, the old face showed a bitter smile, said, "Yesterday I sent an article in the name of the school, said that it is about to develop a good inhibition of the virus drug. In fact, I would have liked to earn the school a trace of honor. Did not think that the article was just sent out not long ago. The War Department called me, and this early in the morning will be sent to the person. If the drug research and development is successful, the one who will get a lot of credit is Mr. Knight, and the benefits and honors are all for Mr. Knight alone. If the Ministry of War interferes, it will definitely bring unnecessary trouble to Mr. Knight." Su Wan want to cry, the War Department out of his dare not offend, and the strength of the young man in front of him is even more horrible, both sides he cannot afford to offend, which let him toss and turn all night did not close his eyes. Chapter 84, A Man's Duty in a Time of National Calamity. Night North's hands didn't stop, his lips moved slightly. "Principal Su doesn't need to worry much, after the drug is successfully developed, you hand it over to Beixia Pharmaceuticals." Words just fell. Su Wan whispered inquiries, said, "Mr. Knight, you just said to hand over to the North Summer Pharmaceuticals, that the price is convenient. Gratuitous." The 3 of them were shocked at the words. What the word gratuitous means is self-evident, and although the War Ministry stepped in, it was not a direct claim. Once the drug is successfully developed, the profit brought is not half a star, billions of people across the country, even if one person $10 of profit, that can be more than 10 billion. And this drug is the only one in the world, and the price is not set arbitrarily, such a big profit, and directly give it away for free? Mr. Knight, the price is convenient, I want you to reconsider. After all, research and development also requires time and cost. Huang Zuoyan looked at the table and couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he looked at a strain of spirit grass. These can be brought by him. Night North paid no attention as one herb was refined into powder under the golden flame. 3 people are also not in words, the drug is the state Dr. Lord developed, if they insist on free gift, they have nothing to say, and even if there is another opinion, dare to mention it? Soon, a push of spirit grass powder fused together, and Night North reached for a pot of succulent, took out the rhizome, and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, "Find a pot and plant it." Succulents, though small, are life. Yixuan took it with both hands and was confused. She had planted it well, why did she have to change another pot? But she didn't dare to ask more questions and found a new pot and gave it a repot. Night North's left hand held up the empty flower pot, his right hand formed a palm, and the white light instantly lit up, slowly absorbing into his palm. Spirit stones. Huang Zuoyan let out a cry of surprise. Although spirit stones were extremely rare, he had seen his father use them. And the reason why he grew so quickly was that he had the aid of spirit stones. As a national doctor, my father searched all over the country and only found 3 of them, and they were only fist-sized, with a rounded surface and hard texture, no different from ordinary stones, but the spiritual chi contained in them was quite terrifying. A spirit stone was a stone to an ordinary person, but to a martial artist, it was tantamount to a supreme treasure. Valuable and often priced, Who would be so extravagant as to make it into a planter? However, upon closer inspection, the surface of the flower pot was not quite the same as a spirit stone, and as an intermediate-level martial exalt, he could not feel the aura in it. Only those who had reached the god of war could feel the aura in it. This in turn invariably made spirit stones even more scarce, because even if they were encountered, those below the level of a war god wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The white glow quickly dimmed and finally disappeared, and the flower pot returned to its original, ordinary appearance. Night North's right-hand palm white true chi condensed into a ball, a wave of his big hand, such as the quality of the white true chi fused into the countless herbs. Without stopping, the golden flame instantly floated in his palm. Inside the container, the white true chi and the countless spirit grass powders gradually fused and liquefied. After several minutes, Night North withdrew his hand, and the light blue liquid tumbling inside the container gradually calmed down, emitting a faint glow. With a finger waved in the air, a drop of liquid slowly floated out and floated into Night North's mouth. Night North closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the liquid break down in his body. For a full hour, Night North didn't move at all, carefully observing the drug dissolve in the blood and swim around the whole body. After all, the safety of billions of people were involved, and he had to personally test the ingredients and effects of the drug without fail. It's okay. Night North's eyes slowly opened. After an hour of personal testing, he determined that the drug would not be harmful to the average human, and that it was effective enough to inhibit the virus from surviving in the body. More than this aura virus, this drug has the ingredients of spirit stone aura and countless spirit grasses, which can cure 100 poisons. It worked? The three asked in surprise as they stared at the container in front of them. Night North nodded gently and said, "Principal Su, you contact the Beixia pharmaceutical side and tell them to come here to pick up the medicine at 7 o'clock in the evening." There was also a spirit stone flower pot, and Night North was prepared to refine some more. 700 miles away from Jinghai University, in Anmu City, Beixia Pharmaceuticals was located here. And only 10 miles away from Beixia Pharmaceuticals, inside an office of the War Ministry, the phone rang. Yu Shichang looked at the caller's number, took the phone, and said, "Old Tang, how's it going? What's that kid's identity?" "What? Can't find out?" "I say, Lao Tang, if you do not help this favorite, you say it explicitly, this reason, do you take me as a 3-year-old child?" Yu Shichang's face rose in anger. Tang Jiatsai was an admiral just like him, and the unit he was in charge of was the one responsible for the nation's security at all times. Intercepting missiles is all a matter of words, and asking him to check on an individual actually says he can't. "Old you." A bitter laugh came from the other end of the phone. "You and I have been comrades for more than 30 years, do you think I would not help you? The information you gave me is too little, none of it matches," and it triggered an alert. "Warning? What warning?" Yu Shichang was startled. It was never a small thing to make Tang Jiakai's side trigger a warning. "Top secret file." The 4 words were uttered and the phone hung up. Yu Shichang held the phone and froze for a long time. Top secret files are not surprising as an admiral, he has hundreds of people with special top secret status in his hands. The Ministry of War has countless personnel with special identities that cannot be publicized, but the ranks of generals can be accessed. Even the Tang clan doesn't have access to it? That means this person not only has a special identity, but also has far more power than Tang Jiajia. Who could this be? Night North identity. In addition to the people in the Punishing God Palace, even the Ministry of War know very little. Tang Jiakai and Yu Shichang, although as a general, obviously, did not arrive at the level that can be accessed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Wei appeared in the research room on time. An accurate sense of time is essential for War Department personnel, who will not arrive early, much less late. "Mr. Knight." Fu Wei's legs snapped together and he held his head high. Before he came, he received a call from General Yu, saying that the other party's identity was special, most likely from the Ministry of War, and that his power was far above his own. This shocked Fu Wei in particular. Night North lowered his head and wrote a full page on the paper, handing it to Fu Wei, saying, "This is the formula of the required medicinal herbs. I've already noted the proportions and instructions, just add it to this solution." Right now the spirit stones were used up. These solutions were far from enough, only diluted with other auxiliary herbs could they be given to more people to take. Although the medicinal effect was greatly reduced, it was enough to be preserved in the body for as long as half a year. The only way to continue making it was to find more spirit stones. "Yes, Mr. Knight." Fu Wei took it with both hands, his eyes filled with awe. At this time, he had the antidote to inhibit the Enola virus in his hands, and once it was released, it could save countless lives and families. "Mr. Knight, may I ask why you are doing this?" Fu Wei never understood that the other party didn't accept any funding and hadn't made any requests from the beginning to the end, and now he was donating it for free, even giving the formula along with it. These drugs are exchanged for countless riches and honors. When the country is in trouble, everyone is responsible. This is all what I should do. Night North made a bland remark without explaining too much. Millions of land in Huaxia, billions of people, to protect its life, this is the faith of the Night North. 85 Fighter Escorts. The paid guards stood in awe and gave a standard salute to Night North. Such an ecumenical spirit was enough to honor him. Fu Wei carefully picked up the container and turned around, ready to leave, when Night North's voice came from behind him. How did you get here? The War Ministry military vehicles are already waiting outside. Fu Wei returned. Night North sniffed, frowned slightly, and said, "It's too slow, I'll have a helicopter take you." 700 miles and a couple hours of driving, plus making the drug into a finished product, and a minute later, one more person is in danger. Thanks Mr. Knight, but no need, I'll take the War Department's car, it's safer. Fu Wei thought for a moment and returned. What he was holding was a drug that concerned the safety of the entire nation, and he could not afford to miss a beat. Night North refrained from replying, signaling the other party to wait, and took out the phone. Zhang Yuan, quickly have the helicopter from the Jinghai division come to Jinghai University and escort one person. Fu Wei frowned slightly, although the helicopter is fast, but after all, it is the society, the safety aspect cannot be guaranteed. If any accident occurs, he has no way to go back to deliver. But the other guy insisted on having a helicopter come and deliver it, making it difficult for him. After hesitating for a moment, he felt it was still necessary to report to General Yu. He had just pulled out his phone and the number was half dialed when a ringing sound came from the middle of the sky. Let's go, Night North said, taking the lead and stepping out of the research room. With a helpless look on his face, Fu Wei followed. Outside the courtyard, the wind was howling and a helicopter appeared in the air, preparing to land slowly, causing the students on the playground to rush for cover. Which family's son is this ready to come to our school to pick up girls again? A student looked up at the sky and burst out a foul mouth. More than once before, helicopters had appeared at Jinghai University, full of rich dudes coming to pick up the female students in their school. Numbnuts, I wonder which pretty schoolmate has been picked up again. Another student let out a sigh of relief with a look of pain on his face. There were only so many students in the school, and not many of them were pretty. This was picked up one, then one less, which makes them these single dogs cannot stop a burst of heartache. The helicopter landed steadily, the hatch opened, and 6 black-clad power suits quickly descended, 3 on one side standing neatly, holding combat knives at their waists. The scene in front of them caused countless students to pay attention and watch, and there were even bold people who gradually approached, wanting to see more clearly. Swish! The outermost 2 black-clothed power suits instantly drew out the combat knives on their waists, their blades flashing with a cold aura, frightening the few students who approached to scatter their legs and run. One of the students was full of horror, running while shouting, "My momya, this is a fighter ah!" The surrounding students were momentarily stunned. A sharp-eyed male student pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and hollered, This is a Dragon Blade 26 combat helicopter." The male student couldn't hide his excitement. He was a standard military fanatic, his eyes were glued to the helicopter on the playground, and if it wasn't for the guards, he would have wanted to run over and take a closer look. Dragon Blade 26, for our main combat helicopter, not only the world's first in speed, but also powerful firepower, combat capability is superb. See those 2 holes down there, that's a 30mm heavy machine gun, and... The male student, if he was possessed, was talking to himself about various parameters. The surrounding students listened in disbelief. The student before was even more shocked. This is a fighter jet ah, who can fly a fighter jet to pick up girls in the university? Fu Wei naturally recognized that this was the Dragon Blade 26, only that he never thought that the other party would actually be able to transfer fighters. Mr. Knight. Fu Wei looked at Night North with shock in his eyes. With such a special outfit as the black power suit, how could he not know? That's under the Inspector General's office. He was worried about security before, but now that the Inspector General's office was escorting him, could it get any safer than that? The patrol division was full of martial artists, and as the War Department, he knew it well. Night North signaled the other party to board the plane, and without stopping, the paid guards walked towards the fighter. With one foot on the fighter, outside the hatch, Night North's lips twitched slightly. You don't need to find out who I am, lest you get into trouble. As soon as the words left his mouth, dust flew up from the ground, and Dragon Blade 26 quickly rose into the air and disappeared into the sky. Touching the Night North identity warning, Lu Zhongyuan notified Night North at the first opportunity. If it wasn't for Night North stopping it, whoever dares to privately investigate the identity of the Hall Master will be severely punished. As the warplanes departed, countless students poured into the playground, all of them tilting their heads to look at the sky. In the crowd, a stunningly beautiful girl looked not far away and delicately shouted, "Night North." Night North turned around at his words and saw a silhouette running this way. Su Jianqi wore a long pink dress, her waist-length hair fluttered in the sky due to being blown by the wind, and a few strands of hair flew mischievously in front of her, with no decorations on her head, just a light blue ribbon that held her green silk in a bundle. This scene caused countless male students to stare blankly. As the school beauty of Jinghai University, her every move was noticed. "I thought I was looking at the wrong person, why are you here?" Su Jianqi stopped on her small feet and revealed a sweet smile. She didn't expect that Night North would appear in this Jinghai University. Night North casually coped, "It just so happens that there's something to take care of." Su Wan stepped forward, surprised, "Su Jianqi, you know Mr. Knight?" Su Jianqi is not only the school flower in the Jinghai University, and excellent results, Su Wan is the principal, since the recognition, but he did not expect the Su Jianqi actually know the knight in the north, and called his name. It seems that the relationship is very shallow. "Ah, Principal Su." Su Jianqi had only noticed Night North just now, and only then did she see that the principal was actually there as well, instantly looking a bit formal. "Who's not afraid of the principal here at Kingxi University?" Night North laughed lightly and said, "Principal Su, this is my sister." Oh. Su Wan came to a sudden realization and hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Knight, I will take extra care." The sister of the state doctor, he wouldn't dare to neglect her. "No need, if she makes a mistake, aggravated punishment," Night North said blandly. Yes. Su Wan smiled sarcastically, since he understood the Night North's intentions. "Humph." This statement caused Su Jianqi to roll her eyes. "I wanted to invite you to dinner, but it seems like it's better to forget about it." Night North rubbed Su Jianqi's hair and said, "When you say this, I really feel a little hungry. What are you going to treat me to?" In Night North's heart, he had long since taken Su Jianqi as his sister. It's just that the other male students don't know. Looking at the two of them in this intimate action, one of them covered their chests as if they heard the sound of a broken heart. "Go, take you to our school cafeteria around, the food in our cafeteria can be much better than outside restaurants." Su Jianqi gently held onto Night North's arm. This scene made the crowd of male students couldn't stand it any longer. Above the playground, there was an instantaneous heart-rending roar. Chapter 86. I'll eat here. Inside the cafeteria, Su Jianqi skillfully ordered a few meals, brought them to an empty table, and said, "Quickly taste it." Saying so, she gave Night North a piece of gongbao chicken in his bowl, which was her favorite dish in school. Night North laughed lightly and gently picked it up and put it in his mouth. I have to say, the meals in this Jinghai University do deserve the word delicious, and the large cafeteria is decorated in quite a style. It's delicious. Su Jianqi smiled brightly. She was still very confident about the taste of the food in the cafeteria. The recognized school flower of Jinghai University, appearing in the cafeteria, already attracted countless gazes, and there was also a male sitting next to her. Not far away, a pretty girl in a white dress glanced this way, revealed a sweet smile, and walked towards this side with a lively pace. "Wow, I say Su Dime, actually accompanying a male classmate to dine together, let's see who has such a big face." Musky said, her wry gaze looking towards Night North. "Go to one side, be nosy." Su Jianqi let out a rant, and it was clear that the two were on good terms. Musaki's curved willow leaf eyebrows were slightly frowned. "This male student looks raw, is he a student in our school?" Although Jinghai University has many students, but she is the same as Su Jianqi, has been a senior, stayed in school for 4 years, the same schoolmates even if you can't name, but at least a little bit of the impression, but the person in front of you is really strange. Go. Su Jianqi's small white hand pushed the other party with force, unable to resist a headache. She didn't expect to actually run into her particularly gossipy best friend here. Eating here with Night North today, if she saw it, I don't know how she would talk nonsense with her big mouth outside. Muziki was pushed a few steps away when she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that this person is the one you told me that Grandpa Su was going to betroth you to before?" Su Jianqi's pretty face instantly flushed, a hint of anger rising in her face. "Muziki, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you." At that time, her grandfather was determined to marry herself to Night North, which made her depressed for several days, and she only complained about this matter to her good best friend alone. "I didn't expect the other party to be yelling here at this time. which would be a disgrace to her if the other students heard her. Moreover, Night North already has sister Mori Lee in heart language. She has long regarded the other party as her own brother, and there is no half overstepping in her heart. Su Jianqi's reaction instantly made Mizuki interested. Not only did she not leave, she pulled open the bench and sat down, stretching out her small hand. "Hello, my name is Mizuki, Jianqi's best friend." Night North. Night North did not reach out and looked at the other party and nodded bashfully. Moski stretched back her white lotus root arms, not getting angry, and said, "I know, Jainruwa, she said it before." Then he attached himself to Su Jianqi's ear and whispered, "Jianqi, this Night North is not bad, so handsome and cool looking, I'm a little bit moved." Su Jianqi was speechless for a while and returned, "Don't even think about it, people have already had their hearts in the right place." "I know, don't worry, how could I possibly compete with you?" Museki righteously and immediately replied back. Even if Night Bay was handsome, after all, he was Su Jianqi's fiancé, and she wouldn't rob her best friend's boyfriend, no matter what. Su Jianqi instantly had several black lines floating across her head and was too lazy to explain to her. Two big beauties accompanied a man to eat in the cafeteria, and all of a sudden the surrounding exploded, one whispering. At the same time, in a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria, there were many male and female students gathered on the dining table, and the one sitting on top of the main seat was the son of Chen Nansheng, the president of Lingyun Group, Chen Jingrui. At this time is drinking to the fullest, next to the two heavily made-up female students dressed in sexy, chest a piece of snow-white exposure, end of the wineglass frequently toast. There are private rooms in the cafeteria, which are intended for student parents to visit or for classmates to gather for meals. However, it has slowly evolved into the unspoken rule that whoever has the power will eat in the private room. Not eating on the first floor with many students crammed together is face and strength. There were dozens of cafeteria booths, all of which had been taken over by powerful bosses. Ordinary students who want to use the private room, spend money is not good, you must greet and report in advance, and get the permission of the bosses before you can use it. If you can be the boss, how can you lack money at home? It's all about face. Brother Rue, have another drink. One of the sexy schoolgirls raised her wineglass, her cheeks slightly red, and said in a whiny voice. Chen Jingrui wobbled and took the glass, looking down at the towering Snow White in front of him, with a bad smile on his face. "What? You want to give me more? What do you want to do next?" When he finished speaking, the back of his left hand ruffled violently in front of him. It is cute, bouncy in the hand and soft to the touch. Aya, Rue is so bad. The female student was pouting, but her body was catering more and more. If this young Master Chen sees it, he will have the bag he has been longing for. The male students on the table bowed their heads, all pretending to be invisible, who told them to be the boss, and only hated that they didn't have such a rich father. By the window, one of the students casually glanced down and froze, exclaiming, Brother Chen, come and see." A cry of alarm appeared particularly abrupt at this time. Chen Jingrui immediately darkened his face and roared, "Look at your mama, look, what are you screaming for? If you don't eat, get the hell out of here." Still pointing out the window, the student said, "Brother Chen, it's Su Jianqi, eating with a guy." They knew that their boss was pursuing Su Jianqi, not only them, but almost the whole school knew. When Chen Jingrui heard this, he stood up and took 2 steps to the window to take a look down, and was about to explode with anger. Downstairs, Su Jianqi was sitting with a man, talking and laughing as they ate. Not only Su Jianqi, surprisingly, even Muski, the usually cold and unusually beautiful woman, was even there. Glancing at Night North, Chen Jingrui felt something familiar, recalled it, and suddenly remembered that it was the man who sent Su Jianqi to school not long ago. Damn, picking up girls has come to my school. Chen Jingrui let out a bellow and slammed the door. In the hall on the first floor, Mizuki and Su Jianqi were talking in whispers, with laughter coming from time to time, and Night Bay bowed his head and ate the meal in front of him. Not far away came a loud noise, Chen Jingrui with a face of anger toward this side. Along the road benches are kicked over, a student sullenly eat, afraid of the wave of their own. Walking over to the table for 3, Chen Jingrui jerked the bench and sat down smoothly. The 2 women frowned, and Muschi let out a chortle. Chen Jingrui, are you blind? Can't you see that there are people here? Although Chen Jingrui was the son of the Lingyun Group, she, Mizuki, was not afraid in the slightest. Chen Jingrui let out a cold laugh. What? Miss Mu, this place is still empty, why can't I sit here? Isn't this cafeteria just a place for us students to eat? You are allowed to eat here? Why can't I eat here? Chapter 87, Wait for your death, kid. For Musiki, Chen Jingrui is also scrupulous. After all, the other party is the daughter of the Mu family, although the Mu family has not been in the Beijing Sea within the industry, but it has been rumored that the grandfather of this Musiki is the Ministry of War retired, and the level is not low. Looking at the Beijing Sea, even the biggest businesses wouldn't dare to go against the Ministry of War. Muschi was instantly furious and her pretty face turned red. This other party was clearly here to cause trouble. Jianqi, Night North, let's go and change tables for dinner. Musiki couldn't help but pull Su Jianqi up. Chen Jingrui had long been infamous in school. Not only was he horny, but he was also a complete scoundrel, and there was no need to pay any attention to people like him. But Night North didn't move a muscle, still leisurely chucking his meal. Night North, let's eat somewhere else. Su Jianqi persuaded, not worried about Night North, but afraid that if the other party angered him in a while, then this Chen Jingrui's end would be disastrous. Once Night North struck, it would never be light, but she had seen it with her own eyes. That's right, let's change tables, my treat. Musiki said, but looking at Night North who still had no intention of leaving, she picked up 2 plates of food and moved to an empty table not far away. She, Musiki, was not afraid of him, Chen Jingrui, but she did not care to tangle with such a scum. Moreover, the other party was outnumbered, and this Night North was alone, so don't just come to this Jinghai University and get beaten up. Let's go Night North. Su Jianqi stiffly pulled on Night North's arm and walked over. The 3 of them sat down not far from each other, and Muschi ordered 2 more dishes. Before he could move his chopsticks, Chen Jingrui wobbled over again and sat down on his butt. Chen Jingrui, don't you know what's good for you? Museki was completely enraged. Ego, I say Miss Mu, see what you say, this cafeteria is not your home, you eat your, I eat my, what am I in your way? Chen Jingrui let out a snort, turned to the little brother behind him and said, go, and order me a few dishes, I'll eat here today. Got it brother Chen. Behind the little brother understood, turned and ran. Muski's chest kept heaving in anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Chen Jingrui had a gangly look on his face, and his arrogant color swept towards Night North from time to time. To come here to pick up a girl, or Su Jianqi, is simply self-defeating. Night North ignored it and leisurely ate his meal. Mushiki directly rolled her eyes, a burst of despondency in her heart. People are bully to the face, this guy can actually eat, I do not know this Jane Ruwashi see on him which point. Coming brother Chen. A junior brother brought 2 plates of food and a bottle of beer and hurriedly poured it. Drawing a glass in one gulp, Chen Jingrui wiped the corners of his mouth. Miss Su, I heard that your Su clan has recently gotten into trouble with my father's Lingyun? The words went unheeded. Chen Jingrui let out a cold laugh and said to himself, I advise you or be a bit more sensible, that what's her name Xiayun of your Su's has run away to work for my dad's company, isn't it just $65 billion? My dad said, not enough to fear. These were some of the things he had learned at home while listening to his father on the phone. Once there was a topic involving the Su group, he paid extra attention to it. Su Jianqi sniffed and looked shocked. He never expected that Xiayun would run to Lingyun group and betray Su, directly showing his bottom card. In that case, how can Su win the fight? Seeing Su Jianqi's frightened face, Chen Jingrui looked smug. Whether it's your people or your company, you, Su Jianqi, are destined to be crushed by me. Kid, put your eyes on the bright spot, you do not just see this Su Jianqi family a bit of money? I can clearly tell you, her Su group will be finished soon, you, get away from her before it's too late, lest even you get dragged down by then. Chen Jingrui glanced at Night North with a playful smile. Night North took a bite of the dish and chewed gently, his lips moving slightly. Finished speaking? Then get lost. If it is not that this is a university, and the other party is only a student, the Night North has long since shot, he has just given him the opportunity, but obviously the other party stomped on the face. You kid. Chen Jingrui's foul mouth just burst out, not yet finished, only to hear a cracking sound. The shoulder came from a severe pain. Look down, a wound has been penetrated, blood flow. A pair of chopsticks dripped with blood, deeply missing into the wall behind them. Ow! Chen Jingrui covered his wound with a hiss. This shocking scene made the people around them directly stunned, and what scared them even more was that no one could see exactly how their boss was injured. Muski covered her small mouth with a shocked expression. Su Jianqi didn't feel surprised, letting out a sigh, knowing that this had to be Night Bei's doing. You dared to hurt me? Chen Jingrui covered his wounds while blood flowed directly from his back. Him for me. Chen Jingrui let out a roar. In Jinghai University, he had never been the one to bully others, he had never been hurt yet. A few of the minions behind him were dumbfounded. If you don't want to die, get out. A cold shout made the several junior brothers not dare to go forward in the slightest. After all, they were only students. How had they ever seen someone who struck so viciously? Looking at a group of little brothers, Coily did not dare to go forward. Chen Jingrui kicked over a person beside him. Damn, a group of waste. Said, enduring severe pain, to pull out a cell phone. Dad! I got beat up at school, bring more people. Chen Jingrui hung up the phone and stared at Night North with a fierce face. Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. Night North smiled lightly at his words. Mo Shi, however, was worried, pulling Su Jianqi and saying quietly, you guys go, I'll hold him off. She knew that if Chen Jingrui's father arrived, he would definitely not stop, and the one who brought along was not a student, it was an actual bodyguard. Su Jianqi was also depressed. She had wanted to bring Night Bei to try the cafeteria's food, but she hadn't expected to cause all this trouble. Night North, let's go, it's just a student, there's no need to be general with him, and you also hurt him, it's considered punishment. Su Jianqi persuaded, not wanting to expand things. Moreover, Muziki's identity was special, and this Chen Jingrui would never dare to make a move against her. Night North sniffed, slowly got up, coldly swept Chen Jingrui's eyes, and turned to leave. A student, he really didn't need to see eye to eye with the other side. Don't leave if you've got the guts. As soon as Chen Jingrui saw that the other party was about to leave, he hurriedly chased out and blocked in front of Night North. You want to leave after beating yourself up? It's not that cheap. It's too late to be scared. At this time, a distant roar came from far and near. Chen Jingrui turned back to look at it, and immediately came to the bottom. Kid, you wait to die. 3 cars raced across the campus in a cloud of dust as the students around them continued to duck for cover. The first Mercedes had just stopped, and 2 alphas followed, instantly pulling open the doors and jumping out more than 10 people, wearing uniform black suits, with stocky bodies, knowing at a glance that they were well-trained bodyguards. The door of the Mercedes opened and Chen Nanchang stepped out of the car. Chapter 88, Don't Mess with Him. Dad, it's this kid. Chen Jingrui covered his bloody wound with one hand and pointed at Night North with the other. Chen Nanchang glanced at the wound on his son's chest and instantly looked gloomy. He had just heard on the phone that his son had been beaten up, but he hadn't expected to be hurt so badly. Dare to hurt his Chen Nanchang's son, it seems that the other party is not small. What is your father's name? Chen Nanchang looked at the other party's young age and thought he was a student. To be able to study in this Jinghai University, either excellent grades, or a prominent family background, he is in the Jinghai business community, not a street gangster, must first understand the other side of the situation. As soon as he heard the other party mention his father, Night North's eyes were instantly chilly. Not waiting to open his mouth, Chen Jingrui grabbed the first to say, Dad, this kid is called, what's his name? Night North, don't worry, it's not a person from the mansion. Chen Jingrui naturally understands the meaning of his father's words. He is also considered a famous rich second generation within this Jinghai. The people around him simply do not have the surname of the knight. Night North? Chen Nanchang frowned, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Dad, this kid definitely doesn't have any status, I saw him in a cab that day. Chen Jingrui said hurriedly. But all the powerful people go out all special car, where there is a taxi. Chen Nanchang did not make a blind move, he had been in the business world for many years, and his city was quite deep. This name was familiar to him, he had to figure it out. Don't turn around and offend someone he couldn't afford to mess with, that would be troublesome. Night North? The Knight family? Chen Nanchang's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought, followed by the corners of his mouth lifting up with a sneer on his face. So it's you. Chen Nanchang let out a cold laugh. When the Knight in the North family was destroyed by the Gu family, in the Beijing Sea is also considered to be a scandal, a little weight in the business community have heard. Do it. Chen Nanchang waved his second finger. This kind of lost dog is nothing to be afraid of. The bodyguard instantly threw out the metal throwing stick in his hand and moved recklessly. The surrounding students hurriedly retreated a few steps back with a look of horror on their faces. These are all bodyguards from the society, and starting a fight is not as simple as a student fight. Su Jianqi looked worried. He knew that Night North could fight, but the other party was a dozen or so people, and they were professional bodyguards. Instead, Museki took a step forward, her arms spread out across the floor in front of Night North. Anyhow, the Night North is Su Jianqi's boyfriend, and indeed he Chen Jingrui initiative trouble. She cannot stand by and watch the Night North was beaten, and their own identity, forgive the other side also dare not to do it to themselves. This female student had better not mind her own business. Chen Nanchang's eyes were gloomy, no one could protect his son from being injured so severely today. Chen Jingrui leaned over and whispered in his father's ear. A trace of surprise flashed across Chen Nanqing's face. The children of the war ministry, he did not dare to offend. To a bodyguard beside him, he said, "You pull her away and control her, remember not to hurt her, the rest of you beat him to death." One of the bodyguards put away his throwing stick and walked towards Musky, holding out his hands to try and control his opponent. "Don't touch me! Get away!" Musky was in a state of shock. She didn't think that the other party would actually dare to make a move against her. This bodyguard approached in 2 steps, and his hands were just about to grab the other party, but his body directly flew up in the air and flew out upside down in the eyes of the crowd's horror, his mouth constantly spraying blood mist. With a muffled sound, it landed heavily, as if it were rotten and motionless. Unbridled. Who dares to fight on campus? With a roar, Su Wan led a few security guards to come quickly, followed by Huang Zoyan and Yi Xian. The two hadn't left and were waiting for night north, and when they heard someone fighting, they followed Su Wan. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the campus. Once found, direct demerits, serious cases directly expelled, the punishment is extremely severe. Seeing Principal Su arrive, a sigh of relief came from the surrounding male students. I wanted to see the fun, but now Principal Su is here, so naturally this fight will not be possible. For the night north, these male students but not a trace of good feelings, 2 big beautiful schoolgirls as a companion, this cannot cause public anger. Seeing Su Luan, Chen Nanqing frowned and said, "Principal Su, my son was injured so severely on campus, I'm afraid you'll have to give a statement today." This Chen Nanqing Su Luan since no, heard, looked at Chen Jingrui, only to see a bloody hole in the right shoulder, blood flow more than, obviously was injured by sharp objects. So many years, the fight is there, can hold a sharp object to injure has never been, we must know, Jinghai University are top students, this with a sharp object to injure, once characterized as a murder weapon, not only the end of the study, the whole life can be finished. "Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll handle it," Su Luan said in a deep voice. Right now this was no small matter. "I don't need you to deal with it, I can take care of it myself." "Do it!" Chen Jingrui let out a furious shout. Today, he had to abolish this night north, or else he would not be able to release this bad anger in his heart. Even if this Principal Su handles it, what can be the result? Even if in the end, this night north was locked up in the security bureau, he was not relieved and had to waste him with his own hands. "Chen Jingrui, do you know what you're doing? Gathering a crowd to fight and being a member of society, I can just expel you from school." Su Luan let out a roar. To have to fight in front of your own face is simply lawless. Dismissal is dismissal, what's the big deal? Anyway, even if I graduate, I still have to go to Ling Yun Group. Chen Jingrui's face was full of disdain. This diploma, he didn't even look at it. "You!" Su Luan was angry, beard flying up. Their biggest right is this, but the other side is not afraid in the slightest. "Principal Su, you also see, this matter you do not ask, I'll deal with it." Chen Nanqing is obviously protective of the CAF, and what his son said is also correct. Anyway, has been the 4th year of college, by not graduated or going to take over the Lingyun, the degree is even more simple, spend some money, go abroad to turn around, come back as the returnee. You guys do it quickly. Abolish him for me. As soon as he heard his father even say this, Chen Jingrui let out a loud shout. Without the slightest hesitation, the 10 or so bodyguards raised the throwing sticks in their hands and rushed forward. Following the direction of the bodyguard, Su Luan saw that there was a young man standing with his head bent down in front of him, and immediately his eyes were horrified. "Don't!" Before the words were spoken, instantly the sky was filled with silhouettes. The surrounding students were stunned, each with their mouths open to the extreme. A scene in front of me that was only found in a movie came clear to the eye. Dang! Dang! With a dull ringing sound, one figure, just like the first bodyguard, fell heavily to the ground, and the blood in his mouth instantly stained the turf underneath him. Chen Nanqing's father and son were stunned in place for a long time. Su Luan sighed heavily and uttered the unfinished sentence. "Don't mess with him." Chapter 89. I won't stop today. The surroundings were silent. Looking at the group of bodyguards in front of him whose lives and deaths were unknown, Chen Nanqing only felt that breathing had become difficult. With such a powerful momentum, knocking down more than 10 people in a single blow, and being a well-trained bodyguard, then there was only one possibility that this Knight North was a martial artist. Chen Nanqing's eyes were filled with panic. Martial artists, he knew, that was never something that ordinary people could fight against. Musky covered her small mouth, her eyes flickering non-stop. When she was young, she had heard her grandfather tell a story about how there was a kind of person in the world called a martial artist, who could break a monument and crack a stone with a lift of his hand, and whose physical qualities far exceeded those of ordinary people. She had thought it was just a story, but it seemed that the martial artists her grandfather had spoken of were real. Obviously, this Night North in front of him was already far beyond normal, and must be the martial artist grandpa was talking about. "You're Chen Nanchang of the Lingyun group, right?" A low voice came from Night North. When Chen Nanchang heard this, he couldn't help but shiver coldly and replied stiffly, "Not bad, I am Chen Nanchang. Don't think that you're unscrupulous just because you're a martial artist. You've heard of the Jinghai Haihei. I have a friendship with him. If you dare to touch me, you won't want to leave alive today." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Nanchang only felt his back being drenched in sweat. Black Hades, he also just merely has a phone number, no friendships. That guy only talks about money, not feelings, and has no friendship with anyone within the Kyokai. At the moment, he had no choice but to bring out the black underworld, hoping to bluff the other party. The moment the surrounding students heard the words black underworld, they instantly exuded a look of horror. They didn't know about martial artists, but they knew about the Black Dragon Hall's Black Hei, which was the king of the underground forces in Jinghai. No one within the Jinghai knows about it and no one is afraid of it. A smug look rose on Chen Jingrue's face. He didn't realize that his father still had a friendship with Blacksticks. If he had known, he would have been even more carefree at school. "Dad, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call Black Hei over to him," Chen Jingrue urged. Right now, the bodyguards were all wasted, only Blacksticks could avenge him, and once Blacksticks made his move, this guy would most likely have a hard time keeping his little life, which was exactly what he expected. "Shut up!" Chen Nanchang let out a furious shout. The Blacksticks is not something that can be invited just by saying so. Not only is the price extremely high, but there must be a reason for the outburst. Right now his son was injured, the reason to go out is there, but the huge cost of him Chen Nanchang had to weigh. At this time, they are fighting a price war with Zhou. How can they have extra funds to hire Black Meditation? "Kid, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and apologize to my son, and this matter will be settled today." Chen Nanchang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Night North. Moving out the black underworld himself, it was estimated that the other party would have already been scared out of their wits at this point. "Dad! You can't just let it go." As soon as Chen Jingrue heard that he just knelt down and apologized, he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with the result. This person must be scrapped today. Children don't interrupt when adults are talking. Chen Nanchang kicked at his son. Son was injured, he as a father cannot be heartbroken. If it is an ordinary person, today he is bound to waste each other, but the person in front of him is a martial artist, he simply does not have the ability to resist. Chen Jingrue was kicked out a few meters, groove teeth clenched cluck straight sound. He was hurt so seriously today, his father not only did not help himself, but also in front of so many students to give himself a kick. This was a disgrace, and it made him wonder how he would ever be able to hang around in school again. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He copied a throwing stick on the ground and rushed up at Night North. His anger had made him completely lose his mind. "Son, no." Chen Nanchang was shocked and reached out to block, but it was too late. A few steps away from Chen Jingrue, a blink of an eye to metal throwing stick high in the air, looking at the other side does not have any intention to avoid, heart great joy. This flick of the stick is bound to blow your head off. Yikes. Go to hell. Chen Jingrue let out a loud shout and exerted all his strength, swinging the throwing stick in his hand violently down at the top of Night North's head. Throwing stick is about to fall, but Chen Jingrue only felt a flash of black shadow in front of his eyes. A person crossed in front of him, and immediately after that, he only felt that his abdomen came from a penetrating and bone-deep pain, and his eyes went black, and his body flew out uncontrollably upside down. He fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving, and blood couldn't stop gushing from his mouth. "Son!" Chen Nanchang lost his mind and roared, rushed to his son's side, and kept shouting. But Chen Jingrue's eyes closed tightly as a dead body. No matter how Chen Nanchang shouted, not the slightest response. Huang Zuoyen stood in front of Night North, his face grim. Dare to make a move against the national doctor, when he is really living out of patience. Night North's sword brows slightly frowned, feeling that this Huang Zuoyen had struck too hard. Just now afoot, the force is full, this Chen Jingrue internal organs have been ruptured, it is difficult to save. The strike was a bit heavy. Night North said coldly. After all, the other party is only a student, certainly there is a mistake, but the crime is not to death. Night North is not a bloodthirsty maniac. Zuoyen knows that he is wrong. Huang Zuoyen turned and arched his hand. Just now, when he saw that the other party was so antiquated that he had dealt such a cruel blow to the national doctor, he was also momentarily angry and struck out without mercy. As an intermediate-level martial exalt, with a full-force strike, how could an ordinary person survive? Not far away, Chen Nancheng kept shouting and shaking his son, but Chen Jingrui's breath gradually disappeared.
Ah! Chen Nancheng hissed up to the sky. That's the only son he has. Knight North. How dare you kill my son? Today, I won't stop with you.
Chen Nancheng's eyes were covered in blood, his veins popped out and his face was hideous.
Black sticks, my son was killed, help me kill him and the price is whatever you want. Jinghai University, $20 billion sold. Chen Nancheng hung up the phone and looked at his son, his face calm. Choosing Black Darkness to make a move naturally meant that the Ling Yun group had lost the ability to fight against the Su clan. But his son was killed, and he had to avenge such a blood feud. Knight North, quickly go. Su Jianqi couldn't help but pull Knight North and try to leave. She knew the terror of the Black Underworld, and Knight North was by no means a match for the other party. Yeah, get out of here, I'm calling Grandpa right now, I hope he can bail you out. Muskie was also terrified, she didn't expect things to develop to this point, actually alarming the Black Sticks to make a move. The duo pulled at Knight North, Chen Nancheng ignored it, once Black Underworld struck, this person would never have a chance to escape. Su Luan is also fearful, as the president of Jinghai University, at this time things have developed to the point that they are unable to control. He knew that Knight North was a national doctor, but Black Hay was even more terrifying. This Knight in North medical skill is good, but force cannot. He only knew that the word national doctor meant that the medical skill was heavenly, but he didn't know that in order to become a national doctor, one would first have to reach the god of war. The surrounding students were immediately interested, each with a shocked and frightened face. They have all heard of the Black Sticks, but they have never seen it in person. What a wonderful evening! Outside the cafeteria, there were more and more students, and one by one, when they heard that the Black Meditation was coming, their qualifying matches all hung up directly and rushed towards the cafeteria. Chapter 90. What's this? Outside the cafeteria door, no one dared to step forward in the large open space except for a few people from Knight North. Instead, the surrounding area was packed, even above the walls. Anticipation was written on each face, waiting for the arrival of the horrors that were only rumored to be in folklore. At that moment there was a gust of wind in the air. A man, his entire body wrapped in a black robe, descended from the sky. His feet landed on the ground, and his black robe hung down. The surrounding area was deathly silent, each one sucking in a breath of cool air, staring wide-eyed, their gazes all focusing on the black-robed man. A martial artist? With a single glance, Blackstick saw the dozens of bodyguards that had fallen around him and frowned slightly. Unless one was a martial artist, it was impossible for an onlooker to manage to knock down a dozen bodyguards. What, are you afraid? Chen Nancheng asked without lifting his head as he looked at his son, his heart ashen. Black Darkness sniffed and let out a cold laugh. Within the capital C, there was no one he could fear. Gotta add money. Against ordinary people, that was the price of ordinary people, against martial artists, that was naturally the price of dealing with martial artists. Chen Nancheng's face twitched, he had already paid $20 billion, but he still wanted to add more money? But right now, besides Black Sticks, who else could avenge his son's death, even if he spelled out all his family's wealth, he would not hesitate to do so. Okay. Chen Nancheng gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. He will avenge his son's murder today. Kill him. How much? Chen Nancheng, will pay as much as I can. Chen Nancheng's crimson eyes stared at Knight North. Following Chen Nancheng's gaze, Hei's eyes glanced casually. He was so scared that he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Hurriedly, he took an arrow step forward. Su Luan bent over in a cold sweat and arched his hand, saying, Lord Black Underworld, I am the president of Jinghai University, so I hope I can give me a hint of a thin face. Off. Before Su Luan could finish his sentence, he was plucked away by a palm from Black Meditation and staggered a few steps, a look of despair on his face. The Black Sticks had really come, and I was afraid that Mr. Knight would really be in a bad way. Huang Zuoyan had a solemn look on his face, he clearly felt a hint of danger from the other party. Both of them were intermediate-level martial exalts, but the hostile aura on Hei's body was too much stronger than Huang Zuoyan. Just after posing for an attack, the other party directly dodged through with a flash, and the next scene made him directly freeze in place. Only to see Black Underworld flinging his black robe, one knee snapping to the ground with a bellowing cry, Villain Black Underworld, see your excellency. Black Underworld never expected that the person this Chen Nancheng had asked him to kill would actually be the God Execution Temple Master. Not only Huang Zuoyan, the surrounding people were all jaw-dropped, one by one, their eyes were rounded and their mouths were open to the extreme. What is this?
A student couldn't help but let out a shriek. The famous black sticks of the capital C was actually kneeling on the ground at this moment? Is this the Black Hind? I'm afraid it's an imposter. Another student also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This student's words caused the surrounding students to unanimously agree. How could the ferocious black sticks kneel to someone else? This was simply a fantasy. He's black sticks, a student said, spinning the laptop in his hand, which had a picture and introduction of black meditation in the middle of the screen. The people around them stared at the screen, then at the black robes not far away, and burst out in unison. On the Jinghai website, the word black sticks was a hot search, and as long as there was information about black sticks, there was no worry that it wouldn't sell for a good price. I'm afraid that Black Sticks doesn't even know that his information has been collected and uploaded to the internet, and it's still not an expensive price. Black Underworld, you're really getting better at doing business now. Night North let out a cold laugh, his lingering eyes staring at Black Underworld. Cold sweat kept dripping down his cheeks as his forehead pressed against the ground. Black Darkness said, I deserve to die for my sins. I didn't know it was you, my lord, or else I wouldn't dare even if I had 100,000 guts. At this time, he regretted his intestines are green. If he knew it was Night North beforehand, he wouldn't dare to come even if he was beaten to death. Then what you mean is that if it wasn't for me today, you would have fought for this Chen Nanchang? Night North's tone became even more chilly. Black Sticks trembled, unable to answer as cold sweat kept slipping down. Humph. A cold drink, accompanied by an invisible pressure, the black meditation only felt that the body could not move, and the internal organs were squeezed in a ball. But a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, the pressure dispersed, and he forcefully supported his kneeling position without collapsing. Your Black Dragon Hall can be disbanded. As the words fell, Night North turned around and left. Yes, my lord, thank you for not killing me. Black Darkness turned around on his knees and kowtowed to Night North's back. He knew deep down that Night North had already been extraordinarily gracious, repeatedly offending the Hall Master, and if the War God's envoy was present, today, he would not be able to live. Huang Zoyan glanced at the kneeling Hei Hei and turned to follow Night North. Other people do not know, he naturally knows, just now the pressure has shattered his body. Dantian, martial arts lost, unless there is a high person to point out, or this life has no chance to step into the door of the martial arts again. Passing by Chen Nanching's side, Night North's pace paused slightly, a palm containing true chi was swung out, and Chen Nanching only felt that his son in his arms suddenly jerked. Ah! Night North! Chen Nanching instantly hissed. He didn't expect that his son was already out of breath, but Night North actually didn't let go. But the next second, he clearly felt that his son had breath, and it was becoming more and more obvious, his chest rising and falling between one breath and the next. Chen Nanching instantly wept with joy, looking at the back of Night North. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The Night North said, Chen Jingrui crime is not to death, now only to save life, but still will be the same as a vegetable that, until death. Night North and his party had already walked away, and only then did Su Luan snap out of it and followed, saying, Please rest assured, Mr. Knight, I'll just handle this side. After all, it was an incident on campus, and he, the principal, still had the right to make things right. Night North returned without looking back. No need, immediately the Inspector General's office will come to deal with it. Su Luan froze again. Patrol division power is not generally great, which is to say call on the call. Soon, 3 para-monkey marauders stormed the campus, once again causing a commotion among the surrounding students. When he passed by Night North, a man got off the bus, wearing a black power suit, and clasped his fists and arched his hands at Night North. Su Luan shocked, who was the person who came to him since he recognized the director of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division, Wei Sen. He only knew that Night North was a national doctor, but he had never thought that he could even mobilize the Inspector General's office. What the hell is this guy? Night and North feet did not stop, gently waved his hand. Wei Sen led the way, quickly got into the car and drove toward the campus. Outside the cafeteria door, Chen Nanching was detained on the car. Father and son, although not dead, this life is no longer out of the patrol division prison door. For Chen Nanchang, Night North hadn't wanted to move him, even if the other party had made a move against Su, it was just a business matter, and he had wanted to deal with it the way he did on the business battlefield. Right now, since this Chen Nanching father and son took the initiative to cause trouble, it would not be his fault to blame Night North. Chapter 91, Worship Me? Wei Sen led the crowd from the inspection division to quickly clean up the scene and left directly. Surrounding students also gradually dispersed, one face full of excitement. Tonight's scene is to make them call out the eye-opening. Outside the school gates, a Bentley flashed, and Night North walked over with the remote control in hand. Get in the car, I'll take you home. Night North spoke towards Su Jianxi, opened the car door and sat in the driver's side. Yo, the night young master has changed his car, actually driving a Bentley. Su Jianxi let out a snort, pulled open the passenger door and sat in. He knows that the Night North has the strength to Su turn 650 billion without batting an eyelid. This a car counts for nothing. Get in the back. Night North let out a cold shout. Why? Su Jianxi frowned. Your sister-in-law is the only one who can sit on the passenger side. Night North's face was expressionless. Cut. Su Jianxi directly rolled her eyes, pouted and moved to the back seat. She didn't expect that Night Bei, who had a cold look on his face, was actually a wife-favoring fiend. The back seat can usually be for the boss only. Drive, Xiaoyu. Su Jianxi still pouted her lips, a little indignant in her heart. Just as she was about to drive, Musky walked over to the side of Night North's car and said quietly, "That, Night North, by the way, can you give me a ride home?" Without waiting for Night North to reply, Su Jianxi pressed down the window behind the car and yelled, "I say Miss Mu, you have a special car to transport you every day, do you still need us to send you?" Su Jianxi is a little worried about Muziki. The other side of today's performance is obviously interested in the Night North, which if you don't take precautions, if the two of them happen something, then how can she face the foam-away sister in the heart of the language That, just now the driver came to the phone to say that the car broke down, so? Musky squirmed. This lie that she did not even have the bottom of 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 the bottom. Come up. Night North said directly. He was also a bit impressed by Musky's courageous actions just now. Muziki happily answered, and just as she was about to pull open the car door, she heard Su Jianxi's cold voice, "Sit in the back." Musky smiled awkwardly, spat out her tongue, closed the passenger door, and obediently sat next to Su Jianxi. This co-pilot's seat is the special seat that people leave for his wife. Su Jianxi deliberately said loudly. Mushiki froze at the words, not that she had any illusions about Night North, but she didn't understand. Wasn't this Su Jianxi Night North's fiancé? How come Night North has a wife? The vehicle was just about to start when Huang Zoyan hesitated beside him, wanting to say something. The matter had been finalized and it was time for him to go back. He just wanted to say goodbye to Night North. Night North pressed down the window and said, "Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, you'll wait for me in the research room." Huang Zuoyen was uncertain and arched his hand back. "Lord State Physician, the antidote has been successfully developed, so it's time for my senior sister and I to return." "Alright then, since you don't want to learn the 9 secrets Xian needle technique, then you guys can go back." Night North finished speaking and prepared to drive away. When Huang Zuoyen heard this, he was immediately struck by lightning, trembling all over, both knees violently kneeling on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. "Many thanks to the State Physician Lord, many thanks to the State Physician Lord." The 9 Phantoms Xian needle art is a lost masterpiece, the importance of which is self-evident. If he learns it, then his strength will take a big step forward, and stepping into the God of War to become a national doctor will be just around the corner. Night Bei said blandly, "The 9 secrets Xian needle technique was originally created by your ancestor, and passing it on to you can be considered a complete return. Many thanks to Lord State Physician." Oh no, it should be Lord Master. Teaching and explaining is what a master does, not to mention such a precious mastery. Huang Zuoyen cowed his head to the ground. Night North laughed softly and closed the window, a sentence drifting out of the car. "Worship me? Ask your father first." The vehicle gradually drove away, Huang Zuoyen toward the direction of the vehicle away, kneeling for a long time, until it disappeared. Then with an excited face, he pulled out his cell phone and shouted, "Dad, I'm about to learn the 9 netherworldly needle technique." On the other end of the phone, came Huang Chungjin's impatient voice, "What? 9 ghosts of the mysterious needle art? Get lost, I'm developing an elixir, don't bother me. How is it on your side? Pretty much just hurry back and give me a hand." Huang Chungjin felt that his son was simply dreaming. The 9 ghosts of the Xian needle art has been lost for many years. Even he, a descendant of the royal family, has not been able to learn it, and there will be even less people in the world to be able to master it. Huang Zuoyen was scolded, but still had an excited look on his face, shouting into the phone, "Really, I won't lie to you, I've seen my master perform it with my own eyes." Huang Chungjin sniffed, and the true qi in his hands quickly dissipated. "Master? Who did you worship as your master? You didn't promise the other party any demands, did you? Society is treacherous, you're still young, don't gullibly believe these slanderous words, don't study any antidote, now get your ass back here." Huang Chungjin instantly figured out that his son had encountered a liar. Son stayed in his own side since childhood, rarely go out. This time if not Suluan this old man to intervene, he will not send his son to go. I did not expect that this old thing actually did not even look after his son, and so on back must severely criticize this old man. Dad, don't worry, my master has already developed the antidote, and just gave me the word that he will teach me the 9 secrets Xian needle art tomorrow. Huang Zuoyan was so excited that his voice was trembling a little. Huang Chungjin's face became more and more gloomy. It seems that his son has been cheated, has reached the point of firmly believing in each other.
Zuoyan, what is your master's name?
Huang Chungjin said and instantly got up. He had to rush over there so that his son wouldn't be fooled. This brat, really not save, their own pile of things, not only can not help, but also net add to the chaos.
My master's name is Night North.
Huang Zuoyan immediately said back, his face filled with pride. He had witnessed the power of Night North with his own eyes, and being able to worship such a strong person as his teacher was enough to make him proud. There was a distinct thud on the other end of the phone, like the sound of a fall.
Dad? What's wrong? Are you all right? Huang Zuoyan frowned and asked anxiously.
Oh, nothing.
Huang Chungjin hurriedly climbed up and continued to ask, what did you just say? What was that person's name?
Night North.
Not too old?
Yeah, mid-20s, I think.
You can perform the 9 spectral arcane needle technique?
Yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
What did you call him?
Master.
Asshole. Master is also something you can call. Huang Chungjin let out a furious curse.
As a national doctor, he knew the identity of Night North, and if anyone in the world could really perform the 9 Phantoms Shin needle technique, it would be none other than him. This he did not doubt for a moment. When he saw the Night North, he had to call out Lord North King, and did not dare to call each other as equals. This bastard kid actually called the Northern King his master. You rebellious son, next time you see each other, kneel down and call your master ancestor.
Chapter 92. Have a cup of tea before you go.
In the car, Night North drove the vehicle and casually pulled out a small light blue pill like the size of a soybean and handed it behind his head without looking back.
Su Jianqi reached out to take it and asked in confusion, what's this?
The pills were slightly cool to the touch, and I don't know if it was the dim lighting in the car or what, but they always felt vaguely glowing. Drugs that inhibit the Anora virus. Hearing Night North say this, Su Jianqi instantly revealed a look of surprise. Recently, the Enola virus has been rampant, and the major news reports every day, but without exception, they all tell them to take protective measures, because there is currently no way to develop a method to deal with this virus. Looking at the pill in her hand, Su Jianqi was a bit hesitant. The color was a bit too weird. The blue pill was naturally made by directly drying the original liquid developed by Night North, which made it easy to store and carry. Su Jianqi hesitated for a moment and put it in her mouth. For Night North, she was still extremely trusting. Just wanted to take a bottle of water to serve. I did not expect the pills to melt in the mouth. Extremely bitter mixed with an indescribable flavor instantly filled the mouth.
Ahem.
So bitter. Su Jianqi couldn't help a coughing fit, her brows furrowing into a ball. That, Night North, give me a pill as well. Upon hearing that it was a drug to inhibit the Anora virus, Moseki immediately became interested.
None for you. Night North said blandly.
Because there wasn't much of the original liquid, Night North only extracted 3 drops, preparing to give them to Su Jianqi as well as Emoli and Xinu. You know, this is the original liquid. If it is diluted with auxiliary herbs, it is enough for 300 people. And in less than 2 days, the North Summer Pharmaceutical side will be able to process the finished product and put it into society in large quantities.
Che, petty. Museki pouted her little lips and looked out the window.
Outside the Su family garden, Night and North parking, Su Jianqi opened the door to get off. Night and North pressed down the window and asked, there is nowhere do you feel uncomfortable?
Other than being bitter, there's nothing else.
Su Jianqi felt it carefully, except for the fact that her mouth was still bitter, her body was all normal. Night North gently nodded and said, you're the first to take it. If you feel any abnormalities in your body, feel free to call me. Although he had personally tested the drug, Su Jianqi was after all the first to take it, so it was better to pay attention to it.
What? I was the first to take it? Stinky Night North, you're using me as a guinea pig.
Su Jianqi let out a petulant cry of anger, but the vehicle had already driven off into the distance.
The vehicle is traveling smoothly. Inside the car, the silence is abnormal. For strangers, the night in the north has always been indifferent.
Musky sat in the backseat and looked at Night North's cold face, several times wanting to speak. In school, she is famously cold. In addition to Su Jianqi, her best friend, very few people take the initiative to talk to. Although she was very curious about Night North, there was so much stubbornness in her heart. About 10 minutes away, the two of them were speechless when the vehicle came to a steady stop in front of a mansion.
"Thank you, Night North." Muski opened the door and got out of the car. Night North nodded slightly, and just then, a black Audi A8 pulled up next to it. The car door opened and a young man of similar age to Muski walked over and asked with an open mouth. "Sis, you don't let old Wu transport you, whose car did this come back in?" A classmate's. Didn't the car break down, so I let my classmate give it a ride back." Muski was speechless for a while, not expecting to run into this brother of hers at this time. "Car broke down?" "No. I didn't hear Lao Wu say and I drove it well Mu Feiyu was confused, and carefully looked at the vehicle again, did not find any problems Not to mention the fact that the vehicle has a driver who specializes in taking care of it, and it is usually never in a position to have a breakdown. "Aya, what's the waste of words, hurry and go inside." With a flustered face, Muzuki pulled her brother towards the courtyard. Mu Feiyu felt that his sister was a bit abnormal today, and looked back, and inside the Bentley, a young man with an extraordinary temperament caught his eye. "Sis? Your boyfriend?" Mu Feiyu said quietly with an excited face. Others do not know, but he is clear, his sister's vision is not generally high, ordinary people simply cannot enter her eyes. "Daiyu." Musaki's face instantly turned red, and she gave her brother's head a severe beating. Night North is Su Jianqi's boyfriend, but she doesn't have any nonsense, she's just simply curious about Night North's identity. Don't hit. Mu Feiyu was beaten and held his head. Since he was a child, he hadn't been beaten by his sister. The vehicle started up outside the courtyard and was just about to leave when a deep bellowing voice came from inside the house. "Come and have a cup of tea before you go." As the words just fell, a middle-aged man around 40 years old walked out, with an upright posture and an imposing demeanor. "Dad." Muski let out a delicate cry, her willow brows slightly knitted with worry. She didn't expect her father to actually come out and take the initiative to extend an invitation to Night North. Mu Feiyu had a gloating look on his face. "My father strictly forbade my sister to get involved with anyone, and I remember the last time a male student came to my sister's home to give her study materials, he was interrogated by my father for more than an hour before he let her go. This time his sister was sent back in his car, and it was night, so I guess the kid wasn't going to leave without 2 or 3 hours." Inside the car, Night North glanced outward and ignored it, starting the vehicle and preparing to drive away. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the vehicle sank downward, the left front tire blowing out instantly. "Dad!" With a gasp, Musquad looked at the pistol in her father's hand, the muzzle of which was silky with soot. Mu Feiyu, heart-shocked, standing next to him, did not dare to speak. He did not expect his father actually even pistol used this time. It seems to be really angry. "Old Wu, go buy a new tire for this student." Mu Yi's face was grim as he put away his pistol. "Yes." The driver, Old Wu, hurriedly came and bowed his head in response, walked over to the Bentley and glanced at the tire model, and turned to leave. "This student, it takes a little time to repair the car, come inside and have a cup of tea." Mui looked at the car with an expressionless face. After a few seconds of silence, the car door slowly opened, and Night North calmly got out of the car. Walking straight past Mui, he said coldly without looking back, "A cup of tea, I want the tires changed for me." Mu Feiyu secretly smacked his lips, did not expect this kid at this time actually no fear, but also dared to father this tone. Mu Yi's eyelids jumped slightly and his face became even more gloomy. Inside the living room, Moose Chi's mother Ding Yujie made a pot of tea, the aroma of which was overflowing, and poured a cup for her husband and daughter. Mu Feiyu skimmed his lips, picked up the kettle himself and poured himself a cup, hesitated for a moment, and poured a cup for Night North as well. Night North picked up the teacup to himself and took a light sip. "West Lake Longjing, not bad." Mui sniffed and let out a cold grunt. "This is a top-notch dragon well. This is he specifically looking for people from Hang City site picking specially fried, the price of a full 18,001 or 2. Chapter 93. Do you know who I am? Night North laughed lightly, not refuting. The best Westlake Longjing when the imperial 16 tea tree, Shenlong years passed down to the present, 16 tea trees a year can only fry 3-2, are sent to the Palace of Punishment, the value of which cannot be estimated. The room fell silent. With a look of embarrassment on her face, Muzuki took the initiative to introduce, "Dad, Mom, this is Night North, Su Jianqi's boyfriend." In the last few words, Muski deliberately increased her tone as a way to prove her innocent relationship with Night North. "Night North?" Ding Yujie frowned a murmur, thought for a moment, and leaned over to her husband's ear to whisper a few words. Mui nodded slightly, having an answer in his heart.
Su Jianqi Mui knows that Su's group Su Wanshan's granddaughter, and his own father still has some friendship with Su Lao. Night North, a person who had been hunted by the Gu family for many years, disappeared for many years, and now the Gu family didn't know who they had offended, and the whole family disappeared. The Gu family disappeared and you dared to come back. Not to mention Su Jianqi's position as a member of the Su family, but just this kind of rat, how could she, Su Jianqi, look at it? Only his own stupid daughter would believe it, or maybe it was simply a lie that his daughter had made up. Without waiting for Mui to speak, Ding Yujie speaks up, Silky, you're not young anymore, why are you still doing things without any sense of propriety? It's so late, you let a male student send you back, this is unseemly. After all, it was the house of the war ministry, with its unusually traditional thinking. This reproach left Museki speechless, biting her lips tightly and glaring viciously at her brother, who wouldn't have been discovered by her parents if she hadn't appeared so rashly and delayed for so many seconds. Mufei looked at his sister's unkind eyes and was at a loss. What does it have to do with yourself if a male student sends you back? Her daughter's silence caused a hint of anger to rise in her mother's face, believing that her daughter was by no means in an ordinary classmate relationship with this person. Night North, right? My family's Silky is simple-minded and extremely easy to be deceived by you, but her father and I, we haven't reached the point of old age, you should know the identity of Silky's father. Ding Yujie's tone was gloomy. Mom, what are you talking about? Didn't I just say that? Night North is Jianqi's boyfriend. Mo Shiqi's eyes reddened slightly as she hurriedly explained. If she had known it was like this, she would have said nothing to let Night North send herself away today. The first time she met the other party, she was entertained like this by her parents, how could she face it in the future? You shut up! Mui let out a cold shout and turned his head to look at Night North, his eyes blazing as he said, Do you know my identity? Admiral of the Ministry of War, the same name as Yu Shichang Tang Jiatsai. He hoped to deter the other party by his status and make them back off. I don't know. Night North uttered 2 words in a bland tone and took a sip of the tea in his hand. Mui's eyes were instantly chilly, and the other party's such a frivolous-like behavior infuriated him even more. I don't care if you really know or pretend you don't know, stay away from my daughter in the future, otherwise, you'll be embarrassed. Mui had no intention of beating around the bush and directly threatened. Dad! You've gone too far. Muskie suddenly got up, her pretty face filled with anger, and tears instantly flowed down her face. Night North let out a light laugh, finished the last mouthful of tea in the cup, slowly got up, the tea has been finished, the car is repaired, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Night North turned around and walked out. Outside the door, old Wu, sweating profusely, screwed in the last screw. Walking straight to the car, Night North was just about to pull the door open when his arm retracted. Pulls out a black card and tosses it casually. Whoosh! The card is inserted in the trunk of a tree in the yard. Your identity is unknown to me, but I suggest you learn about mine first. As the words fall, the vehicle starts and keep the card and hand it over to Jane Ruwashi tomorrow. A sentence drifted out and the vehicle faded away. Arrogant, really arrogant. Ding Yujie looked in the direction the vehicle disappeared with an angry face. In all these years, she had never met anyone who dared to be so arrogant in her house. Mom, I think this guy is nice and cool. Mu Feiyu's face was filled with admiration, and he remained unassuming in front of his parents, and this aura convinced him. The last time my sister's classmate was reprimanded by my father, that head was full of cold sweat, his body kept trembling, if not supported by the armrests of the sofa, it is estimated that he would have long been paralyzed on the ground. What do you know, get back to the house. Ding Yujie slapped at her son's back. Humph. A curmudgeonly generation. Mui got up violently, flung his sleeves, and as he walked to his daughter's side, he droned coldly, don't have any dealings with him in the future. Musquet's white silver teeth clenched her lips, and without a word, she turned around and walked into her room, the door slamming heavily behind her. It was the first time they had met, and after tonight's events, how could she have the face to face Night North again? Ding Yujie looked at her daughter's room with a sigh. The reason they are so hard on their daughters, especially in the area of finding a boyfriend, is all because of the limitations of their old partner's status. The rank of admiral is not unusual. Not to mention the fact that the door is right for the family, if the daughter finds someone who is not a good match, it would be a disgrace to the family. In the middle of the courtyard, Mu Feiyu yanked down the black card with both hands with great force, looked at it front and back, and didn't think there was anything special about it. Dad, what can this card say? Mu Feiyu frowned and walked to his father's side, wondering what the other party left this card to express. Moody swept a glance, reached out and took it, looked at it front and back, just like his son, and didn't see anything in the slightest. Oomph, playing God. Moody casually threw the card into the trash can and walked back to his room. Night North returned home already close to 10 o'clock. Gumorili and Shinin just took a good bath and were lying on the sofa watching TV. When she saw her dad coming back, Heartland jumped into her dad's arms in one fell swoop with open arms. "It's so late, why aren't you asleep?" Night North forehead gently in his daughter's forehead against a, full of love. "It's Friday, there's no school tomorrow," he said, giving his dad a kiss on the cheek. It dawned on Night North that in his daily hustle and bustle, he had forgotten that it was already Friday. Pulling the pills out of his pocket, he handed them to Heartfelt and said gently, "Take this." Looking at the light blue pill, Heartland took it with one hand and looked from side to side, finding the color very pretty. "What's this, Daddy?" Heartfelt asked, staring at the pill in his hand. "Well, sugar beans." Night North laughed softly. Upon hearing that it was a sugar bean, Heartfelt smiled happily and threw it directly into her mouth. "Well." The pill was just thrown into his mouth and instantly melted. Heartfelt couldn't help but shake his head, and a bitter color covered the top of his small face. "It's so bitter. It's not even a sugar bean, Daddy cheated. Daddy cheated." The small pink fist kept smashing down on the Night and the North. Looking at his daughter's expression at this moment, Night North laughed openly. In 7 years, Night North had never been this happy, and only his daughter could make him smile like this. Chapter 94, Smoke from the Ancestors. "Well, it's really bitter." As Gumori took the pill, she instantly revealed the same look as her daughter. Inside the villa, there was a burst of laughter. However, in the Mu family's mansion, Ding Yujie was lying on her bed tossing and turning, having trouble falling asleep. Getting up to turn on the light, he pushed his old partner, and before he could speak, he heard Muyi's disgruntled voice, "Aya, don't push, I'm not asleep." In all these years, the duo never heard of their daughter having too much contact with any of her male classmates. The last time that male student came to deliver the information, Muyi also did it on purpose. To make an example of their classmates and let them know not to think even so much as a single thought about their daughter. And then this time the daughter was actually sent back by this Night North in the middle of the night. "Old Mu, I think Silky's matter needs to be taken seriously." Ding Yujie leaned against the bed with a sad face. Muyi didn't reply, but nodded. After a moment's thought, he got up, picked up his cell phone, and pressed the number. The phone rang for a long time, and just as it was about to hang up automatically, a lazy voice came through. "I say, Old Mu, what time is it? Your department is free during the day, but I was busy until just now." "Ha ha. Sorry, old Tang." Muyi let out a sarcastic laugh and then said, "There is one thing for you to do me a favor, help me check the information of a person." "Aya, why are you like old you? I'm not like you guys are private detectives." On the other end of the phone, Tang Jiatsai was full of complaints. "This 2 days ago you sure Chang just asked him to check one person, this today Muyi made the same request again." "Oh? I don't know who Lao Yu asked you to check, but this help of mine you have to help me today," Muyi said with a smiling face. Among the war ministries, only the Tang family is in charge of this piece, looking for him to step in and check anyone's personal information clearly in minutes. "Old Mu, this unauthorized checking of other people's information, that's against the rules." Tang Jiatsai words have not finished, Muyi will interrupt. "Okay, this word you lie to others okay, with me this also set up a spectrum. I have a bottle of 5-7 years of Maodai, tomorrow I happen to go to you to deal with some things, by the way, to give you piggyback to the past, the night we drink a cup of brother and sister." When Tang Jiakai heard that it was a 57-year-old Maotai, he instantly became interested. He has no shortage of Maotai wine, but the 5-7-year Maotai is extremely rare. "Old Mu, look at you, you're still polite with me, send me the information on who you want to check, I'll help you now." Tang Jiakai's tone changed and hung up the phone. Muyi, which has Night North what information, just put the approximate age, name edited, sent over. Just sent over not 10 seconds, Moody's phone rang, just connected. Before he opened his mouth, he heard the other side said, "Old Mu, I can't help you with this favor, the person you want to investigate is the same as the one lie you want to investigate, to tell you the truth, it directly triggered the top secret warning." On the phone, Tang Jiatsai spoke in a calm tone. Muyi was shocked at his words. "What? Even you don't have the right to access it?" Tang Jiatsai is the same as himself, at the rank of admiral, and he actually doesn't even have the right to access it? And what is the identity of the other party? Mysterious to this extent. There was a short silence before Tang Jia continued. I also became interested in this person, and I called Lao Yu back afterward, and guess what?
What? Moody asked close behind.
The other side actually developed a drug to inhibit the Enola virus.
What? How is this possible?
Mui let out a cry of alarm, drawing a look of anxiety from Ding Yujia.
This I can still lie to you?
The drugs have all been sent to North Summer Pharmaceuticals and are being processed and produced overnight, so it is estimated that there will be a preliminary batch put in early tomorrow morning.
Tang Jiatsai was also quite shocked.
No one knows more than the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War is subordinate to the North Summer Pharmaceuticals, called hundreds of the country's top military doctors to work together to develop. The result is that the fastest to a month to be able to have some results. But it was only a few days ago that it was actually developed by this one called Night North, and it was said that it was only for one day, and it was still done by one person.
It's simply unparalleled.
Old Mu, I now want to find out the identity of this person more than you. Collect more information about this called Night North. After I find out, the first time, I will tell you. Oh yes, tomorrow that bottle of Moutai don't forget to bring over. The words were followed by the phone hanging up.
Moody held up the phone with a shocked face, unable to speak for a long time. What's the matter, Mu? Did you find out? Ding Yujia had long been anxious and asked eagerly.
Moody froze like a log for several minutes, letting his old companion urge him on. Suddenly, he thought of something and got up and out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and rushed to the living room. Pick up the trash can directly back button on the ground, the garbage scattered, Moody hands and keep rummaging. The black card full of grease stains and dirty water fell to the ground. Moody picked it up as soon as he could, wiped a few handfuls on his body casually, took a picture of the front and back, and sent it to Tang Jiakai. He clearly remembered that the other party had thrown down this card, saying that he should know the identity of the other party.
That means this card must represent the identity of the other person. For a full hour, there was no movement.
Inside the living room, Mui waited with an anxious face.
Ding Yujie was not sure, kept complaining that her partner was making a fuss.
The phone rang. Mui rushed over in an arrow step, pressed answer, and asked, "How is it, Lao Tang? Where did you get this card?"
On the phone, Tang Jiatsai's voice was trembling a bit. It's the one I said Night North left behind. Mu-yi returned truthfully.
On the other end of the phone, Tang Jiatsai had a look of envy on his face as he said, "Old Mu, this guy of yours has smoke coming out of his ancestors. Put your mother's ass on the line, your old Tang family's ancestral tomb is the one that's smoking." Mu-yi heard immediately fire, "Let you this guy to check the individual, or so much nonsense.
Ha ha.
If I had this card, not to mention the smoke from my ancestors, you just let me smoke, I would be willing." Tang Jiakai let out a loud laugh and spoke the true function of this card. Just now he could not access any information about this card at all in the War Department. Tossing and turning, he contacted the chief of the patrol division where their city was located, and did not expect the other party to speak out in one breath about the monstrous role of this card. The inspection division was governed by only one place, and that was the temple of the executioner.
They, officers of the rank of admiral, knew it.
The duties and rights of the Punisher's Palace were far higher than their war ministry, and this card was the Punisher's Protection Order of the Punisher's Palace Lord. Holders of this order of protection are directly under the protection of the Punisher's Temple, which naturally includes the local inspectorates. One must know that all the martial artists within the inspection division, not to mention the millions of elite generals within the God Execution Temple. With this order, not only in China, put down the world, no one dares to bully. Moody's hands trembled and his eyes were filled with horror as he stared at the black card in his hand. With a cackle, Moody sat paralyzed on the couch. He himself still presumed to use his identity to deter the other party, not realizing that, compared to the other party, it was a world of difference.
Chapter 95, No Money.
Early in the morning, with the sun just rising. On top of the rooftop, a person was covered in golden light. If you look closely, you will find that the golden light within the silk black gas from the countless fine pores seeping out, just show their heads will be refined and swallowed by the golden light. A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled, and the air around him distorted with it. Feeling the vigorously tumbling true chi within his dantian, Night North revealed a smile. With the aid of the spirit stones, the toxins in the entire body were eliminated at this point. Moreover, after the body had been tempered by this poisoning, the absorption of true chi was too much faster than before, and the dantian storage was as much as double in size. This is indeed no small gain.
A long leap down into the villa.
Silence in the house. Apparently foam away from the daughter has not yet got up. night and north directly into the kitchen. As long as there is time, he is bound to personally cook, true chi to make the meal. The market above is incomparable. A pair of small hands wrapped around from behind. Night North turned around and saw his daughter's sleepy eyes and disheveled hair. A soft laugh, containing infinite love. The little lazy cat is finally up. Heartfelt's little mouth pouted and said with dissatisfaction, "Humph, I'm not a little lazy cat, usually I get up early." The heart language did not know what the reason was, but only felt that last night's sleep was extraordinarily sweet, and when he woke up, he actually slept until now. Night North smiled blandly, "Since I know, it should be the cause of the inhibition of the virus antidote, a small pill up to hundreds of herbs, one of the plants in addition to the antidote, in addition to the role of tranquilizing the spirit. Go brush your teeth and wash your face, you'll be ready to eat soon." The aroma in the kitchen was overflowing before Night North's hands stopped. Guamoli and Xin finished washing up and sat at the dining table, both mother and daughter gazing towards the kitchen. Looking at the busy back in the kitchen, Gumori Lee's slender fingers rested on her fragrant cheeks with a face of intoxication. It was 7 years of hard work, poverty, and endless gossip as she raised her daughter. But since the return of Night North, her life had changed drastically, a happiness that intoxicated her. She never wanted to live a rich life, she only wanted to be able to accompany the person in front of her every day and then she would be satisfied. As for Xinu, she kept swallowing her saliva, a pair of chopsticks clenched in her hands. As soon as the meal was served, Heartfelt couldn't wait to gobble it up. "Oops, you slow down a bit too." Emily looked at her daughter's puckered little mouth and let out a rant. However, while saying this in his mouth, his men could not stop themselves from nodding their heads and letting out exclamations of admiration as they ate. Soon the disc bottomed out. The duo looked satisfied and embarrassed as they looked at the empty plates on the table. Night North hasn't taken a bite yet. I'm sorry Dad, your cooking was just so good that I didn't keep my mouth open for a second." Heartfelt squirmed, feeling that she was so wrong to not save a bite of her dad's food. Gumori also bowed her head, like a child who had made a mistake. Night North laughed lightly and touched his daughter's head with a loving face, saying, "It's fine, just eat well with your mom." For Night North, with the golden chi protecting his body, not to mention not eating a meal, even if he didn't eat for a day, it wouldn't matter. After the meal, Gumori packed up the dishes and said that she was ready to go to the flower and bird market to get some flowers. And the market to go to was the same place that Night North had just gone to a few days before. Night North offered to go along, it just so happened that he also wanted to go to that gambling ground to take a turn and see if he could come across spirit stones. It was Saturday, so naturally, Heartland didn't want to stay home alone, and the family got into the little white car and drove towards the market. The vehicle was parked and the family had just walked into the market. Not far from a store, a young man lying on a rattan chair, leisurely fanning a bushel fan, his eyes unintentionally swept towards the three, instantly attracted by Gumori, smacking his lips and letting out a murmur, "Tisk, really pretty prettier than all those celebrities on the TV, I don't know which kid is blessed with this fortune Just as he let out a word of admiration and looked to the person next to him, he instantly bounced up in a bounce and sat a few strides. "Another flower purchase, my lord?" The youth bent down and smiled wintryly. It was none other than Li Fugue, the owner of Li. Such a beautiful woman is really only worthy of the great man in front of her. His store is located right in front of the market entrance, so all customers can see it as soon as they enter the front door, making it a perfect prime location. Gumori frowned, looked at Night North, and asked, "Night North? You came to him to buy something?" Night North nodded and returned, "I bought 2 succulents from him the other day." Gumori sniffed with an angry voice, "Do you still need to buy succulents? We have plenty at home. Your own family is a flower store, and you go to another store to buy flowers? This guy is really something." And this Li boss she knows, asking for more expensive than any other home, full of treacherous one, she never in his home goods. Night North laughed lightly without explaining too much. Li Fugue followed up with, "My lord, go in and take a look, I just arrived with a fresh batch of flowers yesterday, see if you like any." Without waiting for Night North to reply, Gumori Li pulled Night North to leave and said quietly, "Night North, don't buy at his house, everything in his house is more expensive than others." The voice was small, but Li Fugue obviously heard it. Showing an embarrassed look, his family's flowers were indeed more expensive than anyone else's, but there was no way around it, the rent for a prime location could be higher than anyone else's. "Madam stay, don't worry, with my lord here, the price I offer will never be higher than that of other families." Li Fugue had read countless people and could tell at a glance that this was a family of 3. It's just that Gumori knew him, while he didn't know each other, and there was an endless stream of customers every day, so how could he remember them all, not to mention that Gumori herself hadn't purchased from his house a few times. Humph, and you say that your house is not expensive, how much is one of the 5 braided fortune trees? Gumori asked casually. The best seller in florists is the fortune tree, which is purchased for both home and store openings. The normal price is usually 102 apiece, but his family sells 103, although it is only $10 more expensive, but if it is a large purchase, it is a lot of money. No money. Li Fugui bent over with a sarcastic smile. Not to mention the fortune tree, but even more expensive flowers, as long as they were within his reach, he would never charge for them. The Lord in front of him is his savior that. Gumori froze for a moment at his words, a hint of anger rising on his stunningly beautiful face. I say, Boss Lee, are you playing a joke on me? Not only was the other party a crooked businessman, but he was actually an extremely boring person. Madam, how dare I joke with you, what I said is true. Li Fugui had a bitter look on his face, joking with this lord's lady, did he live to be impatient? Alright then, give me 100 of them. Gumori held back the anger in her heart and opened her mouth to say, today she had come originally prepared to purchase some fortune trees. Li Fugui didn't have any hesitation and immediately replied, no problem, wait a moment, I'll go prepare. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the store. 100 fortune trees were a piece of cake for him. Chapter 96, Can I Buy a Rock? In less than 5 minutes, a medium-sized truck drove over, and within the cargo box were neatly arranged 100 fortune trees, each of which was alive and flourishing, with branches thicker than an arm. Li Fugui jumped down from the truck. These 100 were hand-picked by him, all of them were of top quality. When is the ma'am going to distribute it? You give me an address. Li Fugui said, taking out a pen and paper and preparing to record it. Looking at a compartment of the fortune tree, Gumori was a little stunned. She can see at a glance, in front of these fortune trees are obviously more than 8 years of age, the price can be required 200 a tree. Send it here in the afternoon. Night North looked at Guemoli for a long time and froze, let out a soft laugh and gave Li Fugui an address. Don't worry, my lord, it will be delivered on time in the afternoon. Li Fugui solemnly replied back. Gently wrapping his arm around the still-dazed Gumori, and pulling his daughter's small hand, the 3 of Night North left. Just charge the normal price. Li Fugui looked at Night North's back, and when he heard these words, he hurriedly replied back, Sir, aren't you hitting me in the face, this little thing, how can I charge for it? If it wasn't for this lord that day, he probably wouldn't even be alive today, such a great favor, there was simply no way to return it. I said, normal collection. Night North's head didn't turn back, and a single word drifted in. Li Fugui sniffed, his face showed difficulty, and he carefully replied, then I'll charge an entry price, 80? Upon hearing this price, Gumori was shocked, this price was simply too low. 80 or 800 or not, the knight in the north is not concerned, if not foam away from the non-opening of this flower store, he Hall of God, a generation of war king, will not be in the marketplace to ask about these sesame seed big things. Embracing the mother and daughter in his arms, Night North stepped into that gambling parlor that Li Fugui had mentioned. Before he even entered, he heard an unusual hustle and bustle inside, accompanied by the sound of machines cutting. 1 foot in, the large open-air arena is full of people, each person is holding a strong flashlight, large and small raw stones labeled with price tags, placed on the table for people to choose. Heartfelt stared around with wide eyes, finding it very rare. Although Gumori had heard of stone gambling, it was her first time to come to such a place. Looking up at Night North with a questioning face, she asked, Night North, what are we doing here? Although she hadn't been in contact with Night North for a long time, she was clear that Night North was never the kind of person who gambled well. This kind of gambling on stones, to put it bluntly, is similar to buying a lottery ticket, it all depends on luck. Don't look at a left and right, but also with a flashlight constantly shine, separated from the outer skin, at most can only see the epidermis layer, inside is jade as stone, simply cannot see. Not to mention the naked eye, it's undetectable by machines. This kind of jadeite raw stone, if you can really distinguish a good jade at a glance, then still use gambling? Casually came in to take a look. Night North casually replied back, his eyes turned around, his eyes slightly closed, and his invisible consciousness released. In less than a minute, the consciousness was withdrawn, and Night North gently shook his head with some disappointment. Inside the arena, all the stones were normal except for a faint aura emanating from a stone the size of a pineapple. Originally, I thought I would encounter spirit stones, but I didn't expect to encounter a single one. Night North walked straight to a corner and reached out to pick up this piece of raw stone. The label clearly stated that the price was 2,000. Although the aura was weak, it was better than nothing, and as for the price, it was never the scope of Night North's consideration. After paying, the clerk asked if he needed to cut it up, and Night North waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to. Ben was running towards the aura. As for what this raw stone was, Night North didn't care at all. Looking at the raw stones, large and small, the heart spoke a little, thinking everything was rare at the age of 6.
Daddy, can I buy a rock?
Heartfelt asked quietly. Without waiting for Night North to speak, Gumori immediately returned, no. She had just seen that the cheapest stone cost $800. She wouldn't buy a piece of crap like this for $8, so she can't imagine that there are so many people here to buy it.
Oh.
Heartfelt answered with a lowered head. She never cries like other kids, and even when she comes across something she likes more than anything else, she never pesters her mom to buy it. Because she knows that her mom already works hard every day. Seeing the dejected look on his daughter's face, Night North leaned over, gently grasped his daughter's petite arm, and asked, "Shinin wants to buy it?"
Heartland immediately nodded, thought for a moment, and then shook his head.
Night North laughed lightly, getting up and pulling his daughter toward the inside, saying, "Whichever one you like, pick one."
Yay!
Great, thanks Daddy. Heartfelt instantly danced on her hands and feet with joy and gave her dad a big kiss on the cheek. Gumori let out a rant and said, "Night North, you're going to spoil her like this." Night North heard this and smiled faintly without replying. His Night North's daughter, since he wanted to spoil her to the skies. Not to mention a small stone, even if it was a star, he would pick one and make it into a necklace for his daughter to wear around her neck. Heartfelt bites her finger, carefully selecting among the many stones. She does not know how to do this, it is just to see which stone looks good. This. Heartfelt index finger pointed to a piece of raw stone in front of him, the size of an apple. The surface was unusually round and smooth, it was indeed a bit better looking than the other raw stones. Gumori took a look at the price and was shocked. Just such a little bit of stone, actually marked 30,000, this is simply robbing money. Just when he wanted to stop it, Night North had already gently picked it up, looked around, and nodded. Top quality sheepskin jade, this size is estimated to cost more than $300,000. I did not expect my daughter to casually take a piece can earn 10 times, this if those who soak in here every day to see, shall not be angry spit blood. Countless people want to pick up from the gambling stones, and even more want to get rich in one cut. But only see other people cut stone to earn, but do not know, are losing how much money to earn so much.
When you do the math, it's good enough to preserve your capital.
One cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut wears sackcloth.
A simple proverb in circulation says it all.
Shinin, the piece next to it is better. Night North pointed to the piece of raw stone next to him. Although it was about the same size as this one, inside it was an extremely rare imperial green, the price was more than 100 times higher.
Heartland looked at it and shook his head. I don't want that piece, I like this one.
Night North laughed softly, pulling his daughter along as he prepared to pay. A few people behind him muttered in whispers.
There really are cuties.
Spend $30,000 on this piece of raw stone.
Oh, Brother Wine, what do you care? People are stupid and have a lot of money.
Shay, I don't care about him, that piece of raw stone has just been set out and I have carefully observed it. It is impossible to produce jade.
Hey, $30,000 down the drain, wow.
Night North and Shinin walked in front without hearing, but Gumori followed behind and heard clearly. Her pretty face was red with anger.
What about $30,000? How many flowers does she have to sell to make it back?
It was just so casually corrupted by this father-daughter duo.
Chapter 97 He Zigong's Authentic Works. After paying, the clerk again asked if they wanted to cut it.
Heart language do not understand, Night and North to explain, is to cut to see what is inside the stone. Heartfelt was intrigued and clamored to be cut open. The machine was running at high speed, and along with the corner of the original stone being cut, the people around them immediately let out a burst of gasps.
Wow, Suet. Look at the color, top grade nah.
Such a piece would cost more than $200,000, to say the least.
$200,000? Ask them if they'll sell it. I'd say at least $300,000.
The surrounding crowd continuously let out exclamations, their envious eyes undisguised. A few people before were directly dumbfounded, and just now said that the other person is stupid and has a lot of money, not realizing that they are the little cutie.
Just a few minutes, 30,000 directly into 30.
More than a bicycle into a motorcycle, can buy a small BMW. Several people were remorseful, especially that Brother Wang. If he knew that this was a piece of top-quality suet jade, he would have given it to him at the first time. Little girl, I'll give you $200,000, sell it to me.
20, and you want to buy it? Are you drunk this early in the morning?
I'll give you 25.
28. 30.
I'll give you $300,000. Heartland was surrounded by people who kept shouting. These are all veterans of stone gambling. Even if $300,000 to buy, processing the finished product, the price can at least double again. Night North ignored the call for purchase and looked at Heartwish with questioning eyes. Heartfelt clutched the stone back into her hand and shouted at the crowd, not for sale, not for any more money. She had picked it out herself and it was bought for her by her dad, so she wouldn't sell it even for more money. As the words fell, the crowd gradually dispersed, some disappointed, some jealous, some envious. Gumori's face was shocked. She never thought that a piece of stone that her daughter picked out casually would actually be worth so much money. If she hadn't felt embarrassed, at this point she would have hated to try it too. That's the beauty of gambling with stones. Once you see people around you betting right to make money, you will fall deeper into it, as if you were gambling, and you will want to win even after you have won. How could Night North not see Gumori's mind? Without hesitation, he coldly drank. This is a 1 in a million coincidence. It's impossible to have this kind of benefit at all times under the sky. If you don't believe me, just pick one. Gumori was awakened by a single word. Just now, she was infected by the sudden atmosphere and was a bit lost. Now that she thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Night North had said. What's the point of having a job if you can pick the right one to make money every time? Let's go. Night North whispered softly, taking his daughter's small hand towards the door. Guemoli's small face turned red as she followed behind, feeling that she was really stupid for having the urge to buy it just now. Dang! Before he could reach the door, there was a loud banging of a gong behind him. Immediately after, a person holding a microphone shouted, "Everyone please be quiet, the annual auction is about to begin, everyone please get ready, there are still 10 minutes to 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock sharp we start on time. If you want to participate, go to the registration office and pay a deposit of $1,000 to participate." Night North ignored it and continued to walk towards the door. Without spirit stones, he would not participate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Night North suddenly stopped walking. He clearly felt a hint of aura fluctuation in the distance behind him. Looking back at the exhibition hall, the aura was coming faintly from the huge curtain behind the stage of the auction. "Morley, I want to take part in this auction." Night North looked into the distance, his tone resolute. It was obvious that there were spirit stones appearing in this auction. Gumori let out a hum and nodded gently. There must be some reasoning behind what Night North wanted to do. Heartfelt clapped her little hands happily and screamed that she wanted to participate as well, even though she didn't know what the auction was, but as long as she was with her dad, that was happiness. After paying the $1,000 deposit, Night North led the mother and daughter to sit down at a corner. At this time, the large exhibition hall is full, each eagerly awaiting, only hoping to pick up a big leak from this year's auction. At 10 o'clock sharp, another gong was struck and the auction began on time. The giant curtain opened to reveal the first auction item. It was an eagle carved out of shio jade, the size of a face basin. The host made a detailed introduction, and the final starting price was $1 million, with $5,000 per call. At that moment, someone within the showroom kept raising their cards, and the price was getting higher and higher, and finally sold at a price of $3,200,000. This item was not a spirit stone, so naturally, Night North would not pay any attention to it. With one auction item after another, Night North did not raise his hand once from the beginning to the end, the heart languager feeling a little bored, yawning, lying in his mother's arms quietly sleep. The auction entered the end. The host had an excited look on his face, holding the microphone and shouting, "I didn't expect that this year's auction would be so enthusiastic. None of the auction items were unsold, there are no auction items left, it should have ended already. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then we will take out the last auction item." As the words fell, a stone carving, the size of a watermelon, was presented on top of the booth. The host explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is a landscape picture made by He Zigang, a famous carving master of the Tang dynasty, and as we all know, He Zigang is a titan of the carving world, and there are no substandard products in any of his hands, so the starting price of this auction item is $3 million, and each time the price is called for no less than $10,000. The host finished and looked around the room. Night North eyes locked tightly in the center of the exhibition hall, stone carvings around the aura abundant, constantly surging, must be the spirit stone undoubtedly. It was just that no one below the war god had any senses, and naturally they couldn't see these auras. "What's it made of?" In the middle of the exhibit hall, a man shouted. The words fell, and those around them followed in response. After talking about it for half a day, they just didn't introduce what it was made of, which made them how to bid on it. The host sniffed, face embarrassed color. To come before each piece of bidding he did his homework in detail, but only this one, after countless experts identified, He Zigang's authenticity is undoubtedly, but just can't see what this stone is made of. It was obviously not jade, it looked practically no different from ordinary stones, but after analyzing it, it was very different from ordinary stones. I can't really tell what's going on, I just know that it was engraved by He Zhigang. Everyone, what about the material? It's not clear yet, however, it's He Zhigang's authentic handwriting undoubtedly. Please rest assured on this point, all of them are old friends, naturally, they know that each and every piece of warped auction item in our auction has been appraised by countless experts. The host strongly publicized. For every successful auction, he had a share of the commission, and of course did his best to sell it. The surrounding smell, a burst of whispering, do not know what material, that means it is not jade at all, even if it is He Zhigang's real handwriting, there is not much preservation value, to put it bluntly, there is no upside in value. No one raised their cards for a while. The host's cold sweat fell and he smiled bitterly in his heart, it seems that this collection is still not a good sale. Just then, he exclaimed as he saw a sign slowly raised in the far corner. Okay, this gentleman bids 3,010,000. Chapter 98, The Black Mask. The host was unusually excited, as long as someone raised their hand, that meant it had been sold. This collection had been sold off countless times overseas, and had only just been shipped back to China yesterday in preparation for the auction. It has been sold out several times because of this unknown material. Right now it's finally given up for sale. $3,010,000, anyone else want to bid? The host held the auction gavel high and looked around. It is assumed that no one else will even raise a card except for this person, but the process still has to be completed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire again, a scene that surprised him appeared. In the other corner, a sign was raised. Okay, this side bids $3,200,000. The host was foaming at the mouth, not expecting that not only would it be sold, but there would also be bidding, which he had never expected. Night North did not hesitate to raise his hand again. If it is something else, he is not interested, but in front of him is a spirit stone, he naturally will not give up. The host saw the Night Northward to raise the card again, inner excitement beyond words, before he could speak, not far away from the corner followed by raising the card, and shouted, 5 million. As the words fell, the entire room erupted. Can come here can be old hands, booth above the collection is carved by a famous artist, but the material is unknown, not worth the price. I can't believe someone was stupid enough to offer $5 million for such a thing of unknown origin. Although after expert appraisal, but which carving master is not to choose the top-grade jade material to carve, who will be in the case of a even do not know what stone directly carving? This expert also has unreliable times. I'm afraid that the things above the exhibition hall is not at all He Zhigang's real handwriting. The host was also directly confused and froze on the stage and forgot to speak. Consciousness blast released, a few seconds to withdraw. Night North frowned slightly. The other party is simply an ordinary person, not even a martial artist. It is impossible to know that this is a spirit stone. Is it just because just like? But no matter what it was, Night North naturally wouldn't give it away, raising the sign with a cold cry, $10 million. Gumori was startled at the side, originally wanted to stop, but at the bottom of his heart for the Night North out of a kind of instinctive trust, words to the mouth and swallowed back, obediently sit next to. $10 million. $10 million. This gentleman is bidding $10 million. The host hissed madly, he never dreamed that it could actually sell for such a high price. In the other corner, an old man in his 60s turned his head to look at Night North, his face was expressionless. As he raised his card and shouted in a deep voice, $50 million. $100 million. Night North shouted blandly. $150 million. $300 million. $350 million. $500 million. The entire room was dead silent, each with their jaws agape, turning their heads from side to side to watch the duo shouting out a terrifying number. The presenter had long since sat paralyzed, and now the price was such that he would not believe it for the life of him. $500 million. How much is a 1-point commission? As soon as the old man heard the other side shouted 500 million, his face was gloomy, no longer raising his hand, took out his cell phone and said a few words quietly, then without hanging up the phone, raised his hand and shouted, 1 billion. As soon as the words fell, a sentence instantly floated around the large showroom. 2 billion. The exhibition hall was silent again. The old man said a few more words into the phone, hung up the phone, he got up, glanced towards the north of the night, no longer stayed, turned around and walked out. After the old man left, the eyes of the entire room were locked onto Night North, each with a surprisingly consistent expression. Just 1 second, 2 seconds. Full 5 minutes of silence. Night North's sword brows furrowed as he blandly asked, "It's time for the auction to end." With one word, the host wiped his mouth, struggled to get up from the ground, picked up his mallet and banged it against the gong, roaring. This year's auction ends successfully. As the gong struck down, none of the crowd left the table, all waiting to see if Night North really had the ability to pay the huge sum of $2 billion. Previously there have been similar cases, some people jacked up the bidding, and finally unable to pay. Deducting $1,000 of the deposit is a small matter, we must know. Can open such a large gambling quarry will not be ordinary people. It is said that this place is a mansion in the son of the family to open. No one knows how that bidder turned out, but since that day, no one has seen him within the capital C. The host jogged all the way to the front of Night North, holding a POS machine in his hand, bending over with a fawning smile on his face, saying, "This boss, please pay." Generally after the end of the auction is to go to the cashier to pay uniformly, but the host cannot even wait a second. He also kept muttering in his heart, afraid that the other side is really here to make trouble. Night North casually pulled out a bank card, and the host took it with both hands and inserted it into the machine. Entered the numbers, pressed OK, and the small ticket actually punched right out, surprisingly without even a code. Seeing the small ticket hit, the host was completely relieved and looked at Night North with respect in his eyes. Casually paid $2 billion, and the card does not even set the password. The young man in front of you is either the rich list of the son of the rich or the hidden mansion. Seeing that Night North had succeeded in paying, the people in the room were all jaw-dropped and shocked. $2 billion. To buy such a crappy rock. How did such a fool get so rich? Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Night North collected the spirit stones and walked out of the exhibition hall with Gumori in his arms. On the way back, Gumori finally couldn't help but speak. "Night North, I know you're rich, but you can't spend money so recklessly. $2 billion, and you bought a stone?" Gumori really didn't understand and felt that Night North doing this was simply a bit absurd to the extreme. "Morally, this stone has a huge role for me, it's not something that money can buy." Night North laughed lightly and touched the spirit stone in his hand. It was cold in his hand, that was due to the aura. Gumori sniffed and stopped speaking, but her face was still angry. In the backseat, she knew it couldn't understand what mom and dad were saying, just a pair of small hands kept stroking the stone in her hand, unusually fond of it. That's because the rock, sort of, was dad's first gift to her. At the same time, not far from the flower and bird market, a hotel room, an old man holding up a cell phone, the screen in the middle of a person wrapped in black robes, face with a black metal mask, looks particularly eerie. "My lord, my subordinate is incompetent and failed to complete the task your lord entrusted to me." If the old man wasn't holding a cell phone, he couldn't wait to kneel on both knees. As the butler of the man in the video, he knew how terrifying his lord was. "It's none of your business." There was a short silence, a hoarse voice came, and across the screen, the old man's cold sweat was already dripping. "But please don't worry, my lord, I have already sent people to track this person," the old man said hurriedly. In the video, Black Mask nodded, followed by an eerie sneer. "It seems like I need to make a trip to Kyukai myself." Chapter 99, A Demon. In the evening, inside the research room of Jinghai University, Huang Zuoyan waited with an anxious face, constantly looking out the door. "Senior brother, would Lord Night North go back on his word? Look at you in a hurry." Yi Xian watched as her senior brother kept pacing back and forth with a rant. Throughout the day, she, the senior brother, was in a state of extreme excitement at all times, but was even more fidgety when she saw that the time was coming. Huang Zuoyan sniffed, not replying, looked at the time, but his face was more anxious. He was more than aware of the sharpness of the Zhou Yushin needle technique, which was an unparalleled medical technique, and his father, as a national doctor, had studied hard for his entire life but had made no progress. The night in the north of the big man from the words do not go back on their word, but he is busy every day, if he forgets. Thinking of this, Huang Zuoyan once again looked at the time and sighed heavily. "This heart of yours needs more refinement." A word floated in. Night North stepped in, looked at his wrist, not a minute more, not a second less, exactly 7 o'clock. A good sense of time is a habit he has developed over the years. "Lord Night North, oh no, Master Ancestor." Huang Zuoyan hurriedly walked to the front of Night North, both knees snapped to the ground, and heavily kowtowed. He clearly remembered what his father said. When he saw Night North, he knelt down and called his Master Ancestor. "Lord Night North." Yishuan followed closely behind, kneeling next to her senior brother. Night North smiled blandly. Huang Zuoyan addressed himself like this. Obviously, it must have been that fellow Huang Chongjin who explained it. "There's no need to call me that. I didn't teach you the 9 mystery Shin needle technique without compensation, so you and I are not master and disciple." Night North had never had the intention of taking on an apprentice, and now that the virus was raging and the number of antidotes needed was huge, it was impossible for him to stay here all the time. And the antidote itself requires a lot of elixir spirit medicine. In addition to Huang Chungjin, that medical idiot, others are afraid that they really can't get so many at once. The two of you will refine the antidote here in the future, and you can't leave until the virus is completely suppressed, and that's the terms of the exchange. How's that? Night North said blandly. Huang Zuoyan heard this, and without the slightest hesitation, he cowed out his head to the ground and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Master Ancestor, Zuoyan will definitely fulfill his mission." This condition was simply too simple. Even if it was 1,000 times more difficult than this condition, it was not worth mentioning at all when compared to the 9 mysteries Shen needle technique, a heaven-defying medical technique. Moreover, the Zhou Shen needle technique is never transmitted to the outside world, and it is only transmitted to men and not to women, and the innate conditions required are extremely harsh. It is rumored that his ancestor, Huang Fuke, also passed it on to only one of his youngest sons, which is the main reason why it was gradually lost later. Don't call me Master Ancestor, just call me by my name. Night North raised his palm, signaling the other party to get up. Yes, Lord Night North. Huang Zuoyan was dejected. He didn't know the identity of Night Bei, but he knew the monstrous strength of Night Bei. If he could worship the Lord in front of him as his teacher, what an honor it would be. Night North didn't hesitate. 9 silver needles rose without wind and floated in his palm. 9 silver needles are wrapped with silk true qi. He left his hand, thrown in the wall, corresponding to the human body acupuncture points. The 9 phenomenal targets respond to the 8 trigrams of heaven. 1 Can, 2 Kuan, 3 Jin, 4 Sun, 5 Gong, 6 Qian, 7 Tui, 8 Burgundy, and 9 Li. And there are 991 changes between the 9 needles, and the effects are different from each other. Night North said, 2 fingers waved. In the middle of the wall, 9 silver needles kept changing and jumping, watching Huang Zuoyan shocked. His father studied his whole life, and he was familiar with these human body acupuncture points from his daily experience. Just the innate 8 trigrams difficult and obscure, exceptionally difficult to understand, a needle wrong, step by step wrong. Until today, his father did not understand the research. The silver needles kept flying in the wall, all of them were residual shadows. Huang Zuoyan did not dare to blink in the slightest, his eyes stared tightly, and his heart silently memorized. In less than a minute, the 81 changes were executed. Huang Zuoyan's eyes were closed tightly, and the images from just now kept flashing in his mind. Night North collected the needle, walked to the side and sat down peacefully. Yi Xian hurriedly brewed a cup of tea and handed it over. Huang Zuoyan still stood there motionless, as if he were a statue. Night North didn't rush and leisurely sipped the tea in his cup. After a full hour of time, Huang Zuoyan's eyes snapped open and he walked over to Night North and knelt on both knees with a bellow. "Many thanks for your teachings, my lord. If His Excellency hadn't performed it himself, I'm afraid my father wouldn't have been able to study such an ingenious and obscure method until he died." "Oh? Remembered it all?" A hint of appreciation flashed in Night North's eyes. To be able to memorize 81 transformations and more than 800 acupoints in such a short period of time was considered a seedling. Zuoyan keeps this in mind. Huang Zuoyan solemnly returned. His father was a national physician, and he had studied medicine since he was a child, so it wasn't difficult to memorize this. If he had known that it only took Night North a mere minute to learn the 9 netherworld Shen needle technique in the first place, it was estimated that even his father would have bitten his tongue off in shock. Such a difficult and obscure method, learned in 1 minute? Who else but a demon could do it? Night North gently nodded his head and said indifferently, "You are only a martial Zhou now, not yet at the level of a war god, so you should be able to exert 30% of the effect as well." Zuoyan understands. Zuoyan will definitely work hard to step into the god of war as soon as possible, and not dishonor your excellency's teachings. Huang Zuoyan said with a firm face and arched his hand. Being able to perform 30% was enough to let him do twice as much with half the effort, and in less than 10 years, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the god of war and become a national doctor. Night North nodded and pulled out the spirit stone and placed it on top of the table. His palm stretched out and the spirit stone instantly gave off a dazzling light, much stronger than the flower pot from before. Spirit stones. Huang Zuoyan looked at the spirit stones in front of him with a gasp. He had seen Night North use it once before, and the one in front of him was even more pure. This was clearly a real spirit stone. Such extremely rare spiritual stone, actually for the ordinary people of China to make antidote. Huang Zuoyan's eyes looked at Night North with even more admiration. The last trace of aura was extracted, and Night North waved his palm out, tossing it into a large container. The light inside the container flowed, all pure aura. If other martial artists saw it, I'm afraid that they would not want to die and go crazy. Spirit stones could not be recognized under the war god, and naturally, they could not be extracted. And once the aura has been extracted, it can be used by any ordinary martial artist. After thinking for a moment, Night North extracted a trace of aura from the container and placed it in his palm, walked over to Yi Xian and swung his palm out. The aura instantly entered her body, and Yi Xian only felt her blood boiling all over her body, making her unable to resist crouching on the ground with a cry of pain. With his palm retracted, Night North turned around and walked out of the research room. Behind her, Yi Xian endured the severe pain and tears came to her eyes as she knelt on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to the back of Night North. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." How could she not know that this palm had turned her from an ordinary person into a martial artist? It had been her dream to become a martial artist for many years, but she had not been able to do so due to her innate genetic limitations. Even her master, Huang Chengjin, would never be willing to use a spirit stone to help her break through. And Lord Night North, who has no relatives with her, actually helped her as she wished. Yi Xian's tears kept slipping down, looking at the great figure in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chapter 100, Nobody's Going Anywhere. Helping Ishwan become a martial artist, Night North was only so that he could speed up the refining of the antidote. This was indeed the case. Yi Xian herself had the ability to recognize 100 herbs, coupled with her status as a martial artist, assisting Huang Zuoyin in the joint refining. She was instantly much faster in terms of speed. The sun was setting and the sky was growing dim. The research building was silent, only the lights were on inside the research room, and 2 figures were constantly busy. Su Luan has issued a ban on anyone entering the research building. With a sudden loud bang, the door of the research room burst violently, splattering wood shavings in all directions and frightening Yi Xian with a cry of alarm. A dark shadow stood in front of the door, his waist bent like a bow, and his hands curved swords flashed with a cold aura. "Hey!" With a horrifyingly eerie laugh, the dark shadow's gloomy eyes stared intently at a container not far away, with aura swimming inside. "What are you?" Huang Zuoyin stood in front of his senior sister with a flash, both fists clenched in an offensive stance. The person who trespassed was by no means a good person. Huang Zuoyin clearly felt a hint of threat from the other party. Obviously, the other party was a martial artist, and his strength was on par with his own. Without replying, the black shadow stepped in, a pair of curved swords on his shoulders. "TSK, TSK. I didn't expect there to be a gorgeous beauty. Tonight old man is not blessed with good fortune." The black shadow's eyes stared straight at Yi Xian, a lecherous smile on his face. The black shadow was the person who had been following Night North as the old man had said. One of the 4 guardians under the black mask, Wubong. Huang Zuoyin sniffed, his face was instantly gloomy. "No nonsense," a cold shout, his body's true qi was instantly released, and a fist directly blasted out. Wubong looked at the rushing Huang Zuoyin and let out a cold laugh. Standing with his twin swords on his shoulders, he swung down with a fancy free sword. A pair of cold shadows arrived in the blink of an eye, so fast that Huang Zuoyin was shocked for a moment, and he hastily dodged with a long jump. The figure had just stabilized when a sharp pain came from his chest. Put! Huang Zuoyin only felt that the blood in his body instantly flowed backward, and he simply couldn't hold back, spraying out in one mouthful. "Shifu!" Yi Xian let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly rushed to Huang Zuoyin's side to help him up. Looking towards Wubong, a look of fear filled his eyes. Senior brother had been developing medical techniques for years, and although he was not good at fighting, he himself was an intermediate-level martial zun. The strength of the person in front of him was clearly above that of senior. "Ishwan, I'll hold him off, you run." Huang Zuoyin covered his chest and said with difficulty. At this time, the two were by no means each other's opponents, and it was a good idea to run away from one. The other party came, inevitably running towards the aura. Lord Night North was so relieved to hand over his aura to himself that he had to protect it even if he died. "No, senior, I must not leave you behind." Yi Xian cried out. She couldn't do that, leaving Shifu alone to live. "You!" "But..." Huang Zuoyin once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood and said through clenched teeth, "If you don't leave, staying will only lead to death." At the moment, it is difficult to protect itself. It is impossible to protect him as a senior sister, and the other party is a colorful gangster, and he has already seen what will happen to his senior sister. That was the last thing he could tolerate. "I'm not leaving, we'll die together if we have to die." Yi Xian's face was determined. She had grown up with her senior brother since she was a child, not a brother and sister but more like a brother and sister. She could not do anything to leave him alone no matter what. "You!" Huang Zuoyan's anger attacked his heart, and he forced a mouthful of true qi before suppressing the gushing blood. "TSK, what a touching scene na." Wubong's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a wry smile. Neither of you two are going anywhere tonight. I hate it when someone spreads dog food in front of me. First, I'll waste you, and then I'll let you watch with your own eyes how I ravage this little sister of yours." As Wu Bang said that, his feet suddenly exerted force, and with a pair of curved swords raised high in the air, he slashed down at Huang Zuoyan's shoulders. "Go away!" Huang Zuoyan pushed his senior sister away with force and endured the severe pain with a roll. With a cracking sound, the dual blades directly cut through the ground without making the slightest stop, a horizontal slash. Looking at the rapidly swinging twin swords, Huang Zuoyan was in a fit of despair. He was no longer capable of dodging the blow. Although he was an intermediate-level martial exalt, he rarely fought with people, let alone someone with such strength in front of him. Don't worry, I won't let you die just like that." Wu Bang's hands snapped together and the direction of his twin blades moved slightly, slashing at Huang Zuoyan's legs. A great show would be tasteless without an audience. Sherfu. Yixuan let out a desperate cry. She never thought that she and her senior brother would be killed here today. Shoo! Just as a pair of scimitars was about to slash at the legs, a cracking sound suddenly came. With a tiny clash of metal, the twin blades were visible to the naked eye as a spark. Between one exhale and one inhale, the double knives fell with a slight movement in the trajectory, directly cutting on the side of Huang Zuoyan. An explosive sound, the floor cracked. Looking at the pair of curved swords beside him, flashing with an oozing cold aura, Huang Zuoyan's cold sweat kept dripping down. Wu Bang drew out the twin knives with both hands with force, and looked down to see that a hole the size of a needle's eye had penetrated among the knives. Without waiting for the shock, a word was heard floating around. "This strength of yours is truly degrading to an intermediate-level martial exalt." As Wu Bang looked for the sound, a young man stepped in with a warm smile on his face. "Lord Knight North." Yi Xian let out a cry of surprise. The feeling of coming back from the dead instantly made her cry with joy. The two were naturally saved by the arrival of Knight North. Although she didn't understand the true strength of Lord Knight North, just staying by his side gave her an inexplicable sense of great security. Knight North had been waiting since he left, waiting for this person who was following him to show up. Under the heavens, but if anyone dared to follow this demon, Knight North, would they not be detected? And the reason why he didn't strike the first time was because he wanted to let Huang Zuoyan sharpen his skills. Empty of the name of an intermediate-level martial exalt, but without the strength of an intermediate-level martial exalt, how could one grow without experiencing a bit of life and death? This person, like Huang Zuoyan, is also an intermediate-level martial zone. The two of them are at the same level, but the actual combat is a world of difference. One grows up in a greenhouse and only studies medicine, while the other is full of hostility and kills countless people. That's the difference. "Your Honor!" Huang Zuoyan covered his chest and screamed out with difficulty, his face ashamed. "If it wasn't for the timely appearance of His Excellency, I'm afraid that I would have become a ghost under the knife by now." Wu Bang's eyes were filled with panic. He clearly saw that this person had gone far away, never thought that he would return. Today, the first time he followed Knight North, he couldn't see through the other party's strength, which showed that the other party was far above himself. His task was to follow and wait for his lord's arrival. But just now, when he found the perfect moment, he did not hesitate to take the liberty. Not only could he fulfill the task the Lord had given him, but he could also secretly use some aura to cultivate. 2 for the price of 1. Now that this person has gone and returned, there is absolutely no chance for him to get his hands on it. Withdrawal. Wu Bang's body was slightly bowed, and his feet were secretly storing up strength, wanting to jump from the window in front of him. Knight North let out a cold laugh. The right palm that was naturally hanging down slightly exerted force, and a silver needle rotated in the center of his palm. With a wave of his palm, silver needles exploded out. Chapter 101. Who is this young man? A micro-cracking sound was extremely vocal. Huang Zuoyan and his senior sister looked for the sound, only to see the wall behind Wu Bang vaguely cracked. On the contrary, Wu Bang's body was motionless, as if it was fixed. After a few seconds, Wu Bang's body gradually tilted and collapsed with a bang. A tiny pinhole at the base of his throat, slowly seeping blood outward, his eyes staring round, still retaining a look of disbelief. The room was instantly silent. For a full minute, Huang Zuoyan woke up as if from a dream, fell to his knees and cried out tremblingly, "Many thanks for saving my lord's life." Without replying, Knight North walked over to Huang Zuoyan and slapped down a palm containing true qi, causing Huang Zuoyan to spray out a mouthful of bruised blood. "That's what made me feel so much better. The injury is not serious, don't refine tonight, go back and rest," Knight North said indifferently. "It's fine, I can hold on." Huang Zuoyan gritted his teeth and stood up. he originally knew medical skills, this injury, not enough to worry about. Night North walked over to the test table, and with a wave of his second finger, a strand of aura slowly floated out, reaching out and disappearing into Huang Zuoyan's body. As the aura entered his body, Huang Zuoyan only felt a coolness traveling throughout his body. The pain was immediately alleviated, indescribably soothing. My lord, this injury will be fine with a night's rest, it's not worth utilizing aura. Huang Zuoyan hurriedly arched his hand, the preciousness of aura was self-evident. Go back to rest and come back tomorrow. Night North didn't even lift his head as the golden flame was instantly ignited, picking up the herbs and preparing to refine them. Huang Zuoyan wouldn't have been injured if he hadn't been refining here, and it had to do with himself. Huang Zuoyan didn't insist anymore, bending over to Night North and walking out with the support of his senior sister. Not long after the two left, Su Wan sweaty ran in. A glance will see the scientific research room on the ground lying a person, froze for a moment, then roared, which class are you a student, how to run here to sleep, what the hell is this wearing, hurry up and get out. He had personally issued a cautionary order on the school grounds, not realizing that anyone else would have the audacity to run in. As the words fell, the person on the ground remained motionless. Su Wan had a face of anger, not expecting that this guy not only dared to come, but also slept quite well. Walking over and just about to curse angrily, he heard Night North say faintly, "He can't roll out on his own, you can pull him out." Su Wan was uncertain and kicked at the person on the ground. Doesn't move, kicks again, still doesn't move. Su Wan felt something strange, leaned over to take a look, and was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, almost flashing his old waist. Dead people. Night North ignored it, his hands didn't stop and his lips moved slightly. What's the matter with you for coming so late? Su Wan stared at the person on the ground, still not coming back from the shock. In all the years he's been the principal of this Jinghai, there's never been a single death on campus. Night North frowned slightly, the golden flame in his hand slowly extinguished, a trace of anger rising on his face as he said, "What exactly is the matter?" "Nothing, you go back." Oh. Su Wan back to God, no longer pay attention to the person on the ground, opened his mouth back. Beixia Pharmaceuticals side just called me, said the drug will not be put into use for the time being. When Night North heard this, his face was suddenly gloomy. The drug has been successfully developed, this Northern Xia Pharmaceuticals, but not put into use. This late one day, there are tens of thousands of people were infected, this Northern Xia Pharmaceuticals do not know. Seeing Night North's gloomy face, Su Wan carefully continued, Mr. Knight, the North Summer Pharmaceutical side questioned the drug you developed. After all, it involves the safety and security of all the Chinese people. Their senior management met to study and decided to develop it by themselves and not to use your drug for the time being. Su Wan's words fell and he looked warily at Night North. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Night North's ability, but what was the use of him believing in it? Just now on the phone he argued with the other party for half a day, but the other party just wouldn't listen to him, which made him clueless. Night North thought briefly and pressed his wrist device. Nakahara, send the helicopter. Under the same sky, on the top floor of Beixia Pharmaceuticals, dozens of people sat around the conference table in the large conference room. A white-haired old man settled down peacefully above the main seat. Next to a person, sitting next to a military uniform, at this time his face is gloomy, he is Admiral Yu Shichang. Elder Gu, I think this medicine can be tried. At the conference table, Fu Wei rose, full of respect for the old man. Simply because above the main seat, that was a national doctor. Gu Noam, one of the 3 known national doctors in China, an existence on par with Huang Chengjin. When the virus was first discovered, the Ministry of War went through great difficulties to invite him to come out and develop an antidote for the virus in northern Xia. But this side of the old man Gu has not yet developed. He heard that the University of Beijing and Shanghai has already developed. I think this medicine should never be tried. Another man in military attire opened his mouth and droned. The origin of this medicine is unknown. Gu Lao didn't even succeed in developing it. Under the sky, would someone be able to develop it easily? Could it be that this person is even more powerful than Gu Lao, the national doctor? This statement resonated with several people around them. Gu Lao, as a national physician, failed to develop it, and it was heard that this drug was developed by a young man in his 20s, saying that it could not only detoxify the virus, but also directly inhibit the Enola virus, which was simply ridiculous. This medicine has such an unknown origin, and it was sent to them for processing by Beixia Pharmaceuticals, so if there were any failures, wouldn't they take the blame for Beixia Pharmaceuticals? Moreover, Beixia Pharmaceuticals is under the Ministry of War, which is different from civilian pharmaceutical companies and should be more cautious. There was a lot of discussion at the conference table, and no one was in favor of producing and releasing this drug, except for Fu Wei. Yu Shicheng's face showed a difficult expression. He was originally glad that he had an antidote in such a short period of time, but Gu Lao's sentence of denial made it difficult for him. This is, after all, about the safety of the entire Chinese people. This drug, if not detoxification, is nothing, but if it brings negative effects, the consequences are unimaginable. Even though he was an admiral, he simply could not afford this result. At the moment of the crowd's discussion, there was a roaring sound coming from outside the window, followed by a gust of wind and dust, and a helicopter landed on the field. Yu Shicheng angrily got up. This is the War Department. He did not receive any landing instructions. How can he let foreign aircraft enter at will? What are these guard soldiers for? But when he went to the window, he froze. He could tell at a glance that the fighter parked in the field was a Dragon Blade 26, and there was no need to explain where it belonged. The radar guard soldiers detected the intrusion of an airplane at the first moment, but after realizing that it was a Dragon Blade 26 fighter, who dared to stop it? Inspector General's office? What are they doing here? Yu Shicheng frowned. Soon, the door to the conference room was opened, and a front and back duo stepped in. Wei-sun, what brings you here? Yu Shicheng felt puzzled. He had just thought that it was their Anmu City's inspection division coming, but he didn't expect it to be from Jinghai City. Patrol division, a city, are all under the jurisdiction of the city limits. In addition to special events, generally will not cross the border. This Wei-sun how to run to them here? And who is this young man? Chapter 102, Who the hell are you? Wei-sun ignored it with a gloomy face and followed closely behind Knight North. Yu Shicheng frowned. He is an admiral, the level is much higher than Wei-sun this director, but this Wei-sun is subordinate to the Inspector General's office, but the power is bigger than he wants this admiral. There is the most important point. People are martial artists. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Knight North walked straight to an empty seat at the conference table and directly took his seat. Wei-sun's rigid eyes, his hand holding the battle sword at his waist, stood behind him. Hiss. This scene caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Obviously, this young man was at a higher level than Wei-sun, the director of the inspection division, and even higher than the director. Could he be a war god envoy? The 5 war god make respectively in the southeast, west, north and west of China, are in charge of the national belongs to the scope of the patrol division. This was central China, and the Lord War God envoy was Liu Zhongyuan, and although they had never met him, they had all heard of him. And Yu Shicheng returned to the top of his seat, his eyebrows locked as he looked at Knight North, so young. Suddenly his eyes flashed, his heart vaguely guessed who the other party was, and his face was instantly covered with panic. The people in the conference room were whispering. Gu Nong's face sank. He was a national doctor. This person was so arrogant under his nose, he really didn't put himself in his eyes. Admiral Yu, who is this? Gu Nong's tone was low, clearly disgruntled. If it is not here is Yu Shicheng's War Department, he will be directly shot. Under the sky, who see their own is not groveling. In front of this young man does not know the slightest bit of etiquette, really oh discipline. This, may be. Yu Shicheng heard that he did not know how to answer, and looked at Wei-sun for help. However, the other party is still standing straight, looking straight ahead and directly ignoring. Yu Shicheng's face showed a bitter color, and he directly shut up and did not say anything. Gu Lao is a national doctor, he did not dare to offend, but the other party was most likely the person who stood at the top of China. Gu Nong, as a national doctor, it shouldn't be difficult for you to see the ingredients of this medicine. Knight North spoke directly, not having time to ink with them here. Unbridled. Gu Nong slammed his palm down, and the large conference table instantly cracked, trembling, and on the verge of collapsing at any moment. This person dared to call himself by his name, simply seeking death. Chinese National Doctor 3, Huang Chongjin, dedicated to study medical skills, never ask the world, and another mysterious exception, never show up. The world only knows that he is a national doctor, in addition to the appearance of the name of all do not know. On the contrary, Ganon is unusually high profile, often in the limelight, enjoying the adulation and praise of billions of people at all times. In fact, when the drug was just sent to North Summer Pharmaceuticals, he carefully analyzed and divided. What he did not expect is that this drug not only can detoxify the virus, but also can definitely inhibit the virus. Such a short period of time, this kind of superb medical skills who can do? A little inquiry will learn that the original is the son of that guy Huang Chongjin. A late bloomer is better than him? Even if one does not believe it in a million ways, the facts are here. It was just that he was unwilling to accept this fact. As a national doctor, standing at the top of the medical arts in China, how could he let a latecomer get the jump on him and hog the limelight? If this gets out, he'll lose his old face. Wei-sun tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife for a moment, but did not draw it out. He knew that the other party was a national doctor, the strength of the god of war level. He was not an opponent at all. Night North let out a cold smile, already seeing that the unwillingness to put in must be the reason for this valley farmer. His face sank, and he said coldly, Gunong, as a national doctor, it is your duty to save the dead and help the injured, and now that the medicine has arrived and you are delaying in using it, do you know that if you don't use it for one day, tens of thousands of people will be infected, and how many families will be torn apart? Asshole. When Gunong heard this, his old face turned red, and with a furious shout, a palm containing true chi slapped down directly at Night North. This person is young, mouth crazy, really think that I dare not hurt you, even if there is a division to support you, to my country doctor status, also dare not move me. Bold. Wei Sin did not hesitate in the slightest, and his battle sword was instantly sheathed. Even if his strength was not equal to the other party, as long as he dared to disrespect the palace master, he himself would bite off a piece of your flesh even if he died. The pitch-black battle sword swung out violently and collided with the palm. Buzz. A deafening chugging sound resonated throughout the conference room. All of them had their hands over their ears and looked pained. When a martial artist strikes, mortals are unbeatable since, not to mention that Gunong is still at the god of war level. Stomp! Gunong's body took 2 steps back uncontrollably, looking at Wei Sin with a shocked expression. With regards to Wei Sin, Gunong knew that he was just an intermediate-level martial zune. How could he possibly receive the palm he had just slapped, and that he had been recoiled into? Wei Sin was also confused. Could it be that his strength had broken through? But even if he had made a breakthrough, he was still only a senior martial exalted, and compared to the war god level, the gap was not even a fraction of a star. Just as he was secretly wondering, he saw that under his blade, a finger was lightly raised, and a silk of true chi was injected into the blade. I see. Wei Sin smiled a bitter smile. Just now that time, he really thought that he could fight against the war god level strength for a bit. Who the hell are you? Gunong obviously noticed the light finger under the knife, a face of shock. Just now that palm, although he did not use his full strength, but if you want to take down, it is not an easy task. Not to mention the fact that he himself had been recoiled backward, this young man's strength truly shocked him. Who am I? Night North let out a cold snort, his body clothes were windless, emitting a burst of sound, and a golden dragon head loomed on his shoulder. Every stitch is gold, and it comes to life as the dress continues to swing. If it was an outsider, he would only think that it was just a decoration, but Gunong, as a national doctor, looked at the dragon head logo that made him unable to stop a heart palpitation. This dragon head symbol belongs to only one place in the whole world, and only one person can wear the golden dragon head with him. You are the king of the north. Gunong's eyes rolled back in his head and he trembled. The lord of the exorcist temple, he stepped into the god of war in 3 years, sealed the king in 7 years, 1,000 years of wizardry, a generation of legends. No one knew about the god of war level martial artists within China. But he had only heard rumors, but had never seen a real person, never thought that the person in front of him was the legendary person who stood on the top of China. Gulao's action surprised everyone, except for Yu Chang. No one knew what the word Northern King meant. But the next scene directly caused the jaws of the people in the room to drop. Only to see Gunong directly kneeling on both knees, his voice trembled as he shouted, Gunong, see Lord North King. Night North got up, his biting gaze looking at the kneeling man, and said blandly, Gunong, the word national doctor, you don't deserve it. As soon as the words fell, Gunong only felt a wave of invisible pressure sweeping over his entire body, and the dantian in his body instantly ruptured, and his true chi was disorganized. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly, and Gunong's eyes were horrified. Lord North King. Rao. Before the words were finished, Gunong's eyes gradually dimmed and his pupils were lax. The body lurched and slumped to the ground, out of breath. Chapter 103, The Young Man. The crowd could no longer hold back their inner shock. One by one, they stood up violently and looked at the motionless Gulao on the ground. It was obvious that the other party did not have a trace of breath. That is the national doctor the pinnacle of Chinese medicine actually said kill. For Gunong, Night North did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Being a national doctor, it is really killing to be so stupid as to kill people for one's own selfish desires. The drug was produced overnight, there is no need to question the safety and effectiveness. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see on the news that there will be subsequent drugs delivered. Night North said, pointing to Fu Wei then said, you are responsible for docking. Yes. Pei Guard took a standard standing position and immediately responded. Oh yes, the cost and selling price aspect. Fu Wei suddenly thought of this question and asked with his mouth open. The drug is the other side of the research and development, there is no charge for research and development costs. Tomorrow will be put on the market, the price and share of the proportion of the natural to be determined now. What you pay me for research and development is the selling price. As the words fell, Night North directly left, and Wei Sin sheathed his pitch-black battle sword and followed closely behind. How can Fu Wei not hear the implication that this is free? Fu Wei's eyes blazed as he gave a salute to Night North's back. Although he didn't know the identity of Night North, but such a feat, that was the guardian god of Huaxia. Outside the house, the propellers spun rapidly, and with a roar they quickly lifted off and disappeared into the vast night sky. The room was silent for several minutes before the crowd felt the suffocating oppression gradually lessen and couldn't help but mingle for a while. Even the national doctor dares to kill, and can easily kill, this young man. Yu Shichang froze for a few seconds before he came to his senses, got up violently, and roared, "What is one and all still doing here? All go to the production workshop. All work overtime at night, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the drugs will be released on time." After saying that, he had just walked out of the conference room when his pocket phone vibrated. "Old Mu, what's up again?" Yu Shichang didn't stop on his feet and picked up the phone. "What else could it be? Lousy called you half a day and you didn't answer, and if you don't drink the 5-7-year-old Maotai wine, Lousy will drink it himself." On the phone Mui was furious and burst into foul language. After he finished dealing with it, he waited for Yu Shichang for 2 hours. "I say old Mu, you don't say 5-7 years of Maotai, you now is to give me 185-7 years, I also have no time to drink." Yu Shichang feet wind, stride towards the production workshop ran, tonight, destined to be a sleepless night. What happened?" Muyi's tone sank. He knew that this Yu Shichang's love for Maotai wine, if not something big had happened, he would not have let it go. Yu Shichang held the phone in one hand and ran along, giving a brief account of the situation. On the other side of the phone, Mui had long been stunned in place. Night North returned home. The house was dark and empty. Mori Lee and the heart language are not there. Night North dialed Gu Mori's phone and learned that the mother-daughter duo were at the Green Vine Villa at this time. The mother and daughter's safety he is not worried about, secretly with the protection of the patrol division since it is unharmed, but just now Gu Mori's tone is low, obviously there is something. Without hesitation, Night North drove towards the Green Vine Villa. At this time in the Green Vine Villa, inside a large private room, Wang Huiji's Wang family members were all present. Tonight was supposed to be her father Wang Jianyuan's 80th birthday, and the family had gathered here to celebrate the old man's birthday. However, just now, when it was almost time to finish, Wang Jianyuan drank the last sip of wine and was laughing with a happy face, but suddenly his body was stunned and he directly fainted. At this point the family was waiting for the emergency vehicles and paramedics to arrive. The reason why Gu Mori didn't notify Night North to come to the birthday party was because she knew that Night North was busy on a daily basis, and secondly, she didn't have any feelings for the people of the Wang family in the first place. If her mother hadn't repeatedly asked her to come today, she wouldn't have brought her heart language at all. A burst of sirens sounded inside the lodge, an emergency vehicle came rushing in, and several paramedics rushed in pushing emergency beds. Seeing the paramedics, the crowd hastily dispersed, leaving an aisle open. After a brief check, the paramedics quickly took out an oxygen mask and put it on, pressing down on his chest with both hands, doing first aid measures. The faces of the crowd showed anxiety, not worried about this elder Wang, but about the distribution of his properties. Wang Jianyuan deposit is not much, but he lives in the house is facing demolition. Although the house is old, once the word demolition is attached to it, the compensation is a lot of money. The other party's initial bid has been given to more than $80 million, if it stays up for a while longer, it will easily break the billion. At the moment, Mr. Wang is in a coma, life and death is not known, the will has not yet been made, several children cannot be anxious about it. Wang Huiji stayed standing aside, her face calm. For this property, she never considered, when she was driven out of the Gu family, this father of hers was also unheard of, which is equivalent to indirectly driving her out of the house. The only thing that made her sad at this point was just the blood relation, it was her own father after all. Gradual diagnosis, the patient should be a sudden cerebral infarction, it is necessary to do craniotomy, but the patient is already old, it is estimated that the risk is higher, you guys prepare yourselves psychologically. A paramedic examined it and said truthfully. When Wang Hongrong heard this, his face was gloomy to the extreme. As the eldest son of the Wang family, his father had previously told him that when he died, the property would belong to him. But after all, just said verbally, if the father is now dead, and there is no will, the following siblings are bound to fight for the property, when it is a trouble. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, Erlei, I remember you said before that you have a classmate's father who was a famous doctor, so get in touch with him and see if you can get him to participate in the surgery personally. No one present wanted to save his father more than he did, and once his father was saved, he had to make a will at the first opportunity, and at that time, the billion-dollar property would easily come to him. Dong Er lay understanding, how can not know his father-in-law in mind, the property to his father-in-law, and fell into their hands. What is the difference? Although he has been out doing projects in the past few years, bragging about how much money he earns every year, but in the hands of the real how much, only he knows, remove the treats and gifts, all kinds of entertainment expenses, there is not much left. It is estimated that even less than $500,000. That's a full $100 million fortune beckoning to him right now. No problem, I'll make contact now. Dong Erlei pulled out and dialed the number. After a few simple sentences, Dong Erlei hung up the phone and said with an excited face, coincidentally, my classmate's father happens to be having dinner in this mountain village and said he'll be there soon. Not long after the words fell, an old man in his 60s pushed the door in. It was the person who had saved Su Wanshan before, the divine doctor of the capital C, Zheng Qinglan. Chapter 104, He alone is sufficient. Uncle Zhang, I am Xiao Hai's classmate, the two of us are on good terms, as good as wearing a pair of pants. Dong Erlei hurriedly stepped forward, and before his words were finished, he was interrupted by Zheng Qinglan reaching out. Grab the patient first. A cerebral infarction is an emergency, and you can't afford to lose a second. In fact, Dong Erlei in his relationship with this classmate was originally general, and then happened to hear that his classmate's father is actually the Jinghai god Dr. Zheng Qinglan, which took the initiative to contact, every now and then to arrange for his classmate a dragon. The goal is to make it easier for his leaders to see the doctor. Over the years, he has taken it upon himself to arrange treats to make a good relationship with anyone who is useful to him, and then he flatters his leader. Full on see it all, pull out whatever cigarettes you see. Zheng Qinglan took a few steps forward, quickly checking a few spots, reaching out and pulling out a few silver needles, steadily sticking them on top of a few acupoints. At this time, Night North walked up to Gu Mori's side, and the crowd glanced at him, all of them ignoring him and quickly turning their heads to look at one place. After a few minutes had passed, Wang Jianyuan's eyebrows moved slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. This scene amazed the crowd, calling out that Zheng Qinglan was worthy of being the divine doctor of Jinghai. The crowd blew up for a while. Zheng Qinglan's face was solemn and said, right now, we can only stabilize it, the next step is still surgery, the risk is still there, and it's not small, so you guys be prepared. Night Bay smiled bashfully at his words, knowing that these were Zheng Qinglan's words of comfort. Just entered the door, he found that this Wang Jianyuan is a cerebral infarction attack, and the blockage is serious, coupled with alcohol to stimulate the blood to accelerate the flow of blood. At this time the blood vessels have ruptured. Even if it is now immediate surgery, 90% of the cannot get off the operating table, not to mention that there is still a distance to the hospital. As soon as Wang Hongrong heard Zheng Qinglan say this, he took an arrow step forward and hurriedly asked, Dad, that house of yours is reserved for me, right? This was his main concern, and as soon as his father nodded his head in front of everyone, it was as if he had made a will. As for whether the father is dead or alive, that's not the most important thing. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Jianyuan raised his left hand with difficulty and tremblingly pointed at Gu Mori's mother, Wang Huizhi. The crowd looked in the direction. Her, give her. A faint whisper floated in and the crowd froze on the spot. Dad, what did you say? Give it to her? You're giving her the house? Wang Hongrong couldn't believe it and wanted to be sure again. Ever since he, his sister, had been kicked out of the Gu family, his father had not even allowed him, his sister, to enter the house, so how could he possibly give her the house at this time? Wang Jianyuan nodded vigorously, his eyes instantly moist with old tears. This time, not only the crowd, but Wang Huizhi and Gu Mori both froze. Next heard Wang Jianyuan unusually difficult voice said, these years, I am ashamed of this daughter, room, house to her. The words fell out of his mouth, and his arms hung limp. For so many years, he never asked him about this daughter, but at this time, he was unusually guilty inside. It's really a man's word. Quickly go and rescue it. Zheng Qinglan barked out an order. Several paramedics rushed to push an emergency bed. When he passed by Night North, a wisp of silk truchi floated out from Night North's 2 fingers and did not enter Wang Jianyuan's body. The emergency bed was pushed out the door, and Zheng Qinglan followed closely behind, when he unintentionally glanced at it and froze. Hastily stopping and bending over to arch his hand, he said, I didn't expect to see Lord State Doctor here. Although he had only met Night North once, the other party's monstrous strength was still fresh in his mind. One word caused the crowd to be directly and collectively petrified. Uncle Zhang, you're recognizing the wrong person, aren't you? His name is Night North, not National Doctor. Dong Erlei stepped forward and said, he had never heard of the word National Doctor at all and thought it was a person's name. Zhang Qinglan let out a light laugh and said, even though I'm old, I'm not to the point of old eyesight. Don't you guys want to save people? Having him alone is sufficient. State doctor level, and will be the 9 ghosts of the Shin needle art, heal the dead flesh and bones, since it is not in the words. He had seen with his own eyes how Night North had saved Su Wanchan's life, and that was by drinking an entire bottle of Wan Chao Kuei. The crowd was still in a collective daze when Night North said blandly, old Mr. Zhang, go and arrange for an operation. This person will not have a problem living for 3 years. When Zhang Qinglan heard this, there was no surprise on his face, knowing that it must be the state doctor's hand, and as to why the other party did not save him personally, he did not dare to say more. Arching his hand in response, he turned and left with the ambulance. Just now, Night Bei had no intention of saving his life, but it was only Wang Jinyuan's words at the end that bought him 3 years of life. Sirens gradually away, then Wang Hongrong as a dream, hastily called on Dong Early Drive to follow up. He had to go for the property, it was $100 million, and even if he couldn't get it, he would never agree to cheapen this sister of his. After Wang Hongrong left, the crowd dispersed, targeting hospitals, all wanting to see if they can get a piece of the pie. They are all children of the king's family, why should they all be divided among one person? Mom, are you going to the hospital? I'll give you a ride. Gumori turned to look at her mother and asked. Wang Huiji's eyes were slightly red, but she shook her head without speaking and turned around to walk into the mountain village. For the old man of the Wang family, Wang Huiji still had more hatred in her heart. Even though he is the biological father, but on the other hand, isn't he also the biological daughter? How did he live through these 7 years, he as a father cannot know. Not still cold-eyed and uncaring, not even allowed to enter the door of the house. And the house in question, she had never thought about it and wouldn't want it. Gu Emoli looked at her mother's back and said nothing more, no one could understand the pain in her mother's heart better than her. Let's go, you guys go home, the heart language is about to fall asleep. Night North looked at his daughter's incessant yawning and urged. Us? You're not going back? Gumori had a questioning look on her face. Night North smiled gently, opened the car door, and said, you guys go back first, I still have a few things to take care of, so I'll go back when I'm done. Gumoli wanted to say something else, but Night North had already turned around and left. Not far from a tree, the three were all dressed in black, blending in with this dark night, and even if they looked closely, they couldn't see that it would be a human being. Big brother, do it? A man, whose eyes always followed the departing white car, asked quietly. The master has orders, before others arrive, let us 10,000 not to do it, you kid is not looking at that woman. The black-clothed big brother's voice was low, obviously guessed what the person beside him thought. That goes without saying, this guy can't walk when he sees a pretty woman. The other man in black let out a snort. The three people dressed in the same clothes as Wu Bang, it is the 4 guardians under the black mask. In the middle of the conversation, he heard an eerie whisper floating behind him. Where's Wu Bang? The three were startled, looking back, the Lord fell in the air and floated beside the three, the black mask looked especially horrible in this dark night. Chapter 105, I am not the god of war. The eldest brother at the head, Wu Li, arched his hand and replied, back to the Lord, Wu Bang has been following this person since the evening, but after entering the Jinghai University, he didn't come out. Wu Li is also secretly wondering, this Wu Bang good at hiding tracking, should not be found, how to this time, is not back, is it again to go to seek pleasure to go? For Wu Bang he is clear, extremely greedy for female sex, before there is a mission is also, encountered a stunning beauty, is the heavenly task will have to be put aside first. The black mask did not reply, the color of joy and anger could not be seen under the mask. Although the 4 guardians under his command are at the level of martial honor, once they join hands, they can even fight with the god of war, and right now they lack a person. Looking at Night North fading away, the black-robed mask let out a cold shout, no need to wait for him, go. As the words fell, the 4 of them instantly powered up at the same time, their black clothes wearing as they rushed out. The sound of the slightest wind came from the air, and Night North stopped, apparently waiting. The 4 of them landed and stood in front of Night North, the black-robed mask let out a cold laugh and took the lead, saying, I wasn't disappointed, actually able to spot us. The other party's actions were so calm that it was obvious that his side had long been exposed, which made him slightly surprised. Night North smiled blandly without explanation. Hand over the spirit stones and spare your life. The black-robed mask spoke coldly, directly stating its purpose. This spirit stone just arrived in the country, he received instructions from the clan, with the strength of his clan, arbitrarily said a person can directly seize, but in this way, is bound to cause unnecessary trouble, if it is provoked by the patrol division to investigate, it is even more tricky. I wanted to bid normally, but I didn't expect to meet Night North, and the bid was obviously imperative. Spirit stones were extremely rare and precious, so they could not let them go. I should have known that you guys would be unwilling. Night North stood with his hands bent down, his face calm. That day at the stone quarry, an old man's incessant bidding had aroused his suspicion. If it wasn't above the god of war, normal martial artists wouldn't be able to realize that this was a spirit stone. An ordinary person on the other side must have power behind him. The first time he was followed, he knew it. Kid, your courage is commendable. I know that you are a war god, but I advise you to be more sensible. There are 8 war gods who died in my hands without 10. Black-robed masked tone is full of arrogance. The words fell from the back to draw a 7-foot huge sword, moonlight irradiation, flashing eerie cold aura. He had reached the strength of a 3-star war god, and looking at China, there were very few who could beat him. Night North sniffed and let out a soft laugh. In 7 years, he had killed countless outlander war gods, and among them, there had been thousands of war gods who had reached the 9th star. When really, you're looking for death. The Black Mask looked at Night North with a smile on his face, and immediately let out a cold cry. A black robe rose without wind, and his body's black true chi was released with a roar. The 3 people beside him were also all wrapped in full-body true chi and gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. Go! With a command, the black-robed mask took the lead in carrying the giant sword, which rubbed against the ground, flashing with oozing sparks along the way. The 3 woolly people also each waved their weapons in their hands, and their feet powered up as they rushed out in unison. Even if the opposite party was a war god, with the Lord present, killing the other party would be easy. 10 paces away from the Night North, 4 people rose up in the air, a black robe and the Black Knight into one, if not in their respective hands, weapons flashing with a cold aura, ordinary people simply difficult to notice. The 4 weapons swung down sharply in the air, and looking at the person on the ground who was still in the same place, the 4 people's faces were all showing the joy of victory. Even if the other party was a war god, they simply couldn't withstand such a powerful strike from them. How dare they be so arrogant, when they were really looking for death? Just as they were about to cut into each other, they only heard a sound of sheathing. Only to see a pitch-black battle sword instantly cross in front of his eyes. Dang! Buzz! There was a loud clash of metal, followed by a deafening low-frequency thrum. All 4 people were instantly recoiled and flew out, especially the 3 woolly, spraying blood mist in the air. The whole body tendons had been broken. Before they landed, already no breath. Knock, knock, knock. With 3 dull sounds, the 3 woolly people fell heavily on the ground in the distance, all of them in a creepy position. The black-robed mask's feet had just landed on the ground, and the tremendous inertia caused him to take more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize his body. It was too late to panic. A reverse current simply could not be restrained and gushed out directly. His body could not stop trembling. With just 1 strike, 3 people died instantly, causing his entire body to tremble with fear. At this time, only he himself knew how terrifying the other party's blow was just now. How many stars of war god are you? You? The color of shock could not be seen under the mask, but his tone was filled with fear. With his own 3-star war god's strength, the other party actually blocked it with ease. It was obvious that the other party's strength was far above his own, and it was likely that he had already reached 5 stars, or higher. The other party was so young that he could reach such a terrifying strength, which made him never expect it. How many stars, war god? Night North had a bashful face, let out a light laugh, and then said, "To your disappointment, I'm not a war god." When the black-robed mask heard this, he was stunned, not understanding what the other party was saying, and with a sweep of his eyes, he saw the pitch-black battle knife in the other party's hand, with a blood-colored glow emanating from around the blade, and was instantly horrified to the extreme. The Northern King's blade. It's the Northern King's sword. The black-robed mask hissed and roared, sitting down on his butt in fear, his feet instinctively stomping around in alternating directions, raising a cloud of dust, and backing up non-stop. North King's blade. 3 words mean nothing. The person in front of him is the God Punisher Temple Lord who makes the world tremble. And ridiculous enough to ask the other side how many stars of the war god. People are stepping through the war god, honored to be at the pinnacle of the war king's people. One actually presumed to kill and get away from him, simply looking for death. Looking at the approaching Night North step by step, the black-robed mask's heart and guts cracked, and before he could open his mouth to beg for mercy, he only saw a flash of black light. The heads separated instantly and tumbled aside. Night North extended a finger and the mask exploded. Looking at the miserable white face, Night North frowned slightly. Because the word ancient is branded on this man's face. Ancient martial clan. Night North let out a murmur. Ancient martial arts tribe. Night in North sense is known, that is an extremely ancient tribe, if carefully pursued down, afraid that there have been thousands of years, from ancient times. Chinese civilization for thousands of years, legend has it that this first martial artist came out from the ancient martial arts clan. Ancient martial race has always been mysterious and unusual, never ask about the world, however, since 7 years ago, the establishment of the palace of the god of punishment, but frequently appear, and take the initiative to fight against the palace of the god of punishment, these years the death of the ancient martial race in the hands of countless generals, which threatened to kill all the people in the palace of the god of punishment. Knight North had already ordered that anyone who encountered the ancient martial clan would be killed directly without amnesty. However, the ancient martial arts clan is good at hiding, and then with the Knight North of the order to kill, so many years is even more difficult to find. Chapter 106, You're Not Worthy. Early in the morning, the Knight North ate breakfast, the TV is full of news, are broadcasting the North Summer pharmaceuticals developed to inhibit the Arnola virus drug, and has been put on the market, the public can be obtained from the major hospitals for free. The news has been aired and major hospitals were instantly overcrowded with people clamoring to be the first to get this drug. Recently, the Arnola virus has caused everyone to be at risk, and all walks of life have been greatly affected, and now the virus-inhibiting drugs, once introduced, have been looted like crazy. This Northern Summer pharmaceutical is really something, worthy of being under the Ministry of War. Gumori watched the news and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. To be able to develop an antidote in such a short period of time, this Northern Summer pharmaceuticals is really the leading pharmaceutical industry. Knight North smiled at his words and dismissed them, continuing to eat his breakfast. It was processed overnight, and it seems that this Northern Summer pharmaceuticals has not slept a night. Meanwhile, under the night sky, the lights were on in a circular office of the Rice War Ministry. In the middle of a large screen on the wall, a man's cold sweat kept dripping. Inuyasha, what's going on? Didn't you say there would be no antidote for this virus? Techamp, the top administrator of Rice, slammed the conference table with a furious face. The rapid development of Huaxia over the years, coupled with the presence of such a terrifyingly powerful organization as the God Execution Temple, had already kept him awake at night. He let this small dog Ichiro secretly develop a human virus, a kind of drug-free virus, so that the Chinese people are infected with this virus, naturally not broken. The reason why we sought the development of the East Japan is that the East Japan has experience in this area, that is, the infamous Unit 701. And all these years, they haven't given up on the development of viral bacteriological weapons. This Arnola virus is also the most successful one developed by the East Japan for so many years, and once infected, it can spread to billions of people across China. And there's no cure, even for themselves, there's no antidote at all. This never thought that the antidote would come out in just a few days, which made their plans directly fizzle out. Showdog Ichiro head cold sweat, do not dare to answer, the East Japan itself is weak, so many years dependent on the rice country to have a little bottom, if they offend the rice country, they simply cannot be in the international foothold. Fuck! Tekwenpu couldn't help but burst out, then roared, Koinu Ichiro, do you know that there are actually residents within our country of me that have been infected with this Arnola virus now, so hurry up and send the antidote over to me. His own country was actually infected with the virus, which he never thought of, and the speed is extremely fast. Overnight there are hundreds of thousands of people in this virus, according to this rate of development, in a few days, will cover the whole country. Xiao Inu Ichiro's face showed a bitter color, trembling back, Lord Tetrarch, we only developed the virus, we didn't develop the antidote, and this Arnola virus is what we have been painstakingly developing for so many years, and we couldn't even develop the antidote, how could this China develop the antidote so quickly? Ichiro Koinu could not cry, he wanted to use this opportunity to show goodwill to Rice, but he did not expect this result. And they also found people in the country last night who were infected with the virus. I don't care what method you use, if you can't develop it, you'll buy it for me from China out of your own pocket. Anyway, within 3 days, I want the antidote. The words fell, and the screen closed instantly. Inside the villa, Gumori changed Xinu's clothes and sent her to school. Knight North finished his breakfast and was ready to check out the research room. On the way, Knight North received a call from Fu Wei. The other party said that the Easting countryside wants to spend money to buy virus-inhibiting drugs, and will never pay back the price, and would like to ask for Knight North's opinion. The knight in the north did not even think about it, directly a mouth to be rejected, and explained to pay the guards, any country out of money to buy are not for sale, and the domestic first to the poison personnel to distribute drugs, the remaining and then to the distribution of the countrymen, each give a drug to determine the identity of the nationality of the good, the foreigners will not be given. Hanging up the phone, Knight North had a cold smile on his face. For this virus event, although the disease occurred in China, but the Knight North always feel a little fishy, the heart vaguely feel that must be with this East Ing cannot be unrelated. But right now, without evidence, he had no reason to attack directly, and he could not help but fall into disrepute in the international arena. Before he even stepped into the research room, he saw Huang Zuoyan and Yi Xian standing at the door with anxious faces. Night North frowned slightly. What were the two of them doing standing at the door without grabbing the refining? Before he could say anything, Huang Zuoyan hurriedly ran over and said, "My lord. What are you two doing here? Why don't you go in and seize the refining?" Night North let out a cold shout. The drugs that were sent to North Summer Pharmaceuticals before were obviously not enough. Right now the spiritual chi of this spirit stone was barely enough. If they didn't step up the refining, the more the number of infected people, the more drugs would naturally be wasted. When the aura ran out, it would be a troublesome matter. Huang Zuoyan had a bitter look on his face and hurriedly returned, "My lord, someone inside the house specified that he wanted to find you, and it was not good for me and my sister to stop him, and not knowing what his identity was in the end, and refining the antidote for fear of the formula being leaked, that's why he stood outside the door and waited for you to arrive." Night North sniffed and nodded, stepping into the research room. "As soon as I entered the door, I saw the house in a military uniform, with 3 stars on his shoulders. Mui stood in the house, apparently waiting for a. If Mr. Mu has nothing else to do, then please return." Eating, drinking, and feasting were the things that Night North hated the most, and there was a clear ban in the God Exorcist temple, but any person who accepted a feast would be removed directly. No one dared to accept a banquet, either in the temple or in the city inspectorates throughout the country. Mui's old face reddened, stopped speaking, slowly pulled out a black card from his pocket, and weakly asked, "Mr. Knight, then can this card be sent with the little daughter?" As soon as the words fell, Night North waved his second finger, and the black card instantly flew out and landed in his palm. "Want this card? Your Mu family isn't worthy of it yet." Chapter 107 General Su Zhuan in the Temple. Mui heard, face red and white alternately, as a general rank, usually however this kind of groveling, and who dares to talk to him like this? But the person in front of him made him not dare to be angry in the slightest, forcing out a smile, no longer staying, arching his hand and leaving. Jinghai University in a pavilion, according to the mountains and water breeze, surrounded by lush greenery, such as the hidden garden, for people who love to read, is an excellent place. Pavilion, 2 beautiful girls each hand holding a book in the serious reading, the breeze whisked by, the green silk naturally lifelike fluttering up, attracted the surrounding male students look fascinated. At this time, a person stepped forward, a military uniform in this environment seems a bit out of place. The girl in the pavilion looked up slightly, but she froze and exclaimed, "Dad? Why are you here?" Su Jianqi sniffed, her white chin lifted, closed her book, and politely shouted, "Uncle Mu." Mui did not reply, looking at Su Jianqi, his eyes full of complexity. That day he clearly heard his daughter say, "This Su Jianqi is the girlfriend of Night North." A trace of helplessness surged in the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh, pulling out a black card from his bosom, his eyes showing 1,000 reluctance. He knew what this card meant, and if he could have this card, he must be the person that Night North cared about the most. Ugh! With a sigh, mixed with a million pangs of remorse, he shoved the black card at his daughter. Musky took the card, scanned it and handed it directly to Su Jianqi. She remembered that Night North had said that she would hand this card over to Su Jianqi. And what the hell the card was, she had no idea. Su Jianqi glanced at the black card on the book, and then the pupils of her eyes snapped shut. Others did not know, she knew about this card, only that she never thought that Night North would actually give such a valuable thing to this Mushiki. What really happened to these two? The stinking Night North. I didn't realize you were a womanizer. How can you live up to Sister Mori like this? Su Jianqi's face immediately rose in anger, just wanted to open his mouth to ask, then heard a wall away from the mountain came from a burst of rustling sound of grass, then along with a sound of drinking roar. Immediately after that a black shadow suddenly floated down, as fast as a ghost. Before the 3. To be able to startle the division of the patrol division to take action, and still have the director personally lead the team, then the other party was obviously not an ordinary person, which made him even more anxious. Director Wei, the person under the knife is the little daughter, you can pay attention to your words and behavior. Mui's tone was cold. If the other party was not Weisun of the Su Inspection Department, he couldn't wait to directly kick up. Weisun heard, slightly side-eye, swept a glance at Mui, see each other a military uniform, shoulder a flower 3-star, but no surprise, said coldly, patrol division office to do business, not the turn of the side to ask questions. Not to mention that you, an admiral, or even a major general, have no business asking questions. If you obstruct the case, you will be killed. That's how it's done. Mui's eyelids fluttered a bit, but no longer dared to speak. Indeed, as the other side said, the patrol division to handle the case, no one may not intervene. Before there were people who obstructed the law enforcement was executed on the spot. This is not a secret. Because once the patrol division, it must be a major case. The other party is a martial artist identity. Between the shot can easily kill members of the group. Over the years, countless brothers have been killed or injured in the patrol division, and if anyone gets in the way, no matter who it is, they will be punished directly for the same offense. Muskie panicked, not daring to move at all. Above her neck, the sharp blade was already embedded under the skin, and blood was coming out in earnest. Commissioner Wei, I have no intention of hurting anyone. I only beg you to let me go. After I handle the matter, I will naturally go to you to ask for forgiveness. At that time, if I want to kill or die, I will do as I please. Zhou shouted, his eyes vaguely wet and red. He had run all the way from the border and was about to arrive home, but he was stopped by the inspector's office, which made him so anxious that he had no choice but to do this.
Zhou. As a general in the temple, you have left the temple without permission to carry your battle sword and are considered a deserter. Do you know what the consequences are? Wei Sun let out a cold shout. His hands tightly gripped his battle sword, only because the person in front of him had a special identity. That was a general who came out from the God Execution Temple. All of the Exorcist Temple was filled with elites, and the other party's force was definitely above their own. But an iron law is an iron law, and if you leave the temple without permission, you will be punished as a deserter. Moreover, the other party was still carrying a battle sword, so he had to bring the other party under control no matter what. Zhou sniffed, his lips tightly shut in silence, his eyes red. He knows the consequences, that is, directly expelled from the temple, never to be recruited. As a general in the temple, protecting hundreds of millions of Chinese people as an honor, blood spilled on the battlefield as an honor, death and battlefield as an honor. If one were to be expelled from the God Execution Hall, it would be the greatest disgrace, far more unbearable than killing oneself. But right now, he couldn't. There are no deserters in the God Execution Temple, much less indiscriminate killings of innocents. This Zhou naturally has some unspeakable secrets. If not, he would not have chosen to go this way. But even if there are 1,000 reasons, you can't touch the iron law. Ha! A tear slipped out of the corner of his eye. Zhou's face was like ashes. Right now he still needed to plead for mercy? When he chose to take this road, there was no turning back. Even if the crime was not to death, he had no face to live one more second. Commissioner Wei, all I ask now is for you to let me go. As I said, I will go and ask for my pardon after I finish the matter at hand. Zhou had a determined look on his face. What is it? You can speak with me, I will do my best to help you. Wei Sun took a step forward, his eyes sincere. The generals in the temple were all elites. If they didn't encounter difficult things, they would never do anything to escape. No, this is something that I must do myself. Chapter 108, No Blood of Innocent People. With the stalemate at hand, Wei Sun's eyes gradually became gloomy. The battle knife in his hand was secretly powerful. Even if this one female student was sacrificed, this Zhou must be brought under control at this time. If not, once this Zhou escaped, by virtue of his identity ability, more people would be at risk. Don't make a move. Mui could not see the situation and let out a hiss. If you do it, your daughter's life will be in danger. Even if this inspection division had more power, he couldn't care less at this time. Take him down for me. Wei Sun gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Even if you're an admiral, obstructing your own actions, do you really think I don't dare to touch you? The two black-clothed power suits behind him instantly put Mui under control. To hold hostage, you hold me hostage. My identity is better than my daughter. Mui's body was controlled, more and more anxious. His daughter, if there is a long or short, then he absolutely cannot live. Wei Sun sniffed and let out a cold laugh, saying, Admiral Mu, you really think too highly of yourself. Do you know that in the eyes of this Zhou, you are no different from the beggars on the street? The elite generals of the Exorcist Temple, any one of them at random, would have more status than yourself, the director, and would look at you, a small admiral? In this Zhou's eyes, no matter if you were an admiral or a student, you were just an ordinary person. At this time, Su Jianqi forcefully calm, right hand slowly into the bag, just reached halfway in. Above the neck is to feel the sin chill. What? Want to call the police? Zhou's eyes glanced up, and the pitch-black war knife moved to Su Jianqi's neck. The inspection division he did not even put in his eyes. The security division will not be afraid, just that he is now bent on disengagement. The more people who come, the more trouble. As an elite general in the temple, he knew that this inspection division was by no means a soft-hearted person, and would not care about the death of a student in order to take himself down. Then hijack too. Don't hurt her.
Wei Sin had an anxious look on his face and let out a roar. For Su Jianqi, he was no stranger since.
Oh? This girl makes you so nervous, it's a bit interesting. Su Zhou had a hint of a smile on his face as he asked, what? Could this girl be your director Wei's daughter?
The girl under the knife made Wei Sin care so much. If it was really his daughter, then he would have the dependents to get away.
Su Zhou.
If you hurt him today, I'll make sure you don't live more than a minute.
Because, she's the temple master's sister.
Wei Sin spoke softly, but it was like a thunderbolt hitting the top of Su Zhuo's head.
Su Zhou only felt stiff and turned his head with difficulty to look at the other party. Except for his stunning face, there was not a trace of a mole like the hallmaster. Wei Sin, you can say such lies. When did Temple Master have a sister?
Su Zhou didn't believe it at all. The generals in the temple all knew that the temple master was alone and unattached. If not for this, would he have been able to lead the God Execution Temple to the top of the globe in 7 years? Just as Su Zhou froze, Su Jianqi pulled out a black card from her bag and said blandly, he's right, Knight North is my brother.
Buzz.
When Su Zhou heard this, he only felt a buzzing in his head, only because the other party actually directly shouted out the name of the hallmaster, and then looking at the black card in front of him, Su Zhou froze on the spot. Only to see the black card carved floating in the golden dragon head, the back of a protection word. No one was more familiar with the golden dragon head than he was. It was their unique flag symbol, and the protector was the person that the God Execution Temple would protect with all its might.
The pitch-black battle knife instantly disengaged and penetrated deep into the ground, showing its sharpness.
Ha! Ha! Su Zhou couldn't help but let out a gust of bitter laughter as tears came to his eyes. With this God-punishing protector order, he naturally would not doubt the identity of the other party, and other than the hallmaster, no one else would have this order. Although there was unwillingness in his eyes, he could not do anything to harm the person who had this protective order, no matter what.
Take him.
Wei Sin seized the good opportunity and took the lead with a command. Su Zhuo's palm snapped out, the pitch-black battle knife flew up in the air, and with a backhanded grip, he directly slashed down horizontally. Wei Sin was startled and hurriedly put up his battle sword to block.
Dang!
Deafening metal sound accompanied by eye-piercing sparks, Wei Sin retreated several steps in a row. Without hesitation, an arrow step rushed forward, surrounded by dozens of black-clothed strong-suit is also in unison rushed up, the hands of the war knife without the slightest hesitation, brush cleave down.
Dang, dang, dang.
A burst of metallic sounds continued to resound, and a pitch-black battle knife was like a residual shadow that kept waving. In just a few seconds, Su Zhou dodged back a few steps, and there was already fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. He ran around for 3 days in a row without a moment's rest, and he was already tired. If not, he would not have put so many people like Wei Sin in his eyes. On the other hand, Wei Sin's side, one by one, black-clothed power suit is also covering the chest, only to feel the whole body shock numbness blood flow backward, non-stop use of true chi before forcibly suppressed. Right at this moment, the crowd only felt a gust of wind blowing by, and a person standing in the air had appeared in front of them. Knight North was furious. When he was in the research room, he felt that there was a fluctuation of true chi over here. His feet landed blandly on the ground, and his sword brows were cold as he looked around at the crowd. Seeing Knight North, everyone was relieved. Su Jianqi hurriedly ran over and tightly wrapped her arms around the other party, her hands still vaguely trembling.
She was really scared just now. Who wouldn't be scared with a dark, sharp and incomparable war knife on their neck?
Mizuki looked at Su Jianqi, biting her lips tightly, the envy in her eyes hard to hide. Knight North looked down and saw that Su Jianqi's neck had an obvious blood-red mark, while Mizuki's was even more obvious, with blood already crimsoning out.
Your Highness!
Su Zhou knelt on both knees, tears dripping down his face. He never expected to meet the hallmaster here, and in addition to the shock in his eyes, there was more unwillingness. With the palace master present, today, would he not have a chance to escape?
The war sword does not stain the blood of innocent people, do you know?
Knight North's gaze was biting cold as he looked at the other party, only because the other party was wearing black war robes, since he was a general in the temple. If a knife stains the blood of an innocent person, that alone is a capital offense.
The subordinate knows.
Su Zhou buried his head deep and had no face to look up. As a general in the God Exorcist Temple, it is your duty to protect the hundreds of millions of people in China, but you have violated the iron law of the temple, one of which is to hurt the innocent, and the other is to point the knife at your fellow comrades. Knight North cold words uttered, accompanied by invisible pressure. Su Zhou palms and knees touching the ground has been cracked.
But
A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zhou forced himself to swallow the blood in his mouth and immediately replied, "My subordinate knows the crime. Any one of the crimes committed by my subordinate is a capital offense." "Why?" Night North held back the anger in his heart. He was curious to know why the generals in the temple would go this way. Zhou sniffed, slowly raised his head and eyed the Night North, his face as pale as paper, clenched his teeth, but did not say a word. Alas! Night North let out a sigh and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The generals in the temple are all lords, and would rather die in battle than do anything to harm heaven and earth. This sigh caused Zhu's body to tremble. He had clearly disappointed the hall master. The pitch-black battle knife was violently raised above his neck, and Zhou had a determined look on his face. Night North turned away, unable to look away. Zhu's tears slide down, a teardrop drops on top of the sword. Death, he never fear, but not willingly ah. Hallmaster, under Zhou, 3 years in the temple, everything done by no means dishonored the name of the god-punishing temple. Only ask the Hallmaster one thing. Say. Night North bent his hand behind his back and his heart ached, knowing that these were the dying words. Help my sister. For words were uttered, and the pitch-black battle knife slashed violently through. Chapter 109, The Reason for Zhu's Return. Dang. With a crisp collision sound, Night North casually snapped off a branch and threw it back without looking back, directly knocking away the battle sword. The battle knife spun rapidly in the air and stabbed deeply into the mountain dozens of meters away. Zhu's hands froze on the spot with a shock, and the war knife on his neck had already cut through his skin, with blood flowing out. Say, what happened to your sister? Night North slowly turned around and eyed Zhou. This Zhou with a knife without authorization to leave the temple. Despite the obstruction of the patrol division, there must be a reason. Temple Master, give me a day. After a day, I will personally come before you to cut myself off and thank you. Zhou knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, but refused to tell the reason. As a general in the temple, he was aware of the iron law he had violated, pointing a sword at a fellow soldier and injuring a commoner. Whichever of these was a capital offense. He only begged the palace to give him a day, even half a day would be good, so that he could deal with the matter himself. The Night North eyes flashed a hint of cold. The temple generals are bleeding and sweating, not tears. At this time Zhou is actually this, and at this point, this other party is not to say why the reason. Bring Zhou back to the inspection division. Night North spoke blandly. Yes. Wei-san arched his hand and led his group to bring Zhou under control. Zhou didn't put up any resistance, but only kept begging under his breath, hoping that the hall master would give him a day's time. Night North is not moved, no matter why the other party in the end the reason, at this time has lost his mind. Let him leave, I am afraid that it will hurt more innocent people. Wei-san left with Zhou while Night North didn't stop and turned around to disappear. Since Zhou was unwilling to speak, he was prepared to find out about this matter in person. A dilapidated residential area in Jinghai, in a state of disrepair, is said to have been included in the process of remodeling, but it is slow to move. In front of one house, the wooden door was unlocked and a strong smell of Chinese medicine came from inside. Night North gently pushed the door to enter. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a girl guarding the stove fire, was simmering Chinese medicine, looking at the age of about only 14 or 15 years old. The girl heard the movement, looked up, should be flashing eyes but not a trace of spirit, lax gaze, such as puppets, and then lowered his head to lightly fan the fan in his hand. You should be Zhu's sister. At a glance, Night North was able to recognize that the girl's appearance bore an 8-point resemblance to Zhou. As if she didn't hear it, the girl refrained from replying, and continued to stare at the Chinese medicine in front of her without moving a muscle. Night North also stopped pursuing the matter and just stood in the courtyard. A few minutes later, the girl picked up the Chinese medicine, boiling hot pot of medicine, only a thin layer of rotten cloth wrapped, skinny little hand instantly will be hot red, but even did not frown. Skillfully pouring it into a bowl, the girl scooped it up spoonful by spoonful, blowing gently on it. From the beginning to the end of a word should be lively age, but has more than the usual age of people's stability, eyes are always like stagnant general. Seeing that the herbs were almost warm, the girl picked them up and headed for the house. Without a word, Night North followed. The room was dimly lit, and there was a constant coughing and wheezing in one of the inner rooms. The girl walked into the room with the Chinese medicine. Inside the room, an old woman was lying on the bed with her head covered in dirt, her bedding was torn, and a strong moldy smell filled the room. The girl leaned over and fed spoonful after spoonful. At that moment the old woman suddenly saw a man standing at the door, and with a cry of horror, immediately huddled in the corner. Don't come over, don't come over. The old woman is crazy as non-stop shouting, hands waving, feet stomping, a bowl of Chinese medicine just drink 2 mouths, but was directly knocked over, black medicine scattered a bed. The girl stood up mechanically, picked up the empty bowl and turned her head to walk out into the courtyard, picking up the still hot pot of medicine and re-simmering it, not saying a word from start to finish. "Old man, don't be afraid, what kind of person is Zhou to you?" Night North asked softly, his tone calm, afraid of frightening the other party again. When the old woman heard, she was stunned, followed by her eyes but more fear and despair, shouting, "Do not hurt my grandson, do not hurt my grandson, he is on the border as a soldier, the family does not know anything, do not know." Night North sniffed and took a step forward, his palm stretched out, a strand of true chi swam like silk and did not enter the old woman's body. As the true chi entered her body, the old woman slowly calmed down, only her eyes were still full of fear, curled up in a ball, and her body couldn't stop trembling. "Old man, don't be afraid, I'm Zhou's friend, he couldn't come back from the frontier, so he asked me to come back to take a look, are you experiencing any difficulties?" Night North sat on the edge of the bed, his tone soft. Upon hearing this, the old woman's eyes immediately flickered as she carefully looked Night North up and down, obviously somewhat less convinced. Night North laughed lightly, his body sideways, revealing the battle sword at his waist, and said, "This should not be unfamiliar to you." The old woman sniffed and looked, but she saw a pitch-black war knife, her eyes reddened and tears fell. The battle sword, except for being a little bigger, was almost identical to her grandson's, whom he had seen in photographs holding a battle sword majestically in his hand. With a trembling hand, the old woman slowly reached out and gently stroked the pitch-black battle sword, unable to stop hiding her face and sobbing. She hadn't seen her grandson in 3 whole years. "Old man, I'm Zhou's comrade in arms, so feel free to speak with me if you have any difficulties." The old woman sniffed, but did not reply, crying even more heartbreaking. Night North quietly sat next to, quietly waiting, this time, what comfort words are pale and powerless, only let it cry to its heart's content, in order to release the pain in the heart. After a long time, the old woman turned from crying in pain to a low sob, inquired about the Night North and learned that it was indeed her grandson's comrade in arms, and only then did she slow down her crying. The old woman's name is Li Shumi, Zhou's grandmother, and the girl in the courtyard is Zhou's sister Su Xiaoying. Zhou's siblings had a hard life, as their parents went out to work when they were still young, and were both killed in a landslide at a construction site. The siblings grew up with their grandparents. 3 years ago, Zhou set foot on the frontier, his sister Su Xiaoying followed his grandparents, life is poor, but also quite stable. Until a month ago, someone notified them of the demolition of this place, but the demolition payment is ridiculously low, according to the price offered by the other side, within the capital C, even a toilet cannot be bought. Li Shumi and her partner disagreed, but from that day on, there was not a day of peace and quiet, every day there will be 3 or 2 social youths come here to clamor and harassment. However, last week. Speaking of this, Li Shumi once again choked up. Night North got up and poured a glass of water from the side and gently handed it over. Li Shumi took over and drank 2 mouthfuls, forcibly holding back the sadness in her heart, and continued to say. Last week, a group of people rushed directly into the home, holding the contract hard to force them to sign the old man to press the fingerprints. The dispute, the 2 old man was beaten by this group of people directly. At this time Su Xiaoying just returned from school, crowded into the crowd with a weak body to protect the 2 old. Although the other party stopped the beating, they took Xiaoying directly, threatening to say when to sign and when to release their granddaughter back. Before the 2 old men could react, their granddaughter was stuffed into the van and instantly disappeared at the end of the alley. Not caring about the pain, the 2 old men rushed out the door, all the way to inquire, only to find the project responsible for the demolition of the ministry. No hesitation, immediately signed the pledge, but even so, in the project department waited until 10 o'clock in the evening, the granddaughter was a few people to lead back. When she returned, her granddaughter's hair was disheveled, her clothes were disheveled, and her whole body was as dull as a puppet. The 2 old men naturally saw the difference, but no matter how they asked, Su Xiaoying never said a word. Wang Shuang's old partner, angry on the spot, out of control, trembling and waving his fists, not yet touched each other, directly by a foot kick to the ground. The kick, which was already injured, coupled with his anger and age, was such that he never woke up again. "Oh!" Li Shumi once again lost her voice and cried. Inside the room, the air seemed to freeze into ice. Night North's face was gloomy to the extreme, his fists clenched, forcing himself to hold back the eruption of anger. He angrily got up and walked out. Chapter 110, Oren's Bar. Walking to the outside of the courtyard, Night North stopped walking. Su Xiaoying sat on a bench, her hands mechanically fanning herself, her eyes staring listlessly at the stove fire. Night North could not help but feel a pang of heartache, finally understanding why this Zhou defiantly insisted on coming back. His own sister suffered such a great insult, it would be strange for him as a brother not to go crazy. But there are laws of the land and rules of the temple. But even if he had 1,000 reasons, he should not have left with a knife without reporting, and he should not have violated the iron law by hurting the innocent. Iron law is merciless, no matter who, what reason, once touched, will be severely punished. Wei Sen had asked, and so had Night North, but Su Zhou just insisted on not saying anything. This Su Zhou was not willing to say the reason and insisted on returning alone with the knife. It was obvious that he just wanted to slaughter the person who abused his sister with his own hands. The generals in the temple guarded the millions of land behind them at the border, yet they could not protect their own small family in the district. How sad it was. 15 minutes away from Li Shumi's home, a project department, Night North stepped in with monstrous killing intent. As soon as he entered, the security guard at the door immediately rushed out and yelled, "Hey, hey, hey, who are you and what are you doing?" With a gloomy face, Night North ignored it and pulled out his cell phone, and on the screen was Su Xiaoying's picture. Recognize her? The eerie to the core tone caused the guard to shiver. No, don't recognize it. The guard's eyes dodged. As soon as the words left his mouth, the security guard only felt instantly suffocated, as if his neck was tightly jammed by a large lock. Night North's right palm slowly exerted force, and the security guard's feet gradually detached from the ground, constantly stomping about, his face full of panic. For the last time, do you recognize her? The dodging eyes could not escape the demon that was Night North. It was obvious that the other party was lying. The security guard instantly lack of oxygen, full of red face, veins burst and bulging, whimpering and struggling, but simply cannot play a role. Recognize, recognize. The security guard forced himself to squeeze out the two words, his consciousness already beginning to blur. This person in front of him really dared to kill himself. The two words were uttered, the neck instantly loosened, the security guard's entire body fell to the ground, a limp mass, constantly gasping for breath, a violent cough. It took a few seconds before he felt alive again, and just now he had gone black as hell in front of his eyes. Say. A cold drink, so that the security guard trembled, did not dare to hide, hurriedly said, is. Cough. That day I saw Pangyu they gave to bring back, other than that I do not know anything. Where is Pangyu? Night North pursued. I don't know. As soon as the security guard's words fell, he saw the other party's chilly gaze, and just this glance almost made him pee in fear, and hurriedly cried out, Big brother, I really don't know where this Pangyu is but today, I heard someone else say that he's going to go to Oluan Bar to play at night, and that's all I know Night North sniffed, turned to leave, the security guard behind him instantly breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes are still full of fear, just now he clearly felt the breath of death from the other party, far from the bloodthirsty breath comparable to some punks. He didn't doubt for a second that the other party would step in and kill him. The sky is completely dark, the road pedestrians and vehicles sparse, compared to the hustle and bustle of the day, this time slightly cold. However, there was a street that was bustling with traffic, and there were constantly luxury cars blasting their throttles and making roaring noises. The place is brightly lit with neon lights flashing non-stop, and it is a famous bar street in Jinghai. If it's daytime, it's very depressed, but as long as it's nighttime, all kinds of beautiful women and handsome men compete for the stage, and luxury cars gather, which is exceptionally noisy, and lasts until the early hours of the morning. In front of Oren's bar, a burly security guard stared at a group of black-clad powersuits coming this way, each with a grim face and a weapon at their waist, and immediately took out his walkie-talkie to call out a few words. For the security bureau, they were familiar with it, but the group of people in front of them, uniformly dressed in black, clearly looked like a triad organization coming to cause trouble. Wei Sen stood at the front and just wanted to step in, but was stopped by the security guard. This brother, what if you're here to have fun? I welcome it, but if you're here to cause trouble, I advise you not to go in. The security guard had a playful smile on his face. Come to the bar to play, since the 3 religions and 9 streams of what people have, this Oluan bar open close to 3 years, no one dares to make trouble here, only because this is this sub but the 5 masters cover. Swish. Pitch black sword instantly sheathed. But the security guard did not have a trace of panic, a wave of the big hand, dozens of security guards instantly surging, the hands of the flinging stick instantly thrown out, standing in front of the body. Kid, I advise you to stay out of trouble, mess with the 5th master and beware of the consequences. The security guard's words were followed by a crunching sound. Instant 5-finger blood marks on his face, he was just about to lash out when he heard a roar. The Inspector General's office is on the case, and anyone who gets in the way will be killed. A word fell, the security guard instantly stunned, although he has not seen the patrol division, but is heard of, that is above the security bureau above the mysterious department, are dealing with major cases, how today to check their bar. Hearing did not happen what major cases are. But he did not dare to ask, not to mention dare to block, obstructing the patrol division law enforcement on the spot execution, which he has heard countless people said. A group of people stepped in, and as soon as they entered, Night North heard deafening music and couldn't help but frown slightly. He couldn't appreciate this tongue-drying sound. Looking around, the venue was crowded with young men and women who kept swaying to the heavy metal music. Find Pangyu. Night North let out a cold shout. Wei-sun immediately arched his hand and led the crowd to encircle the venue. At this moment, the Oluwan bar, which appeared to be all normal, definitely couldn't even let a fly out. Night North had a somber face, standing proudly with an extraordinary aura. Standing in this bar looked a bit out of place. It drew a lot of sideways glances from the beautiful women. "Handsome man, can you buy me a drink?" A woman with exquisite makeup came quietly, dressed in a cool body, a piece of snow white exposed. "No time." A cold cry, without a trace of emotion. This beautiful woman was stunned. In this bar, there was no kaiju she couldn't catch. She didn't expect that he would meet one today. "What's wrong, handsome? Lost love?" "It's okay, I come to accompany you." The beautiful woman said coyly, her body gradually leaned towards the knight in the north, deliberately wanting to use that proud double peaks to tease each other. She has been in the bar for many years and has seen countless people. This young man in front of her has an extraordinary demeanor, and is certainly a rich master. If this is to catch, naturally there will be no benefits. Before his body touched the other party, he felt a strong air current, and his high heels became unsteady, stumbling and falling to the ground, letting out a cry of surprise. Chapter 111, Don't Hurt People. This scene naturally attracted the gazes of the surrounding people, and the gazes they looked at Night North were all filled with dissimilarity. Naturally, you come here to have fun and spend time physically and mentally, and as long as you are willing to spend money, there is no girl you can't pick up. While the man in front of him was indifferent, having such a beautiful woman taking the initiative to show her affection but not accepting it, what a stupid ex. And the beautiful woman on the ground got up indignantly, straightened her makeup, and made a mouthful at Night North, those two words that needed no explanation. Night North ignored this kind of firework woman. He did not bother to make a move. Not far above the stage, a pretty figure is hiding her mouth with a smile, causing the surrounding youth to salivate for a while. In the center of the stage, a heart shape arranged with roses was about to be completed, and Gumori wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Although she didn't understand why Night North would come to a place like this, the indifference she had just shown to a beautiful woman hitting on her made her heart burst with relief. The huge heart arrangement was complete, with a total of 999 roses, an order she had received early this morning. Said it was prepared by a rich kid ready to go after a girl. She's been a florist for years and these kinds of orders are normal. "Beauty, it's been hard work, brother, treat you to a drink." Beside Gumori, a young man with earrings had a smile on his face and his eyes kept roaming over her body. He had been paying attention to Gumori for a long time, and he couldn't easily let go of such a stunning beauty. "Thanks, no." Gumori politely refused. She never came to a place like this if it wasn't at the request of a client. "Aya, don't be polite to me, it's been a busy night, have a drink before you go back." The studded youth was unforgiving and straddled Gumori's body. "Really no need." Gumori's face was slightly angry, her tone resolute, her body sideways, directly skimming past the ear-studded youth. "Gee." Looking at such a perfect back, the studded youth licked the corners of his mouth, and an exclamation of admiration escaped his lips. Although Gumori was wearing jeans, the tight fabric accentuated the slender legs and buttocks. The studded youth couldn't hold back any longer and slowly approached with his hands and claws. Just wanted to grab that soft place, but felt a bone-chilling coldness at the wrist, looked down, a blood mark at the wrist, hands still maintained the position just now, but could not move. In the next second, his eyes were horrified to the core as his hands had slowly separated and fell straight off. "Ah!" A miserable scream, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. The crowd looked for the sound, but did not see anything unusual, as if they only saw a black shadow quickly flashed. Gumori also stopped and turned around, seeing Night North standing behind him with a calm face, only that the battle sword at his waist was slowly being sheathed. Just want to open the mouth to ask. Night North big hand a sweep, delicate body into the embrace, drew Gumori a pout. "Don't. Here's so many people." Night North did not say anything. Looking back, a black-clothed strong suit in the corner carrying a person has already disappeared. He didn't want Gumori to see a bloody scene. His feet secretly exerted force, and above the ground, the two remaining palms burst. "Go wait for me in the car, we'll go back together in a while." Night North walked to the door and said to Gumori. Gu Mori nodded his head gently and didn't pursue the question because he knew that Night North must have something to deal with when he appeared here. Then you be safe. Saying it casually, Gu Mori herself couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. It seemed like every time Night North showed up, it was always someone else who got hurt. After thinking for a moment, she chided, "Don't move to hurt people." Night North nodded with a hint of a bitter smile. Was he a bloodthirsty maniac in the eyes of Emily? Until he watched Gu Mori get into the car, Night North turned around and walked into the bar, his face instantly gloomy. Today he promised Mori not to hurt anyone, because, next, it's not about hurting people, it's about killing people. In the center of the bar's stage, a rich young man wrapped his arms around a net-faced beauty and kissed passionately in the center of a heart-shaped rose. Applauding and whistling all around. Inside a nearby card seat, several youths looked at the center of the stage with envious faces. Being rich is really good, you can pick up any kind of beauty. A young man let out a sigh of relief. As soon as the words were uttered, several people around him refused to deny it and nodded their heads in succession. The center of a person, with a plate inch, a face of disdain, a mouthful of drink cup of foreign wine, wiped his mouth, said, "What's this? Which one of these net red is not being played rotten? The stupid had also give us a treasure like, to play, that have to play young girls, 14 years old, that's only called a tender." When the crowd heard this, they became interested, and one of them hurriedly asked, "Brother you, could it be that you've played it?" Pang Yu let out a snort, a face of arrogance, returned, "That must be, a few days ago, I just played one, that feeling, tsk. Pang Yu was talking with his eyebrows raised when he saw a man standing at the table, cell phone in hand, staring at himself. Pang Yu let out a cold laugh and didn't bother, but the other party was still standing there, their cold eyes just staring at him. "What the are you looking at? You want to find death but—" Pang Yu was stared at and instantly exploded. As soon as the words fell, Wei Sin directly slapped out, and the huge inertia caused him to slam headfirst into the corner of the table, instantly break. Pang Yu covered his head and looked forward, but quickly forced himself to calm down and said, "Who is this? Don't recognize." Swish. The last word had just fallen, and the battle sword was instantly sheathed. An entire arm flew straight up in the air, spinning several times in the air and landing on the ground. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. Pang Yu didn't react at all and only felt that the arm on the ground was somewhat familiar. Before he could acknowledge it, a sharp pain at his arm made its way to his brain. "Ah!" The scream resounded throughout the bar and seemed particularly abrupt. The surrounding people couldn't help but frown and turn around to look, and all they could feel was a chill sweeping through their bodies, creeping them out. "I'll ask you again, do you recognize this girl?" One sentence was as cold as ice, and Pang Yu only felt a palpitation. Without waiting for an answer, a voice of anger was heard. "How dare you make trouble in my bar? I think you don't want to live." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, a bald man around 40 years old was flanked by people. Chapter 112, How Can I Let You Die So Easily? Master 5. Pang Yu endured the severe pain and cried out, his heart bursting with joy. For so many years, no one has dared to make trouble in the Fifth Master's territory, and now that the Fifth Master has stepped in, he is bound to be safe and sound, while the other party will not want to walk out alive today. The Fifth Master stepped forward and glanced at the Night North, his brows slightly frowning. The young man in front of him was really unfamiliar. But after taking a look at Wei Sin beside him, he was instantly shocked. The head of the inspection division, he knew, because he was a martial artist. The inspection division has one city and one place, all of which manage martial artists from all over the world. "Director Wei, what do you mean by this?" Master 5 was not humble. As an intermediate-level martial zone strength, even if it was Wei Sin, he was fearless. Besides, today, he hadn't done anything wrong. "The inspection division is on the case," Wei Sin said coldly. A few simple words are an illustration and a deterrent. The Judicial Inspectorate is responsible for handling cases, and those who obstruct law enforcement will be executed on the spot. Director Wei is so imposing. Even if you are working on a case, you can't hurt someone for no reason. Master 5 said, secretly lucked out, and his top shattered with a bang, revealing his exploding muscles. Wei Sin's pupils shrunk violently, only because of a 3-inch long tattoo on the other party's chest. It was a pitch-black tattoo that resembled the shape of a battle sword, and if one looked closely one would realize that it somewhat resembled the battle sword used by their patrol division. Master 5 obviously caught Wei Sin's eyes and let out a sneer, saying, "Commissioner Wei would not recognize this tattoo, right?" Wei Sin did not say anything. For this tattoo, he recognized it at once. Anyone with this tattoo is a martial artist and belongs to an organization that is dedicated to fighting against the Department of Justice. As martial artists, they were proud of themselves, But the Division of Inspection managed the martial artists in the world, which made these martial artists very dissatisfied and disobedient. The division will come into being, as its name suggests, specializing in dealing with the members of the division, and it is said that there is no lack of people with the level of the war god inside. However, the Department of Justice will not stir up trouble for no reason, because they know that the Department of Justice is subordinate to where they are, and they will naturally not be able to get any benefits if things get out of hand. But as long as the inspection division can't catch them at fault or evidence, if they come looking for trouble, that's just what they want. Over the years, a number of staff members of the division have been injured by people in the division council. They took pride in killing members in the patrol division, and when they killed a member, they would receive countless embraces and rewards, and the more they killed, the higher their status. Moreover, it is said that there is no lack of martial artists from outside the country mixed in this division, infiltrating various cities. Everyone listen, this way division chief, come to me today. 1 did not violate the law, 2 did not violate the discipline, they patrol division but directly shot to hurt people. I'm afraid to say it is not acceptable, I normally fight back, there is no excuse, right? The fifth master said. True chi instantly enveloped the whole body. If he killed this Wei Sen, he would be able to ascend at least 2 levels in a row, and the rewards would be extremely generous. Without the slightest hesitation, the punch containing true chi blasted at Wei Sen's head. Wei Sen hurriedly war sword stood in front of his body, did not dare to be big. He knew that the other side with him is an intermediate level of martial arts, and the other side of the real strength may also be higher than their own. A fist came blasting in and was still a foot away from Wei Sen before it came to an abrupt halt, unable to move forward a single point. The fifth master was immediately startled, and a flash of fear rose on his face. He could easily block his own full strength strike. Could it be that this Wei Sen had hidden his true strength? Without waiting for him to think carefully, he only felt the invisible pressure around him solidifying his entire body. Dang! The overpowering pressure simply could not be resisted, and the fifth master's knee snapped to the ground, and the ground instantly cracked, and white bones appeared. Not caring about the severe pain in both knees, the fifth master's eyes were covered with great fear as he clearly felt that the dantian in his body was about to be crushed. No! No! The fifth master roared in despair. If the dantian was shattered, he would be no different from an ordinary person, and he would never be able to step into a martial artist in his life. But a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the fifth master knelt on the ground with his heart in his mouth. The few bodyguards that followed along with the fifth master were stunned at once, while others didn't know. They clearly knew that the fifth master was a martial artist and was so strong that it was hard to have an enemy after so many years in the capital city. And at this point, it was so bad, and the other side didn't even seem to be putting up a fight. War god. The fifth master's heart and liver fear trembling, staring at the strange youth in front of him. Such a powerful and strong pressure in addition to the god of war, others simply cannot do. The Night North since does not know this what division will, but no matter who, as long as the obstruction of the patrol division law enforcement is a capital offense. Without the slightest hesitation, the invisible pressure raged through, the pupils of the fifth master instantly lax, begging for forgiveness could not even say it, then fell headlong. The body of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are broken. The purpose of his visit today was Pang Yu, and he had no time to waste on others. Pang Yu sat on his butt in shock. Who in the world is the person in front of him, actually daring to kill even the fifth master? Compared to the fifth master, he is not at all at the same level. Right now, how can he escape? My lord, I really don't know anything. Pang Yu hurriedly knelt down. The pain of a broken arm was not as important as life. The pitch-black battle sword flickered with crimson light, a bloodthirsty aura naturally formed from drinking the blood of countless war gods. Night North's gloomy eyes didn't say a word as a black shadow swung out directly. Pang Yu directly fell headfirst to the ground, losing both of his arms. Ah! A miserable scream, but not as loud as the first time. Pang Yu only felt a wave of dizziness, lying on the ground, non-stop residual gasping. Next time, it's legs. The death-like tone caused Pang Yu's body to jerk, forcing a breath and saying, My lord, I say. I know this girl, I was the one who brought her back to the company that day. I wanted to just scare her family. I didn't realize that our boss saw her as a good-looking girl, and as a result. Pang Yu didn't dare to go any further. How many people in total? Night North gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. It was not hard to tell from Su Xiaoying's state that it was by no means the work of one person. Wei Sen, however, was violently startled. He had never seen the Hall Master move in anger like this before. Three people? When Night North sniffed, he only felt his heart dripping blood. That's only a 14-year-old kid, you guys actually got off on it. There you are. With a furious cry, Pang Yu trembled, his greatest fear had finally come. No. No. Pang Yu flatly denied it, he knew what would happen if he admitted it. Just that the imperceptible dodging eyes could not escape the eyes of Night North. The pitch-black battle sword was raised high, but it did not fall. Night North reached out and cracked a bottle, throwing it violently. Instead, the crowd shuddered in unison, instinctively shielding their lower bodies. The broken wine bottles raged past, taking Pang Yu's lower body directly with them. This time, Pang Yu did not even have the strength to shout, just curled up, constantly shaking, mouth issued whimpering miserable scream. The pitch-black battle sword slammed into its sheath, and Night North turned to leave with a cold cry without looking back. Take this Pang Yu back. Chapter 113, Eastern Realm Jinguo Envoy Lone defeats Sky. Outside the door of the bar, Night North stepped to the car and opened the door to get in. Gumori instinctively winced as she clearly felt an instant bone-chilling chill inside the car. What's wrong, Night North? What happened? Gumori looked at Night North's gloomy face and asked quietly. It was the first time she had seen Night North in this state. It's fine, just drive. Night North's tone was light and his face was calm. The filth and sinister nature of these assholes in society, it's better not to let Gumori know. Gumori was inwardly shocked, she knew that the calmer Night North was on the surface, the angrier he was on the inside. What was it, exactly, that pissed him off? Oh. Although Gumori was curious, she no longer pursued the question because she knew that if the other party didn't want to talk, naturally no one could make him talk. Vehicles traveling smoothly on the road, the middle of the Night North phone rings, only said a sentence since the people do not hand over, then bring their heads to see me and then hang up directly. As the phone hung up, 3,000 miles away from the eastern border of the capital sea, a Black Eagle fighter jet quickly lifted off and broke into the air. Amidst the clouds, the Black Hawk fighter jet was traveling at full speed, yet the pilot soldier had a worried look on his face and hesitated, unable to resist asking. Lord War God Envoy, the borderline of the Dongping Kingdom is just ahead, do we still need to continue on? Once a warplane crosses the borderline, the other side will definitely be the first to intercept it. Move on. For simple words, unusually cold. On the back seat, a man clad in a black battle robe, his eyes rigidly looking out the window, his age similar to Night North, one hand gripping the black battle knife at his waist. He was the Eastern Realm's Jinguo Envoy, the 9-star war god, Lone Defiant. The highest strength among the 5 war god envoys is the one who was most expected to step through the bottleneck of the war god after Night North to become the king of the war. The reason why his strength was so strong was because he had been a constant companion of Night North before, and his character was naturally cold, very much in line with Night North's temperament. After Night North's guidance, coupled with his own comprehension, his strength grew so fast that the remaining 4 were secretly staggered. The Eastern Realm was the closest to the Dongping Kingdom, and he set off at the first opportunity after receiving the Temple Master's orders. For this kind of social scum, Night North would not let him live one more day since. The soldiers didn't dare to speak, their faces were grave, and the Black Hawk fighters didn't reduce their speed at all, skimming directly over the borderline. As soon as this side crossed the line, 2 fighters quickly appeared in the sky, alongside the Black Hawk fighters. This is the Air Force of the state of Dongping, this is Dongping territory, you have crossed the line, please sail away quickly or we will take coercive measures. One of the fighters quickly shouted that the missiles had them locked on, thumbs on the red launch buttons of the joystick, ready to be pressed. Repeats kept coming from the air, and inside the Black Hawk fighter jet, the soldier's face was anxious, trespassing on another country's territory, the other side had every reason to force fire and shoot it down. Lord Warlord Ambassador, shall we continue on? The soldier looked at the instrument panel, which had red lights blinking and alarms signaling that his fighter had been locked on by the other side. No need to pay attention, advance according to the target. Lone Defiant glanced out the window, his face calm, the pitch-black battle sword in his hand ready to be sheathed. If the other party really dared to fire, he would shoot them down at the first opportunity. Today, he came only for the things commanded by the Palace Lord, and had no intention of provoking trouble between the 2 countries. The Dongping Kingdom's fighter called out 3 times, and when they saw that the other side was still traveling forward at full speed, their thumbs secretly exerted force as they prepared to launch their missiles. Just then, a sudden roar came from within his headset. Stop it, stop it. The other fighter soldier hurriedly roared, and only then did he notice that above the tail of the other fighter, there was a dragon head symbol. What is it, Captain? The soldier froze at the yell and stopped firing. The captain, looking horrified, returned, hold your fire and report to headquarters immediately. As a captain, he has been a soldier for 6 long years. He naturally knows what this dragon head sign indicates means. That's the Punisher God Palace. Firing at the Punisher God Palace's warplanes. This will directly trigger the national war. This consequence, how can he, a small captain, bear? The 2 fighters that followed immediately slowed down and only dared to follow at a distance. Inside a luxurious villa, in the middle of the pool, 2 middle-aged men were taking a leisurely dip, with dozens of black-clothed bodyguards surrounding the circle of the pool. Brother, what do you think the identity of that little girl is? Why did she even alert the Division of Justice to come out? Jiang Qinghai's face was depressed. It was no small matter for the inspection division to take action, he knew that. Jiang Qingfu, with a cigar in his left hand and a glass of whiskey in his right hand, took a sip and said, "What's wrong with the inspection division? What are you afraid of? He can still come to Dongping to arrest us." When his junior brother Pang Yu was captured by the inspection division, Jiang Chengfu and his younger brother Jiang Qinghai received the news at the first time and fled back to Dongping Kingdom in the night. The two themselves are Dongping nationality, was attracted to the past to do real estate business. Relying on the status of foreign investment promotion, these years in the Beijing Sea is also exceptionally arrogant and domineering, and earn a lot of money. What the brothers did not expect was that this was a small matter, how to alarm the patrol division directly out of it. Jiang Qinghai sniffed, a face of reluctance, said, "Brother, I am naturally not afraid. The patrol division is no longer powerful. It is not possible to run here, just the 2 of us in China's business. I'm afraid that we can't keep it. It doesn't pay to play with a little girl in the district and lose so much business." Jiang Chengfu sneered, "I said you are a pig brain? Huaxia such a big piece of cake, how can I give up, turn back the group company to change the legal person, you and I here behind the scenes manipulation on the line, and the little girl to deal with, as long as she is dead, the death of no evidence, this matter will naturally be unsettled." The words fell out of his mouth, and the sound of the duo's hearty laughter came from inside the pool. Just then, a faint sound came from above the sky, and a black dot in the distance kept getting bigger and bigger, appearing in the duo's field of vision in just a few seconds. Above the villa, the black fighter jet hovered directly above the pool. The water in the pool was blown by the downward pressure of the gusts of wind and swayed violently. The 2 of them could not stabilize their bodies at all for a while, and swung ceaselessly with the waves. Just as the 2 of them were wondering, the air hatch opened and a man fell straight through the air. Looking at the man in black who was walking step by step, the bodyguards quickly surrounded the 2 in layers. Black battle robes fluttered in the wind, and the battle sword at his waist was slowly drawn out, emitting a biting cold aura. "You, who are you?" Jiang Chengfu's voice trembled, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the other party made him unable to stop palpitating. "You don't deserve to know." With a cold word, the God Execution battle blade was directly swung out without any frills. Half-arc fluctuations visible to the naked eye quickly raged. Dozens of black-clothed bodyguards didn't have any reaction at all. Their bodies were directly cut off at the waist, their blood and intestines instantly flowed all over the place, and the large swimming pool turned blood red. Chapter 114, Whoever bullies us shall die. Vomit. Such a bloody scene in front of them made the 2 brothers instantly gag. Lone Defiant had a calm face, his feet did not stop. As a war god envoy, scenes 1,000 times bloodier than this we're used to. "Who the hell are you and why are you trying to kill us?" Jiang Qingfu held back his inner fear, killing dozens of professional bodyguards with a single slash. The person in front of him was clearly a martial artist. Lone Defiant Sky directly ignored it, and the God Execution battle blade was leveled in front of him, with the blade pointing at the 2 of them. Without hesitation, a knife was swung out violently, aiming straight for the opponent's legs. The master of the palace personally ordered that the 2 be taken back alive, if not, the knife would not be in the legs, but in the head on the neck. The 2 instantly looked as if they were dead. In front of a martial artist, would they have any hope of surviving? Dang! There was a loud clash of metals. The true chi wielded out by the battle sword was directly blocked. Only to see a person holding a 7-foot sword across the front of the body, a military outfit valiant, face without anger, revealing a cold smile. "Your Excellency, as a martial artist in the God Execution Temple, trespassing into my Dongping country's territory, not to mention injuring my civilians, do you really think we're easy to bully?" He knew about the Black Eagle fighter just as soon as it entered their territory, but only because the other party was the identity of the God Execution Temple, he didn't do anything rashly. If the other party hadn't done anything drastic, then they would have turned a blind eye and let them go, but now, the other party was on a killing spree here. "Do you really think they have no one in Dongping?" As the words fell, Jiang Qingfu looked up and was ecstatic, crying out, "General Tanyel!" The person who came was none other than Dongping country's renowned god of war, Tanyel. With him, today, the 2 of them would definitely be safe and sound. The other party was not only the god of war, but also the great general of the Ministry of War. The other party would not dare to go against the Ministry of War even if they had the greatest guts in the world. Seeing that the other party would not reply, Daniel took a step forward and blocked in front of the two brothers, coldly drinking. "Your Excellency is afraid that you need to give me an explanation today, if not, don't even think about leaving." Daniel has been forced to hold back the anger in his heart. If he did not feel that the other side from the God Execution Temple, he has long been outraged to kill him on the spot. Not only are they trespassing on their territory, but they are also trying to kill people, which is a capital offense. With a cold face, Lone Defiant directly ignored Daniel, and the God-punishing warblade slashed out again at the two Jiang Qingfu brothers. He hadn't exerted any force at all with that slash just now, yet this slash was incredibly powerful. Humph. Still dare to come. Really looking for death. Daniel could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. His whole body's true chi was released with a roar. His hands gripped the 7-foot battle sword, and he chopped down at the half-moon fluctuation that came in a hurry. Buzz. The dull sound filled his entire eardrums. The mountains and seas of terrifying power shocked his eyes black. Not waiting for him to react, in front of his eyes 7-foot sword instantly shattered. The whole person directly flew out backwards. Put. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and Daniel's eyes were filled with horror. The opponent's strength was too terrifying, and with just this one move, he was injured and defeated. Feeling his internal organs almost twisted into a ball, Daniel endured the severe pain and forcibly transported a mouthful of true chi, which restrained the blood that flowed backwards throughout his body. The Jiang Qingfu brothers and sisters were completely dumbfounded. The Daniel war god, who made their Dongping kingdom proud, was so unbeatable in front of the other party. And the other side didn't have the slightest regard for Daniel's war ministry. This is clearly going against the Dongping War Department. Who the hell is this other guy? Lone Defiant took a step forward and raised his pitch-black battle sword high, wanting to chop it down. The two of them hugged each other naked and couldn't stop shivering all over. Even General Daniel was no match for the other party, so would the two brothers have a chance of surviving? Daniel's eyes widened in anger as he roared, "If you kill the two of them today, aren't you afraid of triggering a national war?" A single word made Lone Defiant stop moving. Daniel breathed a long sigh of relief, and the two Jiang Qingfu brothers instantly rekindled their hope for life. This other party was still afraid, and if this matter triggered a war between the two countries, it would be a big price to pay. "These two have insulted my Chinese people. Their crime is punishable by death. I have been ordered by the palace master to capture the two back alive." Lone Defiant indifferently stated the reason in a single word. He had no intention of explaining himself. It was just that right now, in front of the general of the War Department of the Dongping Kingdom, killing the people of the Dongping Kingdom, if he did not give a reason, it would inevitably cause misunderstanding. Let's not talk about whether or not the two of them are guilty, but even if they are, then we should be the ones to try them. This is after all in the Dongping Kingdom. It's not your turn for the God Execution Hall to intervene. Daniel was completely furious. The people of his Dongping country, which is again on top of their own land, this must be tried by them first. How can there be a reason to kill people directly across the borderline? The lone defeatist no longer cared. The cause was stated, and that was enough. "My lord, I'm wrong, don't kill us, I'll pay for it, as much as I want." Jiang Qingfu knelt on both knees and kept begging for mercy. It was the little girl after all. Just what is the identity of that little girl? Pang you captured said it was a poor family child. This Inspector General's office is directly out of the way, not to mention the fact that right now this man is directly flying an airplane across the state line to kill the two of them. When Lone Defiant Sky heard this, he was not moved at all. His face was always as indifferent as ice. In the next moment, the god-punishing warblade made a horizontal slash, and the legs of the two of them broke in unison. Blood flowed all over the place, and the instantly intense pain made them almost faint. The battle sword was sheathed, and Lone Defiant's large hand clawed, dragging the two of them, directly stepping away. "You!" Daniel was shocked and angry. Never thought that the other party would dare to be so arrogant to such an extent. This is to trigger a national war. This so serious consequences, you know? Lone Defiant stopped at his words, his back sideways. "Those who bully my Huaxiao will die. If you guys want to start a national war, I, Lone Defiant, will be the first to accompany you." The words fell. The lone defeated Sky Carriot's two people a vertical jump on the ladder. The Black Eagle warplane quickly ascended into the air. In the twinkling of an eye disappeared in the sky. Daniel looked longingly in the direction where the Blackhawk fighters had disappeared, revealing a bitter smile. Starting a national war, do they, Dongping Kingdom, dare? If they really started a national war, in less than a day, their Dongping Kingdom would be directly erased from the map. At the Capital C Patrol Division, the iron door of a secret room slowly opened, and inside the room, Zhou slowly got up and looked out the door. Outside the door, Knight North stood quietly with his arm around a girl. Zhou's gaze shifted downward, and after seeing the girl beside the hall master, his eyes turned crimson, tears instantly coming out of his eyes, and he rushed over with an arrow step. Ing. Zhou's sister tightly embraced tightly in the arms, while the arms of the small Ing is not too much reaction, just mute and not lightly wiped the corners of the eyes of the brothers' teardrops, the corner of the mouth slightly with a hint of laughter. Knight North stood to the side, making no interruptions. Looking at his sister's appearance at this time, Zhou's heart is dripping blood. Before his sister is not like this, every time she sees him, she is flying and jumping into her arms at once. And at this point, I am sorry showing, it is my brother who is not good, it is my brother who is not good. Zhou burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. However, just at this moment, a burst of voices begging for mercy came out of nowhere. Weisun led several members of the patrol division, dragging 3 people to the back of the Knight North. 2 of them both legs are broken by the hard drag all the way, leaving several long blood trails on the ground. Ah, who are you, where is this, what are you doing? Please let me go, I can give you money, a lot of money. All 3 were hooded, trembling and begging for mercy. Knight North a gesture, Weisun ripped off the 3 people's headgear, Su Xiaoying originally puppet-like eyes to see the 3 people, pupils violently contracted, fists clenched, body cannot stop trembling. Knight North's second finger stretched out, and a strand of true qi was slowly fed into Su Xiaoying's back, lest the other party fainted from the intense stimulation. Su Xiaoying would not recognize these 3 people, even if they were turned into ashes she would never forget them in her life. The 2 brothers, Jiang Chengfu, Jiang Chenghai and Pangyu, also instantly understood everything after their gazes swept over Su Xiaoying. Lying on the ground, they kept begging for mercy, they never dreamed that this incident in the district would bring them to their doom. Zhou's crimson eyes looked at the 3, his heart vaguely had an answer, and before he could speak, a war knife was handed to him. Didn't you want me to give you a day? Go. Knight North stretched out his battle sword and opened his mouth, other than that, there was no need to state anything else. Without hesitation, Zhou took the battle sword as soon as he realized that it was still his own. Glancing at his sister beside him, Zhou gripped his sword and slowly got up, unable to hide his bloodthirsty killing intent as he walked towards the 3. Ah, what are you going to do? Who the hell are you guys? You can't kill us. You're abusing a lynch mob, and I'm going to have my lawyer sue you. Jiang Qingfu and the 3 of them looked at Su Zhua, who was full of murderous aura, and were so scared that their livers cracked as they kept retreating. Swish! The biting blade swept straight through, and the 3 people's bodies were cut off flush, their blood and intestines instantly flowing all over the place, but they didn't die immediately. How could Su Zhua let his opponent die so easily? The 3 looked at the body that had been chopped off by themselves, but did not let out a wail. The intense pain had already made them already unable to say a word. One by one, their bloodshot eyes stared round, only letting out bursts of weak whimpering sounds. Immediately after a few blades of cold light residue, the arms of the 3 were chopped off, leaving only the upper half of their bodies, lingering. Swish! The blade of 1,000 pounds slashed out once again, and the ground was sliced out with a deep crack. The heads of the 3 people were directly separated from their bodies and rolled to the side where blood flowed into the pillar, and all 3 pairs of eyes were filled with fear and stared round. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Su Xiaoying eyed the front, a mechanical version of laughter coming out of nowhere, the sound getting louder and louder, accompanied by the incessant spilling of tears. Knight North hugged tightly, letting the person in his arms cry in pain uncontrollably. This Su Xiaoying is a heart disease, there is no other way to cure this heart disease, only the heart medicine can cure. Right now, this is the best heart medicine. And these 3, too, must be disposed of by Su Zhua himself. Looking at the person in his arms, Knight North hesitated for a moment and slowly placed his palm on top of the back of the other party's head. Sighing without hesitation, the true qi quickly traveled through the hair and skin, through the skull, and right above the brain. Now that the mind is free of the disease, letting it lose its memory and forget the pain may be the best medicine for the body. Chapter 115 Antidote Robbed. Su Zhua slowly turned around and saw the scene in front of him but did not block it. Grateful eyes looked towards the hall master. He knew for sure that these painful memories would accompany his sister for the rest of her life, and it would be the best outcome if he could make her completely forget this experience. Seeing that his sister was about to pass out, he rushed forward with an arrow step and held her tightly in his arms. Go to sleep, young. When you wake up, everything will be forgotten. A softly spoken word, just hold your sister in your arms for a long, long time. Then he gently handed his sister over to Wei Sen, and under the other party's astonished gaze, he walked over to Knight North and knelt down on one knee, tears dripping from his eyes. "Thank you, Your Highness, for making it happen." He is aware that he can now personally avenge his sister. Is the Hall Master extraordinarily generous? If not, with his own violation of the Iron Law, no matter which one, are all dead, cannot wait until now. Take care of your grandmother and sister at home from now on. Knight North slowly turned around and stepped away. Behind him, Zhou's body shook violently when he heard the words. How could he not understand the meaning of the temple master's words? That was for him to stay at home from now on. But as a general in the temple, he understood that no one could violate the iron law of the temple. Glancing back at his sister in Wei Sen's arms, the tenderness on his face was hard to hide. Then he turned back violently and raised his war knife to his neck. Your Highness, I want to be buried under the exorcism mountain to be with those fallen comrades day and night. A word fell, the hands of the violent force, blood-splattered tiger eyes do not close, kneeling body does not fall, the hands of the war knife clenched. He, who had no choice but to cut his own throat. This sudden scene, Wei Sen was shocked, hurriedly let people come forward to check, but the result is that this Zhou has not breathed. Knight North stopped walking, unable to turn back. It was late at night in the dilapidated neighborhood, surrounded by silence and the occasional sound of a dog or two. Li Shumi's home, Su Xiaoying was lying on the bed at this time breathing evenly, still asleep. Inside the other dimly lit room, a strand of true qi was slowly withdrawn, and Knight North quietly got up, looking at the sleeping duo inside the room with mixed feelings. Li Shumi's body is not a big problem, and with the dredging of the true qi, it can be restored in a few days of recuperation. Walking outside the courtyard, Knight North whispered, Xiao Tian, when you go back, send Zhou back to the God Execution Palace and bury him under the God Execution Mountain. And many of the generals had requests before they were born, hoping that after their deaths, they would be buried under the Exorcism Mountain, where there were countless souls of their comrades and generals, and with their company, they were not alone. It would be a great honor to be buried under the mountain of God Execution. When Lone Defiant Sky heard this, he showed hesitation and spoke, Big brother, this Zhou was not killed in battle, so I'm afraid that he won't be able to enter the God Execution Mausoleum. A big brother, show that the two are not fey friendship, in the temple, no matter how close the relationship, necessary to address the temple master, this is the rule. And outside the hall, Knight North didn't care about any other name. Privately, he would have liked a few of them to call him brother. Knight North didn't reply and bent his head to look up at the night sky. After a long time, he said faintly, Zhou's body died for a reason, with his hands. If he wanted to hurt someone, how could Wei Sen's few people retreat in one piece? As the words fell, Wei Sen's face next to him showed embarrassment. That day, he did feel that this Zhou did not lay down a deadly hand. The God Execution Palace was filled with elites, how could it be that those outside of their palace could contend with them? It's just that this Zhou shouldn't privately take a war sword and leave the temple without authorization, hey. A sigh full of 1,000 helplessness. Family members have difficulties, he should be the first time to explain the situation, regardless of any generals in the temple, as long as the family has any needs, the nation's more than 800 cities in the patrol division, the first time will go to fully help, this is the Knight North year under the Iron Order. Only for the generals in the temple can feel at ease in defending China at the border. But this Zhou shouldn't have left with the sword without reporting, this is a big taboo. The generals in the temple were all martial artists, and they left with their swords, but any excesses would be a serious consequence. You shouldn't point a knife at a fellow soldier, and you shouldn't hold an innocent person hostage, each of which is a capital offense. The existence of the God Exorcist Temple is to defend the hundreds of millions of people in China, no matter who, must not do anything to harm China. Iron laws are iron laws, and no rule is perfect, not to mention that there are millions of martial arts generals in the temple. Wei Sen, this Zhou's family has this great difficulty, you as the director of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division, how is it when? A cold cry filled with monstrous anger. Wei Sen only felt a sudden chill throughout his body, his knees snapped to the ground, and a bean-sized cold sweat kept slipping off his forehead. The identity of each of the generals in the temple is to have done detailed statistics, distributed to the National City Patrol Division, easy to help, this Zhou family met this catastrophe, Wei Sen this patrol division director cannot be blamed. Above the ground, Wei Sen knelt down and did not dare to raise his head, Zhou's death, he has an unshirkable responsibility. Knight North's eyes gradually became gloomy, and his invisible true qi was released in vain. At this time is the end of summer, Wei Sen but feel is in the ice cellar, Dantian was gradually compressed, Wei Sen groove teeth clenched, but did not say a word, willing to be punished. Just as the Dantian was about to shatter, a faint sound came from inside the room. I don't blame Director Wei, ahem. At the doorway, Li Shumi was draped in her pajamas, holding the doorframe with one hand, her pale face looking tired. Wei director will also come to visit us every month, just Xiaozhua said. The patrol division usually that can be dealt with some major events, told us not to give them trouble on weekdays, ahem. As the words fell, Wei Sin felt the pressure at his dantian gradually disappear. The elderly. Wei Sin fell to one knee in remorse. If the old man had not appeared in time, he would have absolutely shattered his dantian today, and his several years of power would have gone up in smoke. If he had realized that Suzhua's family needed help one day earlier, the outcome might have been different. Elderly man, if you need any help in the future, just contact Wei Sin directly. After finishing his speech, Knight North walked straight past Wei Sin, and when he reached the doorway, he stopped and said, Wei Sin, allocate funds from the Jinghai Patrol Division, take good care of Suzhua's family, especially Suzhua's sister. If anything happens to the two of them again, you take the initiative to hand over your saber. Yes. Wei Sin let out a deep cry. In addition, those 3 people will directly execute the 3 clans. As the words fell, Knight North stepped out. For those 3 scumbags, death is not enough. On the way back, Knight North didn't say a word and was deeply touched. Border generals guarding the country's gates, the responsibility is certainly great, but if even their own relatives cannot protect, how to talk about guarding the country's gates? Xiao Tian, you go back and give a few of them an explanation. If the families of the generals in the temple are in a similar situation, from the bottom up, I will severely punish them. Yes, big brother. Lone Defiant Sky stood beside Knight North and replied with an arch. The duo was just about to leave when Wei Sin, with a terrified look on his face, hurriedly ran in, gasping for air, saying, Hall Master, something has happened over at Jinghai University. When Knight North heard this, his face changed slightly. He didn't have the time to ask in detail, and directly disappeared into the darkness of the night with a single leap. Jinghai University, other than the scientific research room, other naturally will not attract the attention of others. There were very few vehicles on the road at night, and the Paramount Marauder was blazing along at close to 200 yards an hour. As soon as he rushed into the campus, before the vehicle stopped, Knight North dashed out with a flying body and went straight to the research room. Outside the door of the scientific research room, there were already several black-clad corpses lying, all of which were employees of the inspection division. Inside the house is even more chaotic, scattered everywhere on the ground with glass fragments, broken tables and chairs and benches mutilated, soaring on the wall with countless blood, visible fight intense degree. Knight and North stepped over a body, and in the corner, Huang Zuoyan protected Yi Xian lying unconscious on the ground, full of wounds. Knight North's palm reached out and a strand of true qi pushed into Huang Zuoyan's body. It was only after several minutes that Huang Zuoyan slowly opened his eyes, saw that it was Knight North, and tried to speak, but only let out a whimper. Knight North's palm didn't stop, controlling the real qi inside Huang Zuoyan's body to rapidly travel. But a mouthful of bruised blood spurted out as Huang Zuoyan staggered violently. Sister! 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 When Knight North heard this, he immediately checked Yishuan's injuries and said, It's fine, it's just some superficial injuries, I just fainted. Huang Zuoyan was then slightly relieved, gasped for a few mouths, and then said, Someone snatched the antidote. Knight North gently nodded, allowing Huang Zuoyan to luckily heal his injuries in place. The good thing is that none of the injuries are fatal and can be healed after a few days of rest. The other party broke into the research room at night and must have come for the antidote. Over here, Wei Sin had already checked all the corpses and walked over to Knight North, reporting, Hall Master, there are a total of 22 corpses, 10 of which are from our division patrol, and the other 12 corpses should be from the division council. Wei Sin said, ruffling the blouse of a corpse at his feet, revealing a tattoo of a pitch-black battle sword. The remaining 11 corpses all had the same tattoo on them. Chapter 116, Counting the Three of You. In the dark night sky, on the hill at the back of Jinghai University, 3 black-clothed people ran furiously and rapidly under the cover of the night and countless trees. Ito. This time, our division association but a full 12 people died. This account, how do you calculate? One of the black-robed feet did not stop a gloomy face, his tone was full of anger. He was the president of the Kyokai Division Association, and the death of 12 of his brethren made his heart ache. One should know that the entire Jinghai branch division would only have more than 30 people, and this loss was close to half. Ji Piao, the price was agreed upon before we came here, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to increase it now. The person who spoke was Ito Ino. 3 days ago, the small dog Ichiro will receive Tetrarch's death order to get the antidote to the Enola virus, but the Chinese side, no matter how high their own price, but also not for sale, which makes him anxious. See, 3 days' time is coming, he must think of countermeasures. They want to let the people who are lurking in China to make a move. This Ito annoys shown out of the tassel, North Summer Pharmaceuticals he is not dare to break in, that is subordinate to the Chinese War Department, only from this Jinghai University to start. However, when he found that the research room was guarded day and night by people from the inspection, in shifts, he offered $1 billion for the people from the Divisions Council to help solve. Ji Biao smiled with satisfaction at his words. Together with the previous 1 billion, the total could be 2.2 billion. Is 1.2 billion a bit less? I'll offer 1.5 billion, counting the three of you. A word suddenly drifted in the silent night air. All three of them were startled and kept looking around. Who? Who is it? Ito Ino clutched the vessel in his arms and looked around from side to side, his mind in a state of panic. The surrounding area was empty except for the sky-high trees. Damn, who's pretending to be a god? Get the hell out of here. Ji Biao held his machete in his hand and couldn't help but burst out. As soon as the words fell, only a cracking sound mixed with the sound of a sonic boom quickly soared. The three of them didn't react at all, only feeling a shapeless black shadow pass before their eyes. Ji Biao only felt his chest hit like a boulder, and his body violently flew backwards, his feet leaving the ground, dragging the fallen leaves on the ground with an oozing sound. Dang! But his body hit a large tree heavily, making a dull sound as a mouthful of blood gushed out. The body went straight to limp, but it was unable to fall down. It was only then that he realized that at some point above his left chest, a pitch-black war knife had been inserted through his body and firmly nailed to the tree behind him. Ji Biao stared at the battle knife in front of his chest, his eyes were horrified to the extreme. Not waiting to react, the battle knife was violently drawn away, and blood instantly soared out. With his back against the tree, Ji Biao slowly collapsed, his pupils were lax, and until he died, he didn't know who had killed him. The pitch-black war knife was lusterless, dripping blood in the air, and on top of the blade, the blood became beads, like a lotus leaf, not stained with a trace of blood color. A hand caught it in the air, and in the darkness of the night, two figures slowly emerged. Lone Defiant Sky held the God Punisher sword in his hand. Beside him, Night North bent his hands behind his back, his face expressionless, a pair of deep eyes that made Ito Ino stop palpitating. As for Wei Sen, at this time, he was estimated to still be running wildly a few miles away, and in terms of speed, he was simply unable to keep up with the Night North duo. It's him! Akai Muroko's pupils shrunk violently and she dropped to the ground, her face ashen. Ito Ino froze in place, even though he had never seen Night North. He could tell from this behavior of Akai Muroko. Among the two people in front of them, there was bound to be the one who had caused the hearts of the 100 nations around the globe to tremble. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Ito Ino clutched the vessel and ran away in a flash, not even asking Akai Muroko. After just a few steps, he felt that all the items in his arms were a burden, and dropped them straight to the ground, letting them spill out all over the place. Right now, there's no time to finish the mission, being able to live is the most important thing. Luckily, there are a lot of trees here, so by virtue of their strength, they might be able to escape. But the idea was beautiful, not to mention in front of the demon that was Night North, it was impossible for him to escape from this level of Lone Defiant. In the next second, Lone Defiant took a step forward, and his black battle robe danced wildly in the wind, emitting gusts of cracking sounds. The two fingers stretched out, and the golden true chi condensed like substance and shot out explosively. The golden true chi was like an arrow off the string, and above the ground, fallen leaves were flying, and a deeply rooted sky-high tree was instantly penetrated. Hearing loud noises coming from behind him, Ito Ino kept shouting, his hands and feet scared out of his wits. Put! Hundreds of meters away, Ito Ino was directly penetrated through the heart, tilted his head back and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, lying on the ground like a dead dog, instantly buried by falling leaves. Akai Muroko fell limply to her knees, her eyes were lifeless. She knew for herself that in front of this person in front of her, doing anything would be futile. Why steal the antidote? The pitch-black blade pointed at the other party, and Lone Defiant spoke in a chilling tone. Akai Muroko let out a sneer and refrained from answering. She knew that today, she would not be able to live. In the next second, there was a popping crunch in his mouth, and with a swallow, a mouthful of black blood violently spilled out. Lone Defiant's face changed slightly, and he just wanted to go forward to check, but was stopped by Night North. The other party holds the heart of certain death, since it will not spit out half a word. At that moment, Wei Sen arrived panting and looked at Akai Muroko on the ground in a daze. Isn't this the owner's wife of the drunken high house? Why is she here? Night Bay sniffed, his sword brows slightly knitted. Just now he felt that this woman was a bit familiar, after Wei-san said so. Only then did he think that before in front of the Drunken Heights building as if he had had a one-sided relationship. Night North closed his eyes in contemplation.
What is the reason for this mobilization to grab the antidote?
Martial artists do not need the antidote since the people of Huaxia provide it for free, and there is no reason to rob it. Other domestic pharmaceutical companies for the sake of profit even if they want to get, but also absolutely do not dare to produce, because once put into production, then this snatch thing is not to beat themselves up.
Then there is only one thing left, and that is people outside the country. Apart from outside the country, no one within China at this time would be thinking about the antidote in this way.
It seems that there are already martial artists outside the country who have infiltrated the interior of Huaxia.
Chapter 117 Meetings of States.
At this moment, although it was already late at night, the dark tide was surging within the capital C. Nearly 1,000 martial arts employees of the Capital C Patrol Division were out in force, covering the streets and alleys. More than 30 remnants of the Division Association were uncovered, of which 3 were at the level of martial honor and the rest were all martial artists. In one night, all the members of the division within the Capital C were bloodied. For those who disturbed the peace and provoked the law enforcement authority of the Patrol Division, Night North ordered that they would be killed directly without amnesty. Many countries outside China have covetous hearts for China. Within the territory of these people are not united, but as moths, corroding the heart of the country, really should be killed. It's just that these hidden people are good at concealment and camouflage, and if they don't take the initiative to show their heads, it's hard to spot them. If you want to eliminate them, since you cannot be too hasty, only wait for the other side cannot stand it and take the initiative to expose. The early morning bustle of the Capital C is still the same, the inspector's office is out cleanly, and no one knows how many flies have died. Before a breakfast was finished, Night North's cell phone hadn't stopped ringing.
Looked at the number and still hung up without answering.
Eating without speaking, Night North hated to be disturbed when he ate. After finishing the last bite of his meal, his cell phone rang again.
Say. Night North picked up the phone. Mr. Knight, you finally answered the phone. Mui on the other end of the phone finally sighed in relief.
He made a dozen phone calls early in the morning, and it was a real firestorm.
Down to business.
Night North didn't have the time to give him small talk. And with the other party calling so early in the morning, he vaguely had guessed what the other party was up to.
Mr. Knight, can I come in and talk to you? Mui asked tentatively with an awkward tone.
Night North sniffed and followed the window to see Mui in military attire standing in the distance, gazing towards this place. Originally, he wanted to directly knock on the door, but he was still 100 meters away when he was intercepted by a black-clothed power suit, and if he wasn't wearing his own military attire, he was absolutely sure that the other party would have taken him down without mercy. And how could he be unfamiliar with the other party's costume? It was a martial artist in the Inspector General's office, but he didn't expect to be here as a doorman.
Wait there, I'm going out. Night North finished and hung up the phone.
After all, Fomi and her daughter were both at home, and there were some things that it was better not to let them know. The less they knew about the mother and daughter, the safer they would be. In the middle of a pavilion in the neighborhood, the Night North frankly sat down. Mui stood beside him, but did not dare to sit down at all.
Admiral Mu, sit down and talk about what's going on. Night North pointed to the side.
Mui smiled sarcastically and sat his half-ass on top of the wooden chair.
Mr. Knight, it's like this. Early this morning there were 13 countries that wanted to buy the antidote to the norovirus that you developed. I know that you said you wouldn't sell it, but the United Nations side also called personally. After all, it's about the safety and security of the people around the globe, you see. Mui said this and looked at Night North, waiting for the other party to reply. In fact, it should be the North China pharmaceutical side to consider the issue. After all, the drug as the name of the North China pharmaceutical has been put on the market, simply has nothing to do with their own. He did not want to ask about this matter. But the drug was developed at the University of the Capital C, and as he is the admiral of the Ministry of the Capital C War, that old smoothie Yu Shi Chang threw this hot potato to him. There was a short silence. Night North closed his eyes in thought, and Mui obediently sat next to him, waiting quietly. The 6 countries that are friendly with Huaxia will be provided at cost price, and the rest will not be considered for the time being. Night North said blandly. Mui sniffed, frowned slightly. With China's friendship with the 6 countries he knew, but that are some small countries. Even if they do not give, it will not cause any harm to China. The most headache is caused by these superpowers like the United States of America. If they do not give it, they will be completely offended and become hostile countries. Then the rice sighed. Haven't I made myself clear enough?
Night North's face was warm with anger. No consideration. The 4 words were uttered, and Night North got up and left. In the gazebo, Mui had a bitter look on his face. For rice, he was not afraid. Even if he started a fight, he was not afraid. Huaxia has developed rapidly over the past few decades, and in the international arena, it is already a powerhouse-like existence. But the development that is based on peace, but if you let the rice country openly become a hostile country, for China, is undoubtedly an unwise choice. Hey! Mui shook his head helplessly, looked at Night North's back, and turned to leave. Still too young, do things too impulsive, do not consider the big picture, difficult to achieve great things, At this time, however, across the ocean, Inuyasha Ichiro follows up the call and is scolded. 3 days had passed and no progress had been made on the antidote, which made Trump as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The speed of the development of the Anora virus far exceeded his estimates. At this time, the number of people poisoned in the territory of the United States has exceeded 30 million. You know, the whole of rice is just over 300 million people, which is more than 10% of the population. Although they are doing their best in research and development, the results are slow, and by the time the antidote is developed, it is expected that the whole country will be infected. Ichiro Inu was scolded, not dare to speak. He is also anxious. The East Japan side is no better. The number of poisoned people every day is also climbing rapidly. At this time the world, in addition to China, no country can be spared. Are everyone from the danger? A large number of people want to come to China to take refuge. However, all border customs are under martial law, and no foreigners are allowed to enter the country. So calm and peaceful after 6 days, the news on TV for the Anora virus reports gradually reduced. The virus has been completely contained within China. All enterprises, business has been normal operation. Inside the conference room of Beixia Pharmaceuticals, dozens of seats are filled to capacity, and above the main seat Night and North. This Ebola virus spread so fast that 100 countries around the globe were simply helpless and suffered extremely heavy losses. Since you all have such strong opinions about Huaxia, please return. Chapter 118, It's a Money Grab. The conference room was instantly quiet as soon as Night North's cold words fell. Boo! Jackrod slammed the table, rose to his feet, and shouted angrily, Admiral Yu, who is this man? He knew about Yu Shichang and Mui, but he had never seen this young man above the main seat. As for the other party sitting on top of the main seat, although he was surprised, he did not ask. After all, this is in the territory of others in China. But the young man in front of him was actually so arrogant. He represented the Rice War Department. No matter where he went, he had never been treated like this. Without waiting for Yu Shichang to reply, Night North said coldly, You're not qualified to know who I am. You only need to know that here today, everything is up to me. Jackrod sniffed with a surprised face and looked at Yu Shichang. The other party refrained from replying, obviously acquiescing. How can you be so young and be higher in rank than Yu Shichang Mui? General? Or Marshal? How is that possible? Jackrod sat down slowly, his face shocked, but he stopped speaking. The crowd was also murmuring, full of curiosity about the young man above the main seat. As for letting them come over today, Night North had his own plans. According to the information obtained by the secret line in the United States and the East Japan and the 2 countries to join forces, full day and night to develop the antidote, it is estimated that it will not take a month. The United States side will be able to develop an antidote to Anora. By then, in addition to their own rescue, will certainly be sold to the global countries at a high price, when the natural earnings of the pot full of money. This is undoubtedly not good news for China. Therefore, Night North had to sell it to the world at a high price before they developed it, and earn a high amount of money from them to consolidate the treasury. Everyone, the effectiveness of the antidote must have already been seen. Let's not waste time below, let's talk about the price, and the antidote is not in large quantities, so everyone quote your own price. Yu Shichang looked around the crowd and said expressionlessly. Although he didn't know why Night North suddenly agreed to sell the antidote again today, he had unconditional trust in Night North. And in recent days, he's had a headache just answering the phone, not only from countries around the globe, but even the Secretary General of the United Nations, who has personally called him. But the Night North does not agree. He does not dare to make decisions without authorization. Right now, if it is sold, it is also to solve a big trouble. The crowd sniffed and a murmur of whispering was exchanged. I'll offer 100 Huaxia coins a pill for the antidote. A black-skinned man was the first to open his mouth to make an offer. As soon as the words fell, one of the people around him snickered and said, Bare thumb, you have the nerve to open your mouth at this price. This is the antidote to the Anora virus, not some random divine oil you have there. I'll give you 500. 500 is nothing. I'll give you 1,000. I'll give you 2,000. 3,000. For a while the crowd made offers, all wanting to get the antidote at the first opportunity. To know, the Ebola virus almost every country in the world almost into a semi-paralyzed state, that loss is more than huge. Once the virus is lifted, return to normal in time to stop the loss, is the biggest victory. 5,000. With a cold shout, Jackrod had a cocky look on his face. You're all weak and small, and you still want to compete with the United States of America, so you really don't know what you're doing. If President Trump hadn't given him strict orders to bring back the antidote, he wouldn't have even bothered to sit with this group. It's simply degrading. As the words fell, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The other party directly called for 5,000 in one mouthful, a price that was a little difficult for them to bear. You know, the population of any one of them can be over 100 million, which is $1 trillion if they buy it at this price, which is far more than they can afford. With no one in the crowd at hand to call for another bid, Jackrod looked smug. This is the strength of a powerful nation, both in terms of wealth and force, not comparable to your rabble. Admiral Yu, it seems that this price aspect has been negotiated. Jackrod looked over at Yu Shichang with a relieved look on his face. Compared to financial power, who can beat him, Rice? How would Yu Shichang dare to decide? Looking towards Night North, the final decision was the young man in front of him. 5,000 and you want to buy it, huh? You're overthinking it. Night North let out a cold laugh, picked up the teacup in front of him, and took a light sip. Jackrod's face sank at his words and he opened his mouth to drink. What? You want to back out? The other party's repeated provocations made him furious, and if it weren't for the president's orders that he must complete his mission, he would have been eager to pull out his gun on the spot. The small Chinese people actually dared to be so arrogant in front of his MiG War Department admiral. Night North blew a mouthful of tea in his cup, took a sip, and said blandly, "This price was offered by you, and I didn't agree to it, so what's the point of backtracking?" You. Jackrod was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. But the next time he heard a number, he jumped straight up and down. Because the price quoted by the other party was $50,000, which was a full 10 times the price he had quoted. 50,000 apiece, more than 300 million people in the rice country. If you want to control the virus, the cost is several $1 trillion. That's over 1,000 F-35s. You're crazy. At that price, you're practically robbing me. Jackrod rose indignantly, feeling that the other party was simply extorting. 100,000. The word Night North cold speech was uttered. Hiss. The surrounding crowd directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Who the hell is this young man? How dare he treat Jackrod like this? You know, the other party represents the War Department of Rice. That's like tearing up rice. Yu Shichang and Mui also had a shocked look on their faces. This price was far beyond their expectations. Fuck. Jackrod couldn't hold back any longer, and directly burst out, pulling out a Desert Eagle pistol and aiming it at Night North. Unbridled. Yu Shichang was alarmed and yelled, hastily pulling out his pistol and aiming it at Jackrod. Modi followed closely behind, also raising his pistol high with the hole pointing at the other side. The air in the room was instantly tense, and the ambassadors of the various countries breathed tightly, not daring to make the slightest movement. Admiral Yu. Is this what you sent me here for? To start a national war between the two countries? Jackrod let out a cold cry, not fearing in the slightest. Looking around the globe, no one has dared to go against them, Rice. Yu Shichang's face was grim without a word. Although he was not afraid of Rice, if he started a national war because of this, this was really not a small matter. Humph. 100,000 apiece, you really dare to say that? Jackrod's chilly eyes stared at Night North. At that price, it was obvious that he didn't have his Rice War Department in his sights. Immediately after that, he pulled out the satellite phone with his left hand and raised the gun with his right hand still aimed at Night North. He had to brief the president on what was going on here. If the president knew the price, he would be even more annoyed than he was and would most likely order war on the spot. Chapter 119, It's Got to Be Grand. The call was answered, and Jackrod reported the situation on this side of the line in Rice language. What he never expected was that President Trump, after a short period of thought, would agree to this extremely inflated price. He was only a military general and knew nothing about economics. But Night North knew, since he said the price of 100,000, that stupid old thief Trump would definitely agree. Rice is now in a state of semi-paralysis. One day the virus is not removed, one day the economy is in rapid retreat. He has no choice. And by the time they develop an antidote, the economy they will have lost is far greater than the billions of dollars. Alright, at this price, we agree. Hanging up the satellite phone, Jack Rod gritted his teeth. The president had given the word, and he, a War Department admiral, no matter how reluctant he was, did not dare to disobey the president's orders. The two of them, Yu Chang, instantly breathed a sigh of relief at his words. The atmosphere of saber rattling just now had left them in a cold sweat as well. Grab the arrangements, I want to take it myself before dark. Jack Rod's tone was icy. Although the bidding was successful, he didn't have a trace of joy. This price made him extremely dissatisfied. Damn, how dare the little China be so wild. You wait for me, but don't commit a crime in my hands. Jack Rod's eyes were chilling to the bone as he turned and prepared to leave. But just after taking a step, he could no longer move the slightest bit. Suddenly horrified, he stopped and turned back to see the man above the main seat, staring at himself with a gloomy face. Trying to speak, he realized that he was like a puppet, incapable of making a sound. There is not a single person alive who has dared to point a gun at me. Cold words drifted in, the last words Jerkrod would ever hear in this world. In the next second, he felt as if his entire body was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and his entire body was being constantly squeezed. Great panic and pain instantly swept through every pore of his body. Boo! With a muffled sound, the entire person instantly exploded, blood mist splattered everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood filled the conference room. The ambassadors of the countries could not afford to be shocked. Such a bloody scene made them unable to resist their stomachs turning. One covered his mouth and rushed to the trash can to squirt out his breakfast directly. Yu Chang and Mu Yi are also holding back. After all, this is in their own territory. If they vomit, it would be too humiliating. Admiral Yu, East Japan is being sold at 100,000 apiece, and the remaining nations, 3,000 apiece. After saying that, Knight North did not stop and prepared to leave. When the ambassadors of the various countries heard this, their faces immediately rejoiced. The price of 3,000 apiece, although it was the upper limit of their ability to accept it, but compared to rice, it was simply a cabbage price. Among the crowd, only one person had a gloomy face. Nakaneo Shinya immediately exclaimed, Why do they want 3,000 and we want 100,000? Knight North stopped walking at the words, turned back with a sideways glance, and said coldly, On what grounds? Just on the basis that I don't see you guys well. With a single word, Knight North stepped away. Sold to countries around the world, although the price is a little low, but if you wait for the rice country to develop, this money naturally let the other side earn away. Knight North is not going to be cheap for rice since. By the time the US spends huge amounts of human and financial resources to develop it, but by the time it is developed, the world is free of the Ebola virus. And they themselves are contributing huge sums of money to purchase from China. At that point, I guess this Trump can be pissed off alive. On the way back, Knight North called Huang Zuoyan and asked his father, Huang Chongjin, to come over to help with the refining as well, and also transferred 2 national doctors from the Palace of Execution. Right now the global supply, which is huge, is not something that can be done by 1 or 2 people. The biggest headache at the moment was the problem of spirit stones. Huang Chongjin said that he could bring 2 spirit stones, but it still wasn't enough. Knight North projected that at least 10 spirit stones were needed. It was noon when they returned to the capital C. Within the villa, Gu Emoli had already prepared the meal, and Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi were also there. Seeing Knight North come back, Xinu couldn't help but complain, saying why dad didn't come back earlier and that mom's cooking wasn't good at all. Knight North was dumbfounded. This little girl, recently cooking for her every day, apparently her mouth was made difficult to eat. The taste of the meal made by the true Chi was naturally unmatched. Even the chef of a Michelin restaurant could not possibly compare to it. At the table, the family ate their meal. Halfway through the meal, Gu Hai asked, Morally, Knight North, it looks like the day is coming. How are the 2 of you preparing? Huh? What day is it? Gu Mori looked confused and didn't understand. You silly child, in a few days it will be the 16th, what date have you forgotten? Wang Huizhi let out a chortle and rolled her eyes. Such an important day, this kid actually forgot about it. Gu Mori sniffed, thought for a moment, and a blush rose on her face. Such an important day, she really forgot about it. Your father and I have discussed it. That day you will hold it in the mountain villa. That day is not open to the public. The wedding site layout, the master of ceremonies and what not, you don't ask, I'll arrange it all for you. Wang Huizhi's face was full of excitement, happier than this daughter of hers. Mom, there is no need to be so grand. That day I went to get a certificate with Knight North, and at night we will just have a meal together as a family. Gu Mori obviously do not want to make such a big commotion. The heart of the language are so big, they only do the wedding, spread out, feel a little shame. As soon as the words fell, Wang Huiji's face sank, and she droned, "No, it has to be grand. I've already notified all of my friends and family, and you're going to get married in style on that day. My daughter has been misunderstood for so many years, and I don't know how much gossip I've heard, and this wedding is proof of that." It had to be a big deal, and she hated to let the world know about it. "Mom!" Gumori frowned slightly, feeling that her mother had made a private decision on this matter without discussing it with herself beforehand. This wedding is not a person's, after all, also have to take into account the feelings of the Night North, and according to her understanding of the Night North during this period of time, the other party must also not like to flaunt. "Night North, what do you think?" Guhai looked at Night North and opened his mouth to ask. As much as they think about it, as much as they consider it, the wedding is after all a matter of two children, and they still have to respect the children's opinions. It's supposed to be a good thing, don't let it create a resentment. When Night North heard this, he looked up at Guhai with a smile on his face and returned, "I have no opinion, after all, I owe him only a grand wedding, everything is up to the two old men." He naturally wanted to compensate for giving Mori a grand and romantic wedding. But for the wedding this matter, Night and North is not like to publicize, but simply cannot publicize if he is a big wedding, if this matter is spread to the frontier, to that day, that is not the word grand so simple. It was estimated that by then, the entire Jinghai would be shaken by it. Chapter 120 Discovering Spirit Beasts. After lunch, Guhai and Wang Huiji both left. Gumori wrapped her arms around Sinyu and went to take a nap. She had classes in the afternoon. In the living room, Night North sat on the sofa with a rare somewhat heavy face. Because of the spirit stone thing. After all, spirit stones were too scarce, and he could cultivate by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon's chi for so many years, so spirit stones were not used since. This time, the antidote was supplied globally, enriching the treasury of China, not to mention indirectly suppressing the development of the countries. If not, Night North would not have asked about the virus in his country. "Let's go to the gambling ground and have a look. Even if we don't come across any real spirit stones, even if we come across some edges, it's still better than nothing." Night North was about to go out the door when a black-clothed powersuit darted to the door, snapped to one knee, clasped his hands, and cried out with an anxious face, "Please, Your Excellency, take a hand to save Commissioner Wei." The black-clothed powersuit was a member of the inspection division since, and the director Wei spoken of was naturally Wei Sen. Besides him, there were 5 other people secretly protecting Gumori and Xinu's safety around the villa. At this time, the entire Jinghai inspection division, except for the 6 of them, the rest of the people are on the Dragon Ridge Mountain. Dragon Ridge Mountain is located 60 miles from downtown Jinghai and is named for the shape of the mountain, which resembles the spine of a dragon. The mountain is layered with cliffs and is so dangerous that no one wants to go there on weekdays except for very few hikers. And at this time on one of the Dragon Ridge Mountains, hundreds of black clothes and strong clothes close to the ground, with the help of weeds to cover the figure. Each one of them was sweating coldly, not daring to breathe a single breath. Several black-clothed powersuits surrounded Wei Sen, their backs leaning against a boulder for cover, gripping the combat knives in their hands, their faces stony, constantly looking around. "Leave me alone, you all retreat." Wei Sen's face was as pale as paper, enduring the severe pain and squeezing out a sentence with difficulty. Underneath him, he had long been blood red, and his right hand was covering his abdomen, with blood flowing along his fingers, unceasingly. "Commissioner, I can't leave you behind after saying anything." The face of one of the people beside him was resolute, and he lowered his voice, and after finishing, he kept looking around, afraid of attracting that thing. But the words just fell, then heard not far away in the woods issued a rustle sound, from far and near. A few people were startled, and their war knives were pointed violently at the sound. The next second, the sound faded. The crowd's foreheads were covered with dense beads of sweat, and each face was tense to the extreme, with an atmosphere of terror enveloping the surroundings. Whoosh! A stern sound suddenly rang out, and a black shadow violently scurried out. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and hastily waved their battle swords to fend them off. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing, accompanied by blinding sparks. The black shadow blinked and disappeared. But a black-clad powersuit stared at his chest, his eyes vacant. In the next second, the body slowly collapsed. Only his chest was a bloody mess, with several bone-deep wounds that had been torn apart along with his heart. Such a bloody scene filled the eyes of the crowd with trepidation, but no one dared to shout. Seeing another member sacrificed, Wei Sen's eyes were wide with rage and he yelled lowly, "Get out! Get out!" Today, he received a report from members of the division that a large number of martial artists had gathered on this mountain, so he led the crowd to apprehend them. Martial artists, originally a special group of people, are strictly forbidden to gather in all cities of the country. According to the members, there were as many as hundreds of martial artists gathered here. How could this not make Wei Sin alarmed, and immediately ordered the entire team to mobilize? However, he had never thought that just after arriving here, before seeing a single martial artist, a dozen or so members were killed by this black shadow, and what made him even more annoyed was that up to now, he didn't even know what this black shadow actually was. Moreover, the other party was so fast that he couldn't even see it, then it was obvious that the other party's stance was above his. Wei Sin was anxious in his heart. He was unable to fight against this intermediate-level martial Zune right now, not to mention the hundreds of members of the inspection division. Even if there were 1,000, it would be useless. Move. That's an order. Wei Sin could no longer care about anything and let out a roar towards the crowd. If one can go as one, if they are all here, then today, the Beijing Sea Patrol Division will be completely wiped out. When the crowd heard the director roar, each of them had moist eyes, fearing that today, the director would be killed. But before they could get up, they once again heard a rustling sound, accompanied by countless fallen leaves. A black panther the size of a tiger quietly appeared in front of the crowd, its entire body as black as ink, and a pair of blue beast eyes exuding a hidden light. Spirit animals. Wei Sin sucked in a breath of cool air. How could an ordinary animal injure him? This black panther in front of him must be a spirit beast. Wei Sin was no stranger to spirit beasts, and had previously encountered cases of spirit beasts injuring people in major deep mountains. It's just that there are very few spirit beasts. And they generally don't have a high level of force, usually not reaching the level of a martial exalt. The so-called spirit beasts are nothing more than ordinary beasts that have mutated by just absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and heaven and earth, or by opportunity by accidentally eating spirit grass. And this black panther in front of him, being able to injure him Wei Sin, clearly the force was at the level of senior martial Zune. Spirit beasts of such a high level were rare. Roar! A beastly roar resounded through the valley. It immediately startled countless flying birds to flee in all directions. Although the people hold the sword in hand, one of them is constantly trembling, the pressure of the strong, bringing the natural fear from the bottom of the heart. Moreover, spirit beasts relied on their own conditions and were already stronger than martial artists of the same level. Speed, then, was the innate advantage of this Black Panther spirit beast. "You guys pull back, I'll deal with him." Wei Sin struggled to get up with his combat knife in his hand, once again eliciting a large amount of bleeding from his abdomen. Now that I could see what it was, I wasn't as scared as I had been when it was unknown a moment ago. As if the Black Panther could understand human speech, a pair of beastly eyes stared intently at Wei Sin as he took a few steps forward, each step silent. Roar! With a deafening low roar, the Black Panther lashed out, a pair of sharp claws that flashed with a cold aura aimed at Wei Sin, arriving in the blink of an eye. It's so fast that it's scary. Wei Sin's face was grave to the extreme, not caring about the abdominal wound. His hands gripped the battle sword, stood in front of him, and swung down violently. Zip! There was an ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing together, and sparks flew everywhere. Wei Sin felt an eerie cold wind, hastily a flash, although the speed is fast, but still hit. But a mouthful of blood simply could not be suppressed and gushed out. The chest was instantly skinned and bloodied. If it wasn't for his intermediate-level martial Zune strength and timely dodging just now, he would have already been directly torn to shreds with the same heart as the member just now. Dang! With a crunching sound, the battle knife was inserted into the phosphorus rocks on the ground, and Wei Sin, with the help of the strength of the battle knife, held himself back from collapsing. The crowd instantly crossed in front of them, surrounding Wei Sin. You are no match for it. Move! Wei Sin sprayed blood from his mouth as veins bulged out on his head. This Black Panther in front of him was a senior martial Zune level spirit beast, not to mention that he was only an intermediate martial Zune. Even if he was a senior martial Zune, he would not be able to go against it at all. Moreover, most of the members of the division were at the level of martial artists, so if they stayed, they would only be sent to their deaths. Chapter 121, Every Man is a Hero. Wei Sin's words fell, but none of the crowd flinched. Ugh! Wei Sin sighed heavily, wiping away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and forcing himself to stand up. The soldiers under his own command he knows well. Today, even if the whole army is wiped out, it is impossible for one person to escape. There are no retreating soldiers in the inspector's office, all of them are clanking and proud. The crowd surrounded Wei Sin, gripping the battle swords in their hands, each with a determined look in their eyes. Guarding the peace and quiet of the capital C is their primary duty, and today, even if they die, they will kill this Black Panther today. If not, there is no telling how many innocent citizens would have died tragically in the mouth of the Black Panther. A mountain wind blew by, bringing up countless fallen leaves. The Black Panther was less than 30 meters away from the crowd, its blue beast eyes staring at the crowd in a brief standoff. The Black Panther slowly moved forward. In the next second, he only saw the Black Panther's hind limbs snapping, and a white aerosol, or to be exact, it should be true chi, sprayed out from its dark and huge nostrils, turning into a black shadow and quickly pouncing on it. A pair of sharp claws that flashed with a cold aura tightly locked onto Wei Sin in the middle of the crowd. Once mutated into a spirit beast, it has its own intelligence beyond that of an ordinary animal. And this Black Panther had already reached the level of a senior martial exalt, and its intelligence was already equivalent to that of an 11 or 2-year-old teenager. For spirit beasts, the blood and flesh of a martial artist could increase their cultivation and was more attractive. Among the hundreds of people, only Wei Sin had the highest force, and the Black Panther's target was naturally him. Between one breath and another, the Black Panther leapt in front of the crowd, a claw was swung out, more than 10 people were directly grabbed and flew out, another claw was swung out, again dozens of people. For a time, the sky was filled with silhouettes, blood splattered and wailing everywhere. With such a disparity in level, it was simply crushing, and any number of people would be sending them to their deaths. Half of the members were killed or injured in a single move, and Wei Sin's eyes were red with rage. "Sinful animal, today I will waste you even if I die in battle." As the words fell, the Black Panther was clearly able to understand them, and an airy grunt erupted from his nostrils, disdain showing in his glowing blue beast eyes. The pitch-black battle knife pointed at the Black Panther. Wei Sin's feet snapped and he rushed up with an arrow step. Yippee! When he was 10 paces away from the Black Panther, Wei Sin leaped, gripped his battle knife with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. Above the ground, the Black Panther tilted his head back and stared at the person who rushed over, his hind limbs secretly storing power, his front limbs a pair of sharp claws violently exploded, bounced in place, and met the war knife darted and rushed. Clang! But with a metallic clash, Wei Sin directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist and flew backwards, his battle sword instantly leaving his hand, tumbling in the air and flying into the distance. The body has not yet landed, will feel a burst of biting cold wind, only to see the Black Panther rushed again, a pair of sharp claws raised high, want to swing down. Director! The crowd cried out in alarm and tried to go to the rescue, but there was nothing they could do. Right at this moment, the crowd only felt a residual shadow fly through the air, and one hand violently caught the airborne battle sword. Phew! A harsh sound of breaking air. In the flash of lightning, the crowd didn't even see what was happening. The Black Panther that pounced on Wei Sin's body lurched and fell directly from the air. Dang! There was a muffled thud, and dust and fallen leaves splattered in all directions. It was only then that the crowd could see that above the Black Panther's head, the chief's battle knife had completely disappeared, leaving only a handle exposed. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The skulls of spirit beasts were more than just generally hard, not to mention that this one was still a Black Panther that had reached the level of advanced martial zone. Even the exceptionally sharp battle knives in their hands were simply impossible to penetrate the slightest bit. But at this moment, the knife scar on the top of the Black Panther's head was particularly eye-catching, and was also breathing out hot blood, already dead. Wei Sin fell above the ground, instantly tearing his abdominal wounds, and he couldn't help but show his teeth in pain. Not caring about the pain, he hurriedly looked up and above a big tree in the sky, a man stood proudly with his feet lightly tapping the leaves, his face gloomy. Wei Sin was shocked, covering his wounds, he stumbled a few steps forward, kneeling on one knee, and without waiting to open his mouth, he heard a cold shout from above the sky. Wei Sin, why didn't you inform me of such a level of spirit beast? Do you want the entirety of the Jinghai Patrol Division to be wiped out? In a short sentence, the tone was unquestionable. Wei Sin sweated like a pig, and hurriedly returned, "Please punish the palace master." Wei Sin directly asked for punishment without explanation. Today he also did not expect to encounter this Black Panther spirit beast, and even if he encountered it, he was not prepared to ask the hall master to take action. Even if the palace master came to the rescue this time, what about next time? It's impossible for His Highness to be in the capital sea at all times. As the director of the Beijing Sea Patrol Division, the level within the Beijing Sea is already the highest, and then difficult and dangerous tasks, but also to try to accomplish. Knight North tapped his feet and slowly landed. Wei Sin thought he could not know, no matter whether it is the generals in the God Execution Temple or the members of the various city inspectorates, all of them are iron bones and do not fear life and death. Looking around, there were already more than 50 dead and wounded on the ground. Knight North could not hide the pain in his heart. The members of the patrol division are responsible for defending the safety and security of the capital sea, although they are all martial artists, but they are also human beings, also have parents, wives and children. Yesterday may still be in the parents, wife and children around the laughter and joy, and today, is the heaven and earth are separated from the two worlds of yin and yang. LOL. A sigh full of heartache and helplessness. Defending China is their mission, and the moment they get their hands on the sword, it means that life and death will come at any time. Like them, Night North defended China and was always ready to die in battle. Send the wounded to medical treatment, all the dead are martyrs. With steely eyes, Night North gave a military salute to the crowd. In order to defend the safety and security of China, not afraid of life and death, each person is a hero, worthy of his Night North this gift. Your Highness. The rest of the crowd bellowed in unison, their eyes moist, kneeling on one knee, not daring to receive such a great salute from the palace master. Regardless of whether it is the generals in the God Exorcism Temple or the members of the National Patrol Division, once rated as a martyr, in addition to the pension of 10 million, whether it is parents or wives and daughters at home, this life is under the care of the Patrol Division. The remainder of the crowd carried the casualties to the helicopter for medical treatment. Why don't you guys leave? Looking at Wei Sin and the crowd not leaving together, Night North asked in confusion. Wei Sin hurriedly explained and stated the reason for his visit. The main reason for this visit was the matter of apprehending the gathering of martial artists, and since the task was not yet completed, he could not leave. The gathering of martial artists was not a small matter, and Night North knew that. Prohibiting the gathering of martial artists was originally an ironclad order from him. Taking a few steps forward, he checked Wei Sin's injuries. Night North frowned slightly. Wei Sin's injuries are not light, especially a wound in the abdomen, has exploded. If not covered with a hand, the intestines are going to flow out. You go back, I'll take a look at the matter of the gathering of martial artists. Night Bei said, his palm extended and a strand of true chi propelled into Wei Sin's body. It's fine, Temple Master, the small injury is not enough to worry about. Wei Sin smiled sarcastically. In all the years of being the chief of service, I have been wounded numerous times, and this is not the heaviest. Night North nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flowing from his eyes. Bear with me. Night North said, pulling out a silver needle and using his true chi as a thread, he stitched up Wei Sin's abdominal wound. Wei Sin's grooved teeth were clenched, sweating profusely, but he didn't say a word. The palace master personally sewed up his wounds, an honor that was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Chapter 122 Martial Artist Rebellion. The wound was quickly stitched up, and with a grateful face, Wei Sin arched his hand and said, "Many thanks to Temple Master for saving me." Night North put away the silver needle not to reply, can let him out to save, since there is no need for this kind of polite. Walking over to the Black Panther's corpse, Night North drew out his battle knife and followed the wound, releasing his true chi to check it out. Spirit beasts usually have beast dan. The so-called beast dan is the energy crystallization of these spirit beasts that absorb the sun and moon aura of heaven and earth to cultivate, and the dantian of a martial artist has the same meaning. Beast pills had great benefits for martial artists, as they could absorb the true chi from their cultivation for their own use, and could rapidly increase their cultivation level. It's just that there are very few spirit beasts, and beast dawn are extremely rare, and like spirit stones, they tend to have a market without a price. Checking it briefly, Night North shook his head helplessly. Just now, a knife directly shattered the Black Panther's beast dan. It was obviously of no use. Beast pills were often found in the brain of spirit beasts, and generally strikes would avoid this place so as not to shatter the beast pills. But just now the situation is urgent. If you want to save Wei Sin, you must kill him with one move. Where did you say the gathering place for martial artists is? Go check it out. Night North will be handed to the war knife with Wei Sin. The beast dan is exceptionally valuable, but for Night North, since there will not be half a bit of heartache, the daily morning cultivation will be worth the effect of this beast dan. Moreover, at the moment, Wei Sin was injured, and it was obvious that he could not solve the matter of the gathering of martial artists, so if he had come, then he would solve this matter in the meantime. Yes. Wei Sin arched his hand back and took the lead as he walked towards the deep mountains. The Dragon's Ridge mountain range stretches on, and with the helicopter out of the way, the group had no choice but to proceed on foot, walking for almost an hour to reach the location. And the helicopters can't land here directly to avoid spooking people. Hall Master, that's it. Wei Sin pointed to a low-lying place. Only to see that where Wei Sin was pointing, above the mountain, a stone gate had shattered. With such a stone door in this place, it should be an ancient tomb. Night North instantly understood why these martial artists had gathered here. Ancient tombs naturally contain valuable burial goods, which are a favorite of some grave robbers. However, some martial artists also joined in the grave robbing. They were uninterested in these burial goods, as martial artists, each of them would not lack money. What made them salivate was that within these ancient tombs, there was a strong possibility that there were secret books of ancient laws left behind by the tomb owners. That, in a nutshell, is what attracts them the most. Ancient Method's secret book is far more precious than the Spirit Stone. A martial arts zone level of Ancient Method's secret book will definitely cause countless martial arts people to kill and crazy rob, and the War God level, that is like a drop in the ocean, once it comes out, it will lead to an inevitable bloody war. In order to avoid this kind of killing, Night North had already ordered back then that the secret books of Ancient Methods were strictly traded, and violators would be killed on pain of death. But even with such an iron order, there are still countless martial artists desperate, because a secret book of ancient law, enough to make their own strength increased greatly. There is a secret book of ancient law of the martial arts, even the god of war can be a battle, see the power of heaven. Before the crowd reached the entrance of the stone doorway, they heard the sounds of killing coming from inside. A white-haired old man blew away the crowd with a punch, and with a leap of his body, he jumped out of the hole. Catch him quickly! Can't let him get away! Shouts from the crowd came from inside the ancient tomb. Immediately after that, hundreds of people kept pouring out, and the entrance to the ancient tomb instantly looked a bit crowded. Seeing that he was surrounded by the crowd, the white-haired old man showed a look of anxiety and shouted sternly, "You've all gotten your spirit stones as well, so why bother pestering me like this?" As the words fell, a middle-aged man amongst the crowd took a step forward, let out a cold laugh and said, "Old Manhwa, why do you say that? What are you carrying in your arms? You think I don't know?" The white-haired old man who Dao Yuan's face changed slightly, instantly hiding it, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang San, your kid is really lawless, your father had to behave when he saw me, and your kid has no manners at all." "Ha, old Manhwa, if usually, I do respect you, but I didn't expect that you, who Dao Yuan, also do the thing of stealing graves and digging up tombs, but also in front of me to pretend what noble." Middle-aged Zhang San said immediately after with a look of contempt on his face. "Hand over what's in your arms and you can leave in peace, if not, I'm afraid that on this day next year, I'll have to come here and burn paper for you." Hu Daoyuan sniffed, his face grim as he drank. "Big talk, if you want what's in my arms, I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet." Hu Daoyuan also stopped hiding, and as his words fell, he pulled out a secret book of ancient techniques from his arms. The crowd's eyes lit up, and each of them had a salivating look on their faces. They had only guessed that this old man who might have gotten the secret book of ancient methods, but when they actually saw it, one of them still couldn't help the extreme excitement in their hearts. This was a secret book of ancient techniques, even if it was at the level of an ordinary martial artist, that was enough to make them go crazy over it. Wei Xin in the distance was shocked. It was finally clear why these martial artists had gathered here. "I didn't expect that there would actually be the appearance of ancient law secrets in the middle of this Dragon Ridge mountain range." This was enough to attract countless martial artists. The crowd at the cave entrance naturally sensed the abnormality in the distance and turned their heads to look, and each of them immediately showed fear. "Wei Sun! Inspectorate!" Zhang San was the first to let out a cry of surprise. As a martial artist, he knew that the Inspector General's office strictly forbade the gathering of martial artists, and at this moment, there were at least 100 of them gathered here. Hu Daoyuan is also a face of anxiety. At this time being surrounded by the crowd is already a trouble. If there is the arrival of the patrol division, then today, he certainly cannot retreat, not to mention Wei Sin personally led the team. "Zhang San, I'll deal with Wei Sin, you guys deal with the rest. Right now let's team up to deal with the inspection division first." Hu Daoyuan put the ancient method secret book into his arms and looked at Zhang San with a solemn face. Zhang San sniffed and was briefly silent, pondering in his mind. This time when he came to this ancient tomb, even if he didn't get the ancient method secret book, he still snatched 3 spirit stones, and when he went back to cultivate them, he would definitely be able to break through to the intermediate level of martial zone. Right now, the division of inspection came and would definitely not forgive themselves, and the spirit stones would naturally be confiscated. Not to mention the ancient laws and mysteries, just this spirit stone alone would not be able to make him tie his hands. "Good. Old Manhwa, let's settle the inspection division first, then we'll settle the score." Zhang San immediately agreed to Hu Daoyuan's proposal. And he had long since had enough of all the precepts of the Inspector General's office. Martial artists, originally beyond the norm, arrogant and difficult to train, but everywhere by the patrol division of the suppression, which makes their hearts have long held anger. Take this opportunity to directly destroy his patrol division. In the distance, Wei Sin's face was grim, his pitch-black battle sword instantly sheathed, the blade pointing at the crowd, and he coldly shouted, "Bold! You have gathered in violation of the law and threatened to go against the Department of Inspection. Do you know the consequences? Anyone who obstructs the enforcement of the law or opposes the police is liable to be shot on sight. If it were not for iron and spicy means, how could one manage these unruly martial artists? Wei Sen. Your inspection division usually suppresses us martial artists at every turn. If it weren't for you, old me would be free. Today, we will kill all the people in your inspection division and return freedom to us martial artists. Brothers, kill all the people in the inspection division. Kill them all. Kill. As Zhang San's words fell, 100 martial artists each wielded a sharp weapon in their hands and rushed up. Chapter 123 Ancient Tomb of Longji Mountain. Looking at the group of martial artists rushing over, Wei Sen took a step forward with a fierce light in his eyes. His pitch-black battle sword stood in front of him, and he coldly drank. Being a martial artist, gathering a crowd of people to cause cholera, and attacking the members of the inspection division is a capital offense. Cough. A word fell, but it has triggered abdominal injuries, cannot help a burst of coughing. So he's injured. Really, heaven help me also. Ha ha. Hu Daoyuan instantly noticed a blood-red color at Wei Sen's abdomen, and laughed long and loud to the sky. His feet accelerated fiercely, and the short blade in his hand stabbed explosively at Wei Sen's head. He could not let go of the heavenly opportunity, one move to solve Wei Sen, the rest of the members are even less to be feared. But in the next second, he instantly felt a terrifying aura of death. Having lived most of his life, he had honed his keen sense of perception. With a glance, it was an unfamiliar youth beside Wei Sen. Only to see the youth holding a pitch-black battle sword, the blade emitting a blood-red glow as if it were alive, one bright and one dark as if it was breathing in and out. North King's blade. Hu Daoyuan froze in place with his eyes horrified, letting out a cry of shock as the short blade in his hand instantly fell to the ground. There was only one blade under the heavens that could emit this blood-colored light, and that was the North King's blade worn by the renowned God Execution Temple Master, known to the outside world as Lord North King. Only because of this knife full of drinking the blood of the god of war countless, casting the body of the knife to form a bloodbath of gas, but wherever you touch, either death or injury. Hu Daoyuan's heart was in despair and his face was ashen. The person in front of him was the God Punisher Temple Master. Such a big man is not in the border. How will appear here? Apart from Hu Daoyuan, the rest of the crowd of martial artists did not recognize Knight North. Zhang San looked at the motionless Hu Daoyuan not far away and coldly shouted, "Old man Hu, if you don't make a move, you're standing there stupidly." If there wasn't this old man who today, he, Zhang San, with his strength of having just stepped into the Wuzun, wouldn't have dared to go against the inspection division. But as his words fell, Hu Daoyuan remained motionless, as if he were a puppet. In the next second, much to the dismay of Zhang San's crowd, only to see old man Hu's knees slamming to the ground, his body trembling unceasingly. He knew for sure that he would die today. Not only him, it can be said that none of the 100 martial artists present today can survive. Old man Hu. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Take advantage of this Wei Sen's injuries and grab a quick battle. Zhang San had an anxious look on his face and rushed to Hu Daoyuan's side in 2 steps, his junior battle zone strength, but he didn't dare to fight hard with Wei Sen. Anyway, even if we don't fight today, we're still dead. Now that the sword was on the line, this battle was inevitable. If he joined forces with this Hu Daoyuan, and this Wei Sen was seriously injured at this time, it would not be difficult to kill him with a combined effort. Zhang San, just like me, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps there will still be a chance of survival. Hu Daoyuan knelt on the ground with a murmur without lifting his head, and above his forehead, sweat fell like rain. When Zhang San heard this, his face was shocked and turned to anger as he drank. Old man Hu, actually playing with me at this time with this mind, huh? Wanting me to be cannon fodder, right? Hu Daoyuan let out a sigh without refutation, and his heart was full of remorse. Today, he shouldn't have ghosted his way here. Alright, old man Hu, you can kneel here. I'll destroy the inspection division before I come to kill you, old thief. Brothers, while this Wei Sen is seriously injured, let's kill and destroy this inspection division today. Zhang San gave a call, and the crowd behind him instantly responded with a call, and 100 martial artists directly rushed over. Looking at the 100 martial artists rushing over, Knight North's face was gloomy to the extreme. Martial artists, a special group of people, if there is a riot, will seriously jeopardize the security of society, no need to ask the reason, directly shoot to kill. In the next moment, Knight North slowly raised the God Execution blade, his eyes were bitter and cold, and he swung it down violently. As the blade fell, invisible waves were released with a roar, wreaking havoc directly like a half-moon. All of a sudden, the original hundreds of people shouting, clamoring sounds suddenly stopped in unison, one such as a fixed body like to maintain their respective postures, unusually bizarre. Then a popping sound was heard. All of the 100 martial artists were turned into a bloody mist that drifted away in the valley. The remaining members of the patrol division were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fervor. To kill 100 martial artists with a single slash, and many of them were at the level of Marshal Zhou, who could do that besides the Hall Master. Knight and North slowly forward, walked to the side of Hu Daoyuan, but found that the other side kneeling down does not move at all. I do not know when, has been dead, was actually alive and scared out of his wits. Without stopping, Knight North walked towards the ancient tomb. Wei Sin led the crowd to quickly clear the battlefield. As soon as he stepped into the ancient tomb, even though the stone door had been cracked, he could still feel the strong yin qi. To Knight North's surprise, apart from the extremely cold yin qi, the aura here was unusually rich. Of course, except for Knight North, those martial artists just now could not feel it since. This place was clearly not an ordinary person's tomb, and this wide aisle alone was 300 meters long. This is in the mountain Ra hollowed out a stone road on this point, even if 1,000 people day and night repair, but also need at least 3 years to complete, ordinary people home but not this ability. At the end of the stone path, a much more spacious stone room opened up. Underneath the east wall of the stone room, a dark coffin had been opened, surrounded by a lot of exquisite porcelain and jade. Knight North casually picked up a porcelain vase to watch, the standard Ming and Qing dynasty official kiln, such an extremely high-quality official kiln, proving that the owner of the tomb was at least in the first grade of the great general in his lifetime. Single Knight North hand of this piece of porcelain, if it is to get to the auction, at least will shoot $1 billion above the sky price. It was a pity that most of them had shattered, obviously caused by those martial artists' chaotic mad rush just now. Knight North was not interested in this, but it was the extremely dense aura around the coffin that caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized that around the coffin, there were at least 30 large and small spirit stones densely inlaid. Moreover, there was a faint trace of true qi as a thread between each spirit stone, intertwined with each other. It was only that these spirit stones looked no different from ordinary stones, which was why they weren't discovered by those martial artists just now. Aura formation? Knight North couldn't help but let out a gasp as well. Regarding the aura formation, Knight North also knew that it was rumored to have been created by Ghost Valley Z, the founder of the vertical and horizontal family during the Warring States period. Aura formation, as the name suggests, is an aura formation created by using spirit stones as the basis and formations as a supplement for martial artists to absorb and cultivate. Spirit stone in the aura is limited, and the aura array is a collection of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and then to the spirit stone for the harmonization in the array within the release of endless aura, inexhaustible, for the martial artist, that is absolutely open general existence. It was a pity that time had passed and the spirit stone formation had long been lost, and even Knight North had only obtained some remnants of it. But even if it is just some defective formation, it is enough to make a heavenly power, and it can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon every morning. If not for this, how could the Knight North step into the ranks of the Sealed King in just 7 years? Chapter 124 Spirit Stone Formation. Your Highness. At this time, Wei Sin walked in and stood behind Knight North. The 100 martial artists outside the ancient tomb had already cleared out. Looking around at the countless porcelains and jades, he also couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. Even if you are not an expert, you can still see that these antiques are absolutely extraordinary, and each one of them is worth a lot of money. Seeing the countless fragments of broken tiles on the ground again, he couldn't help but feel a pang of flesh. These rebel martial artists really should be killed, so exquisite things, actually this kind of spoil. The martial artists outside have been cleared, and a total of 18 spirit stones were recovered from them, as well as an ancient martial arts secret book. Wei Sin said archly, his face also secretly shocked. He finally understood why these martial artists gathered here today, not to mention the 18 spirit stones, alone this ancient martial arts secret book. It is worth hundreds of martial artists to kill Crazy Rob. It was a good thing that this news had not spread. If it had attracted others to know about it, it would have been more than just this area of 100 martial artists. Knight North sniffed and glanced sideways. Wei Sin was holding a severely yellowed ancient martial arts secret book in both hands, and the 3 people behind him in black clothes and strong clothes were holding 18 spirit stones, each of which was slightly larger than a fist. All of these social martial artists had not reached the strength of a war god, yet they were able to recognize that this was a spirit stone, and this point made Knight North somewhat surprised. But on second thought, these 18 spirit stones should be taken out of the coffin by these martial artists. If not, why did this ground not move with more than 30 spirit stones in large and small sizes? That's clearly just not recognizing it. And such a luxurious tomb, how could ordinary stones be put into the coffin? With the heel can think, these must be spirit stones. Then that Black Panther from before was also definitely mutated from absorbing such a rich spiritual chi around the ancient tomb here for a long time. With such a rich spiritual qi, and being located in the middle of a deep mountain, it is highly likely that the surrounding area will also harbor spiritual grasses to appear. Once an animal eats it, it is bound to undergo a mutation and become a spirit animal. Knight North reached out and took the ancient martial arts secret book in Wei Sen's hand. The top of the cover is blank, not a word. Turning a page, a picture resembling the connecting lines of constellations appeared inside. Wei Sen glanced at it, and was immediately disappointed. For the ancient martial arts secret book, he was also quite curious, thinking that it was some kind of supreme technique, but when he saw that among the secret book was this kind of starry sky portrait, he was not half interested. Ancient people love to study these starry sky statues, which he knows, but those studies are not half as valuable as they are now. And Knight North just flipped through a page, and his heart was instantly shocked. While others could not understand it, he understood it at a glance. The ancient martial arts secret in his hand at this moment was the aura formation created by the legendary Gigu Z during the Warring States period. No wonder the aura around the coffin is so rich. It turns out that this large and small spirit stones is arranged according to the aura formation. Seemingly Zhang chaotic cannot, between each one is vaguely connected, and there is a true qi swimming. Except for the profound and unpredictable aura formation, ordinary formations could not do it at all. Send 10 spirit stones to the research laboratory of the Jinghai University, and keep the remaining 8 in your Inspector General's office. Knight North put away the formation and said to Wei Sen. Then he turned around, a palm stretched out. Above the ground there was a slight vibration. More than 30 large and small spirit stones slowly detached from the ground, and with a wave of his big hand, he pocketed them. This place certainly can't set up this aura array again. Such a rich aura, this will make more animals mutate into spirit beasts and hurt people. And these porcelain jades? Wei Sen looked around at the many antiquities that were still intact and wondered what to do with them. Send it to the museum for the old guys to study, plus get this coffin covered and the stone door resealed. Knight North said, stepping towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. Although each of these ancient objects was worth a fortune, they were not half as appealing to Knight North. Punishing God Palace Lord, a generation of War King, if you want these things outside the body, within half a day, there will be countless people squeezing their heads to offer their hands. Even if you take one today, what's the difference between that and a grave robber? Knight North never did such nasty things. Outside the door of the ancient tomb, all the people of the Division of Inspection closed and sealed the stone door, and transplanted a few large trees outside the stone door as a cover. This place was originally located in the deep mountains. Usually no one would come here at all, plus the cover. Ordinary people could not see that this would be an ancient tomb. It was nearing evening when they returned to the inspector's office, and stepping out of the helicopter, Knight North prepared to leave. But behind him, Wei Sen looked like he wanted to say something to stop Knight North. Something's up. Knight North was most averse to this kind of inking behavior. Please ask the palace master to save those injured members. If they are left disabled, they will have to leave the division of patrol. Wei Sen said bluntly. Members of the injured, the serious ones are not competent to work in the department, although the latter half of their lives, food and clothing, but for them, the department of the patrol division is a place they regard as a lifelong struggle, with difficult to give up the feelings, if it is to leave, far more than 100 times more painful than the disability. This is something that Wei Sen knows better than anyone else. Knight North sniffed, did not reply, turned around and walked straight towards the inspector's office. Thank you, Your Highness. With a grateful face, Wei Sen hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. With the temple master coming to the rescue, these members were bound to be safe and sound. Behind the building, in a place similar to a factory, this is the specialized medical facility of the inspection division. The division carries out the most dangerous missions on a daily basis, and with the management of martial artists in society, injuries to members in fights are inevitable. In order to facilitate the treatment of its members, it set up its own medical center. Once you step into the plant, there is far more luxury inside than meets the eye. The large plant is neat and clean, the air floats with a faint smell of disinfectant, separated by a separate room. A variety of advanced diagnostic and therapeutic equipment is readily available, compared to large hospitals, is not inferior at all. Commissioner Wei, you're wounded too? Seeing Wei Sen covered in blood, a pretty female doctor let out a gasp. It's fine, a small injury that has already been healed by Your Highness. Wei Sen looked towards Knight North with a look of admiration in his eyes. If not for the timely appearance of the palace master today, not only himself, but I'm afraid that the entire Capital C Inspection Division would have ceased to exist. Suli sniffed and looked at the young man beside Director Wei, but her willow brows were slightly furrowed. Her name was Suli, and she was a senior student that Wei Sen had specially hired at the Jinghai Medical University, and she had been here for 3 years. To her, who had just graduated, she had no idea what the word temple master meant. Though young, with his superior medical skills, he soon became the medical director of the inspection division, and was already quite prestigious within the Jinghai. Not just anyone could work in the inspector general's office, which made her doubly proud of herself. But this place is strictly forbidden to outsiders except for the members of the inspection division. Today, Director Wei took the initiative to bring in a stranger and said that he was treated by him. Could it be that Director Wei arranged to work here? Chapter 125. The calmer you get, the angrier you get. When she thought of this, Suli's eyes were suddenly full of hostility when she looked at the night in the north. The director's position was something she had toiled for 3 years before she could exchange for it, which allowed her to earn enough face in front of her classmates and family, and if it was taken away from her by someone else today, then how would she have any more face in the future? Suli, how is it? Wei Sin asked with an anxious face since he hadn't noticed the other party's unusual expression. Suli stole another glance at Night North, put away her hostility, and returned, Commissioner Wei, there are 56 injured members this time, 8 seriously injured, and the situation is very bleak. Suli spoke up about the current situation. There were only 5 medics in the medical center of the division plus her, and with more than 50 people injured, there was simply more than enough to go around. Wei Sin sniffed in silence, although the patrol division is not short of money, but after all, belongs to a special department, the outside world, since the doctor cannot be casually invited over. The ones who were here were naturally all wounded members, and if any miscreants mixed in, the consequences could be imagined. Where is the seriously injured person? Take me to see. Night North asked directly. When the words fell, Suli immediately looked unhappy, looked at Wei Sin, and droned, Director Wei, not allowing outside doctors to come in was an order you personally gave, but today you are taking the initiative to bring in, and this person is so young, if something happens to a medical accident, I can't afford to take the responsibility. When Suli was in the medical university, it was called by the principal as a talent that is rare in 100 years, since it has the capital of self-pride. And this young man in front of him, his age is similar to his own, for the aspect of medical skills, since it is impossible to be higher than himself. When Wei Sin heard this, his face sank and he coldly shouted, no insolence, the medical skills of Lord Temple Master are not to be questioned by you. Others did not know, Wei Sin knew that the medical skills of the Temple Master, that was beyond the existence of the national doctor. Under the heavens, if the palace master is called second, who would dare to be called first? Suli sniffed, but her face was even more skeptical. This Wei director also made him too godly. At this age, it is difficult to surpass her, but also the world's number one? This is simply joking. But after all, Director Wei said this, she did not dare to refute it to her face, turned around and said coldly, come with me. Today, she wanted to see how this world's first, as Director Wei said, could bring these seriously injured people back from the dead. Inside a separate room, a member lay on top of a hospital bed, his bandaged body covered in blood, wearing an oxygen mask and breathing weakly. This member was the most severely injured of the several, with multiple lacerations, each deep to the bone, and wounds that were severely infected. If the infection could be controlled, there might still be hope of saving the patient, but right now the patient's body is unusually weak, and the severity of the injuries is so severe that I'm afraid he's already incapacitated, and it would be difficult to last through the night. Before Suli could say anything, Night North walked straight past her, his palm stretched out in the air with a claw. Not far from the table, several silver needles fell within his palm. This scene did not shock Suli. She had been in the Inspector General's office for many years, and every patient she treated was a martial artist, so this stance was normal. Just trying to go through acupuncture at the moment is undoubtedly quackery and murder. And the next moment, 9 silver needles floated in her palm without wind, each one was wrapped in silk true chi. This scene made her no longer suppress her inner shock, white teeth and red lips involuntarily opened. True chi harnessing needles, the mark of a national doctor, such a young man in front of him was actually a national doctor. For so many years, no one among her peers had been able to surpass her in the area of medical skills. A talent that comes along once in a century is not a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the other party was so young that he was already a national doctor who was above the top of the medical arts. The complex emotions of frustration, shock, and admiration all came together in one place, causing Suli's expression to become unusually rich. 9 needles entered his body. Night North let Wei Sin take over a spirit stone, and his palm formed a claw to suck out the silk aura and push it into his body together. As soon as the aura entered the body, although the injured person hadn't awakened yet, the instrument next to him changed, his heartbeat and respiration pulse were slowly enhanced, and finally gradually stabilized. Suli jaw-dropping, the instrument value shows that the signs have been basically stable. The degree of this person's serious injury is self-evident. just one move will be directly saved. The national doctor is really powerful against the heavens, which makes her unable to look up to the world. Night North closed his hand and walked straight into the next ward. In addition to the severely injured few, the condition of the rest of the injured did not need him to save them. After spending a spirit stone, several of the severely injured were out of danger, just wait for recovery. Back home as past the mealtime, the house mother and daughter are not eating, the heart language eyes moist. Gumori sat next to the non-stop soothing. What's wrong, Heartfelt? Night North walked over to his daughter and leaned down to inquire. The heart choked as soon as she saw her father coming, but she didn't say a word. Who bullied you? Tell Daddy. Night North gently wiped away the teardrops on his daughter's face and asked softly. Mom won't let me talk. Heartfelt choked back tears as she held back her tears. Night North frowned slightly and looked at Gumori. It's fine, I had a little conflict with my classmates at school. Gumori's eyes had the slightest hint of evasion. She did not allow her daughter to give the Night North. She was worried that after the Night North knew, the matter was a big deal. This is a little thing between the children. She went to the school tomorrow, so that the other party to make amends to apologize, and it is also even. Over the years, she'd gotten used to tolerating it. The Night North heard a light laugh. Between the small children playing is normal, but the next second, his eyes are instantly chilly. Because he clearly saw that there was a 5-fingered handprint hidden on Heartfelt's little face. Tell Dad, who hit this? Night North held back the anger in his heart and asked calmly. Heart sniffs and looks over at her mom. Knowing that she couldn't hide the matter anymore, Gumori lowered her head and murmured, it was a classmate of Shinin's who hit him. Then followed up with, tomorrow I'll go find his parents and have them apologize to Shin Yue. She would never dare to let Night North ask about this matter. With how much Night North loved his daughter, if she let him solve it, then the other party would definitely be out of luck. Sinyu, tell Dad why the other party hit you? Night North tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and asked calmly. Dare to hit his Night North's daughter, no matter who it was, he would make the other party pay a painful price. Shinin looked at her father, tears instantly slipping down her face, and choked, it's my classmate Zhao Xiaojiang, he lifted my skirt today, and after I told the teacher, when school was over, he slapped me, oh. After finishing her speech, Shinin could no longer suppress the grievances in her heart and cried out. It's okay, Sinyu, don't cry, Dad will accompany you to school tomorrow and let the classmate who bullied you apologize to you. Night North wiped the teardrops on Sinyu's face and said in a calm tone. But Night North's calm tone, in Gumori's hearing, was an inner thump. Because she knew that the calmer Night North's face was, the angrier he was inside. Chapter 126 The Night Playground. No need, Night North, it's normal for classmates to have a little conflict with each other, you don't need to ask about such a trivial matter. Gumori said hurriedly. Petty? Do you think this is trivial? Night North's face was calm, but his tone was filled with anger. Heartland had been beaten, and nothing seemed to him more serious than this incident. Gumori was suddenly speechless and bowed her head. Daughter was beaten, how can she as a mother not be heartbroken? But this is after all a matter between children, she cannot catch that child to give a beating, such a ridiculous thing she cannot do. Okay, this matter you do not ask, I will deal with it myself, heart language, Dad accompanied you to go out for a walk. Night North said, pulling Sinyu out of the villa. Looking at the backs of the father and daughter, Gumori's eyes gradually moistened. Looking back over the years, my daughter was also always bullied by other kids and called a wild child and a fatherless child. But she was with her own child, poor life, no power, and even more powerless, encountered such a situation is simply unable to solve, only to hold her daughter and cry together. When her daughter was scolded, how could she be any different? Unmarried child, she didn't know how many of these unpleasant words she had heard over the years. Now that Night North had returned, she knew I had her father's company and would no longer be bullied by others and scolded as a child without a father. And she, too, has finally realized what it means to be happy, what it means to feel safe. Inside the district, Night North took his daughter's small hand and walked leisurely, but inwardly he was constantly choosing. Sinyu, are there often kids who bully you? Night North pulled his daughter, his footsteps not stopping, and softly inquired. When Heartfelt heard her father ask this, she scowled and didn't say anything for a long time. Looking at his daughter's look, Night and North a burst of heartache, the heart language does not say, the expression on the face can explain everything, so many years, mother and daughter too will be how miserable, how much aggression and humiliation. As soon as he thought of this, Night North's eyes were resolute as he finally made his decision. Let your daughter become a martial artist. This was the first thing that came to his mind when he got the spirit stone. It was impossible for him to guard his daughter at all times, and only when she was strong enough on her own could she protect herself at all times. Then it's the best option to let your daughter become a martial artist. But what made Night North hesitate was that he didn't want to ruin his daughter's innocent childhood. Once one becomes a martial artist, there are some subtle changes in the mind and heart with it. This will have a direct impact on your daughter's childhood. Night North just wants her daughter to live a normal kid's life like other kids, love watching cartoons, love buying princess dresses, love toys and amusement parks. But once the daughter becomes a martial artist, she will most likely no longer be interested in all of them, and in their place will be knives, swords, all kinds of weapons, gongfa and cultivation. It's all about the changes that happen inside when you become a martial artist. Not to mention that Xinu was only 7 years old. Within China, there was no such young age that could become a martial artist. Heart language, do you want to become a martial artist? Night North stopped walking, squatted down, and gazed at Heart language with a serious face. His daughter becoming or not becoming a martial artist, that was all in his own mind. As a result, it's still up to the daughter to make her own choices. What is a martial artist? Heartfelt blinked her large eyes, her eyes filled with questions. This was the first time she had heard the word martial artist. Night North got up and pulled his daughter to a gazebo, carefully explaining to her what a martial artist was. The Heart language listened attentively, excitement filling the top of her small face. It was the most interesting story she had heard in years. Wow, a martial artist is so powerful. Xinu also wants to become a martial artist. When Xinu heard her dad finish, she immediately clapped her little hands and shouted happily. Night North laughed lightly, pinched his daughter's face with a doting expression, and solemnly talked about some of the disadvantages of becoming a martial artist. After hearing this, Xinu lowered her head and thought seriously for a while, and said, although I like those, it's still more interesting to be a martial artist. Dad, Xinu wants to become a martial artist, that way, I can protect Mom. Looking at his daughter's determined eyes, Night North smiled lightly and nodded. After thinking for a moment, dialed Weissen's number. Are there any amusement parks in Kyokai that are open at night? Yes, there's a large amusement park in the southern suburbs of the capital city that stays open until 11 p.m. What's wrong, Highness? Do you want me to send someone over? Weissen picked up the phone and hurriedly returned. Night North looked at the time. There were still more than 3 hours left. It should be enough to play. Okay, it's okay. Night North hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Weissen was in a fog, wondering what the temple master was doing asking about the amusement park so late at night. Could it be that his childish heart was so big that he wanted to go there to play? The Bentley sped down the road, and in the back seat, Heartland took a big bite out of the burger she'd just bought. Before his daughter became a martial artist, Night North wanted to take his daughter to have a crazy time, because, after tonight, she knew would no longer be interested in any of this. It was certainly a cruel thing to do at her age. The amusement park was significantly less crowded at night, and there was no one lined up at the ticket window, so Night North pulled Heartland forward to buy a ticket. Sir, it's closing in less than an hour, are you sure you want to purchase a ticket now? The female ticket agent took the initiative to remind. With less than an hour to go and not even a third of the program to play, this pass purchase could be considered a waste. Isn't it until 11? Night North frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask. The ticket salesman smiled politely at his words and returned, yes sir, normally we do close at 11 o'clock, but on this day of the month, we have to hold a regular meeting, so we close 2 hours earlier, as stated on the official website and on the signboard at the entrance. Night North nodded and paid for his ticket. Weissen, notify this amusement park to close again at 11. Hanging up the phone, Night North pulled Heartland into the playground. The ticket agent looked at the back of the two, rolled her eyes and muttered, Che, who do you think you are? The chairman of the board of directors personally stipulated the matter, whoever comes today, it will also close at 9 o'clock. Ferris wheel, the heart of the language and excited and scared, lying on the window, covering the eyes only show a thin slit, turned to the highest place, the ground vehicles as ants, scared directly into the arms of his father. Night North laughed softly and wrapped his arms around his daughter, reaching out before he could soothe her, when the petite form in his arms slowly reared its head and looked out the window, terrified, and let out another scream. That's the beauty of the playground, it's both scary and you can't help but want to try it. The Ferris wheel spun around, and Heartfelt just stepped on the ground with one foot and couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Seeing the bright lights of the carousel not far away, I couldn't help but take my dad's hand and rush over. Chapter 127 Playing for Fun. It took 3 full rides on the carousel before Heartland was satisfied and came down. Arriving at the entrance of the roller coaster project, Sinyu looked at the curved track with complicated eyes, wanting to play but not daring, hesitant to go forward.
It's okay, Sinyu, Daddy is with you, don't be afraid.
Night North looked at his daughter's scared look and softly comforted her. But I'm still a little scared. Although Heartland had never been on one, she had seen it on TV, and this roller coaster could be scary. Without waiting for Night North to open his mouth, a staff member next to him said, "Don't sit down if you're afraid, it just so happens that we're closing down." Heartfelt sniffed and disappointment spread across her face. Despite her fear, she wanted to experience it once. Night North looked at the time and frowned slightly, and was just about to call Wei Sin to ask what was going on when he saw a middle-aged man around 50 years old running over.
"Chairman, what brings you here?"
The staff next to him instantly recognized that it was their chairman who had come. This chairman usually doesn't come here at all, even the regular meeting once a month doesn't need him to attend. How come he came tonight? The middle-aged man ignored the staff and stood respectfully in front of Night North, arching his hand ceaselessly, saying, "Sorry Mr. Knight, I'm late, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Lichao, I'm the chairman of the board here, and Mr. Knight can play until whatever time he wants today." Just now he soaked in the bath, did not take a cell phone, came up, saw enough more than 20 missed calls, and it is the director of the patrol division Wei Sin called, rushed back to know what's going on, and that's why he rushed to come. He was well aware of the great power of the inspection division, which was a special department that even the great families did not dare to mess with. To be able to make Director Wei personally call to make arrangements, then the identity of this Mr. Knight was enough to shock him.
"Chairman, today is a regular meeting, and we have to close at 9.
The staff thought that the chairman had forgotten and kindly reminded him.
"What regular meeting? We'll open it tomorrow."
"Normal business today, when Mr. Knight has had his fun, when do we close?" Li Lichao let out a roar, and today, not to mention the regular meeting, even if it was a big deal, it was all suspended.
Yes.
The staff froze, and couldn't help sweeping a glance at the father and daughter duo of Night North, being able to let the chairman personally come over to greet them, and delaying the closing of the door. For so many years, there has never been. What is the identity of this duo in the end? "No, we'll leave at 11 o'clock sharp, you guys just close the door normally." Night North walked in with his arm around Heartfelt. After all, the staff at the playground have to rest too.
Yes. Li Lichao nodded in agreement and followed.
He had to be accompanied by such an important person at all times. Night North sat in the first row of the roller coaster with his arm around Shinin, and Li Lichao wanted to sit in the second row, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose to sit in a center seat. Although he was the chairman of the board of directors in the amusement park, he had not played any of the items in the arena and was naturally afraid of heights. The roller coaster slowly climbed up, higher and higher, and Heartland screamed in shock, too scared to open her eyes. Night North looked at his daughter, a doting smile, palm of a trace of true chi slowly input into the daughter's body. He was afraid of a moment too stimulating. Heart language body don't have any discomfort. At this time, the roller coaster climbed to the highest point. Looking at the almost vertical track, the heart language scared little face a little white. "Don't be afraid, Sinyu, there's Daddy with you, don't close your eyes, carefully experience the fun of it." Night North held his daughter's small hand tightly and comforted her softly.
Heartland took a deep breath and just opened her eyes as the roller coaster went vertical. Wow!
The centrifugal force of the moment made Heartland scream loudly, but she still bravely opened her eyes to feel the wonderful sensation.
"Oh my mom. Vomit. OMG, I'm going down. Vomit."
Behind the father and daughter, Li Lichao's face was pale and he kept vomiting. At this time he wanted to die. On this thing, pouring money to him he would never play a second time. He really does not understand. Actually there will be so many people pay money to come here to find a crime.
Wow. Oh. So over the top.
Heartfelt opened her arms and screamed with excitement as her body kept spinning with the track. Night North looked at his daughter with a calm smile on his face. This kind of thing didn't have a ripple for him. After one lap, the coaster came to a steady stop at the starting point.
"Daddy, I want to play again." Heartfelt didn't think it was too much.
But when Li Lichao heard this, he immediately jumped out of the car, only to feel his legs go limp and directly fall to the ground. Forcibly enduring the churning in his stomach, he said, Mr. Knight, I have a stomach ache, you guys play first, I'm going to go and facilitate a bit." Li Lichao struggled to his feet and wobbled toward the bathroom. Only he did not notice that the wig on the top of his head had been blown off at some point, and the shiny top of his head was reflecting the night light, and the staff next to him was holding back his red face, and he forced himself to hold back so that he did not laugh out loud. The roller coaster started slowly, and once again there was a scream in the night air. After a few minutes had passed, the roller coaster once again stopped at the starting point. Heartland jumped out of the car, unable to hide his excitement. In all these years, she had never been as happy as she was tonight. She wanted to come and play in the playground countless times, but she knew better than to ever mention it once in front of her mom. Because she knows that it costs a lot of money to come here and play. Today, she finally got what she wanted and had a good time. "Mr. Knight, what else do you want to play? I'll accompany you." Li Liqiao kept stroking the thinning hair on top of his head, apparently having noticed that the wig had fallen off. "Daddy, what's that one? I want to play with that." Heartfelt pointed to a large pendulum not far away with a curious look on his face. "Come on, Daddy will take you there." Night North wrapped his arm around Heartwish and walked towards the big pendulum. Li Liqiao was on the verge of crying. This sledgehammer was much more exciting than a roller coaster. This roller coaster had almost killed him, and if he played with a sledgehammer, he would have died right on top of it. Arranging for the staff, Li Liqiao immediately covered his stomach. "Agu, tonight why does this stomach of mine keep hurting? Mr. Knight, you take the little princess to play, I'll go for a bit more. You don't need to accompany us, just wait for us at the bottom." How could Night North not see what the other party was thinking? Li Liqiao sniffed, his face showed embarrassment, smiled, and immediately sat down in the operation room. The crew buckled the duo in, checked them over, and started the machine. The large pendulum slowly started and swung from side to side. Heartland screamed, but never closed his eyes. Just as the sledgehammer swung to its highest point, a thin, inaudible sound came from Heartland's seatbelt. The voice was small, but it couldn't escape Night North's ears. Turning his head to look, he saw that the seatbelt that had been tightly buckled around Heartland's shoulders was slowly loosening. Chapter 128: The smallest martial artist in China. Meanwhile, in the operations room, the crew received an alert indicating an anomaly in the harness. Li Liqiao's face turned pale as he hurriedly roared, "Quickly! Quickly cut off the power!" The crew immediately pressed the power button. Although the power supply is cut off, but the huge pendulum in such inertia cannot immediately stop, still swinging. Li Liqiao looked at the air, paralyzed on the ground. This big pendulum is not another ordinary project, which if an accident, it can be a matter of life and death. Not to mention the fact that there is such an important person above him. If anything happens to him, the division will directly peel his skin. The ear-piercing sirens instantly attracted countless staff members to come, but one of them could do nothing at all, so they could only put their hands together and keep praying that the two of them would come down safely. But the next second made the crowd below scream in unison, scared out of their wits. A few girls covered their eyes, not dare to look. Only to see that in the night sky, a little girl was directly thrown out by a large pendulum and thrown in mid-air. One by one, their hearts were filled with despair at such a height. There was no hope of survival if they fell. "It's over." As the three words fell, Li Liqiao directly fainted in fear. In mid-air, Heartfelt was directly thrown out, instinctively letting out a scream. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. Night North looked at his daughter floating in the air, his eyes blood red, and directly shocked off the safety belt buckled to his shoulder, and flew out in one long leap. Yikes! Once again, there was a gasp from below. The operator was directly stunned. Just now there was only one seat alarm. How could both people be thrown out? In the air, Heartfelt fell sharply and was about to fall above the ground. Night North's entire body's true chi exploded violently, and he rushed over like an arrow off the string. The distance between the two grew closer and closer, and as soon as he took his daughter's small hand, he pulled it hard and wrapped it tightly in his arms. The speed of the descent slowed down rapidly, but even so, when Night North landed, his feet were deep into the ground. Below the large pendulum, the crowd looked at the direction where the two had fallen, covering their mouths and unable to stop trembling. An accident of this magnitude makes them make their hearts tremble. Because there was a forest separating them, the crowd could not see what was going on at this time, and they all thought that the two of them would surely die. A direct fall from a height of dozens of meters, there was no chance of anyone surviving. But the next second, the crowd saw that in the middle of the woods, there was a figure slowly walking over. When they saw who was coming, one of them became even more creeped out. For it was the very same duo that had just flown out of the great pendulum. How could they not be dead? And unharmed? How is that possible? Night North tightly embraced the heart language. Due to excessive shock, at this time, the heart language body is still slightly trembling. The playground can go out of business. Night North walked straight past the crowd, coldly leaving behind a sentence. If it were an ordinary person today, he would die. Such a serious safety incident, the amusement park can really close down, and the chairman of the board Li Liqiao is naturally the first to bear the brunt of the unforgivable sin. The rest of his life can be spent in a prison cell. Inside the Bentley, Heartland lay in the back seat already asleep, but her body was still twitching. Night North sat next to him, gently caressing his daughter's hair as he pulled out a spirit stone and sucked out the aura from it. The light blue aura was like a glowing night pearl in his palm, and without hesitation, Night North slowly pushed it into his daughter's back. Well. As soon as the aura entered his body, Heartfelt's brows tightened and he let out a cry of pain. Dad! I'm so hard. Heartfelt couldn't help but let out a murmur. Dense beads of sweat had seeped out above his forehead, and his body kept tossing and turning. It's okay, Singyu, Daddy is here with you, it won't hurt anymore in a minute. Night North softly comforted, the aura in his hands not stopping. For ordinary people to become martial artists, Reisher Chi is the only key. And it has to work all at once, if not, it will go off the rails into insanity. This kind of situation could not exist since for the Night North. Just the pain of washing and quenching the body must be gone through, that Dai Xian, but the pain in the ground directly rolling, visible pain is intense. Promoting from an ordinary body to a martial artist, cleansing the muscles and removing the bones, this kind of pain was inevitable. However, Xinu was stubborn, and although there was severe pain coming from her body, she clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. I don't know how many of these tests were done before when my mom took her to the major hospitals for body checkups, slicing and piercing. But she never screamed. The aura slowly disappeared, the heart language was drenched in sweat, the pain gradually lessened, and by now she had fallen asleep. A trace of true chi wrapped around his palm, and with a big wave of his hand, Heartfelt's clothes were instantly dry. Placing a light kiss on his daughter's forehead, Night North drove towards home. When he returned home, it was already midnight, the living room was brightly lit, and Gu Mori was sitting on the sofa, her face obviously with anger. The father-daughter duo didn't know where they had gone to play madly, and they actually didn't come back until midnight, and Xinyue had to go to school early tomorrow morning. Night North held his daughter and walked straight into his room, gently placing Heartwish on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Although he had succeeded, he was still not quite at ease. Tonight, he must always be aware of his daughter's state. If there was any abnormality, he would be able to make the first move when he was around. Where have the two of you been? Seeing Night North come out, Gu Mori asked without good humor. Accompanying my daughter out for a walk. Night North casually coped. How can he open his mouth when he took his daughter to a playground in the middle of the night for a wild ride and almost had an accident? You go to sleep, tonight, I'll just take Heartfelt. Night North said immediately afterward. Gu Mori sniffed, her anger not yet gone, and chided, father and daughter are being secretive, Xinyue has to go to school early tomorrow morning. I know, go to sleep. Martial artists require very little sleep, just 1 hour to achieve the effect of 6 hours for an ordinary person. Many martial artists refrain from cultivation and do not eat, drink or sleep for a week without the slightest problem. Early the next morning, Heartfelt woke up normally, but felt a subtle change in her body. It's that chaotic feeling. The mind is abnormally clear, and the vision and hearing are altered. Tiny mosquitoes in the air in the distance she could clearly see and hear, and even outside the villa she could hear clear footsteps as someone walked through the doorway. Just as Heartfelt was still immersed in the world of incredulity, Night North was also a touch surprised. I didn't realize that my daughter's power at this time had actually reached the strength of a junior martial exalt. This was doubly surprising to him. Turning from an ordinary person into a martial artist, and directly breaking through the bottleneck into a martial exalt, this was something that was never seen before. Countless martial artists were stuck in the ranks of martial artists and had no chance to step into the martial exalted in this life, but he didn't expect his daughter to directly enter the martial exalted, which made Night North surprised and proud. His Night North's daughter is not unusual. It's just that he didn't know that Xinu could directly become a martial exalted, and that was because of the blood transfusion he had given to his daughter in the first place. What flowed inside Heartwish was his Night North's blood. Chapter 129, Still a Child. After breakfast, in the eyes of Gu Mori with a worried look on her face, she watched as Night North sent her daughter to school. She was really worried about the other side. At the entrance of Jinghai Elementary School, inside the Bentley, Night North had just stabilized the vehicle, and Sinyu looked to the side with a hint of fear on her face. A boy came down from a Humvee next to him, fat-eating and a good deal taller than his peers. Wang Xiuhu can be said to be a little bully in the school, only in the 4th grade, even the upper grades are afraid of him. 1 is because his body is stronger than other children, 2 is because his father, not only is the Jinghai famous entrepreneurs, or CPPCC members, within the Jinghai has a significant weight, the standard rich and powerful.
Did he hit you?
Night North saw his daughter's look at a glance and opened his mouth to ask.
Heartfelt didn't reply, nodding softly.
From the first day she entered the school gate, she hadn't been bullied by Wang Shouhu. Not only her, but almost the whole class had been bullied by him. Teachers have also criticized and educated him many times, but with little effect, and applications to the principal for expulsion or transfer have also been rejected. It was only because of his father's status, which made it quite a headache for both the teacher and the principal. Go ahead, son, keep this money loaded up and save it for when you're hungry to buy something to eat. On the driver's seat of the Hummer, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses pulled out a few $100 bills and handed them to his son. He was the famous entrepreneur, Wang Tianrui, a member of the CPPCC in Jinghai. Wang Shouhu grabbed the money from his father's hand and casually stuffed it into his pocket, and just as soon as he got out of the car, a few male classmates surrounded him and followed him, apparently as a small pony boy. Inside the Hummer, looking at his son with a horseman following him around, Wang Tianrui's mouth lifted up in pride. He was just about to start the vehicle when he casually glanced over and saw a man standing in front of his son, who was now staring at him with a gesture, signaling him to go over. Che, what the hell? Wang Tianrui let out a sneer and ignored it, starting the vehicle and preparing to drive away. But the other man had a large hand gently pressed on his son's shoulder, his eyes fixed on his own, his fingers lightly hooked.
Wang Tianrui turned off the engine and got out of the car, and angrily walked over. Dad, he won't let me in.
Wang Xiaohu said hurriedly when he saw his dad coming.
Wang Tianrui's eyes narrowed slightly to suppress the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "This gentleman, what do you mean by this?"
The tone was inquisitive but unusually arrogant. Your son beat up my daughter yesterday, the son doesn't teach the father, you should be clear on this point.
Night North's tone was gloomy.
The other party is a child, the Night North cannot lay hands on the child, but he, as a father, can hardly escape the responsibility.
Oh? Little tiger, you hit her? Wang Tianrui asked in an unusually calm manner.
His son was beating up people at school for 3 days, that much he was aware of, and he had to run to the school at least 2 or 3 times a month just for something like that.
No. Which eye did you see me hit her?
Wang Xiaohu was not at all intimidated, and angrily glared at Night North as he roared. Wang Tianrui let out a cold laugh and took the lead. Oh, I say this gentleman, you should figure out the reason first. You said my son hit your daughter, you have to at least come up with evidence, otherwise, I'd also say your daughter hit my son. When Night North heard this, his face was instantly gloomy. It was not surprising that such a father would educate such a son. He's the one who hit me yesterday, and he lifted my skirt, not just me, but the other girls in our class. Heartfelt said with a huff. Today, with her dad backing him up, she was no longer afraid. Night North was silent, staring at the other party. Heart language was beaten, Night and North although a belly of anger, but if the other side sincerely give their daughter to make amends and apologize, strict discipline of their own children, this matter will be over. After all, it is the friction between the children. But right now the other party's attitude, that's not something that can be solved by making amends and apologizing. I can prove it, yesterday Wang Xiaohu even lifted my skirt. A girl next to her who was similar in age to Shinin hurriedly said.
And me, lifted my skirt too.
Another girl whispered. Off to the side, I lifted your skirts because I look up to you.
Wang Xiaohu said and violently pushed the girl down.
The girl stumbled and fell to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes.
Wang Tianrui just stood beside his son and watched coldly without stopping.
Naturally, there was no need to look for any evidence in the case at hand. The son admitted it himself and pushed a classmate with his hands.
Children, I think it's normal to play around.
Wang Tianrui removed sunglasses, a face of indifference, then said, after all, just a child, well, the age is still small, and so on older natural good.
Makes sense, it's normal to fight.
Night North let out a light laugh, glanced at Wang Xiaohu, and said, Shinin, go slap him. Wang Tianrui froze at his words and crossed his arms across his chest with a snicker.
Let's not talk about whether this other party dares to beat his son, even if he really dares to beat him, can he beat him?
There was such a big difference between the two sides, not to mention the fact that his own son had practiced taekwondo for 3 years. Heartfelt hesitates to go over. Come on, come and hit me, I'll stick my face over, I'll see if you dare to hit. Wang Xiaohu had a fierce look on his face and stuck his face over.
Heartfelt took a few steps back in a row, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the other party, murmuring in a small voice, Dad, do you really have to hit him?
Night North gently nodded and said, "He hit you yesterday, and since he didn't apologize, you're returning it today, which is as it should be. Don't be afraid, there's Dad here." Hearing her father say this, Heartfelt felt a sense of confidence in her heart, took a deep breath, stretched out her small hand, and swung it out violently. Wang Xiaohu was stunned. He did not expect that this heart language really dared to make a move, and hurriedly reached out to stop. But as soon as his hand was raised, his face was on fire with pain. Snap! With a crunching sound, Wang Xiaohu's entire body flew out directly, accompanied by a few teeth in the air. Knock! With a muffled sound, Wang Xiaohu fell heavily to the ground. Wang Tianrui was stupefied. Where did the other party get so much strength from his small body? How is this possible? Don't you dare hit me! Wang Xiaohu's young age is really a vicious corner. Directly from the ground a flip, waving his fists to the heart of the language hit the past. Just rushed out a few steps, felt some leakage in the mouth, reached out and touched this, realized that a few teeth in the mouth were knocked out. Night hard language. Today I'm at loggerheads with you. Ah! Wang Xiaohu was completely annoyed, clenched his fists and rushed over. Usually in school it was his part to beat others, where was the time to be beaten? What he didn't expect was that once again, Heartfelt easily dodged and backhanded another slap. Snap! With a crisp slap, Wang Xiaohu was once again slapped away. Hiss! The surrounding parents sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help the shock in their hearts. This weak body could actually explode with so much power? Chapter 130, It's Normal to Fight. This slap caused Wang Xiaohu to loosen a few teeth again, and with a gentle touch of his hand, the teeth mixed with blood fell into his hand. Dad! Oh! Dad! Wang Xiaohu ran to his dad in 2 steps and cried out, no longer having the arrogance he had just had. Wang Tianrui looked at his son, whose face was swollen into a pig's head, and there were no more than a few teeth left in his mouth, and he looked at Night Bei with eyes that were sinister to the extreme. Night North turned a blind eye and said blandly, "Little kids, it's normal to play around." Wang Tianrui smiled angrily at his words. Ha ha! Good! Very good! Hitting my Wang Tianrui's son, I'll let you know what regret means. As the words fell, Wang Tianrui fiercely lucked out and turned out to be a martial artist. If not for his martial artist status, how could he be a famous entrepreneur and CPPCC member in Jinghai? Even though he had a special status, but right now his precious son was beaten up like this, which made him lose his mind instantly. Hitting his son was bound to cost him dearly, and today, he would educate this father and daughter. He, an intermediate-level martial artist, not even a martial exalt. Night North let out a light laugh and could tell the strength of his opponent with a single glance. At this level, it's not even as good as his daughter. Heart language, go practice. Night North patted heart language and said softly. Empty levels don't work, actual combat is the most effective and direct way to improve strength. Just like Huang Zuoyan, even though he was an intermediate-level martial zone, he lacked actual combat and was simply unable to deal with people of the same level. It was not uncommon for martial artists who were experienced in actual combat to kill people across levels. That's why the real world is the top priority. Ha! Dad, I don't dare. Xinyu looked at the tall Wang Tianrui and cowered a little. That's an adult on the other side. Don't be afraid, you forget, you are a martial artist. Forget what Dad told you yesterday. As a martial artist, the first rule is to be brave. Night North leaned down, his hands gently grasping his daughter's shoulders, his eyes full of encouragement. Since he had chosen to let his daughter follow the path of a martial artist, he would be able to protect himself more by improving his own strength. Aha! Heartfelt nodded heavily and took a step forward, his eyes determined. In front of the school, a large and a small duo faced each other, and the large contrast seemed a bit strange. What do you mean? Is this man going to let his daughter go and fight someone? It's just nuts. What kind of a dad does that? That's right, how old is this kid? Going to fight with an adult? Isn't this looking for death? Opposite is Wang Tianrui? I heard that he is also a martial artist. A martial artist? My goodness, then won't this little girl be killed? The surrounding parents who were sending their children to school saw this scene and were all worried, their faces filled with concern. But no one dared to go forward to stop. After all, the opposite side is Wang Tianrui, leaving aside the identity of a famous entrepreneur CPPCC member, just a martial artist alone is enough to make them afraid. Quickly call the patrol division and say that there are martial artists here who want to hurt people. Yeah, make the call. A parent panicked, pulled out a phone and pressed the number. After all, it's just a kid, and they can't bear to do it anyway. Wang Tianrui froze for a moment when he saw Shinin crossing in front of him, withdrew his body's true qi, and laughed coldly. What? If you don't dare to fight me, kneel down and kowtow to my son, and I won't make things difficult for you. But you even let your daughter step in, huh? It's pathetic to be a father to this point. Wang Tianrui is not a street gangster. Even if there is anger again, it is not so much as to take action against a 7-year-old girl. After all, in this Jinghai, he also has a head and a face, and spread it out and lose his identity. Night North smiled blandly and ignored it. Looking at his daughter, he said blandly, Xinyue, pay attention to the proportion in a moment, don't kill him. After all, Shinin had just become a martial artist, and was not yet able to control her own force, and Night North only wanted his daughter to learn the skills of actual combat, but did not want her hands to be stained with human life. When Wang Tianrui heard this, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. This is naked provocation. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. In case I miss and kill your daughter, don't regret it. Wang Tianrui's tone was gloomy, ready to strike. Don't show mercy, use your full strength. Night North stood behind his daughter and said indifferently. With him around, there was no need to consider the safety of the heart language. Wang Tianrui's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold laugh and calmly took a few steps forward, stretching out his palm and slapping it against Xinyue's small face. This slap, he didn't use his true qi. For a child, this slap was enough to make the other party's teeth break. Phew! The slaps whistled. But the next second, to make his jaw drop, a palm directly fell into the air. The little girl in front of him even easily dodged. Backhanding another palm, Trail dodged it. I said for you to use your full strength. Night North's unsavory words floated in. What can a daughter learn from such a move? Hearing these words from Night North, coupled with the two palms falling short, the anger in Wang Tianrui's heart rose to the extreme. No longer having any scruples, his true qi was released with a roar, his palm turned into a fist, and he blasted at Xinyue's young body. This punch, not to mention a child, or even an adult, was simply unable to resist, and would be severely disabled without dying. Some of the surrounding parents let out a gasp of surprise and covered their eyes to keep from looking at it. In their opinion, this punch was enough to kill the little girl. There was a touch of gravity above Heartfelt's small face, and she clearly felt that this punch was too much more powerful than just now. The wind of the fist arrived in the blink of an eye, and Heartfelt stared intently at the fist, his body flickering slightly as the fist brushed against his temples and swept past in a lightning-fast manner. What? This punch fell short to make Wang Tianrui surprised. This is the use of true qi, not to mention a child. Even professional fighters are impossible to avoid. When a martial artist strikes, how can an ordinary person resist? Wang Tianrui froze in place for a long time, looking at his fists in deep thought. Could it be that you were deflated last night? But even if it was weak, it was absolutely impossible to dodge a punch from a martial artist. Shaking off his head, Wang Tianrui's eyes were fixed on Heartfelt. He couldn't even imagine that the other party would be a martial artist, because it was impossible. A 7-year-old girl would be a martial artist? That's just out of this world. In order to become a martial artist, even if the innate genes were superior, then the mutation could only occur after adulthood. There are no martial artists under the age of adulthood. This is a law that has remained unchanged for ages. Wang Tianrui's face was grave, he no longer stayed his hand, his right fist was secretly storing power, and the silk of true qi floated on the surface of his hand. Both feet snapped, and there were hidden signs of cracking above the ground. This punch, he used 10% of his strength. The other party, not to mention dodge, want to live is impossible. If the other martial artists knew that their own strikes were dodged by a 7-year-old girl, this would not make the rest of the martial artists laugh their asses off. One doesn't have to hang around in the Kyokai circle anymore. He couldn't care less about anything else to save his reputation. Chapter 131 7-year-old martial exalt. The fists mixed with true qi came blasting in like thunder and lightning, more than twice as fast as a moment ago. Seeing that it was impossible to dodge, Shinin crossed a pair of small hands in front of her, and formed her hands into palms in preparation for a hard catch. Wang Tianrui laughed coldly in his heart. This punch is not something you can block? Little girl, do not blame me. To blame you have such an unreliable father, the next life reincarnation, but to find a reliable. In Wang Tianrui's opinion, this punch would surely kill his opponent. Buzz. As the fists and palms collided, there was a muffled sound, accompanied by invisible waves sweeping in all directions. The crowd only felt a ringing in their ears, their bodies were unsteady, and one of them stumbled backwards and forwards. Heart language, a pair of small feet on the ground, friction, huge inertia so that the body kept backward more than 10 meters before stopping. only to feel that the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shocked by the non-stop trembling. Looking at the heart language in the distance, Wang Tianrui was completely frozen. No one knew the power of this punch better than himself, and the other party was actually unharmed? Or a 7-year-old girl who carried his full force strike alive? Except for martial artists, who can ordinary people do it? A 7-year-old martial artist? How is that possible? No way, it must be that I overindulged and got weak last night, plus I didn't eat breakfast and couldn't exert my strength, yeah, that must be it. He would rather believe that a Zhao could climb a tree than to believe that a 7-year-old child would be a martial artist. In the distance the heart slowly dropped its petite arms, only to feel a vague pain from the incessant shivering. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at the vaguely reddened pair of small hands, and a look of excitement rose on his face. One can really fight an adult on one's own. For the heart language, only know the difference between the body size and strength, not yet know that there is a difference between the power. With her current strength, not to mention adults, no one below the level of a martial arts expert would be a match for her. Shinin, concentrate and calm your breath, try to mobilize the true chi in your body. Night North said softly as he stood next to his daughter. Just now, my daughter had not used her true chi and had carried that punch hard. If he had used his true chi, this Wang Tianrui would have been directly recoiled into serious injury. The presence or absence of true chi is the mark of a martial artist. Tempering the body was only an external skill, and it was impossible to break stones and monuments with ease even if the body was exercised to the extreme. Martial artists, on the other hand, focus on internal strength, and true chi is the source of internal strength. When the true chi comes out, no mortal can be defeated. Hearing Dad's words, Heartfelt closed her eyes and carefully experienced the true chi in her body. This was the first time she had come across the word true chi, and she had no idea how to use it. It only felt like there was a power swimming quietly inside her, trying to drive it, but there was no way to do it, and it didn't listen to her at all. Sinew, think about this Wang Xiuhu, he usually bullies you and your classmates. In a daze, the heart language heard the words of his father drifting in, instantly stirring up the anger in his heart, and that power in his body accelerated to swim faster and faster, wanting to rush out of his body. Yikes! With a cry, the true chi in his body gushed out. Night North smiled in relief. This step must be done by the daughter herself, and anger, the fuel that releases the true energy. Martial artist. She really is a martial artist. Looking at the true chi that surrounded the heart language, Wang Tianrui was appalled. A 7-year-old martial artist. There is actually a 7-year-old martial artist within China. Moreover, the true chi was even denser than his own. This other party's strength had actually reached the level of a martial zune. A 7-year-old martial artist. What an unbelievable innate gene this is. Oh, my god. Wang Tianrui directly sat paralyzed on the ground, shivering, his eyes filled with panic. Dad, what's wrong with you, Dad? Get up and avenge me. Wang Xiaohu's face was swollen into bread, and his speech was a little slurred, and he saw his father lying on the ground, anxiously screaming. Snap. You unlucky thing. Wang Tianrui slapped his son's face, and what few teeth he had were knocked out. Although his heart ached for his son had offended a character that even he was far from being able to offend. The other party is a martial arts zune. If he makes a move, not to mention his son, an ordinary person, even he won't be able to survive. Wang Xiaohu was dumbfounded by the sudden slap, and after freezing for a few seconds, he howled. Not only did he get hit by someone else today, but even his dad, who had never laid a hand on him, hit him. Wang Tianrui let out a bitter laugh. He couldn't wait to accompany his son to cry at this time. He was not afraid of offending ordinary people, but if he offended a martial artist, it was a question of whether he could live or not. Get over here. Wang Tianrui twisted his son's ear and walked to the heart language, kicked his son's ass, and Wang Xiuhu fell to the ground on one knee. Apologize. Hearing his father's cold shout, Wang Xiuhu was still a bit unconvinced and hardened his head just not to say anything. Damn it, brat, apologize or not. Wang Tianrui drew out the belt, hard whipping the son's buttocks. Only a moment, it will be open flesh, visible under the hard hand. Ow. Wang Xiuhu knelt on the ground and covered his butt, howling to the sky. Since childhood, the whole family is regarded as a treasure, give spoiled out of shape, which has received such a poisonous beating. And don't apologize. With another hard blow, Wang Xiaohu's tears soared in the sky as he hurriedly shouted, I apologize, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Dare to bully your classmates next time. Wang Tianrui's words fell and he gave another hard jerk. Don't dare, never again. Dad, don't hit, don't hit. Wang Shouhu covered his buttocks, but his hands did not dare to touch it at all, because the buttocks had long been bloody. Wang Tianrui pumped ruthless, but inwardly it is heartbreaking, but if not, it is possible that his son may not even be able to protect his life. Dad, come on, I forgive him. Heartfelt looked at Wang Xiaohu on the ground and showed compassion. As soon as he heard the heart language speak, Wang Tianrui hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Thank you for your magnanimity, I will definitely discipline my rebellious son. Calm the other side's anger and the matter will be considered closed." Wang Tianrui made a bow and said, but his eyes were hiding a grudge. At that moment there came the sound of a special siren, a burst of brakes, and two para-monkey marauders pulled up alongside. Several black-clothed power suits jumped out of the car and walked into the crowd with their hands on their waist combat knives, their eyes bitterly cold. It is a taboo for martial artists to injure people, and the Division of Inspector General's office was the first to arrive upon receipt of the report. Who dares to hurt people? The leader of the group let out a cold cry and looked around the crowd. But when he saw Night North, he was stunned and hurriedly went over, kneeling on one knee and bellowing, "See you, my lord." For short words made Wang Tianrui's face look like death. The other party's force was already enough to make him fearful, and he didn't expect that his identity would actually be so terrifying as well. Night North nodded his head and said blandly, "Sees all businesses under his name. If the problem is serious, kill him on the spot. In addition, his children are sent to the juvenile detention center for 10 years of confinement. If they still do not submit to discipline, confinement for life." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Night North wrapped his arm around his daughter and walked towards the campus. Wang Tianrui is so overbearing, his industry must have no small problems, enough to be a capital offense. And his son is so recalcitrant that he will only be a scourge to keep if he is not confined for 10 years. For these people, Night North was never a womanizer. "Dad, I've forgiven Wang Shouhu, aren't you being a bit harsh on them?" On the way, Heartfelt blushed sadly, feeling that Dad had handled the situation a little too heavily. Night North smiled at his words and looked at his daughter with a doting face, saying seriously, "Shinin, remember, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself, and for those who are stubborn, don't leave the other side any chance to bite you back." Chapter 132, These are all my men. Coming out of the school, Night North didn't go back to the villa, but drove directly to the deserted Night family residence. Now have a spirit stone and aura formation, in the villa layout is obviously too conspicuous, Night family residence although deserted, but the location is remote, unique courtyard, more appropriate, simple repair can live. The Bentley pulled up outside the door, and Night North stepped out of the car, looking at the familiar surroundings with mixed feelings in his heart. He had already come here once when he first arrived in Jinghai, but after all this time, he had not dared to come back for fear of being touched. After all, this was the place where he had lived with his parents for 18 whole years. His parents are dead, and every blade of grass and tree here will make his heart ache. But it's already happened, so I have to face it even if I'm sad. Taking a deep breath, Night North pushed open the heavy door and stepped in. It's recognized as a murder house and no one wants to come here, so naturally it doesn't need to be locked. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the sound of beating and cursing came from inside. Night North's sword brows furrowed slightly as he searched for the voice and walked over. "Waste. What a waste. You've only got this much money. What's the use of having you?" Screaming and cursing came from the mouth of an old woman, a whip in her hand constantly beating a child curled up on the ground. The boy on the ground was 7 or 8 years old at the most, with tattered clothes and a bloodstain all over his body. And around the house, there were about a dozen children kneeling on the ground, all dirty and tattered, both male and female, the oldest not even 10 years old. The old woman kept on thrashing, cursing under her breath, and now and then she dipped the water from the bucket beside her. In the bucket, the water has gradually become blood red, the whip is dipped in water, how vicious. The sound of a lash was unusually harsh, and the 10 or so children were all trembling, kneeling down and bowing their heads, not daring to look. "Stop! Ouch my ass!" The sudden stern cry made the old woman tremble in fear, the whip fell to the ground, and she covered her chest and kept gasping, obviously terrified. Looking at the doorway where an unfamiliar youth stood, the old woman immediately chided, "Scared the hell out of my mother, who are you? Who let you in?" No stranger had ever come in here except her people. Night North ignored it and walked into the house with grim eyes, bending down to check the boy's injuries. The boy was dying of skin and bone, with no good skin from head to toe, and new wounds pressed against old ones, not fatal but frightening. "Who are you? Why did you hit him?" Night North's tone was grim to the extreme, beating a child so cruelly, it was truly a poisonous heart. "What do you care you? These are all my people, I can beat them as much as I want." The old woman rolled her eyes and picked up the leather whip on the ground again, raising it high and preparing to whip again. Snap! There was a crisp slap, and the old woman was whipped out and slammed into the wall. Ouch! With a cry of pain, the old woman covered the swollen right side of her face, felt a burst of bitter blood in her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was surprisingly interspersed with 2 yellowed incisors on the ground. How dare you hit my old lady with your hands? The old woman's eyes glared round, her already ugly face becoming even more hideous as she picked up the leather whip on the ground and viciously lashed it at Night North. Night North's left hand casually grabbed and pulled with force. The old woman stumbled forward a few steps, and before she could fall, she felt a sharp pain coming from her abdomen, and the whole person flew out backwards, falling heavily on the wall. Night North's right foot slowly fell, and it was hard to hide the anger in his eyes. To a woman, he rarely made a move, but with such a serpentine person in front of him, he didn't need to endure it. Well. The old woman was curled up on the floor with her stomach covered, sweating in pain, and with great difficulty she pulled out her cell phone and pressed the number. Night North directly ignored, called people to come better, accomplices together to clean up. Are you all dead? Hurry up and come to me, I'm about to be killed. The old woman let out a growl, and there was a sound of footsteps in the courtyard, so it looked like there was someone else here. What's the matter, May? Who the ate bear heart and leopard gall and dared to hit you? Shouting came immediately. 6 men rushed over, each with a shovel and baseball bat in their hands, and the leader carried a bright watermelon knife, with a furious look on his face. And ask, blind. The old woman got up with difficulty, pointed a finger at Night North, and shouted angrily. Night North gloomy side-eye, looking at the door a bunch of rabble, no nonsense, clothes instantly windlass automatic, invisible true chi blast release. But the 6 people rose up in the air and flew out upside down, each of them spraying blood and falling heavily in the middle of the courtyard, no longer moving. The old woman looked at this scene and was instantly horrified, her mouth involuntarily opened to the extreme as she exclaimed in shock. Woo! Martial artist! Who but a martial artist could defeat 6 burly beaters in one move? When Night North heard this, he slowly turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the old woman. This person actually knew about martial artists, so it seemed that she was not an ordinary peasant woman. The old woman's legs softened as she was stared at by Night North, her knees snapped to the ground and she begged for forgiveness. I know I'm wrong, don't kill me, my lord. The old woman kneeled down and kept kowtowing. In front of her was a martial artist. His own mortal body, how can he fight against him? Why did you hit him? Where do these kids come from? Night North stepped forward with a cold shout, vaguely guessing the origin of these children. My lord, I say. The old woman was so scared that her heart and liver trembled with fear, and she hurriedly said, These children are all children that no one wants, so I gave them to be taken in, and they usually go out on the street to beg and earn some living expenses, and this child didn't surrender enough money today, so. As expected, the children were some beggars from the streets. This old woman is obviously the controller of these children, saying that no one is a child, most of them are trafficked. This old woman, indeed, should be put to death. At the thought of this, the Night North could not restrain the anger in her heart. The old woman only felt as if her body was being pressed by a mountain, spewing out a mouthful of blood, slowly falling to the ground and fainting. This was the Night family residence, and Night North didn't want this kind of scum to die here. Seeing that the old woman was lying on the ground and no longer moving, a girl hurriedly crawled forward a few steps and cried out, Brother Xiaoshan, are you alright? Oh. You wake up. Oh. The girl kept shaking the boy who was lying on the ground with heartbreaking sobs. Night North slowly squatted down, a strand of true chi patted the boy's back, and said softly, Don't worry, he's fine. The boy's injuries are not fatal, they are all superficial wounds, and he can recover after resting for a period of time. When the girl heard Night North say this, she knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. The rest of the children also fell to their knees in unison, thanking them. Get up. Where is your home? Night North asked softly, unable to hold back a sigh. These children are really a bitter life, every day non-stop begging, money still need to pay as much as, scolding and chastisement is even less. And, how heartbreaking it must be for their parents when these children are trafficked to this point. Night North is also a father, this kind of mood, since he can realize the pain. Chapter 133, I'm your brother. Uncle, my home is by a pool of water, the second house across the bridge, and the door is red. There are 2 big willow trees in front of my house that keep me cool in the summer. Uncle, my house is in a courtyard with 5 families living in it, our house is in the middle. Uncle, can you send me back? I miss my mom and dad. Oh. I miss my mom and dad too. Listening to the cries of a group of children, Night North's heart ached to the core, but none of these children could tell the exact location of their home. The oldest are already about 10 years old, but they can't even say their family name, so it is obvious that they have been trafficked for many years. What about you? Night North looked at the girl who had just called out Brother Shashan. The other children were still able to at least tell the general appearance of their family, only she scowled. I don't have a home. I've been begging on the streets with my parents for as long as I can remember. The girl whispered, her eyes hollow, not knowing if it was sadness or helplessness. Then do you know your parents' names? Night North asked immediately afterward. The girl sniffed and nodded, whispering back. My dad's name is Night Lan, and my mom's name is Shui Yun. Buzz. As a simple phrase fell, Night North only felt his head shake, and his eyes were suddenly stunned. Night Lan Shui Yun, that is his aunt and uncle, dad's own brother, his only uncle. Even if it is a renaming, it can't be such a coincidence that both husband and wife's names are the same. Your dad's name is Night Lan and your mom's name is Shui Yun? Night North gently grabbed the girl's arm, his eyes full of surprise. He had always thought that his family had been killed by the Gu family, but he had never thought that the Night family had an aunt and uncle alive in addition to him, and not only that, the two of them had a child, which made the Night North instantly ecstatic. He was not the only one in the Night family, and he was no longer alone. Well, how could I misremember my parents' names? The girl said seriously. What's your name? Night North carefully observed the girl in front of him, and it was then that he realized that the girl bore an 8-point resemblance to his Uncle Lan. Uncle, my name is Night Mumu. The girl didn't have a bit of timidity. The life of begging on the street for many years made them unafraid of strangers. Mumu, good name. Night North gently rubbed the girl's hair with a look of heartache and softly said, Silly child, you shouldn't call me uncle, you should call me brother. Brother? Mumu looked at Night North, her little face filled with doubt, and she had an inexplicable closeness to the person in front of her. Night North let out a light laugh, his mood extraordinarily relaxed. But in the next second, Night North slowly got up, his eyes instantly gloomy, pressed his wrist communicator, and coldly drank. Zhang Yuan, quickly send people to search the whole city for Night Lan Shui Yun and the two of them. He calls directly to LV Zhang Yuan, and must find his uncle and aunt at the first opportunity. Come on home with me. Hanging up the phone, Night North gently wiped away the stains on Mumu's face and took off his jacket to put it on her. Now that it was already fall, these children's clothes were not only tattered, but also unusually thin. What about them? Mu did not leave and turned to look at these partners behind him. Don't worry, I'll arrange them myself. After Night North finished speaking, he thought for a moment and decided to wait in place for Wei Sin and the others to arrive, so that nothing else would happen to these children. 10 minutes later, there was a sharp sound of brakes from outside the door, and Wei Sin led dozens of black-clad power suits to rush into the courtyard. My lord! Greetings, my lord! When they saw Night North, the crowd knelt on one knee and shouted archly. Night North lightly lifted his palm, signaling them to get up, and said, Wei Sin, settle these children down, and in addition these few people will directly execute the 3 clans. These people of 1,000 killings are not worthy of death, and it is necessary to execute all 3 of their clans. Yes. Wei Sin let out a bellowing cry, arched his hand and led the crowd to quickly clean up. Night North wrapped his arm around Mumu and headed for the door, walking to the door with a sideways glance. Oh yeah, get someone to renovate the place on the way. Yes. On the road, Night North drove towards the villa. In the back seat, Mumu looked out the window a little timidly and asked quietly, Uncle, aren't you taking me to find Mom and Dad? Where are you taking me? Although she was only 6 years old, she had experienced all sorts of human conditions on the streets every day and was far more mature and cautious than her peers. Night North laughed lightly, glanced at the rearview mirror, and returned, Mumu, didn't I tell you, call me brother, do you know my relationship with your mom and dad? Mu sniffed and shook her head. Your father is my uncle, your mom is naturally my aunt, and you are my sister, understand? Night North smiled bashfully and explained. Mu nodded, wearing an expression of seeming understanding. The Bentley sped down the road and soon arrived at the villa. Night North opened the car door and Mumu stepped out of the car, looking at the imposing villa in front of him a little stunned. Hesitant to enter as he walked to the door. Go inside, Mumu, don't be afraid, this will be your home from now on. Night North leaned down and pinched Mumu's dirty little face. Mu sniffed and carefully lifted her foot to walk in, already reduced to begging on the street every day. Could there be a worse life than this? Inside the house, Gumori was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Seeing Night North standing in the living room with a dirty girl in his arms, she looked puzzled, wiped her hands with her apron, walked out and asked, "Night North, who is this little girl?" "My sister." Night North laughed lightly and looked down at Mumu, who had a timid face. "Your sister?" Gumori froze. When did her husband have a sister? Night North nodded and continued, "My uncle Nightland's child." When Gumori heard this, she was completely stunned and said with a shudder, "Your uncle Nightland? He's not dead?" Nightland, she knew, the brother of the father of the Night North. When the Gu family ordered to kill the Night family overnight, the Night family was bloodwashed, did not expect that this Nightland actually still alive. Dad's sister? Inside the house, Heartfelt was doing her homework when she heard her dad had a sister and hurriedly ran all the way out. But when she saw Mumu, Xinu's little mouth pouted and said, "Dad, your sister, that would be my aunt, but how come she's even younger than me?" She was younger than herself in age and size, yet she had to call her aunt, which made her feel slightly unconvinced in her heart. But generation here, Night North's uncle was originally 8 years younger than his father, and married late. Night North was forced to flee the frontier back then when his aunt was not even pregnant, so it was rightfully younger than the heart language. At the dinner table, Mumu looked at the table of food and swallowed straight. At this time, she had already taken a bath and changed into Heartland's clothes, looking instantly much prettier, and if you looked closely you would see that she was still a little bit similar to Heartland. After all, blood is thicker than water, a bloodline.